The story opens on a storm-lashed battlefield heaped with corpses, and at its highest point stands Qinfeng. Worn down, soaked in blood, his body aged 100 years by a vicious curse, yet still standing as the victor, because against all expectations he has claimed the ruins of the ancient god. A woman approaches with a blade in hand, her lips curling into a faint, approving smirk as she acknowledges what he accomplished, only to move without pause and take the divine relic for herself, the Eye of Judgment. Qinfeng, barely holding on to consciousness, raises his gaze and demands to know why she would do this to him, of all people, because the one standing before him is the person he believed to be his sister. Her name is Qin Xiaoyu, and her expression does not change. Her voice is cuttingly cold as she tells him the truth, that he was nothing more than an orphan her parents took in, that there is no shared blood between them, no real connection, and to her, he has always meant nothing. At that moment, a golden-haired man steps forward, Song Fei, resting a hand casually on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder while wearing a self-satisfied smile, the divine artifact already in his grasp as he thanks Qinfeng, saying none of this could have happened without him. The betrayal leaves no room for doubt, especially with the weapon embedded in Qinfeng's chest, soul-stealing steel, placed there by Song Fei himself, draining away the last of his life in a single, merciless strike, and with open mockery, he asks Qinfeng how that gift feels. Qinfeng had been the one who raised Qin Xiaoyu after their parents died, the one who paid for her education and shielded her when the world collapsed into chaos, giving up everything for her sake. And this is what he receives in return. Meeting his eyes without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu tells him that he was always a burden to her, someone who controlled her life and ordered her around, and while his strength once had value, now that she and Song Fei have secured what they wanted, he is nothing but excess weight. Song Fei moves in to finish it, declaring that he will take care of Qin Xiaoyu from here on. And, as the killing blow descends, Qinfeng swears in his heart that he will not let them walk away from this. Then everything goes dark. The year is 2025, the year that cursed game descended upon the world. In this reality, lifespan becomes the sole currency, where dying strips years away while killing grants them. And those years can be traded for real power in the outside world. Strength beyond human limits, weapons capable of slicing through steel, even bodies that can endure nuclear-level destruction. Everything reshaped under this system. Qinfeng had struggled through that world side by side with his sister, surviving disasters, enduring countless trials, and escaping death again and again until they rose into the ranks of the top 100 strongest people alive. Yet despite sacrificing everything, it ultimately meant nothing as his achievements were handed over to those who betrayed him. If fate ever granted him another opportunity, he swore he would live only for himself. And in the next instant, his eyes snap open. He is back in his old room. He jerked upright in alarm, eyes sweeping across the room as he tried to steady himself. And when the familiar surroundings settled into place, the truth hit him. This was real. He was alive again. So he snatched up his phone, and the date on the screen confirmed it without question. Turning toward the window, he took in the city skyline, unchanged from 9 years ago, exactly as it had been on the day the game first arrived. He had come back. The very next day after the cursed game descended on Earth, Qin Xiaoyu burst into the house, kicking the door open with force, only to halt for a brief second when she saw Qinfeng sitting there calmly, sipping his coffee, before her anger exploded as she demanded to know why he hadn't answered any of her calls, punctuating her fury by kicking over the trash can. Qinfeng said nothing, simply watching her while recalling this precise moment from his previous life, the turning point where everything began to fall apart, and how that day had erupted into a massive argument, all because of Song Fei. Even now, posters of that so-called idol covered her walls. Before the world collapsed, Song Fei had only been a minor underground celebrity, dazzling on the surface while in reality, he preyed on his fans, cheating them out of money and worse behind the scenes. Qin Xiaoyu had been completely infatuated with him, and Qinfeng, knowing exactly what kind of person Song Fei was, had done everything he could to keep her away. Yet no matter what he tried, he was always painted as the villain, the one accused of controlling her life. Now she pointed straight at him, her voice laced with spite as she shouted, "Are you deaf? It's your fault Song Fei didn't take the top spot this month," and then threatened that if he didn't give her money to push Song Fei's ranking, she would completely lose control. Qinfeng remained unmoved. Instead, he raised his hand, and a single sharp slap sent her sprawling onto the floor, her cheeks swelling at once as blood slipped from her nose, her eyes filling with tears while she trembled in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Looking down at her, Qinfeng's voice came out cold and final as he told her he had no interest in arguing, and if she didn't stop, he would make her stop. He flicked a credit card toward her. "This is everything Mom and Dad left behind," he said, adding that no matter how difficult things have been all these years, he had never touched it, for their sake. But that was over now. Turning his back on her, he stated flatly, "From now on, I have no sister." Tears streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's face, yet the anger in her eyes did not fade. Qin Feng did not turn around. In his previous life, he had given up far too much for her, missing countless chances and abandoning rare dungeon runs just to protect someone who would ultimately betray him. This time will be different. He took out a bottle of sleeping pills, swallowed them with water, and lay down. Freed from that burden, he was finally ready to go further, because with knowledge of what was to come, he would move ahead of everyone else. Qin Xiaoyu was no longer his concern. As for Song Fei, Qin Feng had every intention of taking his head. As his consciousness faded, he found himself once again standing inside the Hall of Choice, a place that had completely overwhelmed him the first time he arrived, when he had hesitated for hours in panic before finally choosing a class. Back then selecting warrior, not for its strength, but simply because it could keep Qin Xiaoyu safe. That single decision had cost him everything. Now, free of those restraints, his priorities were clear. He needed speed, adaptability, and the ability to kill efficiently. So, without the slightest pause, he chose the assassin class. Then something unexpected occurred. A notification appeared before him. Divine Artifact. Eye of Judgment, successfully bound. The artifact had awakened. Its passive ability was now in effect. And as Qin Feng stepped into the Forsaken game once more, everything truly began. To his surprise, another message followed. Highest ranking profession and talent, automatically acquired. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the screen, momentarily stunned as realization set in. The Eye of Judgment had completely synchronized with him after his rebirth, confirming that the artifact only acknowledged its true owner, meaning that no matter who else took it, it would remain useless in their hands. Perhaps that was the reason he had been brought back. A wave of darkness rushed toward him and seeped into his body, reshaping him as his hair turned white and his entire presence dissolved into nothingness, as if swallowed by shadow itself. He had become Shadow, the pinnacle hidden class of the assassin path. This was on an entirely different level from the warrior class he had chosen before. Merely unlocking it granted him overwhelming power. Yet what came next was even more astonishing. He recalled a crucial detail. Every class possessed an extremely small chance to evolve into a rare hidden tier, a probability so low it was nearly non-existent. But under the authority of judgment, that probability became absolute. The system's voice echoed. Authority of judgment, the oldest and most fundamental power in existence. It surpasses all rules and systems. At present, Qin Feng could not actively wield it, as he lacked divinity, but its passive effects were already fully in operation. The implication was staggering. In his previous life, it had taken 7 long years, 7 relentless years within the Forsaken game, before a single player managed to escape the God-abandoned realm and reach the realm of order. And only then did humanity even become aware of higher forms of power. Even so, no one had ever truly controlled the power of order. Yet now, at the very beginning, Qin Feng already held something that stood above it. His objective shifted instantly. If he could break free from this realm, enter the realm of order, and obtain divinity, then he would be able to unleash the full might of this authority. The system sounded once more. Profession selection complete. Please enter your game alias. He hesitated briefly, then entered a single name, Shadow. In the next moment, he was transported into the God-abandoned realm. A barren wasteland stretched endlessly, ruined, lethal, and swarming with creatures that fed on lifespan, where staying alive was a constant fight, and while players could step out from safe zones to hunt monsters and earn years they could trade, death came at a brutal cost, stripping away half of everything they had left, both tradable and not. Qin Feng appeared in Shell Town, one of the few safe zones, a place without monsters or PvP. Yet even here time continued to pass, slowly eating away at lifespan. All around him, new players kept appearing. People dragged in at random while asleep after eating or collapsing from exhaustion at work, each one disoriented, frightened, and unsure of what was happening. Before long, their attention shifted toward Qin Feng. There was something different about him, from the aura he carried to the equipment he wore, and while some noticed the twin daggers at his waist and guessed he was an assassin, it was clear this was not an ordinary class. Soon enough, powerful figures from all over the world would begin to arrive one after another, reshaping the balance of this new reality. And if Qin Feng intended to remain ahead, he could not afford to waste even a moment. Time would not slow down for him. Neither would he. At that moment, a flash of light cut through the air. 3 men and an archer appeared inside the town, all of them looking exhausted. Faces pale, bodies shaking, clothes soaked in sweat, and one of them immediately collapsed onto the ground. They had just died outside, and anger burned through them. Their target had been nothing more than a level 1 crawler, or so they believed, but a single bite from the creature had instantly wiped out all 4 of them, draining their lifespan to nothing. Working together, they had only managed to reduce a third of its health before being eliminated, and now, with their lifespan cut in half, panic crept in as they turned toward their archer, Lizzie, asking what they should do next. Qin Feng observed her quietly, noting the short bow in her hands, standard for an archer at the start. Yet something about her felt unusual, as if she, too, possessed a hidden class. Sensing his gaze, Lizzie looked over, offered a faint smile, and called out to him, asking if he wanted to team up, explaining that the monsters outside were too dangerous to handle alone, and that although her team had already been wiped once, they at least had some experience now. Qin Feng didn't pause. No thanks, he answered, continuing forward. Behind him, her teammates scoffed, dismissing him as someone pretending to be capable. After all, even 5 of them had failed against a low-level creature, so what chance did he have going solo? In their eyes, simply throwing his life away. Curiosity getting the better of her, Lizzie opened the system interface. Alias, Shadow. Even that name stood out as strange. Meanwhile, Qin Feng moved toward the edge of town, and unable to resist, Lizzie followed after him, thinking that at the very least they could watch what happened, whether it ended in his death or gave them useful insight into monsters or skills. The God-abandoned realm showed no mercy, where a single misstep could cost years of life. And although Lizzie had no idea how she ended up here, her background in online games had pushed her to quickly assemble a team. Even so, the very first monster they encountered had completely overwhelmed them. They had assumed it was just a weak crawler, but that assumption had been fatally wrong, because no level 1 player should have attempted that fight, something Lizzie now fully understood. Her teammates, however, were still frustrated, and one of them, the group's assassin, complained about Qin Feng's weapon, pointing out that while he himself only had a basic dagger, Qin Feng carried a short blade, something far rare at the start, and more than that, Qin Feng's speed surpassed his own. Faster than an assassin, it made no sense. Even his clothing didn't match any standard class equipment. Nothing about him added up. So Lizzie chose to keep following. Qin Feng noticed. He stopped and turned, his gaze locking directly onto their position. Caught off guard, Lizzie quickly pulled back into cover, uncertain whether he had actually seen them. But it was already too late. In the next instant, he disappeared. There was no movement, no sound. He simply vanished without a trace. He had activated Shadow Sneak, a stealth ability that removed him from sight entirely, leaving the group staring in shock, while even their assassin recognized what it meant. That's an advanced stealth skill, he said under his breath. He's invisible. Qin Feng was gone. Lizzie exhaled and shook her head, deciding it wasn't worth the risk to keep pursuing him, as they had already lost half their lifespan and needed to regroup, locate NPCs, and search for treasure chests or hidden quests. Anything that could improve their chances. Elsewhere, Qin Feng moved silently across the landscape like a phantom. Shadow Sneak concealed his presence, allowing him to remain unseen, though attacking would immediately break the effect. Yet that opening strike would carry far greater impact than usual. With stealth mastery enhancing the skill, his invisibility lasted longer and became nearly impossible to detect, to the point where even monsters were unable to sense him. The Shadow class was not merely rare, it was deadly. At this stage, ordinary assassins could still be detected with ease, but Qin Feng was different. He was beyond their reach. Watching Lizzie and her group stumble through their decisions, Qin Feng felt a quiet sigh rise within him, as they were still thinking like beginners, unaware that Shell Town offered no real power and existed only as a starting safe zone. True strength lay outside its boundaries. In this world, the weak existed only to be consumed by monsters. As seconds passed, his stealth effect came to an end. For now, its duration remained short, though the cooldown had already begun the moment he activated it, meaning only a brief wait remained before he could disappear again. A luminous interface appeared before him, his status screen. Codename, Shadow Class. Shadow non-tradable lifespan. 75 years tradable lifespan, 0. Stats, Strength, 13 Constitution, 13 Agility, 18 Spirit, 15. Every player started with a flat 10 points in each attribute, with class choices offering only minor boosts. In his previous life, choosing Warrior had granted him a mere +3 to Strength and Constitution. Yet now the Shadow class had enhanced everything, with Agility alone surging by 8 points, while 5 attribute points still remained unassigned. Most players would rush to increase Strength or Spirit to amplify physical or magical damage, but that approach was flawed, and without the slightest pause, Qin Feng invested all 5 points into Agility, pushing it up to 23, because in the early game monsters would always outdamage any build, making survival dependent on never being hit at all. Speed was the deciding factor. Then he sensed it, a subtle shift of movement behind a tree, and his gaze snapped toward a level 1 crawler, an ordinary monster at first glance, yet clearly not right, because it was in the middle of evolving. Qin Feng's body tightened as he recognized it as the same creature that had slaughtered Lizzie and her team, still feeding on the lifespan it had taken from its victims, though its health was partially depleted. The instant it detected him, the crawler lunged forward, but Qin Feng sidestepped in a clean, evasive motion, already piecing together the truth. Monsters that killed players could absorb their lifespan, and with enough of it, they would transform into something far more dangerous. There was no room to hesitate. Activating Shadow Sneak, Qin Feng drew his short blade as his form vanished into invisibility, while the crawler snarled and spun in place, aware something was wrong yet unable to see him. Then, in a sudden shift, Qin Feng appeared from above, descending through the air as he unleashed Stealth Break Strike, driving the blade straight into the creature's head and dealing 174 damage, instantly collapsing it into a lifeless heap. A notification followed, +10 experience, and Qin Feng blinked, not expecting the kill to happen in a single strike, before recalling that crawlers possessed a weak point at the back of the neck, where a precise hit would trigger a critical. Another system message appeared, skill unlocked, backstab, allowing attacks from outside an enemy's vision to deal double damage. That explained it. Backstab combined with Stealth Break, and a critical hit to the weak point had stacked together, multiplying the damage with brutal efficiency. He looked down at the corpse in silence, remembering how in his previous life, even critical strikes, as a warrior barely reached 40 damage. And every encounter with the crawler had been a desperate fight, where a single mistake meant death. Now, it had taken only one precise attack, executed without risk. The body dissolved, leaving behind a glowing orb of lifespan, and as Qin Feng closed his hand around it, the energy flowed into him, granting +3 days of tradable lifespan and +54 years, 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died here, each likely losing 20 to 30 years of their lives, all of which the crawler had absorbed. Yet even so, Qin Feng had only reclaimed 54 years. Because the monster had claimed it first, the lifespan it absorbed was no longer fully recoverable. Although non-tradable lifespan couldn't be sold or used for upgrades, an unexpected change occurred as the Eye of Judgment stirred once again, its authority activating and granting Qin Feng a new talent, infinite evolution. From that moment forward, any monster he killed alone carried a chance to drop evolution points, a special currency used to push skills beyond their normal limits. While every 24 hours he would gain 5 points passively, and defeating any boss-class monster solo would guarantee additional rewards. At present, he had 5 points available. In his previous life, nothing like this had ever existed. No matter what monsters dropped, whether equipment or skill books, everything was locked into fixed grades, and no one had ever discovered a method to evolve skills. This ability completely defied the rules of the game itself, a power that stood outside the system. He chose to test it immediately, upgrading Shadow Sneak and Backstab at the cost of 4 points, and the effects appeared instantly. Shadow Sneak advanced from normal to bronze grade, extending its duration from 12 seconds to 16, increasing the break attack bonus from +60% to +90%, and reducing the cooldown by 2 seconds. Backstab improved from inferior to normal, raising its bonus damage by 5%. With Stealth Mastery applied, the 16-second invisibility doubled to a full 32 seconds, allowing him to remain unseen indefinitely, so long as he timed each cooldown precisely. If he had possessed this earlier, even a fully healthy crawler would have been effortlessly dealt with. At that moment, a smug voice broke the silence nearby, as a boy walking beside a woman noticed Qin Feng and laughed, remarking that the game seemed easy if even someone like him could defeat a monster. The woman smiled in agreement, adding that with his build, he could probably handle 10 players at once, which only made the boy puff out his chest as he boasted that he would protect her, before turning to Qin Feng with a self-satisfied grin and asking if he wanted to team up. Qin Feng gave no response, his attention shifting instead to something behind them, something dangerous, and without a word, he activated Shadow Sneak and disappeared. The boy blinked in confusion, wondering if he'd scared him off, but the air suddenly shifted as a massive spider dropped from the trees. It was a level 1 bronze-grade monster, the Nurturer, and the couple stood no chance, as within seconds it tore them apart. Hidden within the shadows, Qin Feng observed calmly, recognizing the creature as a starter boss with deceptive strength, possessing 16 health bars and commanding a swarm of smaller spiders. Most inexperienced players who challenged it never survived. As the Nurturer began feeding, Qin Feng made his move, using the distraction to test his enhanced abilities, and with Stealth Break Strike, he descended from above, driving his blade straight into the spider's eye. 338 damage, enough to make the spider shriek as it lashed out violently. Yet Qin Feng reacted at once and narrowly avoided the main strike, though a glancing blow still clipped him for 9 damage. With only 130 HP, he knew that a direct hit would have killed him instantly. Even so, the result of his attack was staggering. Over 300 damage in a single strike, far beyond what he had expected. The Nurturer let out a piercing screech and entered a berserk state, thrashing wildly and smashing through nearby trees. While Qin Feng understood that monsters like this weren't mindless, it had already realized it was being hunted, and now it began attacking blindly, trying to flush him out of hiding. At the same time, the smaller spiders moved in coordinated patterns, sweeping the area, making any direct approach suicidal. So instead of closing in, Qin Feng picked up a rock while it continued searching. Thwack! The stone slammed into the spider's abdomen. Minus 299 damage. A clean hit. He immediately grabbed another, and in that moment, a crucial realization surfaced. His greatest weapon wasn't limited to his blade, but lay in his precision. With the enhancements from his class and the passive effects of Stealth Ambush Strike, he discovered something unexpected. Even thrown rocks could deal significant damage. As long as he remained hidden and attacked from outside the target's vision, he could trigger ambush, backstab, and weak point attack all at once. The approach became obvious. Wait for Shadow Sneak to cool down, then strike again. When the cooldown ended, he hurled another rock. Minus 279 damage. Another direct hit. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Sneak once more, maintaining the pattern. Stay hidden, wait, strike, and repeat. Meanwhile, back in Shell Town, a major change occurred as the leaderboard updated. Player, Shadow Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer level, 2 ranking, first. Shock rippled through the town. Most players were still struggling to survive against basic monsters, yet someone had already defeated a boss and reached level 2. It simply didn't add up. Lizzie and her teammates could only stare in disbelief, remembering how they had been wiped out by that same spider despite fighting together. While Qin Feng had taken it down alone, leading them to conclude it had to be some kind of system error. At the same time, the woman and the muscular man who had just respawned stood frozen, realizing that the weak-looking guy they had mocked was actually Shadow, the very person who had killed the monster that had effortlessly slaughtered them moments ago. Back in the forest, the system notification sounded again. Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer plus 300 XP plus 2 evolution points leaderboard unlocked. Shelltown ranking plus 1 reputation point. Qin Feng let out a slow breath as the massive spider's body finally collapsed, then stepped forward to absorb the lifespan it released. As soon as the boss died, its smaller minions scattered in all directions. A missed opportunity, since eliminating them first would have yielded additional experience, and he made a mental note not to repeat that mistake. Even so, the rewards he gained were more than worthwhile. Plus 46 days of tradable lifespan, a bronze quality skill book, Greedy Hand, and a weapon, the Corrosive Dagger, dealing 35 damage and granting plus 4 agility. Qin Feng absorbed the rewards and learned Greedy Hand immediately. The skill provided a 20% chance to gain additional loot from defeated enemies, an effect that was essentially a jackpot for an assassin class player. Qin Feng blinked, caught off guard. Obtaining a skill like this from a low-level boss was something he hadn't anticipated. In his previous life, Greedy Hand had been regarded as a god-tier looting ability, especially in the late game when bosses dropped extremely rare equipment, where even a single chance at double rewards could completely shift a player's progression. He recalled a member of the Godslayer Guild, someone whose combat ability was nothing special, yet solely because he possessed Greedy Hand, he was treated as a VIP, with the guild even assigning a dedicated bodyguard to escort and protect him during dungeon runs. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as the implication settled in. If this skill were combined with infinite evolution, it wouldn't merely improve drop chances. It could amplify loot gains over and over again. The potential was overwhelming. The following morning, students made their way to school as Qin Xiaoyou's friend glanced at her and asked if she really wasn't going to call her brother, suggesting she at least apologize, reminding her that they had skipped the exam the day before just to secretly support Song Fei, and adding that Qin Feng was surely upset. However, Qin Xiaoyu simply shook her head with her arms folded, insisting she had done nothing wrong and that he was the one who made them late, firmly believing that he owed her an apology instead. Her friend let out a quiet sigh and began to argue that he had always treated her well and deserved something in return, but her words trailed off as she noticed the bruises on Xiaoyou's face, lowering her voice to ask what had happened. Xiaoyu refused to yield, brushing it aside with a casual excuse that she had merely tripped, unwilling to admit that Qin Feng had struck her, because in her mind he was just interfering again, constantly trying to control her life. When they reached the school, they found a large crowd of students gathered outside a classroom, murmuring in confusion, and driven by curiosity, Xiaoyou's friend pushed her way through. The moment she looked inside, she froze, seeing Zhang Wei's body slowly fading, turning partially transparent, while one of his friends tried to explain that Zhang Wei had said he was going to take a nap, and that by the time they noticed anything was wrong, he already looked like that. What made it worse was that this wasn't an isolated incident, as the phenomenon was spreading at an alarming rate, with reports pouring in from all over the world through online forums, news alerts, and emergency broadcasts, all describing the same terrifying pattern. People slipping into this ghost-like state the instant they fell asleep, with no explanation and no answers from anyone. Xiaoyou's friend turned pale as she hurriedly took out her phone to call her parents, then urged Xiaoyu to contact her brother as well, just in case. Yet Xiaoyu only responded with a cold shake of her head, declaring that she would rather see him dead than speak to him. At the same time, deep within the God-abandoned realm, Qin Feng was in the middle of evolving, having just upgraded Greedy Hand from bronze to gold, raising its loot bonus to a massive 70% chance of gaining extra drops from defeated enemies. And the instant he activated the skill, it rewarded him with 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan, prompting him to grin as he clenched his fist, knowing that every bit of progress mattered. He quickly calculated that upgrading Greedy Hand to the next tier level 3, would require 3 more points, but once he reached that threshold, the loot rate would jump to a guaranteed 100%, after which his thoughts shifted back to the real world, where he knew governments must have already begun to notice what was happening as more people were pulled into the Forsaken game, meaning it would only be a matter of time before the truth surfaced, that skills and equipment could be brought back into reality, and once that information spread, chaos would follow. However, extracting anything required 2 conditions: reaching level 10 and accumulating enough tradable lifespan. And with that in mind, Qinfeng understood he could not afford to waste time on low-level monsters, because they were far too inefficient, and what he truly needed now was to hunt stronger bosses. Qinfeng equipped his bronze corrosive dagger, boosting his attack by 35 and agility by 4, then activated shadow stealth and disappeared from sight, moving silently through the dangerous terrain as if he were never there. As he advanced, the faint sound of combat reached his ears, drawing his attention, and he followed it until he arrived at the edge of a cliff, where he looked down to see a level 2 bronze-grade sprint predator locked in battle against a group of players, the creature lunging forward with claws slicing through the air, only for its strike to be intercepted by a man wielding a massive shield and mace. Wang Meng. Qinfeng's gaze sharpened at the sight, not expecting to encounter him so soon, which confirmed the rumors he had heard. From the moment Wang Meng entered the Forsaken game, he had immediately assembled a team made entirely of hidden class players, 6 in total, each possessing rare and powerful abilities. At the front line, Wang Meng activated his class skill, Holy Barrier, and a radiant golden wall of light erupted around him, effortlessly deflecting the predator's assault, revealing his class as a Holy Shield Warrior, a role that granted double the base stats of a standard warrior, along with an additional terrifying passive ability known as innate invincibility. Taking advantage of the distraction, the team's mage launched a fireball that struck the predator directly in the arm. Her class identified as Prophet, a hidden path mage that doubled her magic damage and granted her a built-in skill called Prophetic Fireball. At the same time, the archer drew her bow, revealed to be a sharp-edged shooter, another hidden class with twice the stats of a normal archer and access to rapid shot, a fast and precise volley attack, while the priest stood ready as an oracle priest, a rare class specializing in enhanced healing and possessing a group-wide recovery skill. The mage and archer released their coordinated attack, but the predator proved far too quick, twisting its body mid-leap to evade both projectiles before lunging straight at Wang Meng and forcing him backward under the pressure. The archer hesitated, her confidence wavering as she muttered that it was too fast, while the priest immediately cast a healing spell to restore Wang Meng's health, prompting him to grit his teeth and issue a command to maintain pressure and slowly wear the creature down, believing they could secure victory through endurance. Yet from his vantage point high in the trees, where he remained concealed, Qinfeng could see the flaw in that plan immediately. This was not a controlled arena, but the open wild and drawn-out fights here would inevitably attract unwanted attention. As if on cue, 2 additional monsters emerged from the forest, both level 2 corruptors, dark brown creatures dripping with mud and specializing in ranged attacks. And without hesitation, the team swordsman charged forward and swung his blade, his class unknown, but clearly another hidden one, landing a hit that dealt only 33 damage. It was nowhere near enough. The creature's defenses were far too high. One of the corruptors retaliated by spewing a thick stream of sludge that coated the swordsman's legs, inflicting ground bind and drastically reducing his movement speed, while the second corruptor shifted its focus and locked directly onto the mage. She turned to flee, panic flooding her movements as tears welled in her eyes. But before the creature could reach her, SHHK, a shadow streaked through the trees as Qinfeng made his move, delivering a single, precise slash that dealt 441 damage, and the corruptor's head dropped to the ground before the rest of its body even registered death. Everyone went still. Who did that? The mage blinked in shock, unable to see anyone at all, while the swordsman, still trapped in the sludge, used his weapon to drag himself upright, only to freeze at the sight of the decapitated monster, his eyes widening as he muttered that it had taken 5 of them to bring down a level 1 corruptor, yet someone had just taken out a level 2 alone. The second corruptor tried to retaliate, attempting to launch an attack. Too slow. Qinfeng moved with blinding speed, striking again in one clean motion that severed its head, and, as the body fell, the swordsman began to shake, asking if anyone had seen who did it, only for the archer to stammer that she hadn't, and the mage to echo the same. Wang Meng stepped forward, forcing his voice steady as he told them to focus and not lose themselves to distraction, though inside he was deeply unsettled, able only to hope that whoever had intervened was not an enemy. High above them, concealed among the branches, Qinfeng observed everything without revealing himself, the sprint predator still alive below, though for the moment he remained patient. The system soon displayed his rewards, plus 40 experience, plus 1 evolution point, a skill book, venom dart, common, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. He acted immediately, recognizing Venom Dart as an ideal mid-range ability that inflicted poison damage, and with a single evolution point, he upgraded it, raising it to level 2 and elevating its quality from common to silver, transforming it into a precise and lethal ranged attack. Venom Dart now had a range of 14 meters, dealt 120 impact damage, and applied a venom effect that inflicted 50% damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds and no stacking. Below, the Predator launched another charge, and Wang Meng braced himself behind a shield, barely managing to block the impact. Yet in that same instant, the creature's bladed limb pierced straight through his stomach, blood spraying outward as he collapsed, his shield and mace crashing to the ground with a heavy clang. The monster showed no hesitation, driving its other limb into him and twisting it viciously, while the archer trembled and the priest panicked, his healing unable to keep pace with the damage. Wang Meng groaned, struggling to force out the words telling them to run and get out of there. Flip! A dart cut through the air as Qinfeng's venom dart slammed deep into the Predator's skull, dealing 845 damage. Everything stopped. The Predator staggered back, venom already spreading through the wound before it collapsed, its body twitching violently as the effect took hold, dealing an additional 324 damage in pulsing waves, and within mere seconds, the boss was dead. The mage and archer stood frozen in shock, having just witnessed a single attack tear away half of the boss's health, while the poison, the true executioner, continued draining what remained. Since Qinfeng had inflicted more than 90% of the total damage, all the loot belonged to him. Boss defeated, Sprint Predator, bronze grade. The rewards came in immediately. 600 experience points, a level up to level 3, 2 evolution points, and 55 days of tradable lifespan. What caught him off guard was that the damage over time effect from Venom Dart had actually triggered his class passive, something he hadn't anticipated. Yet now it was clear, he could remain unseen, untouchable, and continuously unleash lethal darts from shadows. At this stage of the game, both early and mid-progression, there was virtually nothing capable of stopping him. From the Predator's corpse, loot began to glow and rise into the air, shimmering as it lifted. Wang Meng, still injured and supported by his teammates, stared at the scene before him, seeing the boss completely dismantled while its killer had yet to reveal himself. Moments later, every item vanished, pulled straight into Qinfeng's inventory. Wang Meng forced himself upright despite the blood still dripping from his wounds, and spoke into the open air, thanking the unseen figure for saving them. Qinfeng didn't respond immediately, but after a brief pause, he spoke in a calm, even tone, warning them that out here, trusting others too easily would be a mistake. The entire team fell silent. Even Wang Meng paused, clearly taken aback, before giving a small nod and acknowledging it as sound advice, promising they wouldn't forget it. Just before Qinfeng left, Wang Meng added that if he ever needed anything, he should come find him, as he owed him a favor. Qinfeng glanced back, but chose not to reply, though a thought lingered in his mind. Wang Meng might actually be someone reliable. With the backing of Daxia's government came access to resources, and potentially useful channels for offloading excess loot. Qinfeng activated Greedy Hand one final time. The rewards followed. 3 evolution points, 55 additional days of tradable lifespan, and a new item, Sprint Predator's Leather Greaves, bronze quality. He equipped them immediately, gaining 9 points of physical defense, 5 points to all elemental resistances, and a 15% increase in cooldown speed. It was a strong upgrade, particularly suited for a stealth-focused assassin like him. His inventory was now packed with equipment and skill books, far more than he had ever managed to gather this early in his previous life. It was time to head back to town and convert everything in a lifespan. A faint gleam lit his eyes. This time, his growth speed was on an entirely different level, easily 100 times faster. Not far from there, in another section of the forest, a different group of players found themselves in serious trouble, completely surrounded and outnumbered as monsters closed in from all sides. They attempted to break away, but before they could escape, a far larger creature pushed through the trees, its body covered in thorns and vines, and moving with terrifying speed, and before anyone even had the chance to scream, it struck. One swing was all it took to wipe out the entire party. They reappeared back in town, furious. Everywhere they went, the same problem followed. Monsters never came alone, always in packs, and worse still, whenever they were injured, they would retreat instead of finishing the fight. Rumors began to spread that surviving out there required at least reaching level 3. The game felt impossible, and some players started questioning whether their group sizes were the issue, suggesting that 3 people simply wasn't enough, and proposing larger teams of 6 or even 10. Yet others immediately pushed back, with one player bringing up how a group of 10 had been completely annihilated after getting surrounded, proving that greater numbers didn't guarantee safety, but instead increased risk, since attracting too much attention could trigger something far worse, like the recent incident where a 40-player group had accidentally awakened a Curse Master, which attacked only once and instantly killed over 30 of them. At the same time, Lizzie's team had respawned in town, facing a grim reality. If they couldn't reach level 3, they would remain trapped in the game forever, because everyone here had already fallen asleep in the real world, leaving only their consciousness stuck in this nightmare. And if they failed to escape, their real bodies would eventually wither and die. Lizzie had reached her breaking point, unable to understand why the game was this unforgiving. While one of her teammates was already unraveling after dying 3 times, their lifespan now reduced to less than 10 years, making it clear that if things continued like this, they wouldn't just lose in the game, they would die in reality as well. Then Lizzie noticed something. Shadow had already reached level 3. How? He must have discovered some kind of method, and that made him their only chance. If he could carry them to level 3, they could escape. So, clenching her fists, Lizzie decisively ordered her team to spread the word. They needed to find Shadow and bring him over to their side, and she was willing to offer him 10 million in cash once they returned to the real world. A statement that left her teammates stunned, though she was certain no one could ignore that kind of reward. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Qin Feng continued grinding, having just defeated a level 2 polluter and gained 20 experience along with 1 evolution point. And after absorbing the creature's lifespan, he checked his status to find that he had already accumulated 5 evolution points, making it the perfect time to spend them. He chose to upgrade Greedy Hand. The improvement was dramatic, pushing it from Platinum to Emerald tier, increasing loot drop rates by 160%, while also granting a 20% chance for any extra loot to be upgraded by an entire tier. And Qin Feng couldn't help but grin, recognizing just how game-changing this was. If he kept enhancing it, he could eventually push that bonus to 100%, or maybe even 200. Rain poured relentlessly through the forest canopy, and it was in that downpour that Qin Feng finally spotted it. The Curse Master, a bronze tier boss that was steadily consuming life energy as it pushed itself toward a silver tier evolution, which explained exactly how it had managed to wipe out an entire 40-man team. Qin Feng felt no fear of the sight, but there was one immediate issue. His inventory was completely full, meaning that even if he defeated it now, he wouldn't be able to claim any of the loot. So instead of acting, he marked the location on his map, knowing the creature wouldn't be going anywhere, and decided he would return after clearing space to deal with it properly. Back in town, news was spreading rapidly that someone had offered 10 million to hire Shadow, the current top-ranked player, to help them level up, as players continued dying and their lifespan steadily dropped, pushing the wealthy into a frantic search for survival, while those without resources were increasingly left behind. As murmurs and arguments filled the streets, Qin Feng entered the town, drawing stunned reactions as people turned toward him, and without any hesitation, he calmly opened the system interface and set up a market stall. A system-wide broadcast immediately announced that a player had opened a stall to sell equipment and skills, though it would only remain active for 10 minutes, leaving the entire town in shock as all eyes shifted toward him. The man behind the stall wore 2 pieces of bronze tier gear and was offering 2 more for sale, something most players struggled to comprehend, making them question whether he had truly managed to defeat a bronze tier boss. One player asked why the seller's face couldn't be seen, and another explained that he had activated the face concealment feature, which masked his real appearance, an important option in a game where avatars matched real-world faces, making it clear that this individual intended to remain anonymous. A mage approached the stall, curiosity evident even through concealment, and asked the price of the ice cone spell. Qin Feng answered without hesitation, 100 days of tradable lifespan. The mage was Grey Rose, ranked 11th in Shell Town, her face hidden as well, and she raised an eyebrow at the steep price before attempting to negotiate, asking if he would lower it. Qin Feng responded evenly, explaining that although Ice Cone was only a common tier skill, it provided a significant advantage for farming in the early stages, making 100 days a fair price. She then asked if he would accept real-world currency instead, but Qin Feng refused outright, telling her that if she had money, she should first convert it into tradable lifespan and return afterward, as he had no intention of selling it for anything less than its true value. Grey Rose fell silent for a moment, weighing the decision, then switched to her team chat to ask for their opinions. And since they had already reached level 2 quickly under her leadership, none of her teammates objected, recognizing that with Ice Cone, reaching level 3 would become much easier, and at this point, escaping the game mattered far more than conserving resources. She assured her teammates that she would repay them once they escaped, then had each of them transfer their tradable lifespan over to her, and after gathering enough, Grey Rose handed the full 100 days to Qin Feng. He briefly examined her group, and noted that every one of them was already level 2, which meant they had likely killed somewhere between 30 and 40 crawlers, so their total accumulated lifespan had to be far greater than the 100 days she had just spent. Qin Feng completed the transaction, sold the skill, and checked his status panel, watching his tradable lifespan increase from 268 days to 368. At that moment, Lizzie arrived, clearly excited as she realized she had finally found Shadow, and with a confident smile, she immediately made her offer. If he helped her reach level 3, she would pay him 10 million in real-world cash once they returned. Everyone nearby fell into stunned silence. because this was no ordinary player. This was Jiang Li, a woman who, in Qinfeng's previous life, had built a criminal empire before it was ultimately destroyed by the authorities. With a self-satisfied expression, she added that her father was the president of Dejiang Industries and told anyone who doubted her to verify it themselves. Stories have followed her for years. Rumors of her buying up people's lifespan using cash, then abducting them for forced labor, while those who resisted simply disappeared, killed without a trace. Qinfeng rejected her proposal immediately, without the slightest pause, because he knew exactly who she was. Li Zi only shrugged, admitting his strength but insisting that no one truly understood the mechanics of the game yet, then urged him to cooperate with her, promising him anything he could want. Cars, mansions, even women. Qinfeng didn't react in the slightest, instead telling her to stop interfering with his business, because he understood something she didn't. Money had already lost its value, and before long, the only currency that would matter would be lifespan. Li Zi folded her arms, arrogance written across her face as she scoffed that if this were the real world, she would have already taught him a lesson he would never forget. Qinfeng's patience ran out, his eyes turning sharp and cold as he warned her that if she spoke one more word, he would kill her repeatedly until her lifespan dropped to zero. The atmosphere shifted instantly, the weight of his threat crashing down on Li Zi and her group, and not one of them dared to challenge him. In the very next moment, they turned and fled, disappearing down the street without looking back. A few minutes later, the final item in Qinfeng's stall, the gleam robe of Tier, bronze Tier, was sold, bringing his tradable lifespan to a massive total of 546 days. With his inventory finally cleared, he made his decision, turning his attention back toward the forest and the Curse Master, and as he activated his stealth once more, his figure vanished from sight. No one realized it yet, but tradable lifespan wasn't limited to the game. It could be used to bring skills into the real world, meaning this was no longer just a game, but the beginning of something that would eventually tear reality itself apart. And before long, all the power, status, and wealth people once depended on would lose their meaning, leaving strength as the only thing that truly mattered. Meanwhile, Li Zi and her team slowed to a stop, bent over, and catching their breath after the sprint, but Li Zi was still visibly furious, muttering that he had rejected her, and then dared to threaten her, her eyes narrowing as she swore that once she returned to the real world, she would track him down and kill him. As her anger simmered, a man approached at a steady pace. Mao Lijun, known as Old Mao, who stated calmly that he was level 2 and had a few methods for leveling up quickly, adding that if Shadow wasn't interested in her 10 million, he would gladly take the offer. Li Zi looked at him with interest and asked what those methods were, and Old Mao gave a faint smile, saying he normally wouldn't share such information, but for her, he was willing to make an exception, then explained that the key to fast leveling was to put all attribute points into agility, increasing speed enough to outrun most monsters and kill them without taking damage. Li Zi's eyes widened to the realization, since she had invested everything into strength, and after a brief pause, she agreed to the deal but cut the price in half, saying he would get 5 million at most because he wasn't Shadow. Old Mao accepted without complaint, remarking that it was still strange that Shadow had turned down such a large sum. While they continued their discussion, Qinfeng arrived at the location he had previously marked, remaining in stealth as he spotted the Curse Master once again, now having advanced into a silver tier boss, with thick, swirling gray fog surrounding it, making it clear the evolution process was still ongoing. He had no intention of waiting. Activating Venom Dart, he launched an attack from concealment, dealing 659 damage from the stealth strike. And, as the poison took hold, it began eating away at the monster at a rate of 219 damage per second. Without hesitation, Qinfeng pushed forward and used Shadow Sneak to close the distance, fully aware that a silver tier boss would possess 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze one. But then the creature suddenly began channeling a powerful spell, its hands glowing as they swelled with dangerous magical energy, and Qinfeng quickly judged that he would need at least 2 or 3 more Venom Dart hits to bring it down. Before he could act again, the monster unleashed a devastating blast that flattened everything in the surrounding area. Recognizing the threat, Qinfeng muttered that this was a magic-type boss with massive area of effect attacks, and understood that even a single hit would be fatal, forcing him to retreat immediately. He slipped back into cover while remaining cloaked, knowing his current health and defenses were nowhere near enough to withstand even one of those attacks, and the battle had only just begun. The Curse Master started charging another large-scale attack, its massive body slowly turning toward Qinfeng's position, but he remained calm, keeping low as he moved across the battlefield with deliberate precision, aware that his hidden shadow skill was still on cooldown, meaning he had to wait, observe, and strike only when the opportunity revealed itself. The plan was straightforward. Wait for an opening, attack quickly, and disappear before the monster could counter. Then it happened. The Curse Master faltered for a brief instant, its focus slipping, and that was the moment Qinfeng had been waiting for. Qinfeng surged forward and released another Venom Dart, the projectile cutting cleanly through the air before driving deep into the monster's side for 659 damage. And the poison immediately took hold, gnawing away at its health at a steady rate of 219 per second. Sensing the danger, the creature attempted to retreat, but Qinfeng gave it no chance, pursuing without hesitation. His gaze locked and unblinking as he closed in while the boss weakened rapidly, its panic evident in every staggered movement. Then, he vanished. In the next instant, Qinfeng reappeared above the monster's head and brought it crashing into the ground with decisive force. And the system promptly confirmed the result. The silver tier boss had been defeated. A surge of notifications flooded his interface. He gained 1,800 experience points and leveled up from level 3 to level 5, received 4 evolution points, and acquired 124 days of tradable lifespan. He let out a quiet chuckle, noting that a single boss had granted him 2 levels, a large amount of evolution points, and significant lifespan increase. As the Curse Master's body dissolved into shimmering drops, Qinfeng activated his enhanced skill, Greedy Hand, and, as the air rippled faintly, the system confirmed that the loot had been absorbed. The rewards exceeded even his expectations. He gained an additional 4 evolution points and another 124 days of tradable lifespan, bringing his total to 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifespan. A faint smirk formed on his face as he recognized how quickly the bonuses were stacking, making it clear why Greedy Hand was considered a Jade tier ability. It didn't merely increase loot quantity, it elevated its quality. Right then, another system notification appeared, stating that one of the acquired items had been automatically upgraded from Silver tier to Gold tier due to Greedy Hand's passive effect. A Gold tier item. He focused on the message, clearly impressed, knowing that an item of that caliber could shift the outcome of an entire battle. Turning his attention to the loot scattered around him, he saw 7 or 8 pieces of equipment lying nearby. But with only 10 inventory slots remaining, he let out a quiet sigh, realizing that constantly returning to town just to clear space would become a major drain on his time. What he needed was something like a storage ring to solve that problem. He crouched down to inspect one of the items more closely, and the scene abruptly shifted. Back in Shell Town, a bright flash illuminated the central square as the mage from Wang Meng's team appeared, finally transported back, her shoulders dropping in relief. Moments later, the rest of the team materialized as well, cheering in excitement, all of them crediting Wang Meng, believing that without his leadership, they never would have reached level 3. But Wang Meng dismissed the praise, saying it wasn't just his effort and that everyone had contributed. Even so, the mage couldn't shake a lingering regret, letting out a soft sigh as she admitted she should have added that mysterious player as a friend back in the forest. She remembered how she had been covered in mud at the time, wondering if that was the reason he chose to ignore her. One of her teammates leaned in with a teasing smile and nudged her, saying that with that new outfit, if he saw her again, there was no chance he'd let the opportunity slip, and their laughter had barely settled when a system-wide chime rolled across Shell Town, signaling an update to the leaderboard, where at the very top, the name Shadow now stood. Word of Shadow hitting level 5 swept through Shell Town at breakneck speed, leaving players in disbelief since only moments earlier he had been level 3, and no one could understand how he had leaped 2 full levels so quickly. Someone muttered that it was impossible and insisted he must have taken down a high-tier boss, while another quickly countered that they had seen him just 10 minutes ago, casually sitting at a market stall selling gear, making the sudden jump even harder to explain. Amid the chatter, one man blurted out an outrageous idea, saying his sister had just turned 18 and that if Shadow happened to take an interest in her, maybe their entire family could benefit and level up effortlessly with someone like him around. But his friends immediately shot him down, pointing out that Shadow had already refused 10 million in cash, so there was no reason to think he would care about some arranged matchmaking scheme. Meanwhile, at Wang Meng's camp, the earlier excitement faded into unease as they realized they had only just reached level 3, while Shadow had already surged ahead to level 5. Yet Wang Meng remained steady and told them not to focus on Shadow right now, stressing that they needed to log out and warn the people close to them because this game was no longer just a game. One after another, their bodies began to fade as the system logged them out, and Wang Meng's final words lingered in the air, warning that if the world was heading toward chaos, they couldn't leave their families unprepared. The scene shifted. In the real world, Wang Meng's eyes snapped open as someone called out Captain, revealing that he wasn't just another player but a police officer, and his team rushed in, visibly shaken, with one admitting in fear that while he had been unconscious, his body had started turning transparent, a realization that made the situation far more terrifying. It meant that dying in the game, or even letting one's lifespan drop to 0, didn't simply result in logging out. It meant vanishing in reality. Even so, there was no time to dwell on the fear, as Wang Meng rose with a grave expression and ordered everyone to assemble, making it clear that something major was unfolding. An officer asked Wang Meng to give a full report, and he laid everything out in detail. How his squad had formed up inside the game, each member possessing a hidden profession that gave them a significant advantage, Yet even with that edge, they had been pushed to the brink of annihilation by a single monster, until one unknown player stepped in and saved them, Shadow. He confirmed the timeline without hesitation, explaining that when Shadow intervened, he had only been level 3, but by the time Wang Ming and his team themselves reached level 3, Shadow had already climbed to level 5. The officers exchanged uneasy glances, and after a moment, one of them voiced the question weighing on everyone's mind, asking whether this meant Shadow was currently the strongest player and how it was even possible for him to level up that quickly. Speculation immediately followed, with Wang Ming offering the most straightforward explanation, that Shadow had likely defeated a high-level boss or completed some kind of rare mission. But another officer quickly raised a sharper concern, pointing out that if Shadow had already been level 3 at the time, then why hadn't he logged out like the rest of them? That question drained the room of sound. After a pause, another officer hesitantly suggested that maybe Shadow had no one waiting for him outside the game, no family or friends to return to, while a female officer stepped forward and, in a calm but certain tone, proposed a different possibility, that he might be a transmigrator, someone who simply appears and grows stronger, as if it were second nature, as though he were inherently suited for this world. She added more quietly that transmigrators were often portrayed as orphans, which could explain why he hadn't left the game at all. Silence deepened across the room, and as she realized how her words sounded, her face flushed red with embarrassment, prompting a senior officer to frown and shut the idea down firmly, stating that this was no time for fantasies and telling her to drop the transmigrator speculation, dismissing it with a sigh and remarking that she had been reading too many novels. He then steered the discussion back to urgent matters and revealed a chilling development. Classified intelligence from higher authorities had uncovered a disturbing pattern. Elderly individuals across the country had been dying in their sleep, and when researchers cross-referenced the data, they discovered that many of the deceased had been players in the forgotten game of the gods and had died multiple times within it. The implication was unmistakable. If a player's lifespan reached 0 in the game, they would die in reality as well. One officer gave voice to the collective realization, stating that this was no mere digital anomaly, but something far beyond their current understanding, possibly even an incursion from entities outside their world. Once again, the room fell into heavy silence as the weight of that conclusion settled in. The head officer moved forward without delay and announced that new orders had arrived, an emergency protocol issued from the highest level, and made it clear that this situation had escalated beyond a standard police matter. All officers were now to organize into vanguard units based on their locations, and they would re-enter the forgotten game of the gods with a new mission: gather intelligence, uncover the truth behind it all, and survive. He emphasized how urgent the situation had become, explaining that every nation was already investigating the game, and that falling behind could put them at a serious global disadvantage. So for the sake of national security, they had no choice but to stay ahead of it. Then he began issuing formal assignments. Anyu, you'll take command of Team 1 as captain. She gave a firm nod, her expression steady and focused. Wang Ming, you'll serve as her vice captain, and the two of you will select the rest of your squad. Wang Ming responded with a crisp nod, fully aware of the weight behind those words. Then the officer spoke a name that immediately tightened the atmosphere: Shadow. He turned his gaze to Wang Ming and acknowledged that Shadow had saved his team, noting that, so far, there was no indication he posed a threat, but someone with that level of strength could not simply be ignored. He assigned them an additional objective. They were to find Shadow, establish contact, earn his trust, and, if possible, work alongside him. He explained why Anyu was the ideal choice for this task, pointing out her deep familiarity with games and narrative patterns, which made her uniquely suited to approach someone whose behavior seemed almost myth-like. If we can bring Shadow onto our side, he said, he could provide critical intelligence and potentially act as our nation's representative within the game. At the same time, the rest of the force would shift focus toward maintaining stability, managing public perception, preventing widespread panic, and preserving order. As the sun dipped low and painted the skyline in gold, the meeting came to a close, and one after another, the officers dispersed, each preparing to face what was coming. The next morning, the scene shifted to a high school classroom, where the protagonist's younger sister sat at her desk, lost in her own thoughts. All around her, the room buzzed with animated conversation as students eagerly discussed the game. Nearby, a group shared unexpected news. Zhang Wei, the student whose body had begun fading, had successfully reached level 3 and safely logged out. One girl leaned closer and passed along what Zhang Wei had discovered, saying that if a group of people from the same area fell asleep at the same time, they would all awaken together in the same starter village. That single revelation sent a ripple through the class, stirring a mix of excitement and unease. The atmosphere shifted as anxiety began creeping in. A visibly distressed girl shook her head and insisted this approach wouldn't work, saying she needed to bring her parents into the game but didn't know how to teach them, and feared something might happen to them once inside. Another student immediately objected, arguing that rushing in blindly was too dangerous, and that they should focus on becoming stronger first before trying to protect others, since acting without preparation could make things worse. Across the room, the protagonist's younger sister remained silent, her gaze fixed on her phone as her thoughts drifted elsewhere, because whatever was troubling her went beyond the game alone. Why hasn't he called? Not even a single message from her brother. Not after everything that just happened. With something as absurd as the forgotten game of the gods unfolding, he should have checked on her, should have said something. Anything. But instead, there was only silence. What stung even more was what happened earlier, when he struck her. Their parents had never once raised a hand against her, yet her brother had. And that wasn't like him at all. In the past, no matter how upset he became, he would always make it up to her afterward, whether with a small gift or an apology, something to smooth things over. But today, there was nothing. She folded her arms, still irritated, and muttered under her breath that all she had done was skip class to see Song Fei, questioning how that could possibly be such a serious issue. Pouting, she made up her mind that unless he called and apologized at least 1,000 times, she wasn't going to forgive him. But just as quickly as her anger flared, it gave way to excitement. Her thoughts drifted to Song Fei, her favorite idol, and, as she looked back on yesterday, she realized she was actually glad she had gone to his concert, because with the game taking over like this, there might never be another chance to see him perform live again. Her eyes brightened as she replayed the night in her mind, the closeness to the stage, the way he looked while performing. Then a realization struck her. If people entered the game while asleep, then Song Fei would end up there too. Her cheeks flushed. Could she run into him inside the game? Was it fate? The mere thought made her heart race. With that in mind, she began preparing for bed. But just before lying down, something occurred to her. Zhang Wei had managed to reach level 3 at an incredible pace, which meant he probably understood the game well. If she wanted any real chance of surviving, she needed guidance from someone like him. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and sent him a message. Got any tips before I enter the game? At that same moment, Zhang Wei was with his classmates when he saw her message, and his eyes widened in surprise. She was asking him? A grin spread across his face. This was an opportunity, whatever that might mean. He quickly typed back, telling her she had come to the right person, and advising that her first step should be to put all her starting points into agility, warning that without it she would be too slow to escape monsters, and would end up dying repeatedly. She replied almost instantly, asking if that still applied, even if she chose a mage. He answered without hesitation that it mattered even more for a mage, explaining that agility affected casting speed and was extremely important in the early stages. Still uncertain, she sent another message, asking what she should do if she still couldn't win, even with high agility. Zhang Wei replied with absolute confidence, telling her not to worry because as soon as someone in her village reached level 5, the teleportation formation would activate and link all the starter zones together. And once that happened, she could simply join a team to level up quickly. He would help her himself. Come find me once the teleportation circle activates, Zhang Wei added. The message glowed on her screen, and a smile immediately spread across her face. Lying in bed, she felt her tension ease, comforted by the thought of having someone like Zhang Wei backing her up. Someone experienced who understood how everything worked. This worked out perfectly. She would enter the game before her brother, level up quickly, and grow strong on her own. And when he finally logged in, she would make things difficult for him. No help, no support, forcing him to figure everything out by himself. Content with that plan, she closed her eyes, excitement stirring as she drifted off to sleep. Back in the game, the protagonist stood quietly over the fresh loot dropped by the boss he had just defeated, his gaze sweeping across the items until one stood out, an orb radiating a stronger glow than the rest. He picked it up. Item acquired. Curse Ring, Gold Tier. A system prompt displayed its attributes. It could be equipped by any class, granted +8 to all attributes, increased dark elemental resistance by 26, and boosted weak point damage by 1.5 times, with the only requirement being that the user had reached at least level 4. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as he considered it. That single item provided a total of +32 attribute points, equivalent to 3 full level ups, while the added dark resistance would prove useful against specific enemies, and the weak point damage multiplier offered a clear combat advantage. This wasn't just ordinary loot, it was a decisive upgrade. Before he could examine it further, another system notification appeared. New skill acquired. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Tier. The description explained that the skill unleashed a rapid series of slashes in a straight line up to 15 meters, striking all enemies within a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times, with each hit dealing 100 damage and counting as a backstab, though not targeting weak points. And in addition, it granted temporary invincibility, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. It was a powerful area attack paired with built-in survivability, making it an undeniably valuable ability, and Qin Feng wasted no time in learning it. With evolution points still remaining, he shifted his focus to enhancing one of his core abilities, Greedy Hand. The system consumed 8 evolution points, and upgraded it from Jade rank to Diamond rank. The new effect was immediate. Loot drop rate increased from 160% to 220%, and the chance to upgrade dropped loot rose from 20% to 40%. He gave a small nod, clearly satisfied, because at this rate, every kill would now yield 2 drops, and nearly half of those carried a chance to upgrade, effectively turning each fight into something 3 times more rewarding than before. Not wanting to leave any points unused, Qinfeng immediately invested in Instant Shadow Slash, upgrading it 3 additional times as the system consumed his last 3 evolution points and left him with just 1 remaining. But the return came instantly as the skill evolved and leapt through tiers, from silver to gold, then straight into platinum. Its range stretched from 15 meters to 21. The number of slashes increased from 3 to 5, striking every enemy within a widened 3.1 meter path. The invincibility duration extended to 7 seconds, and the cooldown dropped to 10.43 seconds, which wasn't a dramatic reduction, but was enough to matter in real combat. That settled it. Qinfeng now possessed a top-tier AoE ability that combined mobility, invincibility, and extended reach, and this was only the beginning. Each hit from Instant Shadow Slash now dealt 200 damage, exactly double its previous output, and every strike still registered as a backstab, triggering his passive bonus even though the attack didn't directly aim for weak points. He studied the updated stats carefully, acknowledging that while the cooldown improvement was minor, the longer invisibility window provided a massive tactical advantage, allowing him to remain unseen for longer, dictate the pace of combat, and strike before opponents even realized he was there. Turning his attention to the rest of the loot, he sifted through the items and dismissed most of them as worthless until one stood out. A silver-tier skillbook called Battle Roar, clearly designed for warriors. It had no use for him, but it would sell well, meaning more lifespan added to his reserves. Just as he closed his inventory, a sudden movement in the distance caught his attention, and he spun around to face it. 3 enormous figures were advancing toward him. Limb crawlers, level 4. Their forms were twisted and grotesque, clearly built for deadly close-range combat. But Qinfeng showed no hesitation because this was exactly the opportunity he needed to test his newly upgraded skill. He activated Instant Shadow Slash without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, his body dissolved into motion, becoming a streak of cutting force that tore straight through the crawlers before any of them could respond. Seconds later, it was over. The creatures collapsed where they stood, their bodies shredded as the dust slowly settled around them. System notification. Victory plus 80 XP plus 5 days, tradable lifespan. A heavy, imposing aura lingered around Qinfeng after the fight, dark and commanding, as he stood motionless, composed and calculating. His strength had risen yet again. A new idea formed in his mind. If he opened with Poison Dart and followed immediately with Instant Shadow Slash, he could eliminate enemies before a battle even truly began. He pulled up his stats. Tradable lifespan, 618 days. However, he already knew the requirement. Bringing his in-game abilities and items into the real world demanded at least 900 days, roughly 2.5 years. With that in mind, he set his next goal. His immediate priority was clear: liquidate the valuable items in his inventory. Because if everything went smoothly, reaching the required amount would take far less time than he initially expected. And once he advanced to level 10, the link between this world and reality would no longer be out of reach. It would be something he could control at will. The scene shifted. Hidden under the effect of latent image, Qinfeng moved soundlessly toward the starter town, his presence completely concealed as he slipped through the shadows, until faint voices drifted into his ears mid-step. A man was congratulating a woman for reaching level 3, then casually reminding her about a prior agreement, which made Qinfeng pause and turn his attention toward them. It was Lizzie and Old Mao. As he listened, the full terms of their deal became obvious. Old Mao had helped Lizzie reach level 3, so she could safely log out, and in return, she owed him 5 million in cash. Lizzie, however, showed no concern at all. "Do you really think the Yang Industries can't spare that kind of pocket change?" she said lightly. "I'll log out and handle the transfer. No problem." Before leaving, she passed him her phone number and added, "Call me after you log out." But she wasn't finished yet. She made another offer, proposing $10,000 in cash for every single day of tradable lifespan Old Mao possessed, which caused his eyes to brighten instantly as he agreed without hesitation, clearly thrilled by how much he stood to gain. With a smug smile, he added, "King was a fool for turning you down. We'll talk more once we're back in the real world." He laughed, completely unaware, because only a few steps away, Qinfeng stood right there, watching, unseen, hidden in plain sight. Still oblivious, Old Mao dismissed the value of lifespan entirely, waving it off as insignificant. "In the end, it's just like in-game gold," he scoffed. "Easy to get, no reason to stress." He chuckled to himself, pleased with his own thinking. Turning game achievements into real-world money. That's the smartest strategy, he muttered proudly, never realizing that the very person he had just mocked, King, had heard every word. The scene shifted again, this time to the starter town, where Qinfeng stood before the teleportation gate. He lifted his hand, and the structure responded immediately, radiating a brilliant blue glow as energy surged and spiraled outward, accompanied by a system notification. Congratulations! You've activated the teleportation formation in Shelltown. Reputation +1. The message continued, explaining that he could use the teleportation gate once per day for free, while any additional uses would require tradable lifespan. However, there was a limitation. No other teleportation gates had been activated yet. For now, it served no purpose. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered this, fully aware that the system functioned as a two-way link. Activating one side alone meant little unless someone in another starter town reached level 5 and unlocked their gate as well. And he already knew who might accomplish that. Song Fei. In his previous life, that man had started in Firefly Town. Qinfeng had no intention of waiting around, so he set up an alert altar and locked it onto the teleportation gate in Firefly Town, ensuring that the moment it activated, he would know instantly and be ready. As he moved further into the town, his focus tightened. For most players, traveling between towns was the main objective, but not for him. What he truly aimed for was level 10. That was the critical threshold. Once he reached it, he could step into the god's abandoned realm, a hidden domain where he would finally awaken his authority, and only then would the real game begin. Sometime later, he opened his market stall. A system alert immediately rang out. A player has opened a limited time stall, equipment and skills available for the next 10 seconds. The nearby players instantly grew excited. Qinfeng's back. I've been saving my lifespan just for this. One player proudly claimed he had saved up 150 days, while another brought up how, last time, Qinfeng sold the Ice Cone spell, which helped Gray surge to second place on leaderboard. Then came the highlight. Someone spotted a silver tier skill book, Battle Roar, a warrior-only ability, and purchased it without a second thought. Battle Roar has been sold for 300 days of tradable lifespan. Shock spread through the crowd. Is one skill book really worth 300 days? Of course, another player replied immediately. That skill lets warriors farm like crazy. You'll make that back in under 2 days. The logic clicked for everyone. Everything Qinfeng sold carried serious value, and within seconds, his entire stock was completely sold out. He checked his system panel. In just 1 minute, he had gained 650 days of tradable lifespan. Total, 2,174 days. Even so, it still wasn't enough. To bring all of his attributes, skills, and equipment into the real world, he would need far more. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a few players complained about missing their chance. Will you open your stall again? Someone asked. Qinfeng gave a simple nod. I will. At that moment, a voice rose above the chatter. A female player stepped forward. I've got something special, she said with confidence. A treasure. Interested in a deal. As Qinfeng turned, his gaze settled on her, and he immediately recognized her as a member of Wang Meng's team. While at the same time, the system identified the item in her hand, a space ring with 12 inventory slots, and more importantly, confirmed that it didn't occupy any backpack or equipment slot. Qinfeng paused briefly, fully aware of what that meant. Space rings were extraordinarily rare, something most players could only hope to obtain, and since players were normally limited to just 3 storage backpacks, a ring that expanded capacity without taking up any slot was nothing short of priceless. Qinfeng understood the odds well. While any monster could technically drop a space ring, the probability was so low it was practically non-existent. Yet here this girl was still early in the game, already holding one, clearly a result of her profit class, her luck reaching absurd levels. Without wasting a second, he asked for a price, already aware of its true worth, since in his previous life a ring like this could sell for a staggering 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. Her answer, however, caught him completely off guard. She didn't want lifespan at all. Instead, her only condition was to team up with him and have him add her as a friend so they could take down a boss together. He accepted immediately. A system notification appeared. Player Big Big Plum has accepted your friend request. As they left Shell Town, Qinfeng asked about the boss, and Big Plum explained that it was a gold tier monster, though she hadn't seen its exact name because it was too far away, only managing to spot it aboard an old, damaged boat sitting in the middle of a swamp. Qinfeng's eyes widened at the description. A broken boat in a swamp? Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? That creature was incredibly rare, capable of spawning at any level, and whenever it appeared, top guilds would go all out, clashing fiercely just for a chance at its powerful drops, sometimes even triggering large-scale player conflicts just for being spotted. However, based on Big Plum's description, this one was likely a low-level variant, probably around level 5, making it the weakest and most manageable version of the boss. But even then, how had she managed to encounter something this rare, so close to a starting area? His thoughts began to connect rapidly. The ring, her association with Wang Meng's team, and now a gold-tier boss appearing almost out of nowhere, until a realization surfaced. Could she be the so-called koi fish from his past life? He recalled the rumors clearly. People used to speak about someone in Wang Meng's group who possessed unbelievable luck, constantly stumbling upon rare bosses, hidden treasure chests, secret palaces, and ancient ruins, as if guided by fate itself, though he had always dismissed those stories as exaggerated explanations for insider information. But now, looking at Big Plum standing right beside him, he began to understand that those rumors might have been true all along. And she was right here, lost in thought. His gaze lingered on her longer than intended, until Big Plum noticed and blushed slightly, asking why he was staring at her like that. Qin Feng snapped back to reality and brushed it off. "Nothing," he said, redirecting his focus to the road ahead. As they passed through the main gate of the starting town, neither of them noticed the figure concealed nearby, a bald player hiding behind a tree, silently watching their every move. The scene shifted. A rough-looking group stood gathered together, and at their center, a long-haired man held everyone's focus, surrounded by several bald players as he spoke with confidence, boasting about his past achievements, including the time he broke away from his team and soloed the Sand City Overlord. He assured them that as long as they followed his lead, success in this game would be inevitable. But before he could continue, the bald scout came rushing back with urgent news. Qin Feng had just left the town, and he wasn't alone. There was a girl with him. The leader smirked and let out a brief laugh, clearly unimpressed, as in his eyes Qin Feng was nothing more than a rookie distracted by a pretty face, and without hesitation, he called his group into action. It was time to move. Meanwhile, beyond the town walls, Qin Feng and Big Plum continued forward, and as they walked, Qin Feng laid out his terms for helping her team. If the boss dropped any equipment or skill books that suited her, she could keep them, but everything else would belong to him. Big Plum thought it over before asking, "What about the others? Like Wang Meng, what do they get?" Qin Feng explained calmly that every party member played a different role, and there was no guarantee that anything useful for an assassin like him would drop, meaning he could end up with nothing, which in his view wasn't fair. Big Plum nodded, understanding his reasoning, but added a small request of her own. If something dropped that was useful for a captain or another teammate, could he sell it to her at a lower price? Qin Feng agreed. With that settled, Big Plum said they would head to the boss after Wang Meng and the others logged back in. Yet as they kept walking, a realization slowly crept in. She didn't actually know where they were going. Only when Qin Feng finally revealed their destination did it truly sink in. They were heading straight toward the gold-tier boss. Big Plum froze in shock. It sounded completely insane. Qin Feng was an assassin who could disappear at will, but she was a mage, and a single solid hit would be enough to take her out. So facing a gold-tier boss this early, with just the two of them, felt no different from walking into certain death. But Qin Feng remained completely unfazed, his voice steady and confident as he told her plainly that he had no intention of letting her fight at all. She would stay back at a safe distance while he handled everything himself. Even hearing that, Big Plum struggled to accept it, because while she knew he was strong, the idea of someone soloing a gold-tier boss was something she had never heard of before. Just as she was about to speak again, Qin Feng suddenly came to a stop, and his expression shifted. Without saying a word, he activated latent image and vanished. Big Plum blinked in confusion. One moment he had been right beside her, and the next, he was gone without a trace. She turned in place, searching for him. "Qin Feng," she called out. Only silence answered her. From behind a distant tree, a group of bald-headed players observed the pair in silence, keeping to the shadows, as their leader wore a confident grin, already convinced the situation was in their favor. Then one of them suddenly spoke up. Qin Feng had disappeared. They quickly scanned the surroundings, confusion spreading among them, but their leader simply dismissed it with a shrug. "He ditched her," he said with a smug tone. "Left her to deal with things on her own." With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled his men to move forward, laying out the plan as they advanced. Capture Big Plum, enjoy themselves first, and deal with everything else later. As they pushed closer, he reminded them of his earlier promise, boasting that as long as they followed him, life would be easy, and now even women were practically falling into their hands. But the moment they stepped into the clearing, a dark figure appeared directly in front of them. The leader halted abruptly, his grin vanishing as his eyes fixed on the swirling black aura ahead, uncertainty creeping into his expression. "What is that?" Before anyone could react, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash, and in the span of a heartbeat, it was already over. A cold streak of light sliced through the air, precise and lethal. As the entire group collapsed where they stood, their bodies torn apart before they even understood what had happened, dropping lifelessly to the ground without so much as a sound. And just like that, Qin Feng slipped back into the darkness, disappearing completely. A system notification appeared. 5 players killed, granting him 12 days of tradable lifespan. He didn't bother looking at the bodies again. Their drops meaningless to him, no different than clearing a few weak monsters. Moments later, he reappeared beside Big Plum, his expression calm and unchanged, as though nothing had occurred. Big Plum, unaware of everything that had just happened, looked at him and immediately asked where he had gone. He gave a simple shrug. Some people were following us. I sent them back to town. She nodded at first, seemingly accepting the answer, but her curiosity quickly resurfaced as she grinned and teased. For a second, I thought you went off to take a leak. Must be pretty convenient being invisible for that. Qinfeng responded with a flat look, clearly uninterested in the joke. Focus. We still have a boss to deal with. Let's go. Meanwhile, back in Shell Town, a radiant light flared across the ground, and within that glow, Qinfeng's sister appeared, officially entering the world as a healer. Her eyes widened as she reached down to pick up a nearby magic staff, the weight and texture unmistakably real in her hands, making it clear that this wasn't just an immersive experience. This was reality itself. A few nearby players glanced in her direction, noticing the arrival of a new face, but she barely paid them any attention, her excitement surging after discovering that she had obtained a rare hidden class, Sacrifice, which, in her mind, had to be incredibly powerful, enough to finally draw Song Fei's attention. That excitement quickly soured as a thought surfaced. Where was Song Fei? Did he already understand the secret behind the different starting locations? Frustration crept onto her face as her thoughts shifted to Qinfeng, who had always lingered around her without giving her space. Yet now, at such a crucial moment, he was nowhere to be found, making him feel completely useless in her eyes. Still, she forced those thoughts aside, reminding herself that she now possessed a hidden class, and with Zhang Wei having promised to help her level up, Qinfeng no longer mattered. She had more important things to focus on. Then her gaze landed on the leaderboard, and her heart skipped. Rank 1 Shadow. Level 6. Her expression tightened immediately. Zhang Wei was only level 3, yet constantly bragged, as if he were some top-tier expert. But this Shadow, this was someone truly on another level. Her thoughts began to shift quickly. If she could stay close to Shadow, her progress would far surpass anything Zhang Wei could offer. But one question lingered. Where could she even find him? Not far away, a group of players stood gathered, their voices low and uneasy. It was Wang Meng's team, and they were facing a problem. Their healer, Sui, had gone completely silent, with no messages or contact of any kind. Wang Meng frowned, knowing they couldn't afford to waste time. Any ideas? He asked. One player spoke cautiously, pointing out that without a healer, fighting monsters would be a serious risk. Another added with frustration. We're not Shadow. We can't just farm solo. We need to find someone fast. Right as they struggled to decide their next move, a voice sounded from behind them. They turned and saw her. Qinfeng's sister. For her, this encounter was exactly the opportunity she needed. With a bright smile, she stepped forward and asked, "Need a healer?" before casually adding, "I've got the hidden class, Life Sacrifice." Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Qinfeng and Big Plum stood atop a cliff, looking down over the murky swamp below, where their target waited, the golden ghost ship, lurking within the dark waters. Without warning, Qinfeng activated Shadow Sneak and vanished from sight, his voice drifting back to Big Plum as he instructed her to stay hidden and watch for any ambush while he dealt with the boss alone. Big Plum hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, but be careful. Below, Qinfeng touched down in the swamp without a sound, and the instant his feet met the ground, a system prompt appeared. This area had entered a violent domain, increasing lifespan loss by 100 times. Running the numbers in his head, he quickly calculated that every 15 minutes spent here would cost him an entire day of tradable lifespan, which wasn't ideal, but still within what he could handle. Another alert followed. Golden tier boss detected. Level 5, Golden Ghost Ship. And just when it seemed like there was nothing more, a countdown timer appeared on his screen. 45 minutes, 25 seconds. A time limit for a boss fight. That was new, but with 45 minutes available, it was more than enough. Without pausing, he activated Instant Shadow Slash and surged forward, striking like a thunderclap as his blade crashed into the ship with precision, dealing 150 damage before the boss could even react. Immediately after, he canceled his stealth, fired a venom dart, and struck the ghost ship's bell directly, triggering a critical hit that broke his invisibility while poison damage began ticking steadily. He retreated at once, creating distance to reassess the situation. The Golden Ghost ship was no ordinary target. Most players assumed its weak point lay in its skeletal hull or the body of the ship itself. But Qinfeng knew the truth. The real vulnerability was the ghostly fire bell mounted at its tip. As expected, striking the bell enraged the boss, and with a deep, rumbling groan, it churned the swamp waters, summoning towering spirals of water from below. An area-wide attack. Qinfeng weaved through the crashing pillars with sharp, precise movements as he advanced, fully aware that each of those water columns carried enough force to instantly kill early-stage warriors, even in silver equipment, though his speed as a Shadow-class player gave him the advantage. Then, the swamp began to shift again. Rotting hands clawed their way upward. 12 figures emerged, decaying water ghosts, twisted, drenched undead creatures, each one possessing the strength of a silver-tier elite. He recognized the pattern immediately. After every AoE attack, the ship summoned exactly 12 of these ghosts, and every 3 minutes another would appear, meaning that if they were left unchecked, even the strongest teams would eventually be overwhelmed. But Qinfeng remained hidden. The ghosts had no awareness of his presence. Standing silently among them, unseen, he waited for the right moment, then moved. Activating instant shadow slash, he streaked through the cluster, cutting through all 12 ghosts with flawless precision in a single sweep. Up on a cliff, Big Plum could only watch in stunned silence. Her hands trembled slightly, her face flushed. So this was the strength of the #1 player, Shadow. He was simply too strong, present one moment and gone the next. And within that single blink, more than half of the boss's health had already been erased, leaving it no chance to even retaliate. But then, something unexpected occurred. A message suddenly appeared. Qinfeng had sent her a private chat, calling her Little Black and casually dropping the shocking statement that he was about to die. Big Plum froze. Yet his tone remained steady, almost indifferent, as he told her not to worry and simply wait. He would return. Watching everything unfold, she was completely thrown off, having believed he held total control over the fight, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "Wait, who's Little Black?" Qinfeng, unfazed, responded, "Isn't that you?" She immediately corrected him. "I'm Big Plum, not Little Black. That sounds like a dog's name." At that moment, the ground began to tremble. A familiar figure stepped into view. The same man Qinfeng had defeated earlier. But this time, he wasn't alone, as his entire group followed behind him, his expression filled with anger, because in his prime he had crushed renowned opponents without effort. Yet now he had been humiliated by a girl. One of his teammates rushed over with news. They had located her, standing on a cliff, and below her, that same bastard Shadow was fighting the boss alone. The leader's fists tightened. This time, they would crush him. Meanwhile, deep within the swamp, the boss let out a roar as the ship's bell glowed, its sound echoing across the marsh while Qinfeng entered the 4th phase, the most difficult stage so far. As the ship lifted its high and sent out shockwaves, its health now reduced to half. Then it released its ultimate ability, Soul Surge. Massive waves rolled through the swamp, and Big Plum's eyes widened in shock as the attack shattered Qinfeng's invisibility, the water beneath him churning violently before erupting upward. A towering pillar surged from below, trapping him inside as the damage struck instantly. 1,059 points lost. System alert. You have died. Qinfeng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Back on the cliff, the leader broke into a grin, thinking it served him right. Qinfeng had grown arrogant after being praised as an expert, but now he was dead, just another fool who believed he could take on a gold-tier boss alone. Then they spotted it. Qinfeng's lifespan orb, glowing faintly on the ground. Without hesitation, they rushed toward it like a pack of madmen. None of them had expected Shadow to be carrying that much, and in their minds, the orb had to contain over 100 days of lifespan, so with the boss already weakened, they believed they could finish it off and claim everything for themselves. But the instant they stepped forward, they were suddenly dragged into the air. The leader blinked in confusion, unable to process what had just happened, and in the very next second, all of them found themselves back in Shell Town. Shock and anger spread through the group, as no one could understand how the boss could be that powerful, or how Shadow had managed to push its health down by half in the first place. Some of them hadn't even lasted 5 seconds before being wiped out by that water pillar, and with the swamp filled with monsters, it was nothing short of suicide. Even so, the leader refused to give up, clenching his jaw as he issued the order. They were going back in. At that moment, a figure suddenly reappeared in the scene. It was Qinfeng. He had already returned to the swamp, but something immediately fell off. Scattered all around him were glowing lifespan orbs, spread across the ground in every direction, and puzzled, he opened the chat and sent a message. "I'm back. But what's with all these lifespan drops?" Little Black sounded just as surprised in her reply. "You're back already?" she asked, before explaining that those orbs came from a group of players who had rushed in thinking they could handle it, only to be instantly wiped out by the boss's water pillar. Qinfeng let out a faint smirk at that, thinking they had overestimated themselves, though the sight also triggered a memory. He had experienced this before, back in his previous life, when a ghost ship had been a nightmare to deal with. The boss was still roaming nearby, and Qinfeng kept his gaze locked onto it as he calculated his next move, fully aware that the golden ghost ship only used its immobilization skill once, after which the fight became more manageable, at least in theory. But once its health dropped below half, there was always a chance it would disappear and reappear elsewhere, making solo kills extremely difficult for most players. There was no time to hesitate. He launched a poison dart, striking the ship's bell with perfect accuracy. The boss shrieked and began charging another attack. Qinfeng immediately slipped into Shadow Sneak, vanishing from sight as he carefully observed its movements, reading every action, and then Shadow Slash. One precise strike. executed without hesitation, as he had already memorized its patterns. Meanwhile, the cliff above was no longer empty. The same group of players had returned once again. One of them shouted, "Boss, he's fighting it again." The leader narrowed his eyes, recognizing the opportunity. If they played this right, they could take down both the boss and Qin Feng in one move. But someone else had no intention of letting that happen. Little Black had reached her limit. Shadow was nearly done with the fight, and there was no way she would allow these fools to interfere, so she tightened her grip on the staff, drew in her magic, and called down thunder as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the men head-on, leaving smoke rising from their burned armor while the rest stood frozen, stunned by the sudden impact. The leader, enraged, barked out, "Who did that?" And one of his men immediately pointed her out, shouting, "It was her," prompting the leader to seize his axe and roar, "Kill her," as Little Black's eyes went wide and she spun around to flee, yelling for help while the men chased after her, swearing they would rip her apart. She wasn't by herself, though. From behind a nearby tree, one figure had been watching the entire scene, with another man standing just behind him, and, as the chaos edged closer, both of them quietly pulled back into hiding. Meanwhile, back at the swamp, Qin Feng remained locked in combat, keeping his distance with sharp focus as the boss neared its end, already aware that a level 5 Golden Ghost ship was never an easy solo target, his damage output lacking enough to finish it quickly and the prolonged battle having drawn attention. He noticed the group assembling along the cliff. The same players who had just died, and off to the side, more players lingering near the swamp, clearly waiting for him to finish the boss so they could rush in and claim the rewards. But they were already too late. The poison had taken effect. The boss's eyes began to glow, and then its body slowly started to fade until the system notification appeared. Golden Ghost Ship, Gold Grade, defeated, and Qinfeng's interface lit up with 4,800 experience points as he reached level 8, gaining 7 evolution points along with 216 days of tradable lifespan. Solid gains. He activated Shadow Sneak once more, his figure disappearing from sight. It had been a near-perfect run, though he knew his calculations had been just slightly off. Then a global system announcement echoed across the entire server. Player Shadow from Shell Town has defeated the first gold grade boss, followed by the reward, +3 reputation, causing players everywhere to stop in their tracks, as every gaze turned toward the name. Who was Shadow? And how could he be this powerful? Frustration spread quickly, as many believed the first gold-tier boss should have fallen to someone from Han City, not an unknown from Shell Town. In Shell Town, Wang Meng stared at the alert in disbelief. Not long ago, Shadow had been soloing a bronze boss, and now he had taken down a gold boss alone. The difference, so vast it was hard to comprehend. Elsewhere, Qinfeng's sister saw the announcement, her eyes lighting up as she thought, he really is the strongest, and if Shadow helped her gain levels, maybe she would finally have a chance to meet Brother Songfei again. Back at the swamp, the boss's body disappeared completely, leaving behind gleaming lifespan rewards and heaps of loot, while hidden nearby, the enemy leader watched with a satisfied smirk. Jackpot! The loot lay scattered everywhere, untouched, yet Shadow made no move to collect it, clearly having slipped back into invisibility after noticing them and choosing caution over greed. The leader glanced at Guang and ordered, "Use your skill. Find him. We're taking everything." And Guang gave a short nod before drawing his bow, activating Phantom Horned Eagle as the arrow shot forward and shifted midair into a glowing eagle that burst apart, releasing spectral feathers drifting slowly across the swamp. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed as he observed, thinking that the hunter had already obtained an anti-stealth ability. Impressive, but not enough to trouble him, since his own class carried an additional stealth bonus, and with Guang's skill only at level 1, it simply wouldn't reveal him. Confident in his conclusion, Guang turned back and reported, "He ran. Must have bolted after seeing us all," prompting the leader to motion his men ahead with, "Get to the loot. We'll guard it. Stay sharp." They knew the rule well. 5 minutes was all it took for unclaimed drops to become free for anyone, and if they controlled the area until then, everything would belong to them, their expressions already shifting into greedy smiles as they savored the thought of victory. Then a shadow stepped into view. It was him. Before anyone could react, Qin Feng moved, striking with lightning speed and cutting through their formation in an instant. And just as quickly as the violence erupted, silence settled back over the swamp. With no enemies left, Qin Feng turned his attention to the loot again, though a thought lingered. Where had Little Black gone? But he dismissed it for now, deciding he could track her down later. At the moment, the rewards came first. He had enough evolution points to enhance Greedy Hand, and without hesitation, he upgraded it, pushing the skill from Diamond quality up to Epic, where it now functioned on monster corpses with an improved success rate ranging from 220% to 300%, while also guaranteeing an additional drop that would be 1 tier higher. Qin Feng immediately put it to use, activating the skill as the loot around him began to glow. Focusing intently, he drew all the orbs together and compressed them as Greedy Hand absorbed everything, a grin forming as the process completed. A sudden flash of light burst from the forest, and when it faded, the results appeared: 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items, Ghost Fire Bells. His eyes widened at the sight. 2 Ghost Fire Bells. Jackpot. These items were exceptional. Once equipped, they prevented any loss of lifespan upon death, with a cooldown of 1,560 seconds, and beyond that, they carried 2 strong effects. The passive ability, Soul Absorption, increased the lifespan dropped by monsters by 20%, and with both bells equipped, that bonus doubled. The active skill, Soul Shock, allowed him to ring the bell and immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 512 seconds. Best of all, they weren't classified as equipment, meaning they didn't occupy gear slots, and both bells fit into a single inventory space, keeping things efficient and streamlined. Just as he was taking in the full value of the haul, a message suddenly came through from Little Black, her tone frantic as she called for help. Shadow immediately focused and replied, typing quickly with concern. "Where are you?" All that reached him was her panicked voice, shouting at someone to keep their distance. And it was enough. She was clearly in danger. The leader and his men had already forced her into a corner, hemming her in as they mocked her attempts to resist, one of them sneering. "Why run? Just give in. We'll take good care of you." The tone making the intent behind his words unmistakable. It was revolting. Pinned against the cliff with no escape, she still refused to hand them the kill, and without allowing herself a moment to hesitate, she threw herself off the edge. They froze where they stood, watching her body plummet and slam hard against the ground below as pain surged through her, blood spreading rapidly. Then her form began dissolving into particles of lifespan. The leader stepped forward and peered down, confusion crossing his face as he muttered, "She's got guts." Moments later, her voice returned through chat, no longer frantic but steady, as she told Qinfeng not to worry since she had already respawned back in town, adding that, fortunately, all of the party's tradable lifespan had been stored with Captain Wang Meng. Qinfeng let out a quiet breath of relief. He told her wait there, promising he would bring the items to her soon, and she responded by cheering him on, saying he had done an amazing job. Turning back to the ground, he collected the remaining lifespan orbs, and this time the total was substantial: 315 days of tradable lifespan, along with 21 evolution points. Without delay, he opened his interface and focused on Greedy Hand, intending to upgrade it again, but a system notification interrupted. Greedy Hand has reached epic grade. Further evolution will require 10x the normal points. A prompt followed. Spend 210 evolution points to evolve. Qinfeng showed no surprise. He had anticipated this, knowing that once a skill will reach higher tiers, the cost to evolve it would rise sharply, a standard rule of the system. So he chose to leave it for later. Instead, he shifted his attention to enhancing his offensive abilities, understanding that stronger damage meant he could take on tougher bosses, which in turn meant better rewards. Focusing his thoughts, he upgraded Instant Shadow Slash, pushing it from Platinum to Diamond as its range extended from 21 meters to 27. The invisibility duration increased from 7 seconds to 9. The number of slashes rose from 5 to 7. The total skill duration stretched to 10 seconds, and even the reach of each strike expanded from 3.1 meters to 4.1. More importantly, each hit now carried an additional 300 damage instead of 200. He spent 10 evolution points on the upgrade, leaving himself with just 3 remaining. Next, he enhanced Backstab Enhancement, which jumped directly from normal to gold, skipping over both bronze and silver tiers. With that change, every backstab would now deal 30% bonus damage rather than 15%. A faint smile formed on Qinfeng's face. Instant Shadow Slash, having evolved twice, now dealt twice the damage. Even without stealth, it could output roughly 3,000 total damage, and if used while hidden and combined with a backstab, those 7 strikes could push the total damage into the range of 6,000 to 7,000. Satisfied with the improvements, he opened his system window to review everything. He remembered that a standard gold-tier boss usually dropped only 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, with gold-tier items appearing only on rare occasions. Yet with Greedy Hand amplifying his rewards, the outcome had completely changed. He now had 11 gold items and skill books, 2 platinum pieces, and even a platinum skill book. That was more than solid. Even better, 3 of those items were perfectly suited for assassin-type classes. Among the loot, 1 piece stood out: the Ghost Chip Dual Blades Platinum Tier, weapons exclusive to assassins, offering 136 base damage along with plus 22 agility, plus 24% attack speed, and plus 17 armor penetration, all with a level 5 requirement. Their unique effect allowed every normal attack to strike twice. Qinfeng equipped them right away. While the double hit effect didn't drastically change his playstyle since he relied more on skills, the raw stats alone made them impossible to pass up. High base damage, increased speed, and added agility that would accelerate both his casting and cooldown cycles, making the upgrade undeniably worthwhile. Next came the armor. Ghostfire Leather Armor, Gold Grade. It provided plus 25 physical defense, plus 50 fire resistance, plus 14 damage block, and plus 419 health points, with a level 5 requirement. He paused, momentarily stunned. Although leveling hadn't improved his constitution, this single piece of armor had pushed his health up to 769 from just 350, a jump that meant most players wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses anymore. Using the system settings, he chose to hide the appearance of his defensive gear, keeping the standard assassin look intact so other players wouldn't notice his equipment unless they specifically checked through the interface. And there was still more. One final item remained. As he scanned through his inventory, his attention landed on a skill book, Ghost Shadow Blur, Gold Tier, meant for the assassin class. It was a passive ability that increased dodge rate by 15%, and whenever a dodge triggered, it granted complete immunity to damage. A grin spread across his face. This was exactly the kind of survival skill assassins needed. Then he hesitated. He recalled why the skill wasn't widely favored. In this game, raising dodge rate was difficult, often requiring players to sacrifice other important stats, and if dodge failed to activate at a critical moment, the consequences could be deadly. But he wasn't in the same position as everyone else. His abilities could evolve without limit, meaning he could stack dodge freely without weakening the rest of his build, turning what was usually a risky investment into pure advantage. A faint glow surrounded his body as he left the area and began heading back. As for the remaining loot, it consisted of equipment for warriors, priests, and archers. Useless to him, but not to everyone. He intended to sell those items to Wang Meng, even offering a 10% discount, confident that even if immediate payment wasn't possible, Wang Meng would accept the deal on credit without hesitation. In truth, though, this entire breakthrough traced back to Little Black. Without her, he would never have discovered that level 5 ghost ship in the first place. He owed her. As he moved past a tree, a flicker of motion drew his gaze, revealing the enemy leader and his group, whose faces twisted with fear the instant they recognized Shadow, prompting them to turn and flee without a second thought. Just as he had expected, Qin Feng had no intention of letting a single one escape. He activated Shadow Stealth, let out a slow breath, and disappeared. Before the group could take another step, he was already upon them, striking like a thunderclap and wiping out all the subordinates in a single instant. The leader broke into a panic and bolted, running as fast as he could. It wasn't enough. Qin Feng appeared directly in front of him, forcing the man to halt abruptly, their faces nearly touching as terror filled his eyes. Tears welled up as he begged. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let me go. I've only got less than a year of lifespan left." Qin Feng's expression didn't change. "Did you think about your own life when you were out there hunting others?" Without waiting for a reply, he flicked out a poison dart, and the leader collapsed, writhing in pain as the toxin took hold. Qin Feng simply turned and walked away. A new status appeared, Killer. He had entered the first tier, meaning that if he died now, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan. Even so, he remained completely composed. With the Ghostfire Bell in his possession, even a single mistake leading to death wouldn't cost him anything. Back in Shell Town, attention followed him wherever he went. Whispers spread rapidly as players connected the system announcement to him, the one who had taken down the gold tier boss. Yet something didn't add up. He wasn't visibly wearing any gear. Some suspected a bug exploit, while others were left uncertain, unsure what to think. As he walked through the crowd, a man stepped forward and called out, "Wait, please." Qin Feng stopped. The man offered an uneasy smile and held out a skill book. "We, accidentally bought this assassin skill. Please take it. No hard feelings, okay?" The system identified it. Skill book, Impale. Common tier. Impale, a single target ability that added plus 20 attack on hit and stunned the target for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 22 seconds. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with interest. A control skill. He accepted the book immediately, giving a slight nod before continuing on his way, while the man and his group turned and headed off in the opposite direction. Even so, the tension didn't fade. One of them muttered bitterly to Xian Xiao, "We really had a hand over a skill book to that guy, pathetic." Another added, "No one treats us like this." They had no intention of letting it go. Then someone suggested gathering everyone they knew. "If we each spit once, we could drown him in it," he sneered. "No need to fear one guy." Xian Xiao's expression hardened. Shadow's leveling far too quickly. "He's doing it solo, which means he's hiding something," he said, eyes narrowing. "We find him in real life, kidnap him, get the truth, and make him farm lifespan for us." The group fell silent in shock. Yet one among them suddenly broke into a grin and muttered, "Genius." Xian Xiao curled his lips with a faint sneer and added, "He doesn't sound like he's from around here. Definitely not one of us. Most likely just some dirt-poor nobody." That judgment settled everything. They decided to deploy a professional beauty to approach him, someone impossible to resist, turning the whole thing into a calculated trap. At the same time, Qingfeng met up with Little Black again, smiling as he proposed a trade, saying he had something to give her. Her eyes lit up instantly, though she softly corrected him, saying, "I'm not Little Black, I'm Big Plum." In response, he handed over a necklace containing a powerful sealed skill. The instant she activated it, flames burst from her staff, her damage spiked dramatically, and even her mana recovery doubled. Delighted, she thanked him earnestly. Qingfeng simply brushed it aside, replying, "Just keeping my promise." After that, he asked her for the space ring. Still smiling, she retrieved it from her inventory and placed it in his hand, saying, "You can keep it." Her cheeks faintly flushed. Then she let out a small laugh and revealed something unexpected. While running through the forest earlier, she had accidentally discovered a hidden cave that looked like the entrance to some kind of ruins, then asked, "Want to check it out?" That immediately piqued his interest. First a ghost ship, and now ruins. This girl really did seem like a walking stroke of luck. There was no reason for her to share this with him unless she genuinely intended to split the benefits. And if he hadn't given her those 2 gold-grade items before, she likely would have kept it secret. With the newly acquired space ring, his inventory capacity rose to 27 slots. He then asked where Wang Meng was, explaining he planned to stop by, sell off extra equipment, and head to the ruins afterward. She extended her hand and explained, "Captain and the others want to train the new priest, so they won't be back anytime soon." Opening her map, she marked the exact location and described it clearly. Behind a cluster of bushes, there was a flat stone slab, and while fleeing earlier, she had pushed it aside and slipped in. However, after taking only a few steps inside, she suddenly heard screams. Terrified, she had immediately turned and run back out. If she had hesitated even a moment longer, they might have caught her. The moment he heard that, Qingfeng disappeared without another word, unwilling to wait any longer, deciding to investigate the ruins first and deal with Wang Meng later. Little Black stood there, blinking in confusion as he vanished from sight. Qingfeng left Shell Town and headed straight into the forest. He had originally intended to grind until reaching level 10, but with the discovery of ruins, that plan was no longer necessary, since the potential rewards there were far greater. In beginner towns, ruins generally fell into 3 categories: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of the type, they were always filled with monsters, most commonly bronze tier and occasionally silver tier, making them, for him, an exceptional source of lifespan and evolution points. Following the marker Little Black had set, he quickly arrived at the entrance. Without pausing for even a moment, he stepped straight inside. As he moved forward, the 3 types of ruins surfaced in his mind once more. Tombs teeming with relentless monsters, and often ending with a gold-tier boss. Cursed ruins inhabited by creatures warped by ancient, malevolent gods, some of whom had once been human. And temples, far more intricate, their walls lined with murals, and their halls occupied by followers of ancient deities. At the very end of such places, there would always be something valuable, special items or rare skill books. While advancing deeper, Qingfeng carefully examined the walls. Murals. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was a temple of faith, and the carvings before him, they seemed strangely familiar. As distant roars echoed through the passage, he continued forward, and the symbols etched into the walls confirmed his suspicion. This was a temple dedicated to the ancient god of judgment, the very same origin tied to his Eye of Judgment. Elsewhere in the forest, Wang Meng and his team were in the middle of a fierce battle. He lifted a shield, bracing himself as a monster's heavy strike crashed into it, the force reverberating through his arms. But before he could recover, the creature lunged again with terrifying speed, its claws slamming into him and sending him flying backward. He hit the ground hard with a sickening impact. Seeing their captain injured, the archer immediately panicked and shouted, "Healer! Heal now!" Qingfeng's sister froze in place, gripping her staff so tightly her hands trembled, her voice breaking as she stammered through tears. How do I do that?" The monster advanced once more. The swordsman snapped urgently, "Use your skill now." But instead, she collapsed to her knees, shaking uncontrollably as her staff slipped from her grasp and clattered against the ground. She didn't cast anything. She simply cried. The monster showed no mercy. With another crushing attack, it wiped out the entire party. In an instant, all of them were teleported back to Shell Town, burning with anger and humiliation. Not far away, Little Black noticed their return and waved with a playful smile. "Back already?" she called out. "Shadow's still out, so there's no point trying to buy gear yet." The archer, however, was seething as he stepped forward, pointing directly at Qingfeng's sister, his voice sharp with anger. "I've never seen someone this useless. You can't even dodge, let alone use your skills." Xian Xiao's eyes filled with tears as she broke down completely, overwhelmed. Little Black quickly moved in front of her, frowning as she said, "Why are you being so harsh? She's new. It's her first time playing. Dying once is normal." But the archer, eyes blazing, snapped back, Move aside. I'm going to scold her until she logs off. The swordsman stepped up as well and added, it wasn't just once. We died 3 times in under an hour. That revelation stunned Little Black, her eyes widening in surprise. Then, still wearing a faint smile, she took out the necklace Qin Feng had given her. I'll go with you, she said, her voice suddenly filled with confidence. That expert just gave me 2 incredible items. And I'm much stronger now. Trust me, this time he won't die. Wang Meng lifted a hand, cutting off the argument. That's enough, he said firmly. She's right. With her joining us, this might actually work, and maybe we'll even get another chance to meet Shadow. Standing quietly at the back, Xian Xiao kept her expression neutral, but inside, anger churned. They couldn't even handle a simple fight, and now they were pushing the blame onto her. Even so, she forced a small smile, lowered her head slightly, and murmured, I'll try harder. Yet beneath that calm front, frustration burned fiercely. If not for their connection to Shadow, she wouldn't have stayed with them for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Qin Feng stepped into a spacious chamber where something unusual immediately caught his attention. 2 monsters were kneeling before him. A system notification appeared. Devout followers of the judged. Level 10, Silver Tier. His gaze sharpened, suspicion flashing across his face. Without a moment's delay, he activated Instant Shadow Slash, his figure vanishing as he struck in one swift, precise motion. Yet when everything settled, the damage was disappointing. Even with stealth and backstab bonuses, their health had barely dropped. It wasn't entirely unexpected. These were level 10 silver bosses, and combined, their total health even exceeded that of the Golden Ghost ship. Still, something felt off. The monsters knelt again. Even more puzzling, he remained hidden in stealth, meaning they shouldn't have been able to detect him at all. Could be the Eye of Judgment. He wondered, are they sensing it? And is that why they haven't attacked? Intrigued, he spoke aloud. Do you know the way? Can you guide me? The monsters slowly raised their heads, then let out ferocious roars. Any trace of reason they might have had was gone. Their forms twisted and corrupted. Once holy beings, they had become nothing more than mindless creatures driven by the urge to steal lifespan. Their glowing eyes suddenly fixed on something beyond the chamber. Then, without warning, they turned and rushed out. Just outside, a group of players had arrived at the entrance. The devout followers sensed them instantly and charged forward. The players froze, eyes widening in shock. Silver Tier, someone cried out. We can't fight that. Panic spread immediately as they turned to flee, but the monsters were already at the doorway. They had no chance. The creatures lunged, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that dissolved their bodies on contact, and one after another, the players disappeared, leaving behind only lifespan orbs. It was the same team from earlier, the one led by the girl who had bought Ice Spike from him, Grey Rose. Qin Feng hadn't expected them to find the ruins as well, but judging from their equipment, it was obvious they weren't prepared to venture any deeper. He dropped Shadow Stealth and stepped forward to gather the lifespan, and, as he drew near, the monsters lowered themselves into a kneel once again. He lifted an eyebrow slightly. These 2 alone had dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan, so they were wealthier than he'd assumed. With that finished, Qin Feng headed back into the inner chamber and began a thorough search. Minutes slipped by as he checked every inch. No traps, no hidden chests, no clues of any kind. Only those 2 Silver Tier bosses and nothing else. His gaze tightened with irritation. No rewards, no hidden mechanics. Just 2 overly durable enemies? Fine. He flicked out 2 poison darts, striking both monsters cleanly in the head, ending it without hesitation. A system notification appeared. 4,000 experience gained. Level up. Now, at level 9, he received 4 evolution points along with 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then came the true payoff. He activated Greedy Hand. The monsters' bodies dissolved instantly, and the rewards surged forth. 32 evolution points. 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. For gold tier items. 10 silver tier items. Reaching into the pile, he drew out a pendant. A smile spread across his face. It was gold tier, perfectly suited for an assassin. Pendant of the Faithful. Plus 15 agility. Plus 20% cooldown reduction on all skills. Its unique ability allowed him to summon a silver tier devout follower to fight on his behalf. With a cooldown of 600 seconds. Qin Feng tightened his fist. This was exactly what he needed. The cooldown reduction alone was a huge boost. His stealth cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to 19. Poison darts were reduced to 3.75 seconds. And instant shadow slash now refreshed in only 8 seconds. Grinding had just become significantly more efficient. Since the rest of his equipment was restricted by level 8 requirements, no one else could use it anyway. So he decided to hold on to everything for now and consider selling it later. Just as he turned to leave, the ground beneath him began to tremble. He paused and glanced back. A small stone pillar was slowly rising from the floor. His eyes lit up. So the mechanism only activates after all the monsters are defeated. He stepped closer and examined it carefully. It was a concealed trigger, hidden with impressive subtlety. The mechanism began to turn with a low whereas a platform extended beneath his feet, and a panel on the floor slid aside while the stone slab slowly started to descend. It was an elevator. Qinfeng remained still as the ground carried him downward, deeper and deeper, the light from above gradually fading until it vanished entirely, and the descent continued for what felt like several long minutes. At last, the platform came to a stop. By his estimate, he had dropped at least 300, perhaps even 400 meters. The air was dark, silent, and cold. His eyes swept across the surroundings. This place was familiar. He had heard of it before. A labyrinth hidden beneath the temple. Very few players were aware of it. But beneath ruins, there was always a chance for a secret maze to generate. And in his previous life, he had explored more than a few of them. He also knew exactly what awaited him here. Traps. Countless traps. Navigating the maze itself wasn't especially dangerous, as long as there were others to act as expendable bait, since that greatly reduced the risk. The real problem was how time-consuming it could be. With a steady gaze, he took out a pendant. Given his current attributes, triggering even a single trap would mean instant death. But he had a solution. This pendant allowed him to summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight in his stead. Extending his hand, he activated its ability, and a zombie clawed its way up from the ground, ready to obey. Pointing down the corridor of the maze, he issued a simple command, "Scout ahead." The follower rose and staggered forward into the passage. With his arms crossed, Qinfeng watched calmly, clearly pleased. Having something to test the path ahead made traversing this place far easier. Even so, he didn't lower his guard, knowing there was always a chance for something unexpected. And to be safe, he chose to upgrade his dodge skill first. Spending 11 evolution points, he raised Ghost Shadow Blur from Gold Tier to Epic, pushing his passive dodge rate from 15% all the way up to 75%, and now, whenever a dodge triggered, it granted complete immunity to all damage. 75% was already an absurd figure. With a small number of points remaining, he shifted focus to Instant Shadow Slash, investing 13 evolution points to upgrade it from Diamond to Epic. Its range expanded to 30 meters, its duration extended to 12 seconds, and instead of 7 strikes, it could now unleash 9, all with a cooldown reduced to 8.8 seconds, while the slash width increased to 5 meters, and the damage rose from 300 to 400. Qinfeng's eyes gleamed. Advancing a skill from Epic to Legendary required 10 times the base evolution points, and that was where things became truly interesting. The higher a skill's initial tier, the more efficient it became to evolve. If a skill started at Epic tier, pushing it higher was incredibly efficient. Advancing it to Legendary cost only a single base point, which translated to 1 by 10, or 10 points total. From there, moving into Mythical, Ancient, or even Immortal tiers would demand far fewer resources overall. But beginning from a lower tier told a very different story, because a skill that started at Normal had to climb step by step just to reach Epic, and by the time it finally approached Legendary, it would already have consumed hundreds of points. The conclusion, however, was simple and decisive. He now had the means to ensure every skill reached Epic tier. With 11 evolution points still available, Qinfeng turned his attention to his starter ability, Shadow Sneak, and invested 8 points to raise it from Silver to Platinum. Its duration extended from 16 seconds to 24. The damage dealt when breaking stealth increased from 120 to 150, and its cooldown shortened from 26 seconds to 22. Factoring in his 35% cooldown reduction attribute, the actual cooldown dropped further to 16.3 seconds. Even so, the wait still felt too long, and the damage output remained unimpressive, prompting him to note internally that this skill would eventually need replacing. As they advanced deeper into the corridor, the devout follower continued guiding the path ahead, and then abruptly stepped onto a concealed pressure plate, instantly activating a trap as a massive boulder thundered down and crushed its body, causing it to dissolve into light in the next moment. With his summoned unit gone, Qinfeng had no choice but to wait for the cooldown before summoning another, and given how dangerous the maze was, there was no option but to proceed slowly, one careful step at a time, while hoping the risks would prove worthwhile in the end. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper floor, a man carrying a shield stood beside a hooded woman as they peeked through a doorway, and he turned to report to his captain, Grey Rose, that every monster inside had vanished. Grey Rose lifted a brow at that, clearly surprised. They stepped into the room, where Grey Rose quickly noticed that something else was missing as well. The lifespans of the monsters were gone, meaning someone had already killed them and absorbed their life energy. The question was who? The man speculated that there was only one possible answer, Shadow, because only someone of his caliber could have taken down 2 silver tier bosses. Grey Rose gave a slight nod, acknowledging the logic. At the very least, it meant they wouldn't have to die again. Then she stilled, resting a hand against her chin as her thoughts deepened, recalling how, on their way here, they had seen someone who appeared to be communicating with the monsters. Was that person Shadow? Did he possess an ability that allowed him to control bosses? If so, then his strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Back on the second floor, Qin Feng's freshly summoned follower met no better end than the last, as another hidden trap activated and crushed it instantly. Beyond that point stretched a long corridor leading straight to a sealed door. He had already spent 3 hours navigating this maze, and based on what he remembered from his previous life, reaching this stage usually required sacrificing hundreds of lives, which meant he was getting close to the end. Activating the pendant once more, he called forth another devout follower, sending it ahead with deliberate caution while he trailed closely behind. When they finally arrived at the door, Qin Feng gave the order for it to open it. The creature obeyed, bracing itself and pushing with all its strength. Yet nothing happened. Its body began to shake under the effort, and Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as suspicion crept in. Why couldn't it open something so simple? He stepped forward himself and pressed his hand against the surface. The moment he made contact, the door responded, slowly creaking open as if acknowledging him alone, and Qin Feng froze in place, caught off guard by the sudden change. Then it came, a surge, followed by a dense wave of smoke spilling out from within. Sweat formed along his forehead as unease set in, because something about this felt wrong. Still, he moved through the entrance and into a chamber lined with tall pillars, where a single chest stood at the center, tightly bound by thorn-covered vines. Qin Feng swept his gaze across the room, noting immediately that the chest was sealed, yet beside it stood an NPC with the lower half of her face wrapped in bandages, and when the system attempted to scan her, there was nothing. Qin Feng's eyes widened at the complete absence of information. This was the first time he had encountered something the system couldn't identify. The woman began murmuring in an unfamiliar tongue, and without any warning, she dropped to her knees as her body emitted a faint glow before gradually dissolving into particles of light. Qin Feng observed the scene intently, confusion surfacing. Why had she disappeared? At that moment, the thorny vines coiled around the chest started to wither and fade away. Even so, he didn't relax his vigilance. That woman had been impossible to analyze or quantify, and that alone made her far more dangerous than anything else here. She had to be tied to the Eye of Judgment. There was no other reasonable explanation. As the chest began radiating a golden glow, Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, recognizing that it contained epic-tier rewards. Yet he refused to let anticipation override caution, because it could still be a trap, or worse, a mimic. Without a second thought, he gestured toward the chest and instructed his summon to open it. The follower complied, and as the lid slowly lifted, a blinding brilliance burst outward. Qin Feng's eyes widened at what lay inside. A skill book, and not an ordinary one, but a god-tier assassin ability that combined both passive and active effects, classified at the epic tier. Its name, Bestowal of Mercy. Its passive effect was absurd. Every strike aimed at a weak point would never miss, and the damage dealt to those would be doubled. The active ability was even more excessive, Slit Throat. His next attack would inflict a debuff that dealt damage equal to 100% of that hit, every second, for 3 full seconds. The base cooldown sat at 60 seconds, but with his cooldown reduction, it dropped to 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng studied the details carefully. The passive didn't just guarantee precision. It effectively enlarged every enemy's weak spot, making accurate hits almost unavoidable. But the real terror lay in the active effect. If he struck for 300 damage, Slit Throat would inflict 300 damage per second over 3 seconds, adding up to 900 extra damage, 3 times the original blow. Continuing down the description, he noted that multi-hit skills like Instant Shadow Slash would only trigger Slit Throat on the first strike. Even so, the skill was still only epic tier, meaning upgrading it to legendary would require just 10 evolution points. This was loot on the level of hitting the jackpot. His burst damage had just surged to an entirely new level. With everything settled, Qin Feng turned toward the exit, ready to leave. None of this would have been possible without Little Black, and he figured he could repay her by selling some of his spare equipment to her team. He opened the chat and sent her a message, asking her to have Wang Meng return to town. Once news spread that Shadow had cleared the ruins, the others wasted no time heading back as well. When Qin Feng arrived at the starter town, the sight stopped him cold. A massive crowd had gathered, players pouring in from every direction, all eager to add him as a friend. Someone as far as offering themselves as loyal subordinates, promising full support in anything he needed. Even the chairman of Zhanghai City's Runding Group appeared in person, formally inviting Shadow to join their organization. Fans from Firefly Town had traveled just to see him, while players from distant regions proposed forming teams. At that moment, it clicked. The teleportation gates connecting towns had been activated. That meant he could finally go to Firefly Town and find Song Fei without any delay. Without saying a word, he disappeared. Activating his invisibility, Qin Feng blended seamlessly into the shadows and slipped away, leaving the crowd behind as it erupted into chaos. Arguments breaking out, voices rising, people blaming each other for driving him off. He reappeared near Little Black, who spotted him immediately and raised a hand to signal her captain. The expert shadow is here, she announced. Then Qin Feng noticed something unexpected. His sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was standing there. She looked at him and greeted him with a gentle smile. His thoughts surged with questions. How had Qin Xiaoyu ended up in Wang Meng's team? If anything went wrong involving her, that entire group could be dragged into disaster, and he couldn't afford a single lapse in judgment. Everyone knew the risk of being tied to Shadow. His identity had to remain concealed. In the real world, he had no access to his in-game abilities, and with so many people watching him now, something as simple as a kitchen knife could become fatal. Qin Xiaoyu, meanwhile, felt her cheeks warm uncontrollably. Just standing near him, she could sense the overwhelming strength he carried, and compared to that, Wang Meng's squad seemed completely insignificant. If Shadow were willing to take her along, she believed she could reach Song Fei within days. Through the system chat, Qin Feng contacted the captain, explaining that the equipment he brought perfectly suited their classes, and that the included skill books would significantly elevate their combat effectiveness. He named his price, 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng hesitated. The cost clearly heavy for players at silver and gold tier like them, and at their current stage, it simply wasn't something they could afford. Qin Feng dismissed the concern with a casual gesture, telling them they could settle the payment later. Overcome with gratitude, Wang Meng lowered his head, admitting he had no immediate way to repay such generosity, but vowed that if Qin Feng ever needed assistance, he would answer without hesitation. The party's swordsman beamed as he equipped a radiant golden helmet, hardly believing he had already obtained gold-tier gear, while Wang Meng himself activated a gold-tier skill and felt his damage output triple instantly, bringing tears to his eyes. The fact that Shadow allowed them to take everything on credit only reinforced that he trusted them. Wang Meng searched through the remaining items for anything suitable for a priest, but came up empty, leaving Qin Xiaoyu visibly puzzled. Off to the side, the team's archer simmered with frustration, convinced Qin Xiaoyu had only tagged along to leech experience, and now had nothing to show for it. Qin Xiaoyu stepped forward toward Qin Feng, introducing herself as the party's priest, and asking if he had any gear meant for her class. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared. Player Little Graceful wants to add you as a friend. Qin Feng's expression turned instantly cold. He looked at Qin Xiaoyu for a brief second, and then disappeared without a trace. Qin Xiaoyu stood there, frozen in shock. Where did Shadow go? She asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Wang Meng tried to comfort her, suggesting that perhaps no priest items had dropped this time, and that things might be different on the next run. The archer, however, didn't hold back, voicing what others were thinking. That Shadow had intentionally ignored Qin Xiaoyu in favor of Little Black. Qin Feng, true to his name, moved like a shadow itself, appearing without warning and vanishing just as suddenly, like a dragon slipping in and out of sight. As he slipped away, Qin Feng was fully aware of what sat in his inventory, a gold-tier staff for priests and a gold-tier priest skill book, but there was no chance he would hand either of them to Qin Xiaoyu. Moving forward, his storage would only continue to fill with high-tier equipment, and selling items one at a time was inefficient. Wang Meng's ties to the authorities made him the ideal channel for unloading gear in bulk. There was no way he would allow Qin Xiaoyu to interfere with that arrangement. What Wang Meng's team truly needed now was a reliable priest, someone dependable. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened with intent. He needed to find Little Shui, Gu Yishue, the former manager of the Godslayer Guild from his previous life, a holder of the rare white Aven Priestess class, accompanied by a mystical white bird capable of healing and providing buffs in combat. She was the only priest he had ever witnessed defeating epic tier bosses solo, and compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu didn't even come close. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation gate. It was time to locate Little Shui. She came from Firefly Town, the same place as Song Fei, and if Qin Feng could track her down, he would place her directly into Wang Meng's party. He wasted no time stepping through the gate, arriving in Firefly Town, where the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the starter town, more vibrant, noisier, and filled with opportunity. As he moved through the streets, two hurried players caught his attention while rushing past, talking about a silver-tier boss already reduced to half its health. After putting in so much effort, they couldn't risk having the kill stolen. One of them muttered a curse, blaming Song Fei. Apparently, that scumbag had shown up again with a swarm of fangirls, making any fair fight impossible, and no one could understand how someone like Song Fei had managed to gather such blindly devoted followers. A faint smirk appeared on Qin Feng's face. He had barely arrived, and already Song Fei's presence was making itself known. Silently, he trailed behind the two players, eventually reaching a location known as Wailing Valley, a level 5 zone teeming with Emberians and shackles, where, not far inside, the sounds of battle echoed through the area. From a higher ridge, he looked down and saw a chaotic clash unfolding, with a large group of players fighting over a towering, flame-covered, two-headed monster. Qin Feng recognized it immediately, a silver-tier boss. But the conflict wasn't limited to the creature. as players were also attacking each other in the middle of the fight. Then his eyes locked onto a familiar figure, Song Fei, standing at the center of a formation, surrounded by others. He wore the same smug expression as ever. Two furious players stepped forward to confront him, weapons drawn, and one of them, who had previously been ambushed by Song Fei and had his lifespan taken, now swore that he would personally kill him. The second player, a shield user, let out a mocking laugh and taunted him, sneering, "You really think hiding behind your mage girls will keep you safe?" as he revealed that he possessed a god-tier anti-aging skill. But before he could even take a single step forward, crack! One of Song Fei's fangirls swung her magic staff and smashed his head in. Qinfeng watched the entire scene without the slightest reaction, because he remembered it clearly. Song Fei, who would later be known as the heaven-defying mage god in his previous life, had originally started as a mage, and in those early days, he deceived dozens of devoted fans into choosing the same class, only to strip them of their equipment and skills, keeping everything to strengthen himself. Naturally, a team composed entirely of mages wasn't practical, but those fanatics had found ways to compensate. Some poured all their points into intelligence, turning themselves into fragile but devastating glass cannons, while others invested in agility to act as disruptors. A few focused on health to function as makeshift tanks, and some even chose strength, wielding their staffs like blunt weapons as crude battle mages. In the early stages of the game, this strange and unbalanced composition turned Song Fei's group into a chaotic force, one that drained lifespan from anyone they encountered with little resistance. But Qinfeng also remembered how it all ended. Most of those fangirls were gone, dead and burned out within a matter of weeks. Back in the valley, Song Fei lifted his hand and pointed toward the boss. Then, wearing a gentle and insincere smile, let out a soft sigh as he said, "It pains me to see how hard my fans are working. Let's finish this quickly so they can finally rest. The world should be filled with love, not violence." The twin-headed Emberian began trudging toward his group. One of his fangirls, eyes brimming with tears, insisted that he was the one who deserved peace, that he worked too hard, and that they couldn't allow him to suffer any longer. She lifted her staff and aimed it at the creature. For Song Fei, the others echoed her, unleashing their spells together, not for loot or experience, but for a single purpose, to see their idol rise as king, a goal they were willing to chase to the very end of the game. The monster pulled back both heads and opened its jaws, releasing a surge of flames aimed directly at Song Fei, whose eyes widened in shock as he was caught completely off guard. Before the attack could reach him, one of his fangirls rushed forward without hesitation and took the blast head-on. Her body began to break apart, dissolving into fragments of light. Song Fei seized her hand, forcing a sorrowful expression, and as tears filled her eyes, she vowed that she would do anything for him. Anything to help him stand at the top. Nearby, a chubby girl gripped her staff tightly and shouted at the others, "Get angry. If we kill this ugly monster, Brother Song Fei will become #1. The group erupted, raising their weapons and declaring their intent to conquer the world and rule the heavens at his side. Spells poured down like a storm, lightning crashing repeatedly onto the twin-headed creature. Song Fei watched its health drop and smirked, convinced that its death was inevitable. Even so, a question lingered in his mind. How had Shadow, fighting alone, managed to kill a gold-tier boss? It had to be some kind of exploit. He himself was only level 7 despite all the support around him, while Shadow had somehow reached level 9. But that didn't matter. Once this kill was secured, he would rise to level 8, and if Shadow stalled, he could overtake him and claim the top position in this cursed game. Then, without warning, a shadowy hand covered Song Fei's mouth from behind. In a single fluid motion, Qinfeng severed his head, and in the same instant Shadow shredded what remained of his body. Blood spilled from Song Fei's mouth as his followers stood frozen, horror-stricken. They didn't even have time to scream before Qinfeng moved again, cutting through both the fangirls and the boss with cold, precise strikes. A system notification appeared. Boss defeated. Plus 1,500 EXP. The silver-tier monster collapsed, its body breaking down into pure lifespan energy. All around the valley, players stood frozen in shock as the realization sank in. Shadow had eliminated them all in a single move. Their combined attacks had barely left a mark on the boss, dealing perhaps 100 damage at best. Yet Shadow's strike had inflicted thousands, at least 10 times greater, if not far beyond that. As the boss's corpse dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan, Qinfeng released his stealth, and a wave of gasps spread through the surrounding players as they recognized him. It really was Shadow. The more perceptive among them quickly understood that it hadn't been just a single target blow, but a wide-area attack of overwhelming power, one that had erased Song Fei and his entire following in mere moments. Every gaze fixed on him, the same individual who had slain the world's first gold-tier boss, and not one of them dared to provoke him. Gradually, they began to retreat, putting distance between themselves and him, until some voices rose in forced celebration, claiming he had avenged them and removed Song Fei's toxic group from the server. Qin Feng saw through it instantly. This wasn't gratitude. It was fear. They all understood that if he chose to, he could just as easily turn on them. In his previous life, he wouldn't have thought twice. Elsewhere, within Firefly Town, Song Fei respawned, only to collapse immediately as panic overtook him. System notification. You were killed by Shadow. Minus 1,106 days of tradable lifespan, minus 18 years. 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. He stared at the message, unable to process it. Shadow was here, in Firefly Town. Out of the hundreds of starter towns across the entire game, out of every location within Jianghai City, Shadow had come to his town just to take that kill. As his fangirls respawned one after another, confusion spread among them, and the chubby girl stood there in a daze, struggling to comprehend that even Song Fei had been killed. One of the others lashed out in anger, demanding to know why Shadow had attacked them at all. Another insisted that he must have only wanted the silver tier boss for himself, claiming that striking while Song Fei was distracted made him nothing more than a coward, and therefore evil. At that moment, an archer approached Song Fei cautiously and asked if she could join his party, revealing that she possessed the Eagle Eye skill, allowing her to detect invisible enemies. But his fangirls rejected her immediately. He only wants mages. One snapped. The chubby girl added that an archer's efficiency at killing monsters was too slow, and that she would only hinder Song Fei's progress toward climbing the rankings. Yet Song Fei raised his hands gently and smiled with practiced warmth. Even if you're an archer, you can still be part of the family, he said. Love can fill everything. He reached out and softly took her hand. I could feel your emotions, he continued. Let's grow stronger, together. The girl's face flushed deep red as tears streamed down her cheeks, overwhelmed simply by standing beside him. Then an assassin stepped forward, declaring that she too could become invisible, and swore that she would make Shadow pay for what he had done. A mage stepped forward as well, announcing that she had just learned a new area of effect spell and promising that she would lock Shadow in place with ice. Song Fei spread his arms once more, his expression gentle as ever. Our family is built on love, he declared. Any girl who wishes to join is welcome. The fangirls broke down in tears again, pledging their loyalty to him with renewed fervor. In their eyes, Shadow's ambush had been dishonorable, an unforgivable act against the one they adored, and they swore they would make him pay for it. The next time they encountered Shadow, they promised to leave the final strike to Song Fei himself. He needed to understand the consequences of crossing him. Not far away, two players watched everything unfold. They had no idea what Song Fei intended to do next, but they were still satisfied that someone had managed to bring him down. With so many girls protecting him, it had seemed impossible. Yet once they realized it was Shadow, the outcome suddenly made perfect sense. He's insane, one muttered quietly. But those girls, they're completely unhinged. Back at the battlefield, a faint smile formed on Song Fei's lips as a new thought took shape. Next time, he would ensure there was an audience when he defeated Shadow. He intended to prove that raw strength meant nothing without allies, especially for a lone assassin. In his mind, there was no way someone like Shadow could ever overcome a glorious mage like him. At that same moment, Qin Feng remained at the side of the fallen boss, sorting through the loot. With greedy hand, the gains were substantial. 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver tier items, and a single gold tier piece. Without delay, he spent 10 evolution points to upgrade Graceful Liberation. The enhancement was significant. The passive weak point correction increased from 100% to 200%, while the damage multiplier for weak point hits also doubled. As for the active effect, his next attack would now automatically trigger Slit Throat. The upgraded Slit Throat became far more lethal, dealing 150% of his attack damage per second instead of 100%, still lasting 3 seconds, while its cooldown dropped sharply to 18.5 seconds. Even more striking, the weak point correction at 200% effectively doubled the size of every target's weak spot. With further amplification, nearly half of an enemy's body could count as a weak point, leading Qin Feng to suspect that even Shadow Slash might now activate weak point damage. The skill had originally been at epic tier without any evolution investment, yet it now stood at legendary. But from this point onward, the cost escalated dramatically. Advancing a legendary skill to mythical would require 200 evolution points, representing a 100-fold increase. And following that scaling, upgrading Greedy Hand, still at epic tier, would eventually cost 210 points, while pushing it from legendary to mythical would demand an additional 3,400. For the moment, he had only 9 evolution points remaining, and he immediately spent 8 of them to upgrade Backstab Enhancement, raising it from gold to platinum as the passive damage bonus increased from 30% to 40%. Between defeating the silver tier boss and cutting down the wave of players, he had accumulated over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. His objective was complete, and it was time to leave. But the instant Qin Feng relaxed even slightly, a girl sprang at him from behind. She attempted a surprise strike, yet he sidestepped it effortlessly. She swung again, only to miss once more. Shocked by how easily he avoided her attacks, she wasted no time activating stealth and vanished from sight. Moments later, Song Fei's fangirls appeared along the edge of the cliff above, staring down at him with hostility. They hurled threats, vowing revenge for their beloved. As the mages lifted their staffs and the newly accepted archer drew her bow, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. His figure dissolved into shadow. But the archer acted immediately, activating Eagle Eye, a skill capable of revealing hidden targets. Her arrow transformed into a spectral eagle that shot upward into the sky before bursting apart into countless glowing feathers. Those feathers drifted downward, blanketing the battlefield like falling, luminous snow. Their attack struck a figure hidden in stealth, the assassin from Song Fei's group, and her body immediately flickered into visibility as the concealment was forcibly broken. The chubby fangirl clenched her fist, convinced they had finally forced Qin Feng out, and shouted, "Hit her with everything you've got." Without a second of hesitation, the entire group unleashed their strongest abilities at once, a storm of destructive spells crashing down in unison. The assassin's eyes widened in sheer panic as she cried out, "Wait, I'm not." It didn't matter. The barrage detonated in a violent explosion, erasing her completely where she stood. No one reacted with sympathy. The chubby girl merely frowned, muttering with disdain. She wasn't even a mage. She never truly loved Song Fei. This is divine punishment for betraying him. She turned toward the archer and ordered, "Use Eagle Eye again. Find him." The archer gave a quick nod and prepared to fire. But before the arrow could be released, Qin Feng made his move. He drew out the ghost fire bell and rang it once. At that instant, its active effect, Soul Attack, was triggered, sending out a pulse that swept across a 100-meter radius, freezing every enemy within range in place for 3 full seconds. The cooldown was a punishing 521 seconds, yet those brief 3 seconds were more than enough. Just as the archer was about to activate Eagle Eye again, an eerie force wrapped around her and the others nearby, locking their bodies in place, leaving them unable to react. Before confusion could even register, Qin Feng stepped out from the shadows. Instant slash. He moved like a flash of lightning, cutting through all of them in a single sweeping strike. Their bodies sliced apart before any of them could even let out a scream. From behind a nearby corner, Song Fei cautiously leaned out, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of the scene. Everyone was dead, yet he had no idea how it happened. His first instinct was to suspect Shadow, but that couldn't be right. If Shadow had attacked, he would have revealed himself, wouldn't he? No. Qin Feng was already standing directly behind him, still invisible, his gaze sharp and his voice icy as he said, "You're next." Song Fei went rigid. The moment he heard that voice, his entire body shook, panic flooding his face as he hastily activated his magic shield, forming a glowing barrier around himself with trembling hands. Qin Feng remained completely unfazed. He simply pulled out a poison dart and threw it. The dart passed straight through the shield as if it didn't exist, shattering it instantly before embedding itself squarely in Song Fei's forehead. Song Fei let out a scream. His body began to break apart, dissolving into glowing orbs that represented his lifespan. And as Qin Feng dropped his stealth and stepped into view, he noticed something unexpected as the last traces of Song Fei vanished. Song Fei had been carrying more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, but his fangirls had nothing. Not even a single unit of tradable lifespan among them. That's when it clicked. They had handed everything over to him. An enormous amount of time, hundreds of years' worth of lifespan, freely given to a fraud, now drifting aimlessly through the air, ready to be absorbed by whatever monsters happened to pass by. Qin Feng shook his head at the sight. For some people, this was still just a game, but these obsessive fans, they were on an entirely different level. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his group respawned once again. This time, however, Song Fei was livid. His lifespan had plummeted from over 2,000 days to just 500, and he turned a furious glare toward the archer. "Why couldn't you find him with Eagle Eye?" The archer nervously explained that she had used it, but the only one it revealed was their party's assassin, her own sister, while the chubby girl cut in, saying the problem was that the archer's detection level simply wasn't high enough. The archer nodded, confirming that her Eagle Eye could only counter level 1 stealth, and if the enemy's stealth exceeded that, she wouldn't be able to see them at all. Song Fei clenched his fists tighter, frustration mounting as Shadow continued to strike from nowhere and disappear without leaving a trace. How was he supposed to fight something like that? He touched his face and muttered under his breath, "I haven't even done anything to him." Then a different thought suddenly crossed his mind. Maybe Shadow was just jealous of his flawless beauty. A shiver ran through him. What if Shadow came after him again? His fangirls, gripping their weapons, quickly reached a decision. For everyone's safety, they needed to level up somewhere else. Wherever Song Fei went, they would follow, no matter what. Not long after, Qin Feng made his way back to Firefly Town. He scanned the area for a while, but something immediately felt wrong. Song Fei and his group were gone. He couldn't tell whether they had switched towns or simply logged out. Dropping his stealth, Qinfeng stepped out into the open and approached a nearby player, asking if he had seen where Song Fei and his fan club had gone. The man flinched the moment he realized who he was speaking to, then nervously pointed toward a path off to the side. They went that way, he said in a low voice, before lowering it even further as he added, "Please, kill Song Fei." Then he hesitated, making an unusual request. "If you do, could you spare my girlfriend? She's a hunter. Her name is a Fei Bao Kitty." Qinfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. "You should probably find a new girlfriend." The man's face instantly turned pale as realization hit him. His girlfriend was the one capable of detecting stealth. Before he could respond, Qinfeng had already vanished into thin air. Still, the desperate man shouted after him, "Please, I worked so hard to find her." Qinfeng now had their direction, but not their exact destination, and searching through town after town would take far too long. Just then, he heard the man calling out again, loudly shouting for Shadow like someone trying to call back a lost dog. At that moment, a woman passed by, and Qinfeng abruptly halted. It was her, Gu Yixue. He dropped out of stealth and smiled. "Hey, beautiful. Think you can help me out?" Gu Yixue turned, clearly surprised to find Shadow standing in front of her. Without wasting time, Qinfeng took out a gold-tier pre-staff from his inventory and showed it to her. "I heard your class can track targets across wide areas," he said. "Help me find Song Fei, and I'll sell you the staff cheap." Her eyes immediately lit up. She opened her system window, studying him with curiosity. "How do you know I can do wide area tracking? I've never told anyone." Qinfeng tilted his head slightly. "Do you want the staff or not?" She hesitated, uncertainty flickering across her face. I don't know if I can afford it." "Wait," Qinfeng cut in. "You don't even have 500 days of tradable lifespan? The original price is 700 or 800. She quickly checked her system window and realized she did have 700 days. That settled it. The deal went through, a confirmation popping up as she grabbed the golden staff with both hands, practically drooling over it. Qinfeng let out a soft chuckle and lightly tapped her cheek. "Focus. Let's not waste time." Her cheeks flushed red, but she nodded with a small smile. Holding her new staff, she concentrated and activated her ability, summoning an owl familiar that appeared and began circling above her. Even though this was their first meeting, something about Shadow gave her a strange sense of familiarity. As the owl beat its wings overhead, Gu Yixue cast him a sideways glance. "You're not worried I'll just take the staff and leave?" Qinfeng remained calm. "Don't you hate Song Fei?" Her eyes widened in shock. "How did you know that?" She couldn't tell whether Shadow was someone she knew in real life, yet his voice didn't feel unfamiliar at all. Qinfeng simply smiled. "Take a guess." She let out a sigh and lifted a hand dismissively. "Too lazy to guess." Right then, her expression sharpened as the owl soared high above the town, and far in the distance, deep within the canyon, she finally located Song Fei and his group. The familiar had tracked them through the winding rock formations and now hovered over their hiding place. And without delay, she relayed the exact location to Qinfeng while urging him to hurry, warning that Song Fei might disappear again if he didn't reach them quickly, since although the owl was fast, keeping them in sight for too long would exhaust. Shadow didn't hesitate for even a moment. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll be there in no time." With that, Qinfeng burst forward, weaving across jagged rocks and uneven terrain with flawless footing, never slowing, until the owl suddenly stopped. That wasn't normal. Qinfeng came to a halt as well, immediately sensing that something was disrupting the trail. He scanned the area and soon noticed an unusual symbol carved into a nearby tree, and after a brief pause, he reached out to Gu Yixue again. At his request, the owl shifted its search and began sweeping the surroundings. Before long, it found two more trees bearing the exact same marking, one positioned 100 meters ahead, the other 100 meters off to the left. Qinfeng approached with caution, placing a trace of his energy into each carving as he made contact. The moment he did, everything changed. A burst of light surged outward, linking all three trees together as the ground between them began to glow, and from that illuminated earth, a treasure chest slowly rose, radiating a vivid green light, while golden energy swirled around it. Qinfeng went still. A chest like this appearing in an ordinary place like Firefly Town made no sense. Ancient divine relics of this kind were exceedingly rare, and whenever they surfaced, they usually brought chaos with them, whether in the form of powerful beasts, dangerous monsters, or rewards beyond imagination. From the owl's perspective, Gu Yixue was just as shocked, because that green glow could represent 1,000 days of lifespan, or more than 10 million in real currency. Qinfeng gave a silent nod, acknowledging her instinct, knowing she had judged it correctly once again. In his previous life, a single year of lifespan had traded at a rate of 1:10,000, only to surge past 1:50,000 by the second day. Yet she didn't stop there. Her gaze sharpened as she began committing the symbols to memory, clearly intent on uncovering whatever hidden pattern lay behind them. Back at the chest, Qinfeng opened it. Inside rested a pitch-black skill book, a dark aura seeping from its surface, its title clearly displayed. Curse of the Blossoms, a high-tier, emerald-level ability. Once activated, cursed flowers would bloom from fallen enemies, instantly reducing their tradable lifespan to 0, with no cooldown, but requiring activation within 15 seconds of kill. Qinfeng recognized it immediately. In his past life, this skill had been devastating, turning every defeated enemy into pure profit. And if he used it after killing Song Fei while holding his position for just a moment, he wouldn't simply win. He would strip him of everything. A cold smile slowly formed on his face. This time, Song Fei wouldn't escape. Not merely defeated, but completely drained. As Qinfeng surged forward toward his target, the scene shifted. Elsewhere in the canyon, Song Fei's fan club was locked in a fierce battle against a boss, pouring out effort as they fought, while Song Fei himself lingered at the back, conserving his strength and waiting to swoop in for the final blow. Song Fei stood there, completely self-satisfied, convinced Qinfeng would never pursue them this far. After all, he had already been humiliated twice, even once in front of a silver-ranked boss, and in his mind, that should have been more than enough. He was wrong. As the boss began to weaken, the heavier girl in the group suddenly noticed movement. Another squad was approaching their fight. Not far away, a second boss had spawned. Yet Song Fei, ever manipulative, immediately twisted the situation to his advantage, telling his fans that the incoming group were followers of a rival idol who had come specifically to sabotage his reputation. That alone was enough. The expressions of his fangirls darkened with anger, their hostility flaring instantly. No one was going to outshine their beloved Song Fei. Without a second thought, they charged straight at the other group. The newcomers, assuming reinforcements had arrived, welcomed them without suspicion, only to be caught completely off guard, as before anyone could even speak, the heavy-set girl from Song Fei's side swung her staff down and knocked their team leader out in a single blow. The rest of the squad froze in confusion, unable to understand what was happening, but Song Fei's group gave them no time to react, launching into a full assault while shouting incoherent lines about idols, fate, and betrayal. One of the stunned players tried to ask what was going on, but a spell cut him off instantly, silencing him before he could finish. Then things took an even stranger turn. Song Fei's fans began reciting bizarre, poetic chants, praising him as if he were some kind of divine figure. And once the opposing team was completely wiped out, they stepped aside in unison, proudly clearing the way for their golden idol to deliver the final blow to the boss. Song Fei, never breaking character, walked forward with a carefully practiced smile, showering his fans with praise, calling them heroes while fabricating a story about narrowly avoiding an ambush, layering compliment upon compliment until the fangirls blushed and giggled, fully absorbed in the act, as if it were all real. But the performance was about to end. Just as Song Fei lifted his weapon to finish the boss, a shadow appeared at the edge of the canyon, sending a sudden chill down his spine as a sense of unease crept in, and when he turned to look, it was already too late. Qinfeng's blade cut through the air like a final verdict, and in a single, seamless motion, Song Fei's head was severed, his body collapsing to the ground before anyone could even process what had happened. This time, Shadow didn't leave. Instead, he knelt beside the corpse and activated Curse of the Blossoms, causing a deep crimson flower to erupt from Song Fei's chest, its petals twitching unnaturally as they siphoned away every last bit of his tradable lifespan. The fangirls could only stare, frozen in place, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Then everything went dark. Song Fei respawned at the Firefly Town portal, disoriented and visibly annoyed, still unable to understand why Shadow kept targeting him. And within his warped reasoning, he ultimately convinced himself it was all because of jealousy. Maybe Shadow couldn't stand how popular he was. Or perhaps, just perhaps, one of the fangirls had once shown interest in Shadow instead. Clinging to that idea, Song Fei convinced himself that Shadow's fixation on Firefly Town was all part of some strange, personal revenge scheme. But then a system alert appeared, and in that instant, everything changed. His tradable lifespan was dropping rapidly. At first, he assumed it was just a penalty from dying too many times. Yet there was no time to think it through, as one after another, his fans began reappearing at the portal, and a heavy-set mage rushed over to him, out of breath, describing the unsettling red flower that had sprouted from his corpse, something that had drained away a crucial part of him. That was when realization struck. The cursed flower, the disappearing lifespan, it was all Shadow's doing, the result of some terrifying new ability he had acquired. Shock gave way to panic. Without hesitating, Song Fei immediately ordered everyone to log off, making it clear that if they remained online and kept falling to Shadow, they wouldn't just lose fights, they would lose everything. With their tradable lifespan rapidly nearing 0, this was no longer just a game. It meant real death. Still maintaining his role as their leader, Song Fei gathered his fanbase and called them his family, promising that he would return to the real world to recover the lifespan they had lost, then come back stronger with powerful new equipment purchased using the reserves they had stored away. And just like that, the girls fell under his influence again, their spirits lifting as they excitedly imagined a triumphant return where they would crush Shadow once and for all. As Song Fei logged out, his expression twisted with anger, unwilling to accept defeat after spending 2.5 years grinding his way to the top, convinced that no random player could bring him down, not when money could fix everything, and all he needed now was time. Back on the battlefield, the Crimson Flowers told the full story, each one blooming from a fallen player as it silently drained away their tradable lifespan, meaning that Song Fei's loyal followers had unknowingly handed everything they had earned straight to Shadow, and with that ambush, his killer rank surged up to level 4. At that level, the death penalty became devastating, stripping away 96.8% of a player's tradable lifespan. But Shadow didn't care. In a single sweep, he had gained nearly 1,000 days, all thanks to Song Fei and his blindly devoted fans, who had done the hard work of fighting monsters while Shadow simply stepped in at the perfect moment and claimed the rewards. Even so, nothing lasted forever. The Crimson Flowers began to wither, their energy fading, and Shadow quickly understood why. The players had all logged out in an attempt to prevent further losses. High above, the White Owl circled silently as Xiao Shui observed everything through its vision, and even she was left stunned, because watching the top player move like that was on an entirely different level. When Shadow asked whether Song Fei had truly logged off, she confirmed that he had, along with his entire group disappearing from the game. "Keep watching," Shadow said quietly. "Let me know the moment he comes back." Xiao Shui blinked in surprise. "Wait, I thought I was done." "Not yet," Shadow replied, a faint grin in his tone. "I just picked up a golden tier pre-skill, Sword of Divine Judgment." That immediately caught her interest, curiosity sparking as she realized she wanted that skill. Shadow made his offer, 500 days of lifespan in exchange. Then he added, "I'll cut that in half, if you agree to one thing." Xiao Shui narrowed her eyes. "I'm not trading my dignity." Shadow quickly dismissed the idea. "No, nothing like that. I want you to join my team as our main healer." Her tense look dissolved into a laugh. "You could have said that from the start." "Fine, I'm in. But if your team is terrible, that's on you." "They're solid," Shadow answered. "You'll see." With that, he reached out to reconnect with his team. Meanwhile, in a completely different region of the game world, Wang Meng was in high spirits, celebrating a recent victory after taking down a poisonous monster and enjoying the surge of experience that came with it. And riding that momentum, he called out for a heal and something to cleanse the poison effect. But Xiao hesitated. Still unfamiliar with how her priest class worked, she froze in place, unsure of what to do, and Wang tried to remind her, prompting that priests had a toxin cleansing ability. Yet before she could respond properly, she misclicked, sending the spell into a nearby tree instead of onto Wang. Moments later, his HP dropped to 0, and he collapsed as the poison finished him off. All that effort, wasted. A heavy silence settled over the group. They stared at Feng's sister, who stood blankly near the teleportation stone, and after everything that had just happened, none of them could understand how she had been so completely useless. Later on, their team leader was forced to make a difficult decision. They couldn't continue like this. Not with a healer who didn't even know how to perform her role. But at the same time, finding a competent hidden class priest at this stage was nearly impossible, since the capable ones had already been recruited elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xiao remained completely oblivious to the frustration surrounding her, lost in her own thoughts as she daydreamed about being some chosen goddess destined to rise above everyone in this new world, interpreting her rapid leveling as proof of her growing greatness, and imagining that before long, she would stand proudly at her brother Song Fei's side, sharing in his glory. Then, without warning, news arrived from Shadow himself. Wang Meng's heart jumped at the announcement. A hidden class healer had agreed to join them, and not just any healer, but a white bird priest capable of handling multiple roles, exactly the kind of support their team desperately needed. The moment Shadow revealed her location, Firefly Town, the team leader made the call without hesitation. Even if it wasn't an ideal grinding area, it didn't matter, because regrouping took priority. Wang agreed immediately and began preparing for the journey. Though he first needed to deal with Xiao, he approached it carefully, telling her they were heading to a higher level zone and that Shell Town was simply too crowded, framing it as an issue with her current level so as not to damage her pride. Before she could respond, the rest of the team had already left, clearly relieved to move on without a priest who couldn't heal. But Xiao didn't react the way they expected. Not even close. Instead, she saw their departure as a blessing, convincing herself they were unworthy of her. And with her inflated sense of destiny still intact, she came to a bold decision: to find Shadow and make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Meng reached Firefly Town and quickly regrouped with Shadow and Xiao Shui, handing over the lifespan he had earned from their previous battle, ready to finalize the formation of their new team. As they began discussing their next steps, Wang mentioned bringing in another ally, someone named Anyu. The moment Shadow heard that name, he paused. It wasn't just any name. And then she arrived. With a bright wave and an effortless smile, Anyu walked over, immediately drawing the attention of both men, and Shadow found himself momentarily stunned, because the player standing before him wasn't just anyone. She was that Anyu, known by another title as well, Justice Execution. She was the only player who possessed the Dragon Swordsman hidden class. In Shadow's past life, she had ranked among the top 20 players in the entire world, and beyond that, she had been a key figure within the country's official forces, a national-level presence, both respected and feared. And now she was here, appearing far earlier than expected, radiant and composed, looking directly at him with unmistakable admiration. Xiao Shui introduced herself with an easy smile, even joking that Shadow might be some kind of time traveler or reincarnated expert, since no one could rise this quickly without hiding some kind of secret. Shadow didn't respond, his thoughts drifting instead to darker memories, recalling a time when their paths had crossed under far harsher circumstances, when she hadn't been part of Wang's team at all, which only made her presence here even more unexpected. By now, she likely already possessed a significant reserve of tradable lifespan, most likely accumulated through her ties with government-backed factions, and with a class like Dragon Swordsman, renowned for its overwhelming durability and strength, she was the ideal person to hold it. Shadow understood exactly why the authorities had chosen her, and he respected that decision. Anyu, for her part, didn't waste time on pleasantries, meeting his gaze directly as she spoke, her tone gentle yet firm, asking whether he had any equipment available for sale, explaining that her group was interested in purchasing, and with a faint smile, she reminded him of the burden she carried, the responsibility of protecting an entire city. Shadow saw no reason to refuse. Going against her now would only create unnecessary trouble, something both of them clearly understood, so he agreed without hesitation, noting that turning down a deal that benefited both sides would be nothing short of foolish. And despite her warm, approachable demeanor, Qinfeng remained fully aware. There was far more to Anyu than what she chose to show on the surface. Meanwhile, Songfei's fans had logged out, and the moment they did, reality hit them all at once. An official system announcement had dropped like a bombshell. The lifespan in the game was real, and if it ever reached 0, it meant actual death. They were left stunned. The archer was the first to lose control, realizing she had given every single day of her tradable lifespan to Songfei, while the others weren't in much better condition, barely holding on with only a few days remaining. The assassin, who had killed multiple players, felt a chill run through her as she processed it. Each kill had boosted her assassin stats, but now, if she died even once more, the penalty would cost her double the lifespan. None of them had expected 3 deaths to be this devastating. Their lifespan had simply vanished. The chubby girl, still struggling to comprehend everything, began scrolling through her messages, her face gradually turning pale as sweat formed while she calculated her situation. Because as a tank mage, she had always been on the front lines, constantly charging into battles, accumulating both kills and deaths. Now she was left with just 1 day of lifespan. If that dropped to 0, it would mean the end, permanent death, even outside the game. Then, a message appeared. Brother Songfei was buying lifespan. Her eyes lit up instantly. Of course he would help her. Without delay, she rushed to change her clothes, even considering putting on her full Brother Songfei support outfit from head to toe. Convinced this was her moment, her chance to finally stand out, and her thoughts even drifted to his latest product release, the Songfei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. Dressed in his merchandise and filled with hope, she dashed out the door, heading straight for the concert hall to find him. Not far away, in another part of the city, Qinfeng's sister had also logged out. Yet even back in the real world, she found herself unsure of what was real anymore. She picked up her phone and smiled. Lifespan was now selling at 15,000 per day, meaning the 200 days she still possessed could make her a millionaire overnight. But that smile didn't last. A piece of news struck her like a blow. Shadow had killed Songfei, not once but 3 times. She broke down immediately, tears of anger and grief streaming down her face as she recalled the warning. If your lifespan reached 0 in the game, you would truly die. Even though she still had over 100 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining, those 3 deaths had reduced her to just 12 years. Her thoughts quickly returned to Songfei. Why had Shadow targeted him? She rushed into the group chats, searching frantically for answers, and the rumors were confirmed. Despite being surrounded by dozens of players, Shadow had managed to kill Songfei 3 separate times. To her, that didn't just make him strong. It made him terrifying. Back in the chat, the chubby girl acted without hesitation. She sent out an urgent call for help. Brother Songfei needs help. She sent out a desperate plea, calling on anyone nearby in Jianghai City to meet her and sell their tradable lifespan, even sharing Songfei's exact location, Dejiang Plaza, and adding one final detail to make the offer irresistible. The current exchange rate, 1 day of lifespan for 10,000. To her, it was a perfect opportunity. She could hardly believe it, Dejiang Plaza was just around the corner, and Brother Songfei was there. Qinfeng's sister hurried to get dressed, her thoughts racing, knowing she couldn't just stand by and watch his lifespan drain away. And with over 200 days of tradable lifespan, saved thanks to everything that had happened with Shadow, she believed she finally had enough to make a difference. Without hesitating, she rushed out the door. She was going to save Brother Songfei. Meanwhile, inside the game, Shadow tore through the wilderness like a storm, cutting down monsters effortlessly, until a clear notification rang out as a system window appeared before him. Level 10 reached. His attributes increased by 2, and he gained 5 free attribute points, but that was only the beginning. As the first player to reach level 10 in the Jianghai City area, he earned 7 reputation points. As the first in the Great Xia Kingdom, he received another 14. And, as the first player in the entire world to reach level 10, he gained an additional 21 reputation points. Another system message followed immediately after. The teleportation gate leading to the continent of forgotten gods would only unlock once 7 players within the Jianghai City area reach level 10. At that same moment, every town across the server received the announcement. Shadow had reached level 10. Players everywhere were stunned. Just as expected, it was him again, the first to slay a gold-tier monster, and now the first in the world to reach level 10, his dominance impossible to ignore. Some players vented their disbelief and frustration in chat, questioning how someone from Xia could advance so quickly, while others compare their own progress in dismay, with one complaining that even a hidden smith class was still stuck at level 8. And despite the sheer scale of it all, no one could say whether, among the 1.5 billion players across Tanganu, anyone could actually catch up to him. Back by the shore, Shadow paused briefly before opening his status screen, allocating his 5 attribute points, and consuming all 13 of his evolution points, reducing the total to 0. The result was immediate. His base skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum to Emerald, and its passive bonus rose from 40% to 50%, a significant increase. Even so, as he looked at his tradable lifespan, just over 7,000 days, it still didn't feel like enough. He knew that unlocking the teleportation gate required 7 players to reach level 10. And, at the moment, the next closest players were only at level 7. It would take time. With that decision made, he chose to log out and deal with matters in the real world. His body dissolved into the sand, and seconds later, his eyes opened outside the game. A system prompt appeared before him. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to transfer your skills to reality? Qinfeng accepted without hesitation. The system asked him to select which skill to extract. He didn't choose a single ability. He chose his entire class. In an instant, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan were consumed. Extraction complete. The Shadow class had been brought into reality, and its passive effect activated immediately. A surge of power coursing through his body as his attributes increased. Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 3, Agility plus 8, Spirit plus 5. Then he pushed further. He extracted level X2. The system responded at once. Level X2 successfully extracted. To advance even more, Qinfeng spent another 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, and his real-world level rose to level 3, bringing with it another set of increases. Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 4, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 4. Another system report followed. He had spent 900 days to extract a new skill, Shadow Step, a platinum tier ability. An additional 2,262 days had gone into extracting Venomous Dagger, a lethal silver tier skill. Even so, Qinfeng was satisfied. He still had 1,292 days of tradable lifespan remaining. And while no further skills could be extracted for now, the exchange had been worth it. He had paid the cost of a lower tier ability, yet managed to obtain a platinum tier skill in return. His hand tightened into a fist. The thought of Song Fei still lingered. Now, his base attributes were more than twice those of an average person, his agility reaching 32 points and surpassing normal human limits. And with the ability to remain invisible indefinitely along with a poison-coated dagger capable of striking targets up to 14 meters away, he had everything he needed to finish this. He took out his phone, then paused. Song Fei was aggressively purchasing lifespan. It was obvious what he intended. He was preparing to re-enter the game, possibly even to come after him. And as Qinfeng's eyes narrowed, he noted the location, Dejiang Plaza, only 7 or 8 kilometers away, a distance he could cover in just over 10 minutes at his current speed. His phone buzzed again. A message from Hu Qibin, the domineering and arrogant supervisor from his company. She was furious. Apparently, the company's top young lady had taken an interest in him, and she couldn't understand why he wasn't answering calls, seeing it as a rare opportunity he should be seizing instead of ignoring. Qinfeng didn't hesitate. He blocked her. Continuing forward, he casually tossed the phone aside as his body faded into invisibility. Let them come looking. Soon enough, they would all understand what Forsaken Gods truly was. Hours later, at the Jiang Plaza, the concert was already underway, the venue overflowing with a crowd made up almost entirely of girls, and among them stood Qinfeng's sister. On stage, Song Fei sat at ease beside a smiling blonde woman, who leaned closer and casually joked that she had heard he'd been killed 3 times by Shadow, though she told him not to worry, assuring him that her people were already looking into Shadow's real-world identity. Interested, Song Fei asked how things were progressing. She simply smiled. Her team was already on their way to Firefly Town, working to make contact, and the plan was straightforward. Offer Shadow a deal too tempting to refuse, and the moment he appeared to claim it, they would move in and capture him. And when that happened, she would make sure Song Fei had the chance to properly vent his frustration. Song Fei's smile widened. "Let me know when it happens," he said. Then, as if it were nothing, he asked whether she had heard about Jiang Corporation using similar tactics, manipulating players into working for free. Hu Qibin laughed. In her view, those players were pitiful, too weak to gather much lifespan on their own, and working with Song Fei was far more beneficial. After all, countless girls were willingly handing over their lifespan to him, some even ready to die for his sake. Song Fei's expression turned colder as he laughed. Then suddenly, a man's voice cut through the crowd, sharp, loud, and filled with anger. "Stop! Stop recklessly selling your lifespan! Stop selling your lifespan!" The shout rang clearly above the cheers as the man pushed forward, locking his gaze on Song Fei with burning eyes. "You know exactly what this means," he called out. "Lifespan is tied to life and death, and yet you're out here manipulating people, buying up their time like it's nothing. You're putting lives at risk for your own benefit, and we won't let it go. We're reporting this." Song Fei only smiled in response. There was always someone like this, someone who believed they were the hero. He rose to his feet slowly, turning to face the crowd with calm composure as his voice carried across the plaza. "I've seen the concerns, the discussions circulating recently, and I understand," he said. "My actions, purchasing lifespan, may have involved certain public resources and caused some disruption, and for that, I sincerely apologize." A quiet hush spread through the crowd. But before he could continue, his fans immediately shouted in protest, insisting he had nothing to apologize for and had done nothing wrong. Still smiling gently, Song Fei went on, his tone soft and sincere. "I'm truly grateful for your love and support, but more than anything, I want to remind everyone that true admiration should remain rational. It should uplift, not harm, and we should support those we admire in a way that brings light, not damage." As he continued speaking, tears began to gather in his eyes. "We all know how this game is impacting the nation," Song Fei continued, his tone steady yet emotional. "I've been cooperating closely with the authorities, doing everything I can within the game, which is why I've used my own money to buy lifespan, to remain in the fight, to become someone worthy of your admiration." He paused, his voice growing heavier. "I only wanted to give something back to all of you, to let you find hope, not just in the game, but in real life as well. Peace, safety, a better future. But I never expected it would bring this much trouble to everyone." The crowd began to break. Fans sobbed openly. Song Fei bowed deeply. "I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience I've caused." That was enough to shatter them completely. They turned on the man who had spoken out earlier, shouting angrily, calling him heartless, calling him a brute, yelling that they were giving their lifespan willingly, and that he had no right to insult their devotion. Then the chubby girl climbed onto the stage, her expression fierce. "Don't listen to those ridiculous rumors," she shouted. "Only idiots would believe that losing lifespan in the game affects real life. Where's the proof?" Placing a hand against her chest, she declared loudly, "I'm the one with only 1 day of lifespan left. And look at me. I'm perfectly fine. And even if those rumors were true, if you don't have the courage to die for Brother Song Fei, then you don't deserve to claim you love him." Her words ignited the crowd. A surge of blind devotion swept through them as more fans stepped forward, ready to give up whatever lifespan they had left, all for his sake. Song Fei's expression softened with apparent gratitude as he extended a hand toward her. "To be loved by someone like you," he said gently, "is an honor." She broke down completely, crying as she swore she would give her life for him. And then, something cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Thud! It struck Song Fei in the head. The entire plaza fell silent. Blood spilled from his mouth. His hair began to fall away, scattering like dry leaves in the wind. His body slumped forward, collapsing against the chubby girl's shoulder. Her eyes widened in horror as she staggered back, losing her footing and crashing to the ground, her voice breaking into a scream as panic overtook her. She had no idea what had just happened. Then the realization hit. Song Fei was dead. Chaos erupted. Screams echoed across the plaza as fans scattered in terror, some running, others frozen in shock, as if the world itself had fractured in that instant. Security rushed forward, pulling Hu Qibin away from the stage to protect her. Yet even she lost her composure, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "I saw it. When he died in the game, he was surrounded by a ring of lifespan." Her voice trembled uncontrollably. "We have to leave now. Whoever did this, it wasn't normal." The realization crept in, slow and terrifying. Whoever had killed Song Fei had used a skill from the game. And if that was true, if abilities from the game could be brought into reality, then everything was about to change. Her mind replayed the scene again and again. The instant kill, the disappearance, the way the lifespan had been absorbed. There was only one person capable of doing that. Shadow. But before she could speak again, before she could run, shout, or warn anyone, whip, a dart pierced her head. She collapsed on the spot, dead. The guard stood frozen, shocked and helpless. And somewhere within the chaos of the crowd, silently watching it all unfold, was Qinfeng. Night had just settled when the breaking news hit. A stunning report declared that superstar Zhu Fei had died at Dajiang Plaza. And as if that alone weren't horrifying enough, his most devoted fans, unable to bear the grief, exhausted the last of their lifespans and collapsed beside his corpse. Soon after, the police investigation revealed a far more disturbing conclusion. Zhu Fei hadn't died of natural causes at all, but from the use of supernatural abilities. At the same time, Qin Feng's sister stood in tears with her friend, both shaken with fear, because just the day before they had been screaming with excitement at Zhu Fei's concert, and now he was suddenly gone. Her friend, quick-minded and perceptive, connected the clues without delay. The flying knives, the invisibility. None of it was coincidence. It all pointed to abilities from that cursed game, and a single name surfaced in her thoughts, Shadow. Rumors had already spread that Shadow had killed Zhu Fei 3 times inside the game. So was it possible the same thing had happened in reality? Zayu struggled to process it, unable to accept that in-game powers could manifest in the real world. Yet the more she replayed everything in her mind, the clearer the pattern became. The method of killing, the stealth, the precise use of throwing knives, every sign aligned, leaving only one conclusion. It had to be him. Her brother had been killed by Shadow. Something inside her snapped in that instant. If Shadow had discovered a way to bring those abilities into reality, then she would do the same, no matter the cost, and she resolved to get close to him by any means necessary, focusing on a single purpose from that moment forward, to become stronger, strong enough to kill him. The taxi rolled to a stop, and as they stepped out, her friend glanced at her with worry and asked, "You okay?" But Zayu gave no reply, her eyes blazing with anger, consumed by the need for revenge, determined to make Shadow pay for Zhu Fei's death. While all of this was happening, Qin Feng himself sat in a small restaurant, calmly eating noodles, because even in a world where players couldn't die, their bodies still required food, and hunger remained a real sensation. Right then, his phone vibrated with a new message. It was from Yang Zoya, warning him that Fatty, who was furious, had already blocked Qin Feng on both phone and WeChat, and if he didn't show up soon, he would be fired and lose his entire month's pay. Yang Zoya was someone Qin Feng held in high regard, gentle by nature and often pushed around, yet genuinely kind, and in his previous life, she had even been a member of his Godslaying Guild. Qin Feng replied, telling her not to worry about him or the job, and instead to focus on leveling up in the game, which left her confused as she responded, "Wait, have you played this game before? I heard it's extremely difficult. People are literally burning through their lifespans." And he answered plainly that regardless of which class she chose, the most important thing early on was to prioritize agility, just focus on raising that. She gave a small nod, still uncertain, but choosing to trust his judgment. Though she hesitated before raising another concern, she had heard that the lifespan rewards in the game came at an extremely high cost. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she asked about his own situation. "How much have you earned so far?" To which Qin Feng simply smirked and answered, "Not much. Already spent most of it." Fatty didn't concern him in the slightest, as that man was nothing more than a pawn. The real problem was his superior, Qian Shishir, the president's daughter, and the one truly in control of the company he used to work for, and she was not someone to underestimate. Throughout the entire day, Qian Shishir had done nothing but chase after men, first being seen entering a hotel with 6 older foreign men, then later spotted riding around in a flashy sports car with 3 African men purely for excitement. And now, for some reason, she had suddenly taken an interest in him. Her obsession with foreigners was no secret, and after the game's launch, she abandoned Daxia entirely and went to North America, where she established one of the region's top 3 guilds, Alice's Wonderland. In his previous life, she had stood in direct opposition to Daxia, repeatedly causing trouble for the Godslaying Guild, making her a major obstacle back then. And if he allowed her to continue unchecked now, she would become an even greater threat. If he failed to deal with her before she left the country, the situation could spiral out of control, because once she returned to North America, reaching her would become nearly impossible. However, if she were eliminated now, Alice's Wonderland might never come into existence at all, as rumors claimed that every core founding member of that guild was connected to Qian Shishir in some way, meaning without her, those ties would collapse. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, this time with an incoming call from Zayu, who sounded surprised that he had even picked up. After all, wasn't he supposed to have died in the game? But once she realized he was still alive, she got straight to the point, telling him she already had enough money to purchase a house, and that he no longer needed to worry about her. Qin Feng chose to play along and casually asked, "Anything else you want to say?" Only for her to respond in a cold tone, "Don't contact me again. I won't look for you either. And don't even think about finding out where I live," before immediately cutting off all contact. He lowered the phone, a faint smile forming on his face, because if he was being honest, he felt a sense of relief. Now it was time to return and continue grinding, because it wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10. And the moment that happened, the secret of bringing in-game abilities into reality would be exposed to the world, and from that point onward, any semblance of peace would disappear. Elsewhere, Zayu and her friend logged back into the game, where her friend hesitated before speaking, clearly uneasy. "Wasn't that too harsh? Cutting your own brother off like that? Maybe you should try to make peace with him," she suggested. But Zayu remained completely unmoved. Instead, she revealed what she had done. She had sold her lifespan to the Cien Group for a full 2 million. Her friend froze in shock at the confession, while Zayu continued, explaining that she had already bought a house and that the two of them would be living together from now on, and that soon she would meet Shadow, at which point Qin Feng would no longer matter at all. At that moment, a passing player approached and caught her attention, grinning as he handed over a book, the exact assassin skill book she had been searching for, while reminding her of the promise she had made. Zayu responded with a gentle smile and a nod. "Once everything's settled, I'll grant your little wishes," she said sweetly, even as, in her mind, she mocked him as an idiot, knowing that once she met Shadow, she wouldn't spare someone like him a second glance. Even so, she understood his usefulness and quickly contacted Wang Ming, telling him she possessed a control-type assassin skill book, adding that if Shadow wanted it, she was willing to give it up. A calculating smile spread across her face as she reflected that people like Zhang Wei might be pitiful flatterers, but they still had their value, especially when they held something this valuable. In her eyes, this skill book would become the thread connecting her to Shadow, and her plan was straightforward. Remain close to him, stay quiet and supportive, be the one who tended to his injuries, fought alongside him, and helped him grow stronger until he began to truly notice her, trust her, and see her as someone he couldn't do without his other half. Then, when the time came, once she had gained enough strength and he was no longer of use, she would personally end his life, tearing out his eyes in vengeance for her brother, Zhu Fei. But things didn't unfold the way she expected. Wang Ming soon replied with Shadow's response. He called the skill worthless, said he had no interest in it, and told her she could sell it if she wanted. Just like that, she was dismissed. Elsewhere, Shadow had already logged into the game, and almost immediately, the sound of intense combat reached his ears. It wasn't an ordinary fight, but something far more serious. Following the noise, he came upon a player desperately trying to hold off a massive boss, gripping a shield while facing a multi-armed creature. Yet there was no escape, and within moments, the monster tore him apart. Shadow recognized it instantly. The Golden Arachnid, a level 8, gold-tier monster. And worse still, it possessed level 2 anti-stealth, meaning his invisibility would be completely useless, as the creature could see straight through it. The arachnid released a deafening roar that echoed through the area. Yet Qin Feng showed no hesitation, stepping out from concealment and striking head-on as Shadow Slash erupted in a rapid of blows, each hit landing in quick succession and stacking up thousands of damage. His current buff should have granted double damage when attacking from outside the target site, but because the arachnid could see through stealth, that advantage was nullified, cutting into his overall output. Fortunately, Graceful Liberation activated at that moment, its legendary effect amplifying weak point strikes to the head and heart by 200%, and, out of the 9 hits he delivered, 3 connected perfectly, triggering triple weak point damage and compensating for what he had lost. It was a perfectly timed exchange, and inwardly, he gave credit to Xiao Hai, since she had led him to the Faith Temple, and now that very skill was proving its worth. Not far away, a mage watched in shock as a single skill shaved off 1/16 of the Golden Arachnid's health bar. Qin Feng followed up immediately, flicking out a venomous throwing knife that buried itself into the monster's skull and dealt 1,783 damage. Though even as it struck, he could already sense the limitation. This silver tier ability was beginning to fall behind, and if he wanted to keep pace, he would need to evolve, obtain a higher tier stealth, and complete a new class advancement. At that instant, the arachnid shifted its focus and lunged straight at him, prompting the nearby mage to freeze in panic, while Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, not with fear, but with absolute certainty. As the creature attacked, he moved through its strikes with flawless precision, slipping past each blow with exact timing, and the mage and her companion could only stare in disbelief, because it wasn't merely speed on display, but awareness and reaction, so refined it seemed as though he already knew every move the monster would make. In truth, he did. He had faced this boss countless times before, and in his past life he had fought alongside Qin Xiaoyu, who struggled to defend herself and couldn't reliably heal him, forcing him to adapt and survive through pure technique alone, Because true combat strength wasn't just about defense. It demanded movement, timing, and evasion. That was the foundation that had carried him into the world's top 100. And now, this was only the beginning. With nothing but a basic warrior class, he pressed the attack again, unleashing another relentless series of slashes that quickly drove the golden arachnid's health below half. Then, in an instant, he vanished. Activating stealth, he disappeared from view. And compared to bosses like the Golden Ghost ship, whose attacks were impossible to avoid, this fight felt almost effortless. The observing mage was left stunned, especially when the arachnid suddenly turned and tried to flee. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting it escape. He surged forward, drew his dagger in one clean motion, and slit the creature's throat without hesitation. A system notification appeared before him. Level 8, Gold Tier Boss defeated. Plus 6,400 EXP plus 7 evolution points plus 497 days of tradable lifespan. Without pause, he triggered Greedy Fong, gaining an extra 21 evolution points along with another 497 days of lifespan, bringing the total from that single battle to nearly 2,000 days of tradable time and 28 evolution points. And it didn't end there. A second prompt surfaced, revealing a newly acquired skill book, Blacklight Shield, an assassin-exclusive ability whose active effect converted all dodge rate into a damage reduction shield for 8 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. For every 20% dodge, it granted 1 layer of shielding, and once the duration expired or the shield was broken, the dodge rate would revert to normal. He was momentarily taken aback. This kind of skill could completely change the game. When combined with Phantom Blur, his epic tier ability that provided 75% dodge, Blacklight Shield could generate 3 full layers of damage mitigation, meaning he could challenge powerful bosses without taking a single hit. He didn't hesitate, immediately spending 6 evolution points to enhance it, pushing the skill from Platinum to Epic Tier, and the effects updated at once. The duration increased from 8 seconds to 14. The conversion improved, so that every 10% dodge now granted shield layer, and his total climbed to 7 layers of damage reduction. That upgrade alone gave him the capability to venture into high-level areas, far ahead of other players. With 22 evolution points still remaining, his attention shifted to the venomous throwing knife, which needed to be strengthened. So he invested 16 points into it, evolving the silver tier weapon into emerald tier. The enhancements followed immediately. Maximum range increased from 14 meters to 17 meters. The damage over time effect no longer depended on hitting weak points. The poison duration remained 5 seconds without stacking. The direct hit damage rose from 120% to 240% of his attack, and the poison damage per second climbed from 50% to 80%. The result was clear. Its overall damage had more than doubled, and with only a 5-second cooldown, it now rivaled Shadow Slash, if not surpassed it. But he wasn't finished. He equipped 2 new pieces of assassin class gear. Agile Ring, Platinum Tier, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed requires level 8. Heavy Red Leather Gloves, Gold Tier, plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 all elemental resistances, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 HP, requires level 6. With both items equipped, his cooldown speed surged to 55%, drastically shortening the time between his abilities. Shadow Slash, which once required 12 seconds to recharge, now came back in just 7.7 seconds. At the same time, his attributes saw a significant boost. Plus 51 constitution, plus 106 physical defense, and plus 1,517 HP, allowing him to withstand 3 direct hits from the Golden Arachnid without falling. And when combined with Blacklight Shield, his survivability rose to an entirely new level. By then, the mage and several others had approached, still staring at him in stunned disbelief. They surrounded him in awe, praising the way he had taken down the boss, as if it were effortless, unable to believe that he had defeated it entirely on his own. Amid the admiration, the mage stepped forward and asked whether he had any equipment or skills suited for mages, making it clear she was willing to buy. And Qin Feng replied that he did, offering a gold-tier mage skill book. Frostball Bounce, a powerful area attack that launched ice spheres capable of rebounding up to 10 times. He set the price at 800 days of tradable lifespan for a one-time use, which made her hesitate as she pointed out, "Isn't that a bit much? I saw someone sell a level 5 gold skill for only 400 days earlier." But Qin Feng met her gaze without flinching and answered, "This is level 7, with over 40% more damage than level 5. So, 800 days isn't expensive, it's fair." She didn't push back again, and the deal was finalized as the system confirmed the transaction. As soon as it was done, Qin Feng slipped back into stealth, knowing that at this stage of the game, no early boss posed any real threat to him. And without wasting time, he set off. After returning to town, he posted a message to gather information on the locations of silver and gold tier bosses, since hunting more of them would accelerate his leveling speed. Not long after, a message came through from Wang Ming. "Oh, the priestess from your old squad. Wants to send you a skill book. That made him pause. A skill book from Zio, and only bronze tier? Curiosity surfaced, but so did caution, because rumors were already spreading that he was responsible for Zhu Fei's death. And now she suddenly wanted to send him a skill, which made him question her intent. Was she trying to get close, gather information, or perhaps take revenge? He didn't trust it, so he told Wang Ming to refuse the offer. Tell her the skill's trash. I don't need it. She can sell it for cash. Then he added another instruction. Come meet me in town. I've got something to sell you, and bring some lifespan. Wang Ming's expression turned serious. Yet instead of agreeing right away, he asked him a blunt question, prompting Qin Feng to raise an eyebrow and respond. Are you asking if I killed someone? Before admitting it plainly. Yeah, I did. To Qin Feng, Wang Ming was a friend, so he chose honesty. At the time of Zhu Fei's death, Shadow had been offline in the game, but the motive and timing still aligned too closely, and if Wang Ming was bringing it up now, it meant the authorities had already connected most of the dots and were closing in. Qin Feng looked directly at him and asked, Are you trying to arrest me? He already understood what was coming. Within the next 2 hours, more players would reach level 10, and once that happened, the ability to transfer in-game powers into reality would no longer remain hidden. He was prepared. It would be the ideal moment to witness firsthand how the Daxia government intended to respond. Shadow stepped back into Firefly Town, where the all-too-familiar streets settled over him with a calm that felt both strange and reassuring. And waiting there were Wang Ming and the others. Though the atmosphere hadn't cleared, still heavy with the aftermath of his confrontation with Song Fei, Anyu didn't bother easing into it. She met his gaze directly and asked in a flat, unflinching tone, So, are you saying you killed Song Fei? A brief smile crossed Shadow's face, sharp, deliberate, carrying layers no one else could fully read, before he gave a simple nod, without pause or denial, fully acknowledging it. You're the prime suspect now, Anyu replied, her voice observational rather than accusing, because she already understood, and so did everyone else, as the truth about Song Fei and Jiang Li had long since come to light within their circle. Those two had been exploiting the system for themselves, rotten to the core. The Jiang Industries, the power backing them, had turned players into tools, disguising slavery as employment and dressing death up as responsibility, leaving survival to those willing to do whatever was necessary. Shadow thought back to his previous life, when he had followed every rule, played along, and trusted the system completely, only to gain nothing from it. But this time was different. Now he moved first, eliminating Song Fei and Jiang Li before they ever had the chance to act. What that would mean for the balance of the game remained uncertain, because fate was like a tangled web, and he had just torn out one of its central strands. And although rebirth had granted him another opportunity, the real question was whether he could change how everything would end. For now, though, those questions could wait. He had no shortage of high-end equipment, platinum-tier weapons, armor, skill books, all of it excess he no longer needed, while the officials in Shanghai City would go to extreme lengths to obtain such items, constantly craving power and never having enough. With a few quick actions in the system interface, Shadow began listing everything for sale, putting premium gear on the market at top prices. The team watched in silence, their expressions shifting to shock as one item after another appeared before them. Wait, did you take down a platinum-grade boss? Someone asked, nearly out of breath. Shadow simply shrugged, smiling as if it were insignificant. No global alert, so I guess I got lucky. Then he added casually, Xiaoyu can confirm it. The mage gave a small nod, having witnessed the emerald tier chest herself and the surge of magic it released, leaving her no longer surprised by anything. Off to the side, Little Black tried to appear composed, but irritation slipped through as attention once again centered on Shadow, especially after he had already provoked her earlier by calling her Sue, and now he did again. Ew, he said casually, not even sparing her glance. Little Black stiffened, her voice sharpening. Call me that again, and you'll regret it. Shadow only responded with a faint smirk. Wang Ming let out a long breath, already sensing how easily things could escalate, especially when they had struggled just to survive a silver-tier boss, while Shadow casually handled platinum and emerald-level rewards as if they meant nothing. Then, cutting through the tension, Shadow presented his offer. Platinum-grade Archer Skill Book, 25,500 days. Berserker Weapon, 1,500. Mage Skill Book, 3,000. Shadow listed with steady ease, then continued without pause. For the complete gold set, Gear plus Skill Books, 8,000 days. Delivering each figure as though this kind of transaction was routine, and when everything was added together, including the remaining platinum equipment, the final total came to 16,000 days. Wang Ming blinked, clearly struggling to wrap his head around the number, then leaned toward Waiyu and muttered under his breath, Just pay whatever he's asking. You're not even going to bargain? He questioned. Anyu smiled faintly, composed and certain. No need. It's a fair price, she said, then added, I'll cover what Xiao and Wang Meng still owe me. That settled it instantly. No drawn-out negotiation. No hesitation. The exchange completed almost as soon as it began. Shadow found himself impressed. Now that's the kind of woman I respect, he remarked. Straightforward and decisive. Exactly my style. Even as he spoke, however, his thoughts were already calculating, because once a trade exceeded 10,000 days, the system automatically converted the value into years, which meant this deal came out to roughly 60 years, around 22,000 days, and at the current exchange rate, that was equivalent to nearly 400 million in cash. Even for Shanghai City's top authorities, that kind of price was steep, yet the return made it worthwhile, since these items would accelerate their progress, secure dominance within the game, and translate that strength into real-world influence. As their power grew, resistance would shrink, and eventually they could even take the advantage in global power struggles. But the situation wasn't entirely stable, and Shadow's connection within the official ranks arrived with troubling news. Dejiang Industries had begun detaining players, and a rescue operation was being organized, one that specifically requested Shadow's involvement. He paused, carefully considering the implications, unsure whether this was a sincere request or a disguised attempt to pull him in, or perhaps even to conceal his killing of Song Fei. "I'm not going," he said at last, his tone firm, before adding plainly. "But I'll be clear. Your suspicions are correct. I used in-game abilities. I killed them, both of them. No one else could have done it." The impact of that admission was immediate, heavy enough to silence everyone present. The implication couldn't be ignored. Once players reached level 10, they could spend lifespan to extract abilities, bringing those powers out of the game and into reality, which explained why Dejiang had been stockpiling lifespan. Once their operatives crossed that threshold, any rescue team wouldn't just be facing danger, but opponents who were effectively living weapons. The stakes had risen sharply, and, however, understood without needing further explanation, and without saying another word, Shadow dissolved into darkness, his body slipping into shadow form before disappearing entirely. Her expression turned firm as she shifted her attention to Wang Meng, all traces of hesitation gone. "From now on, we split up," and ordered, her tone decisive. "A 6-person party is too strong. We're cutting through low-level monsters too quickly, and that means no experience gain. If each of us leads a separate squad, leveling will be much faster." Wang Meng gave a firm nod, immediately seeing the logic. "Everyone needs to reach level 10, and continued, then added, "After that, log off. I'll need your reporting information." Just as they were about to move out, 2 nearby players in Firefly Town shifted their attention toward them. Shadow had already set up his usual stall, yet this time the difference was obvious. He wasn't selling anything. He was buying. A system notification appeared in full view of the surrounding players. "Shadow is purchasing silver boss coordinates. 30 days, gold boss coordinates, 100 days. The reaction was immediate. One player, unable to contain his excitement, swaggered up to Shadow, his voice practically vibrating. "My lady says if you help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million, plus shares in Dodge Industries." He leaned closer, glancing around before lowering his voice. "Deals like this don't come around twice." Murmurs spread among the nearby players, none of them having ever heard of such an offer. What they didn't realize was that the so-called lady from Dejiang Industries was already dead, killed by Shadow in the real world. "She's gone," someone whispered in disbelief. "But she was so useful." The man's expression tightened, anger flickering beneath the surface as memories surged back. That woman had tried to ensnare Shadow, planning to capture him in reality and force him into illegal labor. Yet Shadow had reversed everything in a single decisive move, ending her life before she could react. She never had a chance. And she wasn't the only one. Jiang Lai, her partner, had met the same fate. The man remembered clearly how Jiang Lai once offered him 10 million to help her level up, and when Shadow refused, she shifted tactics, spinning another scheme. This time promising him 5 million, luring him in, only for everything to go dark the moment he arrived to collect. When he regained consciousness, he was chained in a basement, subjected to constant torture, forced to grind lifespan, and bait others into falling into the same trap, used and controlled without escape. And now, she was dead. A hollow, bitter laugh slipped from his mouth. "She got what she deserved," he muttered. "Died the same way she lived, ruthless." He had once ridiculed Shadow, calling him a fool. Now, he realized the fool had been himself. Shadow's gaze fixed on him, cold and penetrating, and in that brief moment, he understood everything. This man hadn't just been a victim. He had actively helped ensnare others, playing a larger role in the corruption than he admitted. Fear crept into the man's voice as he stammered. I was forced into it. I didn't have a choice." Shadow didn't react at all. "You're trash," Shadow said, his tone cold and absolute. "Let the officers handle you." And with a simple gesture, he signaled forward as city guards arrived within seconds, seizing the man and dragging him away before he could say another word. The moment barely had time to settle before 2 more players hurried forward. clearly hoping to strike their own deals. We've got silver boss coordinates, 30 days each, one of them said, presenting the information. Yet before the exchange could happen, a subtle disturbance spread through the crowd, and attention shifted all at once as someone new entered the city. Ace of Spades, Sure. It was a name that carried weight in both the game and the real world. Known as part of the King Group, a reputation built on ruthlessness and danger. Whispers broke out immediately. Stay clear of her. She's killed players before. She drains lifespan. Be careful. Shunny, recognized as Ace of Spades, walked in with her team behind her, a sharp, chilling smile on her face as she glanced around with clear disdain, unimpressed by everything she saw in this virtual space. It's simple, she said, her voice slicing through the noise. Spend your way to the top, stack gear, take the skills, then go after anyone holding lifespan. Her expression darkened as her thoughts drifted to her delayed flight. By now, she should have been enjoying herself in North America with Max Fackle. Yet instead she was here, stuck inside this game. Her gaze swept across the city before settling on two players who visibly trembled under her attention. She regarded them like insects, insignificant, pathetic figures from Dacia, and their weakness only deepened her disgust. Tony, one of her companions, noticed and smirked, his arrogance obvious. Good pick, he said. These Dacia players? They're nothing compared to us. Just wait until you see what we're like in the real world. And sure, Ace of Spades, felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks at his words, his confidence feeding in her own as the thought of his group being far superior to these people drew a smile from her, her excitement slipping through. Then a piece of news reached her. Songfei's player was dead. She had crossed paths with him once before, a brief encounter that lasted less than a minute before he vanished, leaving her unimpressed, nothing more than a minor obstacle in her eyes. But now everything had changed. He was dead, and more importantly, Shadow was the one who killed him. A player from Dacia, now ranked at the very top of the world. If Shadow could eliminate someone like Songfei, then dealing with ordinary players would be effortless for him. The thought pulled a grin across her face, as if she had just discovered something valuable hidden in plain sight, and with a spark lighting her eyes, she quickly gathered her team. I'm stepping out to make a call, she said lightly, though her thoughts were already moving ahead, calculating. Contact Shadow. If money doesn't interest him, fine, then offer 3,000 days of lifespan. That should be enough to catch his attention. A quiet laugh slipped from her, because she could already imagine how he would refuse, and the idea didn't bother her. In fact, she welcomed it. Because a refusal wouldn't be the end. It would be the beginning of a war. And once that started, Shadow would be removed from the board, leaving her to take control, until eventually the entire world, inside the game and beyond, would know her name. Elsewhere, deep within the forest, a player had just finished off a monster, its body breaking apart into streams of data before converting directly into tradable lifespan. And as he stood there catching his breath, Xiaoyu, the team's healer, stepped forward to restore him. The man groaned, his body half limp as he steadied himself. Next time, take it easy on the healing, all right? I was 2 steps away from meeting my great-grandmother. Xiaoyu shot him a sideways glance, a smirk tugging at her lips. You're still alive, aren't you? He blinked, caught off guard. I wasn't complaining, I'm just saying. She cut him off without hesitation. My hunger bar's at 90%. I'm logging off. You should get yourself something to eat too. Before he could respond, she vanished, leaving him staring at the empty space with a frustrated scowl. Great, he muttered under his breath. All that attitude. Must be because of Shadow. His hands tightened into fists. She used to call him boss, used to admire him, but ever since Shadow appeared, it was as if he had been erased. And in that moment, he made a silent vow. He would make her regret turning her back on him. At the same time, Xiaoyu opened her eyes in the real world. She was back inside her new home, hunger gnawing at her stomach as she reached for her phone to order food, only to freeze when she realized every delivery app was offline. What is this? Has the whole world gone crazy over this game? She muttered, irritation seeping into her voice. He used to take care of everything, making sure she was fed, handling the small details, keeping life simple. Now there was nothing. I don't need him, she told herself, her jaw tightening. I'll manage on my own. Her hands slowly clenched into a fist. Without him, I'll do even better. I'll prove it to all of them. Near the shoreline, a small crab crawled out from a cave, scrambling in a desperate attempt to escape. It didn't get far. Shadow's blade cut through the air in a single clean motion, precise and efficient, and the crab dropped instantly before dissolving into mist. Another one down, he muttered, a faint mix of boredom and satisfaction in his voice. In just over an hour, he had already taken down 4 silver-tier bosses, each one granting him 16 evolution points, his pace unrelenting and his execution nearly flawless. As the remains faded into tradable lifespan, a smug smile formed on his face. An average silver boss gives around 3,500 days, he noted. Not bad. With every kill, his equipment improved, and now every piece he wore had reached gold tier or higher, while his cooldowns had dropped significantly. Abilities that once required 12 seconds now needed only 6.8, and Shadow Slash, his signature skill, had almost doubled in speed. Even so, there were no platinum bosses near the outer edge of the safe zone, leaving gold tier as the highest available target in this area. To push further, he would need to upgrade his profession, and more importantly, raise his stealth level, since platinum bosses possessed at least level 2 anti-stealth, and with only level 1, he had no chance of approaching them. He was still more than 20,000 experience points away from reaching level 3 stealth, and time was running out. I need to speed things up, Shadow muttered, already mapping out his next move. Let's head back to town. He had accumulated 105 years of tradable lifespan, more than enough to make meaningful progress. Time to unload some loot and stay ahead. Back in town, a player rushed over and stopped him, eyes filled with expectation. Next time you're selling equipment, can I get first pick? Shadow didn't answer immediately. With nearly 40,000 days of lifespan at his disposal, selling gear was certainly appealing, but he already had a different use in mind. He needed those resources for skill extraction, yet he simply offered a faint smile and left the question hanging. Before he could say anything further, a man stepped out from behind a nearby pillar, emerging from the shadows as his gaze locked on a Shadow, recognition flashing across his face as a crooked smile spread. It's him, the man murmured to himself. Shadow didn't slow down, moving forward like a phantom, unnoticed by most, beyond anyone's reach. The man, however, had no intention of letting the opportunity slip away. He stepped forward with deliberate intent, something dark flickering in his eyes. I've got a job for you, he said under his breath, slipping a contract in a Shadow's hand. A hit in the real world. The target's phone. The reward's worth your time. Shadow didn't even glance at the document, continuing forward without breaking stride, his expression unreadable. Tension crept into the man's face as he quickly moved to block his path. Wait, just hear me out. It's nothing major, just an ordinary person. Easy work. His voice dropped further. You took out Song Fei, didn't you? This should be nothing for you. I'll make it worth it. No reason to turn down easy money. Shadow's eyes snapped toward him at last, sharp and freezing. Did I provoke you? He asked quietly. Do you want to die right here? There was no bluff in his tone, only a clear warning. The man's face drained of color, though he forced a strained smile. No one's dying yet. Just think it over. Then he pushed his offer forward. 3,000 tradable days. That's the payout. A dry laugh left Shadow. 3,000 days. That's roughly 50 million in cash. Now that was no small sum. His gaze narrowed slightly as he considered it, running through possibilities. He had no idea who the man truly represented, didn't recognize him from the game or from the real world, which only made it clearer that someone with influence was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He searched his memory for any connection from his past life, any feud, any name tied to something like this, but nothing surfaced. No lingering grudges, no familiar enemies. This didn't feel personal. It felt like a contract, clean, calculated, and backed by someone willing to spend heavily to see Feng eliminated. Shadow's thoughts drifted briefly to his first life. Late-game betrayals, shattered alliances, and faces that resurfaced after years in the dark. But the man standing before him now wasn't part of any of that history. Just a middleman, a courier, a pawn being used. Even so, the man's expression brightened, clearly taking Shadow's silence as a sign of interest. Shadow, however, wasn't convinced. Not entirely, because this didn't feel like a simple contract. There was intent behind it. This has to be Qian, he thought, recognizing the resources, the motive, and the pride it would take. Yet if she had truly wanted Feng eliminated, she wouldn't have waited until the game began. No, Feng wasn't the real target here. He was. This was her way of getting closer. Feng was nothing more than a pretext. A faint smirk formed on Shadow's lips. Still bothered I turned her down? Haven't even gone after her, and she's already coming for me. At last, he spoke. I'll take the job, but I want half up front, and I decide when the hit happens. The man faltered. Wait. I need to confirm that with my superiors. Shadow lifted a hand, cutting him off. Handle it however you want, but I don't move until I'm paid. Silence stretched between them for a moment before the man turned away and made the call. A few minutes later, he came back, hesitation still written across his face, and presented the agreed amount. 1,500 tradable days. Shadow accepted it immediately. Considerate interest, he thought, his smile sharpening slightly. Then he leaned closer, his voice low and cutting. Tell your superiors I'll be visiting them soon. That clearly unsettled the man, whose unease showed as he handed over the target's information. Shadow skimmed through it, noting the level of detail with mild surprise. Whoever wanted Feng dead had prepared thoroughly. So he's not just some nobody after all, he thought. He tucked the file away and turned, already moving. I'll contact you, he said coolly before disappearing into the crowd. The man watched him go, frustration simmering beneath his expression. Isn't he supposed to be working for Miss Qian too? He muttered. Before he could dwell on it, another voice called out, "Hey, wait." Shadow stopped and glanced back. A woman approached, a knowing smile on her lips. "I heard you're looking for boss coordinates," she said. "I've got one gold tier. Interested?" One of his brows lifted slightly. "What's your price?" 100 days of lifespan, she replied. "You pay after we locate the boss." He considered it briefly. Gold tier bosses were uncommon, and the risk was acceptable. "I'm in," he said, a faint smile forming. She gestured for him to follow. "It's north of the city. The boss is called the Plague." That name immediately caught his attention. "You've seen it." She hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. "Yeah, but I don't think you can take it on alone. Its poison spreads across a wide area. You'll need a healer." A quiet chuckle left Shadow as his smile stretched wider. "No healer," he replied, because he already understood. The Plague wasn't an ordinary gold-tier boss. It specialized in damage over time, poison that lingered and wore targets down relentlessly. But it wasn't unfamiliar territory for him, and if he committed fully, unleashed everything he had, and ended the fight fast, then it was within reach. Still, a faint unease lingered. This didn't feel like just another target. There was something more behind it, something that hinted at a larger chain of events, one that could draw out enemies he hadn't even identified yet. But that wasn't a concern for now. For the moment, the Plague was all that mattered. The woman guided him along a narrow, winding path, her pace gradually picking up as they approached the cave entrance, while towering cliffs rose overhead like silent sentinels, and the dense trees around them stretched long, creeping shadows across the ground. She glanced toward him, her voice dropping to a tense whisper. "My team cleared out the smaller mobs, but the boss, it was too much. There's a real monster waiting down there." Her eyes tightened as the cave came into view. Shadow didn't slow for even a step, his presence as sharp and unyielding as the terrain itself, already running through possibilities, angles, and counters in his mind. Inside, the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the passage as they moved deeper, the air turning colder, damp, and thick with the smell of earth and decay. When they reached the edge of a drop, the woman stopped, lifting her hand to point below. "There, that's where it is." Shadow stepped beside her, and the sight before him looked like something out of a nightmare. A dense, swirling haze of toxic green hung low over the ground, shifting as though it were alive, and at its center stood a massive tree-like creature, its bark twisted into jagged, unnatural forms, while a deep red glow pulsed from within its core like a heart pumping poison. Shadow's expression didn't change. His gaze fixed on the boss as he took in every detail, the warped limbs, the movement of the fog, committing it all to memory. Without a word, he initiated a life trade, paying 100 days of lifespan. The woman blinked in surprise, but remained silent. Shadow was already transitioning into combat, calm and precise, aware that the poison would be severe, yet with his Go Shadow ability granting a 75% dodge rate, it would be manageable. He moved forward. Then her voice cut in sharply. "Wait." The urgency in it was unmistakable. "There's something you need to know," she said, tension tightening her words. "This place, it's a trap. The moment you engage the boss, they'll come after you. Players equipped with advanced tracking gear. You'll be surrounded." Shadow's eyes sharpened, though his tone stayed even. "Is that supposed to scare me?" he asked coolly. "I'm not someone you ambush for fame." She hesitated before continuing. "It's not just an ambush. My job was to delay you, to keep you here long enough. They don't only want you dead, they want your identity. They plan to use it." That made him pause. He looked at her, the situation aligning in his mind. "You're being used," he said quietly, his voice carrying a cold edge. "Who's behind it?" She held his gaze, and for a brief moment, the composure slipped, revealing fear and regret. "It's Dongfang Xuan," she admitted. "His in-game name is Yan. He's the one who wants you dead." At that, something clicked in Shadow's mind. A name he recognized from before. Dongfeng Xuan. Now he remembered clearly. The same man who once tried to snatch a golden ghost boss from him in another life. The same man whose so-called apology had been flawlessly delivered, yet completely empty, wrapped in unmistakable arrogance. And with that recollection, Shadow's bitterness surged back to the surface. Dongfeng Xuan. He repeated inwardly, letting out a dry, humorless chuckle before muttering. That guy, just a nuisance, was a nuisance. The woman's tone shifted, urgency bleeding in every word as she pleaded. "He's coming with 3 full teams. 18 players in total. Shadow, I'm begging you. If anyone can stop him, it's you. I'm risking everything just to help you." Shadow didn't so much as blink, his smirk sharpening into something cold and cutting as he echoed, almost amused. 18 players? If Dongfang thinks I'm someone worth remembering, then he's already made his first mistake. Without another glance, he turned away from her and faced the cave again, saying flatly, "Stick to your role, and let Dongfang's team come. When they arrive, I'll deal with them." She stood there, unmoving, anxiety tightening in her chest as memories resurfaced. She had witnessed this before, Dongfang advancing with confidence and cruelty, alongside 18 strong players, only for all of them to be completely wiped out in less than a minute. Is Shadow heading straight toward his own death? A sickly green mist began to spread through the cave as the plague's poisonous aura poured outward like a flood, thick and suffocating, draining the air itself of breath, and she recalled how others had fared against it. None of them had managed to push the boss below half health, crushed by relentless damage and that suffocating pressure, each one falling quickly. But Shadow moved differently. He moved like death incarnate. His escape skill triggered, and in an instant he was airborne, gliding effortlessly past the boss's attacks with silent precision, every motion lethal. The boss exposed its weak point, a glowing red core flaring open, and Shadow acted without hesitation. Weak point burst. Throat slash. His blade struck with lightning speed, and massive damage numbers erupted across the screen like exploding fireworks as he blurred through motion. Each strike brutal, each step perfectly calculated, cutting the boss's health down by a third in mere seconds. The woman gasped sharply, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Did he just... The thought refused to finish forming. Over 80,000 damage in a single hit. Was he even human? The boss staggered, its roar reverberating through the cavern, but Shadow was already ahead, stepping back with smooth control as he allowed the cooldown on his escape skill to reset. Normally 25 seconds, but with his 75% cooldown reduction, reduced to just 14.3 seconds. And a calm, cold smile touched his lips. The boss was never the real battle. Dongfang's crew was, and they were walking straight into his trap. Deeper within the tunnels, Dongfang's squads finally arrived, their heavy boots striking the stone floor as their movements echoed sharply through the cavern walls. Dongfang's voice cut through the cavern as he issued commands, sharp and merciless, his presence radiating like a drawn blade as he ordered. Move in, take down the boss, show no mercy, and if anyone gets in your way, eliminate them. Then raised his voice again as his team surged forward like a hungry pack. No hesitation. If anyone blocks you, deal with them. As they advanced, one of his men suddenly halted, eyes wide and jaw tightening as he spotted her standing firm ahead with a golden shield raised, prompting him to point and shout in disbelief. You're siding with him now. His voice cracking between anger and betrayal, and in that instant, everything became clear. Their decoy, the one meant to delay Shadow, had switched sides, and now she stood directly in their path. She had originally been meant to stall their advance, to buy Dongfang time to launch his true attack. Yet as the enemy charged, the question lingered. Could she really hold off more than 10 attackers alone? But her eyes burned with determination as she tightened her grip on the massive golden shield, planted her feet, and braced herself, meeting the full force of their charge head-on as they slammed into her, only for the shield to remain unmoved. Blooming Curse. Her skill activated in a defensive burst, a golden aura flaring outward that brought the attackers to a sudden halt. While a short distance away, Shadow observed with a razor-focused gaze, the battle's intensity cresting as tension coiled tightly in the air, and without allowing them the chance to overwhelm her, he moved almost soundlessly. Shadow slash. Blue energy exploded from his hands, forming dozens of blades that tore through the air like a storm, ripping through Dongfang's men mid-charge and cutting them down before they could react. And as Shadow landed without a sound, calm, precise, lethal, their bodies struck the ground moments later, stunned, broken, and defeated. Without pause, he followed up immediately. Blooming Curse. The atmosphere shifted as the air turned crimson, and glowing red petals erupted from the ground like a deadly bloom, pulsing as they erased the remaining enemies from existence, leaving the girl frozen in place, eyes wide as the sheer force of his power washed over her. One move, just one, and everything had disappeared. Now she understood why he was feared. A chill crept down her spine as the last traces of Dongfang's team dissolved into red mist, and the realization struck her that if she had remained loyal to Dongfang, she would now be scattered in pieces like them. Yet forcing herself to move, she stepped forward, her voice quick but unsteady as she said, "If you add me, I'll give you Dongfang's real-world location. Every detail, all of it." Shadow didn't react, not even a flicker crossing his expression, as he answered coolly, "Sure," giving a slight nod without turning to face her. As if gaining confidence from a moment, she leaned closer, her tone shifting into something smooth and deliberately flirtatious as she said, "If you ever need anything, I'll always be available for you." That was when Shadow finally turned his gaze toward her, eyes cold and analytical as they swept over her. And after a brief pause, he replied flatly, "I see. So you're in that kind of profession," his voice devoid of warmth, edged with quiet disdain. That explains the shameless behavior. He didn't wait for a response, didn't linger even a second longer, and simply turned away before leaping straight back down into the boss chamber. She remained at the edge, her breath catching as conflicting feelings churned, admiration tangled with unease, because she truly had no idea what she had just involved herself in. Below, The massive, tree-like monster loomed with its glowing red core exposed, waiting in silence. Shadow gave it no time. He attacked immediately, unleashing everything at once. And when the final strike fell, it landed with the weight of verdict as the boss erupted in a violent surge of energy, its grotesque form breaking apart before it could even respond. System message, Blade of Plague obtained. Rewards flooded in right after. Experience, evolution stats, and 555 days of tradable lifespan. And as Shadow stood among the glowing drops, a faint smirk formed. That lifespan alone, more than I've gotten from dozens of players, he remarked, shaking his head as he scoffed at the inefficiency of others, adding, they waste time causing chaos when they should be leveling. His gaze shifted to the orb resting in his hand, and under his breath he muttered, they deserve to die. Then a voice called down from above, Shadow, are you still there? His eyes narrowed instantly, the sharpness of his glare cutting upward as she hesitated before waving and calling again, I'm leaving now. He offered no reply, his focus already elsewhere as he absorbed the glowing orbs drifting around him like embers, power pulsing through his hand as he drew in the rewards. That was when something caught his attention, something rare, a skill book meant for assassins. His heartbeat quickened. It's been a long time since I've seen one of these, he murmured, disbelief slipping through as he examined the shimmering cover marked platinum grade, revealing the skill, Dark Moment, an ability that released a wave of darkness from the blade, blinding all enemies within its range. A smile slowly formed on his lips. This was perfect. Without hesitation, he selected it, and golden energy instantly coiled around his body, crackling with heat and intensity as he thought, if I can take away their vision, even if they're not caught off guard, it still activates double damage, his mind already calculating the implications as he realized that with this, even high-level bosses could be torn apart in seconds. Then he turned his attention to his newly obtained weapon, the Blade of Plague. Platinum tier. Its passive granted poison damage, adding an extra 50% power 3 seconds after striking. Shadow studied the weapon's attributes, appreciating just how lethal it was, as he stood there now equipped with a new skill, a new blade, and a steadily growing sense of confidence. He left the dungeon behind with steady, composed steps, his focus unwavering as he marked it as yet another clean victory, while his evolution points now stood at 98, just too short of what he needed for his rare dagger to rise into the legendary tier. Outside the dungeon, Shadow came to a stop, his gaze lifting to the horizon where the desert stretched without end beneath the fading light of the setting sun, and in a quiet voice he murmured, just a bit more experience, then I can advance my class. Under the blazing desert heat, he moved again as two clumsy, awkward desert creatures scuttled across completely unaware of what was coming, and with a confident smirk he attacked, unleashing a sweeping area slash that carved through the air, his energy flowing like brushstrokes across a canvas, startling the monsters into letting out absurd shrieks as they scattered in all directions like startled ants. Trails of energy streaked across the sky as they tried to flee, but one after another they were cut down by Shadow's precise, unrelenting strikes, until the final creature slammed into the ground with a heavy crash, leaving Shadow standing still as he caught his breath. Finally, he said under his breath, wiping sweat from his forehead, that's enough. Then the change began. A golden vortex formed around him, drawing in air and energy as it spiraled tighter and tighter, and even the desert seemed to fall silent as brilliant light engulfed him, blinding, radiant, almost divine. System message, job advancement complete. He had risen from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Power surged through him like lightning, and his stats shifted instantly. Strength, 3-9 Constitution, 3-9 Agility, 8-24 Spirit, 5-15. His entire body shone, wrapped in golden light, as a feeling of overwhelming strength washed over him. And with it came access to something new, Tier 1 abilities that enhanced his stealth passively, while granting active skills that allowed him to attack, while remaining unseen. His stealth duration increased dramatically, and critical hits now carried entirely new weight, with multipliers activating under specific conditions, causing Shadow's eyes to gleam as he took in the full scope of his transformation. As long as I control my cooldowns, he muttered, a faint grin forming, I can stay hidden permanently. This level of stealth was nearly impossible to counter. His body had fully evolved, and every motion felt sharper, more lethal, while attacks delivered from outside an enemy's line of sight now dealt triple damage instead of double. Triple damage, he thought, impressed. No wonder this hidden class was considered the strongest. Then, a system-wide announcement rang out across Shanghai City. System notification. Over 10 players have reached level 10 within the last 10 minutes. Qualified players will now be transported to the Divine Spirit Ruins. Shadow looked up, eyes narrowing slightly. Time to move. He opened the leaderboard and scanned it quickly, finding his alias, Dark Shadow, sitting firmly at the top, with familiar names listed beneath him, players from his past life, global elites and professionals who had once dominated the rankings. But that was before. This time, everything had changed. And with it, the fate of the world. As night settled over the city, the real-world authorities had already begun acting. And outside a heavily secured building, a long line of arrested individuals, members of the infamous Jiang Industrial Crime Group, were being escorted out in restraints, heads lowered and faces drained of expression, weighed down by shame. An officer stood rigidly at attention, offering a salute as he delivered his report. Most of the core members are in custody, but 3 primary suspects are still inside the game, unconscious in reality and currently unreachable. The commanding officer responded without pause. Inform the team, we need to force them offline, and the moment they log out, we arrest them immediately. Ideas were exchanged rapidly as they worked through the problem. Players inside safe zones couldn't be attacked, but their physical bodies remained completely defenseless. And those bodies still required food. The conclusion was simple. Once those players logged out to eat, they would expose themselves, creating the perfect opportunity to move in. Shadow has made this far easier, one officer added. He didn't just uncover Jiang's operations. He demonstrated how dangerous these in-game abilities can become in the real world. Grim expressions passed between them as reports of explosions in other cities continued to surface. Unrest spreading as powers from the game began seeping into reality. Another officer spoke with certainty. Our unit has already reached level 10, thanks to the equipment and skill books Shadow provided. He's no longer just an asset, he's essential. The commander gave a firm nod. Then make sure we keep Shadow on our side, no matter the cost. Shadow arrived soon after. He stepped into town just as the soft warmth of evening settled over it. The atmosphere calm, almost unnaturally so, completely at odds with the chaos he had just left behind. Then a familiar voice broke through the quiet. There he is, the great defender of justice. The girl approached, her smile exaggerated and almost theatrical as she added, you don't have to play humble, Shadow. The authorities have already made everything you did public. He offered no response. Instead, his eyes moved across the surroundings, steady and observant. Internally, he understood the implication. This public recognition wasn't just praise, it was leverage, a way to make cooperation with the government easier, at least for now. The girl's expression wavered slightly as she continued. Dongfang. He still hasn't logged out. I've been watching him. Shadow gave a faint nod in acknowledgement, saying nothing, because he already knew what would follow. Without hesitation, he moved forward with clear intent, his destination set, the Divine Spirit Ruins. As he made his way toward the teleportation altar at the center of town, his boots striking the stone path in a steady rhythm while the air around the portal pulsed with energy, players constantly arriving and departing, vanishing toward distant locations. And yet, one portal remained untouched, the one that led to the ruins. Sealed, inaccessible to most. As he stepped onto the glowing platform, a surge of energy rippled beneath his feet, prompting his eyes to narrow as a system alert flashed into view. Destination confirmed, teleporting to Divine Spirit Ruins. And with a faint smirk, he muttered, the starter zones were just a warm-up. Now the real game begins. A violent burst of light erupted around the altar, crackling with intense energy as nearby conversations cut off mid-word and players turned in confusion, none having seen anyone approach the platform. Until one player with a basic stealth detection skill scanned the area and stiffened, clearly unsettled. Wait, was that Shadow? He said under his breath. Murmurs spread rapidly. His stealth, it's past level 2. No way. He can stay invisible even here. In that moment, it became undeniable. Shadow wasn't just a rumor, but a tangible presence, a player operating far beyond their reach, something like a phantom within the game, leaving them with nothing but the ability to watch. Across a ruined skyline, a radiant portal ignited, and from its shadow stepped forward into view, facing a silent, devastated city that stretched endlessly ahead, abandoned and scarred, the setting sun casting a bleeding orange glow over shattered rooftops, and he recognized it immediately. Shanghai City, or rather what remained of it, as every player's first entry into the Divine Spirit Ruins began in a distorted reflection of their own city, warped and decaying. Why these cities mirrored reality was something no one understood, not even him. Then something shifted. He wasn't alone. His awareness sharpened as his pace slowed, the silence around him no longer calm, but heavy with tension, the streets carrying the stench of decay, until suddenly a piercing screech tore through the air like a blade. A creature lunged from above, leaping off a rooftop with claws aimed straight for his head, fast and savage, driven by pure, killing intent. Shadow didn't pause. He shifted slightly, vanishing at the exact moment the claws crashed down with explosive force, the impact cracking the pavement while he was already gone. His form flickered in and out, the ghost shadow blur activating flawlessly as the creature's eyes darted wildly, trying to follow what it couldn't see. Without a sound, Shadow countered. Instant shadow slash. A sharp arc of blue energy carved through the air, striking cleanly and with force, splitting the beast in half as its body collapsed into a mangled heap of limbs and blood. There was no time to recover. The ground beneath him trembled violently. Shadow turned just as massive tentacles burst upward from below, tearing through the earth as they lashed out in every direction, forcing him to react instantly as he flipped backward through the air, narrowly avoiding one that sliced past where he had stood, while a surge of red energy enveloped him, graceful escape activating, propelling him out of danger at the last possible moment. He landed without a sound and moved immediately, unleashing another instant shadow slash that tore through the air with greater speed and sharper precision, cutting down the writhing limbs mid-attack as they were shredded before they could respond, and one by one the mutated creatures were dismantled in an instant, leaving no room for resistance while his breathing remained even and his movements precise, every action controlled. No more safe zones here, he thought, his gaze sweeping across dark alleys and shattered walls. Everything here is trying to kill you, but if I can secure a proper hideout, I can turn this around. His memory surfaced with clarity. Northwest Quadrant. That was where his former guild had once established their base. The strongest stronghold in the Shanghai ruins during his past life, hidden from plain sight, easy to defend, and filled with strategic advantages. And if he could reclaim it, survival wouldn't be the goal anymore. Control would be. Elsewhere within the ruins, a towering statue rose above the scattered debris, majestic and untouched despite the destruction swallowing everything around it, as a group of adventurers arrived and stared up in awe. One girl leaning closer as she whispered, "Is this the land of divine flames?" "It doesn't look like it." Her gaze swept across the surroundings, uncertainty written across her face, until another player suddenly lit up with recognition and pointed into the distance. "Wait, look over there." Far off, a single skyscraper stood battered yet unfallen, rising like a signal amid the devastation. "That's Jianghang City," she said, her voice weighted with meaning. A wave of gasps spread through the group as realization settled in. They weren't looking at random ruins, but the remains of a real city. "If this is Jianghang City," the girl murmured, scanning the horizon, "then Shadow is already here." Excitement crept in her voice, but the older, more experienced companion beside her gave a measured look and replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Even if he is here, you won't see him. Shadow only appears when he chooses to." Before the conversation could continue, the ground beneath them began to shake, a violent tremor ripping through the area as two enormous creatures burst upward from below, towering red beasts covered in jagged scales, their eyes blazing with hunger as their shrieks tore through the air. "Incoming!" Wang Ming's voice rang out sharply. "Get ready." The mage reacted instantly, raising her staff as she cast a spell, forming a protective barrier around the warrior just as one of the beasts lunged, its massive jaws slamming into the shield with enough force to send shockwaves through the group while damage indicators flashed rapidly across their HUD. "These things hit harder than the silver-ranked bosses near the starter towns," the mage warned, her eyes narrowing. The archer moved without hesitation, drawing and releasing in a single fluid motion as her arrow glowed with energy, cutting through the air before striking the monster directly in the chest. And with a crackling surge, bands of energy wrapped around the creature, locking it in place mid-leap. It thrashed violently, struggling against the restraint, but it couldn't break free. "Now," the mage called out, "hit it with everything you've got." With a swift motion of her staff, she conjured two massive fireballs, prophetic fireball, each blazing with raw magical force. And with a sharp gesture, she sent them forward, the twin projectiles slamming into the immobilized beast as flames exploded outward, swallowing it in a roaring inferno until it let out a final shriek and collapsed, its charred body falling lifeless to the ground. As the smoke began to clear, the group stood still, their heavy breathing gradually settling into relief, and the team leader gave a brief nod before turning toward Xiaoyu. "Send your scout up." Xiaoyu raised her staff and, with a soft whisper, summoned her owl, sending the creature soaring high above the ruins where it circled before returning moments later, its sharp gaze having captured more than they had hoped to hear. "Monsters everywhere," Xiaoyu reported, her tone grim. "There isn't a single safe zone." A cold tension spread through the group, and one of them muttered under his breath, "This doesn't feel like a game anymore. It feels like survival." The girl who had been scanning the horizon turned quickly toward Xiaoyu, urgency shaking her voice. "Can your owl locate Shadow? If he's nearby, we'll be safe." Xiaoyu gave a small nod and sent the owl out again, but when it returned, her expression tightened. "No trace of him. He's nowhere nearby." As they attempted to regroup, something unusual caught their attention. A faintly glowing trail of dropped loot stretching toward the northwest, like scattered breadcrumbs guiding the way. "That's him," one of them said immediately. "He must have left it behind. Probably ran out of inventory space." They exchanged brief looks, no discussion needed, before moving together along the luminous trail, following it in the hope that it would lead them straight to Shadow. But the further they advanced, the more warped the ruins became, and the monsters grew increasingly aggressive, dark figures lunging at them for shattered buildings. "Stay sharp," someone called out. "Don't split up." Then, in the midst of the chaos, they saw it. A single figure. In the distance, flashes of blue energy carved through the air, slicing enemies apart effortlessly. Shadow. He moved at a speed that defied reason, his blades cutting cleanly through wave after wave as monsters fell apart before they could even reach him, with no reliance on ultimate skills or flashy enhancements. Just raw output, each strike reaching as high as 30,000 damage, turning this zone into a harvest ground for weaker creatures while he cut through them like a reaper. He didn't stop until his steps carried him onto a broken crosswalk, where he paused briefly, scanning the horizon. "This is it," he said quietly, a faint smirk forming. "My old base." The memory returned instantly. Beneath this section of the city lay something enormous, an underground stronghold, hidden and long forgotten, once his base of operations. A vast palace buried deep beneath Shanghai's ruins, filled with thousands of rooms, countless war zones, and endless corridors twisting through its depths. The largest hideout the city had ever known, once belonging to his former guild god. In the past, it had been defended by waves of mechanical enemies and a boss whose strength scaled with the size of the palace itself, requiring 3 elite teams, all at level 15 and fully equipped, just to clear it a single time. And even then, victory had come narrowly. But they had succeeded, and now Shadow had returned, to take it for himself once more. He descended into the hidden chamber, his thoughts steady and his focus absolute as he murmured, "This time, it will be different." The soul purification zone stretched out before him, its darkness spreading endlessly in all directions. And from within that shadow, enemies began to stir, rising slowly as if awakened by his presence. Yet Shadow remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. He was ready. His gaze lifted slightly as he spoke in a calm, unwavering tone. "I can handle this alone." The words settling like a vow as a system prompt appeared in response. "Control of the area will be granted upon defeating the Guardian." At once, the atmosphere grew heavy, a crushing pressure filling the chamber as glowing figures stepped out from the darkness. Guardians, ancient entities formed of raw elemental force, their eyes pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Shadow showed no reaction. He recognized them instantly. Elemental spirits, each radiating a distinct color: red, blue, yellow, each one at level 12 and ranked gold. Formidable, but far from unbeatable. Without hesitation, he activated Darkest Moment, releasing a surge of dark energy that spread across the battlefield, instantly disorienting the elemental spirits as confusion rippled through their ranks. He attacked. Shadow Slash descended from above in a relentless barrage, blades slicing through the air in rapid succession as the stunned guardians were given no chance to respond, each strike illuminating the chamber with arcs of blue energy while cutting them down one after another. Then his form dissolved into shadow, vanishing completely before reappearing in the middle of another strike, his movements unbroken, precise, and merciless, every swing passing through the elemental spirits like an unseen executioner. Their glowing forms flickered as they struggled to recover, but the outcome had already been decided, his attacks striking even harder against their stunned state as his momentum overwhelmed them completely. And one by one they fell until the final guardian collapsed, leaving all 15 defeated in silence. His breathing remained, even as he looked out across the vast underground hall. Chambers extended into darkness, thousands of rooms branching into endless corridors, each one filled with monsters, traps, and hidden secrets. The scale of what lay ahead was immense, but he was prepared. He stepped toward a raised platform, ready to advance into the next stage, when suddenly the air distorted, and a luminous figure materialized before him, the true guardian of this concealed domain. Then, without warning, a blue teleportation circle ignited beneath his feet, light engulfing everything as space twisted violently. And when it settled, he found himself standing on a ruined city street beneath a sky washed in the golden hues of sunset. The air was thick with the stench of decay and rust, broken buildings stretching along the street as rubble lay scattered in every direction. And then recognition struck. From behind, a shaken voice whispered, This is New York." A girl stood nearby, her eyes sweeping across the devastation as she said, "But it's not just destroyed, it's distorted like some nightmare version. And the Statue of Liberty, it's gone." Everything felt familiar, yet wrong, warped beyond recognition. A boy behind them tilted his head up, his mouth slowly falling open as he said, "This is Mountain City," his voice filled with disbelief. "We're standing in the ruins of our home region." Confusion thickened around them as their thoughts spiraled. Was this teleportation random, or was there some hidden pattern? They had no time to figure it out. A sharp screech split the air as two massive beasts stepped into view, their long, sinewy necks twisting as their jaws snapped with feral hunger. They froze, only for a moment. Run! The ground shook violently as the creatures charged, each step sending tremors through the earth beneath them. Without hesitation, the pair turned and fled, panic driving them forward as a deafening explosion erupted behind them, tearing through the ruins where the Statue of Liberty once stood, fire and dust ripping across the skyline as everything seemed to collapse in their wake, every second becoming a desperate struggle to survive. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of Shanghai, glowing orbs hovered just above the surface of murky water, their faint light casting a dim glow over the surrounding darkness. Inside a nearby crater, Wang Meng crouched low, his eyes scanning the shadows as the area remained unnervingly silent. Too silent. No monsters. Someone whispered behind him, relief creeping into their voice. Let's rest for a bit. Wang Meng gave a slight nod, though his gaze never left the crater's edge. We stay here, no advancing until everyone reaches level 10. We're not ready. The group gathered close, taking a moment to recover, surrounded by a wasteland that bore the marks of a battle far beyond their current strength, until one girl looked over the destruction and spoke quietly, realization settling in. Shadow. He cleared this entire place. They took in their surroundings again, the weight of that truth sinking deeper. We really overestimated ourselves, she added. The mage gave a slow, thoughtful nod. If he hadn't taken out those monsters, we'd already be dead. I don't even know where we would have respawned. Wang Meng answered in a steady, grounded tone. No rushing, we wait. Level 10 comes first. Above them, the scouting owl circled lazily, golden particles drifting from its wings as it glided between the ruins of towering structures, and the girl glanced up before lowering her gaze back to the empty streets. Strange, she murmured. He disappeared, not even a trace left behind. Something caught the light within the rubble. Loot, remnants left behind from the slaughtered monsters, and the pull of temptation began to creep in. Wang Meng followed her line of sight, then gave a small nod. I'll contact him. If he still wants the drops, we'll leave them untouched. Far away, Shadow stood at the center of a massive ruin, golden energy pulsing around him and crackling across the stone floor as the aftermath of battle settled into silence. All minor monsters had been cleared. A system prompt flickered into view. Over 40 large halls and hundreds of rooms cleared. More than 400 monsters eliminated. 4 bronze tier bosses, 2 silver tier bosses defeated. Experience gained. Massive. Evolution points. 205. A slow smile formed on Shadow's face. What a day. He remained still, taking in the scene as power coursed through him. The ruins now empty and fully subdued. The objective he had begun drawing closer to its next threshold. 5 more points, he murmured. Then the next evolution unlocks. The thought sharpened his focus even further. At that moment, a message arrived from an ally. We found some loot near where you cleared those monsters. His thoughts briefly shifted to Wang Meng and the others. They had reached the outer area, and he responded without delay. I'll reach out later. He wasn't finished. There was still equipment to offload, items gathered during the earlier chaos, and with his inventory nearly full, selling would come soon. But not before completing what he had started. Send your coordinates. I'll head there soon. Without another pause, Shadow turned back toward the glowing chamber, where the ground beneath him crackled with blue electricity, energy pulsing with dangerous intensity as his eyes narrowed. Power surged through his body, and in the next instant his form blurred as he shot forward across the electrified floor, swift and precise, impossible to stop. The Guardian's here, he said calmly. Blue lightning surged outward, racing across the stone as energy concentrated at the center of the hall, forming a violent vortex that spun faster and faster before erupting in a deafening burst as the boss revealed itself. Purifier fail. Level 15. Elite Guardian. The strongest guardian within the ruins. Defeating it would grant complete control over the domain. The air grew heavy as the entity fully formed, wrapped in crackling arcs of electricity, and Shadow's eyes narrowed as recognition surfaced. Yeah, I know you well. In his past life, this opponent had pushed him to his limits. 750,000 HP, 3 brutal phases, relentless lightning assaults, and even with full legendary gold tier equipment, victory had come with difficulty. But not this time. I don't even need to dodge your single target attacks anymore, he said quietly, a cold smile forming. With a slight motion of his hand, Shadow Slash activated, and blades infused with lightning erupted outward, spiraling around the boss in a relentless storm, striking from every direction with unyielding force. Purifier Fail attempted to respond, but it was already too late, as the electrified slashes tore straight through its defenses, carving glowing wounds across its body, and one powerful arc cleaved through its chest, detonating dark energy outward as the force hurled the Guardian backward, while lightning erupted across the chamber. Cracks spread rapidly along its form, splintering outward as its body flickered, barely maintaining cohesion. Then it retaliated. Bolts of lightning rained down from above, each strike fast, searing, and deadly, but Shadow's eyes tracked every movement with precision, fully aware that a single hit could end it all. He didn't hesitate. With a 75% evasion rate, he had room to maneuver. But against an elite boss, accuracy remained high, leaving a 50% chance of being struck. It didn't matter. His agility stood at 182. His sprint speed exceeded 40 meters per second. He moved through the storm of lightning in a blur, weaving effortlessly between strikes with calculated precision and raw speed, no longer relying on shields or waiting for cooldowns to save him. Instead, reading the patterns within the chaos, analyzing each sequence, and adjusting in real time. Then he attacked again. With a sudden burst of force, Shadow surged forward, his blade igniting as he chained multiple skills together into a seamless combo that struck with overwhelming power, landing a clean, critical hit. 250,000 HP vanished instantly. A sharp grin crossed his face. You won't even get a chance to fight back. But the battle continued. The boss shifted, entering phase 2. Memories flooded back. This was the most dangerous stage, where the purifier would summon floating spheres of electricity alongside continuous lightning strikes. And if those spheres were left untouched, it would spiral into a berserk state, amplifying its strength beyond control. He remembered clearly. Our entire team was wiped. She refused to raid again after that. Couldn't handle the pressure. The memory lingered, the decision to leave her out during the second attempt having been necessary for success, yet still leaving its mark. Pushing the thought aside, he acted. With smooth, decisive movement, he unleashed poison-throwing needles, thin projectiles coated in deadly toxin, sending them straight into one of the floating electric spheres. Each strike landed with a sharp hiss. The orb fractured, and the boss reacted instantly, lightning surging wildly around its body. Shadow didn't slow down. He knew the mechanic. Destroying each sphere would chip away at the boss's health, offering a safer way to deal damage without engaging it directly. 1 down, 2 left, he murmured, eyes already fixed on the next target. The first sphere shattered completely, and the boss's health dropped noticeably, momentum building rapidly in his favor. As he launched himself toward the second orb, Purifier Fail shifted once more, entering its final phase. With a thunderous surge, the boss released sweeping rings of electricity that expanded outward in every direction, the shockwaves crawling across the ground like living currents. But Shadow remained completely still, watching the attack unfold with cold composure. Back then, we needed 4 dedicated healers just to survive this phase, he thought, recalling how his entire guild had once relied on specialized lightning resistance gear just to endure it. Not this time. His voice cut cleanly through the static-filled air. I don't need complicated setups anymore. This is mine. The boss let out a roar as energy gathered within its core, light pulsing violently as it prepared its most destructive ability, the entire space crackling under the pressure of the attack. But Shadow had already begun to move. Levitate. A radiant golden sphere formed around him, lifting him smoothly into the air as he rose above the battlefield, the chaos below shrinking into something distant and manageable. Time seemed to slow as his eyes swept across the field with precise focus. The boss unleashed its final attack, but Shadow remained untouched, suspended beyond its reach, while the electrified shockwave tore uselessly across the ground beneath him, never once connecting. The purifier roared again, this time edged with frustration. It had nothing left. Hovering above, Shadow's gaze stayed sharp, his expression calm and unwavering. It's over. The storm subsided, leaving silence in its wake. Slowly, he descended, determination burning in his eyes as his thoughts were already fixed on what lay ahead, because another battle was coming, and he was ready. Qin Feng stood upright, unshaken and steady. As energy rippled through the air around him the moment he activated Graceful Release, a surge of black light flashing outward to veil his eyes, which sharpened with renewed determination as everything else seemed to fall away, leaving his entire focus fixed on the platinum-tier boss in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, he struck with Shadow Slash, his weapon moving like a living thing as it carved through the air with lethal accuracy, releasing a storm of glowing blue blades that surged forward in an instant, and before a single breath could pass, the boss's head was already severed cleanly from its body, the enormous creature collapsing heavily to the ground as life left it completely. Qin Feng touched down lightly, and immediately a system notification appeared. You have killed the Soul Cleanser, Platinum Tier Boss, followed by a stream of updates confirming he had reached level 11, gained 4 points to each of his main attributes, received 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and an astonishing 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. A quiet sense of satisfaction settled within him as he registered what he had just achieved. The first Platinum Tier boss kill in the world, along with the 10 reputation points that came with it. While all around him, glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground stood as silent proof of his victory. Yet even that wasn't the true reward, because what he had really secured was control of the sanctified grounds. a hideout with far-reaching consequences, something far beyond a simple in-game safe zone, but rather a powerful asset that could eventually be manifested in reality. Ever since the game began merging with the real world, conventional weaponry had started to fail, nuclear bombs had become useless, planes and tanks were on the verge of obsolescence, and the future had clearly shifted away from firearms toward whatever players could obtain from within the game itself. Qin Feng's expression grew more serious as he considered this, knowing that once a hideout was brought into reality, it would create a magical defensive barrier that guaranteed complete safety, and that the sanctified grounds in particular was not merely a base, but a future fortress and a critical lifeline. As he turned to leave, memories rose unbidden. In my last life, my guild used this same place as their HQ. He recalled, remembering how it had once been filled with camaraderie, only to devolve into betrayal and constant infighting, causing his gaze to harden as he resolved, not this time. I'm doing this alone. No more leaning on anyone. At that moment, the sharp patter of rain echoed from outside. Then, without warning, a harsh screech tore through the storm, and on the battlefield, Xiaoyu's friend found herself under attack, desperately dodging as a monster swung its massive axe down toward her. "Get out of the way!" she screamed, her movements frantic and uncoordinated. She was too slow. The axe struck with brutal force, and in a single swing, she fell. Back in town, Xiaoyu received the system notification confirming her friend's death, along with the loss of 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. The news hit her like a heavy blow, tightening her chest as the reality sank in. Her friend's voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece, laced with anger and resentment. "What the hell was that? Why didn't you dodge?" Xiaoyu's hand shook as she fired back instantly, her tone just as sharp. "Who are you yelling at? You're the tank, not me. You were supposed to keep it under control. How was I meant to avoid its skills when you couldn't even hold the boss's aggro properly?" Xiaoyu shot back, the argument spiraling as their voices collided and rose in intensity, until, fed up and furious, her teammate abruptly turned and stormed away, leaving the party without another word. The moment he left, panic gripped her. Without him, Xiaoyu was completely exposed, defenseless against the boss's next strike, and the outcome came almost immediately. Another death, another portion of her lifespan stripped away. At the same time, across the ruins of Shanghai, a system message rang out for everyone to hear. System announcement. Player Shadow from Shanghai City has achieved the world's first platinum tier boss kill. 10 reputation points earned. The announcement hit like a thunderclap, igniting chatter among players everywhere. "No way, he soloed a platinum boss." One voice exclaimed in disbelief. "I haven't even come across a gold tier yet," another muttered. The name Shadow spread rapidly, turning into a legend passed from player to player as speculation surged. Who exactly was this person, and how had he managed such a feat? Watching the reactions unfold, Xiaoyu felt a deepening sense of unease. Why are so many players still struggling with silver tier bosses? She wondered, unable to reconcile the gap. Since platinum tier bosses were supposed to be impossible, yet Shadow had defeated one alone. Back at Shadow's base, Qin Feng was already gathering the glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground, and with his level now at 11, he moved straight to assigning his attribute points without hesitation, prioritizing agility above all else. His fingers moved quickly across the system interface as he finalized his stats, each added point sharpening his capabilities, and combined with his infinite invisibility, a realization surfaced. With this setup, I could kill bosses without taking a single hit. The thought sent a surge of excitement through him, though what followed was even more rewarding. A new system prompt appeared, 20 evolution points earned for defeating a platinum tier boss. His heartbeat quickened at the sight of it, knowing it was enough to evolve Greedy Hand once more, and satisfaction surged as he imagined the improvement. After evolving again, the skill would increase his loot count from 3 to 5, while also granting an additional 100 storage slots. Without pausing, he spent 210 evolution points, leaving himself with just 15 remaining. System notification. Greedy Hand has evolved from epic to legendary. The enhancement was enormous, as the legendary version now provided a massive 500% chance to trigger bonus loot drops, and every extra drop came with a guaranteed upgrade of 1 tier. And that wasn't all, because a new passive ability activated alongside it. 100 slots of greedy space, giving him constant additional storage to hold even more loot. With a faint grin, Qin Feng activated his newly upgraded legendary skill, and just as expected, 5 additional drops appeared instantly, among which the system granted him another 100 evolution points, raising his remaining total to 115. He looked over the loot interface, spotting 2 pieces of assassin equipment along with an assassin skill book shining among the rewards. Exactly what he needed, though his current level still fell short of the requirement to equip them. Unbothered, he transferred all 3 items directly into the Sanctified Grounds warehouse for safekeeping, leaving them for later use, and immediately summoned a believer. issuing instructions to gather and organize every piece of loot scattered throughout the palace. The follower acted without delay, swiftly collecting and stacking all valuable items in an orderly manner. While Qin Feng shifted his focus back to the 115 evolution points he still held, fully intent on using every single one efficiently. He began with Shadow Stealth, evolving it 3 times in succession until it reached epic rank. The improvement taking effect right away as the stealth duration extended from 36 seconds to 60, while attacks launched from concealment now inflicted between 300% and 500% additional damage, and even the cooldown shortened from 22 seconds down to 15. Next, he moved on to Backstab Enhancement, spending 34 evolution points to upgrade it twice and bring it to epic tier, increasing the bonus damage dealt from attacks behind the target from 50% up to 75%, making it significantly more lethal. After that came Darkest Moment, which he advanced through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond tiers to reach Epic using only 6 points, granting it the ability to release a burst of dark light that blinded enemies within a 50-meter radius, with the effect lasting for a base duration of 16 seconds, though targets with higher spirit stats would recover more quickly. Finally, he focused on Bloom Curse, investing 33 evolution points to elevate it to legendary status. The new effect was unsettling. He could now cast Bloom Curse on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death, allowing the skill to absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan along with any scattered light orbs, causing the body itself to disappear entirely. His eyes widened slightly at the realization, since he hadn't anticipated such a result, as the skill now enabled him to directly consume non-tradable lifespan orbs, making it especially valuable in rage zones and high-level areas where that type of lifespan burned away rapidly, turning it into something essential for survival. At that moment, a message from Snowy appeared, congratulating him on defeating the Platinum tier boss before informing him that the Eastern Sage had just logged off, and that his clan was currently gathered at the Jiangnan Hotel to convert lifespan into combat power. Qin Feng expressed his thanks. "No need," Snowy replied in a calm, detached tone. "It's my job." Then her voice grew more serious as she added, "You have to defeat Eastern Sage. If you don't, I'm finished." "Don't worry," Qin Feng answered steadily, already composed as his thoughts moved ahead to what he would do next. After finishing the storage process, Qin Feng felt a quiet sense of ease now that the additional 100 slots had removed any concern about space, and with everything secured, he set off to find Wang Ming, intending to sell whatever they didn't need. As he moved through the ruins, a familiar figure came into view. Shadow had returned. The group reacted instantly, excitement spreading among them as Little Black and the others brightened with obvious joy, while Xiaoyu was the first to rush forward, her steps quick and filled with anticipation. Just before she could reach him, Qin Feng lifted a hand, stopping her with a gesture that was calm but firm. His tone shifted into something more transactional. "Same rules as before. I named the price. If you're not satisfied, you can walk away." He glanced over the loot, running quick calculations in his head. "More than 30 of these are just basic bronze and common tier junk," he said under his breath, before adding, "So I'll give you a discount. 950 days of lifespan for everything." Xiaoyu didn't pause, immediately nodding with a smile. "That works for us." "Deal," she confirmed, already factoring in the earlier haul, which they had estimated at around 1,000 days of lifespan, then adding, "Let's round it up. 2,000 days total for everything to keep it simple." Qin Feng's brow lifted slightly as his eyes narrowed. "Wait," he said, his voice even but carrying weight. "This batch includes silver, gold, and even platinum tier items. Its actual value is closer to 18,000 days of tradable lifespan." Xiaoyu went still, her hands quickly moving across the system interface as she double-checked the list, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Platinum equipment," she murmured, stunned. "I only have a single gold tier item. Who would even consider selling something like this?" Her voice shook with excitement as she added, "This changes everything for Jianghai City. It'll accelerate all our progress." Qin Feng gave a small shrug, dismissing it lightly. "Just helping each other," he said in a casual tone, brushing aside her reaction. Little Black, however, wasn't convinced so easily, narrowing her eyes with suspicion. "How do you even have that much inventory space?" she asked, curiosity sharpening her voice before she added, "Wait, are you Doraemon?" Qin Feng let out a soft chuckle, a faint smirk appearing. "I'm not Doraemon," he replied calmly, a hint of amusement in his tone, before continuing, "Your inventories are probably already full. There's a portal beneath the statue in the city ruins. It takes you back to the starting town. The first use costs 500 lifespan days, and after that, it's free." He began to walk away, then spoke again without turning back. "Think it over." Xiaoyu watched him leave, a knowing smile forming as she spoke in a light, teasing tone. "See, I told you. Shadow has to be a Reborn player. There's no way anyone else would know about that portal." Wang Ming, still a little dazed, scratched the back of his head as he tried to lighten the atmosphere. Captain, maybe don't push it like that. You might end up scaring him off, he said. A faint blush appeared on Xiaoyu's face, but her expression turned playful as she grinned. What do you think would happen if I tried flirting with Shadow? She asked mischievously. Qin Feng had already moved on to his next step when the system sounded again, presenting the familiar option. Would he like to spend tradable lifespan to pull a skill into reality? Without a pause, he answered yes. And the system immediately confirmed that 27,000 days had been consumed as both level synchronization and class advancement synchronization were completed. A rush shot through his body as the boundary between the game and the real world disappeared completely, leaving only pure, tangible power, and without wasting a second, he began allocating it. 1,946 days to raise Shadow Mel to level 10 and unlock its full capability, followed by 900 days to elevate Backstab Enhancement to Epic rank. Then another 1,000 poured into Greedy Hand to maximize loot acquisition. 3,200 committed to Shadow Flash Slash. 5,366 invested into Ghost Blur to sharpen both speed and evasion. A staggering 16,999 funneled into Curse of Blooming for overwhelming destructive force. And finally 11,313 dedicated to Blacklight Shield to solidify his defenses. When the process ended, 7,480 tradable lifespan days remained. Yet Qin Feng continued without slowing, shifting his focus to equipment, as 3,600 days were used to extract the gold-tier boots of concealment, followed by 3,394 days spent on the Pendant of the Devout, which not only reduced cooldowns, but also granted the ability to summon a silver-tier follower, a force bordering on invincibility in the real world. That was the true turning point, Qin Feng thought as his mind raced ahead, already mapping out what came next. And after completing every extraction, he was left with only 486 days of tradable lifespan. But in return, his real-world strength had risen to nearly match his in-game capabilities. The surge of power and control unmistakable as it flowed through him. This was everything he had been aiming for. And with that realization, he slipped into the shadows. A moment later, Qin Feng opened his eyes back in reality, the familiar environment anchoring him with a renewed sense of purpose. Though a thought surfaced almost immediately. Kyan likely knew his location now, and the faint unease it brought made the decision simple. For the time being, disappearing and staying hidden was the smarter move until the situation settled. He understood that extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification would require more than 1,300 years of lifespan, a cost far too high at the moment. So what he needed first was a temporary base where he could stay until he secured more resources. His gaze sharpened as he activated Greedy Hand, and one after another, every object in the room vanished. Weapons, equipment, and miscellaneous items all pulled away and stored within his personal inventory as if erased from existence, like a cheat made real. A grin formed on his face as he thought, this is completely broken, like unlocking a god-tier inventory in his favorite RPG. And in the next instant, he jumped to the window, phone already in hand as he checked the map, noting that Dongfan's clan was roughly 15 kilometers away at the Jiangnan Hotel. Piece of cake, he muttered. 10 minutes, that's all I need, Qin Feng said, and in the next instant he vanished. Hidden under invisibility, he advanced with the precision of a futuristic assassin, leaving behind no sound or trace as he followed a straight, uninterrupted path, the city streaking past him in a blur without a single pause or misstep, until he arrived outside the Jiangnan Hotel. Inside, the atmosphere had already grown tense as members of the Dongfang family gathered, ambition thick in the air, and one man lifted his glass while declaring, "This is our moment. The game's skills and lifespan now influence reality, and thanks to Siener's foresight, our clan is about to rise to the top." Leaning back in his seat, Siener's eyes gleamed with pride as he replied that everything was unfolding perfectly, his tone carrying more arrogance than restraint, while the family elder nodded in approval and stated that he was proud, explaining how they had acquired a massive amount of exchangeable lifespan to elevate their top members to level 10, all with the aim of seizing control both inside the game and in the real world. Yet Siener had no interest in legacy or the family's future, his thoughts turning cold and calculating as he inwardly mocked the old man for clinging to life while still trying to rule, already convinced that once he obtained Shadow's secrets, everything would change. He had the plan ready. Capture Shadow, reveal his abilities, and drain every bit of lifespan from him. And, as he imagined reaching the top of the rankings, he pictured everyone falling in line beneath him, the Dongfang name ultimately becoming his to command. The elder shifted his attention toward him, smiling as he asked about the plan involving Shadow, and Siener answered with a chilling grin, assuring him not to worry, because he had already found someone capable of uncovering Shadow's identity, and that answers would come soon. Then he leaned forward, lowering his voice as he began. Once we, inside the room, the grandfather insists the Shadow figure must be taken alive, declaring that only by forcing it to serve the Dongfang family can it have any real value. And Cien offers no resistance, simply agreeing with him. outside. However, our hero has already dealt with every guard. While inside the room, they continue chanting, "Long live the Dong family," completely unaware of the danger closing in. He notes to himself that he hadn't expected the family members to still be armed, and although the Shadow's stealth mode combined with the Black Shield lets him evade attacks, he realizes he brought no defensive equipment into the real world, meaning a single strike to his head or heart would end everything. In that moment, with a slight motion of his hand, he summons a devout follower monster, reminding himself to remain fully conscious as he does. This creature possesses razor-sharp claws for close-range combat, and can unleash green flames from afar, and without hesitation, he orders it to enter and wipe them out completely, leaving not a single survivor behind. As a silver-tier boss, the monster boasts overwhelming durability, capable of enduring even gunfire, and just as it prepares to smash through the door, inside the room a man and a woman are casually drinking until they notice the creature and immediately panic, while the summoned beast lets out a roar and the security team reacts by raising their weapons. Xian shouts that this is some kind of monster from a cursed game and orders them to shoot immediately. And at his command, the gunfire erupts as the creature rushes forward, instantly killing one guard with a blast of green flame from a distance before driving its hand straight through another man's chest and moving on to the next, while Xian can do nothing but watch it slaughter everyone, sweat pouring down his face. The next target is the Grand Master himself, who cries out desperately for help as the monster leaps onto him. Yet Xian turns and runs the other way, abandoning him as the creature begins devouring his grandfather on the spot. The man in the black suit dashes outside, convinced that escape is his only chance, believing that if he can return to the game world he'll be safe. He tells himself that reaching level 10 would allow him to bring that power back into reality and return invincible. But the moment he steps forward, he finds our hero standing directly in his path, surrounded by swirling black energy. Confusion flickers across his face as he notices the strange inverted stance. Yet before he can respond, our hero surges forward and, in a single instant, slices clean through his neck, ending him without delay. Even after being killed, the man's body keeps moving for several steps before finally collapsing, his severed head rolling across the floor while his soul is likely still trying to grasp what just occurred. Without pause, our hero activates the curse of the blooming flower, and in an instant the ground swarms with creatures that begin consuming the corpse and clearing away every trace. He remains standing there, enveloped in dense red energy, as an interface materializes before him, displaying the gains. 27,000 days of tradable lifespan along with 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. And seeing it, our hero remarks that this haul is enormous. Xander's body broke apart into a storm of blooming flowers, and Qin Feng watched it happen with a faint smile, because this time the blooming curse had fully lived up to its name. There was no blood, no corpse, nothing left behind except flowers, and more importantly, it consumed every remaining second of Xander's lifespan, turning what had once been non-transferable into Qin Feng's gain, adding a staggering 2,327 years to his own life, a reserve that meant entering rage zones would no longer feel nearly as dangerous. Right then, panic erupted as someone shouted for the police, yelling that gunshots and screams had come from one of the private rooms. Qin Feng's expression changed at once, because he clearly remembered that the room in question belonged to the Dongfang family. Within moments, several police officers rushed toward the scene, already expecting casualties based on the reports. Yet when they forced the door open, they froze in shock. There wasn't a single body inside. The entire room was in disarray, showing obvious signs of a violent fight, but there was no one there at all. One officer scanned the area in confusion and asked, "Did anyone see anyone leave the building?" No one had, and it was as though the entire Dongfang family had simply disappeared without a trace. With nothing to go on, the officers had no option but to call an investigation unit. By then, Qin Feng had already left the hotel behind, setting his sights on Qian Corporation, though he knew their headquarters had moved to North America before the game's descent, leaving only the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishir, stranded in Demon City, and he intended to deal with her before she could leave the country. The distance between Jianghai City and Demon City stretched close to 300 kilometers, far too long to cover on foot without wasting hours he didn't have. Choosing not to delay further, Qin Feng decided to rest and began preparing to log out, planning to return once he had recovered. Back in that ruined game world, Qin Feng reappeared among the wreckage and immediately noticed several silver and gold tier bosses still nearby, making it the perfect chance to farm. At that moment, Captain reached out, her voice filled with excitement as she said, "We've got big news. Xiao He found a tomb entrance, but there's a gold tier vengeful spirit guarding it, and we couldn't defeat it." Caught off guard, Qin Feng asked how they had even come across a tomb in the first place. Captain explained that while they were on their way back to the starting city, they took a slight detour to avoid weaker monsters, only to realize along the way that Xiao He had gone missing. And after searching, they discovered him at the bottom of a pit, where he had accidentally fallen into a special tomb area, one where Team Chad's technology didn't function. They dove in after him, only to end up being hunted by a level 12 gold tier boss. And although the situation turned dangerous fast, they barely managed to outrun it and retreat all the way back to Shelltown. Captain then made her offer plainly, saying if he wanted to share, she already had the coordinates. Qin Feng let out a low laugh, thinking how absurd it was. Stumbling onto a tomb just by stepping in the wrong place was the kind of randomness that sounded unreal. Yet it was exactly the kind of luck he could take advantage of. Places like tombs, faith temples, and cursed ruins were always unstable, unpredictable, and incredibly rare. So after asking Captain for the coordinates and receiving them immediately, he learned the tomb was concealed somewhere near the ruins outside Shelltown. He thanked her, then added that if he came across anything he didn't need, he would sell it to them without issue. At the same time, he couldn't help but acknowledge how perceptive Captain and you were. When he arrived at the marked location, his gaze settled on a huge well, and he hesitated briefly, wondering if this could truly be the entrance since it looked far too obvious, making it hard to believe anyone could fall into it by accident. Though recalling Xiao He, that was exactly what had happened. Dropping the doubt, Qin Feng leapt straight down. At once, the system notification appeared. You've entered the Tomb of Resentment. Long-range communication is now disabled. After landing at the bottom, he moved forward into a dim corridor, where a massive figure soon revealed itself. The Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold rank boss. Qin Feng didn't move immediately, instead observing the creature in silence. He had never encountered this boss in his previous life, yet a single look was enough to tell that it possessed powerful strikes, wide attack coverage, and heavy physical damage. That realization made it clear why Inu and the others had chosen to flee. The equipment and skill books he had sold them offered little in terms of defensive strength, so even someone like Wang Meng, a holy shield warrior with roughly 5,000 HP, would likely lose more than half his health from a direct hit. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, recognizing that a clean blow from that axe would be lethal. Without hesitation, he activated Bless and immediately chained it into instant Shadow Slash, closing the distance in a flash and cleanly severing both of the monster's arms in a single sequence. Despite the boss's extremely high defense reducing instant Shadow Slash to only 80% of its normal damage, that attack was never meant to finish it, but to prepare for the true killing move, Blessed Release. Throat slit. The severed arm suddenly twitched before launching straight at him. He reacted instantly. An explosion erupted with a thunderous boom, shaking the corridor as Qin Feng narrowly threw himself backward, just in time, his heartbeat surging. A corpse explosion. He realized he had been careless, and if Ghost Blur hadn't activated at that exact moment, he would already be dead. What remained of the boss quickly disintegrated, collapsing, and then transforming into pure lifespan energy. Qin Feng was reminded of a similar incident from his past life, when his team had taken down an unknown boss, and one overeager teammate rushed forward to loot it, only for the corpse to detonate on the spot and kill him instantly. Situations like that had wiped out entire squads before, though they were usually caused by platinum tier bosses or higher, which made it all the more surprising that a gold rank boss would end the same way. Activating Greedy Hand, Qin Feng gathered the dropped items, and a surge of system notifications immediately followed. You have slain the Resentful Ghost, gold tier boss. Rewards, plus 10 days of tradable lifespan, plus 20 evolution points. Bonus from Greedy Hand, plus 63 days tradable lifespan. Platinum tier, Resentful leather armor obtained. Platinum tier skill book acquired. Night Ring Blades. He lifted an eyebrow slightly, noting that both the equipment and the skill were actually usable for him. The system then provided a full breakdown. Dark Night Ring Blade, a platinum tier weapon skill tailored for assassins. It was exactly what Qin Feng had been looking for. Dark Night Ring Blade infused his weapon with dark elemental power, striking all enemies within a 5-meter radius while adding 500 points of dark elemental damage. Its base cooldown was 10 seconds, but with his current buffs, it had already been reduced to 5.7 seconds, and the level requirement was only 11. Perfect. This was precisely the kind of elemental burst the assassin path required, especially since the Shadow class leaned more heavily on spirit than raw strength, causing his magical output to far exceed his physical damage, which explained why a skill like this suited him so well. He quickly checked his attributes. Strength, 9 Constitution, 9 Agility, 24 Spirit, 15. Giving a small nod, he made his decision and committed fully. Without pausing, he invested 6 evolution points into the skill, dropping his remaining total to 36, and in an instant Dark Knight Ring Blade advanced, first reaching Emerald, then Diamond, and ultimately stabilizing at Epic Tier. The changes were immediate. Its effective range expanded from 5 meters to 12, while the Dark Elemental bonus surged from 500 to 1,300 points. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he grasped the implications. Although the increase in raw damage alone wasn't extraordinary, the enlarged radius transformed it into a devastating tool for clearing groups, since Shadow Slash delivered strong impact, but was limited to a narrow 5-meter line in front of him, whereas Dark Knight Ring Blade struck everything within the surrounding area. making it exceptionally powerful against swarms. Another system prompt appeared, presenting the details of the armor he had obtained. Resentful leather armor, platinum tier, plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 to all elemental resistances, plus 42 damage block, plus 777 HP level requirement. 11 special effect. Resentment. Gain plus 30 base attack after being hit. Qin Feng studied the attributes, recognizing that while the resentment effect itself wasn't particularly groundbreaking, the combination of defense, resistances, and block value placed the armor firmly among top-tier gear. It was already more than sufficient to swap out his old golden Ghostfire leather armor at level 5. He gathered the remaining drops, 20 items altogether, and calculated that selling everything would bring in over 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. Now that he had secured entry into the tomb, he aimed to make the most of it. Obtaining a rare material would be a solid gain, but if he could get his hands on a mount, that would be even better. In another place, the situation was far from under control. A goblin lashed out wildly, its attack cutting straight through Qin Xiaoyu and her teammate, killing both of them on the spot. They reappeared in town after respawning, but one of the men completely lost his temper, shouting in rage as soon as he was back. He charged up to Qin Xiaoyu, grabbed her by the collar, and yelled directly into her face, calling her useless, and saying that even though she had grown taller, her brain hadn't improved at all. His anger only escalated as he blamed her for the team's total wipe. "It's always you," he snapped, saying every single time it was her mistakes that got them killed, adding that because of her, he was down to only 2 years of non-tradable lifespan. Then, without holding back, he shoved her hard to the ground. "If you come anywhere near me at school," he warned in a low, threatening voice, "you'll regret it." At that moment, someone stepped forward to help her up, just as the enraged man logged out of the game. Her friend looked at her with clear concern and suggested she come along to her parents' village, explaining that there was a support group there for people like them. Those struggling to keep up with the game, although it was mainly for the elderly, they would help anyone who needed it. But Qin Xiaoyu's fists tightened, anger rising uncontrollably. "No," she shot back, then immediately logged off, refusing the offer without hesitation as she told Yin Yin to go alone. She woke up abruptly in her bed, still filled with frustration, and quickly grabbed her phone to message Hin Yin. "Can you help me level up?" Hin Yin replied with a smile, agreeing, but attaching a condition. She would have to spend a night with him, as he wanted to see what the school's so-called goddess was like in bed. Disgust twisted across her face. "You're vile," she snapped, demanding who he thought he was. Yet almost instantly, her tone shifted completely, a gentle smile forming as she changed her approach. "Actually, I've liked you for a long time," she said softly, explaining that the only reason she had rejected his earlier confession was because her brother Qin Feng had forbidden it, but now that she and her brother were no longer close, they could finally be together. Henin wasn't convinced in the slightest. "You've got some nerve," he laughed, accusing her of trying to guilt him, pointing out that if she could abandon her own brother, there was no telling what she might do to him. Then he cut things off without hesitation. "Don't contact me again." Even so, she didn't stop, reaching out to anyone else she could think of. Next, she contacted Sharp Young Master, inviting him over in hopes of getting his company, and possibly help with leveling. But he saw through her immediately. "Oh, it's you," he said with a scoff, stating that he was already at platinum level, had no shortage of women, and had no need for her. Then he told her to get lost. After that, she reached out to Brother Zoma, telling him she was bored and waiting for him in Shell Town. His response was no kinder. "Everyone already knows how you play Zhong Wei," he warned, adding that if she tried the same trick on him, he'd use his new skill on her face. Her chest tightened as the reality sank in. Nothing was working. Under her breath, she cursed them all, muttering that men were useless when it actually mattered. Frustration gave way to emptiness as she stared ahead, the weight of her situation pressing down on her. She only had 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left, and she had no idea what to do. Tears began to gather in her eyes, a deep sense of isolation taking hold. Then Qin Feng came to mind. He had never ignored her before, not once. And if there was anyone who could help her, it would be him. No matter what it took, even if she had to force herself to set aside her pride, she needed to see him. By the time she arrived at his apartment, night had already set in. Standing outside his door, she pictured the scene in advance. Walking in, speaking sincerely, maybe even offering an apology, and as always, he would forgive her. But the thought made her hesitate. Why should she apologize when she believed she had done nothing wrong? No, she told herself this wasn't about pride, it was about strategy. She lifted her hand to knock, running through the plan in her head. Act modest, get him help her level up, and once she had recovered, she would cut ties with him completely. A faint smile curved her lips. Just a little longer. Qin Feng, once she got what she needed, it would be over between them. Convinced of her own cleverness, Sayo felt certain this plan was flawless. With renewed confidence, she knocked. "Qin Feng, open up." She knocked again, louder this time, calling out that she knew he was inside and asking if he was asleep. Then her tone softened. "I'm back. Please Please open the door. Her knocking grew more frantic as she pleaded to be let in. When no answer came, irritation flared, and she kicked the door open, only to freeze where she stood. The apartment was completely bare. No bed, no table, no clothes. Nothing remained. She stepped inside slowly, disbelief written across her face as she wondered where he had gone. Taking out her phone, she tried to call Chin Feng, but there was no response. He was gone. At the same time, deep within the grudge tomb, Chin Feng was cutting down monsters relentlessly, each one falling in succession without mercy. By the time he pushed forward, he had already eliminated more than 200 lesser monsters along with several bronze and silver tier bosses, bringing him close to level 12. Eventually, he arrived before what appeared to be the final chamber. At its center stood a lone, ancient coffin. He called over a devout follower to assist, then moved to open the coffin with the expectation that the final boss inside might reach platinum tier. Yet the instant the lid was pushed aside, the situation twisted out of control as a surge of dark energy burst forth, flooding the entire chamber and rushing straight into the follower's eyes and mouth. And in that same moment, the system coldly announced, "Your devout follower has been annihilated." Chin Feng's gaze tightened at once. Death Miasma, a gold tier boss. He muttered a curse, recognizing immediately how troublesome this enemy was, because it possessed no tangible body and was therefore completely immune to any form of physical attack, and a memory of his previous life surfaced as he recalled how this exact entity had once been released near a base, unleashing catastrophic chaos where civilians died in large numbers, and anyone it possessed stood almost no chance of survival unless they had an ally capable of dispelling it or access to extremely rare invincibility-type abilities. He didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second. Chin Feng activated Dark Night Ring Blade, shadows whipping up around him as they spiraled rapidly, and within that churning darkness, he finally caught sight of the boss's true form concealed deep inside the miasma, prompting him to strike instantly with his dagger without wasting any time. The system interface flickered into view. "You have slain the gold tier boss, Death Miasma." Chin Feng exhaled slowly, thinking how this boss, though labeled gold tier, clearly possessed strength beyond platinum, making the drop of only gold-grade loot somewhat disappointing, though at least the magic-type damage from his newly acquired skill had proven effective. The boss's form collapsed and condensed into a glowing lifespan orb, which he immediately collected using greedy hand, letting out a faint sigh as he reflected on the effort it had taken to clear the tomb and how much he hoped the reward would be worthwhile. Then his eyes caught it. Rare item obtained. Mount Bell. Chin Feng's eyes snapped wide in disbelief. It was real. He had actually obtained a mount drop, confirming that the rumors surrounding Lin Lu's koi-like fortune were no exaggeration at all. Because this wasn't mere luck, it felt closer to destiny. From the system's description, the Mount Bell, Ghost Nightwolf allowed the summoning of a level 11 ghost mount that could both fight alongside its owner and be ridden for rapid travel, with the only requirement being that the user had reached at least level 11, and Chin Feng immediately recognized what he had in his hands, the Ghost Nightwolf, known as one of the fastest and most efficient mounts available in the early stages. This was no ordinary mount. At level 11 in gold grade, its attributes stood out sharply. Strength, 148, Constitution, 155, Spirit, 135, Agility, 191, making it not just swift but also formidable in combat. Even better, it would grow in tandem with its owner, increasing in power over time, though there was a limitation. If the Mount Bell were ever traded, all of the wolf's accumulated progress would be wiped back to zero. Its skill set, however, was what truly set it apart. Dash granted a massive 245% increase to movement speed while mounted. Nightwalk allowed it to remain in constant level 1 stealth during nighttime, though attacking would break that state, while dealing an additional plus 120 reveal damage and triggering a 60-second cooldown before stealth could resume. Pounce launched a triple-hit leap at a single target, each strike adding plus 267 physical damage with a 12-second cooldown. And Wolf Howl enhanced all allied units by granting plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 elemental resistance for 180 seconds, followed by a 600-second cooldown. In that instant, Chin Feng understood this wasn't simply transportation. It was a full-fledged combat partner, and with stealth layered on top, its value skyrocketed. By the time he mounted the Ghost Night Wolf and rode out from the tomb ruins, night had already fallen, and his next objective was firm in his mind. Reach level 15, accumulate enough lifespan, and extract the mount into the real world, after which he would log out and head straight for Magic City to eliminate Qian Shishir, ensuring no future threats could arise. As he moved through the stillness of the night, the towering Zhanghai Coliseum came into view, its massive structure extending downward into 2 underground levels that formed a dense, monster-filled labyrinth, an ideal place for leveling. With agile, effortless bounds, the Ghost Night Wolf climbed the outer wall of the Coliseum while powerful monsters within lifted their heads to stare upward, and then, without any warning, the wolf sprang high into the air. Rider and beast plunged down from above, dropping directly into the heart of the monster horde. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened with focus. Shadow instant slash. In the next moment, he began cutting through everything around him in a relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the ruins, Anyu swung her blade, striking down a nearby monster as its body dissolved into lifespan energy, and she let out a quiet breath of relief. Her teammate, Ma Naoyang, the son of a department head in Jianghai City, started applauding as he spoke, saying, "Now that's what I'm talking about, Captain," while openly admiring her output and praising the overwhelming strength of her hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, making no effort to hide that he had already set his sights on her. Anyu simply shook her head and replied that it had only been a level 8 gold boss, yet it still took them over 10 minutes to bring it down, adding that she genuinely couldn't understand how Shadow had managed to solo a platinum boss. Ma Naoyang dismissed it with a wave, insisting, "Come on, Shadow's just some stealth assassin," and claiming that he probably ran around in circles, slowly wearing the boss down over time, before concluding that a fighting style like that would never lead to anything truly great. Even so, inwardly he felt confident and self-satisfied, convinced that since Anyu lacked any significant background, winning her over with his own political family connections would be effortless. At least, that was how he saw it. Tilting her head slightly, Anyu responded, "If dragging out a fight and slowly chipping away at a boss is so unimpressive, then wouldn't that make you an archer? Even better suited for it." Caught off guard, Ma Naoyang stumbled backward and fell flat onto the ground, flustered as he hurried to protest. I'm not like that," while scrambling to defend himself, adding that he was an upright person who would never stoop to such methods. Trying to recover his composure, he quickly shifted the topic, saying that he had heard Shadow was a terrible person in real life, someone with a vicious reputation, cold-blooded and ruthless. Crossing his arms with a smug expression, Ma Naoyang went on to explain that he already had a plan, revealing that he knew a hunter from the Metropolitan Police who possessed level 3 anti-stealth skills, and that by working together, they could expose Shadow's real identity in the real world and then force him into submission. "Someone like him can't be trusted unless he's under our control," Ma Naoyang said coldly, adding that otherwise they would continue seeing disasters like what happened with Song Fei and Zhang Li, and that he was already tired of cleaning up after him. At that, Anyu and Wang Meng exchanged a glance, then both burst out laughing. "You really don't understand, do you?" Anyu said, wiping away a tear of laughter. Wang Meng followed up, explaining that this wasn't a case of Shadow asking them for help, but rather them dealing with the aftermath of his actions, because that was the only way to avoid becoming his next target. They pointed out the undeniable facts: the first solo kill of a gold-tier boss, and the first solo kill of a platinum boss, both accomplished by Shadow. Ma Naoyang's expression twisted with anger as he snapped that Shadow was nothing more than a fragile assassin, insisting that as long as they could match his level of stealth, he would be insignificant. He glared at the two of them and sneered, asking how a pair of nobodies could dare to lecture him, before turning back to Anyu with a sharp, cutting tone, declaring that she should watch carefully because he would personally destroy Shadow's reputation and bring him down, and when that day came, she would be kneeling and begging him for forgiveness. Wang Meng tried to pull the discussion back on track, asking what the boss had dropped, and Anyu paused briefly before answering that it was a gold-tier priest item, along with one piece of silver equipment and a silver skill book, her hand rising to her chin as her thoughts began to wander. After a moment, she added that, thinking about it, Shadow had sold them gold-tier equipment before, sometimes even platinum, making her wonder just how many bosses he had actually killed, or whether he was simply unbelievably skilled at locating treasure chests. Wang Ming's expression grew more serious as he admitted that this was exactly what concerned him, bringing up the Zhong'an restaurant incident where the entire Dongfang family had been slaughtered during a private gathering, then looking directly at Anyu, as he questioned whether Shadow might have been responsible for that as well, and whether they were really supposed to keep covering for him. Lowering his voice further, Wang Ming pointed out that they didn't even know what kind of person Shadow truly was, raising the possibility that he might actually be a killer in the real world. Anyu nodded slowly, acknowledging that she was aware of the case, knowing that higher authorities were investigating it intensely, and that rumors about Shadow's involvement were spreading. Yet despite that, a calm and confident smile appeared on her face. "Even if he did do it," she said, "I'd still back him." Wang Ming blinked in surprise, questioning her, but she continued, explaining that while the higher-ups might refuse to deal with the aftermath of Shadow's actions from now on, she would handle it herself, personally. Still confused, Wang Ming asked why, and she met his gaze directly as she responded that the real question wasn't why she would support Shadow, but who wouldn't. At that moment, one of their subordinates hurried over, visibly shaken as he reported that they had discovered something ahead, what looked like an arena, but all the monsters there were already dead, his tone turning grave as he described bodies scattered everywhere, and admitted he had no idea who could have been powerful enough to wipe out the entire place. Interest sparked in Anyu's eyes as she immediately said they should go take a look, And although Wang Meng found himself even more puzzled than before, he followed along without hesitation. When they reached the Zhanghai Coliseum, the sight before them brought them to a complete halt. Lifespan energy was strewn across the battlefield, the aftermath of a one-sided slaughter, and they stood there in silence, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of loot scattered across the ground. There had to have been hundreds of monsters in this place, and the same question surfaced in all their minds at once. Who could have cleared out an entire area like this? Anyu, however, showed no doubt at all. Shadow's been here, she stated with certainty. Ma Naoyang raised a brow and asked how she could be so sure, to which she replied simply that Shadow sat at the top of the leaderboard while they followed just behind, and even they were incapable of pulling off something like this. So if they couldn't do it, then there was only one possible answer. Ma Naoyang let out a scoff, clearly annoyed, insisting that he also had invisibility and could accomplish the same thing. It would just take him a bit more time. Anyu only smiled, choosing not to argue at all, and instead opened a communication channel to Shadow, reasoning that after eliminating so many monsters, he must have collected a large number of items and skill books he didn't need, so she casually asked if he was willing to sell the extras. And then, without warning, it happened. Ma Naoyang's eyes widened abruptly as a shadow appeared behind him. Qin Feng, seated atop the ghost Nightwolf. Caught completely off guard, Ma Naoyang collapsed onto the ground in shock, unable to process what he was seeing. In contrast, Anyu's face lit up with excitement as she immediately asked where he had gotten them out. Qin Feng answered in a calm, even tone that it was thanks to the coordinates Little Black had given him. At that, Little Black flushed bright red and stammered that it wasn't necessary to bring that up. Qin Feng didn't pursue it further, instead turning his attention back to Anyu as he made an offer, stating that all the items scattered across the ground would be hers as a single package, under the same arrangement as before. She gave a nod of understanding, replying that as always, if she found the deal unsatisfactory, she was free to refuse. Shadow's terms had always been straightforward and fair, but for Ma Naoyang, the situation was unbearable. His expression warped with fury as he watched Qin Feng depart, composed and out of reach, the sting of humiliation sinking deep as he clenched his fists and swore to himself that one day, every one of them would pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng pressed forward across the ruins atop his mount, the system panel confirming his rise to level 13, while trailing behind at level 10 were Justice Enforcement, Wang Meng, and even Black Goblin Big Lies, and with 245 years of tradable lifespan alongside 255 evolution points stored, plus a haul that held up well, one drop in particular stood out, a gold-tier skill book called Silent Concealment, an ability that allowed him to slip into stealth without moving, remaining completely invisible as long as he stayed still and refrained from attacking. Yet the moment he struck from that state, it delivered an added plus 300 detection penetrating damage, all tied to a 120-second cooldown and a level 13 requirement. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he recognized this wasn't merely a stealth boost, but something far more disruptive to the rules, because when used properly and paired with invincibility effects from a game, it meant he could disappear entirely, even outside of it. So without hesitation, he spent 11 evolution points to push it upward in succession. Gold to platinum, platinum to emerald, emerald to diamond, and finally diamond to epic, bringing immediate changes as the stealth strike bonus climbed from plus 300 to plus 800, while the cooldown dropped from 120 seconds to 60. Still not stopping, he shifted focus to Venomous Dart and invested 34 evolution points, driving it from emerald tier upward until it reached epic, where the improvements became clear. Its range extended to 20 meters, its hit damage increased to 400, and it now applied a venom effect that inflicted damage equal to 100% per second over 5 seconds, a status that didn't stack but was already sufficient. Then came the major expenditure, as he committed 200 evolution points to elevate Graceful Release from Legendary to Mythic, resulting in a plus 300% bonus to weak point strikes, a doubled weakness multiplier, retention at level 5, and a throat slash effect that dealt 200% damage per second for 3 seconds, while its cooldown fell to 15 seconds and, with his existing bonuses, shortened further to just 9.7 seconds. Qin Feng smiled at the outcome, fully aware that mythic tier power meant nearly every attack he made, aside from against certain special monsters, would land as a precise weak point hit. After that, he retrieved a necklace and examined it closely. The Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade assassin accessory that granted plus 45 physical attack, plus 20 strength, and plus 20 constitution with a level 13 requirement, and whose unique effect increased stealth level by 1, bringing his total, after factoring in all equipment and skill bonuses, to stealth level 4, making him almost impossible to detect at this stage. He also had the Shadow Veil, a gold-tier assassin item providing plus 5 constitution, plus 5 spirit, and a 32% evasion rate, and when combined with everything else, his overall evasion reached an impressive 83%. At that moment, a small explosion rang out nearby, causing Qin Feng to halt as he sensed something approaching, and from the shattered debris a massive boss stepped into view. its towering frame marked by arms formed of chains and hands replaced with razor-edge blades. Qin Feng's eyes tightened as recognition struck. The Steel Saintess. And disbelief slipped out in a low voice. Who the hell released her? Because he remembered her all too clearly from his previous life, when she had appeared in these same Zhanghai City ruins and drawn over 1,000 players in a battle, only for the outcome to turn catastrophic with more than 4,000 deaths, proving she was no ordinary boss, but the guardian of the church sanctuary, the second largest refuge within the ruined city. Back then, Qin Feng had intended to handle Qian Shishir first before ever confronting her, yet now that she had appeared ahead of schedule, he had no intention of letting such a chance pass. So he vaulted upward as his ghost Night Wolf followed, landing atop a nearby building where he looked down just as chaos spread below. The Steel Saintess spinning her bladed arms in wide arcs that tore through players as if they were nothing, one dropping after another as fear spread rapidly, and before any formation could stabilize, she surged forward again, slaughtering them without pause. Qin Feng frowned slightly and muttered, "They're overestimating themselves," just as a player riding a tiger charged straight at her, drawing his narrowed gaze, because he immediately recognized the man. Dong Wuming, also called Chen Wuming, a hidden class paladin and a familiar figure from his past, someone Qin Feng had clashed with for 9 years without either side ever securing a definitive win, as Chen Wuming always found some cunning, underhanded way to slip away whenever defeat loomed. Another memory surfaced alongside that thought. In that previous life, it had been Chen Wuming's guild, Knight's Sanctuary, that ultimately defeated the Steel Saintess, a force known alongside another by the saying, West God, East Sanctuary, reflecting how the two guilds dominated the western and eastern regions of the Zhanghai City ruins. And Qin Feng also knew the truth behind Knight's Sanctuary's power. The guild enforced a ruthless recruitment system where every newcomer had to sign a binding contract that offered protection at the cost of up to 50% of their lifespan, reducing most members to little more than expendable laborers who endlessly farmed resources for those at the top. A glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he realized how perfectly this structure could be turned to his advantage, and under his breath he said, "This time, Chen Wuming isn't getting away." Just as the Steel Saintess began whipping her massive chainblade arms in a frenzied storm, her attention fixed elsewhere, giving Qin Feng the opening he needed to slip into invisibility and move in close, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. In a single smooth motion, he activated Dark Knight Ring Blade, and in that instant the nearby players collapsed lifelessly, while Qin Feng, now wrapped in a crimson glow, carved through the battlefield in sweeping motions, cutting down players as easily as grass. Chen Wuming stared in shock, and the moment recognition hit, he shouted, "Shadow, why are you attacking us? We've never even had a conflict." Yet before the words fully settled, Qin Feng had already appeared directly behind him, his voice icy and his gaze merciless as he replied, "Because I don't eat beef." A response so absurd it left Chen Wuming's eyes widening in disbelief, with no time left to react before instant shadow slash ended on the spot. Without pause, Qin Feng raised a hand and triggered Blooming Curse, and soon after the entire group was forced to respawn back in their hometown, stunned and seething with anger, while Chen Wuming, still fuming, snapped, "What the hell does not eating beef have to do with anything?" As one of his subordinates stood there trembling, face drained of color after seeing their lifespan reduced to 0, making Chen Wuming clench his teeth, as he realized this had to be another one of Shadow's hidden abilities. "We regroup," he ordered firmly. "Level up, recover lifespan. Then we hit back." And within that same group stood Xiaoyu, her eyes brimming with tears as she whispered, Why is Shadow attacking me directly?" While her remaining lifespan hovered on the brink of depletion. Back on the battlefield, a system notification appeared before Qin Feng. Blooming Curse has absorbed, plus 4 days tradable lifespan, and plus 1 year non-tradable lifespan from Xiaoyu, drawing a faint smirk from him as he recognized that she had also joined Knight's Sanctuary, likely out of desperation, which to him made perfect sense. Ending up as a black-labeled slave under Chen Wuming was exactly what he believed she deserved. At that moment, the Steel Saintess shifted her focus toward him and launched an attack through a burst of smoke. Yet when it cleared, Qin Feng stood unharmed, protected by ghostly blur, his composure unshaken as he relied on his familiarity with her attack patterns, knowing that in the first phase she primarily used spinning chainsword assaults, either direct strikes or wide area sweeps. As her arms tightened and began rotating once more, Qin Feng moved decisively, leaping high before diving straight toward her while activating a lethal sequence. Blessed Release followed by Plague Blade, the initial strike triggering Throat Slash and unleashing a burst of critical bleeding damage over time. And 3 seconds later Plague Blade detonated, spreading a surge of toxin damage outward. He landed smoothly and watched as the damage numbers stacked rapidly, climbing into the thousands even though the battle had only just begun, and with that precise strike to her throat, the Steel Saintess's health plunged below half in an instant, her eyes igniting with fury, while Qin Feng remained completely composed, fully aware of what was coming next. because her true danger was never in the first phase but in what followed. Phase 2. The moment her HP dropped under 50%, the demon sealed within her awakened, and everything changed. From that point forward, any damage dealt to her would rebound onto the attacker, evenly split, and alongside that mechanic came a strange rumor tied to her second form. It was said that within the demon's stomach lay some kind of portal, and anyone swallowed by her would be sent to an unknown location, often rumored to be the depths of a volcano, though in Qin Feng's previous life no one had ever verified such a claim, leading him to dismiss it as nothing more than player folklore, likely born from confusion with mechanics seen in other games. Not far away, a group of players watched the fight unfold from a safe distance, their expressions filled with shock as one of them muttered, "Shadow's brutal." That boss was summoned by Night's Sanctuary, and he just wiped them all like it was nothing. And then with one skill, bam, half her HP gone, straight into phase 2. Up on the cliffs, Qin Feng remained hidden in invisibility as he observed them in silence, his gaze sharpening because he already understood the Steel Saintess's weakness in her second phase. During her attack animations, the reflection effect briefly shut off, meaning that with perfect timing he could strike without suffering the backlash. But there was a critical issue. All of his core abilities, Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, Poison Dagger, applied damage over time, which meant that, even if the initial hit avoided reflection, the lingering damage would still bounce back, and, at his current level, a single instance of that reflected damage would kill him instantly. His eyes shifted toward the players still talking along the ridge, and an idea began to form. Below, one of the curious players stepped forward and said, "Move aside. I want a better look," revealing himself as Anyu, whose presence immediately energized the others as one of his subordinates explained they had been observing the fight for quite some time and had already memorized the boss's patterns, noting that she only used a handful of core abilities, while a girl beside him grinned and lifted her hands, saying, "After the boss drops below half HP, she pauses for a moment, and her body changes a bit. It looks like she gains new skills, before adding, and right when she entered that second phase, Shadow vanished." Anyu's jaw tightened as he responded, "No way. He was fighting her solo?" His expression darkening as frustration flickered in his eyes. Then he turned and ordered, "Shao, activate Red Eye. Find him." The girl nodded and began channeling the ability, summoning a small spirit rabbit that quietly hopped toward the boss, going unnoticed as she scanned the surroundings, only to frown moments later and say, "I can't detect him. If he's still here, I can't see him." Level 3 anti-stealth. And still nothing. Made Anyu's expression stiffen, because that could only mean Shadow possessed level 4 stealth. And if that was the case, then he had likely already left. Yet even so, Anyu chose not to risk it and instructed, "Keep watching. If he comes back, I want to know immediately." Earning a firm nod from Shao, without hesitation, Anyu leapt down from the building and landed heavily, blades already drawn and confidence evident as a smile spread across his face, prompting the surrounding players to stare and whisper among themselves in disbelief, one of them muttering, "He's crazy. Going after a platinum tier boss solo?" But despite their doubts, someone suddenly recognized him, recalling how this same man had appeared in the starter town and effortlessly taken down a gold tier boss without taking a single hit, and in that instant everything clicked. His class was Soul Warrior, a rare class with an absurd ability that granted a 100% dodge rate while rolling, and more than that, he was the well-known player called Safety First. Word had it he'd once stood among the top global streamers in Souls-like games, known everywhere for reflexes that moved faster than thought. The boss fixed her gaze on him and swung her blade-like arms, yet Anquin didn't even twitch. He dropped low and glided across the ground, slipping past the strike by a hair's breadth, and when she followed up by unleashing energy arms from her body to crush him, he rolled clear at the last instant, then rolled again as she lunged, each dodge landing with flawless timing. His squad could barely process what they were seeing, because every movement he made was controlled and exact, so steady it felt unreal, and they began praising him on the spot, pointing out how he never chased an extra hit or made a careless mistake, how his restraint never broke, until one of them said outright that he was on another level, evading every attack without a single miss. Then something even stranger caught their attention. Flashes of slashing effects sparked around the boss each time he rolled, making them wonder if the class itself was just that overpowered. A black-haired woman stepped in with the explanation, clarifying that every dodge wasn't just defense, but also offense, since the Soul Warrior's passive triggered a counterattack with each successful roll, dealing real damage, which was why the boss's health kept dropping, even though Anquin hadn't swung his weapon once. Shurao, too, let out a grin and added that those perfect dodges were only the start, because what truly made Anquin frightening came afterward, as his offense wasn't merely strong but savage, every strike timed with precision, and every combo linking seamlessly, turning the fight from a test of survival into a race to finish it quickly. Now visibly frustrated, the boss began lashing out wildly in an attempt to land anything, and Xiaodu's eyes lit up as she revealed another detail. When a dodge was executed perfectly, Anquin's next attack would ignore half of the boss's defense. At that moment, Anquin faced her directly, blue energy crackling over his body, and his team instantly recognized the signal. It meant a massive hit was coming, the kind that easily broke into 4-digit damage. His eyes sharpened as he surged forward, and in a single motion that split into 3 shadow-like slashes, he tore through the boss like streaking stars, weaving through her defenses with perfect precision as each cut landed with crushing force. Her health bar dropped sharply, losing half in mere seconds. His team erupted in cheers, and before the excitement could even settle, the boss had already been reduced to a third of her remaining HP, while Anquin casually turned his back to her with quiet confidence, a faint smile forming on his lips. And then it happened. Without warning, a brutal strike slammed down on him, massive slashes ripping through his HP and erasing over 34,000 in an instant, dropping him on the spot. His squad went completely still. What just happened? They were certain he had dodged. There was no way any attack should have connected. And yet when they immediately followed up with their own attacks, the boss's HP didn't move at all, even though moments ago it had been cut cleanly in half. Something was clearly off. A short distance away, the truth began to surface, because the Real players stood there quietly, watching everything unfold. Anquin's lifespan, orbs fell away, and Qingfeng offered a silent thanks, knowing the Soul Warrior's flashy display had forced the boss to expend several of her crucial abilities. A glint of satisfaction crossed Qingfeng's eyes, because throughout all that chaos he had never once stopped attacking, and now, at last, the boss's health had been pushed down to 1/3. Anquin's performance might have looked dazzling, but in the end his showmanship had cost him his life, revealing the limits of his class. The Soul Warrior couldn't strike while rolling, and every bit of damage he dealt came with harsh reflected damage in return, turning the ability into a hidden curse. And against an opponent like the Steel Maiden, that trade-off was nothing short of lethal. As the boss began to turn away, Qingfeng grasped the situation at once. With her HP critically low, she was attempting to retreat to the church sanctuary, and if she reached it, she would fully recover, erasing all the progress they had fought for. His eyes swept across Anquin's team, and their shaken expressions told him everything. His death had unsettled them to the point they wouldn't attack again, and without someone forcing the fight, the boss's damage reflection would remain active. So he moved. Qingfeng stepped forward and cut off her path, refusing to let her escape. The surrounding players were stunned, because in their eyes Anquin had been nothing but a clown, while the real danger was Shadow, and the thought alone was chilling. The brutal damage the boss had taken earlier hadn't come from Anquin at all, but from him. Xiao could hardly believe it, since her level 3 anti-invisibility skill hadn't detected him in the slightest, leaving only one conclusion. Shadow's stealth had reached level 4 or beyond. At that moment, one player's attention snapped to Anquin's lifespan, orbs still lying on the ground, and greed took hold as he licked his lips, already plotting how to snatch them. But Qingfeng had already made his move. Blacklight shield. Golden light erupted around him, forming a 10-layer barrier, each layer capable of negating a single hit. And the instant it appeared, the boss locked onto him, her arms reshaping into blades as she lunged forward. Qingfeng met her head-on. He activated Instant Shadow Slash, unleashing a flurry of rapid cuts while calmly tracking the remaining layers of his shield as her attacks came in. 7 still held. He recalled that among those 9 slashes, the final 3 had landed just after her attack ended, right within her damage reflection window. And without the shield, that exchange would have killed him outright. Then the boss began gathering energy at her core, before launching herself into the air, releasing waves of purple flames, forcing Qingfeng to retreat immediately as his shield vanished. Every layer burned away in moments. She fixed him with a menacing stare, her eyes glowing. Even with a dodge rate exceeding 80%, that flamethrower had shredded all his defenses in an instant. Had he reacted even half a second slower, he would have been finished. At that exact moment, from the corner of his vision, he caught sight of it. One of the players creeping in, trying to steal Anquin's loot. A fatal mistake. Without pause, Qingfeng flicked out a poison dart, and it struck the thief square in the forehead, eliminating him on the spot and making it unmistakably clear that the loot belonged to him alone. Then a system notification appeared. You have obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable. Qingfeng secured the lifespan dropped by safety first. And in addition, Blossom Curse had already siphoned 355 days of tradable lifespan along with 20 years of non-tradable from clean hands and feet. He lifted a brow at the numbers, realizing safety first had been holding an enormous reserve, which likely meant he had never died before. And that alone was enough to make Qingfeng reconsider, deciding on the spot not to use Blossom Curse on him for now. The boss roared in fury, yet Qingfeng remained steady, already knowing the rhythm of the fight. He would rely on Blacklight Shield and basic Shadow Slash, wearing her down bit by bit while staying safe. She lashed out with brute force, but Qingfeng shifted aside with precision, letting her blade crash into the ground. And while the method wasn't fast, It kept him alive. As the battle dragged on, Xiao watched without blinking, her focus locked entirely on the fight, and the more she saw, the more stunned she became, because Shadow's aggression and control were on a completely different level, and only now, seeing every movement up close, did she finally grasp how he had secured those earlier kills. His strength spoke for itself. Then the moment arrived. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, signaling his decision. This would end it. Qing Feng shot forward, his blades cutting in a blur as he tore through the Steel Maiden with ease, and the system's voice rang out clearly. Boss defeated. Steel Maiden. Plus 48,000 EXP. Plus 120 evolution points. Church Sanctuary key acquired. The onlookers stood motionless. Shadow had taken her down alone, with no support and no hesitation, proving exactly why he held the top spot. Without saying a word, Qing Feng activated Greedy Hand and gathered the dropped items. Among them was a rare Emerald Tier Assassin leather armor, Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor, plus 95 physical defense, plus 120 to all elemental resistances, plus 77 damage reduction, plus 77 constitution. What truly stood out, however, was its passive ability, Black Flame's gift, where each time he dealt or received a hit, it applied a stack of Black Flame up to 5, with every stack reducing the target's defense and resistances by 7%, and even bosses were affected, though the impact diminished against those at Emerald Tier or higher. Qingfeng's lips curled into a grin, because this single piece offered more defense than most full armor sets while also applying a powerful debuff, making it far superior to the loot dropped earlier by the Soul Purifier. And he still wasn't finished. He had also obtained an Emerald Tier skill, Assassin's Instinct, which allowed partial detection of hidden enemies and granted a +2 increase to his anti-invisibility level. Without hesitation, Qing Feng upgraded it, spending 33 evolution points and leaving himself with 97. The result came immediately. Assassin's Instinct advanced from Emerald to Diamond, then to Epic, and finally reached Legendary. His anti-invisibility bonus rose from +2 to +5, and with a leap to Legendary, he unlocked an additional effect, the ability to pinpoint weak spots with extreme accuracy, boosting critical damage by a full 50%. An anti-invisibility skill had now reached Legendary rank, granting level 5 stealth detection alongside that 50% critical boost, and when combined with the passive Graceful Deliverance, his total critical multiplier climbed to 350%. At this stage, striking weak points no longer required effort. He could do it effortlessly, even without looking. With 97 evolution points still in reserve, Qing Feng proceeded to his next upgrade, selecting Ghostly Blur and pushing it to Legendary at the cost of 80 points, leaving him with 17. The enhancement proved significant, transforming Ghostly Blur into something far more potent. Its effects increased his evasion rate from 75% to 85%, and more importantly, each successful evasion now granted complete immunity to damage at the moment it triggered. Just then, Captain Anu arrived with her team. She greeted him with an easy smile and asked whether he had obtained anything worthwhile from the boss, prompting a brief look of confusion from Qing Feng at her unusually upbeat tone. Anu's expression turned knowing as she admitted she hadn't checked the leaderboard earlier and hadn't expected him to reach level 13 overnight. Insane, she said. Absolutely insane. Wang Ming, still breathing heavily, added that they'd been grinding without rest since the previous night and still hadn't even reached halfway through level 11. Captain Yu responded by smacking him on the back of the head and telling him to quit complaining, remarking that men always leveled faster anyway. Qing Feng didn't dwell on their exchange and simply brushed it aside, mentioning casually that he had picked up some loot. Altogether, he had appraised it at 45,000 days of lifespan in a single bundle. Without hesitation, Anu transferred the lifespan to him, and a system notification confirmed the successful transaction. Then Qingfeng's tone shifted, indicating he had something more to discuss. With a serious expression, he asked whether she was familiar with hideouts. Captain Anu's eyes brightened as she replied with a smile that they had already heard rumors, explaining that within the ruins of Zhanghai City, there were no safe zones, but player groups could occupy hideouts as operational bases where resources could be stored and magical barriers activated during waves of enemy attacks. Qing Feng initially assumed she meant the smaller hideout dropped by Golden Tier boss, but she shook her head. Zhanghai's authorities, she explained, had not secured any hideouts so far. She went on to say that in Modu, the government had already taken control of a medium-sized hideout, which was how the information began circulating. At that point, Qing Feng retrieved an item from his inventory, a shining golden key. He presented it plainly, stating that it was a sanctuary hideout key dropped by the Steel Maiden. The hideout it unlocked spanned over 800 square meters. He told them they would discuss numbers once they returned to base, and only after seeing the offer would he decide whether to sell. Captain Anu and Wang Ming went completely still, fully aware of the implication, because the larger the hideout, the stronger its defenses and systems, and at that scale, every member of Zhanghai's official forces could be assigned a private space. With curiosity mixed with urgency, Anu reached out her hand and asked, "How much do you want for it?" Qingfeng remained composed, replying that he would wait until he saw what the officials were willing to offer. He already had a figure in mind, since in his previous life, a hideout of this level had been sold for 2,000 years of lifespan, and if he could achieve the same now, combined with his current reserves, it would be enough to bring all his equipment, abilities, and levels into the real world. Anu's expression hardened as she accepted his condition and stated she would report this to her superiors right away. However, she had another request. They had just received urgent information that 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared simultaneously in Dark Moon Town, and the number of casualties was already climbing. She said that if Shadow was willing to intervene and eliminate them, they would pay him 10 years of lifespan. Qingfeng reacted with a casual shrug, thinking that 7 gold-tier bosses did not sound particularly troublesome, and even if they were grouped together, the official forces should be capable of dealing with them given enough time, which meant there had to be something more to it. He lifted an eyebrow and voiced that suspicion. Anu responded with a thumbs up, clearly impressed, and said, "Exactly." She explained that they had successfully isolated and killed one of the bosses, but the moment it died, it revived, and worse, all 7 bosses experienced a massive surge in their stats, after which her entire squad was wiped out in an instant. Qingfeng's gaze sharpened. The situation sounded familiar, reminding him of a special category of group bosses capable of resurrection and, more critically, sharing synchronized power among themselves, which pointed to only one possibility. They could be puppets controlled by the Cursed Slate, one of the notorious ancient god slates. If that was the case, then this was no ordinary task, but something he could not ignore. "I'm going," he said. "Send the coordinates." Anu wished him luck as he turned away, and Qingfeng admitted to himself that Anu was genuinely straightforward. Unlike most who would try to undercut his reward, the drops from 7 gold-tier bosses alone could sell for 40 to 50 years of lifespan, and she was adding another 10 just for his involvement, which was more than reasonable. Riding atop his ghost Nightwolf, Qingfeng sped across the ruins. As he moved past a weathered statue, his gaze suddenly fixed on what was happening below, where a group of players had surrounded someone and were attacking without restraint, causing his expression to change the moment he recognized her. It was Xiaoyu. One of the women in the group curled her lips into a mocking smile before striking Xiaoyu hard across the face and sneering. "Trying to seduce the guild leader already? You just joined." Xiaoyu's face was already swollen and bruised, and tears began streaming down as she broke into sobs. The woman shot her a cold glare and warned, "This is a warning. Get close to him again, and I'll tear that pretty little face apart." The assault did not stop. From above, Qingfeng watched without a word, immediately understanding the situation. Xiaoyu had been dragged into the kind of petty, toxic infighting that often grew inside large guilds, having joined the Night Sanctuary only to end up paying for it like this. In his previous life, he had always stepped in to clean up situations like this for her, and this time would be no exception. He leapt down from the rooftop. Below, Xiaoyu cried out, begging them to stop as she sobbed. "It hurts. Please, I think I'm going to die." The women paid her no mind and continued, one of them saying, "We should just kill you. Who knows how many men you've seduced already?" Qingfeng turned away and headed toward the massive statue at the center of the city. He recalled something few others knew, that beneath the monument lay a hidden chamber, one that allowed teleportation back to the starter town, a secret shortcut known only to a small number of players. As soon as he stepped inside, a magic circle flared to life. He was well aware of the cost, because nothing came without a price. First teleport, 500 days of lifespan. Second, 1,000. Third, 2,000. Each used double the cost. As time passed, even the starter town would change, with monsters turning into bosses and hidden loot beginning to appear, and now, with the emergence of the ancient god slate, this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. A system prompt appeared before him. Teleport to the abandoned land of the gods, Dark Moon Town. He paused briefly. Dark Moon Town, a place that had never existed in his past life. Without hesitation, he confirmed. The system deducted 500 days of lifespan, and in the next instant, Qingfeng was transported to Dark Moon Town. To his surprise, the place was far from the desolate image he had expected, as the town was lively, filled with elderly people chatting and laughing, more like a community center than a battlefield. The sight caught him off guard. Not far ahead, he saw a small group of players helping an elderly woman back on her feet, her expression clearly relieved to have returned to a safe area. One of the players reminded her that, just as agreed, they had helped her reach level 3, and in return she had gained 72 days of lifespan. So now it was time for her to hand over the tradable portion. The old woman's expression changed in an instant as she snapped at them, demanding to know why they were asking for payment if this was supposed to be charity, her anger flaring without restraint. One of the players kept a calm smile and tried to clarify, saying, "We didn't ask for money. When we partied up, part of the lifespan dropped by the monsters was automatically shared with you." Another followed up, "All we want is the agreed portion, just the share that came from those kills." The woman refused to accept it, raising her voice as she shot back. What agreement? I never signed anything. You're really trying to scam an old woman like me. The group remained patient, explaining again that they were only requesting the portion earned together, and that without joining their party, she would not have gained the experience or the lifespan they had distributed. She backed away, waving her arms as she shouted, Don't touch me. Someone help. The Manga River Guild is harassing an old lady. Then, without warning, someone slammed her to the ground. Everyone froze and turned toward the source. It was Qingfeng. Without a word or hesitation, he seized her by the throat, his eyes cold and precise, and in a single swift motion, drew his dagger across her neck. Silence fell. Even the surrounding players stood motionless. Orbs of lifespan dropped from her body onto the ground. Qingfeng glanced at them and said, There you go. Her lifespan's on the ground. Take it. Still stunned, the players gradually snapped out of it and broke into excited voices. Oh, who was that? Which expert just helped us? Qingfeng was already walking away as he replied, just lending a hand. They gathered the 72 days of lifespan and thanked him repeatedly. For Qingfeng, however, the situation was bothersome, as PvP restrictions still applied within town zones, leaving him slightly irritated as he frowned. His thoughts shifted to the Manga River Guild, which operated here in Dark Moon Town. He remembered that it had originally been established to help elderly people survive in the abandoned land of the gods, functioning as a charitable organization before eventually gaining official backing and widespread support. Now, purely in terms of membership, Manga River had grown into the largest guild in all of Heikia. Qingfeng's eyes narrowed with interest. In a world descending into disorder, it was precisely organizations like this, well-intentioned, inexperienced, and massive in scale, that held the potential to reshape everything. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, in a distant forest, a battle was already in progress. A towering mud creature roared as it lashed out wildly. Two mages stood against it. Mother, use lightning strike now. On it, she replied as she began channeling the spell. Her staff pulsed with energy, and a bolt of lightning tore down from the sky, crashing into the mud monster with a thunderous impact. Seizing the opening, the party's swordsmen rushed forward and cleaved the creature cleanly in half. Its body broke apart and dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs. He let out a breath of relief. They had one. The girl clapped happily, smiling as she said, You guys are amazing. The player called Mother answered with a composed nod. If you follow proper tutorials, even people like us can handle monsters. The group resumed, moving through the forest. The boy glanced toward Yin Yin and asked, Hey, is it true your friend Xiaoyu joined Night Sanctuary? I heard their entry fees are insane. Yin Yin gave a small nod. Yeah, I asked her to join Manga River with us instead. She spoke sincerely, explaining that Manga River was a charity guild, a place where players like them, far from experts, could support each other, with experienced members even volunteering to guide beginners. But Xiaoyu turned it down. Another player added, She's already level 10, right? Probably got boosted by Night's Sanctuary. They had also heard that signing with them meant being locked into a 3-year contract. Basically slaves for the whole term, she muttered. The boy's expression darkened. So they just used her, leveled her up only to turn her into a tool. He sighed and continued. For people without skills, it's better to take it slow, grind low-tier mobs, avoid bosses when you spot them, and don't draw attention. Yin Yin nodded silently, knowing Xiaoyu believed she was special. Maybe she was, with her hidden class, but that didn't guarantee her safety. Then, without any warning, arrows began raining down from above. They were invisible until the final moment. Too late. The man at the front gasped as the arrows pierced through him, dealing 1,200 damage in an instant, and he collapsed immediately, his body dissolving into lifespan orbs. Yin Yin's heart sank. Dad! Her mother screamed and rushed forward, but there was nothing left to save. From high in the trees, the archer smirked. One shot. Clean kill. The masked men beside him let out cold laughter. Seriously? Experts in Manga River? What a joke. They're just trash. Who would waste time babysitting old people? Scum like that should just uninstall. They advanced toward Yin Yin and her mother, unhurried and confident. The archer grinned. All right, hand over all your lifespan. Now. Yin Yin froze. She remembered the system rules. Player killing was forbidden, and murderers would be marked and hunted by bounty squads. But these men clearly had no intention of following them. The archer pointed directly at her, his smile widening. 3 seconds. Then we take it by force. Her mother immediately gave in, reaching in her inventory. Yin Yin stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Don't. Send an SOS through the guild channel. Now. I'll hold them off. The archer's face twisted. Kill the old one. Keep the kid alive. Might be fun. The masked attackers surged forward. But at that very moment, from the darkness, a massive wolf emerged. Its jaws snapped shut with a heavy crunch. Yin Yin remained frozen in place, unable to understand what had just unfolded before her eyes. The archer's expression warped with confusion, his mind failing to catch up with the sudden shift. Before he could react, Before he could even draw another breath, his head was cut cleanly from his body in a single precise strike. Qing Feng had arrived. As his wolf ripped through the remaining masked attackers, Qing Feng stood over the fallen archer, his gaze fixed in silence on the severed head. It took only a moment for the realization to settle in. This man had been Shadow. Back in town, the archer and his squad reappeared at the respawn point, fury rising instantly. But the moment they checked their HUDs, that anger snapped into disbelief because it wasn't just death. They had lost everything. Every last unit of lifespan wiped out, and on top of that, a huge portion of it had dropped and was now flagged as tradable, something that made no sense at all. How is this possible? Even with killer status, that shouldn't happen. One of them muttered, unable to reconcile what they were seeing, yet there was no time to dwell on it as they rushed toward the forest, intent on killing monsters to recover whatever they could, knowing that if this loss continued, they were finished. Just as they reached the edge of the trees, a strange force swept across the area, and in the very next instant, an enormous sword of pure light crashed down from above, pinning them in place and rendering them completely immobile, unable to move even a step as the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Two priests emerged from the forest, the one in front holding a skill book, his expression steady as he declared, "We're official bounty hunters, and under system law, you're under arrest," before demanding their real-world IDs, while the second priest stepped forward with a cold stare and warned, "If you resist, we'll drain your lifespan to 0 immediately." Back in the forest, flowers slowly bloomed from the archer's corpse, and Yin Yin's eyes widened as relief flooded through her, her voice trembling slightly as she turned to Qing Feng and said, "Thank you. If you hadn't come, we would have died." But Qing Feng gave no immediate response, his gaze lowering as a thought crossed his mind. Chu Yin was truly different, brave, kind, and strong in a way that stood in stark contrast to Qin Xiaoyu, leaving him wondering how the two had ever become friends. In the first place, though it no longer mattered because their paths had already diverged. In the next moment, Qing Feng disappeared without a sound or any trace, leaving Yin Yin and her mother looking around in confusion as her mother asked, Where did he go?" While Yin Yin's eyes settled on a lifespan, orb lying on the ground, a quiet thought surfacing as she wondered, "Is this Dad's?" Yet no answer came, and her mother continued scanning the surroundings, asking, "Where are the others? And how did Shadow vanish like that?" To which Yin Yin softly replied, "I don't know. I just know he's the #1 shadow boss in the world." Meanwhile, deeper within another part of the forest, a group of players gathered near a glowing ruin, one of them checking the time as he said, "Captain Anu told us Shadow would arrive any minute. It's already been almost 30 minutes, prompting another to ask, "Do you think he backed out?" While a third shook his head and replied, "No chance, but these bosses keep reviving endlessly, so even Shadow can't win against that." Yet as their conversation continued, an unseen presence moved, silently through their midst, completely invisible. It was Qing Feng, already advancing, fully aware of what awaited him ahead. The ancient god slate, an item capable of placing both a blessing and a curse upon equipment. With enough luck, it could even alter class mechanics entirely. Qing Feng had once witnessed the 7th-ranked player in the world use 7 of these slates to summon the spirit of an ancient god and bring down a legendary tier boss in a single strike. At times, these bosses didn't merely hide, they vanished outright, cloaked in extreme stealth and moving without a sound, wiping out entire teams before anyone realized they were under attack. And the group-type bosses created by the ancient god slate carried dangerous, unpredictable mechanics, each one equipped with its own unique abilities. As Qing Feng surveyed the battlefield, he noticed several monsters standing motionless, their eyes glowing with a chilling malice, and he knew better than to treat them lightly. Sometimes these bosses stayed completely concealed, invisible under absurd levels of stealth, killing players before a fight even seemed to begin, while in other cases the visible boss was only a decoy, a puppet, with the real one, a summoner-type sorcerer, hidden somewhere in the darkness, allowing the fake boss to revive, again and again without end. According to official reports, killing even a single boss would cause all of them to revive with a stacking berserk effect, growing stronger each time they returned, which led Qing Feng to consider a different approach. If he eliminated all of them simultaneously, would they still revive? It was a gamble, but one worth testing. To probe their behavior, he equipped the follower's pendant and summoned a devout follower, who immediately rushed forward and struck cleanly, dealing more than 1,400 damage, enough to draw attention. One of the bosses turned, its glowing eyes locking onto the follower with a snarl, and in the next moment, the follower's body burst apart into nothing, while the rest of the bosses showed no reaction at all. Qing Feng narrowed his gaze, assessing them. Each one was level 10, none showed signs of damage reflection, and their stats were roughly twice that of standard gold-tier bosses, making them manageable, though clearly abnormal. He acted at once. Shadow Ring Blade. Crimson energy surged outward, sweeping across the field and cutting a path through the enemies. followed by a volley of poison darts that flew with precision and lodged directly into their throats, dropping the bosses one after another. Yet something was wrong. There was no loot, and as their bodies began to fade, the ground started to tremble. The fallen bosses didn't stay separate. They fused together, merging into a single, far more dangerous entity as a massive shape formed before him, forcing Qing Feng to step back, his eyes fixed on the transforming figure as he realized his assumption had been correct. Eliminating them all at once had triggered the next phase. Now a gigantic boss stood in front of him, its body etched with symbols, releasing a deafening roar before charging forward. Qing Feng evaded the attack by a narrow margin, his attention locking onto the glowing markings across its surface, recognizing them as ancient god script. And as he read each character, disaster, sky, ancient, god, sea, the meanings suddenly connected in his mind. It clicked. By rearranging the characters, Qing Feng uncovered the creature's true name, Yuthos, the Calamity, ancient god. As the massive figure closed in, he hesitated, unsure how to handle it, until a sudden realization surfaced. What if the symbols needed to be attacked in a specific order? He had spent countless hours studying ancient god script for moments like this. It couldn't be a coincidence. Without delay, he darted beneath the giant's legs and struck the symbol on its lower limb, then moved to the one on its arm, and followed with a hit to the chest. And almost immediately, black poison began seeping from the boss's body as it released a deep, pained roar, its form starting to fracture before collapsing into the nearby water. Qing Feng remained alert, unsure of what would happen next, when coffins began rising from the water surface, each one etched with glowing inscriptions, while Yuthos lifted again, its body twisting and mutating violently, and from within it, monsters started pouring out, their roars echoing into the night. He examined the coffins carefully, noticing that the carvings on each one matched exactly with the monsters now emerging, making it clear this phase followed a different rule. If he wanted to end it, he would have to kill each monster beside its corresponding coffin. And just past them, barely visible through the dark mist, lay the ancient god slate, the very objective he had come for. As the monsters rushed toward him, Qing Feng didn't retreat, standing firm with a cold determination in his eyes, while above the battlefield, a flock of crows circled ominously, drawn to the chaos unleashed by the final phase of the ancient god slate. Across the valley, players began to feel the ground shaking, sensing that something enormous was unfolding, unsure whether it was an earthquake or the boss entering some kind of berserk phase. Yet one thing was obvious. It wasn't normal, and curiosity quickly took hold. "We should go check it out," a mage said, narrowing her eyes, only for a friend to scoff and reply, "Why bother? Shadow isn't even showing up, and there's no way he could handle a boss like that." But before the argument could go further, a swordsman suddenly gasped, calling out, "Guys, come look at this." When they reached the battlefield, they found nothing. No Qing Feng, no boss, not even a trace of what had taken place. And, as they spread out in disbelief, scanning the area, they saw that the ground itself had been split apart, deep cracks tearing through the terrain as if the land had been ripped open. "What the hell happened here?" one of them muttered. "Did an earthquake kill the boss?" At that moment, a voice came through their comms. It was Captain Anu. "Stand down. Shadow already handled it." The entire group froze. "Wait, what?" Their eyes shifted to the broken chains dangling from the open coffins, and the realization began to settle in. Just minutes earlier, they had been certain he wouldn't even appear, convinced that no one could solo those 7 bosses. Yet now, in less than 10 minutes, everything had disappeared without a sound, and piece by piece, it started to make sense. Every call their leader had made, every risk taken, had all been leading to this outcome. Meanwhile, beneath the quiet glow of the moon, Qing Feng walked alone with the ancient god slate in his hand, knowing the entire run had been more than worth it, a faint grin forming as he muttered, "Not bad." After reaching level 14 and gaining a total of 294 evolution points from defeating all 7 bosses and using Greedy Hand. But the true reward was the slate. He understood the system well enough to know that the authorities wouldn't decipher it for at least a month, and during that time, the losses would be enormous. The true prize here isn't the loot scattered everywhere, but the ancient god slate itself, whose active ability is as straightforward as it is risky. Bind a curse to any piece of equipment, and it will bestow a random beneficial affix suited to that gear, paired with an equally matched drawback. Without hesitation, he decides to place the curse on the gift of Black Flame, a piece of leather armor that radiates a bone-deep chill, while faint arcs of lightning shimmer around him as he explains that this emerald-tier armor can reduce a target's defense and elemental resistance by as much as 35%. The moment the curse merges with the gift of Black Flame, streams of black fire spiral outward from his body in a churning wave, and at the same time a system notification flashes before his eyes, clearly listing both the newly acquired positive effect and the corresponding negative affix. A realization suddenly crosses his mind. Has the maximum stat count of Black Flame truly risen to 15 layers? Because if that's the case, he could drive a boss's defense and elemental resistance straight into negative values, which is exactly the kind of overwhelming boost you would expect from an ancient god slate. With its absurdly powerful benefit and a downside so minor, it's almost negligible. He then lowers his gaze to his hand, now wrapped in yellow mana, with a flicker of flame dancing over it, and calmly utters the command, Skill Evolve. In that instant, Shadow Slash advances to legendary rank, and now all that remains is to find out what kind of power it has gained. If not for him. He spent 210 evolution points on a single upgrade, leaving 115 remaining, pushing Shadow Slash from epic to legendary, and the changes were drastic. The blink range extended to 40 meters, stealth duration increased to 15 seconds, cooldown dropped to 8.8 seconds. The number of slashes rose to 9, with a wider 6-meter area, and each hit now carried an additional 700 attack power. The most significant shift, however, was that every slash granted a shield equal to 100% of his maximum HP, stacking up to 9 times and lasting for 60 seconds, meaning that if all 9 strikes connected, his effective health would be multiplied tenfold, leaving almost no room for error. With that, Qing Feng slipped back into stealth, his movements light and silent, as he became completely invisible once again, already calculating that at this pace, he would reach level 15 in about 5 more hours. And when that moment arrived, it would be time. Magic City was his next destination. Several hours later, Qing Feng reached the same ruins, only to find the guild women still beating Xiaoyu. And to his surprise, they hadn't stopped at all. They were still going, as if nothing had changed, their brutality going far beyond what Ruthless could describe. The white-haired woman casually stretched her arms, taking a break as though it were routine, letting out a groan as she slowly stood, her back and waist aching from the effort, while her companion, visibly irritated, stared at her swollen hand and complained that it felt like it was burning after all the strikes she had thrown, and together they spat near Xiaoyu, declaring they'd done enough for the day and that this beating should serve as a wake-up call. Bruised and barely holding herself together, Xiaoyu struggled to sit upright, tears streaming down her face as she blamed every bit of her suffering on Qing Feng, thinking bitterly that she had told him to end things, yet he had actually done it, as if he didn't understand that when girls say things like that, they don't always mean them. Using her magic staff for support, she forced herself to stand, reminding herself that she had already signed a contract with the Night Sanctuary, which meant she wouldn't have to worry about survival for the next 3 years. And although she had given up half her lifespan, she would still have enough left to live and to grow stronger, faster than Chu Yin and the others. She activated her Holy Healing skill, a powerful spell capable of fully restoring health, silently vowing that one day she would rise and make everyone who mocked her pay for it, Qin Feng included, and that those unhinged women wouldn't escape either. But then something went wrong. The healing spell activated, yet instead of restoring her, it began healing someone else. And to her shock, it was Qin Feng, who remained hidden and invisible. Xiaoyu dropped to her knees in disbelief, convinced she had failed the spell again, unable to understand where the healing had gone. Meanwhile, deeper within the ruins of Magic City, a group of players battled a massive stone boss, the creature swinging heavily only for the tank to step forward and block the attack with a shield. While not far away, 3 concealed players observed the fight, one of them being Chang Shishir. She let out a scoff. So this is Daxia's elite? 18 people for a single boss, and they still don't dare go all out. Her companion chuckled, telling her to ease up since they were doing the hard work, so Shishir's team wouldn't have to, adding jokingly, we should at least show some gratitude, which earned him a playful grin as she blew him a kiss and replied, you're such a gentleman, but honestly, these pigs from Daxia hit like toddlers. A gold-tier boss, and they're still not finished. The fight dragged on as the boss's HP had already dropped below half, and the team's mage urged everyone to push harder, shouting that it was close to collapsing and one last burst could end it. Yet the moment he lifted his staff to cast, a spear suddenly punched straight through his chest, and in the blink of an eye his body broke apart into pure lifespan. Behind him stood a man from Chang Shishir's crew, a cold grin on his face as he thanked them for the free loot, and chaos instantly spread across the battlefield as the Daxia players recognized their attackers. The Spade Gang, a brutal, female-led mercenary group made up of both locals and foreigners, and disbelief rippled through them at the thought that their own people would side with outsiders to slaughter them. Even so, the Daxia team refused to retreat, their leader shouting that there were only a handful of enemies, and ordering everyone to strike immediately and take them down, but she showed no sign of concern as she coldly declared that she would wipe out every last one of them. Her second-in-command stepped forward, gripping twin hammers, and with a roar he unleashed thunderous tremor, smashing the ground and setting off a localized quake that froze their enemies in place, after which she calmly drew her weapons and moved. Her daggers streaked like lightning, fast, lethal, impossible to evade, and within mere seconds every player lay dead on the ground, prompting her to scoff at their weakness and shake her head, dismissing Daxia's so-called warriors as nothing but trash. Her expression darkened as she acknowledged that Daxia's authorities had already marked their group, though she clearly didn't care, viewing the entire place as a rotting dump filled with useless fools. While one of her teammates remarked that their victims had only been ordinary players, completely outmatched by a crew funded with serious resources. As the corpses dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs, she reminded them they were still operating in secret, but decided it was safer to leave, naming North America as their next stop. Her eyes swept across the battlefield before she made up her mind. Once they arrived, they would establish a new guild with a single purpose: to hunt down every Daxia player without exception. The dark-skinned man beside her approved of the idea, while another asked what they would call this new guild, and she raised her dagger with a smirk, declaring that its name would be Alice. After that, she lay back on the ground, relaxing as her thoughts drifted into idle fantasies, deciding that was enough for the day as she prepared to log out and celebrate the founding of Guild Alice with a proper party. Sometime later, Captain Anu and you showed up, greeting Qin Feng with a wave before, wearing faintly sly smiles, inviting him to go over the cost of the hideout now that they had settled on a number. When Qin Feng asked for the figure, you answered 1,500, which immediately made him lift a brow at how absurdly low it sounded. You let out a small laugh, admitting she had thought the same thing, explaining that she had pressed hard during negotiations until the boss finally agreed to raise it to 2,000, and Qin Feng accepted without hesitation, knowing the statue at the center of the ruins would finalize everything, while also acknowledging Anyu's sharp judgment, even if she had initially tried to lowball him. Not long after, he reached the statue, where Captain Anu was already waiting with a line of armored knights at her side. She showed a slight blush as she smiled, and explained that she was currently carrying too much lifespan, so the higher-ups didn't feel it was safe and had assigned her a military escort. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, though the sight didn't trouble him in the slightest, as these guards barely represented a fraction of his true strength, and, at most, knew a few minor tricks. He passed over the key, and a system notification immediately confirmed the transaction was complete. He had exchanged the church sanctuary hideout key for 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Captain Anu gestured him off, and, as Qin Feng departed, the knights could only stare in confusion, unable to understand why she would spend such a sum on a mere hideout. She turned to them and stated plainly that they didn't understand, that it wasn't just a base, but a fortress capable of housing hundreds, even thousands, and that only someone like Shadow would willingly part with it. The timing of the deal couldn't have been better, as with this influx of lifespan Qin Feng prepared to upgrade himself before heading into Magic City, moving quickly as he spent 71.2 years to reach level 15, then purchased the mythical tier skill Blessed Liberation for 161.7 years, followed by the legendary Assassin's Instinct for 71.12 years, and then added epic tier abilities, Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour, for 36.35, 23.71, and 34.65 years respectively, before finally using 113.89 years to acquire an item called Mount Bell. By the end of it, everything except his equipment had been completely overhauled, his level and skill set transformed, and with everything synchronized, Qin Feng's real-world strength rose to nearly match his in-game power, until a system alert appeared warning that his hunger had reached 90%, reminding him he hadn't eaten in a long time and prompting him to log out and replenish himself. As he disconnected, his vision shifted back to reality, where he awoke inside a cage in the Hoi Lun Hotel, and a group of armed men quickly noticed he was conscious, raising their weapons and demanding he hand over all his lifespan, or end up like the corpses scattered across the motel. One of the men let out a dark laugh, claiming the apocalypse was the greatest thing that had ever happened to him because it finally gave him the freedom to kill whenever he wanted, while Qin Feng said nothing, simply meeting their gazes with eyes as cold and sharp as steel. Irritated, one thug shouted at him to stop staring and hand over his lifespan, while another pleaded with their leader to let him be the one to tear Qin Feng apart, and a third, gripping a bat, took the silence as fear and cursed under his breath, deciding they might as well just kill him. Before any of them could act, however, the air itself shifted as a strange force began to vibrate through the space, and Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade. In the next instant, the entire hotel trembled violently before collapsing into ruin, and when the chaos settled, Qin Feng stood calmly amidst the wreckage, bending down to pick up a pack of instant noodles. The more strength he drew from the game into reality, the more energy his body consumed, making ordinary food insufficient, though for now it would suffice, and as he ate, he already understood his next steps. Chang Shi and her guild, Alice, posed a genuine threat, and once they were dealt with, he would need to secure the divine gifted book. Climbing onto his wolf, he set off at once, aware that Shi was nothing like Song Fei. She was cunning, elusive, and dangerous. Yet he considered using the Kill Fong mission he had accepted earlier as bait to lure her out, and with his stomach still rumbling, he headed toward Magic City, hoping to find something better to eat along the way. Elsewhere, Deep within Magic City, Chong, she was hosting a chaotic party, laughing as she clinked glasses with her crew and praised their performance. Lounging in the embrace of two dark-skinned teammates, as she remarked that nothing beat drifting straight into the game after a legendary fight. They egged her on, calling her the fiercest of them all, wild, alluring, and unstoppable, until a subordinate stepped forward mid-celebration with news that Shadow had sent a message. Qingfeng was dead, and Shadow wanted to meet in Magic City in the real world, promising to bring Qingfeng's head and collect the remaining payment. She hesitated, recognizing that meeting Shadow in person carried real risk, then dismissed the idea outright, telling them to have him send a photo instead, only to be told that Shadow avoided phones entirely out of fear of being tracked. She smirked at that, remarking that he must be anti-authority as well. And with the authorities tightening control lately, she saw that bringing Shadow into Guild Alice could become their greatest advantage, as his addition would leave the Daxia players with no chance. Still, she needed confirmation, and so she devised a plan, a small act meant to test exactly where Shadow stood. Rather than agreeing to meet in the real world, she proposed they meet inside the game first, sending him a set of coordinates before heading toward the ruins herself. And once there, she opened voice chat and spoke in a soft, teasing tone, calling out, "Skywalker, are you there? I've been missing you," then sweetly asking for a favor, saying she needed his help dealing with someone who was still alive. At the same time, Qingfeng remained seated in silent meditation, hidden deep within the shadows as he maintained silent concealment, a skill that allowed him to stay permanently invisible so long as he didn't move at all. And when he heard her request to meet in-game, a faint smirk crossed his face as he recognized that Chong, she wasn't just daring, but calculating, since the coordinates she provided pointed directly to Spectre Academy on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins, a location conveniently close to where he already was. Without hesitation, Qingfeng logged back in, curious about what kind of move she was attempting this time. And hours later he arrived at Spectre Academy, still cloaked in invisibility as he dismounted quietly. At that moment, the situation shifted as a squad of government agents appeared before Chong Shirshir, making it clear they hadn't come to negotiate, as they formally declared her gang had been identified, naming her as Spade A and ordering her to surrender immediately, warning that any resistance would be met with military-grade force. Shirshir only smiled, completely at ease, turning to their leader, Tianing Jian, and telling him to return with a message for Daxia, that the Spade gang no longer existed, and that they were now Guild Alice, a group dedicated to eliminating Shurao's lackeys. She even emphasized her words by flaunting her figure, punctuating the taunt with a wink and a smirk, which left Tianxing Jian and his men flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as they hurled insults at her and swore that the officers of Great Zia would bring her to justice, shouting that she had no shame. Shirshir's grin only widened, her eyes glinting with playful malice as she challenged the Daxia pigs to come after her, even suggesting that if they performed well enough, she might reward them with something more daring. All of it unfolded under Qingfeng's watchful gaze from above, as Tianxing Jian clenched his fists and declared that this farce had gone on long enough, vowing to capture her, while Qingfeng, hearing that name, immediately recognized it. Chu Hanan, also known as Tianxing Jian, a notorious informant who had once secretly supplied intelligence to Guild Alice and who wouldn't be exposed until the 7th year of the game. Seeing him appear this early, openly interacting with Shirshir, made the truth obvious to Qingfeng. This entire encounter had been staged. It was all a test, carefully arranged to probe him. If he intervened now and took Shirshir's side, he would be openly declaring himself an enemy of the authorities. Yet if he remained still and refused to act, she might never place her trust in him. And without that trust, she would never agree to meet Shadow in the real world. There was only one choice left. Qingfeng dropped from above, blades already in hand, and the moment he moved, he activated Shadow Ring Blade, committing to his decision. A crimson aura surged outward, sweeping across the battlefield and coiling around Tianxing Jian and every member of his squad, draining their health to nothing one after another. A system notification rang out, confirming Tianxing Jian and his men had been defeated, as their lifespans lifted from their bodies and scattered through the air. Shirshir and her group froze in shock, unable to grasp what had just happened. Then Qingfeng stepped out from the shadows. "I'm Shadow," he said. Our protagonist gave a calm, simple introduction, calling himself Shadow, and the moment Shirshir heard that name she stiffened as awe swept through her, a blush spreading across her face, because this was exactly the kind of powerful man she had always dreamed of encountering. Yet even as tears welled up, she lamented that fate had branded Shadow as a Daxia pig, questioning why the strongest man alive had to come from there, insisting it was unfair and that Daxia did not deserve someone like him. Her subordinates, having just witnessed Shadow unleash a single strike that dealt over 40,000 damage, stood frozen in shock before scrambling forward to greet him respectfully, nearly stumbling over themselves in their haste. However, in a motion as swift and decisive as a thunderclap, Shadow instantly cut down 2 of them, their heads severed as their bodies dissolved into shimmering lifespan orbs. While he maintained a cold expression and acted as though he did not understand their words, even though he suspected they had been speaking poorly of him. Shirshir was left stunned by the sudden violence, and hurried to clarify that her people had not insulted him at all, that they were only trying to greet him, prompting Shadow to give a casual shrug and offer a sly apology, suggesting that in this region, it would be safer for everyone to stick to speaking Daxia to avoid misunderstandings, after which he shifted the topic and stated it was time to proceed with the exchange. Though before anything else, he told her to put on some clothes. With a playful smile, she asked whether he had brought Qin Feng's head, and although she privately found Shadow's strange demeanor puzzling, that very eccentricity made him more intriguing. Shadow replied that he did indeed have Qin Feng's head, but it could not be displayed within the game, so if she wanted confirmation she would need to see it in reality. Yet she dismissed the need for proof since he had already demonstrated his strength, and she finalized the agreement through the system by transferring 1,500 days of tradable lifespan to him. As Shadow prepared to leave, she called out for him to wait, then, smiling, proposed that they work together, pointing out that she possessed wealth while he had the ability, and that combining the two would allow them to take on any task. She then mentioned a new assassination target and invited him to meet her that night, promising she would satisfy him. Shadow responded by directly asking who the new target was and what kind of reward he could expect, but as she logged off, she simply told him to come see her in person for the details, adding that the payout would be several times greater than what he had earned this time, and that she would be waiting at Magic City's port. He considered her words, wondering if meeting at the city's harbor meant she owned a private yacht, the sort of high-stakes setting he would expect from someone like her. Meanwhile, not far from the statue, Haonan and his group were busy activating several magic circles. Haonan was seething with anger, cursing our protagonist, and convinced that sooner or later he would turn against the authorities. Yet even through that frustration he admitted that bringing Shirshir and Shadow onto the same side counted as some kind of victory. In his eyes, the real fault lay with the narrow-minded leadership of Jianghai City, who had repeatedly provoked Shadow without thinking of the consequences. He ordered Lin to quickly gather as much lifespan as possible for the team, stressing that with action approaching they would need every possible advantage, and Lin, composed as ever, simply nodded in acknowledgement. She understood that if Shadow had truly aligned himself with Spade A, then eliminating him might become necessary, even if it cost them their lives. Yet she was equally aware of the overwhelming gap between them, having not even caught a glimpse of his movements before the earlier battle had already ended. Several hours slipped by until just after midnight, when a lone figure stepped aboard a yacht docked at Magic City's port, calmly introducing himself to the guards as Shadow and stating that he had come to see Spade A. They immediately recognized him, greeting him with warmth and respect, while explaining that everything had been prepared and they had been awaiting his arrival. Not long after, the vessel pushed out into the deep ocean, and Shirshir finally appeared, dressed in a striking red gown and holding 2 glasses of wine. She offered one to Shadow with a playful toast to their first meeting in the real world, teasing that the infamous Shadow was just as enigmatic in person as he was in the game. Uninterested in idle conversation, Shadow cut straight to the point and asked who the target was, but she only responded with a sly smile, avoiding the question as she remarked that discussing business would spoil a night like this, suggesting instead that they savor the moment since there would be plenty of time later for deadly negotiations. Lifting her glass, she invited him to drink to their evening, and Shadow accepted, downing the entire glass in a single motion. The instant he finished, Shirshir's smile shifted into something more mischievous as she pushed him back onto the sofa and leaned in close, looping her arm around his while asking if he felt anything yet, explaining that the drink contained her special concoction, one capable of making even someone as formidable as Shadow obey her commands. Dropping to her knees with an intense, almost unrestrained demeanor, she told him there was no need to remove his cloak until they both reached their peak, then began drawing out his talent directly. As she continued, Shadow, despite reacting with visible strain, did not stop her, while she cried out loudly for him to release it. Without warning, fierce green flames erupted from Shadow, waves of heat surging outward as Shirshir recoiled with a pained cry, the fire engulfing her completely. In that same instant, a figure appeared out of nowhere at her side and swiftly tore the gold-tier protective pendant from her neck, the very item that could shield her from fatal damage once every 300 seconds. It was Qin Feng, radiating a suffocating dark aura, and Shirshir went rigid as shock overtook her, blurting out that Shadow had already killed him. Our protagonist answered calmly that if Shadow had not killed him, then only one conclusion remained, that he himself was Shadow. She staggered back, staring in disbelief at the man she had been so intimately involved with just moments earlier, and as the cloak slipped away, it revealed that the hooded figure she believed to be Shadow was nothing more than a summoned minion, which, after everything that had just happened, almost seemed as though it might be blushing. Taking in everything that had just unfolded, the woman collapsed to her knees and begged for forgiveness, crying out desperately as she lowered herself into a submissive posture, confessing her actions and offering up her life as a final bargain, even swearing she would become his slave if only he would spare her. Our protagonist dismissed her pleas and instead questioned her about the 5 foreigners who had been with her, and in a pitiful attempt to win his mercy, she degraded herself further by barking like a dog and begging to be spared. However, before she could continue humiliating herself, he ended it in an instant, twisting her neck with a sharp motion that snapped it cleanly. And, as her body went limp, the system interface displayed that he had gained 659 years of tradable lifespan, after which, he casually picked up her phone and glanced at it. Elsewhere, numerous boats were already moving toward the yacht, and without hesitation he used her phone to contact the authorities, reporting the brutal killings. A case involving multiple deaths tied to the heiress of the Qian group immediately triggered alarm, and the caller identified the suspect as someone matching Shadow from Forsaken by the Gods, sending the investigation unit into rapid mobilization. Haonan arrived among the first responders, his anger boiling over as he declared that Shadow had gone too far this time and insisted that no one stood above the law, taking it as a personal affront and an attack on the entire nation. As their vessel surrounded the yacht, he issued the command to open fire and eliminate everyone aboard. Once on deck, the officers inspected Shirshir's body, noting the broken neck, the burn injuries, and traces of unknown DNA in her mouth, which only fueled Haonan's fury as he became convinced that Shadow had done more than simply kill her. Placing a trembling hand on her while recalling her final words, he attempted to glean information about the killer. Yet something suddenly fell off, and he spun around with his weapon raised, shouting for an assault at 6 o'clock. But the warning came too late as a poisoned dart shot out from the darkness and struck his head, shattering his glasses as he collapsed beside the very body he had intended to avenge, leaving the surrounding officers stunned and momentarily frozen by the unexpected strike. Amid the chaos, the female captain maintained her composure, summoning a protective barrier as she barked orders and initiated a counterattack, demanding to know whether Shadow intended to start a war by killing an investigator. From the shadows came our protagonist's cold reply, stating that Haonan's death was justified because he had been a traitor who sold information to Shirshir for money, and he instructed them to check the phone for evidence. One officer complied, and as they examined it, the truth quickly surfaced, revealing that Shirshir had been spayed within the game. The captain stated that she needed to check the phone herself, and although an officer told her to hold on, she ignored him and seized it anyway, scrolling through until she came across intimate photos of Haonan and Shirshir together, at which point the truth struck her without mercy. A flush spread across her face as she realized that Shadow's words had been accurate all along. He had earned Shirshir's trust just long enough to eliminate her, then revealed the corrupt investigator in full view of everyone, bringing down both a crime queen and a dirty cop in a single ruthless night. The surrounding officers fell into silence, caught between fear and a strange sense of gratitude, while the captain stared at the screen in visible shame, fully aware now that if Shadow ever chose to turn against them, it would end in slaughter. With a shift in her expression, she looked toward him with trust, thanked him, and admitted her earlier judgment had been wrong. Then, without any warning, she lifted her gun and shot herself in the leg, prompting shouts of alarm as officers rushed forward to help, only for her to wave them off despite the blood soaking into her uniform. Tears filled her eyes as she declared that her debt to Shadow was repaid and asked him to remain with them. And though the officers reacted in shock, she dismissed their concerns, insisting it was better to bear the cost herself than risk any lingering doubt toward him. After which they carried her away. From above, our protagonist observed everything from the rooftop, unable to hide a hint of admiration for what she had done, even considering that she might one day rise to become a leading figure within Magic City's official forces. Elsewhere in the game, chaos continued unchecked, and near a set of ruins, monsters began appearing and immediately attacked 2 struggling players. One of them raised a shield and called for his healer to strengthen him, while the female healer, flustered and clumsy, lifted her staff in panic but completely mishandled the spell, resulting in his companion being devoured by a monster, and instead of restoring her teammate, her magic struck one of the enemies, causing a melanized creature to recover its strength. Moments later, that same monster unleashed a beam of energy that tore straight through them, and because her mistake had empowered it, both players were wiped out on the spot. When they respawned, embarrassment was written all over their faces as she broke down crying, insisting that it had to be Shadow interfering with her because she wanted revenge for Brother Song. Her companion responded by smacking her on the head so hard it nearly knocked her senseless, snapping back that Shadow would never waste his time on someone like her, and explaining that it was the Platinum Boss, the headless assassin, that had killed them, made worse only because she had strengthened it through her own blunder. He went on to say that if the guild leader ever chose her for the team again, he would rather die than let her drag them down further. Before their argument has any chance to escalate further, the Platinum Tier Boss, the headless assassin, descends with a cold, spiraling aura that chills the air around them. Her partner immediately tries to retreat, but she remains rooted in place, completely paralyzed by fear. The scene cuts to a vast villa, where a porcelain plate suddenly shatters against the floor, fragments skidding across the polished surface as a woman from the Eastern clan storms into the hall and snaps at the man on the phone, calling him useless for wasting their chance to eliminate Shadow after years of lying low in the ranks, only to fail at the crucial moment. Her voice heavy with the burden she still carries because Shadow slaughtered her family, a weight she refuses to release as she swears he will answer for every life he took, reminding the man that even with his father-in-law gone, he should be acting instead of sitting there doing nothing. Without warning, a young boy walks in, his smile unsettling and his eyes erratic. It is her son, Tan, and behind him lies the corpse of a maid, proof of how far he has already fallen. So she turns toward him with suspicion in her eyes. Yet Tan merely smiles wider and dismisses concern, saying age is irrelevant, and that despite not yet being 18, he is more than capable of outwitting Shadow. Then, with an easy shrug, he begins to explain his plan. Since Shadow enjoys killing, Tan says he will supply him with expendable targets, and once Shadow takes the bait and arrives, he will be drawn straight into the family's fireworks factory, which will already be rigged to explode, turning the event into a spectacle the world will see as Shadow's final display. And even if Shadow somehow survives, he will never lay a hand on them again, ensuring their family name stays clean. Hearing this, the woman's expression softens as she remarks that Tan is far more useful than his father, her contempt shifting toward her husband, who listens uneasily before pointing out that the authorities still depend on Shadow and that his brothers cannot intervene, meaning whatever happens will fall entirely on them, though she dismisses him outright, resolved to proceed her own way. She then asks about the peasant who refused to surrender her lifespan, and Tan answers with a crooked smile and a hollow apology, admitting he ran out of patience and that the woman will no longer be an issue. Far away, within the shattered remains of what was once a demonic city, chaos explodes inside the game forsaken by the god as the healer girl, one of the last surviving players, is struck down violently, and players begin to fall one after another, cut apart by unseen blades with no chance to defend themselves, panic spreading uncontrollably as everyone scrambles to escape, convinced that Shadow has lost control and is hunting them all down. Amid the destruction, while terror consumes the ruins, Shadow himself stands in silence along the shoreline, facing the vast ocean where the beauty of the beach clashes sharply with the decision before him, because he is on the verge of bringing his most valuable possession, his underground hideout, out of the game and into the real world. The price was immense, 1,315 years of his lifespan, and when the system prompted him to confirm, he accepted without hesitation, causing the sea to shudder violently as a colossal underground fortress burst upward into existence, tearing open a massive crater at his feet above the waves before the ocean came crashing back to fill the void. While a notification echoed in his mind, declaring the extraction complete, and Shadow, already anticipating the next step, understood it was time to secure the divine tomb. Just as he prepared to dive back into the game, his screen flashed with an incoming call from Fong, who explained that rumors were spreading about Shadow going on a killing spree, though he immediately dismissed them since Shadow had not even logged in, and after investigating, he uncovered the real threat. A platinum-level boss called the Headless Assassin, a creature so elusive that even level 3 anti-invisibility failed to reveal it, then pressed Shadow directly, asking if he intended to intervene, because if anyone could bring down something like that, it would be him. Meanwhile, in the ruins, adventurers were being slaughtered one after another, their blood soaking into the stone as the unseen assassin cut them down from the shadows, leaving even Fong's typically composed teammates visibly shaken, while one of them lashed out in frustration, questioning what kind of absurd platinum boss could slip through their defenses so effortlessly, especially when her anti-invisibility should have exposed it. Yet the creature moved like a phantom with no trace, no signal, only sudden death. Tension tightened around the group as another member warned them to stay silent or risk drawing its attention, forcing them to retreat toward higher ground in a desperate attempt to catch sight of their attacker before it was too late. But misfortune struck when one man stepped on a stray banana peel and lost his footing, spinning uncontrollably in confusion. And in that single instant the assassin attacked, slicing his companions into pieces as he shouted a warning that came too late. Their lives already gone. When he turned back, the creature stood behind him, and instead of fleeing, he bellowed at it to use everything it had, showing no fear as the assassin lifted its arm to strike, prompting him to leap aside in a desperate dodge. Yet the monster did not chase, remaining still and watchful like a predator waiting for its prey to weaken. And as exhaustion finally overtook him, and he stopped, looking up in defeat, the assassin was still there with its blade poised, and the moment he gave in it, delivered a devastating strike that shattered its concealment, ripping his head away with overwhelming force. The silence left in the aftermath was suddenly broken by blue flames flickering across the dark sky, and from above, Shadow descended like a specter, landing squarely on the assassin's back as he drove his blade straight into its core, a cold sneer forming as he mocked her so-called title as the Headless Assassin. Only moments earlier in the ruins, Shadow's sister had already caused a disaster that pushed everyone past their limit. As a single healing spell she cast unintentionally drew the attention of the headless assassin and resulted in her entire team being wiped out. No amount of pleading or sulking could undo what happened, and the group openly berated her, calling her useless, a liability, and not even worth the air she breathed, much less the risk to their lives. While even the president, normally composed, finally snapped, telling her that if she truly wanted to contribute, she should focus on finding a hideout, perhaps a golden tier 1 in 3 years, or platinum tier 1 in 10, his words carrying both tactical intent and clear disappointment, as her once promising hidden class had now become nothing but a burden, since despite all the extra resources and support poured into her, she continued to fail against even the weakest monsters, wasting supplies and dragging everyone down. Even so, the president showed a sliver of leniency by granting her 2 additional days of tradable lifespan, which she accepted with gratitude, though it only brought her total to 2 days and 13 hours, a gesture that immediately sparked resentment among the others, who questioned why she kept receiving special treatment and why the president still bothered with her at all. Their frustration quickly turning into quiet scheming as they tried to figure out how to earn his favor themselves. Then the situation spiraled further out of control when Shadow suddenly descended like a flash of lightning and eliminated the headless assassin towering over them in a single decisive strike, leaving the entire group frozen in shock, while the president, already on edge from everything that had happened, completely lost control and struck one of his own men, an act that should never have occurred under normal circumstances. Yet before anyone could react, the ground trembled again as something heavy approached, drawing every gaze back toward the healer. Acting purely on instinct, the president kicked her away from the group to use her as bait and gauge how many monsters were lurking nearby, and before she could recover, an unseen force seized her midair as multiple headless assassins revealed themselves and converged on her, forcing the others to watch from a distance as they tried to count 5 in total, with one already slain by Shadow, leaving 4 still alive. As she hung there, the healer caught sight of Shadow observing from afar, relief flooding her as she believed rescue had come, and she cried out for his help, prompting his eyes to sharpen as he activated Shadow, slash, and at the exact moment one of the monsters lunged toward her, he burst forward in a streak of blue energy, carving through it in an instant with a rapid barrage of strikes that dealt overwhelming damage. And when the motion finally ceased, he had gained 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. What made it worse was that the healer still didn't survive the massacre, her life ending despite everything that had just happened. Shadow showed almost no reaction, his attention drawn instead to the disappointing loot rather than her death. And without hesitation, he activated Greedy Hand to collect anything valuable, pulling in not only the lifespan stored within the bosses, but also orbs containing life drained from other players along with scattered resources ready to be taken. At that moment, Captain Anu and Wong arrived with their usual upbeat attitude, prepared as always to purchase whatever items he chose not to keep, and although their persistence usually irritated him, it happened to benefit him this time, since he had information about a treasure vault and was willing to guide them there if the offer met his expectations, which immediately excited Anu, though when she attempted to join them, the system rejected her outright because the vault permitted men only. Refusing to let it slide, Anu joked with Shadow, asking if he preferred men and telling him she would not be offended, prompting him to flick her forehead and call her a bad girl before leaving with the others, while she, clearly frustrated, resolved to grow stronger and return to prove those discriminatory NPCs wrong, rallying the other women to head for the mountain monsters instead. Meanwhile, Shadow began organizing his group, and the men traveling with him felt the strain of trying to match the top-ranked player, their nerves evident as Meng attempted to ease the tension by pointing out that opportunities to learn from someone at Shadow's level were rare, though in practice keeping up proved difficult, since Shadow moved with an effortless calm, yet quickly outpaced them without warning, leaving only Meng able to stay close while the rest trailed behind. As he paused to wait, Shadow reviewed the items he had gathered, and among the 20 pieces, 2 stood out immediately, the first being a forest bone blade, an emerald-toned weapon designed for assassins that enhanced strength, agility, and attack while also granting an evasion effect, making it a clear upgrade over his poison blade, while the second proved even deadlier, the Shadow Blade, a platinum dagger forged from concentrated, dark, elemental energy that added 600 points of dark damage with every strike and removed a random buff from its target. Wasting no time, Shadow invested 56 evolution points into the dagger, pushing it to legendary rank, and the enhancement made it exceptionally dangerous, as striking a weak point would now reset his cooldown, effectively allowing his special attack to trigger instantly and be used repeatedly in rapid succession. When Shadow finally looked around, he realized the others had fallen far behind, leaving him to wonder where they had ended up. Roughly 2 kilometers back, Meng sat slumped against a rock, completely drained from the effort of keeping pace, while another companion complained about the struggle to keep up, and although Meng tried to pull them along and push forward, the rest of the group could barely respond, their stamina spent and their bodies refusing to move. Qin Feng and his team finally arrive at the legendary Tower of Divine Authority, concealed deep within the ancient forest. And as they approach, Qin Feng turns to Meng with a warning that inside they will encounter an NPC infamous for extreme greed, explaining that the harder they fight, the more expensive his goods become, which is why he advises everyone to hold back and use only a fraction of their strength, since their true objective is simply to defeat the gold-tier boss. At the same time, Meng and the others lie sprawled across the grass, drenched in sweat and gasping for air after struggling to keep pace with him. Yet despite his exhaustion, Meng manages to lift a trembling thumbs up to signal that he is still committed to the plan. When they reach the ancient entrance, Qin Feng offers one final reminder to remain in team chat and avoid letting the NPC overhear them, stressing again that the better they perform, the more aggressively the NPC will drain their resources. The doors slowly creak open, revealing a floating, hooded figure that greets them with an unsettlingly cheerful tone. The NPC remarks on how heavy the burden of the Forsaken Gods must be for them, then introduces the place as the Tower of Divine Authority and states that they must pass his trial to gain the right to trade, prompting uneasy looks among the group as they're caught off guard by how lifelike he seems, especially since he already knows their names. And when someone asks what kind of boss awaits them, Qin Feng responds calmly that they should simply follow his lead. The team swordsman, however, cannot contain his anxiety and rapidly fires off question after question. How long the battle will last, how many phases it has, what abilities the enemy uses, whether they should prioritize mechanics or raw damage, if there are instant kill attacks, targeted strikes, or exploitable weak points, until Wang Meng exhales and explains that the man has been tense ever since a previous mission ended badly and cost 2 teammates their lives. Without delaying further, Qin Feng informs the NPC that they are ready to begin, and although the swordsman still looks uncertain, there is no time left to hesitate, as the NPC lowers his head with a sly glint in his eyes and declares that the game is about to start, at which point a violent portal tears open and releases their opponent, a level 20 gold-tier obsidian, skull-splitting puppet, a sight that unsettles even the seasoned swordsman given that their highest level is only 11. Despite this, Qin Feng remains completely composed, telling everyone to stay calm as he reassures them that the fight is within their control. With a brief nod, Qin Feng signals Meng to move, and Meng charges forward with shield and sword raised as Wang follows through with a heavy shield bash that crashes into the puppet's jaw with a loud impact, provoking the construct into a furious counterattack that sends Meng flying backward until Qin Feng steps in at the last moment to catch him. The swordsman and archer hesitate under the pressure, yet Qin Feng remains focused entirely on the boss, directing the archer to release Starshine Shot as arrows slice through the air and strike the puppet, forcing it to stagger slightly, then immediately ordering the swordsman to execute a triple ground slash, prompting a rapid of blows that scrape against the puppet's obsidian surface until dark fluid begins to seep from its mouth, a sight that only fuels its rage further. In response, the puppet slams both fists into the ground, triggering a violent tremor that shakes the area and kicks up clouds of dust. But Qin Feng does not waver, calmly reminding the team to stay alert as he points out that although its attacks carry heavy force, its patterns remain predictable, and as a fierce aura erupts from the puppet to signal its berserk state, black energy coils around the swordsman, drawing Qin Feng's immediate warning to keep distance from the spreading black oil. Startled, the swordsman scrambles away in panic while the archer narrowly evades a crushing strike. And in that opening, Qin Feng springs upward and hurls a shadow blade directly at the puppet's face, landing a precise hit that deals 4,500 damage, causing the enraged boss to roar before Qin Feng instantly disrupts its berserk mode and leaves it exposed, prompting Meng to grin as he notes how the strike opened the monster up, while the swordsman reacts with clear excitement at Qin Feng's perfectly timed move. Still catching his breath, the archer questions how Qin Feng anticipated the NPC's pricing behavior and when he learned all of these methods, to which Qin Feng responds with a light chuckle, explaining that the game is filled with hidden elements like secrets, ruins, and clues, and that what truly matters is whether players take the time to explore and understand them rather than simply advancing while swinging their weapons. A remark that leaves both the swordsman and archer silent, though there's no time to dwell on it. Without warning, the puppet's jaw splits open as flames begin to spiral inward, forming a massive destructive sphere, and Qin Feng reacts instantly, recognizing the spinning motion as a clear sign of an imminent fire attack, shouting for everyone to evade at once, and cautioning that the combination of fire and oil could incinerate them instantly, while Meng notices the swordsman heading the wrong way, but cannot warn him in time, forcing Qin Feng to urgently order Meng to activate invincibility. Placing full trust in Qin Feng's command, Meng lifts his shield the exact moment the firestorm crashes down, and the barrier ignites with a radiant glow that withstands the flames, shielding the entire team from being incinerated. earning a brief nod of approval from Qin Feng as he orders everyone to release their strongest abilities. The group responds without hesitation, the archer unleashing a relentless barrage while the swordsman drives forward with rapid, forceful strikes, and Meng continues to guard them from incoming blows with unwavering timing. Their combined assault tearing into the golem and piling up more than 25,000 damage until the obsidian puppet finally collapses with a heavy crash, followed immediately by a system notification announcing their victory. Though drained, the team shares a moment of relief and excitement, catching their breath after the fight. Yet Qin Feng remains alert, recalling that once the boss's health drops below 70%, enters a berserk state that does not subside until its duration ends, and above them, the floating NPC reappears, visibly satisfied. With a laugh, the NPC congratulates the chosen Blue Star for becoming the first to complete his trial, and as rare items begin to materialize in midair, he explains the next phase, stating that anyone seeking the divine gifted tome will have to pay using their lifespan, making it clear that the true challenge has only just begun. The NPC lifts his hand, and luminous runes gather above his hood to spell out the name Wickley, causing the party's swordsman to go rigid, not because of the name itself, but because his stare fixes on Wickley's hands as he counts them once, then again, 6 fingers. Wickley's eyes narrow, a frigid glint flashing across them, and without warning a bolt of lightning crashes down onto the swordsman, while the system displays a damage value of 99,000 as his body breaks apart into glowing orbs of lifespan that drift away into the air. Wang Mang recoils in shock, shouting and demanding to know why the NPC attacked without any signal. Yet Qin Feng remains composed and explains that Wickley carries a taboo tied to his fingers, and merely pointing it out grants him the right to strike first, whereas NPCs cannot initiate combat unless such a taboo is broken. Wang Mang quickly asks if they can fight back and defeat him, but Qin Feng calmly refuses, and as the system flickers, it reveals a grim truth, that these NPCs are not simple code, but entities from other timelines who achieve divinity, bound by ancient rules, and now roaming Blue Star to harvest players' lifespan. Wickley smirks at them before casually waving his hand, causing a display of glowing tomes to appear, and he instructs them to choose a divine skill book, pay with their lifespan, and leave, prompting Meng's eyes to widen at the sight of the selection, especially the books capable of producing food and water for survival and disaster protection, while the archer becomes fixated on a divine mechanical made among the offerings. Stepping forward, Qin Feng calmly offers 9,000 days of his tradable lifespan, and in return he acquires the complete set of the 9 Zhanghai City Divine Books, a gain that secures his survival and advances his reputation within the Tower of Divine Authorities. After finalizing the exchange, Qin Feng meets Wickley's gaze and declares his intent to take on the highest level of difficulty, which shifts Wickley's curiosity into amusement as he laughs and remarks that Qin Feng would struggle to clear even the first tier with his current abilities, yet still dares to aim for the top, then explains that the maximum difficulty consists of 5 stages, with the last guarded by Golden Grade Obsidian Golem, whose attack power, health, defense, and cooldowns are all increased 5 times over. The mere thought drains the color from Meng and the archer, who already struggled against such a creature before, and with its attributes amplified to that extent it seems beyond reach, while Wickley delivers a final warning that if Qin Feng fails, every bit of lifespan he wagered will be transferred directly into Wickley's possession. Qin Feng shows no hesitation and accepts at once, prompting Wickley's magic to surge as the shattered golem reshapes into a far more terrifying, overcharged form, its golden armor gleaming with a lethal brilliance, and Qin Feng, fully aware of Wickley's depth of power, knowing that a 500% boost is nowhere near the limit, given that he has pushed his creations to 2,000% before, does not retreat, instead viewing this as the ideal opportunity to measure his own limits. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Qin Feng launches a poison dart, activating Black Flame's gift and reducing the golem's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Then, gripping the emerald bone blade, he gains a burst of speed that doubles his normal pace for 5 seconds, and as flames erupt from the boss, he disappears before they can even reach him. The golem halts in confusion for a split second until Qin Feng reappears atop its head, driving his dagger deep into its skull and triggering the emerald bone feathers effect. But before the creature can respond, Qin Feng has already vanished again, retreating at extreme speed. Wang Mang and the archer watch in disbelief, initially assuming it must be some form of invisibility with an extremely short cooldown, yet they quickly realize the truth. It is not invisibility at all, but sheer speed so overwhelming that it gives the illusion of disappearance. Qin Feng's eyes sharpen as he links Blessed Liberation into Throat Slash, and in an instant Shadow Dash connects cleanly, dealing over 100,000 damage in a single strike, while Black Flame's gift surges once more, cutting the boss's defenses and resistances by 64%. Even so, the golem's health barely drops, But Qin Feng remains unfazed as he recognizes that the ancient god stone tablet is amplifying Black Flame's gift far beyond its normal limits. Since under ordinary circumstances Shadow Dash would deal only around 18,000 damage, yet now it is tearing away nearly a third of the monster's HP in one blow. The archer finally manages to track his movements and realizes this is no simple 3-hit limit, as Qin Feng's assault appears as an unending barrage of shadow slashes, each strike faster than the one before. From a distance, Wickley's expression tightens into a frown, recognizing that despite Blue Star's game having only just begun, this player is already displaying power and skill far exceeding what should be possible. While Qin Feng remains indifferent, continuing his assault as throat slash doubles its damage with each passing second, driving the golem into a shriek as its health rapidly collapses, blood spraying from deep wounds until it ultimately falls apart into a shower of lifespan orbs. A system announcement follows, declaring that the Tower of Divine Authority has been cleared at 5th level difficulty, awarding 15 reputation points along with an additional 75 for the first solo completion. All across Blue Star, players are left in shock, as most of them never even realized that a hidden tower existed within the ruins of their own cities. Yet Shadow has already surged far ahead of everyone else. While inside the tower, Wickley burns with anger, feeling as though he has been cheated, cursing himself for not demanding 10,000, or even 100,000, days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. With a snarl, Wickley conjures a massive sphere of blinding magic and shouts at them to leave, declaring that he never wants to see them again, causing Meng and the archer to cover their eyes as they brace for what they believe will be a fatal attack, only for the blast to strike and instantly transport them outside the tower without a single injury. In that moment, they understand that NPCs cannot initiate attacks unless provoked, exactly as Qin Feng had explained, and with the mission now complete, Qin Feng casually remarks that he is logging off to eat, while Meng expresses his gratitude and asks to join him again next time, earning a simple nod in response as the archer waves farewell. When Qin Feng logged back into the game, he appeared inside his hideout, where the system had already deducted 90 days of lifespan in exchange for the 9 divine gift books, after which he went on to spend 106 years' worth of lifespan on luxury furnishings, high-end ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. Moments later, a maid materialized in front of him, bowing politely as she introduced herself and prepared to take care of everything in his residence. And Qin Feng eased himself onto a plush velvet sofa before instructing her to begin cleaning, prompting her to move with precise, efficient motions as she tidied the hideout from top to bottom, finishing by informing him that she would prepare an elaborate meal next. At the same time, fear tightened its grip on the authorities in Zhanghai City, where within a single week a third body had been discovered, and like the previous victims, this one had been mutilated with limbs severed and eyes gouged out, making it clear the same killer was responsible. While investigators reported that the murderer possessed a strong understanding of police procedures, deliberately disposing of the bodies just outside the effective range of forensic tracking, forcing their superior to demand answers as he pressed them on how soon the next upgrade for the forensic team would be ready, warning that another failure was unacceptable. When one officer requested permission to present his findings, the superior listened as his expression turned grave, and the officer explained that Shadow's login and logout times almost perfectly matched the timing of the murders, which, although not definitive proof, was enough to raise serious suspicion, especially as rumors had already begun circulating that Shadow was the culprit and that the authorities were protecting him out of fear, prompting the superior to dismiss any personal bias and remind Xiaoma that even if Shadow had humiliated him in front of Anu, personal grievances had no place in their work, assuring him that full technical support would remain active around the clock until the killer was caught, while Xiaoma said nothing, lowering his gaze as anger simmered beneath the surface. Back in the game, Qin Feng stood before the ruined outline of a castle within the Demon City remains, and the sight triggered a memory of the Academy of Evil Spirits, a renowned top-tier hideout known for its impenetrable barrier. And although it had already been exposed, the system confirmed he had spent 2.74 years of lifespan to establish the Guild Shadow, with his plan being simple: to seize control of the sanctuary and link it to Zhanghai for immediate travel. Activating invisibility, Qin Feng slipped inside without a sound and descended to the 3rd underground level, where he found the area completely cleared of monsters, indicating that someone had already passed through. Then, without warning, a sharp scream cut through the silence as he saw a woman stranded on a narrow bridge with a river of bubbling lava behind her, while several men advanced toward her, their grins predatory as they closed in. The man with orange hair steps forward, sneering as he mocks her fear, making it clear they are not there to kill her. At least not yet, because Madame Dongfang wants her alive and her son has plans waiting for her, then demands her real-world location and warns that refusal will only lead to endless pursuit until her lifespan is drained completely, adding that even suicide will not help since their guild has already secured a respawn point. Grinning wider, he proposes a deal, reminding her that after killing Madame Dongfang twice, she already lost 30 years of lifespan. so she might as well hand those years over and keep them entertained for a while. And when she shakily asks what he means, the smirks on their faces answer clearly enough. One of them tugging at his trousers as the orange-haired man coldly remarks that this is the kind of game they enjoy. Her face reddens as she quietly asks for a promise that they will let her go afterward. And he agrees without hesitation, inviting her to begin with him while the bald man laughs and declares he will be next, prompting her to step forward with trembling steps, only for a sharp glint to flash across her eyes as her fear suddenly gives way to resolve. In a split second, she pulls out a poisoned dart and fires, but before it can land, the blindfolded man slams her into the stone with a golden cauldron quake that makes the bridge tremble violently, scolding her for daring to resist while the orange-haired man leans in, licking his lips as he orders her to open her mouth or lose her final chance. Yet her expression changes completely, the fear gone and replaced by an icy, merciless calm, and with a single ruthless strike she slices both the bald man and the orange-haired man cleanly in half, leaving the blindfolded man frozen in disbelief just long enough for a talisman to coil tightly around his neck before a sharp snap echoes and his head bursts apart like an overripe melon. Watching from afar, Qin Feng narrows his eyes as he recognizes her class, Chainblade, while she turns her fury toward the bodies and crushes them into lifespan orbs, and in her hand shines a weapon that catches his full attention, the blade of the underworld. Standing amid the carnage, her voice cuts through the air with venom as she swears that Dongfang will die by her hand. Amid the blazing lava, the ghost-like woman stands with the blade of the netherworld in hand, and it becomes clear that, just like him, she belongs to the only hidden class within the assassin path, prompting him to recall that in his previous life, Ghostblade once held the 10th position among the world's strongest powerhouses, and as he trails behind her, he remembers how she had opposed the true ruling family of Demon City, how her identity was eventually exposed, and how she was hunted from every direction. Yet even under siege, she cut down thousands before finally collapsing from exhaustion, a death that left everyone in his guild filled with regret when they heard of it, making this unexpected encounter all the more surprising. The moment he calls out her name, she stiffens in shock, and he recalls that she once mentioned the Dongfang clan, a group he believes he should have already eradicated. Yet her reaction turns hostile as she accuses him of working with an accomplice, which he denies without hesitation, only for her anger to flare as she demands he drop the act and die where he stands, immediately striking with her netherblade while summoning the chains of the netherworld that coil and lash toward him, binding tightly, though he slips into shadow and reappears behind her, catching her completely off guard as he calmly tells her he intends to play with her for a while. She springs upward again and slashes with the netherblade, activating Shadow Dive to dissolve into ash right before his eyes, and he mirrors her action by vanishing as well, leaving both assassins concealed and waiting in silence. Yet unease creeps in her expression when she realizes she cannot detect him, even though her blade of the netherworld carries anti-stealth properties that should reveal his presence. And as she senses him regardless, she gasps in disbelief, questioning whether this man could truly be Shadow, only for him to appear directly behind her and murmur that he has been there the entire time. Caught off guard again, she spins and attacks once more, this time using Spectre Pursuit, a mana-infused technique that locks onto its target. And as the attack circles him, he observes with interest how her chains can track his position, while she points at him and states that even if her eyes fail to see him, her weapon will not, warning that once marked by Spectre Pursuit, there is no escape, forcing him to maneuver carefully to avoid it, as he realizes this class can bypass stealth detection levels when tracking, and with a faint smirk, he acknowledges that her abilities are not bad. He moves around her in a steady circle, slipping past each incoming strike, and before long he recognizes that her movements, while sharp at first glance, lack true refinement. So by maintaining that circling pressure, he gradually forces her own weapon to wrap back on her, binding her in place. She cries out in frustration, but before she can break free, he closes the distance, restrains her, and holds her still as he tells her to listen, stating firmly that he was not sent by the Dongfang, and that if he had intended to kill her, she would already be dead, which makes her tremble as she admits she believes him and begs him to release her. When he presses her about the Dongfang she mentioned, she reveals that she comes from the Dongfang family of Zhanghai City, though her connection is weak because Dongfang married into the Chu family. And hearing this, he remarks that one fish managed to slip through, concluding that when he wiped out the Dongfang clan, Dongfang herself must not have been present, prompting visible relief from her as she declares that it is fortunate, since he and Dongfang are enemies as well, insisting that the enemy of her enemy can become her ally, proposing that they work together, and again asking him to let her go. Instead, Ario slams her down and refuses, saying cooperation can be discussed later, but for now he demands to know why she wants Dongfang dead. Tears gather in her eyes as she reveals that her hatred is not born from rivalry, but from loss. In the memory that follows, the truth unfolds. Before the god-forsaken game ever descended, Dongfang caused her mother's death in a drunk driving accident, yet avoided punishment when the Chu family arranged for another person to take the blame, and her father, shattered by grief, later uncovered solid evidence that could have convicted Dongfang, only to be found dead the very next day by the riverbank. The case officially ruled as a mental breakdown leading to suicide by drowning. Overwhelmed, she went to Dongfang Yu to demand justice, but was beaten nearly to death by the Chu family's guards, leaving her consumed by despair to the point she nearly ended her own life. Then came the second game, and from the moment she entered it, her sole purpose became killing Dongfang. Yet in this world, death required more than a single strike, as one had to completely drain an opponent's lifespan to end them permanently, and even after Dongfang revived, she employed numerous mercenaries to track her down, driving her step by step to this very confrontation. At last, shattered and in tears, she begged Shadow to help her kill Dongfang, but after a long silence, he rejects her request with absolute finality. She refuses to give up, arguing with urgency that he need not worry about compensation because she is not asking for help without payment, insisting that whatever he desires, as long as it is within her possession, she will hand it over, vowing to serve him tirelessly like a beast of burden and offering everything she has, her lifespan, her higher-tier equipment, her skills, leaving nothing held back, even going as far as to say that if he chose to make her his slave, she would accept without resistance, so long as he helps her kill Dongfang. Yet the hero, a ruler in his own right, turns her down without wavering, telling her that killing Dongfang is her own event, something that only she can bring to an end, though he adds that he will assist her until that moment arrives, making it clear that how far she manages to go depends entirely on her own fate. Unwilling to let it rest, she demands to know what form that help would take, and he answers that she must first join his guild and become one of his people, because only then will he support her pursuit of revenge. And, as he speaks, a system notification appears, showing that Shadow has invited her into the Guild of Shadow, which she notices currently has him as its sole member, making the decision simple. And after a brief pause, she accepts both the guild invitation and his friend request. He notes calmly that she has made her choice, then tells her there is only one task left, class advancement. And as he turns to leave, she stops him to ask what that means and how she should accomplish it, to which he replies that once she succeeds, she can come find him again, but if she cannot even achieve that step, then she may as well give up on her revenge entirely. It is then revealed that the Blade of the Netherworld holds immense potential, and with even minimal guidance, she is destined to grow far stronger, to the point where, once fully developed, she could become useful to him. Deep within the Spectre Academy waits the mutated witch Stana, marked by a platinum-grade grid, and the hero stands before her, watching with quiet focus as he acknowledges her as the Academy's guardian before launching his Dark Knight Ring Blade, which strikes with force and deals heavy damage. This begins the first phase of the battle, where only one of the boss's 4 heads is active and remains immune to physical attacks, forcing him to adjust his approach by relying instead on weaker elemental abilities, summoning the Shadow Blade, a dark violet weapon that forms in his grasp, and with pale bone blades boosting his movement speed while Shadow Blade grants cooldown refunds on successful hits. He generates multiple blades and sends them flying toward the enemy. The witch lets out a piercing scream as hundreds of strikes land on her weak points within a single second, each hit driving deeper as blood bursts outward. And with that, the fight shifts into its second phase as all 3 of her heads awaken at once, and, in a bizarre turn, begin to sway in a grotesque dance. Without warning, the 3 heads unleash wide-area attacks in every direction, sending multicolored laser beams cascading across the battlefield. Yet Hayao moves with precision, evading each assault before countering with another heavy strike that draws a fresh spray of blood from one of the heads. And as he summons Shadow Blade again to finish the clash, a massive explosion suddenly engulfs the scene, followed immediately by a system announcement declaring that Hayao has defeated the mutated witch, Stana, earning 50,000 experience points and obtaining the key to the Spectre Academy hideout. A second notification appears at once, confirming that his Shadow class has advanced to Tier 2, causing his strength, agility, and spirit to surge dramatically as his overall attributes rise at an accelerated rate, while dark blue mana coils around him, and a passive stealth ability, is unlocked. He notes the change immediately, realizing that his class attribute bonuses have now tripled and that his attacks are no longer limited to breaking after 12 consecutive strikes, marking his transition into a fully transformed Tier 2 Shadow. Meanwhile, outside the Spectre Academy just minutes earlier, Ghost Shade finds herself in danger as several thugs return, one of them sneering that he had been careless before because he did not realize she used chain blades. But this time they have brought additional support from the Azure Hall Guild, challenging her to try escaping now, while another charges forward, declaring that they will not hold back as they did previously before slamming the ground with an Earth Slam, which Ghost Shade narrowly avoids by leaping back and activating her Shattered Ice skill. The attackers escalate by throwing a flare grenade that catches her off guard and leaves her injured, and as one of them rolls toward her with the intent to punish her, she states firmly that she will not allow it, and pulls out a ring, her battered hand bleeding as she grips a green object, drawing attention from one thug who recognizes it as suicide poison, an item that would have her lifespan and send her back to her respawn point, while another mocks her defiance with crude insults, even going so far as to lick her in a display of disgust. At that exact moment, a system notification resounds, announcing that the Platinum Shelter, the Spectre Academy, has now been claimed by the Guild Shadow, causing the taunting thug to freeze in shock as a barrier activates and labels all non-members of the Shadow Guild as intruders. The cleansing sequence activates without delay, sending violent currents of electricity surging across the area as every intruder is struck and electrocuted on the spot, their bodies collapsing under the force until, within moments, all of them are completely wiped out. Ghost Shade remains frozen in disbelief, staring at what just happened as the reality sets in that the Spectre Academy is a shelter now under their guild's control, which means Shadow not only defeated the Guardian and secured the key, but also claimed the entire stronghold for himself in a matter of minutes. That treasure had never been up for grabs. It was Shadow's from the start. But before that revelation could fully land, the focus snapped to Qin Feng, who had just come into fortune in his own right. He had obtained a J-tier piece of equipment, the Errant Witch's Ring, usable by any class upon reaching level 14, and it wasn't merely strong. It was absurdly overpowered. All attributes increased by 22, cooldown speed boosted by 30%, area of effect range expanded by 25%, and area damage raised by 10%, a combination capable of reshaping how a player approached combat entirely. Yet luck hadn't finished favoring him. Alongside it, Qin Feng acquired a platinum-grade skill, Virulent Poison Trap, designed for assassins and hunters, a deadly ability that deployed traps hidden under level 5 stealth, allowed up to 3 to exist at once, carried a cooldown of just 4.65 seconds, and lasted for 3,600 seconds, effectively granting him overwhelming control over any battlefield. He examined the rewards with a sharp, focused gaze. 2 assassin-oriented items in 1 drop was already rare, and the fact that both aligned perfectly with his build made it even more remarkable. But the ring stood apart from the rest. With Instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade already serving as his primary area damage tools, this ring would expand his effective range to an entirely new scale. A faint smile formed. He still held 363 evolution points, enough to elevate Backstab Enhancement into the legendary tier. So he spent 340 of them, leaving only 23 behind, and in that instant, everything changed. The passive Backstab bonus surged from 75% to a full 100%, but the true power lay in the legendary effect. While in stealth, every strike would register as a backstab, completely redefining his combat style by amplifying his lethality, increasing his survivability, and solidifying his dominance. His breathing steadied. In that moment, his path as an assassin had advanced to an entirely new level. Then Little Black's voice came through their link. She had discovered another set of ruins and wanted him to check them out. And when Qin Feng asked for specifics, she replied without delay. They were at the ruins of Zhanghai City, where the stone murals near the temple looked identical to those in the beginner village. His brows drew together. Why hadn't they entered? Given their current level, handling a platinum boss should have been well within reach. Little Black paused before admitting the truth. They had cleared every monster along the way until a teleportation orb appeared, but when they activated it, the system denied them entry, stating that only a fated person could pass. Her tone softened as she added that she believed he was that person. Qin Feng didn't argue. He simply told her to wait, saying he was on his way and that she should prepare her tradable lifespan because he intended to equip her properly afterward. With the Shrine Teleportation Network already unlocked, traveling from Magic City to Zhanghai took almost no time at all. Little Black was already outside the ruins, perched on her lazy white llama as it chewed grass, and she nearly leapt out of her skin when Qin Feng appeared behind her without warning. Flustered and irritated, she scolded him, while he answered with a smug smile and a half-hearted apology, casually promising to be more careful next time. She gestured toward the entrance carved into the cliff, and when he asked how they had even discovered a place like this, she let out a small laugh and said, "You won't believe it. It's a long story." Just like that, the next stage of their journey began. Pointing at the cliff, Little Black finally explained how she found the location. She had obtained her llama mount here, though at the time she had mistaken it for a sheep, and while she was distracted playing with it, a silver-grade boss suddenly spawned behind her, startling her so badly she slipped and tumbled straight off the cliff. If not for a lone tree catching her midway down, she would have died and respawned instantly. And it was right beneath that tree that she discovered the hidden cave. She carefully led Qin Feng along the cliffside path, warning him not to slip the way she had, and admitted that after she respawned, she immediately called Captain and Uncle Wang Ming to help explore the area. Qin Feng moved without hesitation, jumping down the rocks in one fluid motion and landing effortlessly. Little Black puffed her cheeks. "Show off," she said. He laughed lightly. "Only you would find treasure by falling off a cliff." She fired back without pause, complimenting his agility, while adding that Wang Meng had tried the same dramatic jump, miscalculated completely, and died on the spot. Together, they stepped into the cave. As they passed through the dim corridor, Little Black explained that every monster inside had already been cleared, prompting Qin Feng's expression to harden as his voice lowered into something calm yet firm. From now on, no more careless deaths. If your non-tradable lifespan ever reaches 0, you know what happens. She nodded with an easy, confident smile, unafraid because she had a secret. Earlier, she had mentioned a method to drain lifespan, but she also knew how to restore it. Curious, Qin Feng pressed her. Is it reliable? Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she raised a finger and explained that within the city ruins, certain monsters had absorbed a non-tradable lifespan, and her group would lure those monsters to an isolated area, eliminate them, and collect the lifespan orbs they dropped, gradually building a small reserve they could return to whenever someone needed to replenish themselves. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened at once. He recognized the strategy immediately. This was an Yu's method. He asked if Yu was the one who came up with it. Little Black blinked, stunned. How did you know? Qin Feng didn't answer, falling into silence as memories of his past life surfaced. This very strategy had once spread among countless players after Yu introduced it. Before long, they arrived at the end of the temple path, where a glowing teleportation orb hovered. Little Black reached out and placed her hand against it. The system instantly rejected her. Access denied. You are not the fated one. She pulled back and looked at Qin Feng, hesitating only briefly before motioning for him to step forward, because everyone already suspected the temple was tied to the beginner village ruins. And if anyone here could enter, it had to be him. Qin Feng stood before the orb, silent, thinking. Then he reached out and touched it. The instant his hand made contact, the orb burst into blinding light. When Little Black's vision cleared, both Qin Feng and the orb had vanished. Her breath caught. She had been right. He was the fated one. At the same time, Qin Feng reappeared deep within a hidden cavern, the Cave of the Ice Tide. His communicator showed nothing. No signal, no connection, completely cut off from the outside. He was trapped inside. Without wasting a moment, he entered stealth and swept his surroundings, and then a system notification echoed through the cavern. New mission: protect the Ice Tide crystal. At the center of the chamber, a massive crystal radiated a cold blue glow, releasing waves of icy energy that spread through the entire cavern. And in that instant, Qin Feng understood. Whatever was about to happen would be anything but easy. He immediately recognized the place. The Ice Tide crystal, an infamous nightmare. In his previous life, he had studied it in detail. If the crystal took even a single hit, it would unleash a catastrophic frozen tide that obliterated everything nearby. And worse than that, the enemies never stopped. Endless waves pouring from the tunnels with one objective: destroy the crystal and cause the mission to fail. And if he failed, he would never be allowed back. The reward would be gone forever. Death didn't matter. Failure did. Taking a steady breath, Qin Feng pulled out the virulent poison trap from his inventory. If he wanted to endure what was coming, this skill needed to be strengthened, significantly. He poured his evolution points into it, spending nearly everything until only 17 remained. The platinum grade trap advanced, reaching epic grade. Its stealth level increased from 5 to 8, while its damage surged dramatically. 1,200 immediate poison damage, an 8-second slowing effect, and continuous venom damage equal to 100% of his attack power. On top of that, the number of traps he could deploy rose from 3 to 9. Perfect. He positioned 3 traps at each of the 3 main cave entrances. A system notification appeared. Errant Witch's Ring effect active. Area of effect increased by 25%. Exactly what he needed. Moments later, a cluster of glowing eyes flickered to life within the darkness, and the monsters surged forward together, snarling and foaming as they charged the crystal like a demonic tide. The instant they crossed into the trap zone, boom, vine-like thorns erupted from the ground, coiling tightly around their bodies as waves of poison exploded outward. And in a single burst, the damage counter soared past 100,000. Dust and toxic fumes filled the cavern. Yet Qin Feng remained perfectly still. Everything was under control. Then, pfui, a piercing whistle ripped through the air. His instincts flared in warning. An arrow cut through the darkness, aimed directly at him. Without hesitation, Qin Feng raised his barrier. Clang! The projectile shattered on impact. His eyes snapped toward the distant tunnel. Archers. So this wasn't a mindless swarm. It was a coordinated attack. His expression darkened. This battle had only just begun. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Magic City, far from the frozen cavern, Dongfang faced a confrontation of her own. She stood in front of an orange-haired man, blocking his path with her golden staff as her voice cut sharply through the air. So that's it. You're giving up the hunt for Ghost Spirit, just because she joined Shadow's guild. The man let out a heavy sigh and nodded. We can't touch her anymore. Shadow is a bigger threat than me, she interrupted, her tone turning razor-sharp. Her eyes burned with fury as she stepped closer, her voice laced with venom. You dare say he's more dangerous than I am? Don't forget, I know everything about your real life. Ending you outside the game would be nothing more than a child's game. That arrogance shattered his last restraint. His expression twisted as every ounce of humiliation and every insult he had endured erupted all at once. And before she could continue, crack! His fist slammed into her cheek, sending her body skidding across the ground. She barely managed a breath before he lunged again, dagger flashing as he pinned her beneath him, striking over and over, each blow driven by years of suppressed anger. I'm done listening to you. You call me a peasant? Fine. I may not be able to beat Shadow, but I can kill you. His voice rang out, filled with hatred, pride, and desperation, and Dongfang Ye, for the first time, felt real fear. Each punch, each stab, every frantic strike from the orange-haired man carried the same unhinged intent. Die, die, die. Dongfang Yu's avatar couldn't withstand the assault. Her fragile form shattered, bursting into glowing lifespan orbs that scattered across the ground. Her eyes flew open in the real world. Dongfang Yu sat upright in her luxurious room inside the Chu family residence, her heart racing as she gripped her gold-cased phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. Humiliation, fury, and hatred surged through her like wildfire. Those wretched peasants of Azura Hall, she hissed. They dare to kill me? Mobilize the men. I want every last one of them dragged before me now. Her husband stared, startled by the venom in her voice. Azura Hall? The same group you hired to kill Ghost Spirit? He asked cautiously. Her expression darkened further, turning even more twisted. Ghost Spirit is useless now, she snapped. She joined Shadow, and those cowards backed off because they fear him more than they fear me. He raised both hands, trying to calm her. It's already being handled. Black Dragon Hall in Magic City has been mobilized. They'll go after Shadow soon. Your honor will be restored. Her eyes widened, fury mixing with a trembling, almost feverish excitement. Shadow, Ghost Spirit, Azura Hall. She hated every one of them. With a wild, unrestrained smile cutting across her face, she murmured in a low voice, I will see blood spilled, and I will personally avenge the Dongfang name. Back inside the cave of the Ice Tide, Qin Feng's short blade carved through the frigid air and drove straight into the eye of a bow-armed monster, dropping the creature before it even had the chance to let out a cry, as ranged enemies posed no challenge at all. Each precise strike on a weak point triggered his Shadow Blade skill to reset instantly, allowing him to chain one kill into the next without pause. Yet even as he cut down his enemies, the Ice-Tide crystal began to tremble violently, thin cracks spreading across its surface like a web, making it clear that one more incoming wave might be enough to shatter it completely. Then, ding! A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the cavern. Guard mission complete. Claim your reward. Qin Feng stilled for half a heartbeat, caught off guard. Already? Before he could fully process what had just happened. CRRRAC. The Ice-Tide crystal burst apart into countless glittering fragments that scattered like frozen stars, and in the space it left behind, a golden chest slowly formed, radiating a brilliance like that of a miniature sun. His gaze sharpened at once. Another epic treasure chest. The previous one had granted him graceful release, so this one might offer something even more powerful. He stepped closer and reached out, lifting his hand as the chest slowly creaked open. A surge of golden light poured outward. Within that radiance, a figure began to take shape. A woman. The very same mysterious NPC who had once appeared beside another epic chest. She hovered slightly above the ground, her eyes gently closed, her presence vast and overwhelming, as though she had been sculpted from starlight itself. When she spoke, her voice carried a language both ancient and alien, a tongue no ordinary mortal should be able to comprehend, yet its meaning flowed directly in Qin Feng's mind, as if it were being whispered into his soul. It was the language of the old gods. His eye of judgment throbbed faintly, enabling him to understand every word without effort. You have passed the second trial, she said. You are the chosen heir, the one destined to inherit the mantle of judgment. As her voice continued, resonating with divine authority, her form began to distort, twisting and warping as though one identity were being shed to reveal another beneath it. Qin Feng watched without panic, his heartbeat steady, fully aware that whatever form emerged next would change everything. He remained where he stood, barely breathing, as golden light rippled across the cavern, while the woman's body reshaped itself to uncover a truth hidden since the downfall of the old gods, along with the power they had left behind solely for him. Then her third eye opened. A vertical pupil ignited with divine brilliance. An overwhelming aura surged outward in a violent wave, shaking the entire cavern to its core. Her voice followed, calm, resonant, and absolute. I am Asahi's, she declared, each word striking like a decree from the heavens. Under her presence, the chamber fell into complete silence. From this moment on, I will follow you, Qin Feng, and bear witness as you ascend into the true God of judgment. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and within the air before her, a form condensed, shimmering, ancient, and laden with immense authority, a bell shaped entirely from radiant light, its surface pulsing with celestial energy. The Asahi's summoning bell. It was forged by the Herald of Judgment itself, created from the pure power of order. Asahi's explained its function without pause. At level 25, he could summon her. At level 35, he would be able to summon her again. At level 50, he could call upon her once more. Each summoning would bring him to a different ruin, and every ruin would be a trial designed not for mortals, but for gods. If he managed to overcome all three, Asahi's herself would take permanent residence within his hideout, and with her presence would come the ability to push skills beyond the limits imposed on mortals. Qin Feng's hand tightened firmly around the divine bell, his heartbeat pounding with excitement as the sheer weight of its significance settled over him. It was enormous. His thoughts drifted back, recalling how the previous temple he had cleared was only level 5, while this one stood at level 15. And yet both had been discovered by Little Black, that same clumsy, accident-prone Little Black, whose luck seemed to defy every rule of the universe. Asahi stepped closer, her expression poised in perfect balance between calm serenity and unquestionable authority. "You have one opportunity," she said in a soft, even tone, "to upgrade a single skill freely, to match your current level." Qin Feng's focus sharpened instantly, because he knew that every skill's true strength depended on two core aspects: quality and level requirement. Quality could be raised without limit through evolution. Given enough lifespan, even the weakest ability could be elevated into something mythic. But the level requirement determined the true power hidden within a skill, its scaling, its attributes, and its raw destructive force. He already knew his choice. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng lifted his hand and pointed toward his most valuable ability. Graceful release. A faint smile touched Asahi's lips as she gently took his hand and pressed a divine kiss against it. In that instant, light erupted around him. His mythic skill surged forward, rising from level 10 to level 16. The weak point correction leaped from plus 300% to plus 410%, a terrifying increase in lethality, pushing him one step further into overwhelming, untouchable power. Asahi's figure began to fade, her form dissolving like morning mist beneath the rising sun. "I await our next meeting, my heir of judgment." Her voice lingered, echoing like the final hymn of an ancient god. A swirling blue portal opened before him, marking his path out. Qin Feng turned and moved a step through, but stopped. From within the golden chest, a faint pulse called out, subtle yet undeniable. Something was still inside, a hidden presence, a concealed treasure. He reached back in, his fingers closing around something unfamiliar, and as he pulled it free, the next secret left behind by the old gods rested in his grasp. The object felt cold against his skin, and when he saw it, his eyes lit up. It was an epic tier item, Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement, an assassin-class leg armor with a level 15 requirement. Yet its real worth had nothing to do with its base attributes. The true power lay in its absurd, game-breaking ability. Art of equivalent exchange. By sacrificing any epic grade item, or even an epic skill book, he could immediately exchange it for another of the same grade and category, perfectly optimized to suit his class. And the cooldown? Just 1 hour. A perfect tool for gamblers. A paradise for min-maxers. A blatant cheat for anyone obsessed with loot. Qin Feng's grip tightened around it, as the weight of his gains settled in. Everything he had obtained today far exceeded his expectations. At last, he turned back toward the portal, a quiet reminder surfacing in his mind. All of this fortune came from Little Black and her utterly absurd, reality-defying luck. Outside the cave, the scene shifted to Little Black, who sat near the entrance while her tiny llama lazily chewed on weeds, having neither left the area nor used the time to grind levels, choosing instead to remain there, guarding the exit and waiting for Qin Feng. When he finally stepped out, she let out a breath of relief, her eyes softening as the tension drained from her shoulders. And when he looked at her, her reason was simple. "I didn't want anyone ambushing you while you were still inside." Her loyalty carried more weight than the words themselves. And Qin Feng, both amused and faintly moved, decided she had earned something in return. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a skill book he had obtained earlier and handed it to her. The moment she opened it, her breath hitched, her eyes trembling as she realized what it was. A level 13 platinum skill, Magic Shield. Her voice shook as she thanked him again and again, fully aware that this was a massive boost to her survivability, and overwhelmed with excitement. She leapt onto her tiny llama, waved at him with unrestrained enthusiasm, and rushed off to begin training her new ability. Qin Feng watched her disappear into the distance, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Then his avatar began to fade. He was logging out. His real body needed food. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shanghai City, another thread of the story unfolded. Within the gleaming walls of a newly discovered silver-grade sanctuary stood the Knights Templar Guild, their leader standing before a crowd of jubilant members, his face lit with pride as he addressed them. Today is a day of celebration. We finally have a sanctuary of our own. Cheers echoed throughout the hall, because while the sanctuary was not enormous, it offered something invaluable. Safety. No unexpected threats. No fear of bosses attacking them in the middle of rest. No more fighting over a place, just to sleep. For this victory, the leader continued, there is one person we must thank, Xiaoyu. The hall erupted once more as Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage, visibly overwhelmed by the applause, her hands trembling as she began to speak, thanking her master for guidance, her friends for their support, and even those who had mocked her, because their scorn had only strengthened her resolve. Tears gathered in her eyes, and at last, with a voice filled with longing, she thanked her late parents, wishing they could see what she had achieved. The leader gently interrupted, smiling as he spoke. Xiaoyu, tell everyone how you found this place. She hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. A while ago, I had a dream. I saw a warrior, powerful, glowing, leading me to a sanctuary. The dream was unclear, but it felt real enough for me to follow. The hall fell silent, as everyone sensed that something beyond mere luck had guided her, because acting on nothing but instinct and the faint pull of that dream, Xiaoyu had ventured into the ruins. And somehow, the sanctuary had truly been there. Her honesty triggered laughter from every corner of the hall, as members snickered, nudged one another, and quietly mocked her, calling it ridiculous to place faith in something as uncertain as a dream, while even the guild leader struggled to keep his composure, forcing a supportive expression as he half smiled and teased. Did you have another dream last night? Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation, her expression completely sincere. Yes, I saw another sanctuary. Vast, glorious. I think it was platinum grade. The entire hall erupted, laughter crashing against the walls as members joked that at this pace, they would soon be living in a royal palace if they simply followed her dreams, and the leader, pretending to take it seriously, raised a hand and declared with exaggerated gravity, well then, these dreams are valuable. More laughter followed. Even so, he rewarded her, granting 1 full year of tradable lifespan before placing a warm hand on her shoulder. Let Xiaoyu inspire all of you, he announced. Stay united, stay devoted, and one day the Knights Templar will stand unshaken, no matter how chaotic the world becomes. He instructed her to continue searching for hideouts, and she nodded immediately, her eyes bright and filled with determination. Hours later, within the ruins of Zhanghai, Xiaoyu returned alone, gripping her magic staff tightly as she moved forward with small, uneasy steps, following the faint pull she remembered from her dream. But something felt off. The sanctuary she had seen should have been here, yet nothing matched what she remembered. Without her knowledge, several guild members had secretly followed her, noticing how she had headed straight back to the ruins after the meeting and assuming she intended to chase that platinum-grade sanctuary from her dream. And when she slipped into a crumbling stone building, they exchanged glances before trailing her inside. Within the ruins, Xiaoyu ventured deeper into an aged tunnel, her footsteps echoing in the hollow space as unease gathered in her chest with every step, because the air, the silence, and the darkness all felt eerily similar to her dream. Yet wrong, as though something was missing. Then she sensed it. Someone, or something, was behind her. She squeezed her eyes shut and whispered under her breath, "You're a life priest, a hidden class. You're safe. Nothing can hurt you, nothing." When she opened her eyes, her breath caught instantly. Standing in front of her was a nightmare made real. A grotesque creature with its jaw stretched unnaturally wide, and inside that gaping mouth sat an additional set of eyes, staring directly at her, studying her with a single, unmistakable intent. Hunger. Her scream ripped through the tunnel. Yet the monster did not strike her first. Instead, it flung her aside and lunged toward the guild women who had been secretly following her, their faces contorting with shock and revulsion as panic took hold. Kill it. Quickly, kill it. But their voices trembled, their bodies refusing to obey as fear shook their legs and slowed their reactions. They were too slow. The creature's tentacles lashed out, twisting and coiling through the air, before seizing one of the women, and before she could even cry out, the monster's jaws sealed over her mouth as its tendrils forced their way inside, draining her lifespan in a heartbeat until her body crumpled like a hollow shell. And yet, this was only the beginning of the horror. The remaining women screamed as the realization hit them all at once. This monster could devour their very lifespan. And in that instant, whatever courage they had left shattered completely, survival overriding loyalty, without resistance, as they abandoned their dying companion and ran, their panicked cries echoing while they fled deeper into the ruins. But the creature had no intention of letting its prey escape, its warped limbs writhing as its empty eyes gleamed with hunger, pursuing them. Without pause, relentless and insatiable, Xiaoyu stirred at the distant echoes of their screams, her heart racing as she glanced back over her shoulder, only to freeze at the sight before her. The monster feeding as its tendrils burrowed into the women and drained away their lifespan, their bodies withering as though time itself had cast them aside. Her lips parted, yet no sound came, terror stealing even her breath as she slowly stepped backward in silence. One careful step after another, barely daring to move. Clutching her staff, she turned and ran, her legs carrying her through a narrow passage until she reached a spiraling staircase. But in her haste she descended too quickly, crack, and stumbled, her forehead striking the stone floor as pain burst through her skull and tears blurred her vision. Then suddenly, her breath halted, because right in front of her stood a door, the same door from her dream. And as realization struck, her heart pounded wildly. She had truly found it, the platinum grade hideout. With trembling hands, she opened her interface and sent a message to the guild leader. At the Knights Templar Sanctuary, the leader froze mid-celebration as he read her report, shock overtaking him as he immediately ordered, "Stay exactly where you are. I'm bringing reinforcements right now." And to track her position, he instructed her to join his party, which Xiaoyu accepted without hesitation, relief briefly washing over her. Until she heard it. A sound. Soft. Wet. Wrong. She turned, and her blood ran cold as the monster stood behind her once more, its jaw split apart, eyes staring from within its mouth. That grotesque smile stretched unnaturally wide. Her knees shook, yet she forced herself upright and whispered, "No, I'm not the same girl as before." She was a life priest, a rare hidden class. She could fight. Tightening her grip on the staff, Xiaoyu made the first move and attacked. Xiaoyu tightened her grip and struck back. Venomous vines. As her staff flared with light, thorn-covered vines burst from the ground and whipped around the monster's body, binding it tightly as the damage registered. Minus 500 HP. Her eyes widening with sudden hope as she realized. It worked, while toxins spread rapidly across the creature's skin, sizzling like acid. Not wasting the opening, she lifted her staff again and cast corrupting poison mist, as a dense, venom-laced fog erupted outward and swallowed the monster whole. This was no ordinary poison, but corruption itself, a toxin meant to erode even the toughest defenses, and for the first time since entering the ruins, Xiaoyu felt her heart rise. She could win. She was finally pushing back. Then everything shifted. Her lungs began to burn, her vision tilted, and her throat tightened as the horrifying realization struck. This was an enclosed chamber, and her own poison was turning on her. She waved frantically at the fog, trying to clear it, but it did nothing, and with her breath running out, panic surged through her, until she remembered she was a life priest, and she had a cure. With shaking hands, she raised her staff and called out, "Antidote!" As a surge of pure magic burst forth, sweeping away the poisonous haze, her throat loosening as air rushed back into her lungs. But the monster regained its breath as well. Its body gave a twitch before it stepped toward her, the poison no longer eating at its flesh, as all of its warped attention fixed entirely on Xiaoyu, its split jaw slowly curling upward into an unnerving, impossible smile. Tears filled her eyes, her breath catching as panic drowned out every thought, and in that single moment of chaos, she inhaled the last trace of her fading poison mist. Instantly, her body gave out. Her form broke apart into shimmering orbs of lifespan as a cold system notification echoed through the chamber. Player Xiaoyu has committed suicide. Light swirled around her. Xiaoyu reappeared inside the Knights Templar hideout, disoriented and shaking, but alive, and almost at once the guild leader's voice came through the party chat, sharp with confusion. "Xiaoyu, why are you back already? What happened?" Her voice trembled as she replied, I died. A monster inside the ruins killed me." The leader frowned, his tone tightening. "That's impossible. We already took care of the soul-sucking hag in that area. It was only a silver-grade threat." For the first time since her collapse, Xiaoyu allowed a faint smile to form. "No, I didn't survive it," she said quietly. "I ended my own life first. If I had let it catch me, it would have drained me completely." There was a brief silence before the leader suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, you're a genius." A flush spread across her cheeks at his words as she thanked him shyly, adding that she was already on her way back. But beneath her calm exterior, a quiet wave of satisfaction spread through her, because the three women who had mocked her, trailed behind her, and questioned her were now gone for good, their arrogance leading them straight to their deaths. "This is what happens when you underestimate me," she thought, the corner of her lips lifting faintly, for Xiaoyu was no fool. Moments later, she returned to the ruins and stopped before the massive stone door she had discovered earlier, pointing at it with certainty as she declared, "The platinum-grade hideout is right behind this," prompting the leader's face to brighten with pride as he clapped her on the back before turning to his men and roaring, "Clear the perimeter. No interference," while Data stepped forward with his chest puffed out and boasted, "Even if the intruder is Shadow himself, we'll kill him." And the knights surged with excitement, as the leader raised his massive axe toward the door, war cries erupting and echoing through the ruins as the ground beneath them trembled. They were ready to claim their sanctuary. Then everything halted. A sudden shout cut through the noise. "Wait! The door, it won't open!" The cheering collapsed instantly, confusion spreading through the group as murmurs rippled in every direction, while the leader froze before narrowing his eyes as realization dawned. "Every hideout has a guardian," he muttered, his lips curling into a confident grin. "That means the guardian is the door itself." To confirm his theory, he gestured to a nearby warrior, who stepped forward, raised his axe, and struck the stone, causing a damage number to flicker above the door. -320 HP. And at that moment, the guardian awakened, the truth becoming undeniable as soon as the number appeared. The door itself was the guardian. Cheers exploded from the guild members as they praised their leader like a prophet, and he declared triumphantly, "This hideout is practically a gift. Bring it down," prompting weapons to rise as a storm of steel crashed against the stone door, sparks bursting and dust billowing with every impact. Far away, another window suddenly appeared. Qin Feng's expression darkened as a system alert materialized before him. "Warning. The land of purified souls is under attack. Entrance durability, 99.3% magic barrier, 100% teleportation. Blocked, war teleport. One use remaining today." Seated atop his wolf mount, Qin Feng did not hesitate. With the attacker's weak damage, it would take them months, perhaps even a year, to break through, yet he still intended to see for himself who dared to lay hands on a sanctuary. So he activated the war teleport and sped toward the ruins. The moment he reached the outskirts, his gaze darkened. Ahead of him, two men were chasing a woman through the ruins, shouting threats and swearing they would kill her if she refused to stop. A burly fighter wielding a spiked mace cut off her escape, and before she could even scream, he drove the weapon into her ribs, sending her body skidding across the ground like a shattered doll. As she writhed in pain, a purple-haired man stepped forward, raised his hand, and cast sacred chains as four glowing blades of energy dropped from above, pinning her wrists and knees firmly to the ground, her scream tearing through the otherwise silent ruins. One of the men sneered and spat. "This territory belongs to the Knights Templar Guild now. Trespassing has consequences," while the woman desperately insisted she was only passing through, though it was obvious they were using that claim as an excuse to rob her. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he recognized her. Yang Xiaoya, a colleague from his former job, someone who had once treated him with kindness and even warned him about dangers others chose to hide. And in that instant, his suspicions froze solid. The ones attacking his sanctuary, the ones tormenting innocent people, were the Knights Templar. The purple-haired man smirked at his companions. "If we say she's trespassing, then she is. That's the rule here," he said, licking his lips with a grin. "By our usual rules. I get her first." The second man laughed crudely. "Then I'll take her after you." Their laughter echoed harshly through the ruins, until a blur ripped across the night. A shadow surged forward with the force of thunder, steel flashing in a strike that was cold, absolute, and merciless. Splash! 3 heads hit the ground. Their bodies collapsed forward, lifeless, blood spreading beneath them as their laughter vanished in an instant. Yang Xiaoya stood frozen, her breath caught in her chest, as the figure stepped into the moonlit debris, his eyes glowing with a cold, cutting intensity. "Shadow," she whispered, her heart pounding violently. But in the very next moment, doubt twisted through her mind. No, this presence, this killing intent, it's too overwhelming. This isn't a shadow I've heard of. This is something far more terrifying. After slaughtering every Templar fool who dared block his path, the figure finally turned toward her, and Yang Xiaoya trembled, bracing for death. But instead, he extended his hand, not to strike, but to activate Blood Flower Bloom. A crimson vortex ignited around the corpses, the technique unfolding like a monstrous flower as it devoured every trace of lifespan the fallen possessed, their bodies shriveling into nothing while hollow white orbs drifted upward like fading embers. When the glow dimmed, Shadow turned back toward her. Their eyes met. For a single, suspended breath, the world stilled. The shape of his face, the line of his jaw, those eyes. She recognized them. Fong. It was Fong. Qin Feng beneath the mask of Shadow. Her chest tightened and her legs trembled. Yet before she could speak, before she could even draw a full breath, blue flames erupted and swallowed him whole. And in the span of a blink, he was gone, leaving behind nothing but drifting sparks where he had stood. Yang Xiaoya remained there alone, staring into the empty air. Fong? Was that truly him? The resemblance had been flawless. The eyes, the expression, the aura. Everything pointed to the same answer, yet her mind refused to accept it. She shook her head forcefully, pushing the thought away as she muttered, "No, impossible. I must be mistaken." Fong's foolish little sister joined the Knight's Sanctuary branch of the Templars. If he were really Shadow, would he allow his own blood to be enslaved by them? Her voice quivered. Impossible. And with that, she clung to the denial she so desperately needed. Inside the sanctuary of pure souls, tension pressed heavily against the air as the surviving Templars stood gathered behind their enraged leader, heads lowered and bodies rigid, while his roar lashed through the hall like a whip. Idiots, robbing travelers on the main road. Do you have a death wish? His boot crashed into one man's chest, sending him skidding across the floor. 1,000 deaths wouldn't punish such stupidity. Yet beneath his fury, something else lingered. Relief, because the one delivering judgment tonight was Shadow, and the leader remembered, just as they all did, how long ago Shadow had saved them from the Headless One. From that moment on, the entire guild had spoken his name with reverence, no longer seeing him as merely a hunter, but as an ideal, a symbol of strength, a righteous blade who crushed corruption and betrayal wherever it appeared. And the leader himself had once urged his men to follow Shadow's example. But as admiration and flattery filled the room, Shadow's expression grew darker, and when he finally spoke, his voice fell over them like ice, sending a clear chill down every spine. The hideout you're attacking, he said slowly, each word carrying deadly finality, is not a forgotten ruin. The realization struck instantly, draining the color from the leader's face as everyone stiffened, shock tightening the air like a noose, while Shadow's eyes flickered with streaks of yellow lightning, his anger barely contained. The leader scrambled to explain, his voice unsteady. But the rumors say your hideout is in Magic City. A person can only claim one hideout and forsaken by the gods. Isn't that the rule? A nervous voice cut in, the purple-haired youth. It's true, unless a guild is officially formed. Then the guild itself can own one too. Shadow never raised his voice. His silence alone cut through them, sharper than any blade. Then he gave his answer, direct, merciless, and without hesitation. He possessed a private refuge in Magic City, and this place, the Sanctuary of Pure Souls, was property of his guild. The moment that truth settled in, the survivors fell apart. Some denied it with frantic headshakes. Others dropped to their knees in raw fear, while Fong's sister broke completely, collapsing into tears that echoed through the hall, because not once had Shadow appeared in her dreams here. Not once had she imagined that this sacred ground belonged to him. The leader's strength finally failed him, his legs buckling as sweat poured from his body, and he pitched forward, smashing his forehead against the floor as he begged like a man suffocating at death's door. We didn't know. Shadow, we swear we didn't know. Please forgive us. Tell us what to do. What can we do to make this right? His voice spilled out uncontrollably, each word driven by pure survival instinct. Shadow did not react. He stood there in absolute stillness, calm and lethal, then opened his status window, his gaze sharpening with cold calculation. You've already worn down the durability of my hideout's door, he said, his tone cutting like lightning. Fixing it will cost a fortune. The window vanished, and he lowered his eyes to the prostrate leader without hesitation. To settle this, the price is 500 years of tradable lifespan. That number alone suffocated the room. The leader's eyes rolled back as his body gave out, and he dropped unconscious on the spot. Panic exploded around him as his followers rushed in, grabbing and shaking him, shouting his name before turning back to Shadow with quivering pleas. Please, he fainted. Have mercy, Lord Shadow. He didn't mean it. Shadow's presence only grew heavier, pressing down like a blade poised to fall. Then his attention shifted sharply to the purple-haired brat, those piercing eyes locking him in place. Do you even understand how much it costs to repair that door? Shadow asked in a voice so quiet it carried a dangerous edge, each word laced with restrained fury. The boy tried to respond, but his throat seized and no sound emerged, his breathing cutting off entirely. Shut your mouth, Shadow said, his tone cold enough to freeze blood. You're only making it worse. The brat froze, his face drained of color as he trembled, and silence swallowed the chamber, disturbed only by the faint crackle of lightning flickering within Shadow's eyes. Meanwhile, the guild leader lay half-conscious on the ground, sweat streaming down his temples as his thoughts spiraled out of control. Why me? Why does misfortune follow me like a curse? He wanted to scream, to rip everything apart, but rage seized him instead. His shaking hand shot out and clamped around his so-called dumb sister's throat, and his voice, breaking under fury, exploded as he shouted. This is all your fault. Your ridiculous dream brought us here. Were you planning to destroy the guild? His grip tightened, trembling with anger, desperation, and fear all at once. Then suddenly, her expression shifted. The timid, vacant girl they had always ridiculed vanished, and in her place stood someone else entirely, causing everyone in the chamber to tense as her eyes cleared, no longer clouded by the foolishness they had grown used to. It's true, she said, her voice still trembling, yet no longer weak. I drag everyone down. I am to blame. If punishment is needed, let it fall on me alone. She raised her head, resolve cutting through her fear. I'll be whatever Shadow demands. A cow, a horse, the pig. Every lifespan I earn. I'll hand it over until the debt is paid. I'll endure pain, abuse, anything. From this moment on, I am his to command. Just spare the others. Her words rang across the chamber, desperate and unfiltered. For the first time, those watching felt something from her, something that resembled sincerity. A few lowered their heads, stirred despite themselves, genuinely believing she was prepared to give up everything for the sake of the guild. But Shadow did not respond. His expression showed no change. His eyes did not even turn toward her. Instead, his gaze fixed on the leader, cold, exact, and deadly. Chun. The man jerked as if pierced. Why, yes. Shadow's voice cut cleanly through the silence. Tell me, Chun, do you truly believe this girl is worth 500 years of lifespan? The question struck like a hammer. Chin's thoughts snapped into place under the crushing pressure. Worth. His mouth twisted with harsh clarity. Worth. She's useless. She's always been useless. Without pause, he struck her across the face. The sharp crack rang out as her body slammed onto the stone floor. She sucked in a breath, her cheeks swelling at once. Yet, no one stepped in. Not one person moved to help her. You menace. Chin spat, pointing at her trembling figure. You dragged us in a Shadow's hideout with your pathetic dream. And now you dare pretend to be some noble saint? Trying to impress him? Trying to win his favor? His voice thundered through the chamber, thick with venom. Becoming Shadow's servant is an honor anyone here would kill for. But you? You're not worthy of even being considered. The girl remained on the ground, tears striking the cold stone beneath her. The rejection crushed her far more than the blow. For a fleeting moment, she had hoped, just for that brief instant, that her desperation might earn even the slightest notice from Shadow. But that hope shattered. She was nothing. And through all of it, Shadow did not move. Not a single step, not a breath out of rhythm. He simply watched, silent and unreadable, like a storm building behind still eyes. Shadow remained motionless, his gaze unwavering, cold, steady, unshaken, while his presence weighed over the room like an unseen executioner awaiting the final command. Chun, still shaking under the weight of fear and humiliation, forced himself to bow even lower, his forehead scraping against the cold stone as he pleaded, Lord Shadow, please. Our guild is small. There is no way we can gather 500 years of lifespan. I beg you, have mercy. There must be some middle ground. For a long stretch, Shadow gave no reply. He remained where he stood, half shrouded in the dim glow of the hideout's system lights, that faint shimmer outlining him like a figure sculpted from darkness itself. Then, at last, his voice cut through. Calm, steady, neither raised nor overtly harsh. Yet every word carried the finality of judgment. I'm not as ruthless as the world claims, Shadow said, his gaze fixed on Chun. I will not demand more than necessary. The entire chamber went rigid. Every eye locked onto him, waiting in dread for either mercy or ruin. Instead of 500, Shadow continued, you will hand over 100 years of tradable lifespan. Immediately, a wave of gasps rippled through the room. But he continued. As for the remaining 400, a faint arc of lightning flickered within his pupils as his tone sharpened. You will gather every member of your guild who bears the killer status. Each life they've taken will count as 1 year. 400 killers. 400 deaths. And with it, my own killer status will be erased. The explanation left them stunned into silence. No one spoke. This was not mere punishment. It was something far colder, meticulously calculated, using their blood-stained hands to cleanse his own record. A flawless, merciless exchange. Chen's shoulders sagged in relief. Strained, desperate relief. Why, yes, of course, he answered quickly. Our guild has over 2,000 members. To sacrifice 400. Harsh, yes, but it will not destroy us. He raised his head, nodding rapidly like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. And the 100 years, I'll send it right now. He acted without hesitation. A trade window flared into existence. A warm glow transferred between them, then vanished, cleanly absorbed in a Shadow's status. It was finished. Chen immediately turned on his subordinates, shouting orders through a shaking voice. Move. Gather every killer in the guild. Now, Lord Shadow must not be kept waiting. His men scattered at once, scrambling in all directions. Only after the commotion settled did Shadow finally shift his attention back to the true cause of all this, his hideout. He summoned the system menu. A translucent panel unfolded before him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrolled. Repair cost, 7 days of lifespan. A faint smile touched his lips. What others would see as an unbearable burden, an impossible cost. To him, it amounted to nothing more than 7 days. A single week. With a flick of his finger, he confirmed the repair. Ding. 7 days deducted. Hideout fully restored. Then he moved. Shadow struck down every adventurer who dared step into his path, each kill bringing him closer to erasing his own killer status, his attacks precise, his executions efficient, every passing second driving him toward complete absolution. And through it all, he never once looked back. The ground became littered with glowing lifespan orbs, scattered across it like fading embers after a wildfire. Then the system's voice rang out. A cold notification echoed through the air. 400 Slayers have fallen. To anyone else, the message would have been horrifying. To Shadow, it meant release. A surge of experience and lifespan flooded through him, powerful enough to shake the soul and alter fate itself. As another notification appeared. Killer level 4-3. The guild captain's face drained of color. Shadow let out a slow breath. For him, this was another step toward freedom. And as the system updated its records, the reality became clear. Every single one of the slain had secretly violated guild rules. Thieves, liars, traitors, corruption rooted deep within the guild itself. Shadow's blade had merely purged it. The captain felt a bitter sense of relief creep in. Better they fall to Shadow's wrath and allow that rot to spread and tear the guild apart from within. But Shadow was not finished. The air grew heavier with his presence as he turned, his voice calm, yet edged with something sharp enough to cut through bone. From this moment on, he declared, this sanctuary will be guarded by my guild. No one enters without my will. Shin blinked, stunned. Shadow's gaze hardened, faint yellow sparks flickering within it. Rule breakers in your ranks will learn discipline. You will guard this place in shifts. And if this sanctuary is ever attacked again... He paused, his voice lowering into something deadly. I will come for you personally, Chin. The captain's breath caught. That was not a warning. It was a promise etched in stone. Before he could respond, another system notification shattered the moment. Warning. Shadow's hideout is under attack. Location. Evil Spirits Academy. Attacker. Yuna. Barrier durability. 99.8%, dropping. A second prompt appeared immediately after. Word transmission available. Usable once every 24 hours. Activate. Shadow frowned slightly. The wording was unfamiliar, but the intent was obvious. A teleport. He did not hesitate. Blue flames erupted around his body, consuming him as he dissolved into streaks of light and vanished from the sanctuary. Only after the flames disappeared did the leader finally release a long, unsteady breath. The relief lasted barely 3 seconds. One of his overweight guild members nervously tugged at his sleeve. We're supposed to guard the sanctuary for Lord Shadow. Remember? Reality crashed down on him. He turned toward the so-called dumb sister, his expression turning cold and unyielding. You, this is what you wanted, wasn't it? Then you'll stand here and protect it. And if anything goes wrong, the responsibility is yours. Leave your position, and your lifespan is forfeit. Her eyes flew open in shock, yet no reply came, because she couldn't speak. Just like the others, she was restrained, completely bound by Shadow's command. At the ruins of the Evil Spirits Academy, turmoil exploded without warning as attackers bearing a dragon emblem carved into their foreheads unleashed everything they had against the barrier. Its durability already battered down to 51%, while nearby adventurers could only stare and murmur in disbelief. Are they out of their minds? They're provoking Shadow. Do they want to die? Their voices shook, but Black Dragon Hall showed no hesitation, continuing their assault without pause. Then, Shadow appeared at the edge of the ruins, his eyes narrowing with dangerous focus as the name surfaced in his thoughts. Black Dragon Hall. He searched his memory and found nothing. No encounter, no conflict, not even a passing clash. So why were they here, and why now? At the forefront of the attackers, a towering man lifted his arms and bellowed, all power into one strike. The earth quaked beneath them as mana surged violently, and Shadow's gaze sharpened, sensing the imminent eruption. Dragon Break. A mass of black miasma surged upward, coiling above the mercenaries like a twisted spirit bomb, and with a thunderous roar, the burly commander hurled it straight at the barrier. The world convulsed on impact. The ground split apart, dust blasting outward like a volcanic eruption, and the barrier shuddered as its durability plunged to 13%. Yet even then, it refused to break. Keep pushing, someone shouted. We're close. Don't stop. Another voice followed, dripping with greed. 100 years of lifespan for this job. Easy money. Shadow's eyes hardened as understanding settled in. So that's it. Hire dogs. Mercenaries. He released a slow breath. This isn't personal. The only one with a grudge that deep is Dongfang Yu. Before he could act, a deafening roar ripped through the sky, followed by heavy, thunderous steps crashing across the ruins, each impact shaking stone, bone, and spirit alike. The mercenaries turned and froze. From the shadows, a dragon emerged. It wasn't majestic. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't even imposing in the usual sense. It looked absurd, almost comical. Yet the pressure radiating from its scaled body crushed the battlefield into utter silence, proving that even something ridiculous could still kill. A faint curl touched Shadow's lips. The dragon stomped forward, then spun and twisted as if performing a grotesque dance. its sheer weight rattling the entire arena, until even seasoned adventurers struggled to keep their footing. Then, the sky darkened. Something enormous tore through the clouds, and for a fleeting moment it resembled a gigantic skull descending from above. But as it drew closer, its jagged shape became unmistakable. A meteorite. Massive. Unavoidable. It crashed into the ground with an apocalyptic roar, the shockwave ripping across the battlefield as mercenaries were hurled like ragdolls, structures split apart, and dust spiraled upward into the sky like a raging storm. The ground itself seemed to wail as if torn apart, and when the dust finally began to settle, the guild leader of Black Dragon Hall forced himself upright, armor charred and vision wavering, yet somehow still alive. He glanced at his health bar and saw the number. Only 3,000 damage. Then let out a smug laugh as he wiped blood from his lip and sneered, "Pathetic. I can handle." But the words never reached completion. A streak of steel cut him off. It moved too quickly to follow, too flawlessly to resist, and in a single instant his head was severed cleanly from his body, spinning into the air before striking the ground, while the rest of him crumpled and burst in a scattered orbs of lifespan that spread across the dirt like shattered stars. From within the drifting haze, a voice rang out, cold and precise. "The guild leader is dead." The mercenaries locked in place as terror seized them, their blood running cold, because not one of them had seen the strike, not one had sensed the attacker, and yet a figure now emerged from the smoke. A mage, both beautiful and lethal, a wide-brimmed hat casting shadow over sharp, piercing eyes, her face set in absolute seriousness. Such precision, only Shadow could do this. She advanced with care, eyes sweeping across the ruined battlefield, searching for any trace of movement, any sign at all, yet finding nothing. While directly before her stood Shadow himself, completely concealed within flawless invisibility. Those watching felt their hearts sink at the realization. His stealth was not bound by time. It was complete. It was suffocating. It was Shadow. He could have remained there indefinitely, silent and unseen, a presence without form drifting through the air, and yet he recognized her the moment he saw her. Jean, her in-game name marked by the distant green mountains displayed behind her avatar, identifying her as a member of the Sky Vault Guild, and beyond that, as one of the rarest and most dangerous hidden classes in existence. A soul painter. Where typical mages depended on incantations and spellbooks, soul painters wielded brush and ink, shaping magic through art itself, their power measured not by mana reserves, but by the mastery of their creations. That absurd dragon, that massive falling meteor, both were her work. Soul painters excelled in drawn-out battles, defensive stands, prolonged sieges, large-scale control, where a single stroke could alter terrain, redirect momentum, and reshape the entire course of a fight. But Shadow also knew the flaw that defined them. In a one-on-one encounter, they were vulnerable. They required time to draw. Against an assassin, time did not exist. Even so, standing amid ruins and the cooling bodies of her fallen allies, Zhang raised her chin and called out steadily, "Shadow, I know you're here. Show yourself. I need to speak with you." Her companions tensed at her words, and then a voice answered, calm, disembodied, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Shadow speaking without revealing himself. Zhang showed no hesitation. She stepped forward, her voice slicing through the dusty silence with clarity. "My profession is soul painter. To advance, I need rare materials that exist only inside the Evil Spirits Academy. I know this hideout belongs to you, and I am willing to compensate you. Name your price." Shadow's eyes narrowed, the realization cutting in sharply. This was the turning point. In his previous life, the Evil Spirits Academy had ultimately been seized by the Sky Vault Guild, and it had to be Zhang who found it during her advancement quest. Yet this time, everything had shifted. He had reached it first, and he knew her story clearly. Zhang was the granddaughter of Old Yang, the guild master of Sky Vault, a former hardcore gamer who rose to fame as a legendary streamer. And even at 73, when Godforsaken descended, Old Yang had stepped back on a battlefield and rebuilt Sky Vault around the granddaughter he treasured most. With the two of them leading, Sky Vault had taken control of the Evil Spirits Academy and forced its way into the top 10 guilds of the Z Empire. In his past life, Shadow had only watched from afar. He had followed their streams, observed their wars. For the briefest instant, a trace of warmth crept onto his face, a faint echo of the fanboy admiration he once carried. He erased it without hesitation. With a casual flick of his hand, the ground began to quake, and a concealed door wrenched itself free from the earth. The entrance to the Evil Spirits Academy, now fully exposed, leaving Zhang's team frozen in shock, their voices stolen by what they saw. The scene shifted inward, where Shadow sat on his throne deep within the hideout. Darkness draped around him as he stared at the woman who had once been his favorite streamer, his voice emerging calm, precise, and tightly controlled as he asked, "Why meet me directly, Zhang?" The soul painter straightened her posture, refusing to show even a hint of fear toward the unseen pressure surrounding her, and answered without hesitation. Because I must. My profession depends on the academy, and the materials inside are essential for my advancement. Before drawing a measured breath and continuing with deliberate weight, since you sold this hideout to the officials 2,000 days ago, I'm offering the same now. Sell it to me, and I'll pay whatever price you ask. Her words echoed through the chamber, firm, fearless, and completely sincere, leaving the proposal hanging in the air with bold intensity. Yet Shadow remained entirely composed and unmoved. Tyne's proposal was no small matter. 500 years of tradable lifespan was beyond what most guilds could even imagine gathering for a mere rental, and only someone from Sky Vault, shaped by Old Man Yang's ruthless ingenuity, would attempt something so extreme. But even with that in mind, Shadow simply shook his head, because selling the Evil Spirits Academy was never an option. Instead, he granted Zhang guest access to the first floor, a concession generous enough to allow her to complete her advancement. Yet she did not stop there. Adjusting her stance, her gaze sharpened and her tone steady, she pressed further. I want to rent the first floor for 3 years, and I'll pay 500 years of tradable lifespan up front. Shadow paused, momentarily caught off guard, because he had already allowed her access without cost, making such an excessive offer for a rental seem irrational at first, until the realization settled in. Sky Vault wasn't after resources. They were targeting him, seeking a connection, a relationship, the kind of influence bought in the ruthless style of an MMO by tying themselves to the strongest player in the Z Empire. Zhang continued, reinforcing her intent. To prove sincerity, she said as her tone turned colder, I'll wipe out the guild that attacked your hideout earlier. Every member, every trace. From behind his unseen presence, Shadow lifted a brow and asked, You won't consult your grandfather first? Launching an open attack on a guild could spark a war. Zhang gave a faint smirk, clearly amused that he even knew Old Man Yang, and replied, My grandfather listens to me, and removing a small guild won't make waves. No one will care. Her confidence cut cleanly, her ambition impossible to miss, and even at her age, she already carried the presence of someone destined to lead a guild. At last, Shadow gave a nod and said, I accept. Her response was immediate, almost unable to contain herself as she hurried across the hall, her mage hat wobbling while she signed the rental contract with visible excitement and relief. And in the quiet that followed, the system chimed softly. Plus 500 years of lifespan gained. Shadow laid out the terms with calm authority, stating, Sky Vault may use the ground floor however you wish, and you may even damage it, but harming the core structure is strictly forbidden. Zhang raised her chin in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the outcome, and replied, Understood. Pleasure doing business, before giving a bright, casual wave, looking far more like the streamer he once admired than a formal guild officer, as she exited the academy alongside her team. The moment she was gone, Shadow felt heat rise to his face, the reality of meeting his favorite streamer in person sinking in as he replayed the encounter. Her laughter, her movements, the way she argued and negotiated, everything about her more vivid, more engaging, and more real than anything he had seen through a screen, leaving the experience strangely surreal. Even so, he suppressed the feeling quickly, forcing his focus back to what mattered, because he had far more important things to deal with than indulging in admiration. The cooldown for equivalent exchange had already ended, and now it was time to take a risk. The system allowed him to sacrifice one item in exchange for another of equal grade, but tailored specifically to his class, and without any hesitation, he placed his intelligence training manual into the exchange. Light flickered into existence, magic spiraling around the offering as it dissolved completely, and in the next moment, something new descended to take its place. A weapon. Emerald grade, crimson blade. Its form was sleek and deadly, radiating a deep blood-red energy that gave it an unmistakably lethal presence. And its special effect was just as dangerous. The lower the target's HP, the greater its damage, reaching up to a 200% increase once the enemy dropped below 30%. Shadow closed his hand around the hilt, immediately recognizing that this was more than just a weapon. It was something designed to end lives. The Crimson Blade's power didn't stop there, because every strike restored health equal to 200% of the damage dealt. And if his HP was already full, that excess would convert into a protective shield instead. His eyes widened slightly as the realization set in. This wasn't just strong, this was broken. Then he noticed something else hidden within it. A limit break ability that, once fully charged, could unleash a single target finishing strike capable of wiping out nearly anything in its path. He didn't pause for even a second. Channeling his evolution points into the blade, he forced it to ascend from emerald to legendary, the weapon reacting violently as it transformed under the surge of power, until every strike it delivered carried an additional 9,000 blood element attack, a boost so overwhelming it could turn any fight into a slaughter. Even after the upgrade, he still had 555 evolution points remaining, and he already knew exactly how to use them. Shadow invested 500 points directly into his mythic stealth skill, and in that instant, everything changed. The ability evolved into something far more dangerous, its cooldown dropping to a single second, allowing him to vanish almost continuously, while the darkness itself amplified his stealth level even further. A passive effect granted him 3 permanent levels of stealth, and even his skill break spell was enhanced, now dealing an additional 300 bonus damage. But the final upgrade, that was where the true terror began. The lifespan consumed while in stealth dropped by 90%, allowing Shadow to remain invisible without limit, no longer fitting the role of an assassin, but instead becoming something far more elusive, a phantom, a ghost, a walking catastrophe. Now at level 17, he equipped the emerald grade gear he had gathered, starting with the ASPI Veil of Emerald Glass, which granted a staggering 133% boost to headshot accuracy for 30 seconds. Then the fragile white gloves, which sacrificed 12% of his maximum HP in exchange for a 30% increase to base attack, while raising physical defense to 75 and elemental resistance to 60, followed by the translucent socks, adding 2 levels of stealth, increasing movement speed by 27%, and granting the ability to phase through all collisions for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 27 seconds. And finally, the odd resistance charm, a strange accessory that shifted with his emotions, providing unpredictable defensive buffs even he couldn't anticipate. With everything combined, the emerald gear made him look less like a lethal killer and more like someone dressed to breakdance under neon lights, prompting Shadow to stare at his reflection in clear distaste before letting out a sigh and switching back to his Shadow class appearance, the absurd colors disappearing as the familiar, ominous silhouette of death took over once more. The scene shifted again, returning to the real world, where a jeep rolled into the outskirts of Magic City and came to a stop in front of a sprawling mansion, from which 4 individuals stepped out. A heavily built, scarred man complaining about not being allowed to sit inside the vehicle. A goofy-looking man with thick black glasses who appeared harmless at first glance. A stern-faced man whose patience seemed on the verge of snapping. And a small, quiet girl whose silent presence carried an unsettling weight. They looked toward the mansion and muttered among themselves, voices laced with disdain. Show off, arrogant rich woman. Looks down on us just because we're poor, until the serious man clicked his tongue and said, let's leave. We'll find another buyer. Not far away, a soldier concealed a smirk and silently shook his head, aware of something they were not. They would soon regret those words. Moments later, the Dongfang lady emerged, her steps precise and her expression cold as ice, accompanied by a disturbingly unhinged little boy whose gaze carried a twisted edge, and without offering any payment, she gave a single, convert your lifespan into light orbs, and placed them on the ground. The 4 travelers froze in place, the scarred man immediately scoffing at the demand, because surrendering their lifespan without compensation or negotiation was beyond unreasonable. Yet her eyes remained steady, and her voice cut through the air with lethal clarity as she declared, hand over your lifespan, or die here. In an instant, soldiers poured out from the mansion, rifles raised and aimed at the group, forming a firing squad within seconds as the tension tightened to a breaking point, until the so-called goofy-looking man dropped his harmless demeanor, his expression turning sharp and his posture shifting completely. And then, with terrifying speed, he moved. He lunged forward and tore through the soldiers as if they were nothing, ripping bodies apart with his bare hands while blood sprayed and screams filled the air, exposing the truth in an instant. He was no ordinary man, not even close. He was a hidden class user, a bug manipulator. From beneath tiles, through cracks, along gutters, and out of the shadows, swarms of insects poured forth, moving like living weapons, strengthened like high-level pets, and armed with their own skills and traits as they flooded over armor and slipped beneath helmets, driving fangs, claws, and mandibles into exposed flesh. One after another, soldiers collapsed, consumed alive as the tide turned in an instant, transforming what had started as a simple shakedown into a full-scale slaughter, making it clear that the 4 strangers were never victims. They were predators, their gazes locked onto the Dongfang lady, sharpening like hunters catching the scent of fresh prey. And then, the quiet girl standing at the back twitched, her face contorted in an unnatural way, skin pulling tight while her muscles spasmed, as though something fractured deep within her had suddenly awakened, and the aura that spilled out was unhinged, suffocating, and filled with killing intent. Everyone felt it. Even the boy standing beside her went completely still. Chaos erupted across the Dongfang mansion's courtyard as the burly man bared a savage grin, bloodlust pouring off him while he strapped a platinum-grade shield to his arm, the soldiers cursing in frustration as their bullets struck its gleaming surface and bounced away uselessly, each impact ringing out like firecrackers against solid steel. With a roar, he charged forward. In a moment the soldiers ran dry and scrambled to reload, He swung the massive shield in a devastating arc, sending bodies flying as bones snapped and blood splattered across the courtyard, tearing through their formation like a truck ripping through cardboard and leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. At the same time, the blond man with glasses transformed the battlefield into a deadly spectacle, his fingers crackling with energy, each one humming with a different destructive caliber, and with a single snap, a blazing laser shot from his index finger, piercing through helmets and skulls as headless bodies collapsed instantly. He spun his hands like guns, shifting from finger to finger, each snap unleashing a new kind of projectile, a different attack, another death. Laughing as soldiers dropped one after another like dominoes, until the reality became undeniable. He wasn't being flashy, and he wasn't performing tricks. He was a gunman, a rare hidden class, with each finger functioning as its own weapon. Panic spread among the soldiers as they shouted desperately for reinforcements. But no help ever came, because before their calls could reach anyone, a black-hooded girl appeared behind them without a sound, unseen and absolute, her presence turning the air cold as death itself took form. Anyone who turned toward her paid the price instantly, her blade slipping through shadows and cutting throats before a single scream could escape, each soldier dropping silently, as if silenced by death itself. And even the messenger failed to react before her dagger slid cleanly between his ribs. She moved like a phantom, a reaper, a living shadow of murder, drifting toward the Dongfang lady with her killing intent sharpened to a razor's edge, the air growing colder with every step as her invisible form closed in, hunger for blood flickering in her eyes. Victory seemed certain, until a massive boot appeared out of nowhere and slammed into her face. Her skull struck the ground with a sickening crack, her invisibility shattering like glass as it flickered once before vanishing completely, leaving her pale face contorted with both pain and disbelief. Standing above her was a towering figure, a giant of a man with a body like solid steel, his mouth wrapped in cold bandages and his eyes sharp, calm, and utterly unreadable. He didn't show anger. He simply observed. Turning slightly, he addressed the Dongfang lady in a deep, gravelly voice, saying, "These opponents have stealth classes. You must not underestimate them." Her eyes lit with cruel satisfaction as she gave her order, voice sharp as shattered glass. Capture them alive. Alive, so she could drain their lifespan, so her son could feed on the years stolen from them. Yet her bodyguard remained unmoved, not even blinking as chaos raged around him, his stance relaxed and steady while, beneath that calm exterior, he silently evaluated the battlefield, weighing every strength, every weakness, and the shifting rhythm of the fight. 50%. That was the success rate he had calculated, and even so, he advanced without the slightest pause, carrying himself with the quiet assurance of a walking disaster. The shield-bearing brute stiffened on instinct, immediately sensing this was no ordinary guard, but something far more dangerous, while the bodyguard closed the distance with measured steps and spoke in a calm, grounded tone. "That so-called one-hit kill gear you flaunt, it isn't just for blocking. I know your type. Scavengers, parasites who prey on wealthy players and take what isn't yours." Then tilted his head as he examined them with detached interest and added, "If you had actually trained and leveled properly, you might have been entertaining." The ragtag group traded uneasy looks, their earlier confidence shaken despite having cut through soldiers with ease, because this lone man emanated the composed certainty of something monstrous. Then his voice cracked across the space like a lash, "Arrogant brats," and the insult ignited the bug controller's fury, his form contorting as it unraveled into a shrieking mass of wings and mandibles, rage bursting from every vibrating limb as he hurled himself forward in a high-speed assault, a storm of insects tearing through the air at nearly 200 kilometers per hour, a velocity no normal human should ever track. Yet the bodyguard merely shifted his stance and intercepted a mid-flight, his thighs snapping shut like iron around the writhing swarm as the insect boy screamed, wings crumpling under crushing force, before a single brutal motion drove him downward, slam. His skull smashed into the ground as the counter flipped his body over like a discarded puppet. Shock rippled outward as the gunman locked in place, and the burly man stared in disbelief, both reeling from the impossible question of how he had seized a stealth swarm in full charge. Then a new horror crept in. The smell, an acrid, decaying stench that spread across the courtyard as a sickly violet haze leaked from the bodyguard's form, coiling around him like something alive. Not smoke, not ordinary toxin, but an extension of himself, and the realization struck them all at once. His hidden class was among the rarest and most feared, a poison gas master, his very body transformed into a lethal zone, a drifting shroud that choked everything it touched, exposing hidden movement, fouling the air, and seeping into the ground itself. Grass shriveled where it reached, dust quivered in its wake. Even the atmosphere seemed to shrink back, and in that moment the misfits understood the truth. They were not facing a mere guard but something far worse, a living nightmare from which nothing slipped away, not breath, not motion, not even the faintest heartbeat, because the battlefield belonged entirely to him. Every opponent reduced to trembling insects caught in an unseen snare, while the poisonous fog curled tightly around his towering figure like an aura. And for the first time, beneath the bandages covering his mouth, a cold, knowing smile slowly formed. Only then did the misfits truly grasp the reality. This was never a clash with the Dongfang Ladies' Guard, but a reckless intrusion into the hunting ground of something monstrous. And now that monster had decided to stop holding back. The bodyguard lowered his stance, knees bending as his muscles swelled, and in the next instant he blasted upward, hurled into the sky by the violent force of his own toxic gas. The grotesque propulsion sending him soaring like a cannonball launched straight out of hell, his legs spreading as he locked on his target below. And then, boom, a catastrophic surge of corrupted power crashed directly into the burly man's platinum shield, the so-called indestructible metal buckling on impact before splitting apart and finally exploding into fragments like fragile scrap, while the shield bearer himself was hurled backward, his body crushed and lifeless, broken by the very defense he had trusted, and he slammed into the courtyard without resistance, like a corpse already discarded. Panic seized the bespectacled gunman. "Get your weapon ready," he barked toward the insect controller, sparks flickering along his fingers as he took aim at the figure still suspended above, then unleashed a barrage of energy beams that tore skyward. Yet the bodyguard twisted through the air with unnatural precision, slipping between each shot as though the swirling poison around him guided his path. Every evasive movement followed by another burst of foul propulsion that flung him unpredictably in new directions, making him seem like a grotesque fiend ricocheting across the sky. The gunman curled his lip in disdain. "Idiot. Jumping into the air against a gunman? You've signed your death warrant." He steadied his glowing hand, a smirk forming as he prepared the finishing strike. But the bodyguard suddenly went still, drawing his legs inward as pressure began to mount, building, rising, intensifying. Crack! A violent shockwave erupted outward, not merely poison and not merely gas, but a deafening sonic blast infused with toxic force, tearing straight through the sound barrier as it detonated across the battlefield. The gunman's glasses shattered instantly, his eardrums ruptured, his throat collapsed, and he fell dead on the spot before his knees could even touch the ground, his face frozen in sheer terror as the only thing left unbroken. The bodyguard descended and touched down lightly, the earth barely fracturing beneath him, and from behind the wrappings over his mouth came a low, muffled voice. That was only a low-level release. A real human dies instantly. Silence swallowed everything. Then his eyes shifted. The last surviving gunman, the one wearing black goggles, was already trying to slip away, his body shaking like prey backed into a corner, but he was far too slow. In a single blurred motion, the bodyguard appeared directly in front of him, a massive hand seizing his skull and forcing his gaze upward until he was staring straight into terror itself. Please," the man stuttered, his voice breaking apart. The bodyguard answered with unsettling calm. "No need to kill you today. 2 of you died. 2 of you survived. Just enough to fulfill my lady's order." His grip tightened, just a fraction. "But I want answers," he said, his tone dropping until it carried a deathly chill, before pressing further. "Where's the invisible assassin who nearly reached my mistress earlier?" The man trembled uncontrollably. "There's no one like that. We don't have anyone like that. I swear," he blurted, but the poisonous haze coiled tighter around them, and the bodyguard remained unconvinced. The survivor's thoughts spiraled as panic took hold. His 2 companions were already dead, utterly crushed by the bodyguard's overwhelming power, and then a realization struck him with sudden clarity. There had been 4 of them when they arrived, hadn't there? Yet the 4th, the short, quiet figure from a jeep, was nowhere to be seen, someone who had simply tagged along, nothing more than a stranger looking to trade lifespan, a man whose face none of them could even recall. A chill spread through his veins. If that person wasn't one of them, then who was he? And where had he disappeared to? Before the thought could settle, the scene shifted abruptly, and the story plunged back into Forsaken by the Gods. Magic City, the Leaning Tower. Amid the shattered remains of Magic City, at the peak of the Leaning Magic Tower, an eerie glow pulsed through the darkness, while above the structure a massive purple magic circle churned, its twisting sigils warping the sky itself. At the entrance stood Shadow, silent and unseen, a hunter cloaked entirely in darkness, his gaze sharpening as he noticed the guardian creature that should have been stationed at the gate was gone. Not missing, killed, erased. Someone had reached the tower before him. Shadow slipped inside, his steps non-existent, his presence completely erased by mythic stealth, and the interior unfolded into an immense labyrinth, a vast expanse of spiraling shelves forming an ancient library twisted into a 3-dimensional maze filled with hidden traps, the very air humming with long-forgotten magic as his senses sharpened further. The legend resurfaced in his mind. The Princess of Despair, once a human royal, now twisted into a monster by the evil White Dragon, and the state of the ravaged halls made it clear that others had already forced their way deep inside. Then, at the edge of his vision, something flickered. A single book. It pulsed with an unusual energy, concealed among countless dust-covered volumes. Shadow's lips curved slightly. The trigger. He reached out, pulled the book free, and instantly activated the teleportation spell, blue light, tearing him away from the labyrinth and launching him upward. Top of the tower. Chaos unleashed. Shadow appeared at the summit and immediately halted. A large guild force was already locked in battle against the Princess of Despair, dozens of adventurers swarming the monstrous figure, while dozens more died in an instant, their bodies collapsing in a lifespan, orbs that scattered across the rooftop like debris in a storm, corpses dropping one after another without pause. Yet the madness didn't stop there. More adventurers kept charging in, dying, respawning, then rushing back into the fight without hesitation. Shadow narrowed his eyes. What kind of guild could tolerate losses on this scale? Burning through people like expendable rounds, and still advancing without pause. Then, a sharp female command cut cleanly across the chaos. Rearguard, advance. I don't care if you die. Respawn and push again. Shadow's focus snapped toward the source, and recognition came instantly. Huang, leader of heavy industries. Even here, that corporation had adapted with frightening efficiency, converting its wealth into lifespan, and turning its workforce into a militarized force known as the Heavy Industry Union. He watched as Huang stepped forward, her class activating as a radiant blue portal unfolded behind her, linking the rooftop battlefield to a distant respawn location. Adventurers who had fallen only moments earlier surged back through the gateway, unshaken, fearless, ready to throw themselves into the slaughter again. Her hidden class, illusionist, her defining ability, portal, the very skill that made their strategy so disturbing. Position the entrance at the respawn point, open the exit at the boss, then continue the cycle. Sacrifice, respawn, repeat, endlessly, a living assembly line of death and return, a tactic only a corporate giant could sustain. Shadow let out a slow breath as the scene played out before him. The princess unleashing furious roars, the guild collapsing in waves, the portal radiating steadily, and the union advancing with the unfeeling persistence of a machine that refused to halt. Fallen players reappearing the instant they died, wave after wave as bodies dropped, revived, and charged once more, until as long as that portal remained intact. Heavy Industries effectively wielded an inexhaustible army. Yet Shadow paid them no real attention. His gaze moved past Huang entirely, fixing instead on the true danger towering above the carnage. The Princess of Despair. A level 18, platinum tier abomination, her warped form lashing about like something torn from a nightmare, tentacles whipping in every direction as they crushed adventurers into the ground with bone-shattering force. Her raw strength alone was horrifying, but Shadow understood the greater threat she carried. She consumed lifespan directly. Every kill wasn't just reward or progress. It was permanent loss. The victim's lifespan converted into her strength, restoring her and driving her power higher. And unlike ordinary monsters, those she killed left nothing behind, no bodies, no recoverable lifespan. Shadow's memory tightened. He knew exactly what that meant. If she continued feeding, she would evolve. Right there, in the middle of the fight, ascending straight into Emerald Tier. And if that happened, Heavy Industries wouldn't simply be defeated. They would be wiped out entirely, lifespan included. Shadow did not pause. He stepped off the edge and dropped into the battlefield like a thunderbolt, landing beside Hang, his arrival crashing over the war zone like an incoming storm and forcing the surrounding noise into sudden silence. His voice sliced cleanly through the chaos of battle. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. Up front, I'll kill the princess. But every assassin class drop belongs to me. There was no room for negotiation, no hint of compromise. The guild fell still. Huang fixed her gaze on him, her breath uneven as awe and fear mixed in her eyes. Because facing Shadow wasn't something even top-tier guild leaders did lightly. His reputation not a rumor, but a threat etched across the entire game itself. Shadow leaned slightly closer, his tone dropping into something cold and absolute. Your strategy is pointless. Without me, she evolves to Emerald Tier. Your guild dies. All of you. The imbalance was clear. They needed him far more than he needed them. And he made certain that truth settled in. Before Huang could answer, an adventurer shoved his way forward, his face flushed with anger as he shouted at Shadow, demanding to know what gave him the right to claim they couldn't win. Openly challenging and mocking him. Shadow's eyes narrowed, and it felt as though the entire battlefield drew a fearful breath. Yet the man didn't back down, not even when Huang tried to shut him up, instead calling Shadow a fraud, sneering at the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, and telling him to leave if he had nothing useful to contribute. It was the last mistake of his life. Shadow offered no reply. His arms snapped forward, seizing the man in a single motion before flinging him straight into the still active portal. And just before the transfer could complete, Shadow cut the connection. A sickening, wet tear split the air as the portal severed him cleanly in half. Gasps erupted everywhere. One half of the body appeared at the resurrection point, while the other collapsed on the battlefield. Huang screamed, all color draining from her face, fully aware that her son's recklessness was dangerous. Yet even she hadn't anticipated such merciless precision. Forcing herself to steady, she tried to reason with him, insisting that if it was only meant as a warning, destroying her portal had been unnecessary. Shadow's smile remained hidden behind his mask, but the sharp amusement threading his voice made his stance unmistakable. He did not agree. Unmoved by Huang's panic, he spoke with the same detached calm, explaining she would soon understand why the portal needed to be destroyed, and then, with that unshaken ruthlessness, he restated his terms. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. I kill the Despair Princess. There was no pressure in his delivery, no raised voice, only certainty. Before Huang could gather a response, his form blurred and vanished. The entire guild stared at the empty space he had occupied, stunned into silence. From high above the tower, Shadow descended again, his presence threading through the battlefield like a hunter, closing in on wounded prey, while heavy industries continued to fight on, still unaware of the true danger bearing down on them. The princess wasn't merely powerful. She stood on the brink of evolution, only moments away from breaking through. He landed lightly, snapped his fingers, and in that instant his wolf appeared. Without hesitation, he swung onto its back and surged forward, tearing across the battlefield until his gaze caught something, a faint, unnatural shimmer flickering at the tower's peak. His instincts flared immediately. That light wasn't ornamental. It was the clear signal of a boss approaching promotion. And as he looked below, every fallen player, every fragment of lifespan stripped from them, was feeding the princess, driving her closer and closer to Emerald Tier. Shadow's eyes tightened. If she evolved, he would return, not to rescue heavy industries, but to claim an Emerald Tier monster for himself. Yet just as that thought settled in his mind, a voice pierced through, tense, edged with fear. Ling. Her voice quivered as she explained what she had uncovered. Deep within the mountains, hidden inside a remote mansion, she had located the Dongfang lady, but escaping had nearly cost her life, as the woman's bodyguard had come dangerously close to killing her. Shadow went still. So the short girl he had noticed earlier, she had been deceiving them from the start. He told Ling to steady her breathing, regain control, and meet him at the bone graveyard. The scene shifted. Within the graveyard's oppressive stillness, hemmed in by towering piles of bones, Ling recounted everything. Her voice trembled as she described the bodyguard, swift, savage, and shrouded in a poisonous mist that continuously spread outward. Shadow's gaze sharpened at once. He knew that class. The source of plague, a moving zone of death. The toxic fog stretched close to 10 meters, reacting to the slightest movement and completely nullifying stealth classes like Ling's. And beyond that, the plague reinforced the user's body, restoring injuries instantly. Some even claimed it bordered on immortality. Ling's expression dimmed, the weight of despair settling heavily over her. Does someone like that have no weakness? Is my revenge impossible? Shadow answered in a low, steady voice that sliced cleanly through her fear. Every power has a flaw. The plague twisted the body into something monstrous. That much was true, but the mind paid the price. As the bodyguard's strength increased, his mental defenses eroded, growing weaker and more unstable. That was the fatal flaw. Then Shadow turned, a glint flashing beneath his mask as his eyes fixed on her. Ling's hidden class, the blade of the underworld, was not only rare, it was already nearing the awakening of its second tier. The instant he said it, a towering spectral demon manifested behind her, green flames coursing across its form as its gaze remained cold and commanding. Ling's breath hitched. Understanding struck her in an instant. She wasn't powerless. Her class held the strength to cut through even the plague itself. And one day, to seize the revenge she once believed impossible. Shadow didn't raise his voice. He had no need, because the weight of truth alone was enough, as he told her plainly. You are not powerless, Ling. Your blade simply hasn't awakened yet. There was no comfort in his words, no attempt to soften what came next. Because if Ling wanted revenge, if she truly intended to stand against the plague-born monster that had nearly ended her, then there was only one path before her. Evolve, and do it quickly. Reach Tier 2 without delay, because only then would she gain the ability needed to exploit the source of plague's hidden flaw. His certainty shook her. How could he understand her secret class so completely? Its nature, its path forward, even its evolution, when she herself barely grasped any of it. Before she could question him, he moved, stepping away and ascending onto a fractured stone pillar, his figure outlined against the graveyard's dim, sickly moonlight until he no longer resembled a player at all, but a master standing before a disciple. His voice rang out, sharp as steel. The god's game is ruthless. Grinding without thought will bury you. Every level, every stat, every hunt must be deliberate. He gestured toward the endless expanse of bones surrounding them, explaining that strength was more than raw force. It was knowledge honed to an edge, patience tempered over time, and skill refined through purpose. Then he revealed something Ling had never once considered. The creatures in this place, the bone fiends and the deathborn elites, were exactly what she needed to awaken the deeper power hidden within her Hades chainblade. They possessed triple the health, triple the defense, and punished every mistake threefold. Yet if defeated correctly, they would fuel the secret growth mechanic of her class. They were lethal, undeniably so, but they were also the perfect crucible for evolution. Shadow raised his hand slightly. With the right technique, every strike lands on a weak point. Then he disappeared. A streak of motion cut through the graveyard, carving invisible paths through the air as each attack flowed cleanly, efficiently, and with lethal precision. And before Ling could even process what she had seen, he was already behind her again, standing as though he had never moved. She went rigid. This wasn't brute force. This was precision, controlled, elegant, and terrifying. His hand came to rest on her shoulder, steadying her breath as his voice dropped, quiet but unyielding. No holding back. If you want vengeance, fight like it's the last thing you have left. For the briefest moment, something shifted in his eyes, something cold, ancient, and scarred by old fury, and even Ling felt the air grow colder around him. Then he vanished again. No sound, no trace, only absence. Ling let out an unsteady breath, unable to tell whether the chill creeping along her spine was her imagination, or a glimpse into the abyss that had shaped him. Across the shattered remains of Magic City, the tension broke into something far lighter, where Little Black lounged idly beside her mount as it grazed without a care, while somewhere nearby, Ling's stomach seemed ready to stage a full rebellion. She glanced down at her battered map and let out a frustrated groan. She had already stripped the entire area clean, with no quests, no monsters, not even a hidden dungeon left behind. Then something caught her eye. A glossy fruit, deep red and nearly black, round and full, its skin gleaming as though packed with juice. She didn't stop to think, didn't hesitate. She bit into it. Sweet, cool, instantly addictive. Ding. Plus 50 EXP. Her eyes snapped wide open. Food, that granted experience. She lowered her gaze and noticed something even more absurd. A trail of identical fruits leading deeper into the brush. Any sense of composure vanished as Ling followed it like someone starved, grabbing and devouring plum after plum, each bite triggering another clean plus 50 EXP gain. By the fourth fruit, she was already smiling. By the fifth, she muttered under her breath, "Okay. What are you?" As if the fruit might somehow respond. Suddenly, Little Black's bracelet vibrated sharply. Captain Yu's voice came through, urgent and cutting. "Get to the corrupted coast. Now." Manel's been captured by a boss. Little Black nearly choked mid-bite. Captured? By what? Then the real issue hit her. Manel carried more than 500 years of lifespan. And to a monster, that didn't make him a hostage. It made him a feast. If they didn't act quickly, the boss would drain him completely. She snapped open her map, blinking in surprise. She was already right on the edge of the corrupted coastline. She told Yu she would hold her position, and he immediately ordered her not to move, saying the rest of the team was on their way. Little Black gave a small nod and kept eating. If she had to wait, she might as well gain a few levels. Between bites, she muttered that Manel was an absolute idiot, and if not for his family's influence, no one would ever team up with him, though a brief flicker of guilt surfaced. But it disappeared with the next bite of juicy fruit. They were ridiculously good, and the steady EXP ticks were impossible to ignore. The dotted trail of dark red fruit led her over a ridge and down onto the corrupted coast itself, where the air shifted at once, carrying the scent of salt, rust, and something faintly decayed. Then she saw it. She froze mid-chew, half a plum still hanging from her lips. Ahead, crouched within the shadows, loomed a massive shape, its body grotesquely layered with mouths upon mouths, each one making damp, clicking sounds in uneven rhythm. A chill ran through her veins. "Main boss," she whispered, instinctively slipping behind a cluster of salt-twisted reeds. The creature twitched. Hundreds of teeth rippled across its form like grass bending in the wind. Forcing herself, Little Black looked past it, and her heart sank. Manel lay there, pale and motionless. Several soldiers were scattered around him like broken dolls. The sweetness lingering in her mouth vanished instantly. Deeper within the corrupted coast, the monster, something truly monstrous, stood looming, one grotesque hand gripping another creature while the other stirred a massive earthen pot, its motions devoid of hesitation and utterly lacking mercy as it ripped chunks from its prey. A system scan flashed across Little Black's vision. LV-20, Soul Eater, Emerald Grade. This wasn't a battle. It was slaughter. The Soul Eater tore its captive apart and casually flung the mangled remains into the bubbling pot, where flesh boiled, bones cracked, and the mixture churned violently. Little Black could only stare in horror. It wasn't simply consuming them. It was preparing them, blending bodies together, reshaping them. And slowly, the realization dawned on her. It was making something. Handcrafted monster balls. Fresh. Her skin prickled. At that moment, Captain Yu and Captain Mang appeared at her side, dropping into a low crouch with practiced silence, as Yu whispered sharply, "Why are you hiding? Did you see Mantle? Did you see the boss?" Still chewing absent-mindedly on her last fruit, Little Black lifted a finger and pointed toward the nightmare ahead. "Boss is disgusting. It's eating its own kind." Both captains went still. That wasn't merely disgusting. It defied what a normal monster should be. The realization struck instantly. This wasn't a gold or platinum level threat. It was emerald grade, a walking disaster. Then the creature moved. Slowly, almost painfully, it dragged its swollen body upright as countless mouths across its form burbled in chaotic, overlapping sounds. And then, in a grotesque imitation of prayer, it lowered itself into a seated, ceremonial posture. Its entire body began to shake violently. Little Black felt a sharp refusal rise in her mind. No. A wet, sickening sound followed. Then something small, round, and perfectly formed began to emerge from beneath it. All three of them stared, their stomachs turning. The Soul Eater was defecating. From underneath, it rolled a flawless sphere, faintly glowing with a sinister purple light. A monster ball, freshly produced, straight from its source. Captain Yu's breath caught, her voice unsteady, not from fear, but from a strange, unsettling awe, as she watched the glowing orb roll free. "It's strangely beautiful." Then her gaze shifted slowly toward Little Black, who was still chewing. Understanding exploded across Yu's expression. Those glossy, dark red plums. Those irresistibly sweet, juice-filled fruits Little Black had been eating nonstop. They were monster droppings. From this very creature. Little Black went rigid. All color drained from her face. Her jaw froze around the half-chewed fruit as the truth crashed in her. Her eyes widened violently. Her hands began to shake. "NGHH, no, 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 no." She gagged violently, fingers clawing at her mouth as though she could rip the contamination out. Tears spilling uncontrollably as she doubled over and retched. Pure horror surging through every nerve in her body. No amount of EXP in existence could erase that kind of trauma. "Quiet. Shut up." And you snapped under her breath. Too late. The Soul Eater's enormous head jerked sharply in their direction. The smile didn't just widen. It stretched further, then further still, until it ruptured into dozens of writhing mouths crawling across its flesh, and a chorus of wet, gurgling laughter poured into the air. Because it had heard her. The monster roared, and the sound exploded outward like a sonic quake, blasting the shoreline, rattling the bones of the dead, making even the fog shudder, as the two captains staggered, then began to scream. Because the Soul Eater's power was never just brute force. It was corruption, a vile influence that seeped into their minds, warping logic and drowning thought as their pupils expanded, their breathing turned ragged, and their bodies trembled under something parasitic burrowing into their instincts. Then the hunger arrived. Captain Yu and Captain Mang collapsed to their knees, shaking violently, their eyes gleaming with madness, and before Little Black could even move to stop them, they lunged straight for the bubbling pot of monster stew. "Stop! Don't!" she choked out, but it was already too late, as both captains shoved fistfuls of the foul sludge into their mouths, slurping, gulping, drooling like rabid beasts, uncaring of disgust or sanity, because the hunger had already devoured those things first, leaving them clawing at the rim of the pot and forcing more filth down their throats like addicted animals. Then another figure moved. Mantle. His eyes were dull, his face empty, his mind gone, as he staggered forward and, with a hollow, deranged blankness, plunged his hands into the stew and joined them, devouring the filth with desperate, sloppy greed. These were warriors she respected, hunters she had trained beside, heroes of their squad, now reduced to pigs feeding at a trough. Little Black's entire body trembled as she hid behind the rocks, her thoughts spiraling. Why wasn't she affected? Why was she the only one still sane? As her hand pressed against her chest, and panic swelled uncontrollably. Then she saw it. The captains' bodies were bloating, swelling, inflating grotesquely with every bite they took, and the truth snapped into place. This wasn't hypnosis. This was fattening. The Soul Eater's feeding ritual. The monster extended one enormous arm, snatched Mantle effortlessly, and as dozens of mouths spread open across its body like blooming horrors, it swallowed him whole in a single, horrific motion. Little Black slapped a hand over her mouth, barely stopping another scream. As the realization crashed into her like a nightmare, she couldn't escape. This thing didn't kill its victims. It fed them, fattened them, raised them like livestock, and only devoured them when they were at their peak. Tears blurred her vision, and Yu and Mang were already lost. Mantle was gone, and she had no way to face an emerald-grade calamity alone. Her voice finally broke under the weight of terror. "Shadow, please, please save us." Her scream tore across the corrupted coast, ripping through the map, piercing even the void itself. Far away, Deep within the ruins of Magic City, Shadow halted mid-strike as a monster collapsed at his feet, and behind him, Ling's leveling trail came to an abrupt stop. Because Little Black's desperate voice had just pierced straight into his mind like a spear. A call for help, a cry soaked in fear, and a name spoken only when death was seconds away. Shadow. The system delivered her scream directly to him, and her trembling voice rushed in right after, carrying everything at once. An emerald-level boss, the Soul Devourer, a servant of the ancient gluttony god, and both captains on the verge of being eaten alive. Shadow stopped mid-step, not out of fear, but precision. His eyes narrowed, a sharp glint cutting through the dark. A servant of gluttony, a bloodline creature. Exactly what he had been searching for. His heart gave a single heavy, eager thud as the thought settled. Once again, Little Black had stumbled onto something invaluable, and once again, she proved to be his impossible stroke of luck. He didn't pause. Send me the coordinates. Hold on, I'm coming. His voice remained calm, unshaken, absolutely certain. Moments later, he arrived. Little Black gasped. She had expected him to be fast, but not like this. Shadow's presence rolled across the battlefield like an approaching storm, cold, suffocating, utterly controlled, as she raised a trembling hand and pointed ahead. The Soul Devourer crouched in the muck, its mini mouse murmuring as it prepared to expel waste again. Both captains were gone, already eaten, and Mantle. A wet glorp rang out. Mantle's bloated, half-digested body was expelled from the creature's flesh and tossed aside like garbage, rejected as worthless even by the monster itself. Shadow's expression dropped to ice. This wasn't a god, just a warped servant, a parasite that preyed blindly on anything with a lifespan, hypnotizing victims into endless hunger and forcing them to gorge on its waste until their bodies burst. So, Shadow murmured, his voice sharp as a blade, "You're Gluttony's servant. Perfect. I've been looking for you." The realization snapped into place at once. Little Black had resisted the hypnosis because she had already eaten its waste. Her face flushed bright red as she stammered that she never wanted to mention it again and begged him to save the others. Shadow didn't waste even a second. He grabbed the squishy waste ball that used to be Mantle and hurled it with pinpoint precision straight into the Soul Devourer's gut. BWHM. The monster convulsed violently, then vomited. Captain Mang and Captain and you burst out in a surge of slime, battered, but alive. That was the opening. Shadow stepped forward. His eyes ignited, his presence sharpened, and then he activated Gift of Liberation. His aura erupted like a storm breaking loose, pressure flooding the entire battlefield as Shadow blurred into motion, his dagger flashing, each strike detonating massive damage numbers. 5,000, 40,000, 60,000. Chunks of the Emerald Grade boss were torn free under the relentless assault. Then he extended his reach. Shadow slash. Darkness coiled around his blades, stretching each strike outward into jagged, lethal arcs as his attacks transformed into a raging storm of black and crimson, and at the same time his ultimate gauge ignited. Shadow tightened his grip on the crimson dagger, drawing every ounce of power into that single blade. Every stat, every buff, every fragment of killing intent, until, with a roar that shook the corrupted coast, he unleashed his crimson ultimate. The dagger burned blood red, tearing through the air itself, as the final strike descended like the verdict of a divine executioner. And the moment it hit the earth, the impact rang out with a sound that felt like it split the world apart. The instant Shadow's crimson ultimate connected, everything detonated. Damage numbers didn't merely appear. They erupted across the battlefield in a blinding cascade. 1,000,000 plus critical strike. Then the system's voice thundered across every nation. A world announcement. World first, Shadow has slain the Emerald Grade Gluttony servant boss. Plus 30 global reputation. Across the globe, adventurers froze mid-hunt, mid-trade, mid-conversation, some burning with jealousy, some struck silent, others cursing their luck. But every single one of them recognized the same truth. A figure named Shadow had just stepped onto the world stage, and from this moment forward, the future tilted in his favor. Little Black stood completely still, eyes wide, jaw slack, half traumatized from being forced to eat monster waste, and half in awe of the man who had just erased an emerald-grade calamity through sheer destructive force. How do you even hit numbers like that? Her voice barely rose above a whisper, because to her, Shadow's strength didn't feel human. It didn't even feel fair. It felt divine. Then the system flooded Shadow with rewards. Plus 50,000 EXP plus 60 evolution points total. 696 EP. 5 pieces of equipment. 6 newly acquired skills. And then a notification appeared, so rare it made even Shadow pause mid-breath. You have obtained Soul Devour Bloodline. Activate. There was no hesitation. Activate. Power surged into him like a tidal wave, his stats twisting and rewriting themselves as they evolved beyond human limits. Every point of strength now converting into triple special attack. Every point of physique erupting into plus 50 HP. +5 defense, and +30% movement and cast speed, while his mental attributes spiked into raw elemental force, tripling both attack and resistance. New abilities flared to life within him. Soul Devour, passive consume skills, increase appetite by 200%, gain blanket resistances. Crimson Jaw, devour enemy projectiles and convert them into HP, with a 27-second cooldown. The synergy was absurd, broken, game-shattering, and Shadow understood it immediately. With Devour, he could stack stat conversions without limit, each point compounding into double, triple, even exponential growth. He checked the loot. One of the skills was a low-tier poison blade, worthless on its own. Shadow consumed it without hesitation. The conversion recalibrated instantly. 3.3 attack power per strength point. Still not enough. He poured 242 of his evolution points into the skill, and the system responded by shattering another limit. Poison Blade, Legendary Poison Blade, Strength, Attack Conversion. 5 ATK per street. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. This was it. The path. A route no one else could follow, where Devour and Evolution intertwined into an endless cycle of growth. He could stack, then stack again, and keep stacking, until his attributes swelled to the point they dwarfed the world by hundreds of thousands. The Soul Devourer was dead. Its bloodline now belonged to him, and the unstoppable being known as Shadow had only just begun to form. The battlefield had been reduced to wreckage, smoke curling above the broken shoreline as Shadow remained standing alone, the last remnants of chaos slowly dissolving into the wind. Leader Wong struggled to keep his legs from giving out, and when he finally raised his head to look at Shadow, his voice shook with relief and gratitude as he bowed deeply, offering thanks to the mysterious assassin who had dragged them back from the edge of death. Even Captain N, usually sharp, proud, and perfectly composed, spoke with an uncommon sincerity, admitting, "If you hadn't arrived, none of us would have survived. We'd already be dead, just like Fatty," her voice dropping further as she added. "Or worse, trapped inside that monster." Before the quiet could settle, Little Black suddenly hopped up beside her, acting as though the life and death struggle moments ago meant nothing at all. Grinning, she teased, "Captain, even if you've gained a bit of weight, you're still cute, and you don't even need makeup." And blinked, completely caught off guard. Because of all possible moments, Little Black had chosen this one a joke, and while enduring a monster's rampage was one thing, dealing with Little Black's shatter was something else entirely. Letting out a tired breath, and forced herself back on track and turned toward Shadow, her tone steady again as she admitted, "Right now, none of us have any lifespan left, so we can't give you any proper reward." Shadow answered in a calm, distant voice, "No need. Just help me locate a few assassin skill books when you get the chance." Without waiting for acknowledgement or gratitude, his figure slipped into the darkness, dissolving like mist until only a faint distortion in the air hinted he had ever been there, and straightened, her authoritative presence snapping back into place as she announced, "Mission complete. We're returning." Her sharp eyes shifted to Little Black, who attempted to cover herself with an awkward smile, only for him to add coldly, "And remember, no one says anything about what happened here. Not a single word." She seized Little Black by the collar and pulled her closer, emphasizing, "Especially you, because I know exactly how fast you run your mouth." Behind them, Fatty remained half buried in dust, barely conscious as he raised a shaking hand and muttered weakly, "You forgot me again." No one looked back as the squad's figures disappeared into the drifting fog, leaving behind nothing but silence and the lingering scent of battle. The scene then shifted back in time to the Leaning Tower of Magic, just after Shadow had leapt from its edge, with a platinum-ranked boss staggered with her health reduced to 1/3. "Activate the Divine Tree. Now." The president's voice echoed sharply through the tower. Her student complied instantly, unleashing a surge of green light from her staff as a massive tree of life erupted from the ground, its golden roots spreading outward like glowing veins and covering the battlefield in healing radiance, while all around them, the adventurers' health bars stabilized into a steady green. "Excellent work," the president called out, her voice surging with renewed intensity. "Even without the portal, victory is still ours. Don't hold anything back. Give it everything." Her certainty lit a fire through the guild, and though exhaustion clung to them, the players rallied with burning determination, some pushing forward too recklessly as their weapons flared, and they charged straight at the towering monster looming above. The president turned toward her student, the sharp edge in her tone softening into something warmer as she said, "You did well. Your control of the Divine Tree was flawless, and with that level of mastery, this hideout will be ours for sure." A quiet pride spread across her student's face, but it lasted only a heartbeat before everything shattered. A scream tore through the hall as an adventurer was suddenly snatched into the air by a thrashing tentacle and crushed before anyone could even react. The Despair Princess's body convulsed violently, a sinister radiance erupting across her form as streaks of blue light etched deep, vein-like scars in her skin. while her dark eyes twisted into an eerie orchid yellow glow filled with madness. She's devolving, the president murmured, her voice trembling as the horror unfolded in front of her. Then, before a single response could form, a blinding explosion ripped through the tower. The blast consumed everything, metal, magic, and the echoes of screams, until nothing remained but silence and drifting particles of fading light, lifespan scattering through the air like dust. And within that silence, something began to move. From the wreckage, a massive egg-shaped structure rose, wrapped tightly in black, root-like tendrils as it pulsed faintly, feeding on a lifespan suspended in the air. A cold system voice echoed through the void. Artifact discovered. Egg of Despair level, 30 HP, 1000. The glow of the egg deepened as it greedily absorbed every trace of life essence, and within its translucent shell, a faint silhouette formed. Humanoid, calm, almost beautiful, yet deeply unsettling. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Heavy Industry Guild were forcibly torn away from the battlefield and teleported back to their base, reappearing in the courtyard beneath the massive facial recognition tree, where the air still shimmered with the unstable residue of failed teleportation. The president's son staggered upright, his face pale and unfocused as he asked, "How? Did we all die in a single hit? Did we at least kill it?" His mother remained silent for a moment, and when she finally spoke, her voice was steady but weighed down with disbelief. "No, we didn't." Her gaze drifted off as she continued. "We pushed her to her last breath, but then she fully regenerated, and right before that, she released an area attack that wiped everyone out instantly." Her expression darkened as understanding set in. A complete recovery like that only happens when a boss evolves. The gravity of her words settled over them, and then her eyes suddenly widened. Shadow, he knew. Her voice wavered, caught between regret and awe. He warned us, and we chose to ignore it. Her son's voice broke as he spoke. Then the boss, she's Emerald now. The president gave a slow nod. Yes, a platinum tier evolving into Emerald. That kind of power is far beyond what any normal guild can handle. Her hands clenched tightly. At this point, only one person can face her, Shadow. At the top of the leaning tower, the wind whispered as it passed. Hidden beneath invisibility, Shadow stood silently, watching the pulsing glow below where the Egg of Despair emitted a faint light, waves of emerald radiance rippling across the ruins like fading stars, the air itself warping under its presence as every breath carried unstable magic. "So this is what you've turned into," he murmured, his gaze locked onto the shifting mass. An emerald tier boss, the Despair Egg. A slight smirk tugged at his lips, absent of fear and filled instead with calm curiosity, along with that familiar spark that always came before the hunt. His grip tightened around his dagger, its edge faintly glowing red beneath the veil of darkness, a pulse of deadly light cutting through the gloom. "Let's find out," he whispered under his breath, voice low and even, "whether despair can bleed." The Egg of Despair continued writhing, its uneven pulses making the surrounding air tremble, and though it should have already stabilized into its emerald form, it remained as it was, quietly glowing, almost peaceful. Shadow's eyes narrowed. "Strange, you should have completed your evolution by now," he muttered. "So what exactly are you, unfinished or defective?" To test it, he lifted his hand as darkness surged and his blade reformed at his side, its edges dripping with shadow energy that shimmered like liquid night. Without pause, he hurled it directly at the egg. The impact rang out with a deep, resounding crack that shook the tower, and bright numbers flashed before him. Minus 28,000 damage. Shadow frowned slightly. Epic tier durability. Not bad, he said, calmly evaluating. The egg gave no response, continuing its quiet pulsing as it repaired itself, the damage disappearing almost instantly. "So you can endure hits and keep evolving," he said softly, interest flickering in his tone. "But you're blind, no detection, no awareness of stealth, you can't even sense me." A crimson aura surged around him as he gathered power into his blade, the dagger igniting with red fire and vibrating with violent energy. His first strike cut through with flawless precision. Minus 100,000 critical damage. Cracks spread across the egg's surface like a web, glowing with fiery veins of light, yet the being inside continued pulsing, relentless in its effort to be born. "Stubborn little thing," Shadow muttered, his voice steady even as his movements grew merciless. And then he unleashed hell. A relentless barrage followed, each strike crashing down in a surge of crimson fury, faster and sharper with every blow as the impacts grew louder, their thunderous echoes shaking the entire tower. Minus 150,000. Minus 180,000. Minus 200,000. Fractures spread wildly across the surface until, with one final slash, the shell gave way and shattered completely. A burst of light engulfed everything, embers scattering outward like fading stars. Shadow let out a slow breath. Lowering his dagger, as the final echoes died away. No matter how much health you have, he said quietly, his voice slicing through the silence. A kill is always just a matter of time. Then he stopped. Amid the glowing fragments lay a girl, her skin pale as snow, long hair spread across the cracked stone, her appearance unmistakably human. A system prompt appeared before him. Target identified. Princess of Despair, level 1. Shadow blinked once, staring at the figure before him. The same being that had annihilated an entire guild now reduced to something fragile, human-shaped, with only 10 HP remaining. Her breathing was soft and shallow, almost like that of a child. He recalled the ancient legends whispered across the land, stories of a princess cursed by the white dragon, doomed to serve as a vessel of endless sorrow. Could this truly be her? His grip tightened around the dagger's handle. It would take only a single strike. He tilted the blade downward. Then the air changed. Heavy, charged, as the clouds above twisted violently, and thunder cracked like the roar of gods. A purple rift split open in the sky above the tower, spiraling wider and wider like the eye of a storm ready to consume everything. The wind howled through the ruins, rattling the remains of the ancient tower as dust spiraled skyward, and then a sound unlike anything before tore across the heavens. A deep, primal roar that seemed to shake the world itself. From the violet rift above, a massive dragon descended, its pure white scales gleaming like carved marble beneath the stormlight, while twin eyes burned with a fury older than the heavens as they locked onto the ground below. Each beat of its wings sent violent shockwaves ripping through the air. System alert, cursed white dragon, level 100, mythical monster. Warning after warning flashed before Shadow's eyes. Yet he did not move, his cloak snapping wildly in the gale as the crushing weight of the dragon's aura pressed down like a mountain. The creature struck the ground with a force that split the earth, its massive claws tearing into the stone as its gaze passed over Shadow and settled on the small, unmoving figure behind him. The air trembled again as the egg of despair finally broke apart completely, and above the ruined tower, the clouds split open with a deafening crack to reveal a vast rift swirling across the sky. From within it descended another form, a skeletal dragon engulfed in pale blue flames, its roar rolling across the land as the tower shuddered with every echo. System notification. Cursed white dragon, mythical grade boss. Shadow's eyes widened. A mythical boss, he muttered under his breath, caught off guard by what stood before him, something far beyond his expectations. But as the hollow roar filled the air, realization settled in. This was no random spawn. This was the truth behind the legend, the curse that had bound the Princess of Despair for centuries. Below, the girl who had once been a monster stirred faintly, her fragile human form returning as strands of silver hair caught the ghostly light while she slowly rose. Without speaking, she drifted upward toward the dragon. Shadow tightened his grip on his blade, every muscle tensing as he prepared to strike, but she did not attack. Instead, she lifted her hand and gently placed it against the dragon's snout, tears slipping down her pale cheeks. "You've suffered enough," she whispered. Her voice carried softly through the storm, unsteady yet firm. A glow ignited at her chest and spread outward as gentle, crimson flames, heavy with sorrow, consumed her body until nothing remained but a radiant red heart, pulsing within the light. The dragon trembled as that same glow flowed into its skeletal frame, its wings cracking, splintering, and finally disintegrating into dust. Bound together, master and cursed soul faded at once, their forms dissolving into a quiet, luminous release. When the light finally disappeared, a single object remained floating before Shadow, the heart of the curse, still beating faintly in the air. Then the system's voice rang out, cold and mechanical. "You have prevented the resurrection of the ancient god, Cthulhu. Reward: Heart of the Curse. Choose your path. 1. Use it to become Cthulhu's servant. Gain immense power but risk corruption. 2. 3. Destroy it to obtain a mythical grade item. 4. Shadow fixed his gaze on the glowing heart, its immense power pulsing within reach, the temptation undeniable. Yet the cost loomed just as clearly. His will, his freedom. A faint smirk touched his lips. A servant to a god? "No thanks," he murmured. "I carve my own fate." His hand tightened, and with a single motion, he crushed it. The heart shattered in his grip, erupting into a blinding light that swallowed everything. The tower, the sky, the world itself. When the radiance finally receded, silence remained. Shadow blinked and took in his surroundings. The same tower stood before him, yet now it was whole, untouched, as if time had never scarred it. Then his gaze dropped. Black armor encased his body, intricate in design and laced with faint red veins of power, while from his temples curved black horns extended, sharp, regal, and menacing. The air around him throbbed with an ancient energy unlike anything he had ever known. The evolution was complete, but this was not his body. The realization came quietly, like a whisper in darkness. as Shadow looked down at his armored hands, unfamiliar when suddenly a soft voice called out through the haze. Arts. He turned. A young princess ran toward him, her long greenish hair flowing behind her like silk in the wind, her face bright with warmth and innocence, untouched by fear or sorrow. Above them, on the castle wall, stood a white-haired man, tall, noble, and smiling gently, faint silver wings folded neatly behind his back. Arts. The princess called again as she reached him, pouting slightly. Are you leaving again? He gave a small nod, his voice calm yet kind. A monster has appeared near the harbor, and I need to protect the kingdom. You liar, she shot back, stamping her foot. You promised you'd teach me how to ride the wind today. The harbor is 7 days away. You won't come back. Her voice wavered. You're just like father. All men are liars. Arts blinked in surprise before letting out a soft laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Where did you even learn something like that? Reaching into his armor, he pulled out a small, shimmering silver scale, its surface glowing faintly between his fingers. This, he said as he placed it into her hands, is the scale of promise. Anyone who breaks their word under its witness will lose their wings and never be able to fly again. The princess's anger vanished at once, replaced by concern. Then I don't want it, she said quickly. If you lie, you'll lose your wings forever. Arts only smiled gently. Then trust me, he said as radiant white wings spread from his back, sunlight scattering off them like shards of glass. I'll be back for dinner. Her eyes sparkled. You always look so cool when you do that. Arts let out a soft chuckle and gestured toward 3 shadowy guards nearby. They'll stay with you while I'm gone. Then I'll cook your favorite food, she declared proudly. He laughed once more before leaping into the sky, soaring past the castle walls until he disappeared into the distant horizon. The princess remained by the window, determination shining in her gaze. If he's working hard, I can't slack off. Come on, let's prepare a feast. Shadow watched in silence as the memory continued to unfold. The young princess spent the entire day laughing alongside the shadow guards, gathering mushrooms, fishing at the lake, and humming softly beneath the warm sunlight. While far in the distance the Leaning Tower of Magic stood tall and gleaming, a symbol of peace before the chaos that would one day arrive. By dusk, she returned to the castle with her arms filled with unusual ingredients. Inside the grand kitchen, she worked without rest until the table was covered with the strangest assortment of dishes: steamed rock, volcanic ash pizza, and lava stew. These are Arts's favorites, she said brightly, placing each dish down with pride. Then she waited, standing by the window as the light slowly faded. Shadow understood. This was the memory sealed within the heart of the curse. The tragedy that gave birth to despair had not come from hatred, but from love, from faith, and from a promise that time refused to let her keep. Night settled in. The vast dining hall fell silent, candlelight flickering as it cast long shadows across the marble floor. At the far end of the table sat the princess, her small hands resting beside the dishes that had long since gone cold, the warmth of her feast replaced by the quiet chill of waiting. At last, the great doors creaked open. An elderly man stepped inside, Scholar Ruin, his movements slow yet steady, and upon seeing the young princess slumped over the table, he sighed gently before placing a hand on her shoulder. Your Highness, he said kindly, his voice carrying both weariness and care. It is very late, and you should rest. The food will not stay warm forever. The princess stirred, blinking as if waking from a dream. Late, she murmured, rubbing her eyes, and then the realization struck. She shot to her feet. Where's Arts? Why hasn't he come back? Her voice quivered as her eyes flicked toward the moonlit windows, panic tightening in her chest like a vice. Scholar Ruin's expression grew somber. Word has come from the front lines, he said with care. The battle is not going well. He paused before adding, General Arts may be delayed. The princess shook her head at once. No, that's impossible, she insisted, her words rushing out with desperation. Arts is the kingdom's guardian, the strongest of them all. No enemy would dare stand against him. Her voice wavered, caught between unwavering belief and rising fear. But the weight in Ruin's eyes told a different story. The opposing nation has carried out a forbidden ritual, he said quietly, strain creeping into his tone. They sacrificed tens of thousands of their own people to summon something from the depths, a horror as large as a city, covered in countless eyes and writhing tentacles. It is said that even looking at it is enough to drive soldiers mad. His words cut straight through her. No, she whispered, her hands beginning to shake. Not even Arts. Then, crack. A sharp sound broke the silence, and her gaze dropped in horror to the scale of promise in her hand, now split by a jagged fracture running across its silver surface. Her breath hitched. The scale. It broke, she said, panic rising in her voice. That means Arts. He broke his promise. If he doesn't come back before midnight, he'll lose his wings forever. She seized Ruin's arm, desperation overtaking her. Take me to father now. He'll know how to break the curse. Your Highness, please, calm yourself. but she was already running, her steps echoing across the marble floor as the old scholar hurried after her, struggling to keep pace. If Arts loses his wings in the middle of battle, he'll fall, she cried, her voice ringing through the empty halls. They rushed through the towering doors at the corridor's end, and she stopped cold. There, beneath the golden glow of the chandeliers, stood Arts, unharmed, composed, smiling. Arts, she breathed, disbelief washing over her. He tilted his head slightly, that familiar warmth never leaving his expression. Why are you so panicked, princess? Tears filled her eyes as she ran to him, throwing her arms tightly around his chest. You came back. You're safe, she cried, clinging to him as though he might disappear. Arts laughed softly and wrapped his arms around her. I told you, didn't I? I would return. A promise is a promise. Still sniffling, she looked up at him. But they said the battle was terrible. I was so afraid. A moment later, Scholar Ruin arrived, breathing heavily from the chase, and bowed deeply. General Arts, may I ask how the front lines fare? Arts turned toward him, a faint smile still on his face. It gave me some trouble. I won't deny it. But the threat has been eliminated, and the soldiers are handling the aftermath, Arts replied. Ruin released a trembling breath, as expected of the kingdom's guardian. Arts's eyes shifted toward the table, and a soft laugh escaped him. Speaking of battles, I'm starving. Did you prepare all this yourself? The princess nodded, a shy flush rising to her cheeks. I did, although it's probably cold by now. Cold or hot doesn't matter, he said as he sat down and picked up a fork. It's perfect. She watched him quietly, a faint smile forming. At least slow down, or you'll choke, she said in a playful scold. Ruin remained where he stood, observing in silence, and for the first time that night, a gentle warmth softened his gaze. Outside, moonlight bathed the castle spires, and from the balcony of the Leaning Tower of Magic, Arts stood with arms spread wide, looking out over the sleeping kingdom below, unaware of the shadow already beginning to stir. Well, princess, Arts said with a teasing smile, a promise is a promise. It's time you learned how to ride the wind. She rubbed her tired eyes and let out a small yawn. But I'm exhausted. Can't we do it tomorrow? Arts chuckled quietly. You did work hard today, I'll give you that. But tomorrow, his gaze drifted toward the window as his voice lowered. Who knows where duty might call me? Her eyes widened as she clutched his leg, her voice slipping into a pout. Then take me now. You came back late, and I waited all day. Arts sighed in resignation, shaking his head lightly. Fine, fine, he said with a faint smile. But don't let your father hear about this, or I'll never hear the end of it. Her face brightened instantly. Deal, she exclaimed happily. Closing his eyes, Arts drew in a slow breath as blue light began to gather around him, spiraling upward in streams of radiant energy while the air thickened, humming with power like an approaching storm. Then, flash, light burst outward. His body expanded and transformed into a magnificent white dragon, scales gleaming like crystal under moonlight as his enormous wings spread wide enough to blot out the stars. The princess stood frozen in awe, eyes wide, her breath stolen by the sight before her. You're amazing, she whispered, her voice trembling with wonder. Beneath the endless, star-filled sky, she stepped forward and reached out with a shaking hand, touching his snout, the guardian she cherished above all else. Arts lowered his head gently, a low rumble resonating from his chest as a soft green aura wrapped around her, lifting her weightlessly into the air before settling her atop his massive head. Hold on tight, he warned, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder. With a single powerful beat of his wings, Arts surged into the sky. Wind roared past as they climbed higher, cutting through the clouds until the entire kingdom stretched beneath them, glowing in shades of gold and silver under the moonlight. Far below, on the balcony of the Leaning Tower of Magic, Scholar Ruin and one of the shadow guards stood in silence, watching as the two figures vanished into the distant horizon. The princess clung to Arts's mane, her laughter carried away by the rushing wind. So this is what you see from above, she said, her voice filled with wonder. Arts let out a low chuckle, his massive form gliding smoothly beneath the stars. It is beautiful, isn't it? She nodded, her eyes shimmering. Super beautiful. They passed a tall bell tower, its chimes echoing gently through the night. Tilting her head, she asked, will you protect this place forever? Arts hesitated, his voice growing quieter, more solemn. I will, he answered. As long as these skies remain, I'll protect them. Satisfied, the princess smiled and leaned against his cool scales, murmuring a drowsy, thank you, before her eyes slowly closed. The memory shifted. Now Arts stood beside her bed, carefully tucking her beneath a soft blanket before placing a small teddy bear at her side, its worn stitching catching the candlelight. For a long moment, he simply watched her sleeping face, his fierce gaze softened by a rare tenderness. At last, he straightened and exhaled quietly, turning to leave, though he paused to glance back one final time before the heavy door shut behind him. That same night, deep within the castle's heart, Art stood summoned before the king. Moonlight streamed through stained glass, casting deep blue patterns across the marble floor as the king stood in silence. His expression weighed down while his eyes lingered on the dragon warrior's battered armor. "You're injured," the king said at last. Was the creature truly that powerful? Arts, bruised and bloodied, gave a faint smile. "I've endured worse, your majesty. It's nothing fatal. The beast is gone. Its remains scattered across the sea." But the king's frown deepened. "Arts, I fear this was no ordinary battle. My scouts report strange magic, ancient, forbidden rituals. I can feel it, a shadow rising across the continent. Even you, with dragon blood, may not be able to withstand what is coming." Arts turned toward the window, storm clouds reflected in his silver eyes. "Then I will stand where I must," he said firmly. "Whatever comes, I will protect this land." The king gave a slow nod, though unease lingered in his gaze as the light around them dimmed. The scene shifted. Beneath a sky torn apart by raging lightning, a towering spire of magic stood against the storm, its heights swallowed by darkness as thunder split the heavens again and again. Across the marble floor lay shattered armor, scattered and soaked in blood, and at the center of the devastation, Arts knelt, his breath ragged as his body trembled, armor broken and strength slipping away. Within his chest, something vile pulsed, a crimson heart beating with corruption, its presence unnatural and alive, as black veins spread outward like creeping roots, consuming him inch by inch while thunder roared overhead. 5 years had passed, and the Golden Kingdom had been reduced to something unrecognizable, a nightmare brought into reality as the sky glowed crimson and the air filled with smoke, ash, and endless screams, while chaos consumed every corner in grotesque, red, skinless creatures flooded the streets, ripping through both stone and flesh without resistance. No one could stand against them. Not soldiers, not civilians, not anyone. As men and women fell alike, their desperate cries drowned beneath the deafening roars of merciless beasts that tore through everything in their path. From the highest balcony of the citadel, the king stood frozen, watching his entire realm crumble into ruin, his once brilliant golden crown now reflecting only the dim, flickering glow of fire as disbelief weighed heavily on his voice, and he muttered, "The Manga Empire. They've gone mad." His expression darkening further when he saw a black flag rising over the battlefield below, followed by his grim realization. They'll drag the entire world into destruction with them. Down in the burning streets, the princess ran through thick smoke, her torn gown trailing behind her as her hoarse voice strained from shouting, "Arts! Arts!" while the breached walls signaled the inevitable fall of the city. Through the haze, she finally spotted him. Arts, sitting calmly atop a high wall, unmoving, with two silent shadow guards standing at either side of him as he looked down over the inferno below as if lost in thought. She rushed toward him, panic sharpening every word as she called out, "Arts, why are you just sitting here? The army, those monsters. Our soldiers can't stop them. They're being slaughtered." Turning to face her, Arts spoke in a quiet yet steady tone, saying, "I was just about to find you. Go to the magic tower. It's the only place still safe. Stay there, no matter what happens." The princess froze where she stood, disbelief spreading across her face as her voice broke and she cried, "Safe? What are you talking about, Arts? You're the guardian of this kingdom. You swore to protect everyone, not just me." Her anger rising as her trembling hand pointed toward the burning horizon. "Look at them. The city's in flames. Our people are dying. If you just sit here, the capital will fall." She spun toward the battlefield where soldiers were being crushed beneath massive claws, and continued urgently, "You have to transform. Turn into your dragon form and burn those creatures to ash. Like you always do," before glancing at the two shadow guards beside him and adding, "I'll be fine with them protecting me. You don't have to stay here." But Arts lowered his head, and a heavy, suffocating silence stretched between them until he finally spoke, his voice low and edged with sorrow as he said, "You don't understand. 5 years ago, we uncovered the truth about the Manga Empire. They've been using an ancient curse, a ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods." And as he finished, he turned his gaze back toward the city below, where smoke and flashes of lightning reflected in his silver eyes. Through that ritual, a person can trade away their own lifespan to bring forth monsters. Arts explained, his voice steady but heavy, and the more years they surrender, the more powerful the creature they summon. What you're witnessing now is exactly that. People exchanging their lives for strength. The princess stood motionless, disbelief flashing across her face as she repeated, "They're sacrificing themselves for monsters." Arts responded with a slow, solemn nod. "It's a forbidden technique, something no rational being would ever dare to use. But for the Manga Empire, it became their final hope." He lifted his hand, and a luminous map of the archipelago formed in the air, streaks of red light stretching across the surrounding waters. The Manga Empire exists across the inland sea, a cluster of islands that once thrived Because of a rare magical plant known as the blood flower, he said, as the projection shifted to reveal vast fields of glowing crimson blossoms under the night sky. That plant sustained them. It's why their people lived for centuries, some reaching as long as 700 years. The image shimmered softly as he continued. Those flowers glowed in the darkness, granting life where none should have existed. His voice grew distant, as though recalling something long buried. Thousands of years ago, when war engulfed the continent, Moraga chose the path of peace. We sent envoys, people like me, to serve other kingdoms under sacred contracts, tasked with aiding the weaker side in every conflict to preserve balance and prevent the world from collapsing into chaos. The princess remained silent, absorbing every word as his tone sharpened. But envy spreads far faster than peace. The rulers of other nations began to fear us. They couldn't accept living beneath mortals who might never die. His eyes darkened further. So they came together with a single goal, to erase Moraga entirely. They unleashed curses, disease, and betrayal, turned our allies against us, stripped our lands of everything, stole our knowledge, and left us to decay. His hand tightened into a fist as the map's glow began to fade. When the blood flowers started dying, we followed. Our lifespan shortened, our strength dwindled, and when the final petal fell, he paused, his voice dropping to nearly a whisper. Everything we had was gone. He looked away, bitterness threading through his next words. The allied kingdoms invaded as one. The Moraga Empire was reduced to ashes in a single night. Fire, blood, and betrayal from those we once protected. They destroyed us because they couldn't accept a gift they were never meant to possess. Silence settled heavily between them as Art spoke again, his gaze shadowed by memories that refused to fade. In the end, he said, voice low beneath the distant rumble of thunder, our people turned to the last thing left. The ritual even the gods had abandoned. He continued, his words carrying the weight of ruin. Within the remains of our collapsing empire, they gathered in chambers made of bone, encircled by violet flames and the reek of decay, offering the remnants of their lives to the darkness. And so the ritual began. Art's hands drew tight into fists. But it wasn't salvation, he said. It was the end. He fell silent for a moment, eyes locked on the burning city below. Every man, woman, and child of Moraga was marked, he went on. Their lifespans were stripped away, their bodies twisting and warping until something monstrous formed within them. Creatures that tore their way out from the inside. His words lingered, heavy as ash drifting through the air. The creatures destroying our kingdom now, he said, lifting his gaze. They were once my people, and now they exist for only one purpose. Vengeance, the destruction of all humanity. He turned back toward the princess, his expression easing into quiet sorrow. That is the cost of despair, he said softly. The final consequence of the curse. The air between them thickened, and slowly, Arts raised a hand to his face. Firelight revealed what he had concealed, and the princess's breath caught at the sight. The proud features she remembered were gone, replaced by grotesque, blood-red growths pulsing faintly beneath his skin, something alive and sickly. I can't transform anymore, he admitted, his voice breaking the silence. If I try, I'll only become one of them. The princess staggered back, disbelief filling her eyes. Arts, what happened to you? He let out a long breath, years of buried truth pressing through every word. There's something you were never told, he said, a truth known only to a few. His eyes met hers, cold and unwavering. We are not human. Her eyes widened as the realization struck. The world once called us the dragon race. Arts continued. The envoys your kind worshipped as guardians. That was us, descendants of dragons who took human form to protect your kingdoms. His voice softened further, stripped of pride and filled instead with grief. But that legacy has turned to dust. The darkness we once sealed away has consumed everything, and the tide cannot be stopped. He turned again, facing the flames devouring the horizon. Humanity's end has already begun. Then, more quietly, he added, that's why my only wish now is to protect you. The princess stood frozen in place, her world breaking apart with each word, as the truth tore away everything she believed. Every legend, every promise, every lie. Below them, chaos had taken hold as monsters surged through the streets, ripping apart stone, fire, and flesh alike, while the screams of the dying filled the air, nearly swallowed by the deafening roars of the cursed. From every alleyway and every crumbling tower, new horrors poured out without end. An unrelenting tide of red, skinless beasts devouring what little remained of the kingdom's defenses. High above it all, on the outer balcony of the castle, Scholar Ruin stood beside the king, his robes burned and his hands shaking as he gripped his staff. Your Majesty, Ruin shouted over the storm and the chaos below. The monsters keep multiplying. We can't hold them back. The capital has fallen. You must retreat while we still have time. But the king did not move, his gaze fixed on the blazing destruction consuming his realm, the crown upon his head dim in the firelight, his expression unshaken even as ruin closed in from every direction. "There is nowhere left to retreat," the king said, his voice grim. "The magical leaning tower is the heart of our arcane defense. If it falls, our mages will lose their power, and the kingdom will be completely overrun." A fierce resolve ignited in his eyes. "Then I will fight," he declared. "I will join the battle myself." Before Scholar Ruin could react, the king had already leapt from the balcony, his sword bursting into radiant light as he plunged into the inferno below, the glowing blade cutting cleanly through a red-skinned monster in a single, perfect strike as its body hissed and dissolved into ash. He hit the scorched ground with force, gripping his weapon as smoke and dust coiled around him, while distant explosions rolled like thunder, shaking what remained of the once golden city. For a brief moment, his thoughts slipped backward through time. How quickly it all passed, he thought bitterly. He remembered when he first met Arts, how the dragon warrior had looked no older than him despite already having lived nearly a century. Because for Arts' kind, 100 years meant nothing, only the beginning of youth. A monster sprang from the shadows, yet the king cut it down instantly, his body moving on instinct while his mind stayed lost in memory, replaying battles long gone. Himself and Arts fighting side by side, laughing after victory, sharing wine beneath starlit skies. Once, they had been like brothers. Then a surge of purple energy struck him like thunder, hurling him backward. He forced himself up again, breath uneven, his body heavy with age, now old and fragile, undeniably mortal, while Arts had not aged at all. That divide had opened a wound between them, one that could never truly heal. Arts could never understand humans, the king muttered quietly, and we could never understand him. He stood amid the burning wreckage of his kingdom, flames casting crimson and gold across the ruins. Everything he had built, every wall, every dream, crumbling into ash. Still, his thoughts drifted to the one thing that had ever brought him peace, his daughter. He remembered the night she was born, the way Arts had held her with awe in his eyes, his hands trembling as if he were touching something sacred. And in that moment, the king had felt hope, that perhaps their two races could live together, that peace might endure. But that hope had long since been reduced to cinders. The ground suddenly shook beneath him, and from the thick smoke, a massive shape began to emerge, a towering nightmare, vast and imposing, its eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. The king watched as it raised its claws, gathering a sphere of swirling blue energy that pulsed brighter with each passing heartbeat. He tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, his face settling into calm, not fear, but quiet acceptance. "So, this is it," he murmured. The creature answered with a roar and released its power. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield, and for a single, fleeting instant, everything fell silent. Then the explosion came, a deafening force that tore through the entire castle and consumed all in its path. From the magical leaning tower, the princess screamed as the shockwave ripped across the night sky. "Father!" she cried, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face, fire and debris raining all around her. Beside her, Arts remained completely still, his cold, distant eyes reflecting the devastation below. "The capital has fallen," he said quietly. "They'll come for us next." Even as his words faded, the sky above began to darken, a sign that the true storm had only just begun. Thunder shrieked, as the night itself seemed to split apart. From the clouds, a swarm of black-winged creatures descended, blotting out the stars. "Monsters incoming," one of the shadow guards shouted. The first beast slammed into the tower's shimmering blue barrier with bone-rattling force, sending tremors through the stone as the air crackled with energy, the magical shield rippling violently, yet holding firm. "Do not fear, princess," Neat said steadily. "This barrier is among the strongest ever forged. It will not break easily." Then, through the chaos, a faint voice called out from above. "Princess." She turned sharply, eyes wide. "Scholar Ruin," she called. The old man staggered onto the tower wall, his staff shaking in his grasp, his robes torn and soaked in blood, yet he still bowed deeply despite his injuries. "General Arts, I come by His Majesty's command, to escort the princess to safety." The princess rushed toward him, horror written across her face. "You're injured. You shouldn't have come here." Art stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Then we follow the plan," he said. "I'll use my wind magic to send you both to the designated coordinates. Are the preparations complete?" Ruin gave a weak nod. "Everything is ready." But before the spell could begin, the princess's voice cut sharply through the storm. "Wait, what are you talking about? Why do we have to leave?" Ruin faltered, his lips trembling before he forced the words out. "Princess, your father, the king, has fallen." Her world broke apart. "No," she whispered as her knees gave way beneath her. "That can't be true." Tears glistened in Ruin's eyes. "Before he died, His Majesty gave one final order. for you to escape and live on in the neighboring kingdom. It was his last command, to keep you safe. The princess turned toward Arts, desperation filling her voice. Then you'll come with us, won't you? You have to. Arts held her gaze, and a faint, sorrow-tinged smile touched his lips. Where could I go? He replied quietly. The monsters below, they are my people, the Maraga. To humans, I've become their enemy, and no matter where I flee, I'll be hunted. He moved toward the edge of the wall, the fire below casting a crimson glow across his armor. The final resting place of this night, he murmured, will be the dragon's tomb. Turning slightly, his voice softened, almost gentle. This is where I belong. I'll remain here until my lifespan fades away. The certainty in his words struck deep. The princess stood motionless, her grief shifting into something stronger, resolve. Her trembling steadied as she drew a breath, her eyes sharpening with newfound determination. In an instant, she summoned her wind magic, air spiraling around her feet and lifting her from the tower floor. And before Ruin could react, she leapt away from his side, soaring back toward Arts like a streak of light cutting through the storm. If you're staying, she called, her voice ringing through the chaos, then I'll stay too. She landed beside him, wind whipping through her hair, her stance firm and unyielding. I'll become your dragon knight, she declared. This is my home, and I'll protect it by your side. Lifting her chin with pride, she spoke clearly over the roar below. My wind riding skills are perfected, she said with a confident smile. So, tell me, Arts, how do we form the contract? For a moment, Arts only stared at her, stunned, his composure, unchanged for years, finally wavering. Then, slowly, he extended his armored hand, the metal catching the lightning's glow as he took hers, his touch cold yet impossibly gentle. A faint smile formed on his lips, carrying both sorrow and pride. Very well, he said softly. Then our contract will be sealed, he continued, just like in the old days. From within his armor, he drew out a small, gleaming object, a silver scale that shimmered faintly beneath the pale moonlight. This, he said, holding it between them, will be our bond. The princess's eyes lit up, her smile bright with hope. That's all, she asked, her voice full of joy. Then let's seal it right now. From this day onward, we'll... Before she could finish, Arts gently interrupted, his voice quiet and fragile, like wind before a storm. Our promise, he said, is that we never see each other again. The words cut like a blade, and the princess froze as disbelief shattered her expression. What? She whispered, her voice unsteady. Before she could say anything more, Arts lifted his hand, and the wind erupted around him, howling as it spiraled violently, his power surging outward until a blinding gale burst from his palm, swallowing both the princess and Scholar Ruin within a raging torrent of air. Go, he shouted, his voice breaking through the storm. The princess cried out his name, shock and betrayal entwined in her voice as the winds carried her upward. Arts! Her cry was devoured by the storm as she and the scholar vanished into the sky. Below, Arts's gaze softened. Protect her, he murmured. Keep her safe, far from this tomb. But what answered was not peace, but horror. As the spell bore them through the air, the magic wavered, the wind flickering as instability crept in, and Ruin's expression suddenly twisted, his pupils igniting crimson like molten fire. Scholar Ruin, the princess called, confusion breaking through her voice. Without warning, his hand shot toward her, his voice eerily calm, cold enough to chill the night. You have a place where you belong, he murmured. Before she could react, his hand drove straight into her chest. The princess gasped, her eyes widening in agony and disbelief as blood scattered through the air like falling rubies, and Ruin tore out her still-beating heart, her scream ripping across the sky and echoing through the storm. Below, Arts went still, then roared in fury. Ruin! The scholar's body convulsed violently, his face contorting in pain as he struggled to speak, choking out. Arts, be careful. The Maraga, we're not the only ones cursed. Dark veins spread across his skin as his form began to warp, and a grotesque red mass burst from his chest, consuming what remained of him. In the next instant, his body split apart, replaced by a monstrous, tentacled abomination that writhed and shrieked with madness. It clutched the princess's heart in one clawed hand, the organ still faintly pulsing between its fingers. The creature's voice slithered through the air, cruel and mocking. Such a rich lifespan, it sneered. Tell me, dragon, does killing the one you love taste like revenge? Its eyes gleamed with deranged delight. After all, it hissed, weren't you the one who burned me with your dragon flames, back then? The world went quiet all at once. Arts remained frozen in the wreckage, thoughts emptied, breath locked tight in his chest, while ahead of him the tentacled abomination tilted its head back and unleashed a harsh, warped laugh that rang through the broken tower. With a grotesque motion, the creature raised the princess's lifeless body high above the ground, her hair trailing downward like strands of silk, swaying weakly in the storm's icy wind, while in its other claw it displayed her heart, still dripping, still faintly pulsing, a cruel imitation of life itself. Turning its gaze toward Arts, its smile stretched wide as its voice oozed both malice and pleasure, and it jeered. Tell me, Arts, does this satisfy your wrath? Then, with a sharper hiss and an even more twisted grin, it added, is this enough to repay the pain your flames once gave me? Without hesitation, its claw tightened. A sickening crack split the air as the princess's heart crushed apart in its grip, bursting into a spray of crimson that scattered into the raging storm. For a brief instant, everything stopped. Then the fury inside Arts detonated. It surged through him like wildfire, his vision flooding red, his heartbeat pounding violently in his ears as raw power ripped outward, distorting the air itself while the winds roared and twisted into violent chaos around him. At that very moment, two figures emerged at his sides, his shadow guards, their eyes glowing with the same grief and rage consuming him. The first, the shadow of sorrow, released a cry that tore through the sky, a grief-stricken sound so profound it seemed to shake the heavens themselves, and as his form dissolved into a torrent of dark energy streaked with blue light, he shot downward in a blur. He intercepted the princess's falling body midair, catching her gently before wrapping her in a luminous aura, shielding her from the debris as it rained down. At the same time, the second guard, the shadow of wrath, hurled himself straight at the monster, his blades igniting as he carved through the creature's writhing tentacles, severing them in rapid, inhuman strikes. Yet the monster only laughed, a sound that grated against the soul, as its wounds sealed instantly, flesh knitting back together while it sneered. Useless, so fragile, just like your hearts. Below, the shadow of sorrow dropped to his knees with the princess held in his arms, his fading aura casting a soft blue glow over her, a final trace of calm within the destruction, as a single tear slipped from beneath his dark helm and fell onto her pale cheek. The princess stirred just barely, her lips parting as her voice emerged as nothing more than a whisper. Arts. Then the light left her eyes, her breath faded away, and her body became still. Even as her soul drifted from this world, the monster's laughter continued to echo through the night, and it spread its twisted limbs wide, its grin stretching unnaturally across its face. Do you understand now, dragon? It taunted. The lifespans of your kind, the meager sacrifices of your people, don't even equal a fragment of me. Its voice sank lower, layering over itself until it sounded like countless whispers speaking at once. You've witnessed only a shadow of what I am. The rest of my essence is scattered across this world, concealed, waiting. Every host, every body you see carries a seed of me, waiting to ripen, waiting to erupt, just like your precious scholar. Arts's eyes widened as the truth struck him. The scholar, the monsters, the ritual, all of them were fragments of the same nightmare. The creature's laughter warped into a guttural roar. I am Cthulhu, it proclaimed, its voice rolling like thunder through the shattered ruins. The Ancient One, abandoned by the heavens, and your beloved Moraga people, are the fools who brought me back. Then its tone shifted, turning smooth, almost soothing, laced with false gentleness. You know this feeling, don't you? It whispered. The rage, the despair, the hatred burning inside you. It leaned in closer, its voice slipping through the air like silk. Such beautiful emotions. You carry them so well. Arts's hand shook, his fist tightening. The creature's eyes glinted brighter. Let me end your suffering, it murmured, low and enticing. I can change everything for you. A faint, almost melodic hum spread through the air. I can return what you've lost, it promised. I can even bring her back. Arts's head jerked up, disbelief flashing through his silver eyes. Yes, Cthulhu purred. Not only can I help you destroy the monsters infesting your world, I can give your beloved princess back to you. You could be together again, forever. All it requires, Cthulhu continued, its voice deep and resonant through the storm, is a simple exchange. Silence followed, so heavy that even the wind seemed to pause and listen. My price, the god finished calm and cold as the abyss, is your heart. Arts stood alone atop the crumbling wall as lightning tore across the raging sky, the storm howling around him, while above, a swarm of black-winged monsters circled, waiting and watching like vultures over the dead. His breathing slowed, uneven and strained, as Cthulhu's words echoed within him, filling every corner of his mind. Two paths lay before him. Leave the princess as she was, lifeless, her body cold, lost forever within this tower of despair, or yield to the voice of the ancient god, the very being that had destroyed his world. Time is slipping away. The crumbling host of Cthulhu hissed as its body split and fractured. My vessel won't last much longer. Choose, dragon, save her, or lose her forever. Arts's gaze shifted to the motionless figure resting in Shadow's arms, the princess appearing serene, untouched by the destruction raging all around her, and his eyes softened as love and grief clashed within him, shattering what little resolve he had left. His choice settled. "Forgive me," he whispered. Then, silence. Arts drove his hand straight into his own chest, and blood burst outward from the wound, vivid crimson against the storm's cold blue glow, as his fingers closed around his still beating, light-filled heart and tore it free. His shadow guards cried out his name, but he did not hear them. He remained standing, unyielding, as his lifeblood spilled onto the fractured stone beneath him. Above, Cthulhu's laughter rolled like thunder. "Magnificent," it roared. "You've chosen well." The heart lifted from Arts's palm, its glow intensifying, brighter and brighter, until its radiance overtook the night itself. "I will bless it," Cthulhu declared. "Your heart shall beat for eternity." A violent surge of divine power erupted upward, drenching the entire tower in clashing hues of violet and blue. "Your beloved will awaken through its power," the god promised. "You will not die. You will not fall into madness. You will become her guardian, forever." The beam of light struck the princess's body, and the spirit of the guardian dragon descended, its ancient essence spiraling into her chest, forcing her body to arch as the light engulfed her, her eyes flickering open for the briefest instant. At the same moment, Art screamed. The sound tore across the heavens as his body convulsed, Cthulhu's power surging through him, ripping flesh and splintering bone as his wings shattered and reformed into skeletal limbs wrapped in blue fire, his armor dissolving and fusing into the bone beneath, his once noble form twisting into something that was neither dragon nor man, but a cursed union of both. The tower trembled as a massive pillar of violet light shot upward, piercing through the storm. Art had surpassed mortality, reborn as a guardian dragon bound by Cthulhu's curse. He roared, a cry that shook the heavens, fury and sorrow fused into one. Then he hurled himself from the tower, wings spreading wide in a blaze of spectral flame. His blue fire devoured the sky. Below, the battlefield plunged into chaos as torrents of dragon fire rained down, consuming everything. Monsters, soldiers, the innocent and the damned alike. His wrath spared no one, and above it all, Cthulhu's laughter echoed through the heavens, resonating like a hymn of ruin. Its power surged without restraint, spreading over the land like a devouring black storm that swallowed even the stars, as the once golden capital collapsed into an endless ocean of fire, and within that inferno Arts, no longer man, no longer dragon, unleashed his fury upon a dying world. His skeletal wings beat violently, hurling ash into the darkened sky, and with every motion, torrents of blue flame cascaded downward, burning through stone, steel, and even the soul itself, while below him the kingdom's heart, the land he had once vowed to protect, blazed fiercely beneath his shadow, its cries drowned beneath the overwhelming roar of his wrath. Above it all, Cthulhu's voice rolled through the inferno like thunder, each word laced with mocking venom. "And thus," it hissed, "our bargain reaches its truth." Purple lightning tore open the heavens, splitting the storm as bolts crashed into the shattered magical leaning tower, the ground trembling beneath the impact, while even the sky seemed to scream. "All that you've slain," the god whispered, its tone thick with amusement, "all that you've burned, every life consumed within your flames, flows to one place." The realization struck Arts like a curse. Back upon the tower, the revived princess suddenly screamed, her body convulsing as violent waves of dark energy burst outward from her chest, where the same cursed heart, the one Arts had torn from his own body, now beat within her. Black veins spread across her skin like creeping shadows, her eyes widening in terror, as monstrous forms twisted free from within her. "Stop, please," she gasped, her voice breaking as the darkness consumed her entirely. In a single instant, she vanished. Where she had stood rose a colossal abomination, a writhing mass of tentacles formed from shadow and light, its core glowing with a sickly violet radiance that pulsed in rhythm with the echo of her heart, as the princess herself became its living nucleus, her curse complete. Cthulhu's laughter thundered across the heavens, shaking the very world. "Magnificent," it cried in triumph. "All the lifespans you harvested, all the souls devoured by your flames, now belong to me." Then its voice softened, turning thoughtful yet cruel. "Still," it mused, "my strength is not yet whole. I cannot yet parasitize the true dragon race. Not while this vessel remains so pitifully weak. A human host is merely a stepping stone." Each word fell with absolute certainty. "But it matters not. The dragon will fulfill his role. In time, he will gather all the lifespans I require." Atop the tower, the monstrous princess raised her gaze toward the crimson horizon, where the light of destruction washed over her twisted form in shades of violet and black. Above her, the skeletal dragon continued to circle in the sky, distant and silent, its blue flames now flickering faintly against the night, and she tilted her head as a trace of confusion broke through the madness. "Why hasn't he returned?" she whispered. The kingdom is gone. The enemies are gone. Her gaze lowered, and before her, two faintly glowing objects drifted through the air. Silver scales, shimmering stubbornly against the surrounding darkness. Cthulhu's many eyes widened as realization struck. The scales of promise, it murmured. The vows of the white dragon. One scale pulsed with a cold silver glow, the vow to never see the princess again. The other emitted a faint blue light, the vow to eternally guard the kingdom's tower. And in that instant, the truth became clear. The air itself trembled as the god's fury erupted. You fool! Cthulhu roared, its voice tearing through the clouds. You bound yourself to the tower. Now it understood. Arts had anticipated everything, and in his final act of defiance, he had turned his own vows, those sacred promises, into chains. A prison forged by his own will, bound to the tower forever, sealed for eternity, forced to guard the ruins he once swore to protect while remaining forever separated from the one he loved. You chose death over servitude. Cthulhu screamed, its rage shaking the heavens. You reduce yourself to a hollow shell rather than serve me. Lightning ripped across the sky as violet fire spilled from the clouds, the god's roar echoing endlessly. Very well, dragon, it bellowed. If this tower is your cage, then it will become my nest. Its voice dropped, turning colder, more resolute. I will devour every soul that dares approach this place. Their lifespans will sustain me. And when the time comes, the voice fell to a whisper, cold, endless, final. I will rise again, reborn to rule this world. As those final words faded, the flames died out and the winds fell still, and the once golden kingdom, the heart of life across the continent, crumbled into dust. Only the magical leaning tower remained, standing in defiance against the void, a black monument piercing the endless sky, a remnant of a fallen world, a tomb for both gods and dragons. Ages passed like fleeting shadows, empires rising and collapsing, civilizations flourishing and vanishing. Yet through it all the magical leaning tower endured, an unyielding black monument resisting time itself. Then the vision broke apart. The thunder of storms and the voices of gods faded into nothing, replaced by silence. Reality snapped back. Shadow gasped as he found himself once again standing atop the tower's desolate rooftop, his body trembling and his breathing uneven, while the night stretched in silence around him, broken only by faint strands of violet energy flickering across his hand. His thoughts spiraled. Was that truly a vision? Or had he just witnessed history itself? The fall of the Dragon Guardian, the birth of this cursed tower. It all felt too real, too vivid, too heavy to be dismissed as mere legend. Before he could piece it together, the air around him warped. Dark violet energy gathered and twisted, condensing like thick mist. And then, system notification. Congratulations. You have obtained a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. A glowing system window appeared before his eyes, its text pulsing faintly. Skill effect. Creates 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds. Each clone replicates the user's skills and deals 100% of total damage. Beneath the description, a single line formed, one that sent a chill through him. These shadows were born from the will of the White Dragon, Arts, who sustained them for 15 years with nothing but his own spirit, to protect what he loved. Shadow stared at his hand, now wrapped in glowing violet energy. This is his power, he murmured. He could still see that moment, the shadows shielding the princess, defying a god. And now that same sorrow, that same burden, pulsed within him. For a fleeting instant, he felt it. The dragon's endless grief, the crushing weight of eternal guardianship. So this is what a mythical skill feels like, he whispered, his voice almost reverent. Terrifying. More notifications appeared in rapid succession. Trial completed successfully. Hidden objective cleared. Key to the magical leaning tower's hidden area acquired. Level up. Level 19 reached. Evolution points plus 400. New items obtained. Equipment/skillbooks/gate key/map fragment. The messages flashed one after another before his eyes. Shadow opened the ancient map he had just obtained, and a glowing projection unfolded before him, revealing vast oceans and scattered islands. And on one of them, a city constructed entirely from bleached bone. His eyes narrowed. The withered bone ruins, he muttered. That must have been part of the Moraga Empire. The thought lingered as the last traces of violet light faded, and beneath his feet the tower's ancient hum pulsed faintly, like the heartbeat of something that had never truly died. Even though the system marked the next area for level 20 players, Shadow's lips slowly curved into a quiet, eager grin. Soon, he said as he tucked the map away. I'll go soon. For now, however, his attention shifted to the ornate golden key resting in his palm. The key to the tower's hidden chamber, its surface catching the moonlight as it shimmered faintly. This should fetch a good price, he murmured with a slight smirk. Better sold than kept. The scene shifted. Inside the FICA Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the air was heavy with defeat, Dim light flickering over exhausted players sprawled across chairs and crates as they recovered from the chaos of their failed raid. While at the center sat Huang Huan, her expression composed yet weighed down, her hands clasped tightly on the table. Silence lingered until one voice finally broke it. "Leader, what should we do now?" a guild member asked quietly. "We can't beat that new Jade Grey boss. It's too strong." He hesitated before adding, Maybe we should ask Shadow for help." Huang Huan remained still as the weight of failure hung over her like an approaching storm, while the surrounding players watched in silence, firelight flickering across faces marked by disappointment and quiet shame. "Perhaps you're right," she said at last, her voice low but steady. "I'll contact our allies in Shanghai City. They have ties with Shadow. Maybe they can reach out to him." Before she could finish, a familiar voice cut in from behind her. "There's no need for that." The entire room froze. Every head turned at once. A figure stood within the shadows, tall and silent, the dim torchlight catching along the edge of his cloak. His presence so sudden and absolute it felt as though he had simply appeared out of nothing. Several weapons slipped from startled hands and clattered to the floor. "Shadow," one of the players, Heng, shouted as he stumbled back. "How did you? When did you get here?" Zyking's expression twisted with anger. "You sneaky bastard," he snapped. "What do you want this time?" Shadow didn't react. He moved forward at an unhurried pace, hands resting casually in his pockets. "Relax," he said evenly, his tone smooth and controlled. "If I intended harm, you'd already be dead." Silence fell again, and even the boldest among them went pale. His gaze passed over the group, calm and unreadable. "Your barrier," he said after a moment, "isn't invincible. It can be opened from the inside. That's how I got in." Uneasy murmurs spread through the guild. Huang Huan spoke, her voice steady despite the tension. "Then what do you mean by a trade?" Shadow stopped, then slowly turned toward her, and in his hand, an ornate golden key caught the torchlight as it gleamed. Its surface shimmered with faint, intricate patterns, glowing softly like living metal. "I'm here to sell this," he said simply. The key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden chamber. For a long moment, silence held. Then disbelief broke loose. The tower's key," one member stammered. "That's impossible. You'd have to defeat the Jade Grey boss to get that." Awe trembled in their voices, because such an achievement was beyond anything they could imagine. Yet the proof shone clearly in Shadow's hand. Huang Huan's exhaustion vanished at once, her eyes sharpening as her tone turned crisp and focused. "Name your price," she said. "Whatever it is, we'll consider it." Shadow answered without pause. "The same as before," he said calmly. 1,000 years of lifespan." Gasps spread through the room. Before Huang Huan could reply, Zyking erupted. 1,000 years, he roared, veins rising along his neck. "You shameless vulture. You planned this from the start." He pointed straight at Shadow, fury contorting his face. "First you ambush me and destroy our portal, cutting off reinforcements and leaving us to die. Then, while our team gets wiped out, you sweep in and take the loot. And now," his voice cracked with anger, "now you walk in here acting like a hero, trying to sell us the key to our own raid at that absurd price." "Zyking." Huang Huan's voice sliced through the tension. "Enough." He ignored her entirely. "You think we'll just sit here and let you profit from our loss?" He spat. "That key should have been ours." Shadow didn't so much as glance at him, his composure unmoved. "Then what do you suggest?" he asked quietly, his tone courteous, almost excessively so. Zyking sneered, taking that calm for weakness. "Simple," he said. "You hand over the key, and you compensate the guild for our losses. Say, 800, maybe 1,000 years of lifespan. Fair trade, isn't it?" For a moment, nothing. Then Shadow tilted his head slightly, a faint, humorless smirk touching his lips. "You have quite a son," he said dryly, glancing toward Huang Huan. Zyking puffed out his chest, mistaking the remark for doubt, for surrender. To his surprise, Shadow gave a slow nod. "Very well," he said. "I'll do as he says." The room went still. Every guild member froze, eyes wide and breath held, staring at him in disbelief, his calm voice carrying a weight that pressed down like iron. Then his tone shifted, turning low and cold. "But in that case," he continued, "the price changes." His gaze moved to Zyking, eyes sharp as blades in the dark. 1,800 years, he said flatly. "Not a single day less." Zyking blinked in confusion, then let out a sharp laugh, taking it for a bluff. "Huh, now that's more like it. That's how you deal with snakes like him, right, mother?" But the laughter died almost instantly as the meaning settled, the words sinking in like ice. He stared. "Wait, what did you just say?" Shadow folded his hands behind his back, his composure unchanged. "I came here in good faith," he said quietly, "to do business. I tolerated your insults out of respect for your leader." His tone sharpened, each word precise and cutting. "But your attitude changed that. The discount is gone. The new price stands. Take it or leave it." The silence that followed pressed in, suffocating. Then, crack. Huang Huan's hand struck her son's face with full force, the sound echoing through the hall like thunder. Enough, she shouted. You've shamed this guild long enough. Her anger filled the room as she turned to the stunned members nearby. Take him out, she ordered. Make him grind levels until I say otherwise. He doesn't return until he's earned it. Mother, what are you doing? Let go of me. Zyking struggled, his voice fading as two guild mates dragged him out, his protests disappearing down the corridor. When the door slammed shut, silence returned. Huang Huan remained still, shoulders tight, drawing a slow breath as she forced herself to regain composure, then turned toward Shadow and dipped her head slightly. My apologies for his behavior, she said quietly. Perhaps we can. Shadow interrupted, his voice calm but final. The offer remains the same. 1,800 years of lifespan. I won't repeat myself again. Huang Huan met his eyes, the steady resolve of a guild leader replacing her earlier anger, and after a long pause, she nodded. Fine, she said evenly. 1,800 years it is. Her voice softened slightly. I've heard you've sold other hideouts for 2,000. Considering what we've lost, this is fair. She hesitated. But we can't pay it all at once. Would you accept an installment? Shadow's expression remained unchanged, though a faint glint passed through his eyes, and after a brief pause, he gave a single nod. 1,000 years up front, he said. I'll return in 10 days for the remaining 800. Relief moved through the room like a passing breeze. Huang Huan's shoulders eased, and she bowed again, deeper than before. Thank you, she said sincerely. A soft chime echoed through the air. Transaction complete. Key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden area. Ownership transferred to FICA Heavy Industry Guild. Lifespan plus 1,000 acquired. The golden key in Shadow's hand dissolved into particles of light, reappearing within Huang Huan's inventory, while at the same time a faint glow spread across Shadow's body as the newly gained lifespan fused into him. He gave a slight nod. Do well with it, he said simply. Your guild has potential. Consider this a beginning, something to rebuild your strength on. Then, with a ripple of dark mist, he vanished, the space he occupied folding inward, as if it had never held him at all. Silence lingered before Huang Huan straightened, her voice snapping back to command. Listen up, she called. The Platinum Grade hideout is now ours. A wave of awe passed through the guild. But, she continued, her tone firm, we owe Shadow a debt, and we will repay it. Her gaze swept across every member without hesitation. Effective immediately, all members will contribute a 50% lifespan tax until the debt is cleared. No exceptions. Nervous glances were exchanged, yet no one spoke against it. Firelight flickered across their faces, casting them in a mix of resolve and unease, while outside, the night wind howled against the steel walls of the hall, a low whisper that seemed to carry a warning. Some debts, once made, never truly end. The magical Leaning Tower will be the foundation of our rise. Work hard, and the rewards will surpass anything we've lost. Cheers erupted within the hideout, and the scene shifted outward beyond the walls into a dense forest bathed in the gold of the setting sun, where Huang Zyking walked ahead in silence until a girl behind him finally spoke. Zyking, don't blame your aunt. You were wrong this time. He scoffed without turning. Wrong, he muttered. You don't know what you're talking about. Shadow humiliated me. One day he'll pay. At the front, a scout suddenly froze and called out sharply. Silver Grade boss sighted. The human-faced Spider Emperor. In an instant, weapons were drawn and spells prepared as the team formed up. Zyking, someone called. Stay back and watch for poison. Be ready with detox spells. Yeah, I know. He replied with a dismissive wave, but as the others rushed forward, he stepped back, then turned and sprinted into the forest. Zyking, someone shouted, but he was already gone, branches striking his face as he ran, breath growing heavy until he finally stopped in a secluded clearing, crouching with his hands on his knees as the sounds of battle faded into the distance. He muttered under his breath. My entire guild, a bunch of cowards. They crawl through levels like frightened rats. Shadow understands the truth. Power isn't given. It's taken. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a dark, ornate vase etched with writhing runes. A single crimson eye blinked across its surface as he set the object on the ground and whispered, My treasure. The system recognized it at once. Abyssal vase. Reach into the void to draw out a random powerful skill. Cool down. 48 hours. Zyking held his breath, then plunged his hand into the swirling darkness, cold energy surging up his arm, and when he pulled it back out, he held something small and grotesque. A pulsing mass of flesh twitching between his fingers. A notification appeared. Epic grade skill acquired. Abyssal Puppet Curse. Allows the user to turn any corpse into a controllable puppet that retains its original abilities. He laughed, the sound echoing through the trees. This is it. This is power. If I kill Shadow, I can control him. Make him my puppet. I'll be unstoppable. The vase pulsed again, its single eye glowing a deep purple as dark energy coiled around it like smoke, and one final line of text slowly emerged, faint yet ominous. Warning. The abyss holds extraordinary power, but when one gazes into it, the abyss also gazes back. Night fell over the shattered demon city, cloaking the ruins in dense darkness as moonlight cut through drifting fog that curled around broken statues and heaps of ancient bones. And deep within the boneyard, the faint clash of metal rang out in a steady rhythm. A lone girl stood among the skeletal remains, her chain talisman glowing with a dim red light as it cut through the air, each swing crushing undead skulls one after another and scattering shards of bone across the ground. While with every fallen enemy her experience rose rapidly. Then ding! A clear notification appeared before her. Weapon advancement complete. Silver tier upgraded to gold. Class advancement available. She lifted her head slightly, as though answering a long-awaited call. It's time, she said quietly. Raising her arm, she summoned the system, and the ground beneath her trembled as a massive summoning circle burst into existence. Radiant runes spreading outward in a blazing ring while the air vibrated, and her chain spiraled around her like coiled serpents responding to the surge of power. Class advancement initiated. Lines of system text streamed across her vision, detailing the transformation of her abilities as her chain blade, now a radiant golden weapon, shimmered with newfound potential, capable of freely shifting its form, while her ghost companion advanced to Tier 2, gaining a second layer of invincibility, and an unfamiliar glow ignited within her eyes. Skill acquired. Eye of the Underworld, an illusion that traps its target within their own fears. The stronger the target's willpower, the longer the skill binds them. Another alert appeared. Item obtained. Touch of the Underworld. Hand Gauntlet. Tracks enemies by scent. 50% chance to deal double damage to lower-rank foes. Applies Dark Flame Burn. She clenched her hands, testing the power now coursing through her body, feeling how her strikes would be faster, sharper, and far more destructive than before. Her thoughts drifted to a certain fart master, once a psychic rival who had stood against her. Not anymore, she said. You're nowhere near my level now. Her gaze steadied. Mom, Dad, she murmured. I'll settle everything. That man won't escape what he deserves. Opening her system chat, she composed a message with calm certainty. Shadow, I've reached second stage. I'm ready to return the favor for all your guidance. After sending it, she logged off before any reply could come. Shadow let out a quiet chuckle as the notification disappeared. Still unbreakable, just like before, he said, though the faint amusement quickly faded as an old memory surfaced. Yuan, her former self. He remembered how she had taken revenge in that past life, how her kindness had ultimately led to her downfall when she spared a dog belonging to her enemy. Unaware, it carried a tracker, allowing the hunters to trace it directly to her. And soon mercenaries descended as the battle that followed stretched on for days. Official forces lost countless elites in the chaos, and when silence finally returned, Yuan's body was found at the center of the battlefield, her spirit drained beyond recovery. That single loss had plunged the magic capital into months of turmoil. Shadow exhaled slowly, the weight of that history settling over him. And despite all her newfound strength, he thought she was still inexperienced, still too soft. He reached a decision. I have to check on her. I won't let her repeat the same mistake. The digital world dissolved. The scene shifted to reality at the outskirts of the magical city, where the faint glow of lanterns outlined Lady Dongfang's secluded manor, crickets filling the night with a steady chorus as two guards wandered along the gravel path, barely paying attention. I swear, one muttered, kicking aside a pebble. How long do we have to babysit this place? I'm bored out of my mind. When do we get to head down the mountain and enjoy ourselves with the ladies? His companion scoffed. Forget the brothel. Lady Dongfang isn't lacking. For her age, she's still got plenty going for her. Ever really looked at her? She's impressive. The first guard laughed. Yeah, maybe once we're strong enough, we'll get rid of that useless fart master and take the lady for ourselves. That'd be real entertainment. Before the final word could fully leave his mouth, the second guard suddenly stiffened and pointed ahead. Hold on. Look. Through the drifting mist, a figure slowly emerged. Lady Dongfang, kneeling along the path, her silken robe clinging to her form and catching the lantern light as it shimmered faintly. Lady Dongfang. Both guards rushed toward her. What are you doing out here alone dressed like that? She turned her head and gave them a slow, deliberate smile. I couldn't endure my weak, useless husband any longer, she said, her voice soft and unsteady. I want someone stronger. Maybe even the two of you. Her robe slipped slightly as she leaned forward. Well, are you ready? The guards exchanged eager glances, all caution vanishing in an instant. Oh, we're ready, one replied, already reaching for his belt. Before either could take another step, her tone changed, flat, cold, and mocking. Fools, she said. You actually believed I wanted you. Their confidence collapsed. A sharp crimson flash burst outward as chains lashed from the darkness like striking beasts, giving the guards no time to react before their heads were ripped clean from their bodies in a single brutal motion, the sound swallowed beneath the metallic ringing of the chains. The illusion shattered like broken glass. revealing Yuan standing alone in the open, her chains stained from the aftermath, while a faint underworld glow pulsed within her eyes, the same force that had drawn the guards into her illusion. She exhaled slowly. For my parents. For everything you stole. The night closed in, leaving nothing behind but silence, and two headless bodies scattered across the dirt. As the scene shifted again, the atmosphere grew heavy. Inside his chamber, the fart master's eyes snapped open. A faint disturbance in the air, something only he could sense, shifted, and his body tensed. So, a little rat decided to sneak in, he said. A thin, invisible haze pulsed outward from him, spreading through the room like drifting vapor, coating every corner with what he called his odorless detection field, a technique that allowed him to track even the slightest movement. Unaware she had already been detected, Yuan moved through the shadows, her body concealed by invisibility as she advanced with quiet precision, each step controlled and weightless, until, without warning, the air erupted. A sudden blur cut across her vision. The fart master appeared behind her in an instant, his hand clamping around her neck as he slammed her into the ground with brutal force, the entire room trembling from the impact. Did you really think you could slip past me? He said, tightening his grip. This entire space is my barrier. Every breath here answers to me. Nothing escapes my senses. He lifted her effortlessly by the throat, studying her as a smirk slowly spread across his face. At first, I thought it was someone else, he said. But to find it's you. The little girl who fled that day. What unexpected fortune. He looked over her suspended body, his tone shifting into a warped sense of approval. You've improved, he continued. Given enough time, you might have even become a challenge. He held her there, caught between crushing her immediately or dragging it out, his arm tightening as his thoughts wavered. Then, without warning, a sharp crack rang out. Before he could even process it, Yuan's body went limp in his grip, her neck snapping under the force of his own strength. He froze, staring at her lifeless form in disbelief as the rush of battle twisted into sudden regret and anger. Stupid, he roared, hurling her aside. I wasn't finished. The shout cut off as a sharp pain stabbed through his chest, forcing him to stagger back as confusion spread across his face. Slowly he turned and stopped. Yuan stood behind him, completely unharmed, her chains hovering in the air like silent blades while a faint, ghostly glow burned within her eyes. His voice broke. Well, what? How? His gaze flicked between the body on the ground and the figure before him, unable to make sense of it. Yuan's voice came steady and cold. You were inside my illusion from the beginning, she said. Nothing you saw was real. His jaw tightened as disbelief surged. An illusion? She stepped closer, her tone low and precise. The moment you met my eyes, you thought you were in control, she said. But from the start, you were the one trapped. The realization struck hard, his hand trembling as the room warped around him, walls bending and distorting as the truth settled in. He had never touched her. A slow, twisted grin crept across his face. Impressive, he rasped, his voice dropping into eerie amusement. Looks like you really did become a proper opponent. But his words stopped the instant Yuan raised her hand, her voice turning sharp and final. Now, she said, your time ends here. Her chains tightened. The fart master's chuckle broke into a strangled gasp as his body jerked, once before collapsing to the floor, motionless, the last trace of his arrogance fading into the night. Moments later, Lady Dongfang pushed open her window, irritation clear in her voice. What is all that noise? She called into the courtyard. Can't those guards stay quiet for one night? She peered into the darkness, expecting to see her guards patrolling as usual, but instead her eyes fell upon the fart master lying motionless on the ground, and her posture stiffened instantly. What? Intruders, she shouted. Guards, someone has entered the manor. Move immediately. The estate plunged into chaos as every remaining guard sprang into motion, voices rising in urgent commands while they rushed through corridors, along walls, and across walkways. Amid the uproar, a door upstairs slid open. Tan, Lady Dongfang's son, stepped out, rubbing his eyes. Mother, what's happening? She turned to him, forcing her voice steady. There's been a breach, she said. Go back inside. I'll call your father at once. Tan shook his head. It's fine, Mother. I'm 18 now, a trained professional. I can protect you if something happens. Her tone softened as she stepped forward and pulled him into a brief embrace. You've become a dependable young man, she said. If your father had even half that backbone, our home wouldn't be this exposed. A distant crash interrupted her, the sound of glass shattering somewhere nearby. The chamber door burst open as several guards were hurled inside, their lifeless bodies sliding across the floor while their armor clattered loudly against the ground. Lady Dongfang inhaled sharply. No. A faint blue glow drifted through the doorway, chains dragging slowly across the ground in a deliberate crawl. She stood frozen among the fallen, unable to comprehend how everything had collapsed so quickly, her thoughts racing in every direction until one conclusion surfaced. that Shadow must have known something long before this, that perhaps her son had sensed a flaw, or their actions had already been exposed. Before she could settle on any answer, a calm voice sounded behind her. "What plan are you talking about?" She spun around, but saw no one, only a faint presence lingering in the air, and confusion took hold as she tried to understand who spoke and why they would target her family, insisting there had been no conflict, no reason for an attack on her home. The air rippled. Yuan stepped into view, her invisibility dissolving with precise control. She faced Dongfang directly. "Have you truly forgotten who I am?" she asked. As her eyes shifted, the clear glow within them deepened into a sharp crimson, long-buried hatred and grief surging to the surface like a breaking tide, and she stepped forward, telling Lady Dongfang to look closely, to focus, to recognize the truth standing before her. The moment Dongfang's gaze settled on Yuan's face, she stopped. Recognition struck immediately. She knew exactly who the girl was, the daughter of the man she had killed with her own hands. How the girl was still alive was beyond Lady Dongfang's understanding, but there was no time to question it. The chain talisman shot forward without warning, driving straight through her chest as blood sprayed across the floor, and Yuan's voice rose sharply, cutting through the air as she called Dongfang a demon hiding in human form and declared that this was the judgment she had earned. Lady Dongfang screamed, the sound echoing through the ruined manor, but Yuan's voice followed, louder and edged with everything she had endured, as she demanded that Dongfang atone for her sins, to face the same suffering she had forced upon her, to feel pain in front of her own child, just as Yuan had been made to watch her parents die. Dongfang begged her to stop, insisting that her son had nothing to do with it and should not be dragged into the conflict. Yet Yuan only stepped closer, and the chain talisman pierced her chest again as Yuan questioned what right she had to ask for anything, demanding to know whether she had thought of innocence when she slaughtered Yuan's parents before their child. Yuan gave her no chance to continue. She summoned spike after spike from the chain talisman, each strike tearing away what remained of Dongfang's life until her body collapsed heavily onto the ground, completely still. Not far away, Tan and the family dog had witnessed everything from the shadows, and as Yuan's gaze shifted toward them, her killing intent remained sharp. Yet instead of striking, she turned and began to walk away, leaving the corpse behind. The silence shattered as the dog barked. Tan's voice followed, low and unsettling, as he let out a short, uneven laugh and murmured that he had finally broken free from his mother's control, thanking Yuan for doing what he had always wanted done, then glancing at his pet and adding that tonight would be his night to enjoy. Before Yuan could respond, several figures appeared around her, undead bodies dragging themselves forward with unnatural precision, forming a tight circle with coordinated movement. Understanding came instantly. Tan was an undead lich, capable of raising corpses as combat undead that retained all their original strength and abilities, and even his mother's body had been reanimated, now swaying forward under his command in silent obedience. Tan pointed toward Yuan and ordered his undead to capture her alive, stating plainly that he intended to take his time with her. The undead surged forward, their combined force slamming into Yuan and sending her crashing through glass and stone, her body hitting the ground with heavy impact as blood spilled from her lips, while the undead closed in once more strike. The mansion echoed with cracking walls and shattering marble as the assault pressed on without pause. Just as the undead moved to strike again, their bodies suddenly collapsed where they stood, the psychic force controlling them vanishing in an instant. And through the drifting dust, Yuan saw a hand emerge, steady and deliberate, followed by a familiar voice reminding her that sparing enemies only invites harm in return. As the haze cleared, she saw him, Fong, standing here in reality rather than within the game, already having killed Tan and the dog, ending the threat before it could grow, and Yuan watched him in silence as the realization settled in that she was no longer facing everything alone. The scene shifted. Yuan's spirit form lay motionless on the ground, the remnants of battle lingering in the air, and through the shattered window above, she noticed a figure outlined by moonlight, forcing herself to look up despite her weakened state as she asked who he was. From the shadows came Qin Fang's voice, calm yet firm, repeating that mercy toward enemies becomes cruelty toward oneself, and as he raised his hand, he invoked his blooming curse, causing blood-red spider lilies to erupt from Nanshan's decapitated corpse, their petals opening as crimson mist spread across the ruined courtyard. Understanding came to Yuan as she realized that this figure was the one who had saved her and ensured her revenge could be completed, and lowering her head, she offered quiet thanks, addressing him as master while crimson flowers spread endlessly around them, each bloom marking vengeance fulfilled. Her posture shifted under the weight of it all as she said her parents had finally been avenged, and as the red blossoms consumed the last traces of life energy in the air, a system notification appeared. 788 years of tradable lifespan absorbed. Qinfang stepped closer, his tone steady but unyielding, asking what she intended to do now that her revenge was complete, and Yuan's voice faltered as she admitted she had no direction. whispering that with her purpose fulfilled, perhaps she should simply let go and reunite with her parents. Qin Fang's voice sharpened as he told her that revenge always leaves emptiness behind, and that anyone unprepared for that emptiness never truly understood it, adding that if she chose to sink into despair, then he had nothing left to teach her. He lifted his hand once more, and a vision unfolded before her, a vast panorama of the world known as the God-forsaken game. Qin Fang explained that this world held countless secrets and hidden truths, and among them might exist a way to bring the dead back, stating that as long as one continued forward, endless possibilities would reveal themselves. But if Yuan truly believed her life ended with revenge, then nothing he said would matter. Turning away, Qin Fang walked forward through the field of red lilies, his voice calm and unwavering as he told her the choice now rested entirely with her, that if she wished to continue on a new path, she could follow, but only by her own will. Yuan remained motionless for a long moment as the night air settled around her. Then something stirred within, and she pushed herself up and ran after him beneath the moonlit sky, her footsteps soft against the sea of crimson flowers. The scene shifted. Reality returned at Qin Fang's hidden sanctuary within Magic City, known as the Soul Cleansing Land, where the two stepped into a vast and tranquil space that shimmered like liquid light, and Yuan looked around before asking where they were. Qin Fang replied that this was his private base in the real world, then led her toward an opulent mansion lit by floating lanterns, its golden doors opening silently as they approached, and inside, a graceful maid greeted them with a respectful bow, welcoming her master home. Yuan paused, visibly surprised that he even had a maid, and Qin Fang instructed her to prepare dinner for two, explaining calmly that she was not an ordinary attendant, but a construct created by the Divine Authority Book, an artifact capable of manifesting whatever its wielder required, adding that he would soon take Yuan to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City so she could obtain a book of her own. Yuan thanked him again, her voice soft yet steady. The narrative shifted once more. At the Chu family manor in Magic City, Chu Kunshin, Dongfang Yu's husband and a high-ranking military officer, rushed through the gates, shouting orders and demanding that no harm come to his wife. The urgent call she had made moments earlier echoing in his mind as tension built with each step, and though he initially suspected Shadow, thinking their hidden fireworks factory plan had been exposed, he quickly dismissed it as unlikely. Inside, soldiers swept through every room, the estate bearing clear signs of battle, cracked walls, shattered windows, and traces of blood. Yet no bodies remained, and when a subordinate reported that neither survivors nor corpses had been found, Chu Kunshin's rising anger gave way to something heavier as he demanded to know where his wife, his son, and the household staff had gone. The officer hesitated before confirming that the manor was completely empty. Not a single trace of life remained. Standing amid the ruins of his home, Chu Kunshin finally grasped what had occurred. The fate that had swallowed the Dongfang family had now reached his own. In that moment, the foundation of his world collapsed. The realization that both his wife and son were gone struck with crushing force, driving him a step back as a raw scream tore from his throat, grief twisting instantly into fury as he shouted that Shadow had murdered his family and ordered an immediate warrant for the hunter's capture. Lin Xingyu, who had been observing in silence, stepped forward with measured control and asked how he could be certain Shadow was responsible. But Kunshin snapped back, insisting it had to be him because the Dongfang family, his wife's relatives, had already been destroyed by Shadow as well. Unshaken, Lin Xingyu responded that there was no concrete evidence linking Shadow to the Dongfang incident, pointing out that his conclusions seemed driven by personal belief rather than verifiable proof, her gaze sharpening as she pressed further, questioning whether he held inside knowledge about these events, or perhaps a personal vendetta against Shadow influencing his claims. Her words landed directly. Kunshin answered sharply, warning her to be careful with her accusations and reminding her of his authority as a military staff officer. But Lin Xingyu remained composed, stating plainly that his rank held no sway over her judgment, and then revealed what he had not expected. The Sky Dome Guild had recently apprehended several members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and handed them over to the authorities, and during interrogation, those captives had confessed that Chu Kunshin himself had ordered the attack on Shadow's hideout, further admitting to a plan to lure Shadow to a fireworks factory and detonate it in a massive explosion. Authorities had already prepared to arrest everyone involved in that operation, but with Dongfang now missing, she was officially considered a fugitive. Lin Xingyu's voice stayed firm as she declared that Kunshin had abused his authority and conspired to carry out a terrorist act, then signaled her officers forward, and two guards stepped in to seize him by the arms. He struggled violently, demanding an explanation as his voice rose, hurling accusations at Lin Xingyu, calling her a traitor, and claiming she was colluding with insignificant guilds to frame an official. But she answered without hesitation that rank meant nothing to her, and that she acted only in accordance with justice. Kunshin continued to resist, shouting for his release, while Lin Xingyu remained cold and instructed him to cooperate, telling him that if he were truly innocent, he would have the chance to prove it. Then she delivered the final order. Kunshin would be taken to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a place where lifespan drained at 100 times the normal rate, her voice carrying a final warning. "Prepare yourself," she said. As the armored truck doors slammed shut, Chu Kunshin shouted wildly that they had no right to do this, and that he would report every one of them, while the convoy rolled forward along the dark forest road, headlights cutting through drifting mist. From the branches of a nearby tree, two figures watched in silence, their forms concealed within the darkness, and one, a tall man with a neatly styled pompadour, confirmed that the man being transported was their target, Chu Kunshin, the military staff officer, while beside him, a short blue-haired girl let violet energy pulse faintly around her as she nodded in agreement, the two briefly tapping fists as power flared in preparation. Moments later, deeper along the forest road, the convoy advanced steadily. Inside the lead armored truck, Chu Kunshin continued shouting at Lin Xingyu, insisting on his innocence and demanding answers, while a guard replied calmly that the arrest order had come from higher authority, and the words halted Kunshin for a moment as he realized this extended beyond Lin Xingyu's command. Then, without warning, violet energy exploded across the night sky. The blast struck the vehicle, sending it spinning off the road in a violent roll before it crashed into a twisted heap of metal. And inside, Lin Xingyu lay dazed and pinned beneath debris, struggling to breathe as she turned her head to see the guard beside her lying still, his body unmoving. The roof groaned before it was ripped open, and a hand reached in, grabbing the unconscious Chu Kunshin by the collar and pulling him out effortlessly. Above the wrecked truck, the two attackers stood outlined against the moon, the pompadour man holding Kunshin's limp body while the blue-haired girl observed beside him. "Mission complete," he said, his voice edged with triumph. Chaos erupted again as another armored vehicle sped in from the southern road, reinforcements pouring out with weapons raised and aimed directly at the pair standing atop the wreck. "Release the prisoner and surrender," an officer shouted. The two attackers responded only with brief, mocking laughter. Before the soldiers could fire, one officer suddenly looked upward in alarm as the branches above split apart and a massive figure dropped from the treetops. A giant man with glowing red eyes, gripping a colossal hammer engulfed in fire. With a thunderous roar, he brought the weapon down, and the impact unleashed an explosion that swallowed the reinforcement vehicle in a surge of fire and splintered metal, while screams tore through the forest as flames devoured the wreck. Amid the burning debris, the pompadoured man and the blue-haired girl watched without flinching, their expressions marked by clear satisfaction, and the man with the styled hair remarked that the sheer force of the strike confirmed Mr. Theodore's claims had been entirely accurate. The hammer-wielding brute landed within the blaze, laughing as blue lifespan orbs rose from the fallen officers like faint drifting lights, and lifting a glowing card, he declared that Theodore's artifact had increased his stats fivefold, granting him the strength of a level 50 player despite being only level 10, though he clicked his tongue in mild irritation as he noted that the soldiers had yielded very little lifespan. His companion dismissed the complaint with a casual wave, reminding him that the real reward would come later, the 1,000 years of lifespan promised by Mr. Theodore, while nearby, beneath the overturned truck, Lin Xingyu's battered body trembled uncontrollably as her thoughts raced, realization settling in that with Theodore's growing influence, Shadow would be the next target, all as retaliation for Chili and Chi-Chi. As the attackers prepared to leave, the blue-haired girl suddenly stopped, a sharp smile forming as she remarked that she could sense a small mouse still hiding within the wreck, and Lin Xingyu went rigid as her passive detection flared with a single warning. Danger, she had been discovered. Without hesitation, the girl hurled a massive fireball directly at the crushed vehicle, and the resulting explosion tore through the night, hotter and more violent than the first, as flames completely engulfed the wreckage, while the blue-haired girl turned away with a satisfied smirk and declared that no official watchdogs would survive. As they moved deeper into the forest, she teased her companions, asking whether they still thought about Chi-Chi and whether she had not been beautiful enough for them, prompting a chuckle from the pompadoured man as he replied that although she had been attractive, their fallen comrade had mattered to them, and their guild's code demanded vengeance for her. And with that final exchange, the three figures disappeared into the forest shadows, their fading laughter carried away by the wind. Behind a scorched tree trunk, a naked and injured Lin Xingyu crawled out from the burning wreckage, coughing violently, and forcing herself through the pain, she activated her killing intent perception, the faint red outlines lingering in her vision, confirming what she had already suspected. They were members of the Alice Guild, acting under Theodore's command to seize Chu Kunshin, and her entire squad had been wiped out without exception. Shaking, Lin Xingyu lifted her gaze toward the burning canopy above, understanding that only one task remained to her now: survive long enough to report everything. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, Shadow returned from the real world, bringing the ghost spirit with him into the Tower of Divine Authority, and as they stood before the ruined expanse of Magic City, he explained to the astonished Yuan that the guardian of this place was known as Old Mom, a being rumored to hold the secrets of divine creation. Within the mist-covered ruins of the tower, Shadow revealed the truth about its ruler, saying her true name was Queen Ver of the Waning Moon, once a sovereign of unmatched grace whose story had ended in tragedy. Long ago, Queen Ver had witnessed her own son and daughter killed before her eyes, an event that shattered her mind and left her trapped within a fragile illusion where her children still lived, forever waiting to return. And as they approached the tower, Shadow explained quietly that most players failed her trials because she issued impossible tasks shaped by this delusion. Yet there was a way to turn her condition to their advantage. If a young man and woman entered together, she would mistake them for her lost children, making the challenge far easier and the rewards far greater. Ghost Spirit looked at him, unsettled by the plan, but Shadow told her directly that once inside, she needed to call the Queen Mom, which was why players refer to her as Old Mom, and he instructed her to stay in character while he handled everything else. After a brief hesitation, Ghost Spirit nodded, and together they approached the radiant golden gates, which opened as they neared, flooding them in light. Inside, a path of shimmering starlight stretched endlessly, and at its far end stood Queen Ver, draped in silver robes, her presence calm like the moon. The moment she saw them, her posture changed with sudden excitement. "My children, you've returned," she said, asking softly if they had come back for the Divine Authority book. Shadow bowed slightly and answered that they had come for it, addressing her as Mom, while Ghost Spirit, moved by the Queen's gentle voice, spoke through unsteady breaths, telling her she had missed her and that she too had lost a parent. Queen Ver responded warmly, saying she wished to give them the book, but that divine laws prevented it until they completed her trial. And raising her hand, she summoned her avatar, an enormous spectral entity, a level 20 J-tier being radiating moonlit power. "Defeat her," Ver instructed. "Prove your worth." A system prompt appeared. Mother's blessing activated. All stats plus 20%. Ghost Spirit barely had time to steady herself before the shadows around them deepened, and from that darkness, 3 figures emerged, circling the boss like condensed storms. The clones created by Shadow's mythical ability, Shadow of Sorrow. Moving in flawless unison, the clones unleashed a blinding assault, each strike carrying Shadow's full destructive force. And within seconds, damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands exploded across the air as the towering avatar broke apart into drifting fragments of light before Ghost Spirit could even comprehend what had happened. The system chimed. Challenge complete. Victory achieved. Ghost Spirit stood frozen, staring at the aftermath as the 3 identical shadows dissolved back into darkness, struggling to find her voice after the overwhelming display. "DW, what just happened?" she finally managed, still shaken by the sudden destruction. Ghost Spirit remained rooted in place, unable to move, her widened eyes fixed on the empty spot where the massive boss had stood only seconds earlier, while the entire arena sank into an eerie, unnatural quiet broken only by the faint, lingering hum of energy still threading through the air, and her mind lagged behind what had just happened, struggling to process how something so overwhelmingly powerful had been wiped out in a single instant, as though it had never existed, with only 3 identical shadows appearing, striking, and disappearing like fleeting phantoms returning to darkness. Her thoughts snapped apart the moment Shadow moved again. She kept staring at the fading fragments, her head spinning as disbelief tightened around her thoughts, unable to comprehend how anyone could wield power with such terrifying accuracy, because this was not raw strength or overwhelming force but control refined to an absurd degree, and she found herself wondering what kind of skill could erase something like that so completely and cleanly. Before she could even speak, a soft glow spread across the chamber. A warm, gentle light descended from above, and a familiar figure slowly drifted down through the air, the NPC the players fondly called Mom, as Queen Ver appeared with a calm, radiant presence and a smile filled with unmistakable motherly warmth, looking at them as though she were gazing upon children she had not seen or held in a very long time. "Anna, you've grown so strong," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Her eyes rested on Ghost Spirit, shining softly. "Especially you, my little Anna. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady." With a careful motion, Ver summoned 9 glowing tomes that hovered in the air like sacred relics, each radiating a soft, living light, and one by one, she placed them into Ghost Spirit's arms, telling her to treasure them and use them to shape her path ahead. At that moment, something inside Ghost Spirit gave way. The sincerity of the gesture, so gentle and genuine, struck too deeply, pulling up memories of her real mother and a kind of warmth she had not felt for a long time, and the surge of emotion overwhelmed her as she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around the NPC, and buried her face against her shoulder while tears poured out uncontrollably. Ver, fully immersed in her role, gently stroked her hair and softly whispered that she had always been proud of her child. Off to the side, Shadow watched in silence. There was no mockery in his gaze, only quiet understanding, because he knew better than most how profound Ver's affection truly was, and countless players had hunted her relentlessly for that very reason. as she had once burned away her entire remaining lifespan to create the Book of Divine Revelation, leaving herself with not even a single day remaining. When Ghost Spirit finally calmed her breathing, Ver turned her attention toward Shadow. "And you, my son," she asked gently, "what is it you desire?" Shadow answered without hesitation, his tone calm and straightforward as he requested a divine tome in exchange for his communication bracelet. Ver accepted the bracelet and studied it carefully, a trace of sorrow passing through her expression before she spoke softly. "I do not have that tome at the moment, but I can create one for you." Ghost Spirit's eyes widened as Ver began burning away her remaining lifespan, ethereal flames rising around her as numbers flickered and shifted, while the divine tome slowly took shape in her hands, only for the process to halt midway. Her lifespan counter shook and then began to climb. 150 days were restored. Shadow took the newly created God-granted communication tome, his voice low, and even as he told her to consider those return days as his way of showing gratitude. And with that, he turned and started walking away. As they moved toward the exit, Ver called out to them, her smile gentle yet touched with sadness. "Take care of each other, my children." Her gaze lingered on Ghost Spirit one final time. "And Anna, if danger ever finds you, your big brother Alan will protect you." She added that Ghost Spirit should never leave his side, because the world beyond was filled with dangers that could not be seen. Ghost Spirit blinked, caught off guard by the words, the phrase "big brother," echoing in her mind as warmth crept across her cheeks, and she trailed a step behind Shadow as they exited the glowing chamber, quietly turning the idea over in her thoughts until, just before reaching the exit, she gathered enough courage to speak, her voice carrying a mix of shyness and genuine curiosity as she asked whether she should call him Master or Big Brother, admitting that the second option actually sounded quite nice. Shadow stopped immediately. His reaction was sharp and unmistakable, the calm expression on his face hardening as irritation surfaced beneath it. "Call me whatever you want," he said coldly, "but not brother. Not Big Brother." The bite in his voice rooted her to the spot, making it clear this was not simple annoyance, but something heavier, something bitter buried deep, and she sensed it instantly. Yet before she could question it, his calm link vibrated. Chief Anna's voice came through, brisk yet carrying its usual teasing edge, as she asked if he was online and said she needed to check his friend list, quickly clarifying that this was not jealousy or anything trivial, but something serious. Then her tone changed. There was a problem. A serial killer had appeared, with 7 victims so far, and online discussions had already begun pointing suspicion toward Shadow. He let out a low groan, wondering why it always seemed to be murder cases involving him. Anna then explained the real issue. The timing of the deaths matched his login and logout records exactly. Whoever was behind the killings clearly understood patrol routes, left no trace whatsoever, and was intentionally steering suspicion toward Shadow. And since only those who could view his activity times would be capable of doing that, the conclusion was unavoidable. The culprit had to be someone close to him, or someone posing as such. Shadow immediately began listing everyone who had access. The police team, the Knights Temple Guild leader, Milky Snow, the Savage Player, the Sky Dome Guild Master in Demon City, along with her granddaughter, and finally his newest companion, Ghost Spirit. Anna confirmed without delay that they would begin investigating at once. Shadow then asked the only question that truly mattered. Where had the bodies been discovered? The answer came back grim. They were scattered throughout the entire city. She asked whether he intended to inspect them personally. Shadow agreed without the slightest pause. Anna responded instantly, her confidence rising as though the result was already certain, declaring that the moment he involved himself, the killer's time was already running out, and she immediately forwarded every file, report, and timestamp to him. With the situation escalating, Shadow logged out of the game. Before disconnecting, he issued Ghost Spirit a set of precise instructions, which she listened to attentively before assuring him she was ready, and in the quiet of the real-world hideout, Shadow handed her the communication bracelet, the rare device that connected the game and reality, going so far as to entrust her with his ghost wolf mount so she could move swiftly and track the killer. She stared at him, stunned. The mount was not merely rare. It was practically an extension of him, yet he gave it to her without any hesitation. Shadow explained calmly that someone was deliberately aligning the murders with his login times, carefully constructing a perfect narrative to frame him step by step, and after thoroughly reviewing his friend list, he was certain none of them were responsible, which meant the leak had not come from his friends. It had originated from within the official's organization itself, someone with quiet, unquestioned access to his records. And that was exactly where her abilities became crucial. With her connection to the underworld, she could follow scents, auras, and residual traces with a level of precision Shadow had never seen before, and he told her that she had followed him long enough, endured enough, and survived enough. Now she was ready for a mission that truly mattered. Ghost Spirit did not hesitate, swearing that she would not fail, that she would find the real killer and clear his name. The scene shifted. Deep within the demon capital, A dim hotel steeped in shadow swallowed what little light remained, and inside, the purple-haired man who had earlier shouted for Mr. Theodore dragged Chewing forward like a prize he had captured, while nearby, a cold-eyed woman stood watching, her sharp, detached gaze fixed on the bound official, as if she were a scientist examining a specimen. Theodore reclined at ease, looking as though this were nothing more than a casual gathering, his voice carrying a calm, amused tone as he greeted them, addressing the purple-haired man as Tony and commending him for completing the assignment. The instant Theodore spoke, Chu Yin's body went rigid. Recognition struck him hard. This was the very same man from the embassy event. The bald man in the room turned toward him, a lit cigar glowing between his fingers as a dark smile spread across his face, confirming it with ease as he remarked that they had shared a rather pleasant conversation back then, and that seeing Chu Yin treated so unfairly today had inspired them to bring him here. The color drained from Chu Yin's face. Every person present was familiar. The bald man, Tony, the blue-haired girl, all of them fugitives directly connected to Chun Shishu's case. And whether Theodore intended to target Shadow, the authorities, or both, Chu Yin could not determine, but one truth stood out with painful clarity. This so-called rescue was no act of goodwill. Theodore simply smiled, brushing aside the storm of thoughts churning in Chu Yin's mind as he remarked that, to him, there was hardly any difference between the government and Shadow, since they were practically cooperating already. Those words shattered what little composure Chu Yin had left. He erupted, shouting about his wife and child, how they had died in brutal fashion, how the officials had refused to issue a warrant for Shadow, and instead had chosen to detain him. And given Theodore's reputation, he understood perfectly that this rescue came with conditions attached. The bald man cut through his outburst with a single, direct question. What is your profession? Chu Yin went still, then suddenly burst into laughter, a hysterical sound laced with bitter pride. Of course, that was the reason they had taken him. He was the only hidden class Fui in the entire game, and his first ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, allowed him to manipulate enemy emotions while increasing damage dealt to spirits and monsters, and when paired with his geomantic perception, he could interpret terrain structures, follow the flow of auras, uncover hidden treasures, and sense powerful entities long before they revealed themselves. He was, by classification, a support-type player. Yet in the right hands, he was indispensable. To demonstrate, Chu Yin activated Yin-Yang Harmony. The result was immediate. Tony and the muscular brute at his side suddenly turned on each other without warning, hurling insults as their eyes flared with hostility before they lunged at one another with lethal intent, and Chu Yin explained with smug satisfaction that they would continue like that until one of them collapsed, though he admitted there were limits. The skill could not influence opponents more than 5 levels above him. Even so, the outcome spoke for itself. Theodore gave a light round of applause, clearly pleased by what he had seen. Before the clash could escalate further, the bald man flicked a burning card from between his fingers, the ember glowing as it spun through the air. With a single calm command, he told him to stop. The instant the crescent mark on the card flared to life, the emotional distortion broke apart completely, and Tony along with the brute dropped to the ground, their bodies battered and their breaths ragged as though they had just been pulled back from the edge of madness, while the woman in the tight bodysuit laughed without restraint, commenting that the damage had exceeded her expectations, prompting Theodore to address her as Miss Jiang, instructing her to take care of the 2 fighters while casually commending them for their effort, and she left with a wicked grin, clearly relishing the moment. Chu Yin could only watch in stunned silence. His technique was not meant to be undone by ordinary purification methods, yet the bald man's knowing smile made the truth obvious. This was no ordinary magic, but the power of a hidden class fortune teller, using enchanted cards capable of enhancement, purification, teleportation, and numerous other effects, each one activating flawlessly without any delay or backlash. The scene snapped back to reality. Ghost Spirit raced through the city astride Shadow's ghost wolf mount, moving at a frightening pace as her underworld touch spread outward, sweeping across rooftops, alleyways, and empty streets while tracing faint spiritual residues, the scattered trails weaving and overlapping until they finally merged into a single direction. And the moment the path revealed itself, she leaned forward as the wolf surged ahead, tearing through the night like a streak of gray lightning while she closed in on the serial killer's escape route. The scene shifted again. Chin Fong's old apartment complex stood in silence, its dim corridor lights flickering weakly along a narrow hallway, until a sudden knock broke the stillness, and inside, Fong's unsuspecting sister hurried toward the door with her usual unguarded excitement, only to have her face light up the instant she saw Yan-Yin standing there, eagerly waving her inside with childlike enthusiasm and barely giving her time to step through the doorway. Yan-Yin greeted her with the same warm, familiar smile. Before she could speak, the sister jumped straight into her latest plan, excitedly rambling about selling her brother's apartment for quick cash, proudly boasting that Yan-Yin had already found a buyer as she gestured behind her, where a strange man stood quietly in the hallway with a faint smile. Yan-Yin quickly corrected her, explaining that he was not a buyer, but a fortune teller who had agreed to help find her missing brother. The man stepped forward smoothly and introduced himself as Ron, his posture refined and his voice calm and polished in a way that naturally lowered people's guard. None of that mattered. Fong's sister brushed it off with a dismissive wave, insisting that her brother vanished like this all the time and always wandered back whenever he pleased, so there was absolutely nothing worth worrying about. Yanin let out a slow breath and tried once more, reminding her that she herself would be moving out soon, as her guild had finally been approved to relocate into their new platinum rank hideout, the Sanctuary, where all members were required to live together, and if Fong was not found before then, his sister would be left alone in the apartment with no one to depend on. The response came instantly, and with full dramatics. She broke into loud wailing, as though the world had wronged her, clutching onto Yanin while demanding to know why she was being abandoned, her arms flinging about wildly in an exaggerated display that felt almost theatrical, as if she were performing for unseen eyes lurking somewhere beyond view. Remaining patient, Yanin explained that this was not her choice, but a requirement for her guild's progression, and she reassured her in a calm voice that Master Ren's divinations had never once been wrong, meaning that with his abilities, locating Fong was only a matter of time, though she still offered one final suggestion, that if she simply contacted Fong properly, he would return to help her, since he was her actual brother, unlike Shadow, whom she only occasionally saw outside the hideout gates and had quietly started imagining as a substitute sibling. The sister rejected the idea without hesitation. She straightened with misplaced confidence, declaring that Shadow's guild would eventually recruit her, and when that happened, she would gain protection, status, and the opportunity to settle whatever trivial grudges she believed she held, leaving Yanin with nothing to do but sigh as she offered one last chance for her to rethink her decision before turning to leave, her expression making it clear she had done everything she could. After Yanin departed, Ren turned his attention to the sister. With courteous curiosity, he asked if there was anything her brother used often, explaining that having such an item would allow his divination to lock on Fong's location. But she stubbornly dismissed him, claiming she had no need for fortune-telling at all, while Ren paid no attention to her refusal and stepped into the apartment regardless. And upon learning that the siblings had shared the same living space, he gave a small nod of satisfaction, as that alone was sufficient for his method. She blinked, confused by his complete disregard for her objections. Ren had already begun drawing a glowing divination card, and in an almost cheerful tone, he announced that he would read her fortune free of charge, adding that whether she liked the outcome or not was irrelevant, since she would see it for herself. The card rose into the air, its surface shimmering faintly with starlight. Then the image took shape. A chilling omen surfaced across the card, the sign of the star god. Ren interpreted it without pause, stating that a man clad in black lay lifeless at the bottom of the sea. The sister could only stare at him, her mind refusing to process what she had just heard, while Ren let out a quiet sigh, almost as if he pitied her, and explained it more directly. According to the omen, her brother had been burned to death, and his body had been thrown into the ocean. Far away, completely unaware of this pronouncement, Qin Fong suddenly sneezed several times for no clear reason. Back in the apartment, the sister shook her head violently, rejecting it outright as she insisted her brother would never die without apologizing to her properly first. While Ren kept his expression soft, like someone calming a frightened child, and offered another option. Since she had been in contact with Shadow, she must know where his hideout was, and if she agreed, Ren could use a teleportation card to take them there immediately, adding smoothly that even if her real brother was already dead, she could simply treat Shadow as her new brother, framing it as a neat and satisfying resolution. Too naive to recognize the danger, and too consumed by her own desires to question it, she agreed instantly. Ren activated the teleportation card. The world around them warped violently as the walls stretched and twisted, the apartment breaking apart into streaks of pale, blinding light, while the ground seemed to vanish beneath her feet as the magic seized hold of them and tore reality itself apart. And in that moment, her thoughts raced ahead to the future she imagined, joining Shadow's guild, gaining protection and status, finding a place where she belonged, convincing herself that even becoming a servant would be acceptable as long as she could remain close and survive. Then the light vanished. Reality shattered that illusion in an instant. She was not standing before the towering gates of Shadow's hideout, nor were there guards, walls, or any trace of civilization. Instead, she found herself in a barren, unfamiliar wasteland, a desolate place swallowed by silence and utterly devoid of life. Only then did the truth begin to settle in. Her heart jolted as confusion and dread crept up her spine, and she spun around frantically, her body trembling as she muttered to herself, asking where Shadow was and why the teleportation had brought them here instead, panic rising in her voice with each unanswered question. Before her words could even fade, Ren changed. The polite smile on his face tightened, then twisted into something sharp and predatory as his demeanor shifted, the friendly facade peeling away to reveal raw malice in his eyes, and there was no time for her to react. Rin moved first. He lunged forward, driving his fist brutally into her stomach, the force knocking the air from her lungs as blood spilled from her mouth and her body collapsed helplessly to the ground. And before she could even draw a proper breath, he spoke in a disturbingly casual tone, stating that he believed in absolute equality, pain for everyone, without exception. Moments later, she was lifted upside down, her body dangling like prey hooked and suspended, while Rin hovered in front of her with a grin far too delighted for the situation. And terror completely overtook her as she broke into uncontrollable sobs while he demanded everything she knew about Shadow, his hideout, his movements, his habits, every possible detail. Through choking gasps, she repeatedly insisted that she knew nothing, that she had never been part of anything important, that she had only ever stood there and watched. Her ignorance only made him angrier. He struck her again and again, his frustration spilling out as he cursed the sheer absurdity of it. Furious that someone so utterly clueless had been standing guard outside Shadow's hideout gates, as if mere proximity made her significant, and blow after blow followed until her eyes rolled back and consciousness slipped away. Her body went slack. Rin stopped. Only then did the realization set in. He had captured a complete fool, someone with no strength, no abilities, no meaningful connection to the world he was trying to break into, someone who did not even possess a single extracted skill to defend herself. Annoyance crept across his face. He pulled out his communication device and informed the person on the other end that the target had been secured, then, with unsettling casualness, asked when the next killing would take place, noting that it had already been 2 days since the last body appeared, his tone carrying the restless impatience of someone craving more. Dragging the unconscious girl along the ground, he tossed her onto a cold concrete slab. The voice on the other end responded sharply, telling him that while he could entertain himself however he wished, he was not allowed to kill her without direct authorization. Rin clicked his tongue, clearly irritated, but he agreed. He drew out a gleaming knife, the blade catching the dim light as he examined it with quiet appreciation, murmuring to himself that there was still plenty of time. More than enough time to savor the process before the final order came. Elsewhere in the city, a police officer stared down at his phone, his eyes widening as realization struck. 2 full days had passed since Shadow last logged out of the game, and since anyone who extracted stats into the real world required massive calorie intake, remaining logged in that long was nearly impossible. Unless the timestamps themselves were being falsified, the realization hit him hard. Anna must have already noticed the inconsistencies, yet instead of concern, a slow and malicious smirk spread across his face, because he was the same man Shadow had once humiliated, and the timing of all this could not have been more perfect. The rumors, the fears spreading online, the precise alignment between the murders and the login records, everything fit together too neatly. Before long, people would come to believe that Shadow was a serial killer hiding behind his strength and reputation. Panic would spread uncontrollably, and once the public began demanding justice, the authorities would be left with no choice but to arrest him. The officer lingered on that thought, savoring it. At last, revenge felt close enough to grasp. Far removed from the corruption and plotting, the ghost lady raced through the city atop Shadow's ghost wolf, her figure slicing through the streets like a streak of silver-gray light, while her underworld touch spread outward, tracing faint residual auras through alleyways and intersections, guiding her forward with unerring precision as she drew closer step by step. At last, the trail came to an end. A rusted metal gate stood before her, nearly swallowed by darkness, and without pausing, she slipped inside as the wolf beneath her dissolved back in a shadow, as though it had never been there. The underground tunnels were cold and damp, with echoes stretching along the narrow passages, and from deeper within came ragged laughter, twisted and broken beyond reason, making it increasingly clear the further she advanced. Whoever was here was enjoying this. When she stepped into the final chamber, everything seemed to stop. Her breath caught in her throat. Chin Fong's sister hung from the ceiling in a horrifying, mutilated state, her legs completely severed as the floor below gleamed slick with blood, and beneath her stood Run, drenched in crimson like something torn from a nightmare, his shoulders trembling with manic delight as he indulged in torture for no reason other than his own pleasure. The scene shifted. Chin Fong's sister was already on the verge of breaking. Tears poured down her face, as if her entire world was collapsing, while on her screen, repeated attempts to enter the game flashed one after another, each denied by the same cold message. Entry blocked. Active combat. The realization sank into her like ice. She was not locked out. She was the one trapped in combat. Suspended helplessly in that nightmare of a room, she stared at the unhinged butcher standing before her, unable to understand how her life had spiraled into this situation, when all she had wanted was to sell an apartment and make some quick money, nothing more. Terror swelled as the truth fully settled in. No one was coming. She whispered for help, her voice barely audible, yet the darkness answered with nothing but silence. And for a brief, fragile instant, a single thought surfaced through the fear. If her brother Fong were still alive, he would have torn the world apart to save her. But she believed he was already dead. With that thought, the final fragile thread of hope within her snapped completely. At that exact moment, a strange green aurora blossomed around her body, warm and gentle, like a miracle descending from the heavens, and her breath caught as, for a fleeting instant, she believed she had been saved. Then laughter ripped through the air, sharp, cruel, and inhuman. It was not a blessing. It was a spell. The madman stepped closer, his eyes burning with twisted delight as he introduced himself with pride. The butcher, a priest by profession, and he explained it in a calm, almost cheerful tone, saying that his class allowed him to heal any injury as long as the victim was still alive, a power he regarded as divine. He told her plainly that her death would not come quickly. He preferred to prolong suffering until it became something like art, savoring every moment of terror, every scream, every shattered breath, and only after he had drained all of it would he allow death to arrive, because to him, drawn-out torment was the most exquisite pleasure life could offer. His gaze drifted downward without restraint as he muttered about what he intended to mutilate next. Those words destroyed whatever remained of her sanity. Her mind gave way, and she fainted instantly, her consciousness fleeing before the nightmare could continue. The butcher clicked his tongue in disappointment, muttering that she was too weak and barely worth the effort, yet he still reached for his tools, eager to continue regardless. Before his hand could touch her again, the air behind him distorted. Killing intent sharpened. A talisman flared to life with a cold, ghostly glow. In the very next heartbeat, the ghost lady appeared. Her blade descended in a devastating slash of night, power erupting outward as it cut into the butcher's body, blood spraying across the chamber as the force drove him back, though it failed to bring him down. He trembled, breathing unevenly, and then smiled. He admitted that he enjoyed the pain. A masochist. A monster. The ghost lady showed no reaction to his pleasure, her voice cold and unyielding as she demanded to know why he had slaughtered those victims and why he had framed Shadow. She noticed it immediately. His hands were glowing once more. Healing. She acted without delay. Talisman papers spun through the air with precise control, wrapping tightly around his body before slamming him into the ground with a thunderous impact, severing the spell and cutting off his regeneration entirely. The confidence drained from his expression. Pinned down and unable to move, the butcher finally understood the situation. The ghostly woman crouched beside him, her voice quiet yet cutting, warning that if he chose silence, she would make him feel, in agonizing detail, what it was like to have his legs sliced off, slowly, just like the girl suspended above them. And in that instant the madness in his eyes collapsed, replaced by real, undeniable terror as he experienced fear for the first time and immediately broke, his voice shaking as he agreed to confess everything. The scene shifted again, returning to the ruined remains of the devastated city, where Captain Anna stood with her team among the debris, explaining that the moment they stopped reporting Shadow's login and logout times, the serial killer activity ceased entirely. No victims, no incidents, nothing. While Captain Mang added that Shadow himself was still logging in and out as usual, confirming their suspicion that this was no coincidence, but a deliberate setup orchestrated by someone within the authorities. Little Black stated with certainty that Shadow would never carry out such crude killings, and that any real expert would never discard bodies so carelessly, but would instead reduce them to nothing, leaving no trace, and Captain Anna agreed, as all of them understood Shadow was innocent even though public opinion had already turned. Rumors spreading uncontrollably until fear gripped the masses and forced the authorities into action, meaning that regardless of the truth, Shadow would be used as a scapegoat to stabilize the situation. Captain Mang slowly shook his head, warning that if the government truly cornered Shadow, the consequences would be disastrous, with the nation itself likely collapsing before any conflict concluded, leaving them no alternative but to clear his name as quickly as possible. And now that they had confirmed the scheme came from inside the system, Captain Anna narrowed her gaze, concluding that given the existing grudges and political friction, only one individual fit all the pieces. The scene cut abruptly. A chubby, spoiled boy sat staring at his phone, checking it again and again as impatience twisted his expression. 2 full days having passed without any update on Shadow's logout time, which wasn't how things were meant to unfold since the killer he had hired should still be toying with the target. Yet the ongoing silence made him uneasy as a growing sense of dread crept into his thoughts, wondering if Anna had already figured everything out. Despite knowing he was far beneath her, he harbored a warped infatuation with her that had twisted into obsession, and in his distorted thinking, there was only one way he believed he could ever win her over. Eliminate Shadow, no matter the cost, even if it meant turning against his own country. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and he snatched it up with a racing heart, convinced it would finally confirm Shadow had gone offline, only for his expression to darken as he read the message instead. The target had escaped, and worse, the killer demanded 3 years of lifespan as the price to extract her tracking ability, followed by an address instructing him to come immediately. Anger surged as he muttered curses under his breath, furious that the butcher couldn't even handle a single defenseless victim, knowing that if things spiraled any further, his entire plan would fall apart. The scene shifted again. We returned to the same suffocating tunnel, where death clung to the walls like mold as Lang, the spoiled brat, stepped inside, intoxicated by his own sense of power and privilege, shouting impatiently for the butcher with clear irritation as he mocked the killer's incompetence, questioning how a helpless target could possibly escape, then cursing under his breath as he marched deeper into the dim passage until his steps began to slow, and then stopped entirely. Hanging from the ceiling like slaughtered animals were the priest and the foolish girl, and the grotesque sight sent a cold realization crashing into him. He was no longer the one in control, no longer the hunter, but the one caught in the trap. Before he could even gather his thoughts, a talisman cut through the air and struck his jacket, tightening at once as paper seals coiled around his body, binding him in place like an unbreakable clamp. From the darkness, the ghostly woman emerged, her presence as still as the moment before a storm, her eyes cold and her voice even colder as she asked a single question. Was he the one who intended to harm her master? Fear burst across Lang's face, and he immediately clung to the only leverage he believed he had, his status, his influence, demanding that she release him at once while shouting about his powerful ties within the authorities and warning that crossing him would destroy her life. She gave no response, because she had already heard the priest's confession. With chilling composure, she listed his crimes one by one, his full identity as Lang, the mayor's son, the orders he gave to slaughter innocent people, the way the bodies were discarded during Shadow's offline periods, and the calculated manipulation that shifted all blame onto Shadow from the shadows, revealing him as the one pulling the strings, the true architect behind the nightmare. Her expression hardened as she turned to the butcher and stated plainly that since he had upheld his side of the agreement, she would now grant him the reward he desired most, then ordered him to kill Lang in any manner he wished. The deranged priest's face contorted with ecstatic gratitude, his expression overflowing with delight at the chance to indulge once more, while Lang screamed for him to stop. Yet the butcher only laughed, relishing the thrill of fresh prey. Then Lang acted. Driven by desperation, he triggered something invisible, a concealed technique, and the ground beneath the psycho priest erupted violently, forcing him to stumble back as a thunderous explosion detonated in front of the ghost lady, fire and debris ripping through the air while the shockwave tore down the tunnel. As the smoke began to thin, Lang was already free, the talisman shattered, and he calmly adjusted his clothes, his earlier fear completely replaced by cold hatred as he sneered at the ghost lady and asked if she truly thought he would step into a trap unprepared, revealing that he knew exactly who she was, Shadow's apprentice, young yet terrifyingly powerful, and with vengeance burning through him. He declared he would kill her first, then Shadow, then every follower foolish enough to stand with him. Power surged violently through his body as a blazing aura wrapped around him, enchantments activating one after another and forcing his stats to unnatural levels. And he launched himself forward, firing arrows of fire that exploded the moment they struck stone, blasts tearing through the tunnel. But the ghost lady had already vanished. She moved like a phantom, slipping through the flames and disappearing so completely that Lang's eyes widened in dread, understanding too late that she had never been within his reach. And from behind him, a talisman shot forward like a striking serpent, wrapping around his torso with precise force before piercing straight through his chest, his scream ripping out as the binding locked him in place. The ghost lady stepped closer, her presence cold and absolute, and told him plainly that he was weak, pathetically so, and that abilities meant for advancement had never belonged to someone like him, then demanded the truth. Who was backing him? Lang struggled uselessly as pain overwhelmed him, begging her to stop and promising to speak if she spared him. But the talisman tightened further, its edge hovering just short of his heart, and his resistance collapsed as he confessed everything. Foreigners were working with Sure. One of them had found him and brought him in. They recruited him to help destroy Shadow. They were the ones who gave him the card. There were 10 of them in total. And that was all he knew. And through desperate sobs, he swore that his father, the mayor, would give her anything she wanted if she let him live. The instant he mentioned parents, something shifted, as a buried wound flickered behind the ghost lady's eyes. She did not hesitate. Power surged through her as she unleashed the blood-piercing technique, driving energy through every vessel in Lang's body, making him convulse violently while she ordered him to be silent, recalling her master's words that enemies left alive would never show mercy, a lesson she had fully learned, and today she would not leave anything unfinished. Even as his body spasmed, she sensed it, an armed squad closing in on the building, and alongside them, faint yet unmistakable, the lingering aura of the mutilated dumb girl, meaning the authorities were only seconds away. The ghost lady withdrew at once, leaving the survivor in their hands, deciding that whether the girl lived or died would be left to fate, not her. Moments later, Officers poured into the tunnel after receiving an anonymous tip, finding a scene steeped in horror with the psycho butcher and Lang among the carnage. And as the inspector surveyed the aftermath, he concluded both perpetrators were dead, while the injured girl lay unconscious but stable, her life no longer in immediate danger, until a subordinate called out and pointed to writing scrawled across the wall, a message declaring that the serial killings had been carried out by two individuals attempting to frame Shadow, stating that evidence was stored on their phones, and that the girl was a witness who had quietly done good in secret. Verification came swiftly, as phone records confirmed everything. Lang and the butcher had tried to shift blame onto another. And worse, proof surfaced that someone within the authorities had been leaking Shadow's login data directly to Lang, prompting immediate orders to capture the insider without delay. The world shifted. Back in reality, far removed from the chaos of the game, Chin Fong was eating, as if rebuilding himself, tearing through meat and protein with focused urgency until his device lit up with Captain Anna's name, and still chewing. He answered as her voice came through urgent yet laced with clear relief, telling him they finally had good news, a genuine breakthrough in the serial killer case. Chin Fong already understood. The conclusion, forming the moment she said the truth, had been uncovered, meaning the ghost lady had completed her task. Captain Anna confirmed it outright. The killers were Lang, the mayor's son, and a man named Run, a deranged psycho priest. And when Chin Fong calmly asked what had happened to them, she replied that both were dead, their phones recovered and filled with undeniable evidence, and that the victim girl had also been rescued, though she had lost both legs and suffered unimaginable torture, now lying in the hospital alive, but barely holding on. Once she regained enough strength to speak, they would take her final statement and formally close the case. Chin Fong gave a small nod to himself, satisfied that everything had been resolved cleanly and exactly as he had anticipated, the ghost lady proving once again that she did not disappoint him. Anna then apologized for the trouble the investigation had caused him, and, wanting to make amends, revealed something important. A strange anomaly had appeared within the city, where 5 flying monsters circled endlessly in the sky, attacking any player who entered the area, and no matter how many times groups killed them, their number always reset to 5. It reminded her of the 7 bosses that had once emerged in Dark Moon Town, whose appearance had led to a massive hidden treasure, and, guided by her instincts as a captain, she was convinced something enormous was concealed there, urging him to investigate immediately. Chin Fong's eyes sharpened at once. Another ancient god tablet. He was certain of it. And after thanking her for the information, he quickly assessed the situation, realizing from her description that the tablet was positioned extremely high in the air, far beyond normal reach, meaning even he couldn't obtain it without a flying mount, which brought his thoughts back to the Leaning Tower of Magic where he had previously obtained the Skull Castle key. And if he explored it thoroughly this time, he might secure a flying dragon mount. There was only one problem. Entry required a minimum level of 20, and when he checked his status, he saw he was still level 19, just one level short, leaving no time to hesitate as he immediately logged back into the game, determined to grind experience at peak efficiency. The scene shifted to the outer beach of Skull City, where Shadow moved like a phantom, completely invisible as he cut down monsters at a relentless pace, the salty wind carrying the sounds of battle, until his attention caught a group of adventurers struggling against a massive lobster-like creature, with one girl panicking and asking what was happening while a towering man reassured her, his tone sharpening as he activated his professional spirit, and his body shifted into a radiant soul form, like a guardian of light, calmly explaining that while he couldn't deal damage, if he managed his defensive abilities properly, he could endure any attack. He instructed the others to attack from behind while he absorbed everything from the front, and as Chin Fong watched their coordination, something sharp stirred within him, pulling up a memory from his past life, clear and bitter, as he recalled how the Theodore Guild and the Zuma Guild had once colluded in this very region, orchestrating ambushes, manipulating encounters, and luring city officials into carefully designed death traps, wiping them out wave after wave until even basic order could no longer be maintained. For 3 straight months, Skull City descended into unchecked turmoil as businesses folded overnight, law enforcement crumbled under mounting pressure, and panic spread faster than any disease, ultimately leading to the indirect deaths of more than 100,000 people. Chin Fong's fingers drew tight by the smallest margin as the memory surfaced with painful clarity, recalling a disaster born from greed, ineptitude, and an endless craving for power. And now, with an ancient god tablet looming somewhere above the city, he pressed forward without pause, knowing he had to grow stronger before that same history unfolded again. The clash with the massive skeletal lobster pushed toward its tipping point, its hollow roar rattling the shoreline, while Lynching's face stiffened the instant she saw its health bar drop sharply, and she shouted that the creature was entering its second phase. Yet before her warning could fully land, the monster's body swelled with a ghostly blue light as clusters of shimmering bubbles burst violently from its shell, each rupture unleashing swarms of smaller lobster abominations that poured across the sand in a frenzied tide. The battlefield unraveled into disorder as their shield bearers stumbled backward beneath the overwhelming numbers, yelling that there were far too many to hold, while lynching, fighting to be heard over the chaos, ordered Zuma, the Soul Walker, to use his soul conversion ability before they were completely wiped out. Yet Zuma simply turned away with a blank expression, offering no reply and not even sparing her a glance. Her heart dropped, the sting of betrayal cutting deeper than the fear itself, as the smaller lobsters surged past the failing front line and rushed directly toward her, instantly breaking their formation, and lynching fired both guns in desperation, fully aware, even as she pulled the triggers, that there was no salvaging the situation, shouting at Zuma once more for an explanation, though by then the chance had already vanished. The towering boss lifted itself high, skeletal claws raised, while its minions closed in from all sides, and lynching lost her footing and fell, staring upward in raw terror as the creature came down to devour her. In that instant, the battlefield tore apart in a flash of blue light. A blur cut through the air as a streak of energy slammed into the giant monster mid-strike, ripping through its joints and armor as though they offered no resistance. And before lynching could process what had happened, Shadow had already arrived, moving faster than thought itself as his blade swept through the swarming minions in a precise, merciless arc, landing before her and driving a vortex of dark energy into the ground that consumed every remaining creature. A system window ignited into view. The jade-grade lobster boss had been slain. A surge of experience flooded into him, accompanied by evolution points and more than 9 full years of raw lifespan flowing directly into his inventory. Shadow remained motionless as loot spilled across the sand, his demeanor calm and untouched, while Zumi stared at him in absolute horror as the realization finally struck. The man standing before them was Shadow, the infamous one. The change came without warning. In a single instant, Shadow disappeared and reappeared directly in front of Zuma, as though space had bent to his will, his killing intent crashing down with more force than anything on the battlefield. And before anyone could respond, his blade flashed once, clean and exact, severing Zuma's head from his body as the system quietly declared his death, the corpse dissolving into shimmering particles that faded into nothing. Lynching stood frozen, her breath caught in her chest, forcing herself to speak as she thanked him for saving her. Yet fear seeped in her voice when she asked why he had killed their teammate, and Shadow's glowing eyes shifted toward her, cold and steady, as he questioned why a Magic City official team had hired a foreigner in the first place. Lynching admitted it plainly, explaining that Zuma had been brought in as outside support because his rare class was essential for dealing with the boss, and that she had never anticipated he would abandon them at the most critical moment. But Shadow responded with a quiet scoff filled with disdain, stating it wasn't fear or hesitation but a deliberate choice, then citing an old saying that made his point unmistakably clear: those from different factions will never share the same heart. Leaving. No doubt that Zuma had betrayed them. Lynching's face drained of color as sweat gathered along her temples, and she struggled to voice the question she couldn't ignore. Why would Zuma want them dead, and what could he gain from it? But Shadow offered nothing in return, turning away as his cape swept across the sand like a dark current, stating flatly that determining motives was a matter for the officials, not for him. Then he stopped. Without looking back, he extended an offer, saying that if Magic City officials encounter bosses beyond their ability, they could contact him directly, and he outlined his terms with absolute precision. He would claim the lifespan drops and any assassin-class equipment, while everything else would go to them, the same arrangement he already had with the Shanghai officials. The proposal struck the surviving members like salvation, several of them shouting in relief as they struggled to believe what they had just heard, while Shadow added one final condition. The deal applied only to platinum-grade bosses or higher, and he would retain full looting rights over his portion. Lynching Yu accepted immediately, fully aware of the significance such a partnership carried, and began sending messages to their scattered exploration teams. And within moments, urgent notices spread through the danger zones, ordering all teams to report the coordinates of any high-level bosses they discovered. As word spread that Shadow had agreed to step in, players who had been hanging on the brink of death let out raw cries of relief, and hope returned to the battlefield like a long-absent dawn, rippling through the danger zones as adventurers realized they no longer had to throw away their lives again and again just to survive another day. For the first time since entering Magic City's wilderness, the hope took hold everywhere. Hope to stay alive, hope to secure better gear, hope that entering a boss zone no longer guaranteed death. While on the cliffside, Lynching Yu struggled to keep up as messages flooded her interface without pause, calling out to Shadow that multiple coordinates had arrived all at once, and that several platinum-grade bosses had already been spotted nearby. Shadow raised a brow, faintly taken aback by the speed of the reports, and Lynching Yu explained between breaths that Shanghai's officials were already prospering because of him, while Magic City's teams had been pushed to their limits day after day. So the moment the announcement spread, every desperate squad sent their coordinates at the same time. Shadow activated his flight ability, dark wings unfurling behind him with a low, steady hum, and he instructed her to send the nearest location before stepping forward and launching into the air, cutting across the sky like a streak of blue light, while the officials below waved after him, their faces filled with gratitude and disbelief as he disappeared into the clouds in search of his next target. The scene shifted to a narrow, rocky canyon where a massive platinum-grade creature, the long-haired gray miner, hid behind a jagged boulder, while a small group of players crouched nearby, their bodies tight with tension, and among them, a red-haired girl quietly said she had heard Shadow was coming and, cheeks flushed, wondered if he was handsome, only for her teammates to respond with doubt as one man scoffed that killing a platinum boss was no simple feat, pointing out the miner's overwhelming stats and absurd defenses, insisting only a fool would think Shadow could eliminate it in a single. He never finished speaking. From above, a towering vertical beam of blue energy slammed down like judgment itself, giving the miner no chance to react as its massive body was split cleanly in two, over 300,000 damage tearing through it in an instant, the canyon shaking as the severed heads crashed to the ground, followed immediately by a clear system notification confirming the kill as experience poured in. Evolution points surged, and more than 5 years of lifespan were added alongside a platinum-grade assassin skill, Smoke Bomb. Shadow cast a brief, indifferent glance at the remains before turning east, already fixing on his next target, and by the time the hidden group recovered from their shock, he had vanished completely. The man who had doubted him collapsed to his knees, hands trembling as he shouted that Shadow had eliminated the boss in a single second without even revealing himself, while the red-haired girl puffed her cheeks in frustration, annoyed that she hadn't caught a glimpse of him. Their disbelief quickly gave way to excitement when they noticed a cluster of lifespan orbs drifting softly in the air, realizing Shadow had honored his word. He had taken a lifespan, yet left every piece of non-assassin equipment untouched. Without warning, the scene shifted again. Towering white spikes burst violently from the ground, flinging a squad of players into the air with screams, as a horrifying Jade-grade boss emerged from the ruptured earth. The noble family's eldest son, the traitor Lulu, his body encased in molten black armor, a massive flaming sword blazing in his grip, while one player cried out in terror, recognizing too late that they had gravely misjudged the monster's detection range. The knight lifted its blazing weapon and brought it down toward a paralyzed player who could do nothing but stare in helpless fear, yet death never reached him, as a streak of purple light tore through the air and sliced the boss's arm clean off at the shoulder, sending the flaming sword and severed limbs spinning away while Shadow descended in a blur, landing with deadly precision. His Shadow of Sorrow ability triggered at once, for shadow clones erupting outward to form a perfect circle around the Jade Knight, moving in complete unison as their blades flashed in a relentless barrage of dark strikes that made the canyon tremble, and the boss failed to last even a single breath before collapsing under the overwhelming assault. The system confirmed the kill as experience surged forward, evolution points flooded in, and more than 10 full years of lifespan were added along with a Jade-grade Great Assassin skill, merge into darkness, leaving the rescued players standing motionless in stunned silence, having witnessed each Shadow clone deal over 300,000 damage, their voices dropping to hushed tones as they stared at Shadow with trembling disbelief, questioning whether they were even playing the same game. While one player, face flushed with awe, declared that the gap between them and Shadow was no different from that between mortals and gods, and the others silently agreed, caught between fear and reverence. As the final boss fell, a new system message appeared on Shadow's interface. Level 20. And dark energy coiled around him like living smoke as he remarked calmly that farming bosses remained the fastest way to level up, only for another chime to sound immediately after. The natural disaster Ancient God Curse Slate reached full charge, and Shadow's eyes flashed with a sharp yellow glint as he steadied his breathing, anticipation coiling tight in his chest, knowing that with the slate fully awakened, it was time to carve a new arc, one powerful enough to change everything that followed. Without delay, he funneled his evolution points into his newly obtained abilities, the system window flickering rapidly as notification after notification stacked across his vision, more than 300 points disappearing in an instant as Merge into Darkness was forced from Platinum all the way into Mythical Grade, and standing alone in a raging wasteland with wind tearing at his cloak. Shadow examined the skill closely and grasped its true worth. It wasn't merely an upgrade, but a complete replacement, a far superior form of stealth. The impact was immediate and undeniable. His stealth level rose to 21, making him undetectable even to most diamond-grade bosses that would have previously spotted him without effort, and his focus shifted next to the Smoke Bomb skill card sitting in his inventory, where he poured in the rest of his points, driving it upward until it reached legendary grade, the transformed card materializing in his hand and emitting that distinct legendary glow. He looked at it with open disdain, calling it worthless and unfit to occupy space among his abilities, and without the slightest hesitation, he activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline and consumed the card entirely, triggering a surge of system alerts as the skill disintegrated into raw energy, his elemental attack rising sharply, while his elemental resistance strengthened alongside it. The rolling numbers confirmed the result. Devouring the legendary skill had increased his attributes by a clear margin. And with that, Shadow lifted his gaze toward the ocean, where a looming structure dominated the horizon. The Webtoon ruins resting on a distant island, its dark, castle-like silhouette etched against the storm-filled sky. He assessed the situation with cold precision. His strength was sufficient to enter the ruins, but power wasn't the issue. Distance was, as there was no visible means to cross the water, no ships, no teleportation arrays, nothing at all. And as he watched waves slam violently against the shore, he knew the sea between him and the island was crawling with monsters. Making any attempt to swim across or fight underwater without proper mounts or abilities, nothing short of suicide. Refusing to let the terrain block his path, Shadow opened his map interface, his gaze sweeping along the coastline until it landed on an unusual symbol. A locked door icon placed directly by the shore, and with interest sparked, his body surged into motion, dissolving into a streak of shadow that sped across the land toward the marked location. Shadow reappeared before a cavern entrance blocked by a colossal stone gate covered in dense, ancient carvings, and as soon as he approached, luminous chains spread across its surface, while a system prompt declared the gate sealed and asked if he intended to use the Withered Bone City key. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, as the golden key he had obtained earlier, most likely from the Leaning Tower exchange, was precisely what this gate required. He pulled it from his inventory, and, as it resonated, the massive doors shuddered and slowly parted with a deep, reverberating groan, prompting Shadow to step through while quietly questioning how a gate on this side of the coast could possibly connect to ruins located across the sea. The instant he crossed over, he burst into motion, his figure blurring with speed, only to find that the path did not extend forward but plunged steeply downward, forcing the realization upon him that he was descending far beneath the surface as he navigated the tight, jagged passage. The truth soon became clear. This was no teleportation, but a physical route, a concealed tunnel carved beneath the ocean floor that directly linked the mainland to the isolated island. The underground passage stretched on until a faint light appeared ahead, and upon emerging from the cave on the opposite side, Shadow immediately understood why this land had been left to monsters, as the scene before him was pure desolation. A storm-ravaged wasteland steeped in rot and death, where above, a shattered castle clung precariously to the edge of a towering cliff, its ruined outline flashing into view each time violent lightning split the sky. A system notification appeared, formally announcing his arrival in the Mora Empire's Withered Bone City ruins, followed immediately by a harsh warning that labeled the region a berserk zone, a place where ordinary rules no longer held, and everything operated under far more ruthless conditions. In this place, a player's lifespan did not diminish gradually, but drained at a rate 100 times faster than normal, meaning every passing second aged the body at a catastrophic pace. Glancing back toward the dark sea he had circumvented, Shadow found himself acknowledging the brutal ingenuity of the hidden tunnel, while a memory surfaced from before the reset, of a player once branded insane, who had raved about a secret passage beneath the ocean, only to be ridiculed by the community as someone confusing games or fabricating non-existent quests. Yet now, standing on this cursed shoreline, Shadow understood that the so-called madman had been telling the truth all along. Without hesitation, he advanced deeper into the wasteland. A forest of dead, withered trees stretched endlessly ahead, as though life had deserted this land ages ago, their skeletal branches reaching upward like grasping claws while bones lay scattered across the ground as if they were nothing more than discarded debris, and the air itself pressed down with an oppressive, suffocating dread. Then, without any warning, the ground beneath Shadow's feet began to quake violently, the solid earth twisting as though something inside it was forcing its way out. A massive skeletal dragon skull, half buried and previously indistinguishable from the surrounding decay, began to tremble as fractures spread rapidly across its ancient surface, until it suddenly detonated from within, exploding into fragments that scattered across the area, while something burst outward from its hollow core. Even as dust and debris settled, Shadow remained where he stood, showing no intent to retreat, as the creature fully revealed itself. What emerged was something that defied logic. A colossal skeletal centipede forming the lower body, its long segmented frame lined with blade-like limbs, while above it was a grotesquely stitched female torso, unnaturally preserved, with a single crimson eye glowing with hostile awareness. At that moment, the system interface activated and identified the entity as the Withered Bone Ruins Guardian. Thousand Blade, Centipede Moore, a diamond gray boss. Shadow observed the creature with cold precision, noting how the upper half still retained a warped trace of humanity, while everything below the waist had completely abandoned it. The centipede body moving with an unsettling smoothness that marked it as entirely monstrous. His attention lingered on the rotting wounds spread across her form, and recognition struck immediately, as the patterns of decay perfectly matched the scars he had seen on the white dragon in a previous encounter. When the creature suddenly launched forward with explosive speed that contradicted its enormous size, any doubt vanished. This was not a random entity, but once a citizen of the Mora Empire, a human who had been twisted by Cthulhu's curse into a guardian of these ruins. Shadow threw himself aside, just as the massive centipede body tore through the space where his head had been, surging past like a living battering ram. And in that same motion his gaze caught the scars carved into her human torso, allowing a grim realization to settle instantly. These were not wounds from battle, but marks left behind by prolonged and cruel torture inflicted while she had still been alive, leaving no place for mercy in what she had become. The moment to defend was over. Shadow acted, issuing commands in rapid succession as his combat abilities chained seamlessly together, shadow clones erupting into existence around him as perfect replicas already synchronized with his intent, and as he activated Blessing of Release, a surge of power flooded through his body, driving his damage output far beyond its usual limits. Purple light erupted across the battlefield. Shadow and his clones acted as one, moving under a single unified will as they unleashed a flawlessly timed Shadow Flash, the attack striking 4 times within a single breath, each cut exact and unrelenting as his blade carved across the monster's neck with dark energy trailing behind like a fading afterimage. His eyes sharpened as a system notification ignited before him, confirming that all cooldowns had been instantly reset. He gave no pause. Blessing of Release erupted once more, detonating in a surge of chaotic red energy that engulfed more within a violent aura of destruction, while the 4 shadows shifted positions to seal off every possible escape, their assault converging from all directions at once as concentrated purple beams pierced through flesh and bone in unison, tearing the monster apart piece by piece until her massive body could no longer withstand the onslaught and burst apart in a blinding explosion of magical fire. Crimson light sweeping across the ruins. Shadow touched down lightly as burning fragments drifted around him like infernal snowfall. The system delivered its confirmation. The Diamond Grey Guardian, 1,000 Blades Centipede more, had been slain. Rewards poured in immediately, a surge of experience forcing his level upward as evolution points accumulated in rapid succession. More than 10 years of tradable lifespan flowed into his reserves, and rare items dropped one after another straight into his inventory. For a brief instant, the curse eased. The spirit of the woman she once had been appeared, her true form restored in those final moments before fading, a soft, peaceful smile on her face as she was finally released from the nightmare that had consumed her life. Shadow continued forward. Leaving the fallen guardian behind, he advanced deeper into the lifeless, silent wasteland, raising his gaze toward the lightning-wreathed castle perched atop the cliffs, its silhouette flickering like a corrupted stronghold pulled from a nightmare raid. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and released a long-range attack, a surge of dark energy tearing through the gloom and impaling a spider-shaped creature lurking in the shadows before it had any chance to react. The monster released a sharp, piercing scream as the dark energy punched cleanly through her body, revealing a form where the upper half remained unmistakably human and female, while the lower half twisted into a grotesque spider body that defied natural order. The system prompt appeared before Shadow, confirming the elimination of the cursed spider Molly, and the rewards followed at once. A heavy influx of experience, additional evolution points, and exactly 10 full years of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood amidst the drifting loot, absorbing the oppressive nature of this land as a clear pattern formed in his mind. Every monster here bore the same grotesque design, a human torso fused unnaturally with some warped beast, as though the world itself had forcibly combined 2 incompatible forms and refused to undo the result. Even their names remained unchanged, lingering traces of the people they once had been. His pace slowed as a massive dragon skull came into view, half buried in the dirt, its structure grotesquely distorted with mismatched eye sockets and horns twisted into impossible shapes, making it resemble not a natural skeleton, but a blueprint of deliberate biological corruption. And in that moment his conclusion solidified. The withered bone ruins were not a battlefield, but the aftermath of a massive experiment that had spiraled completely out of control. A fragment of old lore surfaced in his thoughts. In their desperation to win the war, the people of the Mora Empire had summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god, and the curse that followed had not merely destroyed the city, but consumed it entirely, twisting every living human into something else until the entire population became monsters trapped between forms. As Shadow advanced further into the ruins, he could feel the curse intensifying around him. Like moving through a system where the difficulty kept increasing the closer he drew to the city's core. Then the sky broke apart. Something enormous dropped from above and crashed into the ground with overwhelming force. The impact so violent it felt like a game's vibration feedback pushed to its limit, and from the resulting crater rose a towering titan with a body of stone, magma-like veins glowing beneath its surface as it straightened and completely blocked Shadow's path. The system immediately identified it as the Royal City Guard Commander Man. Level 25, Platinum Grade. Shadow glanced up at the golem without interest, finding it almost insulting that in a place this corrupted, a so-called Royal Guard Commander had been reduced to a mere low-tier Platinum boss. The Titan lifted its massive stone arm as red energy pulsed through it like overheated circuitry, then drove its fist into the ground, shattering the earth with a violent shockwave. Shadow moved aside effortlessly, landing lightly as the ground split apart where he had just been standing. The fight began. Shadow summoned his Shadow Blade and delivered a clean, forceful strike across the stone giant's body, damage numbers appearing instantly. And in that same moment something went wrong as a recoil snapped back at him, as if the world itself had reversed the effect, sending the exact damage he inflicted crashing into his own body. He landed steadily, understanding at once. Full damage reflection. Through the drifting dust, the golem's crimson eyes burned as Shadow evaluated the situation with cold precision. 10 times the health of a standard Platinum boss, combined with a complete 100% damage reflection ability, making it clear this was not a contest of raw strength, but a trap meant to punish anyone who attacked without thought. He accepted the reality immediately. Without his black light shield active during that initial exchange, he would have died on the spot. This land offered no forgiveness for carelessness. Shadow drove himself off the ground and shot into the night sky, his silhouette slicing across the moon like a frozen frame from an action RPG poster. And while suspended midair, he activated every layer of defense at once as 10 stacks of blacklight shields formed around him, overlapping into dense veils of darkness. From above, he unleashed a measured barrage of 10 shadow blades, each strike intentionally weakened, his plan already fully formed. Deliver numerous low-damage hits, let the shields absorb the reflected recoil, and use the process to charge his ultimate to its limit while the boss unknowingly fueled it. Then, the moment the energy reached its peak, Shadow descended. Blessing of Release erupted as it merged with the Crimson Blade, forming a massive vertical beam of red energy that tore straight down, cleaving through the golem, and dealing 450,000 damage. The number flashing as Shadow instinctively braced for the same devastating force to rebound toward him. Yet before it could make contact, a golden barrier burst into existence and absorbed the reflected damage completely. Shadow remained unharmed. The weakness was now clear. Crimson Blade granted 600% lifesteal, and with his health already at maximum, the surplus healing converted into an overflow shield worth 2.7 million points, reducing the reflected 450,000 damage to something insignificant. The Royal City Guard Commander collapsed. A system window appeared, confirming the kill while flooding his interface with a massive influx of experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of lifespan, but the tone shifted immediately afterward as a warning followed, stating that the commander's defeat had alerted every guard within the city. Shadow stilled as the atmosphere warped sharply around him, confusion flickering only briefly before the answer revealed itself. High atop the jagged cliffs, a monstrous sentry lifted a massive horn and blew into it with full force, releasing sickly green sound waves that rippled outward and spread the alarm across the ruins like corrupted shockwaves. The deadland stirred. Distorted silhouettes flooded down from every ridge, winged abominations, spider-like hybrids, and warped beasts crawling across stone and bone, all of them turning their glowing eyes toward Shadow at once, while a colossal, fur-covered foot crashed down beside him, the impact shaking the plateau like a bugged seismic effect. Within seconds, the area transformed into a sea of monsters, from towering white bears to serpentine centipede horrors, an overwhelming horde closing in to form a dense, suffocating ring around him. A system notification appeared. Monster Horde event activated. The condition was brutally simple. Eliminate every creature present. Shadow raised his head, meeting the countless red eyes fixed on him, his expression devoid of fear and filled only with exhilaration. A faint chuckle slipped from him, not out of mockery, but from the strange thrill of it all. The kind of impossible situation people boasted about surviving in late-night forum stories. And that single reaction sent a ripple through the monsters as their twisted faces tightened. Confusion spreading across the horde when their supposed prey showed no sign of fear. Shadow didn't wait for that hesitation to pass. He moved, and the motion tore through the air like pressure collapsing inward. The Dark Knight ring blade flashing as his opening strike carved straight through the front ranks before any of them could respond. System text flickering as 32 monsters were wiped out instantly, and without granting even a moment to recover. He triggered Shadow of Slaughter, darkness peeling up from the ground to take shape beside him as identical clones formed, each one carrying the same cold intent. Without pause or mercy, acting as one, Shadow and his doubles release Shadow flash 4 times over. Violet energy erupting outward in a violent surge that tore across the battlefield, shredding lionmen, shark-like hybrids, and warped abominations alike with no distinction. The count jumping to 165 in an instant. Yet he didn't slow, pushing forward as another Dark Knight ring blade descended, multiplied into 4 overlapping arcs, dark magic sweeping across the land like spinning execution blades. The total surging beyond 500, and continuing to rise as each wave split apart more of the horde. What unfolded could no longer be called a battle. It was pure extermination, system prompts flooding his vision as the numbers accelerated from hundreds into thousands within moments. Chaos swallowing the land as the tally tore past 8,000, and across the ruined terrain, countless lifespan orbs began to glow and rise from the fallen like drifting specters, until just as suddenly as it began, everything stopped, and silence claimed the field. At the center of the devastation, Shadow stood alone, his eyes lit with a deep purple glow as the final number appeared before him. 10,086 monsters eliminated, followed by a system notice confirming total annihilation and announcing that the path to the core of the withered Bone City ruins had been fully opened. He remained still, surrounded by a sea of glowing particles scattered like fallen stars, the confirmation lingering in his view as his expression darkened. Because the rewards were meager, far too little for what he had just done, and the realization settled in that the curse had been draining the citizens' lifespans continuously even after they transformed, leaving almost nothing behind to collect. Then the orbs began to react. The floating lights spiraled together, weaving into a complex formation as a concentrated brilliance surged forward, stretching across the massive chasm ahead and forming a radiant bridge that led directly toward the ominous castle beyond. And the moment Shadow stepped onto that path born from the dead, a sudden golden glow wrapped around his body, the abrupt change catching him off guard. A system window materialized before him, announcing a blessing, the gratitude of the withered bone citizens. And it explained that, freed from their endless suffering, the cursed souls had responded with a gift, a potent blessing that granted a chance to awaken dragon power while fighting within the city. Shadow observed the faint glow tracing across his hand and noted, without any visible reaction, that the power was unusual, his conclusion forming almost immediately. The origin of the curse lay deeper within the city, and the souls of the victims were no longer passive remnants, but were now guiding him, urging him onward, placing their trust in him to bring the curse to an end. He moved across the bridge of light until it stopped above a vast black pit, where a mass of flesh and darkness fused together pulsed like something alive, and without hesitation, Shadow stepped forward and dropped straight into the abyss as the walls swallowed him, the fleshy tunnel tightening as if trying to crush him, while a warning flared across his vision announcing that he had entered the withered bone curse's great hollow, and that the lifespan drain rate had increased by 1,000 times. He struck the bottom with a heavy splash, crimson liquid rippling outward, and as he rose slowly, he took in his surroundings, organic walls enclosing him completely, expanding and contracting in a grotesque rhythm, as though the hollow itself were breathing. While he steadied himself, killing intent contained and ready to face whatever decay waited at the core. From deep within those living walls, a figure came into view, a man with long red hair and a thick beard, suspended like a distorted ornament, his body pierced through by massive spikes that held him in place. And the instant Shadow fully entered, the man's eyes snapped open as a system alert flashed, signaling that the presence within the hollow had awakened. Purple fire flared at Shadow's chest as an overwhelming hostility flooded the chamber, while the suspended man began muttering broken syllables that echoed unnaturally through the flesh-lined space, and Shadow immediately recognized the cadence. Ancient god language, parsing it in his mind until the meaning settled with chilling clarity. A single name, repeated over and over. Moir. Madness and grief collided as the man screamed that name with a force that shook the space itself, then tore himself free, the spikes ripping through flesh and bone as he wrenched loose from the wall, his body convulsing violently as it twisted and collapsed inward before reshaping into something monstrous, armor fusing with exposed bone as his form expanded into a massive skeletal beast. The system identified him at once. Arcros, the final guardian of Withered Bone City, level 20, an emerald grade boss, and Shadow responded instantly by activating Merge into darkness, his body dissolving into shadow until nothing remained. Yet the shock struck him a moment later. Arcros lashed out with a massive claw directly at his position, the strike ripping through the air as though Shadow's stealth were meaningless, and he narrowly evaded it, the impact obliterating the ground where he had stood, forcing him to leap back and create distance. As he landed, he tried to process what had just happened. Level 21 stealth should have made him untouchable, completely undetectable. Yet the Guardian had attacked without the slightest hesitation, and as Arcros charged again, roaring that same name with unrelenting fury, the answer clicked into place. Moir. Shadow had killed her and absorbed her lifespan, and the remnants of her soul still clung to him, impossible to hide, meaning Arcros wasn't tracking Shadow at all, but was following the trace of the woman he loved, burning within him like a signal. His gaze sharpened, settling on the spikes embedded across Arcros's armored frame. Those spikes were identical to the ones worn by the Royal City Guard commander he had faced earlier, and Shadow's grip tightened around his shadow dagger. Because the similarity wasn't superficial, it indicated the same passive ability was active. So to confirm it, he launched a single precise strike, controlled and deliberate, and the result came instantly as the exact damage rebounded onto him, only to be completely nullified by the golden shield that flared and erased the impact before it could reach his body. That was all the proof he needed. Damage reflection, a mechanic that turned reckless attacks into self-destruction. Arcros responded with a deafening roar that shook the hollow, violent purple energy surging through his enormous body as he summoned reinforcements, and the fleshy ground beneath Shadow erupted as large blue eggs burst upward, rising quickly until they formed a perfect ring around him, sealing off every path of escape. Shadow examined them without panic, his thoughts already racing ahead. These weren't normal summons. They carried the same reflection effect, and if they hatched, elite-level monsters would emerge and overwhelm him through sheer numbers. So he tested one, sending a shadow dagger that struck an egg for over 3,000 damage, shattering it. But the cost revealed itself immediately. Destroying a single egg required 3 daggers, meaning 3 layers of blacklight shield would be sacrificed to reflected damage, and with each layer needing 2 seconds to regenerate, eliminating them all before they hatched was impossible. The answer was clear. He allowed them to hatch. Shadow propelled himself upward, gaining height as the eggs below began to tremble. And having accepted the outcome, he shifted his focus entirely, his ultimate already fully charged, and as he descended toward Arcros, he unleashed it without restraint as the crimson blade ignited, a massive vertical beam of red energy crashing down with devastating force, delivering 450,000 damage that exploded through the Guardian and sent shockwaves across the entire chamber. Shadow landed without a sound, a vast golden barrier enveloping him as life steel converted reflected damage into absolute protection, leaving the surrounding chaos unable to touch him. The eggs reacted at once. Claws tore through their shells as cursed young dragons burst free, wings snapping open mid-flight, while the system identified them one after another as level 20, emerald grade, their screeches cutting through the air as they formed ranks, bloodlust thickening the atmosphere. Shadow dropped into the red liquid below and settled into a combat stance without hesitation, activating the Dark Knight ring blade as a vortex of darkness spiraled outward, and the dragons didn't survive even a second, nearly 30,000 damage slicing through each as though they were weightless. Silence returned to the battlefield. He stood within the golden barrier as a system notification confirmed the result. 9 dragons eliminated in a single strike, and he noted with calm clarity that with his blood shield active, damage reflection no longer mattered. As the dragons fell, their bodies dissolved in a glowing lifespan orbs that drifted upward. Yet instead of flowing into him, they stopped midair, converging as they spun violently, colliding and compressing into a turbulent mass of light, and from within it, a voice echoed, cold, ancient, speaking in the language of gods, addressing Shadow as an outsider who had no right to stand here. The gathered energy twisted and reshaped itself, reconstructing Arcros before Shadow's eyes, as flesh knitted over bone, and his power rose into a more corrupted state. The system updating immediately. Flesh-cursed Arcros. Blue scale, and the transformed Guardian revealed a warped smile as he declared with absolute certainty that Shadow would never succeed in eradicating his race. The fight escalated instantly as Arcros launched forward, explosive force tearing through the hollow while he drove a massive, energy-coated punch straight at Shadow, whose eyes flared neon blue as he responded with an immediate shadow slash, his form blurring as he struck from multiple directions within a fraction of a second. Then something impossible occurred. Immunity notices spread across Arcros' body, every strike passing through without effect. No damage at all. And Shadow halted for a brief moment, unable to process it, and that single instant was enough for Arcros' fist to slam into him, detonating on contact and hurling him backward as nearly 30,000 damage tore through him and the shockwave burst outward. And as he flew, he saw his golden blood shield crack and shatter into fragments. Regaining control, Shadow translated the Guardian's distorted words. Arcros was declaring that as long as his bloodline and soul remained, his homeland would never fall. And with purple energy surging around him, the Guardian stood firm, proclaiming that Witherbone City would never be conquered. Confusion began to surface. Speech, awareness, conviction. Those were traits reserved for epic-grade monsters or higher. Yet this emerald-grade boss still possessed a clear mind, a defined purpose, an unbroken will. And worse, Arcros no longer even regarded Shadow as a threat as he started gathering darkness into a compressed sphere, chanting about protecting his city, his empire, his people. Then the demon dragon cannon fired. A vertical beam of annihilation tore through space itself, and Shadow reacted instantly, launching himself upward to avoid the blast, landing and countering with a Shadow Blade strike that passed straight through Arcros without effect, while the Guardian advanced through the lingering energy untouched, completely invulnerable. The realization struck hard. This wasn't defense, it was an absolute barrier, and he hadn't found a way through it. Arcros moved again, his flesh warping and surging as a grotesque rib cage formed around Shadow, sealing him inside, and the system immediately identified the technique. Flesh prison. As a timer appeared, and Shadow watched his lifespan drain year by year in real time. Cold sweat broke across his skin as panic pressed against his focus, and for the first time since entering the city, he felt time closing in on him. He forced himself to lock onto the truth. This wasn't a standard drain. Arcros was siphoning him through the prison itself, drawing lifespan directly from him like liquid through a conduit, and the pattern, the sensation, the complete disregard for defense made it unmistakable. This was an authority tied to the evil god Cthulhu. The situation reduced itself to a deadline. Flesh prison wasn't something to evade, nor damage to endure. It was a verdict, a guaranteed extraction that ignored every layer of protection, a fleshy tendril connecting them as it pulsed and fed, while Shadow felt the numbers slipping away. Not stamina, not health, but years. If nothing changed, his entire lifespan would be stripped away. Then everything shifted. Red energy erupted from Shadow's body in a violent surge, tearing through the prison's rhythm as a system notice flashed. Dragon power had triggered at a critical moment, and the system recognized Iza's skill, Shadow of Slaughter, embedded deep within him, igniting a new buff across his status. Iza's Flame of Nirvana. The description struck with absolute clarity. White flame, no defense checks, no barriers, no immunity, burning the opponent's soul directly with damage that could not be blocked. Shadow's eyes ignited with orange dragon fire as understanding locked into place, revealing the true terror of the dragon race. Not brute force, but authority, and he moved without delay, activating enhanced dragon Shadow of Slaughter as clones burst into existence around him, each wreathed in holy white fire, descending from every direction like executioners. Shadow changed straight into Dragon Instant Shadow Slash, his body smearing in a blazing afterimages that sliced the air faster than thought itself. And this time Arcros' so-called immunity didn't merely hold or resist. It collapsed outright, fracturing like glass under a hammer as the blows connected cleanly, ripping away tens of thousands of damage while a savage burning status stacked on top, burrowing inward and consuming him from the inside out. Arcros let out a scream, not of fury but of raw agony, as the white nirvana flame ignited within him and fed on his corruption, turning it into the very fuel of his destruction. In panic, he cried out to Cthulhu, begging for greater power, shouting that he could not fall here, not when the dragon race still depended on him to prevent their extinction. Shadow gave no reaction. At his back, the spiritual form of Ease took shape like a silent sentinel, a faint yet unwavering presence, witnessing the judgment being carried out, while Shadow fixed his gaze on the collapsing guardian and stripped away the illusion entirely. This was never salvation, never protection, because by summoning Cthulhu and embracing that cursed strength, Arcros hadn't saved his people at all. He had doomed them to an unending torment beneath a curse that would never fade on its own. His eyes turned cold, stripped of hesitation or mercy. Shadow told Arcros to endure it, to feel nirvana burn through every part of him and let it purge everything he had become. Then he ended it. Dragon Crimson Blade burst forth, an enormous surge of crimson energy that engulfed the entire chamber in a catastrophic flash. And when it struck, it delivered nearly 500,000 damage in a single blow, erasing the last guardian completely and reducing him to ash. The system confirmed the kill, 1 million experience gained, 120 evolution points awarded, and nearly 40 years of lifespan torn from the defeated boss and absorbed into Shadow. While he descended slowly through the aftermath, notifications continuing to stack as additional rewards followed, granting another 60 evolution points, close to 40 more years of lifespan, and a diamond grade item, Bone Spike, appearing directly within his inventory. As the draconic power receded from his body, Shadow's expression didn't change. There was no celebration, only calculation. The 1 million experience aligned with what he had already deduced. Every monster in the city had been channeling its accumulated gains into Arcros, feeding him from below to elevate his strength as the Guardian. Yet the lifespan reward told a conflicting story. Only 39.8 years, an amount far too small for a fight of this magnitude, which made Shadow narrow his eyes as the truth settled in. That most of that lifespan had already been siphoned away long before he arrived, stolen and devoured by the evil god Cthulhu itself. Beneath his feet, the red liquid began to churn. Something grotesque started pushing upward from below, rising slowly as though forced by invisible hands, until a twisted chest surfaced, coated in thick crimson residue, and a system notification appeared, stating that activating dragon power had unlocked a hidden reward. The lid creaked open, revealing two items glowing with golden light inside: a withered bone rune and an epic grade Mount Bell. Shadow picked up the rune first, turning it in his hand as he examined the intricate markings carved across its surface, and recognition came almost immediately. This wasn't just an item, it was a key, one of 3 needed to open the tomb of the withered bone god, a sealed ruin hidden somewhere in the world, and he stored that knowledge away without a second thought. His attention shifted to the bell. An epic-grade mount was too valuable to leave untested, so Shadow activated it at once, and a burst of blinding light erupted outward as the air trembled violently. A massive skeletal dragon taking form before him as enormous wings spread wide and ancient bones gleamed with an eerie, otherworldly force. The system identified it without delay. King of Scavengers, Osiris, level 20, epic grade, permanently bound to his soul. This was no ordinary summon, but a former guardian from Forgotten Era, now serving as both a flying mount and a combat ally, with the added ability to summon lesser bone dragons in a battle. Yet what truly caught Shadow off guard wasn't its strength, but the fact that it spoke. Osiris lowered his skull, hollow eyes glowing as they locked onto Shadow, disbelief evident in his voice as he questioned whether Shadow was truly the one who had destroyed the city and killed Arcros. And Shadow confirmed it plainly, offering no embellishment, before posing a single question in return. Did Osiris know what had truly happened here, and what the truth of this place was? The dragon answered. His voice carried the weight of centuries as he began recounting the city's downfall, revealing that he had once been a genuine guardian who died long ago in battle, only to be dragged back through dark necromancy during the brutal war between the Mora Empire and the continent. As defeat loomed closer, desperation overtook them, and the city lord, Arcros, made a catastrophic decision. He summoned the evil god Cthulhu, seeking power capable of overturning fate itself. But that power came with a cost. Cthulhu's demand was absolute. Arcros had to sacrifice the person he cherished above all others, his daughter, Moir. Osiris's tone darkened as he reached the critical moment, describing how, when the ritual reached the point of no return, Arcros hesitated for a single instant, and that fleeting pause sealed the fate of the entire city. He couldn't do it. When the moment arrived, Arcros was unable to kill his own daughter, pulling Moir away from the altar and, in blind desperation, making a far worse choice, offering not one life but everything, sacrificing the entire population of Witherbone City, himself included, to Cthulhu as a substitute. The outcome was catastrophic. Cthulhu's power surged through the city, cursing its citizens and eroding their souls while granting them immense, terrifying strength in exchange. And with that borrowed power, they annihilated their invaders, achieving a victory that should have been impossible. But that victory came with a cost no one could bear, as every citizen was warped into something monstrous, their humanity peeled away layer by layer, until nothing of who they once were remained. Osiris's voice dropped further when he spoke of Moir. She had been the only human left alive in the entire city, and she endured the worst of it, as the creatures that were once her neighbors and protectors grew to hate her existence, blaming her survival for the curse that damned them, tormenting her relentlessly day after day until, in the end, the curse consumed her too. And when she finally transformed, the last fragment of humanity, within Witherbone City, disappeared completely. That was where the tragedy ended. Osiris fell silent for a moment before speaking again, his tone heavy with solemn gratitude as he acknowledged that Shadow had accomplished what no one else could, ending the curse, freeing the tormented souls, and granting final rest to a city that had suffered far beyond its limit. And as he felt the overwhelming presence radiating from Shadow, recognizing him as something far beyond an ordinary being, Skeletal Dragon lowered his head in submission and pledged eternal loyalty. Then, with reverence, asked for the name of the one he would now serve. Shadow met his gaze without emotion. Shadow. The bond formed instantly, and Osiris folded his enormous wings before bowing completely, declaring Shadow his master from that moment forward. As the last echoes faded, Shadow turned a critical eye toward his new mount, sensing immediately that something was off, because for an epic-grade creature, especially one that had once been a level 20 boss, the numbers didn't make sense, as a being of that caliber should have had at least 10 million health at minimum. Yet Osiris barely reached 100,000. The reason revealed itself just as quickly. This was not a true resurrection, because Osiris had died long ago and his original strength had already dispersed, leaving only a forcibly reanimated shell standing before Shadow, one that retained only a fraction of what it once was. Shadow examined its abilities without bias. Bone shields for defense, bone spike attacks for offense. Practical, but nothing exceptional. Then he noticed it. The power to summon 12 Jade, Great Winged Dragons. That single ability shifted everything, as Shadow immediately grasped its value. Airborne scouts, long-range reconnaissance, and full battlefield awareness across vast areas. So even if the dragon's direct combat strength had diminished, its utility was beyond question. Shadow accepted the outcome without complaint, because power could always be rebuilt. The mount's true value became clear the moment he reviewed its mobility, and his focus sharpened instantly, since Osiris's entire form was constructed from lightweight ancient bone rather than flesh and muscle, giving it an absurd flight speed. A 360% modifier, roughly 450 meters per second, supersonic, fast enough to shatter the sound barrier itself. At that point, any disappointment vanished because raw combat strength mattered far less when mobility reached that level. Even with underwhelming offensive capability, a mount that could traverse enormous distances in mere seconds was beyond valuable, and that speed alone made it worth keeping. Before the thought could fully settle, a system window forced its way into his vision. Class advancement conditions fulfilled. Shadow stilled briefly, then understood at once. The massive amount of experience he had accumulated, while over 1,000,000 points from clearing the Witherbone ruins, had pushed him past the required threshold, and the upgrade was ready. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the advancement. Dark energy exploded outward, forming a violent vortex that ripped through the surrounding air as ancient runes appeared one after another, circling his body while the pressure climbed rapidly. Shadow remained perfectly still at the center of it all, eyes blazing as a crimson ring of condensed power formed and began rotating around him. The system confirmed it. Shadow class advanced, Tier 2 to Tier 3. Power surged into him like a violent tide, his attributes rising at an overwhelming pace as strength jumped from 27 to 54, constitution increased to match it, spirit shot up to 90, and agility climbed sharply before settling at 144, the scale of growth impossible to ignore. Then a new passive skill emerged. Shadow Arc. Shadow's eyes widened as he read its effect. Any damage taken, any negative status applied, or even stealth being broken while he was invisible would be delayed by exactly 1 second before taking effect, and within that single second, he could act without restriction, allowing him to negate the damage, remove the status, or prevent detection entirely. He lowered his gaze to his faintly glowing hand and let out a laugh that echoed through the ruins, because as long as his reaction speed held, this ability bordered on absolute defense. And while in stealth, nearly any attack could be erased before it ever truly landed. A deep sense of satisfaction settled within him. As in his past life, no Shadow class player had ever survived long enough to reach a third advancement. Otherwise, a skill like Shadow Arc would have completely reshaped the meta, drastically reducing death rates among stealth users across the game. 1 second meant nothing to the inexperienced, but to veterans honed by relentless combat, it was an eternity, more than enough time to chain abilities, reposition instantly, or turn what should have been an ambush into a clean execution. Shadow smiled faintly. The Shadow class had never been weak. No one had ever lived long enough to uncover its true potential. Shifting his attention back to the rest of his rewards, Shadow summoned a coil of glowing red energy into his palm, watching as the light compressed and took shape into a diamond-grade weapon forged from dense skeletal material, which the system identified as the spike of the skeleton. A dagger that greatly amplified both physical and elemental damage, while carrying a brutal effect capable of piercing through enemy defense and resistance alike, and he equipped it without hesitation. With the Tier 3 class advancement combined with the new weapon, Shadow's combat strength had risen sharply, to the point that the cursed ruins no longer felt capable of containing him. He turned his attention to his mount. Osiris responded immediately, lowering its massive skull as Shadow stepped forward and took his place. And on impulse, Shadow activated Merge into Darkness while mounted. Shadows surged outward, and he paused for a split second as the dragon's stealth level registered at 21, higher than his own. That detail sparked immediate interest, and without wasting time, Shadow gave the command to take off. Osiris launched. The sheer force of the ascent shattered the surrounding air, sending shockwaves rippling outward as the skeletal dragon shot upward, tearing free from the suffocating depths of the hollow and becoming a streak of violet light cutting through the collapsing ruins before bursting into the open sky. Its speed climbing instantly as the wind screamed past Shadow's ears, and they broke the sound barrier, leaving him, for once, without words. The speed was absurd. Even Shadow had to acknowledge it. This wasn't merely fast, it was overwhelming. Once he was satisfied, Osiris blasted clear of the underground passage and surged high above the roiling ocean. And as they hung in the sky at impossible velocity, Shadow's thoughts sharpened, his next destination forming immediately as Captain Anu's information resurfaced. The report of a flying monster and another ancient god's late. So he decided to head to the Magic City ruins first, then use a teleporter to reach Lucky Town. The contrast wasn't lost on him. What had once taken several exhausting hours on foot between the Magic City and Witherbone City would now take only minutes. Far below, deep within a dense forest, a group of adventurers was in the middle of battling a massive black bear monster, with a swordsman holding the front line, a mage gathering mana, and a healer staying back while calling out support, as the female mage completed charging a holy light fireball, and another teammate shouted for everyone to finish it quickly. The order never carried through. A violent shockwave tore across the canopy as Osiris screamed overhead at supersonic speed, leaving behind nothing but splintered branches, stunned silence, and a sky that looked as though it had been ripped apart by something far beyond their comprehension. The displaced air struck like a natural disaster, the shockwave ripping through the forest and throwing both the adventurers and the black bear monster off their feet, sending bodies tumbling uncontrollably across the ground as chaos erupted. And when it finally subsided, the mage looked around in dazed confusion, unable to understand what had just occurred, while the swordsman, still clutching his weapon, froze as he realized the boss monster had been driven straight onto his extended blade by the sheer force of the wind, dying instantly on impact. High above, Shadow remained unaware, pressing forward without pause while calmly observing that traveling with Osiris beneath him reduced what once took hours into a journey of barely 10 minutes back to the ruins of Magic City. What awaited below told a completely different story. Amid shattered stone and empty streets, a man and woman stood alone, hands tightly clasped as the man pleaded for forgiveness, swearing through tears that he had only been unfaithful once with another man. And even then, he insisted, his thoughts had never left her. The woman, crying openly, demanded a promise that he would sever all ties and never meet that person again, and the moment he agreed without hesitation, they fell into a desperate kiss, clinging to each other as though the ruined city around them had vanished. The sky responded. A crushing force dropped without warning, slamming the man face first into the ground as bones snapped under the impact, while the woman was flattened beside him, pinned in place by the same overwhelming pressure, and above them, a shadow swept across the street. Shadow descended casually, his boot touching down near the crushed pair as the enormous skeletal dragon loomed behind him, its presence engulfing everything, and he adjusted his mask with a slight tilt of his head, muttering that he might have struck something during the landing. Moments later, he disappeared. With invisibility activated, Shadow exited the ruins without leaving a trace, and as space folded around him, a system notification appeared, informing him that teleporting directly to Lucky Town had cost 5.4 years of his lifespan. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, knowing the cost doubled with each consecutive use, turning even routine travel into a costly habit. And despite having over 2,000 years stored, he still despised wasting lifespan on mere convenience. Remaining unseen, Shadow passed straight through Lucky Town's gates, where two guards tensed as he moved by, sensing something they could not perceive, while he examined their equipment and posture in passing, quickly identifying them as official government personnel assigned to assist players. And as he surveyed the town's defenses, he noted that guards had already been deployed to protect newcomers and repel monsters. That timing was off. In his previous life, this level of intervention had not occurred until months later. Moving through the protected streets, Shadow immediately recognized the change, understanding that his earlier cooperation with authorities had accelerated their response, making operations smoother and coverage more precise, to the point that even elderly players, who should have been struggling, were now living comfortably within the guarded zone, a clear sign that the system was adapting faster than it ever had before. Still cloaked, he passed an elderly man and woman seated closely on a wooden bench, their fingers interlocked as they smiled as if untouched by time, and for a brief moment, the town felt almost peaceful. Then a scream ripped through the calm. Near the town gate, a massive black insect-like creature seized a player in its clawed grip, and the two-guard Shadow had just passed reacted without hesitation. The female guard flipped open her spellbook as holy light surged outward, forming a shimmering barrier around the victim that blocked the monster's next strike, while at the same moment the male guard charged forward with a shout, leaping into range and bringing his weapon down in a heavy slash that connected cleanly, dealing over 1,600 damage. The female guard acted again immediately, launching a ball of holy fire straight at the creature. It didn't hit. With disturbing agility, the insect twisted midair, evading the explosion entirely before using that opening to pull back, its wings beating hard as it shot upward and disappeared, and the male guard drove his weapon into the ground in frustration, forced to watch it escape yet again. Both of them lifted their gaze. High above, 5 identical black figures circled, waiting, and the female guard spoke in a lowered voice tinged with resignation, explaining that killing one changed nothing because the instant a creature died, another would respond and take its place without delay. Shadow grasped the issue immediately. Each of the gold-grade monsters alone wasn't particularly overwhelming. Yet the moment they were hurt, they retreated into the air, and with no way for ground-based guards to pursue, every fight collapsed into a stalemate. Below, the male guard moved quickly to the rescued player, finding the elderly man on his knees, trembling, tears running down his face from the shock, but that fear abruptly twisted into something harsher, rage, as he turned on the guards and shouted that they were useless, continuing to yell from the dirt while blaming them for everything, claiming the flying monsters had sealed the town gate for days so no one could leave to gather resources, accusing them of abandoning elderly players like himself, and even threatening to file a formal complaint. The female guard stiffened, visibly caught off guard, strain flickering across her expression as she tried to calm him, quickly explaining that Shadow was already on his way to handle the situation. All of this played out while Shadow remained invisible, standing nearby and watching in silence. At last, the male guard's patience snapped, and he sharply ordered the old man to show at least a trace of respect or gratitude. But the moment Shadow's name was mentioned, it only made things worse, as if fuel had been thrown onto flames, and the growing crowd around them became louder and more hostile, voices overlapping as they demanded to know where Shadow was, sneering that people like him were always too busy, too important, and slow to act over something as simple as dealing with a few low-level bosses. If he's really that powerful, they shouted, he should already be here instead of making us stand around like idiots waiting. A bald old man forced his way to the front, yelling that his son was outside farming lifespan for him, and that every second Shadow delayed was stealing time straight from his life. The female guard held her ground, her voice tight but controlled as she repeated again and again that Shadow would arrive soon and handle everything, even suggesting as calmly as possible that anyone unwilling to wait could log off and return later. Though her words barely registered, and the male guard recognized it immediately. Logic had no place here. Reason carried no weight. So he muttered to her that they needed to get out before things escalated further. They never got the chance. The crowd surged forward and cut off their path, accusing them of trying to flee without resolving the monster threat, voices rising all at once with shouts about wasted taxpayer money, about how useless the guards were for failing to deal with a handful of insects, demands piling up for explanations, for accountability, for someone to answer, each insult striking harder than the last until something in the male guard finally snapped, and he roared back that the officials had already power, leveled every one of them to level 3 at no cost, demanding to know what more they expected. The reply came instantly, sharp and merciless. Level 3 was trash. They mocked, worthless, pathetic, and the jeering only intensified as the elderly players leaned fully into it, accusing him of wanting to attack defenseless old people. As the male guard tried to force his way through, the same old man from earlier deliberately slammed into him, and in the very next instant threw himself onto the ground, wailing dramatically that the officials were assaulting senior citizens, clutching his chest as he cried out that his heart condition was acting up, that he was dying right there. The male guard froze, panicked, insisting he hadn't touched him, but the crowd seized on it like predators, pressing in tightly and daring the guard to strike them all down if they had the nerve, shouting that their previous lives held no value anyway, that the government wasn't just failing them, but actively harming the elderly. And amid the chaos, with tempers flaring and voices colliding, a repulsive old man edged closer to the female guard and reached out through the confusion, attempting to grope her chest. For a split second, she locked up, shock and humiliation freezing her in place as the violation registered. But instinct overrode everything, and she lashed out without thinking, her palms snapping across the man's face with full force. The outcome was immediate and devastating. The vast difference in their stats transformed that single slap into a killing blow, sending the old man flying like a ragdoll in a storm, and before he could even touch the ground, his body burst apart midair, breaking into floating golden lifespan orbs. He had been killed in one strike. For half a breath, the crowd stood frozen in shock, fear flashing across their faces, and then panic erupted as screams ripped through the air, people shouting that the government was slaughtering elderly citizens. The female guard's face flushed red as she tried to make herself heard over the chaos, desperately insisting she had been groped and that it was self-defense. But her voice was completely drowned out by the mob's roar as they called for resistance against tyranny, pushing the situation from unstable to outright deadly, forcing the male guard to act at once as he erected a golden barrier around them, muttering grimly that these people had lost their minds and deciding to let them exhaust themselves, certain their feeble attacks couldn't break through his defense. Instead of fading, the abuse escalated. A wet glob of spit struck the female guard across the face, thrown by the same ungrateful old man from earlier, who laughed like he had achieved something remarkable, and that single act set the rest off as garbage and filth began to rain down. Shoes, stones, torn underwear, even clumps of feces. Everything smashing harmlessly against the glowing shield while the guards remained inside, their expressions tightening with disgust. Then everything shifted. A suffocating pressure dropped without warning as Shadow appeared behind the rioting crowd, seated atop the massive skeletal dragon Osiris, and the forest fell into absolute silence beneath the looming undead beast, its hollow eye sockets burning with a cold, merciless glow. Shadow said nothing, yet he didn't need to, because the sheer weight of his presence radiated death itself, locking every person in place. And as the dragon spread its wings, a single violent gust burst outward. It was total destruction. The elderly players were blown away like dry leaves, their bodies hurled into the surrounding trees with bone-crushing force that echoed through the forest. And when the wind faded, silence returned just as suddenly as it had been broken, leaving the guards untouched within their barrier, staring outward in disbelief at the empty space where the mob had stood, now replaced only by dozens of floating golden lifespan orbs, silent proof that Shadow had wiped them out with a single effortless strike. Above the town, Shadow and Osiris ascended into a swirling orange vortex in the sky, and as they rose higher, Shadow's gaze fixed firmly on his true targets, circling overhead. 5-winged insect monsters sliced through the sky in a tight formation, glowing chains of energy linking them to a floating stone slate they carried between them, and Shadow recognized its worth at a glance, acting without hesitation as he commanded Osiris to pursue. Far below, the two official guards could only watch as the skeletal dragon surged forward beneath a blood-red, eclipse-like sun, its form carving across the sky like something torn from a nightmare. Shadow stood firmly atop the dragon's skull, dark purple energy surging around him as he readied his attack, while the insects panicked, their wings screeching as they strained to their limits in a desperate attempt to escape with the slate, but it made no difference. Osiris was faster than sound, and Shadow's eyes burned with violet light as he locked onto them, every motion precise and ruthless, until in a single blur the dragon twisted midair and unleashed a devastating slash so clean and absolute that all 5 gold-grade insect bosses were cut in half at once, their bodies splitting apart before they could even register what had happened. Below, the guard stood motionless, mouths open, as the fight ended before it had truly begun. On the ground, however, things had taken a far more absurd turn, as the elderly players who had been killed by Shadow's earlier gust had already respawned and returned straight to the same spot, gathering once more around the guards with renewed fury and no shame, shouting accusations of abuse, claiming they had been attacked, replaying their victim act as though dying had taught them nothing, pressing in on the exhausted male guard while demanding compensation for the lifespan they had just lost, leaving him feeling drained, hollow, and convinced the ordeal would never end. Then the light disappeared. A massive shadow engulfed the group, and the guard looked up just in time to see 5 enormous insect corpses dropping straight down from above, leaving no chance to run or react as the bodies crashed into the ground with crushing force, instantly flattening the elderly mob, their complaints cut off mid-breath as they were killed again, bursting apart in a floating golden lifespan, orbs scattered across the dirt. The stone slate struck the ground perfectly upright at the center of the wreckage, surrounded by the glowing remains of the twice-killed old man and his equally unfortunate companions, as Osiris descended smoothly beside the gathered loot, and Shadow stepped down, glancing around with clear confusion before muttering that it was strange to see so much loot lying around when he had only killed 5 bosses, completely unaware that he had inadvertently wiped out the same group twice. Not far away, the same old man who had been flattened moments ago dragged himself across the ground, somehow still alive. Yet instead of showing fear or gratitude, he lifted a shaking finger toward Shadow and launched into a shrill tirade about objects falling from the sky, ranting endlessly about responsibility, law, and order, all of which Shadow dismissed without the slightest reaction as he simply crouched, reached into the dirt, and retrieved the stone slate. The noise didn't stop, and, unbelievably, the old man forced himself upright again and stepped directly into Shadow's path, shouting that he was being ignored and demanding proper respect from someone younger. As Shadow leaned down to pick up the slate, the old man suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the other end and trying to rip it away, while screaming hysterically, asking if Shadow was deaf and whether he couldn't hear an elder speaking to him. Shadow responded without speaking at all. A dagger flickered into motion at point-blank range, the throw precise, ruthless, and flawless as the blade drove straight through the old man's neck, silencing his endless complaints in a single instant. The impact hurled his body backward, a massive damage number flashing as he died for the 3rd time and dissolved into drifting particles of light, and as the slate slipped loose, Shadow calmly caught it midair as though nothing unusual had occurred. With the disturbance gone, Shadow lowered his gaze to the ground covered in loot and issued a brief command to Osiris, prompting the skeletal dragon to react at once as dozens of small black-bone dragons descended from above like a spreading shadow, fanning out with mechanical precision to sweep up the scattered lifespan, orbs left behind by the mob that had been killed twice over, while the 2 guards could only stare upward in stunned disbelief, unable to grasp why anyone would summon so many creatures at once. At the town gate, the same old man respawned yet again for the 3rd time. He rushed forward dramatically, pointing as his voice rose with sharp outrage, proclaiming that he had finally exposed the truth and that this was all a conspiracy, accusing both the officials and Shadow of working together to kill innocent people and steal their belongings. Clutching his head, he wailed like a stage performer in full display, insisting he had been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan and that Shadow had taken every last bit of it. The female guard finally snapped, fury blazing across her face as if sparks of electricity leapt from her eyes while she shouted that his claims were obviously false and demanded to know who he thought he was deceiving. Yet the old man showed no hesitation, doubling down as he insisted his son had given him that lifespan and sneered that she was only defending Shadow because she wanted a share of the stolen loot for herself. He then pivoted toward the surrounding crowd, raising his voice with deliberate intent as he began to incite them, promising that if they helped him force the return of his so-called 1,000 years of lifespan, he would generously reward each participant with 1 year. Slipping effortlessly back into the role of a victim, he shouted that they could not allow officials in Shadow to continue bullying defenseless elderly players. And in an instant, greed smothered any trace of reason as the crowd seized on his words, their voices swelling together while they demanded that Shadow return the lifespan immediately, the chant spreading into something harsh and rhythmic as it echoed through the gate with cries for their lifespan to be given back. The male guard ground his teeth until his jaw throbbed, wanting to arrest every single one of them, yet forced to swallow his frustration as he realized they were intentionally sheltering themselves within the town safe zone, where guards were strictly prohibited from attacking players, while the elderly crowd, driven into a frenzy by the ungrateful old man, raised their fists and shouted with unrestrained excitement. Then, without warning, everything shifted. From above, small bone dragons dove down in a sudden barrage, their sharp claws seizing the elderly players before any of them could even let out a proper scream, and within seconds the entire mob was yanked off the ground, their bodies left dangling helplessly in midair. The old man stared upward in absolute terror, unable to comprehend where these creatures had appeared from, as the dragons climbed higher, carrying their screaming captives over the town walls and beyond the boundary of the safe zone. Panic exploded instantly, the old man shrieking for help as he demanded to be let go and set back down at once, and the dragons complied with perfect obedience, releasing their grip in unison. As he plummeted, the realization came too late, his voice breaking apart as he screamed that he hadn't meant right now. But gravity had already taken hold. One after another, bodies slammed into the ground outside the walls, each impact heavy and brutal as the sound carried through the air, while Shadow walked out calmly through the town gate, leaving the chaos unfolding behind him. The female guard's face flushed a deep red as Shadow explained in a level tone that although the safe zone prevented players from attacking one another directly, it did nothing to negate the laws of physics and gravity, as he reminded them, remained entirely lethal. His cold stare cut off any protest before it could form as he informed the guards that his bone dragons would stay stationed here from now on, assigned to remove any troublemakers by throwing them out of town whenever necessary. And with that matter resolved, he confirmed that the bosses in the sky had already been fully dealt with and prepared to depart. The male guard quickly called out to him, pointing toward the glowing loot scattered across the ground as a reminder that it hadn't been collected, but Shadow's body was already beginning to dissolve as he teleported away, replying in a casual tone that they could keep everything as a gift. The guard remained where he stood, stunned into silence, his gaze fixed on the ground covered in golden lifespan orbs as he struggled to process how someone so powerful could walk away from such an enormous amount of treasure without the slightest hesitation. Then, turning to his partner with a smile, he called her Electric Fox and invited her to help him gather the loot together. The female guard gave no response at all, standing completely still with a dazed, almost dreamy smile on her face, as though her mind had already wandered elsewhere. The male guard looked at her, caught between confusion and irritation, and demanded to know why she was just standing there like an idiot. But still lost in her infatuation, she clasped her hands together and openly declared that her heart had already followed Shadow. That was the breaking point. Without another word, the male guard flicked a lifespan orb straight at her, and it struck her squarely on the forehead with a dull thud, making her cry out as she grabbed her head in a mix of pain and anger. He immediately snapped at her to stop daydreaming, his voice sharp and unforgiving, before pressing further with blunt honesty, telling her that someone like Shadow would never waste even a glance on a minor background character like her, and scoffing that she was nothing more than a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. The insult landed instantly. The female guard fired back in outrage, shouting that he was the toad, not her, but the male guard only broke into a grin and nodded without hesitation, cheerfully agreeing as he joked that if he was a male toad, then she must be a female toad, which meant the two of them were perfectly matched, punctuating his point by waving the glowing lifespan orbs in his hands as if that settled everything. Her face flushed all the way to her ears, completely flustered as she tried and failed to find a response, while overhead the skeletal dragons continued their task without pause, repeatedly dropping screaming elderly players from the sky like discarded trash. And amid the falling bodies and the distant, heavy impacts, the two guards kept bickering and teasing each other as though the surrounding chaos barely registered. Far away from the chaos that had unfolded earlier, inside a hospital room on the edge of Zonghai City, Miss Chin forced herself to sit up in bed, her face pale to the point of looking bloodless, while a male official beside her offered restrained condolences for the loss of both her legs during the incident. Yet the tone in the room changed. The instant compensation was brought up as a female official calmly explained that the medical procedures used to keep her alive had cost 50 years of lifespan, 10 of which had been covered by the government, while the remaining 40 now belonged to Miss Chen's personal debt. The moment she heard it, panic overtook her, and she immediately cried out that she did not possess that much lifespan, desperately asking whether there was any other solution available. Clinging to another possibility, she hurriedly asked if she could mortgage her 2 houses, but the official answered without emotion that the properties had already been evaluated and, under the new system, their total value amounted to only 3 days of lifespan. The response hit her like a direct blow, causing Miss Chen to explode as she shouted that she had poured millions along with 200 days of lifespan into those homes. Even then, she refused to accept the collapse in value and quickly offered $500,000 in cash instead, only for the officials to remind her that currency from the old world no longer held any meaning because lifespan had become the only recognized form of value. Her hands began shaking as she finally admitted she could not afford the debt, and the male official coldly informed her that she had exactly 3 days to repay what she owed, or every form of treatment would be terminated. After that, they presented the only remaining option, telling her she could enlist in the official logistics corps and work off the debt by taking assignments inside the game world involving mining, resource collection, and reconstruction, all while laboring a minimum of 15 hours each day, without exception. Miss Chen instantly buried her face in her hands and broke into uncontrollable sobs, insisting that she was disabled and could never survive that kind of exhausting work. But the official answered in the same steady tone that her in-game body was still completely intact and that advanced healing abilities could eventually restore her legs as well. Hearing that caused the last of her composure to collapse entirely as she screamed that the real problem had never been the labor itself, but the status attached to it, bluntly refusing to become a laborer or work beside what she described as filthy, sweat-covered crowds. Her outburst quickly descended into a complete tantrum while she cried that everything happening to her had already gone beyond what she could bear, repeatedly insisting again and again that she had done absolutely nothing to deserve any of it, and that none of what happened was her fault. The 2 officials remained completely silent, their expressions flat and unreadable, showing no reaction at all to her attempts to paint herself as the victim, until the female official finally spoke once more in the same composed tone and offered an alternative solution by asking whether Xiaoyu had any relatives or trusted acquaintances willing to act as guarantors, explaining that if someone agreed to support her, she could receive a loan covering the remaining 40 years of lifespan at a relatively low interest rate, allowing her to avoid being sent into labor service. Tears streamed down Xiao's face as her thoughts rapidly spiraled, despair tightening around her, while she became more and more convinced that her brother, Qin Feng, was already dead. Almost instinctively, her thoughts turned toward her mother, but hesitation immediately followed because she had no way of knowing whether her mother even could, or would, take on such an overwhelming burden, and the uncertainty crushed what little strength she had left as she curled inward on the bed, her body trembling from fear and pain, while broken sobs slipped from her lips, until in that dim and suffocating hospital room, she finally confronted the truth she had been refusing to accept all along, that there was no one left she could depend on and that she was utterly alone. Then, without the slightest warning, the hospital room door was kicked open with violent force as a loud voice thundered that help had arrived, instantly putting both officials on alert as they spun around in shock, while Xiaoyu stared ahead in confusion at the tall, broad-shouldered man entering the room with a subordinate close behind him, calmly recording everything on a phone, making it immediately obvious that he was the leader of the Knights Templar Guild. He walked straight forward, stretched out his hand, and demanded Xiaoyu's phone before casually mocking the idea that a 40-year lifespan debt was even significant. The instant Xiaoyu recognized who he was, her breathing caught in her throat, and the guild leader answered her stunned reaction with a warm, reassuring smile as he told her that hearing about her tragedy had broken his heart. A second later, her screen suddenly flashed with a notification that made her face stiffen in shock because the guild leader had directly transferred 100 years of tradable lifespan into her account, leaving her stumbling through disbelieving words of gratitude as she tried to thank him. Seeing her reaction, the guild leader casually sat down on the edge of her bed, as if he belonged there, naturally slipping an arm around her shoulders while telling her there was no need to thank him, then smoothly adding that if she ever required more support, he could personally help arrange additional loans for her. But despite his reassuring tone, Xiaoyu still lowered her gaze toward the transaction details, and the moment she noticed the 30% annual interest rate buried within the agreement, her blood instantly ran cold. The guild leader merely laughed in a relaxed manner and dismissed it as a minor handling fee connected to his personal guarantee. And throughout the explanation, his pleasant smile never faded as he encouraged her not to dwell on such insignificant details and instead focus entirely on healing and recovery, even declaring that the Knights Templar Guild would always stand behind her as her greatest support in her real home. Overwhelmed by what she believed was sincere compassion, Xiaoyu raised her tearful eyes toward him and thanked him again, never realizing that she had already stepped into a predatory arrangement disguised as generosity. And when the guild leader finally rose to leave, His subordinate kept the phone raised the entire time, recording every moment without interruption, while the guild leader casually waved goodbye and mentioned that urgent matters were waiting for him, only to pause at the doorway long enough to reassure her one final time that the guild would be waiting whenever she came back. After he was gone and silence returned to the room, tears continued falling from Xiaoyu's eyes. Yet the hopeless despair crushing her moments earlier slowly began transforming into something firmer, something closer to determination. And as heat spread across her cheeks, she gradually clenched her fist and silently swore that she would give everything she had, fully convinced by the performance she had just witnessed. The instant the guild leader stepped outside, every trace of warmth disappeared from his face as though it had never existed in the first place. His subordinate immediately replayed the recording for him in the hallway, and after only a brief glance, he gave an approving nod before instructing him to polish the footage carefully and release it publicly. While walking through the hospital corridor, he calmly began outlining exactly how the story should be presented, ordering them to focus heavily on Xiaoyu's suffering, exaggerate how tragic and pitiful her condition appeared, and make absolutely certain the public understood that when everyone else abandoned her, their guild alone had chosen to help her. A faint and sinister smile slowly formed across the guild leader's face as his real intention surfaced, because Miss Jean had already consumed a massive amount of the guild's resources, and now he intended to turn her suffering into a public spectacle that could attract fresh recruits, seeing it in his mind as nothing more than an efficient way to recycle wasted value. After that, he paused and looked out across the enormous city before calmly announcing that it was time to enter the game, stating that his meeting with Shadow had arrived. The scene shifted into the virtual world, where the Knights Templar Guild's hideout was concealed deep within the ruined remains of Zhonghai City behind a shimmering blue barrier. Inside the filthy base, the guild leader lounged on a toilet while casually scrolling through a holographic interface, letting out an amused snort at the endless online discussions condemning Shadow, clearly entertained that Shadow had managed to provoke outrage on such a massive scale. Even so, beneath his mocking tone lingered a trace of envy as he muttered that if Shadow had not been 10 times stronger than him, he would have hunted him down personally as well. Without any warning, black mist suddenly gathered and condensed inside the room before Shadow stepped out from within it, instantly crushing all of the guild leader's previous arrogance and forcing him to drop directly to his knees in submission. In a flat voice, Shadow asked whether the slaughterers had been prepared, and the guild leader immediately answered with almost eager enthusiasm, saying everything had been ready for a long time and that he had simply been waiting for Big Brother Shadow to arrive, even trying to flatter him while speaking. Then, awkwardly gesturing toward the toilet beneath him, he actually invited Shadow to sit down, but Shadow ignored the offer completely and ordered him to show the targets instead. At once, the guild leader swept his arm outward toward a massive group of bound players and proudly introduced 200 red-named slaughterers, declaring that Shadow could deal with them however he wished. Shadow only gave a short nod before walking past them without hesitation, and in the very next moment dark energy spread outward as invisible blades tore through the air and shredded every captive instantly, wiping them out in a single breath. The guild leader stood there frozen, silently staring as the mutilated bodies were carved apart and then dissolved into a rising flood of floating lifespan orbs, while a system notification informed them that Shadow's slaughter value had fallen by 2 ranks. Surrounded by the drifting glow of scattered lifespan lights, Shadow calmly declared that the debt had been repaid before turning away, as though the entire matter meant absolutely nothing to him. The moment the guild leader sensed Shadow preparing to leave, panic immediately struck him, and he hurriedly called out for him to wait, insisting that he had important information to report, while urgently asking whether Shadow had offended anyone recently, then quickly pulling up a holographic screen displaying a viral online article. Across the headline was the so-called grateful old man from Lucky Town, now publicly accusing Shadow of deceiving an elderly citizen and working together with corrupt officials. The instant Shadow saw the face, he recognized him immediately. But before he could react further, another article displayed on the screen caught his attention, one that had obviously been amplified through the guild's own propaganda network, carrying the dramatic headline, "Poor girl brutally mutilated, loses both legs," beside another line praising the Knights Templar Guild offers generous aid, while beneath it was a picture of Xiaoyu crying. Shadow suddenly froze completely as he stared silently at the image, and then, as realization struck him all at once, he abruptly spoke her name, because Ghost Spirit had once rescued that same girl from the serial killer Renu, and the girl in the article was actually his own sister, Xiaoyu. A quiet laugh filled with disbelief escaped him as he reflected on how absurdly small the world truly was and how bizarre the coincidence seemed. Yet he chose not to reveal anything and buried the realization within himself, simply responding with a calm acknowledgement before his body dissolved into darkness and vanished from sight. Still completely unaware of what Shadow had just discovered, the guild leader remained near the toilet area and repeatedly bowed toward the empty space while loudly telling Big Brother to travel safely and visit again whenever possible. Far above the city skies, while riding atop his dragon Osiris, Shadow opened a communication channel to contact his disciple and ordered Ghost Spirit to track down whoever had been spreading the malicious rumors online and kill them, treating the entire matter as nothing more than a minor annoyance beneath his personal involvement. Ghost Spirit's furious face immediately appeared within the projection as she angrily declared that anyone daring to tarnish her master's reputation would pay the price, and she vowed to deal with it immediately. With a chill, unwavering calm, she pulled her hood low, stating she had etched the culprit's face into memory, and in the very next instant she stepped straight off the rooftop, purple energy trailing in her wake as she cut through the sky, intent on passing judgment, threading at extreme speed between towering buildings while locking onto her target without the slightest hesitation. The scene shifted to a quiet residential area known as Lake View Garden, stopping outside Feng's apartment as a heavy fist hammered angrily against the door. Ma Dagon stood there with a woman at his side, cradling their injured son, the child's jaw hanging loose with saliva dripping, while Ma Dagon shouted for Feng to come out, furious as he accused Feng's dog of pushing his boy down the stairs and leaving him paralyzed. He roared that Feng could not escape responsibility, slammed the door again, and demanded a response until it suddenly swung open, revealing Feng, the same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. His face twisted with annoyance as he barked at them to stop causing trouble. Pointing sharply at Ma Dagon, Feng accused him of using a perspective-eyes ability to spy on his wife while she bathed, threatening to involve the police, then sneered with open disdain that the boy was foolish and must have fallen on his own before arrogantly insisting they prove his dog was involved at all. Ma Dagon raised his phone and played a clip showing a monstrous dog kicking his son down the stairs, declaring it undeniable evidence. Yet Feng flew into a rage and lashed out, knocking the phone from Ma Dagon's hand. As it slid away across the ground, Feng shamelessly demanded to see the so-called proof again. Anger surging, Ma Dagon activated his eagle-eyed skill and locked his gaze onto Feng, warning that he could release poisonous fog at any time and would hunt him down if he continued acting irrationally. But Feng only laughed in mockery and provoked him to try it. A cold blue light flared in Ma Dagon's eyes as he prepared to act, the system interface snapping into focus as it marked Feng as the selected target. Yet even as the old man continued hurling accusations, a sudden system alert flashed, and Ma Dagon realized he could not use any of his abilities at all. His body stiffened in confusion, while Feng's lips curled into a distorted smile, and his entire demeanor shifted. A fierce orange glow flared in Feng's eyes as he burst into unhinged laughter, taunting Ma Dagon for his failure, and sneering as he mocked whether sheer stupidity had convinced him he was fearless. And at that moment panic surged through Ma Dagon as he shouted to his wife that none of his abilities were responding. Feng simply stood there, openly amused, while beyond him, stretching across the doorway, the silhouette of something massive slowly crept into view. Then Feng revealed the reason with pride. His son possessed the hidden class of a magic-forbidden warlock, and had already deployed a barrier that nullified all abilities. And, as the figure stepped forward into the light, he emerged as a tall, powerfully built man with a small poodle poking out from inside his shirt. In an instant, Feng's demeanor flipped completely as he began crying out like the victim, accusing Ma Dagon of harassment and threats. Yet his son had already moved, his speed so extreme it felt unreal. Before Ma Dagon could respond, a hand clamped around his throat while a brutal kick slammed into his abdomen, sending him flying across the corridor into the opposite wall, where blood burst from his mouth as he collapsed. His wife screamed and rushed to him, desperately trying to cast healing magic, but every attempt dissolved the instant it formed as the barrier erased it on contact. The son seized her by the throat and lifted her effortlessly into the air, stating in a cold, emotionless tone that he did not strike women, ordering her to take her husband and leave, warning them never to appear before him again. Tears poured down her face as she cried that they were the ones harmed, begging them to take responsibility. And after watching her silently for a brief moment, he slightly loosened his grip only to draw back his fist. With chilling disdain, he declared that this was a world where the strong consumed the weak, and the woman screamed as his punch drove toward her. At that exact moment, strands of purple energy snapped into existence, coiling around her waist and yanking her backward at blinding speed, causing the son's fist to crash into the wall just inches from where her head had been. He looked up in confusion and saw Ghost Spirit standing between him and the couple, shielding the trembling woman. And when she shakily asked who she was, Ghost Spirit replied with icy calm that they had no right to know her identity, but she knew exactly who they were. A frightening violet light blazed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on both father and son, stating that she knew about the rumors they had been spreading to defame Shadow, and that they would pay the price for it. The son's expression tightened as he questioned whether she was Shadow, while Feng, standing behind him, snapped that there was nothing to fear, pointing out that Shadow was supposed to be a man, not someone of her size. Confidence surged back into the muscular son, a smug smile spreading across his face as he bragged that even if the real Shadow appeared, it would change nothing, because at level 16, with all his attributes invested in his strength and constitution, he claimed he was invincible within his magic forbidden barrier, a domain where only raw physical power determined victory. Ghost Spirit remained completely still as violet energy coiled around her, her gaze filled with undisguised pity as she called him a fool, and said she would personally demonstrate the depth of his stupidity. And within the oppressive hallway, where all abilities were suppressed, the battle finally began. Feng's son planted his feet and loudly proclaimed that within his magic forbidden barrier, no one could lay a hand on him, while Ghost Spirit met his gaze with undisguised scorn and likened him to a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. Then she made the first move, her figure bursting forward in a blur of speed that caught the towering man completely unprepared. A swift kick lashed toward him, and even he flinched at how quickly she closed the distance, instantly recognizing the cadence of an assassin's fighting style. Twisting midair, he narrowly evaded her follow-up strike, then relied on the one advantage he knew he possessed, his overwhelming physical attributes far surpassing hers, and he pressed that edge without hesitation. Ghost Spirit rushed him again, unleashing a relentless barrage while constantly shifting angles to break through his guard. But this time he was ready, his hand snapping out to seize her fist and halt her attack entirely. Holding her wrist in place, he mocked the gap in their strength, sneering that speed meant nothing without power, and reminding her that in a place where abilities were sealed, her blows were no more than light taps to him. She struggled to pull free, yet he struck first, a brutal uppercut blasting upward and sending her flying across the corridor, where she hit the ground hard as Feng burst into loud cheers for his son. The young man flexed his arm and jeered at her from afar, warning her not to die too quickly since he still had questions he wanted answered. Pinned against the wall and struggling just to rise, Ghost Spirit appeared unable to move, and the son concluded she must be one of Shadow's subordinates, deciding he would force the truth from her. He strode over, grabbed her by the collar, and with fury twisting his expression, shouted that Shadow had killed his mother again and again in the game, and that he would repay that blood with blood. Then he gave her 10 seconds to reveal everything she knew about Shadow, dragging her closer as he spoke. Lifting her effortlessly with one arm, he threatened to rip off her hand if she refused, but instead of fear, she responded with a faint, mocking smile and calmly called him a fool. That single insult made him hesitate, and she told him to look at his own body, because in the very next moment, a sickly green ghost fire erupted across his skin. He staggered, then collapsed, choking as realization struck. Poison. Ghost Spirit rose as if she had never been injured, her hand now glowing with that same eerie green light. And in an even tone, she explained that his fatal mistake was believing the barrier made him untouchable, because she had already coated herself in a venom enchantment before the fight began. While new abilities were suppressed within the field, a pre-applied enchantment still took effect, meaning every strike she had landed had been layering lethal poison inside him from the start. The son screamed as the ghost fire devoured him, his cries degrading into desperate calls for his mother, while Feng stood frozen, watching in powerless horror. Looking down at the figure writhing at her feet, Ghost Spirit stated that she had already investigated them, identifying the father as a stubborn parasite and the son, Han Bingzhang, as a magic-forbidden warlock who had poured everything into brute strength while scorning support paths, having learned that barrier for one purpose alone, to prey on the weak. As his life ebbed away, she added coldly that a basic priest dispel could have saved him, and when his body finally went still, panic tore through Feng and shattered the last of his composure. Feng shrieked that she had killed his son and lunged to call the authorities, but before he could even dial, a heavy boot came down and crushed the phone from his hand. He looked up in terror to see Ma Dagon standing over him, fully recovered and burning with rage, and Ma Dagon declared that the barrier was gone now, meaning it was finally Feng's turn. Feng screamed for help, yet no one answered, and his frantic pleas were cut short as Ma Dagon's kick smashed into his face. Baring his teeth in a savage grin, Ma Dagon told Feng that yes, he would hand him over to the authorities eventually, but first he would beat him until all his anger was spent. His wife stood beside him, urging him on and promising she would keep healing him so he could continue without restraint. Ma Dagon triggered a transformation skill, his body swelling with dense, coiled muscle as he entered a venom-enhanced state, then surged forward and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow slamming into Feng with crushing force, while his wife cheered him on and continuously cast healing spells to sustain his stamina as the assault continued. The onslaught only stopped when he drove down a final, ruthless stomp that crushed the old man's face, after which Feng's body broke apart into drifting light. Ma Dagon remained where he was, breathing heavily as relief washed over him from finally releasing all that pent-up anger. Then he turned to his wife and asked whether the girl who had saved them was still nearby. She nodded, saying their rescuer had used something like an angel's heart ability, and Ma Dagon faced the now empty corridor and voiced his sincere thanks, admitting they would have been finished without that intervention. He suggested reporting the incident to the authorities, but when they looked around again, their mysterious savior was already gone, and his wife could only stare at the torn pieces of clothing scattered on the floor, unable to understand when Ghost Spirit had disappeared. Outside the building, Ghost Spirit had already leapt into open air, and as she descended through the city skyline, she opened a communication window and calmly reported to Shadow that the task was complete. His brief praise of her efficiency brought a faint, satisfied smile to her lips. The scene then shifted to a barren wasteland 300 kilometers from Magic City, where 4 cloaked figures moved across the toxic landscape under Chu Kuan-shen's lead, and one subordinate asked uneasily whether they had strayed off course, since the entire area was filled with poisonous gas and volcanic fumes that steadily drained lifespan, making it seem impossible for anything to survive there. Theodore remained composed, and guided by ley-line perception, Chu Kuan-shen told them the treasure lay within a nearby cavern. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an enormous cave exhaling ominous red energy, and before entering, Theodore instructed Zuma, the Soul Walker, that the moment any danger appeared, he was to shift them all into an invincible spirit state. Zuma confirmed his understanding, and the four stepped into the red vortex, carefully advancing through the hazardous interior until they reached a cliff overlooking a vast expanse of crimson liquid. Chu Kuan-shen suddenly pointed straight ahead and called for everyone to look, and Theodore responded with a satisfied laugh as his gaze locked on what was rising from the center of the pool, a towering plant engulfed in blazing light. Chu Kuan-shen identified it immediately, naming it the Hellflower of Nightmares, and declared with complete certainty that once it was in their hands, Shadow's death would be assured. They now stood deep within the Purgatory volcano itself, a nightmare zone where a system warning blared that lifespan was draining at 10,000 times the normal rate, and Zuma trembled as he asked Theodore what kind of fiery entity they were facing, because merely looking at it made his soul recoil. Theodore answered calmly that it was the Hellflower of Nightmares, assuring him that as long as they did not awaken it, they would remain safe. Chu Kuan-shen then remarked that since they had located what Theodore came for, it was time to lay out the full plan, and Theodore agreed, summoning his subordinate Tony and placing a glowing blue tome into his hands. The book was the Divine Book, Wall Construction, an artifact capable of erecting instant barriers by consuming lifespan, and Tony stared at it in shock before activating it, causing a massive stone wall to rise out of nothing and solidify in front of them. After examining it, Tony reported that creating the wall had cost 10 days of lifespan, while only granting 100,000 durability, and with sweat forming on his brow, he admitted to Theodore that after witnessing Shadow's destructive power, he did not believe such a wall could hold him. Theodore responded coldly that he already knew, which was why Tony's sole task over the coming days was to keep building walls and increase the book's proficiency. Then he pointed toward the Hellflower and ordered him to push the wall's durability up to 10 million. With that, Theodore revealed the entire trap. He intended to lure both the Chinese officials and Shadow into this cavern, and once they had gone deep enough, Tony would seal the only exit with a reinforced wall, trapping them inside until their vigilance inevitably waned. Theodore and Zuma would enter the cave along with the targets, and the moment Theodore gave the signal to awaken the boss, Zuma was to immediately activate his Soul Walker ability, allowing the two of them to pass through the wall and escape while Shadow and the officials remained sealed within. Zuma nodded, accepting the plan, but Chu Kuan-shen raised a concern, pointing out that even if the boss killed them, most players would simply respawn. Theodore's expression hardened as he explained what made the Hellflower of Nightmares truly terrifying. Once the battle began, the entire cavern would be swallowed by a nightmare field, causing everyone inside to accumulate a nightmare gauge, and when that gauge filled, the flower would drain away all of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the region's 10,000-fold lifespan drain, he explained that anyone caught inside would face a death with no return, and spreading his arms wide, he declared that annihilating Magic City's elite forces, especially Shadow, would cripple their enemies completely. If they pulled it off, they wouldn't merely win, they would be celebrated as heroes back in Country M, their reward securing a life of endless luxury. And at that promise, greedy smiles slowly spread across the faces of Tony, Zuma, and Chu Kuan-shen. Zuma then raised a practical concern, asking that since none of them possessed long-range attacks, how they intended to awaken the boss from a distance. Tony scoffed, crouched, and picked up a loose stone, explaining that in this world anything could serve as a weapon and all it required was a simple throw, and without hesitation he hurled the rock straight at the Hellflower. The stone struck, and the reaction was immediate. Violent energy exploded outward as the boss began to awaken, and Theodore's composure shattered instantly as he shouted at Tony in panic, cursing him as a fool and ordering Zuma to activate Soul Walker at once. A suffocating aura surged through the cavern. Zuma transformed them into spirit forms, and the group bolted down the tunnel, fleeing the disaster they had triggered through sheer recklessness. They stumbled back into the wasteland and finally steadied themselves, but Theodore's fury erupted. He kicked Tony to the ground and roared at him for nearly getting them all killed, then loomed over the trembling subordinate with a killing glare and ordered him to remain there, and continue practicing wall construction until he achieved perfection. Theodore warned that if he failed, a powerful figure from Country M, Count Bold, would come personally to erase him, and the threat drained all color from Tony's face as he hurriedly swore obedience. The scene then shifted to the corroded forest at the edge of Magic City's ruins, where a sleek white beast lunged forward and clamped its jaws onto a tree-like monster. Linkinga stood with her squad, calmly observing as the creature tore through nearby tree spirits, each one bursting into floating lifespan orbs, and one teammate openly praised her, astonished by the dragon's strength and asking when she had obtained such a rare mount. Lin Xingyu laughed it off, saying she had simply been lucky enough to draw from a treasure chest the previous day, and the teammate remarked that it was likely the first dragon mount in the game with full movement speed, something that in older games would have sold for an outrageous price. Her smile disappeared in an instant as she sensed danger, because thick green poison began to coil through the air around them, and she immediately warned her squad to stay alert. Hidden monsters were approaching. The ground trembled as massive wooden spikes and twisted vines burst upward, hemming the party, and while heavy green tendrils lashed through the area, violently knocking both the players and the white creature backward. Then, from the ruptured earth, a colossal tree abomination rose, its immense form identified as the corroded ancestor Ashura, a level 25 emerald grade boss. The squad was suppressed at once, and one male teammate lay sprawled on the ground, despair written across his face as he calculated their chances. Fixated on the numbers, he pointed out that the boss had 1,000,000 health while his own damage output was capped at 1,000 per second, demanding to know how they were supposed to deal with that. Lin Xingyu pulled up her interface and shouted the only solution she could think of. They had to call Big Brother Shadow. Her hands moved rapidly as she sent him a message about the sudden emergence of an emerald-grade boss, then invited him into their party so he could lock onto their position. And somewhere in the ruined city, Shadow accepted with a brief confirmation, checked the coordinates, and replied that he was over 10 kilometers away, but would arrive immediately. Back in the suffocating forest, Lin Xingyu glanced at the map and felt her heart sink as she warned her teammates that even with Shadow on the way, it would likely take nearly 30 minutes, and panic spread as they shouted that the poison damage was already overwhelming their healing. Realizing they were on the verge of being wiped out, Lin Xingyu cursed under her breath and ordered a retreat, but she had barely spoken when an enormous shadow swept across the battlefield. Orleo descended from the sky, dropping directly above the towering tree monster, and through the chaos, Shadow's calm voice sounded, stating that he had arrived. Linkingu froze in confusion as a violent gust erupted from his landing and tore through the forest, while a system notification appeared before the squad, announcing that the wind had dispersed the poison and cleared their status effects. Linkingu and her teammates could only stare in stunned disbelief, one of them stammering as he asked how half an hour had become half a minute, while another tilted his head back, trembling with awe as he questioned whether the creature Shadow rode was truly a flying dragon, his gaze fixed on Orleo's skeletal form. Shadow gazed down at Lin Xingyu's squad as they stood rooted in place, while Orleo lowered its skull, violet eyes locking onto Lin Xingyu's trembling mount as it wondered aloud whether the creature was some kind of hybrid dragon. The moment Orleo spoke, the mount shuddered violently, and the entire squad went rigid, struggling to process that the massive dragon had just spoken, while Shadow, standing effortlessly atop Orleo's head, explained that any creature of epic grade or above could talk. Orleo then asked if it could devour the hybrid below, only for Shadow to cut it off immediately with a cold command to stay silent. On the ground, Lin Xingyu's mount had already collapsed unconscious from fear, and she could only stare upward as she admitted she never expected Big Brother Shadow to already be riding an epic-grade beast. Yet Shadow didn't even look her way, because his focus had already shifted to the towering tree monster. He confirmed it was the boss with 1,000,000 health and began evaluating it, concluding that with his current damage output, defeating it would require a full skill rotation, which he considered wasteful. He intended to finish it in a single decisive strike. Deciding the moment was right, he took out the glowing ancient god slate, and the system instantly identified it as the blessing slate of the blood source ancient god Alakisi, an artifact capable of granting a random enhancement to a selected skill. Shadow reviewed his abilities and noted that his primary damage skills overlapped too heavily in function, so he chose instant Shadow Slash as the target for the blessing, and golden light surged over his body as a notification confirmed that Alakisi's power had fused into that skill. A new description unfolded before him. Instant Shadow Slash had been refined into a purely single-target ability with its hit count multiplied sixfold. Each strike would automatically target weak points, and every hit would charge his ultimate ability. A sharp gleam flashed in Shadow's eyes as he grasped the implications, because with his clones active, a single activation would now produce 54 strikes, and when scaled further, it could reach a total of 216 hits, enough damage to refill his ultimate gauge multiple times over in one use. Below, Lin Xinyu's teammates watched in confusion, quietly whispering about the strange glow surrounding him, while Shadow completed his calculations and decided to test the blessing immediately. His body dissolved into dark mist, and a heartbeat later one of the teammates pointed upward and shouted that Shadow was already engaging the boss alone. He reappeared above Atesh and unleashed the enhanced instant shadow slash, and a blinding storm of strikes rained down so fast they blurred together, flooding the battlefield with cascading damage numbers that all exceeded 10,000. The barrage filled his ultimate meter instantly, and a red gleam ignited in his eye as he noted with cold precision that a single basic skill could now completely charge his finisher. He didn't hesitate for even a moment. He surged forward and released the Crimson Blade, a massive arc of scarlet energy tearing through the colossal tree monster and stripping away the remainder of its life in one clean strike, landing a final blow of 450,000 damage. A system announcement echoed through the area, confirming the Emerald Grade boss had been slain and listing the rewards. While the watching squad could only stare, the male teammates shouting in disbelief that he had erased an Emerald Grade boss in an instant. Linkingu, unlike the others, remained composed and asked them flatly whether this was truly their first time watching Big Brother Shadow hunt a boss, as if reminding them that this level of destruction was normal for him. Surrounded by the fading red glow, Shadow quietly reviewed the outcome of his test, realizing that a single use of instant shadow slash now dealt roughly 600,000 damage, and in comparison, the 450,000 base power of his Crimson Blade ultimate already felt somewhat lacking. As he dropped down among the floating lifespan orbs, he reassessed his entire combat approach, recognizing that his previous patterns now seemed crude, filled with unnecessary steps that had no place in high-level fights. Tightening his grip on his sword, he acknowledged the synergy created by the slate between his abilities, a balance that enhanced both his offensive strength and his survivability, even as he judged it to be only an early glimpse of the Shadow class's full potential. Lin Xingyu hurried over, showering him with excited praise, and Shadow responded by casually dropping the boss loot onto the ground and telling her squad to divide it among themselves. The group erupted in thanks, and once the moment settled, Shadow asked whether any other bosses were active nearby. Lin Xingyu immediately began listing targets scattered across the area, but he cut her off midway and told her to get on Orleo so they could clear them one after another. Her excitement ignited instantly, and Orleo surged upward with explosive force, carrying Shadow and a screaming Lin Xingyu straight into the clouds, while the two male teammates left behind could only stare after them in stunned silence until one finally muttered in resignation, asking what they were supposed to do now. The scene shifted back to reality, inside a conference room in Magic City, where a large screen displayed Theodore's face, and one official reported that Theodore from the Mount Embassy was offering information on the location of the first Diamond Grade boss. Another official immediately questioned whether something that valuable was really being given away for free, and the first clarified that Theodore's only condition was safe passage on a flight back to Country M. The lead official frowned, finding the price suspiciously low for intelligence of that importance, and suspecting a hidden trap, but a subordinate argued that Theodore had also volunteered to accompany their strike team personally, which would make any deception effectively suicidal. The lead official then redirected the discussion to what he saw as the larger concern, whether they even possessed the strength to defeat a Diamond Grade boss at all, since no one had accomplished such a feat yet, and that uncertainty extended even to the legendary Shadow. He proposed shifting to a plan centered on cooperating with Shadow. Another man at the table immediately supported the idea, citing reports of Shadow effortlessly soloing Emerald Grade bosses and reasoning that combining their elite forces with his power could secure the first Diamond Grade victory. But the lead official demanded concrete proof, wary that the reports might be exaggerated rumors. In response, the subordinate raised a phone and played a clear combat recording of Shadow, explaining it had been captured using a device created through a Divine Authority book, and the footage silenced the entire room. After a long pause, the lead official approved forming an alliance with Shadow, and the rest of the officials voiced unanimous agreement. The leader declared that he would dispatch someone to contact Shadow immediately, and elsewhere on the battlefield, a massive mechanical beast dragged itself forward on grinding limbs, only for Shadow to respond with his signature attack. Instant Shadow slash erupted as a blinding blue beam that sliced cleanly through the machine, splitting it in a single motion, and Shadow remained completely still as the wreckage collapsed around him, his cape shifting in the fading light. Once the enemy was reduced to debris, he called out to Lin Xingyu, who was concealed behind a tree, and told her to come out and gather the lifespan orbs, because they were moving on to the next target. Lin Xingyu stepped forward, her face flushed with excitement, and reported that the officials had already discovered a Diamond Grade boss, asking whether Shadow was interested, and his gaze sharpened immediately as he demanded details. The moment she said it was located inside a volcano and named it the Hellflower of Nightmares, his focus locked completely, because the image of a blazing plant towering over ruined lands surged back into his mind. That monster had once triggered the first great catastrophe to strike the Great Zia officials. In the past, A foreign faction had turned the Hellflower of Nightmares into a weapon and used it to annihilate more than 100 official professionals in Magic City. And the aftermath had plunged the region into chaos for half a year, while thousands of civilians died in the fallout. All traced back to a single figure at the center, Theodore. Shadow studied Lin Qingyu and asked whether her group had been the ones to find it. And she admitted the discovery had been made by a foreigner, adding that leadership was assembling a large-scale force of 100 people to eliminate the threat. He dismissed that plan immediately, stating they had no understanding of what they were facing, then instructed her to recruit 25 elite players, each at least level 18 and already past their first-class advancement. The demand left her stunned, and she questioned whether he truly needed that many high-level fighters to support him. But Shadow confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that although the Hellflower of Nightmares was classified as diamond grade, its actual parameters were approaching epic level, leaving only two viable methods to defeat it. One was overwhelming force, which he admitted he did not yet possess, and the other was a carefully controlled tactical raid that required a team of no fewer than 25 people. Lin Qingyu pushed back, insisting that the officials' plan to deploy 100 players sounded far safer, reasoning that greater numbers should mean greater security, but Shadow offered no detailed explanation. Instead, he fixed her with a cold, unwavering stare and told her to either follow his instructions exactly or disregard him entirely. A thin layer of sweat formed along her back under that gaze as she replayed everything she had witnessed. No matter how unpredictable he appeared, his actions had consistently protected the officials, and once that realization settled in, it became difficult to ignore the possibility that he saw a danger they could not. She agreed to assist, though she admitted she could realistically gather only 10 qualified players, and Shadow accepted that without issue, saying he would secure the remaining members himself. Then, as his body dissolved into streaks of blue light, he told her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Lin Qingyu remained where she was, staring at the empty space he had left behind as she quietly questioned whether trusting him had been the right decision. And far away, a memory surfaced like a vivid dream. A warrior clad in blue armor standing firm, King Fong bracing behind a radiant golden shield as he blocked a crushing blow, shouting for his sister to stay alert before surging forward with blinding speed to cut down monsters and shield her from harm. And when the battlefield finally fell, silent, turning back to her and extending his hand with a warm smile that assured her everything was under control. The scene twisted abruptly, King Fang's gentle expression darkening and distorting as his familiar face dissolved into Shadow's cold, masked visage, and within that dream, the figure spoke only one name, Xiaoyu. Her eyes snapped open as she jolted upright in her hospital bed, breathing unevenly, tears already streaming down her face while the darkness of the room pressed in, and she realized she had seen that same dream again. Ever since losing her legs, the figure within it had only grown clearer, and she could not stop recalling how he had guided her through levels, protected her from danger, and placed every opportunity for growth into her hands. Through the blur of tears, a realization struck with overwhelming clarity, because this time she had seen his face without any distortion at all, and the man in her dreams was her brother, King Fong. A strange light gathered in her eyes as the conclusion settled. He was alive, and the thought echoed relentlessly in her mind until it could no longer be denied. King Fong was Shadow. Xiaoyu knelt on the bed, trembling as scattered fragments in her mind finally aligned, because the places and monsters she had seen in her dreams kept appearing later inside the game, and that pattern pointed to only one conclusion. Those dreams were not illusions, but glimpses of reality, and clinging to that possibility, she kept asking herself whether King Fong truly was Shadow. Desperation drowned out her hesitation as she lay back down, deciding she had to log into the game immediately and uncover the truth with her own eyes. Yet as she stared into the darkness, doubt continued to gnaw at her, while tears slipped down her face, because Shadow's repeated indifference felt like proof he had no intention of acknowledging her, even if they really were brother and sister. The fear that no one would believe her tightened around her chest, mixing with the memory of the brutal incident that had taken her legs, and her body trembled beneath the covers. But in that suffocating silence, she still reached a final conclusion. This was her last chance. Gathering what little resolve she had left, she committed to it, determined to find him in the game and reclaim whatever remained of their bond. Inside the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader studied Xiaoyu as she logged in and asked why she had come online so suddenly, then warned her that although her legs functioned normally in the game, her attributes were reduced by half, and she was afflicted with a permanent stumble debuff. As if to prove it, Xiaoyu immediately lost her balance and fell hard to the ground, and when the guild leader asked if she was hurt, she forced steadiness into her voice and insisted she was fine, saying she only wanted to repay the guild's kindness. She pleaded to return to her post guarding the entrance and waiting for Big Brother Shadow. Appearing moved by her determination, the guild leader helped her to her feet, guided her back to the doorway, and remarked that she already knew what to do. At that moment, a notification flashed before his eyes. A private message from Shadow sent directly to Chen Wuming, asking whether he wanted to secure the first kill of a diamond-grade boss. And his expression shifted instantly from feigned sympathy to barely restrained excitement. He shouted that he had long dreamed of such an opportunity, abandoned Xiaoyu without another glance, and sprinted off, saying urgent matters required his attention. While as he ran, Shadow sent further instructions telling him to remain calm and proceed cautiously. Shadow directed Chen Wuming to locate two individuals, Safety First Anquin and Gray Rose Dongfang Yui, and to meet with them at the Magic City ruins in 3 days, and the guild leader accepted without the slightest hesitation. The scene opens in a kitchen where a girl is busy preparing something called the Universe Cup, also known as the Big Plum, while simultaneously baking a cake, and as she stirs and mixes, she remarks with genuine amazement that she never expected the God-given book could be used to create so many kinds of unbelievably delicious food. Still sounding impressed, she stretches briefly and says she is about to head out. Before she can take even a single step, another girl bursts into the kitchen in a panic, her eyes locking on a Big Plum as she urgently tells her to hurry because the Shadow Big Shot is recruiting team members. And Big Plum immediately protests that she has not even started eating yet. However, she is given no chance to act, because a man in a blue shirt suddenly grabs her and begins dragging her away, grumbling that all she ever does is eat nonstop from morning to night, reminding her that the Shadow Big Shot is always the one helping them, and that this is the first time he has ever asked for their help. While Big Plum continues shouting and struggling, clearly unwilling to leave her food behind, yet the man ignores her resistance completely and refuses to let her stay. The scene shifts to someone walking across a gleaming stretch of ground, the atmosphere heavy with intensity, and at the same time, the Shadow Big Shot is shown on a phone call, the screen displaying a white-haired girl as she instructs him to return to Modu, use the guide's teleport, and then proceed to the Academy of Evil Spirit. After he finishes speaking, the white-haired girl responds respectfully, addressing him as teacher, and agreeing. The setting changes once more to the Modu ruins, inside the hidden palace of the Evil Spirit Academy, where Xiaoyu rushes in, out of breath, and asks whether the Shadow Big Shot had been looking for her, and Shadow turns calmly to tell her that in a few days there will be a boss battle that will require her abilities. However, his gaze shifts to her level, and confusion crosses his face as he asks why she is only level 10, prompting Xiao to quickly explain that she has spent all her experience on job advancement, which makes Shadow react with surprise as he points out that she has already completed 3 advancements, essentially remarking that she must have been incredibly bored to grind that much. Xiaoyu suddenly broke into laughter, and at that exact moment the same girl from the phone call stepped inside, respectfully announcing her arrival and addressing him as master, prompting the Shadow Big Shot to turn toward her and immediately notice something familiar, asking how she was also only level 10, while pointing out that she, too, had already completed 3 job advancements. She replied calmly that she had never forgotten what her teacher told her. That job advancement was the most important thing. And hearing that, the Shadow Big Shot let out a weary response, saying he truly could not handle these girls anymore. Yes, job advancement matters, he told them, but that doesn't mean your level should fall this far behind. And with that, he ordered both of them to get ready, because over the next few days he would personally take them out to level up. Xiao responded instantly, clearly excited, while the white-haired girl appeared even more energized, saying she would finally witness Master's divine power again and vowing to study carefully, her voice filled with genuine determination. 3 days later, the scene shifted to the wild volcano deep within the Modu ruins, where someone was already standing at the designated location, confirming that these were the coordinates given by the Big Shot, and as she checked her lucky egg and her Universe Cup, she was visibly brimming with excitement, until she raised her head, looked around, and froze in shock because the area was filled with people, and one by one, their faces became recognizable. She began calling them out in succession. Safety First, Perfect Invasion Flow, So Words Man, the only man beside Shadow capable of soloing a boss, Glorious Martial Virtue, Jiang Hai, known as the Overlord, the Knights Temple Guild President, Grey Rose, the top-ranked mage, Milky White Yukiko, Turkey-flavored potato chips, Van Jie the goalkeeper, Little Dream, Fish Sucks Eye. Every one of them was a well-known ranked player, all personally summoned by Shadow, and as she scanned the group again, she noticed 2 foreigners she did not recognize, admitting she had never seen them before. The focus shifted to those 2, and one of them, Zuma, leaned toward Mr. Theodore and pointed out that only around 20 people were present despite Dexia officially announcing a 100-man team, his voice tight with concern as he wondered whether their plan had been exposed. Theodore, however, remained completely composed, telling him not to worry because the plan was flawless, and instructing him to look more closely, because every person gathered, there was an elite among elites. Zuma nodded, admitting that quality outweighed quantity, pointing out how much importance Dexia clearly placed on these 2 subjugations, and by the end of it he stated that he trusted Mr. Theodore. Yet inside Theodore's mind, his thoughts moved in an entirely different direction, because he believed he had already grasped everything. He reflected on fate itself, on how flowers bloomed as they were meant to, and inevitably withered, again and again. Convinced that destiny had chosen this exact path, he imagined unseen forces roaring around him, the heavens guiding him back toward a distant homeland, and told himself the divine nation had already revealed that his plan would succeed, certain that everyone gathered here would perish within a nightmare, while he alone boarded a flight and returned safely to Tom Country. Though even in that calculation, he concluded that Zuma, Tony, Mei Jing, and Chu likely would not share in that survival. Then, without warning, the battle ignited. Someone launched an attack. The entire scene collapsed into chaos, and amid the turmoil, a glowing creature emerged as a skeletal dragon took form. One person shouted that it was a dragon, another corrected him sharply that it was a bone dragon and a diamond boss. But a third voice hesitated, insisting something was wrong and urging everyone to look more closely at the dragon's head. At that moment, Shadow descended and clarified the truth. The dragon was not the boss, it was his mount. The crowd froze in shock, and Theodore's eyes widened as he recognized him as Shadow. In that instant, he noted that Shadow already possessed an epic-grade mount, and that his growth speed was terrifying. And with a gleam in his eyes, he silently decided that today would be the day Shadow fell. Shadow landed and stood firmly on the ground, golden light burning in his eyes, and everyone present felt the weight of his arrival. Theodore lifted his brows, forcing himself to remain composed, while someone announced that everyone had gathered and told Theodore to take the lead. Theodore stiffened briefly, wondering how Shadow knew his name despite them never having met. But he quickly steadied himself, reminding himself there were many ways for someone to learn a name, and he refused to let Shadow's presence shake him. So he agreed, told everyone to follow, and laid out the plan. They would first take down the diamond boss together, fight together, kill together, while inwardly clinging to the belief that his divination was absolutely accurate and that his plan could not fail. Meanwhile, at the Saint Ship de Vagar, the place appeared deserted at first glance. Yet in another section a couple was locked in a kiss when someone suddenly shouted at them to stop fooling around because the targets had arrived, followed by another voice echoing the warning that they were coming. Shanjiti rose to his feet and remarked that, in the end, they really had shown up, while elsewhere someone continued running around, as if it were all just a game. One of the boys spoke casually to Meiji, telling him there was nothing to worry about, and that once this task was finished, they could head to M Country and enjoy themselves however they pleased. Then two elderly men stepped forward and confirmed that the targets had entered, declaring that it was finally time to act, and that the moment to take revenge for Shurshur had arrived, and one of them, consumed by hatred, stated that he intended to avenge his wife and children, swearing that he would make Shadow pay. Chan, with the system screen flashing before everyone's eyes, warning that they had entered the depths of the Purgatory Volcano, a designated nightmare zone where the rate of life force drain was 10,000 times higher than normal. And even reading those words made the atmosphere feel heavy with tension. Almost immediately after, a strange volcanic flower emerged, wreathed in violent, blazing flames, and someone recognized it at once, identifying it as the Diamond Boss, the Nightmare Hellflower, while another asked if everyone could feel the pressure radiating from it. Someone admitted honestly that even with this many people, they doubted it would be enough to defeat a Diamond Boss. Shadow remained calm and suggested that perhaps they should call in additional reinforcements to increase their chances, but the white-haired girl stepped forward without hesitation and dismissed the idea, confidently stating that everyone present was an elite player, and rather than entertain uncertainty, she redirected the focus to the task at hand, asking Theodore to explain exactly how they were meant to defeat the boss. Theodore responded cautiously, asking if she was truly certain, because once the boss was activated there would be no turning back, and she frowned, confused, questioning what he meant by that. So Theodore elaborated that the boss mechanics were extremely complex, that he did not want to repeat himself multiple times, and he asked once more whether they were truly resolved to fight with such a small group. She answered immediately, without the slightest pause, confirming that they were. At once, the players behind Shadow began speaking up as well, their confidence rising as they declared that with Master Dark Shadow present, defeating this boss would be easy. Another voiced complete faith in his strength, and someone else insisted that as long as Master was there, nothing would be difficult, the team's morale climbing to its peak. Shadow instructed them to work together and focus on taking down the Diamond Boss first, and they responded with eager agreement. Then, in the very next moment, Theodore suddenly roared, his demeanor shifting into something mocking and vicious as he sneered, calling Dark Shadow a novice and accusing the Chinese players of arrogance and stubbornness, before picking up a stone and declaring that he would now explain the boss mechanics. So everyone had better listen carefully, because he would only say it once. His voice turned cold as he delivered the truth. The mechanics were simple. There was only one thing they needed to understand, and that was that every single one of them was going to die. The group around Shadow stiffened in shock, demanding to know what Theodore meant, but they were given no time to process it, because he suddenly hurled a stone toward them, and midway through its flight, it sharply veered off course and shot straight toward the Hellflower. The instant it struck, the nightmare hellflower flared violently, its flames surging higher, spreading outward, and roaring out of control. Panic erupted across the field as the players who had come with Shadow began shouting and scattering in desperation, some screaming and asking what this nightmare state even was, others realizing it was a trap, one voice yelling for an immediate retreat, while the entire battlefield collapsed into chaos. At the same time, a man with long hair draped over his forehead let out a cold laugh, sneering that the Xia pigs actually believed they could escape, making it clear there was no chance of getting away. Then someone activated wall construction, and its effect took hold instantly as a massive wall surged upward, sealing the entrance completely. The panic intensified as everyone grasped the situation at once. Something was terribly wrong. The exit had been blocked, there was no escape, and voices erupted everywhere. People shouting that the entrance was sealed, someone cursing loudly, another yelling that Theodore himself was trapped inside as well, meaning he could not escape either. But Theodore immediately snapped back, shouting for them to ask themselves if they really thought he was as foolish as they were. And without hesitation, he ordered Zuma to activate Soulwalker. Zuma moved at once to use Soulwalker, but before she could fully trigger it, an attack struck her forehead. An arrow pierced straight through her head, clean and fatal, and she was eliminated instantly. Theodore jerked in shock and demanded to know what had just happened. At that moment, a girl wielding a crossbow stepped forward, making it clear she had fired the shot that killed Zuma, and in a calm, steady tone she said that Dark Shadow had been right all along, planting her feet firmly as she declared that those outside her race must have ulterior motives. She labeled the foreigners as spies and told them to prepare to die. Without pausing, she rushed straight at Theodore and unleashed a barrage of golden arrows, each one blazing as it tore through the air toward him. Theodore responded with a sneer, calling her naive, and, as the arrows closed in, he suddenly swapped positions. In that instant, another person appeared where he had been, and the golden arrows pierced that person's body from every direction, forcing blood from their mouth. The crossbow girl jolted and froze for a brief moment, staring intently at the person she had struck as realization set in that it was not Theodore at all, and she demanded to know where he had gone, even questioning aloud why fate had chosen someone else in his place. Meanwhile, Theodore escaped unharmed, reappearing at a different location as blue energy burst from his body and wrapped around him while he steadied himself and fixed his stance. The people nearby were stunned, blurting out whether Mr. Theodore had just swapped positions with someone carrying a cord, and Theodore responded only with a cold glare. The two who had been standing beside him quickly retreated, asking what had happened to Zuma, and the girl reported that CHU was gone as well. Theodore's expression darkened as he stated that the plan had been exposed, suspecting that a SHU or CHU, someone from Dexia, must have betrayed them, while the man with hair hanging over his forehead spat out a curse, saying that people from Dexia truly could not be trusted. Still speaking in an icy tone, Theodore continued, saying the fighting had already resumed, repeating that old saying that those not of the same tree must have different hearts, then claiming that those who had died in this area had been dragged into a nightmare and were beyond saving. He added that Zuma's fate was regrettable, but there was nothing to be done. Even so, he declared with absolute certainty that Shadow and Dexia's so-called elites would also die, and his thoughts drifted back to fate once more, flowers blooming as they were meant to, offering thanks to those destined to meet again, believing that myths were forged along an invincible path, and that the heavens would guide him back to the homeland he had long missed. In Theodore's mind, everything was unfolding step by step according to prophecy, and he was convinced that this time Dexia would suffer a devastating loss of strength and vitality. Once he returned to N-Country, they would deploy a large force of elites to seize the advantage and push forward to total victory. And in his vision, Dexia would gradually descend into chaos until it was completely erased. It opens with the Hellflower volcano erupting at full power, flames blasting high into the sky and raging in every direction as searing heat spreads outward. And the moment that fire rolls over the players, the scene collapses into chaos. People shouting and crying out, some panicking as they yell that this is bad and demand to know what they are supposed to do. A man with a sharp, composed expression raises his voice above the noise and demands to know what the nightmare state actually is, and another answers immediately in plain terms, explaining that once someone falls into a nightmare state, they cannot be revived and cannot log out either. Then a third cuts in, pointing out just how dire their situation is. They're trapped in a place where time flows 10,000 times faster than normal, with a diamond boss directly in front of them, and bluntly asks whether that means they are essentially doomed. At that moment, a system screen flashes up, notifying them of a team invitation and asking whether they want to join Shadow's party. Shadow steps forward and speaks with calm certainty, saying that since he was the one who brought them here, he will not allow them to die, then gives clear, direct orders. From this point on, they are to follow his commands exactly, because as long as they coordinate properly, they will bring the boss down. The others look at him, surprised yet reassured, and one by one they agree and accept the invitation. The system screen appears again, listing the names of those who have joined Shadow's team. And as he taps the interface, the people behind him begin calling out that they believe in him, repeating that they trust Shadow, and then he activates a skill called Distant Green Mountain Soul Link. Off to the side, Xiao Yoyu responds immediately, saying she understands, focusing her energy as she raises a surge of purple power. And in that instant, streams of light begin to radiate from everyone's bodies, leaving the entire group stunned as they watch the energy link them together. Shadow explains the effect, telling them the chain will combine their strength and increase their resistance, slowing the buildup of nightmare corrosion. And he reminds them that only players who have reached professional Tier 1 or higher can unlock special resistances, such as nightmare resistance, which is exactly why he required all of them to reach that level before coming here. Some of them finally understood and nodded in realization. Yet the Hellflower volcano continued to burn with savage intensity, its roots and vein-like tendrils spreading beneath the ground like living organisms, and without warning those thick veins lashed outward and seized two players. In an instant they were yanked into the air, hanging upside down by their legs with their heads facing the blazing ground, and the sense of danger surged sharply. Panic broke out as everyone grasped the brutal rule. If someone died or fully entered the nightmare state, the boss would capture that person and use them as nourishment, and once taken, their life force would be continuously drained within the nightmare until nothing remained. So the rule became terrifyingly clear: do not die, and if someone did fall, revival skills had to be used immediately before the boss could claim them. Shadow quickly filled in the rest, stating that he had already used the system to divide everyone into teams, and that the Nightmare Hellflower possessed 3.6 billion HP, with the battle divided into 3 phases. He explained that the first phase began with the boss extending 6 vines, each one locking onto a specific individual, and that every assigned player would have to deal with their own vine alone. One man, the so-called one-man squad type, immediately spoke up, pointing out that he was alone, and Shadow responded calmly that it was not a problem, that his abilities were strong, and that he trusted him. Almost the moment those words were spoken, the Hellflower volcano erupted even more violently, enormous vines shooting outward at high speed, and before the one-man squad could fully react, one of them seized him and dragged him straight toward the Hellflower. As he was pulled away, he shouted back with bitter irony, loudly thanking Shadow for believing in him, his tone edged with sarcasm amid the chaos. Around them, the others stared at the damage numbers appearing and could not hide their confusion, because someone pointed out how low they were. Despite all the movement and skill use, they were only dealing 250 damage, an amount that felt almost humiliating. At that moment, Shadow added calmly that he had forgotten to mention one key detail. During the first phase, the boss had a 90% damage reduction. Everyone froze, demanding how they were supposed to fight under those conditions. In the same instant, Graceful Liberation Squad shouted as a surge of power swept across the battlefield, and Shadow swung his blade in a heavy, decisive strike, releasing a burst of green energy. Even under 90% damage reduction, his attack still dealt 700,000 damage, leaving everyone stunned. Without slowing in the slightest, Shadow continued issuing commands, stating that if any vine was left without a target, the boss would unleash a massive area attack capable of wiping out the entire field, so everyone had to actively draw their assigned vine, keep it engaged, and above all avoid dying, because he would handle everything else. The entire team responded in unison that they understood, and at once the Hellflower volcano extended even more golden veins that spread across the battlefield, prompting someone to shout a warning that all the vines had appeared and every team needed to stay alert. Skills flared to life as everyone activated their abilities. Weapons were raised as they shifted into defensive stances, and Shadow launched himself into the air, cutting across the battlefield with overwhelming speed and pressure, weaving between the vines with controlled, precise bursts of movement. A red-haired girl watched in open awe, excitement spilling out as she exclaimed that the big shot was unbelievably cool and his damage output was insane. But that excitement vanished instantly when a vine suddenly twisted toward her, wrapped tightly around her body, and she screamed for help, calling desperately for Big Lee. Before the situation could worsen, Shadow appeared in an instant, catching the red-haired girl midair and bringing her safely down as he landed, and someone immediately noticed that the final vine had disappeared. Shadow fixed her with a stern gaze and warned her not to lose focus again, because next time she truly would die. Still in pain, she forced out an apology and promised it would not happen again. And then the Hellflower volcano surged even more violently as the enormous flower began to open, slowly spreading its petals until fully unfolded, prompting someone to point out that something was emerging from within. A woman stepped out from the center, appearing as the human form of the Hellflower, and a few players reacted with casual remarks about her appearance, even questioning whether this was the time to be commenting on it, though they still admitted she looked striking. In the next moment, massive golden rings of energy burst outward from her body and swept across the battlefield, and Shadow immediately warned that the boss had entered Phase 2. 3 orbs of light condensed from nightmare energy, and Shadow quickly explained the mechanic. The orbs would randomly lock onto 3 players and pursue them, and if anyone made contact with one, their nightmare gauge would increase by 10% while the orb would split into 2. So under no circumstances could anyone allow themselves to be hit by those orbs. With those instructions in place, everyone immediately scattered in emotion as the red glowing orbs began chasing them. Yet despite the warning, 2 players were still grazed, and panic surged as they shouted that things were going wrong. Shadow responded at once, telling them not to panic, stressing that the orbs moved relatively slowly and that anyone targeted only needed to pull away from the main group and find a safe place to avoid them. At the same time, he reminded the others that the vines would continue appearing, so those not being chased had to keep dealing with them. And he added one more crucial detail. In Phase 2, the boss's damage reduction dropped to 50%, meaning they had to follow the plan and stop acting recklessly. Just as he finished laying everything out, another voice cut in with firm confidence, saying the rest should stick to the strategy, while he would handle the main boss himself. From high in the air, Shadow dived straight toward the Hellflower's human form, deliberately picking this diamond-grade boss as the ideal test for the limits of his power. And the instant he committed, he triggered Shadow of Slaughter, summoning dark duplicates, so that 5 figures in total. Shadow himself and 4 clones descended together, closing in from all sides before simultaneously unleashing the Crimson Blade Ultimate, which erupted into a massive pillar of crimson energy as 4 consecutive hits struck almost at once, each blow exceeding 1.5 million damage. Without hesitation, Shadow followed up by stepping forward and using Throat Cut, slicing open a deep gash that applied a heavy bleed effect, and then he pulled back immediately to assess the outcome of the burst. Even with the boss still benefiting from its 50% damage reduction, the attack had removed nearly 6 million health. And as he calculated quickly, he realized Crimson Blade grew stronger the lower the enemy's health became, meaning only a few more cycles like this would be enough to end the battle. Yet just as that conclusion formed, Shadow abruptly stiffened, a surge of instinct warning him that something had gone terribly wrong behind him. His eyes widened as he turned from a boss and took in the battlefield, now slipping into chaos. Nightmare orbs had multiplied out of control, filling the air like a storm of glowing red lights, while Wang Ming's voice rang out over the panic, shouting for anyone targeted by an orb to run away from others to prevent further splitting. Players broke formation and fled in all directions as the spheres pursued them, their frantic movements shattering the team's structure, while those escaping blindly collided with groups already struggling against the vines. The defenders shouted at them to keep their distance, but the warnings achieved nothing as everything spiraled closer to collapse. As Shadow examined the situation more carefully, he spotted the hidden mechanic behind the sudden disaster. Whenever the boss's vine struck a nightmare orb, it gained a 3-second surge of speed that made it nearly impossible to evade. Realizing the team could not survive under these conditions for long, he gritted his teeth and called out for everyone to endure just a few more seconds, because by his estimate he needed only 5 seconds to force the boss into its third phase. Locking his focus, his eyes burning with resolve, Shadow began setting up his next burst rotation, all while silently grumbling about the absurd number of buffs he needed to stack. He activated Silent Concealment alongside Dark Depth to heighten both his stealth and his damage output, then raised the Blacklight Shield to boost his attack power by another 30%, and without delay, he triggered Shadow of Slaughter once again, calling forth clones that inherited every active buff he currently carried. With everything in place, Shadow shot forward like a blur and unleashed his altered technique, Instant Shadow Slash. And in the very next instant both he and his clones dissolved into streaks of motion, striking simultaneously as the space around the boss filled with flashing blue blades, while the system registered an astonishing total of 216 hits in less than a heartbeat. Shadow bellowed that he was not finished, and immediately he and his clones followed up by releasing the Crimson Blade Ultimate again, for towering pillars of red energy crashing down at once and tearing through the boss's defenses as the Hellflower's human form spat out green blood under the overwhelming force. Without giving the enemy a moment to recover, Shadow stepped in and completed the sequence with Throat Cut, delivering a critical hit that inflicted over 18 million damage on the monster. Nearby players could only watch in stunned disbelief and dread, because while they struggled to deal mere hundreds of damage per strike, Shadow had just unleashed a single sequence worth 20 million, leaving many questioning whether the person fighting beside them could even be considered human. The boss reeled backward, its body convulsing violently as waves of pain surged through it, while the massive flower stalk behind its human form twisted and darkened into a sinister purple, prompting Shadow to immediately call out that the Hellflower had entered its third phase. A piercing shriek erupted from the boss, laced with both rage and suffering, as her form became unstable and erratic in preparation for her final attacks. And at the same time, the entire cave shifted into a deep, suffocating purple that transformed the battlefield's atmosphere. Wang Ming looked up in alarm just as the vines began to intertwine, forming enormous, twisted wooden pillars that surged upward from the ground like jagged towers. Recognizing the threat at once, Shadow shouted commands to the team, explaining that these pillars acted as magnets for the nightmare orbs and warning that every orb absorbed would restore 10% of the boss's health, meaning the structures had to be destroyed before they could feed energy back into the monster. And as he issued orders, he quickly clarified the updated mechanics of Phase 3. The red orbs would no longer split into additional copies, but the danger they posed had become far deadlier. Shadow warned that even the slightest contact with an orb would now force a player straight into the nightmare state, and the danger escalated further if someone was already afflicted, because in that case the orb would change into nightmare bugs that would consume the victim's lifespan until death inevitably followed. At those words, the soldiers stared at the floating red spheres in open fear, fully aware that a single misstep now meant permanent death. Behind his mask, Shadow's gaze sharpened as he shouted for everyone to stay focused and avoid the orbs at all costs, urging them to hold their ground for just 10 more seconds. While in his mind, he rapidly mapped out the path to victory. The boss had less than 10 million health left, and his skills needed only 3 more seconds to come off cooldown, meaning one more full-powered instant Shadow Slash would be enough to end it. Then a scream tore across the battlefield. Shadow snapped his head toward the sound, stunned, just in time to see a player's nightmare gauge fill completely as the man's eyes ignited with a red, maddened glow. Wang Ming cried out in shock as he understood what had happened, shouting that someone from their squad had fallen into the nightmare state. The afflicted player dropped to the ground, his body writhing in unbearable agony, while a crimson orb hovered above him, and in the next horrifying instant it slowly descended into his body. The transformation was immediate. His body split apart as hundreds of red nightmare bugs burst through his flesh, devouring him from within until nothing remained, and the system coldly announced that the player's summer horse had exhausted his lifespan and died permanently. Nearby, a guild leader was overtaken by terror and began running blindly across the battlefield. Wang Ming shouted desperately for him to stop moving recklessly, but panic had already taken hold, and by the time the mistake became clear, it was too late. The fleeing guild leader had unknowingly drawn a nightmare orb directly toward one of the wooden pillars. The man apologized helplessly even as the pillar's vines lashed out and snatched the orb from midair, instantly absorbing the crimson sphere and channeling its energy back into the Hellflower, restoring a massive 3.6 million health for each orb consumed. Shadow could only watch as the boss's health bar began climbing again, and in that moment, he understood the battle was slipping beyond his control. All around him, nearly every player's nightmare gauge was nearing its limit, and he realized this was his final chance to bring the fight to an end. With a grim calculation running through his mind, he determined that if the boss regained more than 20 million health, then even his own damage would no longer be enough to finish it. Sweat slid down Shadow's face as he fixed his gaze on the interface before him. As chaos swallowed the battlefield, players shouted in panic while desperately weaving around the red nightmare, orbs that meant permanent death on contact, and at the same time the squad tasked with destroying the wooden pillars began to falter under mounting pressure, shouting that they could no longer hold as their nightmare gauges crept dangerously close to the limit. Watching everything come apart, Shadow grasped with grim certainty that if this continued even a little longer, the entire team would be wiped out. Technically, he could still escape on his own by activating the phasing effect of his boots and slipping away while the rest perished. Yet the thought stalled him, because choosing that path would condemn everyone else to certain death. Then, in the middle of the turmoil, a sword rose into the air. Wang Ming stepped forward and activated Holy Barrier, granting himself 7 full seconds of absolute invincibility, his eyes burning with resolve as he shouted for Shadow to ignore everything else and focus entirely on dealing damage to the boss, declaring that he would take responsibility for the defense. The sudden determination caught Shadow off guard, and he instinctively demanded to know what the tank intended to do. But Wang Ming did not hesitate. The instant the barrier enveloped him, he cast Speed Blessing and sprinted straight into the storm of red orbs. Little Black stared in shock as Wang Ming deliberately slammed his invincible body into the nightmare orbs, intercepting them before they could reach the pillars and restore the boss's health. Captain immediately shouted at him, warning that he was acting recklessly, explaining that while Holy Barrier would stop the orbs from killing him outright, his nightmare gauge would continue to rise, and the moment the invincibility ended, nightmare bugs would emerge and devour him alive. Hearing this, Wang Ming simply smiled with calm acceptance and said he already understood the price, but had chosen this path because it was the only way they could win. Rushing forward towards certain death, Wang Ming shouted that he trusted Shadow completely to lead them to victory. Captain did not hesitate to back the desperate gamble. Her eyes flared with power as she activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, summoning a massive blue dragon whose life force was directly linked to her own, and raising her sword, she commanded the dragon to swallow the deadly nightmare, orbs drifting across the battlefield. Because her life was bound to the creature, the corruption struck immediately. The instant the dragon swallowed the orbs, Her nightmare gauge shot to its maximum, and she coughed up blood while forcing herself to endure the curse so that Shadow would not have to bear it. At that same moment, Wang Meng's holy barrier faded, leaving him fully exposed to the permanent death he had knowingly embraced, and not long after, he dropped to one knee as a faint golden glow flickered around his body. Little Black cried out in shock as it dawned on her, and in Wang Meng were sacrificing themselves, taking the orbs into their own bodies just to buy Shadow a few more seconds. Refusing to stand idle, she called on the rest of the team to do the same. One by one, the remaining players surged forward, deliberately intercepting the red orbs with their bodies, fully aware that survival still depended on whether Shadow could end the fight in time. And the swordsman even smiled with calm confidence as the orbs struck him, stating that their only duty now was to buy time for Shadow. While nearby, Zhang Yaoying the witch laughed openly in the face of death, standing her ground without any intention of retreating. At that moment, a support player suddenly grasped a crucial point. If they were already destined to fall into the nightmare state, then their final moments should be spent strengthening the one person who could still secure victory. And without delay, he cast a blessing and shouted for everyone to channel their abilities into empowering their leader. The other mages responded instantly, pouring every buff they had onto Shadow. Standing at the center of it all, Shadow became the focus of the team's last hope, his body layered with enhancements as blue lightning crackled over him, while his teammates shouted desperately for him to kill the boss and pull them back from the nightmare. Watching his teammates willingly give themselves up, Shadow showed a faint mix of amusement and resolve, muttering under his breath that they were truly a reckless group, while the immense power they had granted him surged violently through his body, swelling to the point it felt as though it might tear him apart. Without wasting even a moment, he activated a rapid chain of abilities: Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Blacklight, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release, stacking each enhancement until his strength reached its absolute peak. Then he raised a single finger and pointed straight at the boss, issuing the final command. Dark clones erupted into existence around the Hellflower of Nightmares, encircling the monster in a flawless ring before releasing a perfectly synchronized barrage of attacks, as spiraling purple slashes expanded outward in a violent vortex that tore through the boss's petals, while the system instantly counted 216 hits. At the center of the storm, Shadow stood with his cape whipping behind him, and then without warning he shot upward, rising high above the battered creature. For a brief moment, he hung suspended in the air, his eyes locked with lethal focus. Then he descended like a falling meteor. Driving straight toward the flower's core, Shadow brought his blade down in a devastating vertical strike that split through the boss, the flower, and even the surrounding space itself. And in the next instant the Hellflower exploded into a violent vortex of dispersing energy, while across the battlefield the twisted red pillars of the Nightmare Realm collapsed as the monster's influence disappeared. A system notification appeared immediately, announcing that the party had secured the world's first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Below, Captain N and Wang Meng lay on the ground, exhausted yet alive, faint green healing flames flickering around them as the nightmare state receded. With the danger finally gone, N and Zhang Yaoying burst into celebration, cheering for the victory they had narrowly survived, though Captain N complained that the curse had cost her 10 years of her lifespan, while Wang Meng calmly reassured her that it was a small price for survival and proof that trusting Shadow had been the right choice. As the boss's remains fully dissolved, golden loot orbs began to rain down across the battlefield, prompting one greedy player to leap forward in an attempt to grab them, only for the others to shout at him to stop, insisting that the reward should be distributed by Shadow. But as Little Black scanned the area, she suddenly noticed something strange. Shadow was nowhere in sight. Confusion spread through the team as they called out, asking where their leader had gone, until Shadow's voice suddenly came through the voice chat, telling them to wait because he still had unfinished business, which only deepened their confusion as they pointed out that the boss was already dead. Moments later, Shadow appeared in the distance, wrapped in swirling purple energy, and coldly clarified that although the monster had been killed, the ones who truly deserved to die were still alive. Mounted atop his skeletal dragon, Osirio, he ascended into the sky. His target was Theodore, who had already boarded a plane in an attempt to escape back to Country M. Yet despite the distance, Shadow gave chase without hesitation, urging his dragon ever higher into the sky with no intention of allowing the traitor to get away. As the pursuit stretched on, Theodore's earlier prophecy resurfaced in Shadow's mind, its mocking words lingering as they echoed again and again. The flower blooms as expected. You're the only lucky one. The invisible path in the sky will lead you back to your long-lost hometown. High above the darkened world, Shadow pursued the airplane through the night sky while riding atop his skeletal dragon, Osirio, having already spent more than 3,500 years of tradable lifespan to make this chase possible, using that cost to synchronize his in-game abilities with reality so that his character's stats, equipment, and even his epic grade mount could manifest in the real world. Carried forward by the dragon's overwhelming speed, he steadily closed the gap until he finally caught up with the aircraft. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadow stepped off the dragon's back and plunged through the freezing high-altitude winds before landing firmly on top of the speeding jet. He rose slowly to his feet atop the plane, yellow light blazing in his eyes as dark energy surged around him, gathering like a storm while he prepared to take his revenge. Inside the aircraft, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. The cabin filled with a light celebratory mood as two champagne glasses clinked together in a toast. Theodore and Mei Jing exchanging satisfied smiles, while Mei Jing congratulated him on successfully returning to his hometown in Country M. Clearly pleased, Theodore welcomed both Mei Jing and Tony as official members of Country M. And when Mei Jing politely asked him to look after them from now on, Tony sat nearby, scrolling through his phone. With a malicious chuckle, Tony remarked that he wanted to check the news to see whether the so-called Great Gia Pigs, Shadow's team, had already been wiped out. Yet the instant his eyes landed on the screen, the amusement vanished, replaced by complete shock. His hands began to tremble as he turned the phone toward the others, revealing an unbelievable headline. Not only had Shadow's team survived, they had secured the first kill of the Diamond Grade boss, and they had done so with almost no casualties. Mei Jing and Tony stared in disbelief, their jaws hanging open as the reality of Shadow's overwhelming strength shattered the arrogance they had held until that moment. While Theodore himself was so shaken that his grip loosened and the wine glass slipped from his hand, crashing onto the floor as red wine spread across the surface like spilled blood. He stammered helplessly, unable to comprehend how anyone could survive the nightmare. Sitting in the dimly lit cabin, Theodore hastily reopened the prophecy he had relied on before, reading it over and over until horror slowly spread across his face as he realized he had misinterpreted it entirely. The true meaning of the Star God's prophecy became clear in that instant. The pitiful ones it spoke of had never been Shadow's team. They were his own subordinates. His gaze slowly shifted toward Tony and Mei Jing, and a cold chill crept down his spine as the final line of the prophecy echoed through his thoughts. You're the only lucky one. If he was destined to be the sole survivor, then everyone else was already marked for death. As if drawn by that fear, Theodore's eyes drifted past them toward the airplane window, and what he saw turned that dread into reality. Beyond the glass, Shadow's masked face appeared, his glowing yellow eyes fixed directly on Theodore from the darkness outside. Theodore screamed in terror, pointing a trembling finger at the window as he shouted that Shadow was right there. Tony, confused by the sudden outburst, leaned closer and pressed his face against the glass to check. But after a brief look, he turned back with a baffled expression, saying there was nothing outside except the empty night sky, completely unaware that death stood only inches away. Clutching his phone with shaking hands, Theodore insisted to his increasingly panicked subordinates that Shadow had truly tracked them down. Tony quickly connected the pieces and shouted that Shadow must have extracted the skeletal dragon into the real world, while Theodore's mind raced through the implications, calculating that bringing an epic grade mount out would cost more than 1,000 years of lifespan, an almost unimaginable price. Mei Jing broke down into tears, convinced there was no escape. Even as fear gripped him, Theodore forced himself to think clearly, pointing out that they were aboard a civilian passenger plane filled with innocent people, reasoning that if Shadow tried to break in, the aircraft would be destroyed and everyone on board would die. That thought steadied him slightly, and he declared that Shadow would never dare slaughter innocent civilians, meaning they would remain safe at least until landing. Then he revealed the final measure he had prepared. Before departing, he had already called in reinforcements. At the airport in Country M, a squad of elite-powered individuals was assembling, and on the ground, a cybernetic soldier received confirmation that Shadow was approaching. The elite team waiting at the airport immediately shifted into full combat readiness. Among them stood a white-haired woman and a silent hooded figure, while two additional agents confirmed that their mission parameters had changed. Above the airport, a massive magic circle ignited across the sky, radiating ominous power as the objective was declared without ambiguity, to kill Shadow the moment he arrived. High above the clouds, Theodore remained oblivious to the trap taking shape on the ground, convinced that all they had to do was wait, and with steady confidence, he reassured Mei Jing and Tony that Country M never abandons its citizens. Comforted by his words, Mei Jing thanked him sincerely, while Tony pledged his loyalty to the nation that had supposedly taken him in, neither of them realizing that the sense of safety surrounding them was nothing more than an illusion. Behind Theodore's composed demeanor, his true thoughts revealed a colder truth. He had already decided that Tony and Mei Jing were destined to die, and in his mind the prophecy had made one thing certain. He alone was the lucky one. As he quietly planned for his own survival, he recalled the special cards he had distributed to various informants. If danger arose, he intended to hand one to a passenger and activate his Dark Star boundary skill, swapping places with them to escape while leaving them behind. With that decision made, Theodore rose and began walking slowly down the aisle, observing the passengers as he searched for a suitable scapegoat. until he eventually stopped beside a young man wearing bright red headphones. The passenger looked up in confusion as Theodore greeted him politely and extended a golden card, falsely claiming it would grant powerful buffs. But the moment his hand stretched forward, black energy erupted from the shadows. The young man screamed. Theodore stared in disbelief as his own subordinates died right before his eyes, and panic instantly swept through the cabin as terrified passengers shouted and scrambled in fear. From the victims' torn necks, glowing red hellflowers, spider lilies, burst into bloom, their crimson petals spreading through the air as the unmistakable mark of a deadly skill. Theodore froze where he stood, sweat pouring down his face as the realization struck with crushing force. It was Shadow. Looking toward the nearby seats, he saw that Tony and Mei Jing's bodies had already disappeared, leaving behind only dark bloodstains and those eerie red flowers. Driven purely by the instinct to survive, Theodore forced himself to act, knowing that hesitation meant death. And as he prepared to activate Dark Star Boundary, he told himself that even if the mission failed, survival was now the only thing that mattered. Yet before he could trigger the teleportation, a sharp sound cut through the air. Theodore's body locked up as his vision suddenly filled with blood. His right arm, still clutching the escape card, had been cleanly severed at the wrist. He screamed in agony as the detached hand spun through the air, and just before it hit the ground, someone reached out and caught it with calm precision. Standing directly behind the terrified traitor was Shadow. With the severed hand held firmly in his grip, yellow light blazing from his eyes, Shadow spoke in a tone laced with cold mockery, telling Theodore that he would indeed return to Country M, then calmly explaining the ancient Xia philosophy that fallen leaves always return to their roots, making it unmistakably clear that Theodore's corpse would be sent back to his homeland. Shadow's gaze hardened as he leaned in closer to the mutilated man, and he added that before Theodore died, there was a message he needed him to deliver. At last, the true and horrifying meaning behind Theodore's prophecy was revealed. In a dark room far away, the lifeless bodies of Chu and Zuma lay motionless on a bed, having fallen to the fatal consequence of being dragged into the nightmare zone, while around their core ghostly red spider lilies bloomed, their silent presence mocking Theodore's belief that he alone would be the fortunate one. Back aboard the airplane, Shadow delivered the final, lethal strike. He thrust his hand straight into Theodore's chest and ripped out the man's still beating heart. And Theodore's face froze in stunned disbelief as he stared at Shadow. A gaping, blood-soaked cavity left where his heart had been, the prophecy fulfilled in the most brutal way imaginable. Death came instantly, his body dropping to its knees before collapsing face-first into the aisle. As a horrified passenger watched, Theodore's blood began to spread unnaturally across the floor, crawling outward until it formed words. The final message Shadow left behind for his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside, the airplane continued gliding through the dark sky as if nothing had occurred, its flight smooth and undisturbed. And having finished what he came for, Shadow activated his dark abilities and phased through the roof of the aircraft, emerging into the freezing air above. Standing calmly atop the speeding jet, a faint blue ghostly aura gathered around his foot as he casually remarked on how useful his special boots were, having just used their formless effect to pass through the plane structure. Without hesitation, he leaned back and stepped off into the open sky. Falling freely through the cold air, Shadow dropped with perfect accuracy onto the back of his enormous skeletal dragon, Osirio, and together they plunged away from the aircraft, diving down into the darkness of the night. Meanwhile, the airplane continued its approach toward the brightly lit skyline of Country M, preparing for its final descent, unaware that a massive military operation was already waiting below. Inside a command room, a commander directed the ambush, issuing orders for every unit to take position. As the entire airport was locked down under heavy security, magical barriers flaring to life, anti-stealth fields activating across the area, and powerful magical artillery standing ready to fire the moment the aircraft entered range. As the plane descended and its landing gear touched the runway, the forces on the ground were already prepared for battle, with squads of cloaked assassins, elite snipers, and heavily armored knights hidden throughout the airport, each under strict orders to eliminate Shadow the instant he appeared. Inside the cabin, the ordinary passengers remained completely unaware of the massive trap waiting beyond the aircraft, and the same young man with the red headphones gazed out the window with quiet curiosity, wondering if Country M always gave such an intense welcome to arriving flights. Once the plane docked, the cabin doors opened and an agent stepped inside. Yet the moment he and his partner looked down the aisle, the resolve on their faces shattered into shock as Theodore's corpse lay sprawled on the floor. They immediately reported back in alarm, confirming his death and describing the terrifying message written in his own blood. The leader of the ambush force, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes, read the bloody words with rising fury, the message declaring that anyone who offended Great Xia would be hunted down, and in that instant he understood the truth. Shadow had already made his move. Refusing to abandon the pursuit, a masked ninja agent turned to a nearby witch and demanded to know whether the anti-stealth barriers had detected anything, assuming Shadow was still somewhere within the airport. But after checking her detection magic, the witch shook her head and confirmed that no invisible presence had been recorded inside the barrier. The realization spread quickly through the command team. Their anti-stealth system operated at level 20, leading the leader to a chilling conclusion. Shadow's stealth abilities had to be of an even higher tier, strong enough to bypass their defenses entirely and slip through the trap unnoticed. Even with civilians still present, the white-haired mage commander made a ruthless decision, declaring that the situation had escalated into an S-class threat before issuing a single, uncompromising command. All units were to open fire. A masked subordinate hesitated, pointing out nervously that passengers were still inside the aircraft, but the commander responded with fury, slamming his staff against the ground as he demanded absolute obedience, insisting that Shadow was somewhere within the plane and ordering an immediate full-power assault. At once, the airport erupted into violence as a massive barrage of magical projectiles and concentrated laser beams launched from the terminal and surrounding defenses into the night. Inside the aircraft, the young man with the headphones and another passenger looked out the window just in time to understand what was happening, their expressions turning to terror as the devastating barrage streaked across the tarmac toward the defenseless airliner. Then the final attack descended. A colossal spell, blazing like a miniature sun, fell from above and struck the aircraft directly, and the impact triggered a massive explosion of fire that engulfed the plane entirely, obliterating it in a single catastrophic blast. As flames raged across the runway, a scout quickly reported that the life detection barrier had found no surviving life within the burning wreckage. The red-eyed leader of the ambush stood in silence, watching the inferno, as two figures approached him, a bald, muscular man and another official. The bald man confronted him at once, his voice thick with anger as he warned that Great Xia would never overlook the blatant killing of their civilians, and that all flights between the two nations would inevitably be suspended because of this incident. Throwing his arms up in frustration, he complained that his long-term strategy of using civilian flights to smuggle spies into Great Xia had now been completely destroyed, making it far more difficult to undermine their enemy from within. The red-eyed leader slowly turned, fixing him with a cold stare as he dismissed him as a coward, questioning how they could ever stand against a nation protected by someone like Shadow if they lacked the ruthlessness required to face such an opponent. His glowing eye burning as he stated a brutal truth. Death is permanent. Standing before the towering flames, he calmly justified his decision, declaring that if Shadow had truly been aboard that aircraft, then this would have been the perfect chance to eliminate him. And in his mind, even the slightest possibility of killing Shadow was worth the cost of the plane and every passenger on it. Tension among the forces of Country M immediately surged. The bald man glared at him with open hostility, stating that he had never trusted him, then ordering him to be silent before insulting him outright, sneering that he was nothing more than a half-breed carrying Great Xia blood. Before the bald man could react, the red-eyed leader moved with blinding speed, his fists slamming into the man's face with overwhelming force and sending the large figure flying backward through the air. Golden energy crackled violently around his body as he revealed the darkness behind his resolve, openly declaring his hatred for the Great Xia blood within him, calling it a curse that had filled his life with suffering, yet at the same time proclaiming his absolute loyalty to Country M above all else. The scene then shifted to the retrieval of their fallen comrade. Two agents approached the red-eyed leader, one of them the white-haired mage commander, carrying Theodore's mutilated remains, and without ceremony, they dropped the corpse onto the ground. The red-eyed leader knelt beside the corpse as a strange blend of purple and golden aura gathered around him, and with his head slightly bowed, he told Theodore to rest in peace, honoring him as a hero of Country M while promising that his body would be returned to his hometown for a proper burial. Rising to his feet once more, he revealed the true, terrifying nature of his power. 3 glowing blue cards appeared in his hand, their faint light pulsing as he unveiled his hidden class, Corpse Collector, an ability that allowed him to draw strength directly from the dead. He examined the radiant cards with cold satisfaction, praising Theodore's immense contributions and the vast spy network he had successfully built, while a system notification explained the mechanics of this power. Whenever he touched a corpse, he could obtain that person's professional skills, and if he acquired duplicate abilities, those skills would evolve into a higher level. Holding one of the luminous blue cards between his fingers, his single red eye gleaming with malice, the system confirmed that he had successfully absorbed Theodore's core abilities, including Divinatory Omen of the Star God and the spatial technique Dark Star Boundary. Now empowered by the abilities of his fallen subordinate, the red-eyed leader spoke a chilling vow, declaring that he would personally ensure the complete and absolute destruction of Great Xia. With a single raised arm, the red-eyed leader lifted the glowing blue card high as light flared around him, activating the freshly obtained divination ability to search for a way to defeat Shadow. And what answered him was a bizarre cosmic scene. A mother stretching out in desperation toward a child slipping into a vast, star-filled abyss. An omen he examined closely as he considered how a bond that strong could be turned into a vulnerability he could exploit. Not far away, two subordinates, including the white-haired mage, began dissecting the information Theodore had left behind, and after aligning every clue with the prophecy, they determined that a great Xia guild called Feek Heavy Industries, along with its leader Huang Huifan and her son hanging, matched the omen perfectly. The red-eyed leader affirmed their conclusion and added that one of Theodore's informants was already planted within that guild and was carrying one of the special cards. A holographic map unfolded before them as he laid out his plan, explaining that by using Dark Star Boundary, he could instantly switch places with that informant, letting him enter Great Xia without detection. And as he spoke, he produced another glowing blue card, placing these magical cards into the hands of the white-haired mage and her companion with strict orders to safeguard them and never activate them. He then declared that he would head to Great Xia alone, instructing the others to stay behind until his signal, and once he had secured a route, he would use his power to teleport Country M's elite forces straight into enemy territory in one massive transfer. Fixing his gaze on the glowing card as the red scars across his abdomen pulsed faintly, he vowed that Country M would dominate the entire apocalyptic game, and the moment he activated the spatial ability, a towering column of blue light erupted around him before he vanished without a trace. In the very place he disappeared, another man abruptly appeared, crouched awkwardly with a roll of toilet paper still in his hand, stammering that he had been in the bathroom just moments ago, while a nearby agent calmly told him not to panic and, addressing him as Theodore's friend, formally welcomed him to Country M, leaving the man looking around in utter shock at his sudden relocation. Meanwhile, within the Nightmare Hellflower Boss Zone, the surviving members of Shadow's team remained gathered after the fierce battle, waiting in silence until a digital flash of blue light flickered into existence as Shadow logged back into the game, and the players spotted him instantly, with one shouting in excitement that he had returned. The leader of the Knights Templar Guild stepped forward with an easy smile, telling Shadow that every member had carried out his orders exactly and had left all the loot untouched for him alone to collect, and in reply, Shadow raised his hand as yellow lightning coiled around his fingers, thanking them for their work while telling them to use the rewards to improve their strength, then immediately activated a powerful skill as an enormous radiant golden fist, the greedy hand, materialized above, and crashed down, sweeping every scattered drop into one overwhelming collection. Two nearby players watched in astonishment, commenting that an ability like that would massively boost the amount of rewards they could secure. After everything was organized, Shadow took out a glowing spatial ring and passed it to Ziqing, explaining calmly that he had only kept the lifespan rewards and the gear suited for his assassin class, leaving all remaining items inside for her team to distribute. Ziqing's face turned red as she checked the contents, visibly shaken by the sheer volume of treasure within, and once she steadied herself, she asked what had become of Theodore and the others who had gone into the cave earlier. Shadow cast a brief glance toward the sealed entrance, his eye flashing with a cold yellow light, and answered flatly that they were all dead, causing Ziqing to gasp in shock. But before she could continue, he had already jumped into the air and turned into a dark streak as he shot away. He headed straight for a cavern bathed in red light, where two players were desperately trying to break through a massive stone wall, both clearly irritated as they complained that despite all their effort, they had only managed to chip away about 10% of its durability. And just then, the axe-wielding player spun around in surprise as a streak of blue energy tore past them. Shadow landed nearby, and in that same instant, a barrage of blue slashes burst from his blade, obliterating the enormous wall within moments. Then without a word he walked into the newly opened red tunnel, casually flicking his hand behind him in a dismissive motion toward the stunned pair, who remained frozen as they recognized the legendary player and silently marveled at the overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Later, seated atop his dragon, Shadow began going through the rewards he had gained from the boss fight. As he sifted through the rewards, Shadow identified 3 high-value items, 2 of them at legendary grade, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer, and pleased with the haul, he chose to spend his evolution points right away to upgrade the skill book, prompting the system to display the result, an evolved ancient-grade ultimate ability named Endless Nightmare, whose description detailed a fearsome area of effect power that forced enemies into a nightmare descent state where every hit rapidly built a nightmare gauge, while a passive effect increased his damage against any target afflicted by that condition. He examined the skill in detail and quickly grasped how dangerous the nightmare attribute would be against other players, since anyone affected would be unable to log out, leading him to conclude that when paired with a blooming curse, it could allow him to permanently kill players from within the game. The idea triggered a brief, vivid image in his mind of a terrified player writhing as glowing red spider lilies violently burst from their chest, though he still noted that the nightmare state was not absolute, as purification skills or certain items could remove it. Putting that aside, Shadow summoned his newly acquired weapon, and a sinister sword radiating red and black energy appeared in his grasp. Its presence steeped in killing intent, as the system identified it as the assassin-class Stellar Blade, which granted massive stat bonuses, significantly amplified backstab damage, and carried a unique effect that let him accumulate stacking increases to his physical attack each time he killed another player. The weapon also possessed a brutal secondary effect that dealt nearly 5 times more damage to enemy shields. And, as Shadow held the crimson glowing blade, a faint smirk crossed his face while he remarked that it truly deserved the title of a murder tool. After calculating its potential, he realized that combining the maximum stack bonus with the heavy backstab multiplier and the shield-breaking effect would make its destructive power truly terrifying. And as he continued reviewing its attributes, he noticed a special stripping effect capable of completely nullifying an opponent's attribute effects once its gauge was filled, leading him to conclude, recalling the fight he had just finished, that if he had wielded this blade then, he could have removed the monster's nightmare attributes and greatly reduced its threat. Continuing his inspection of the blade, Shadow uncovered an odd and rather humiliating effect attached to it. Any player killed by this sword would be branded with a permanent title displayed above their head, one that could never be removed, and amused by how ridiculous it was, he let out a quiet chuckle and remarked that the weapon's nickname, the Grandson Maker, fit it perfectly. With that settled, he moved on to the final boss reward, a diamond gray bracer, and the instant he equipped it, a geometric barrier of golden energy formed around him. He immediately recognized its impressive passive effect, which automatically generated a magic-blocking shield every 30 seconds, and fully satisfied with everything he had gained, Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osirio, rising into the orange-lit sky, while calculating that the Feek Heavy Industries Guild still owed him the remaining 800 years of lifespan from their deal. Deciding his next destination would be the Magic Leaning Tower hideout to collect that debt, he flew across the ruined city, already planning to grind his level up to 25 so he could take on a new trial using a summoning bell item. A few days earlier, within the desolate remains of a corrupted village, a group of players was suddenly ambushed as 2 of them were violently pierced through the chest by blood-soaked tentacles, their screams echoing across the broken streets, and the attacker soon revealed itself. A grotesque floating creature with blazing orange eyes, identified as a level 18 Emerald Grade boss, triggering immediate panic among the survivors, who felt completely outmatched and began shouting for everyone to flee. At that exact moment, a hand wreathed in intense purple flames stepped forward and effortlessly halted the monster's advance, followed by a commanding voice telling the terrified players not to panic and to hold formation, as Huang Ziqing emerged, cloaked in black and surrounded by swirling purple abyssal energy, declaring with absolute confidence that he would control the boss himself, while ordering the others to attack and assuring them that victory was guaranteed. Instead of complying, the party members shouted at him to run, reminding him that the creature was an Emerald Grade boss and mocking him for acting as though he had power comparable to Shadow. Yet their words did nothing to shake him, as Huang Ziqing simply answered with a cold, dangerous smirk, a sinister violet light igniting in his eyes while he told them to watch closely and witness the true power of the abyss. The players could only stare in stunned disbelief as his dark aura exploded outward, unleashing a vast surge of purple magic that crawled across the ground and reshaped the terrain into a churning abyssal mire. And as that corruption spread beneath the monster's body, he spoke with arrogant certainty, declaring that while Shadow merely hid within darkness, he himself was the very embodiment of the abyss's absolute, overwhelming darkness. Hanging stood with both arms raised as violent purple abyssal energy erupted from the ground in a crackling surge, the dark force spreading outward and shaping itself into a vast abyssal mire that engulfed the multi-eyed monster entirely, locking it in place and severely restricting its movement. Recognizing that the boss had been immobilized by the expanding darkness, Huang Ziqing snapped to the party to stop hesitating and attack at once, prompting Huang Huifan to step forward and assume command as she lifted her staff and ordered everyone to focus their attacks on the trapped creature. In response, the team unleashed a coordinated barrage of multicolored spells and magical projectiles that streaked across the battlefield and crashed into the immobilized boss, the relentless assault, tearing away large chunks of its health bar as 2 players briefly cheered at the heavy damage, only for their relief to vanish when one of them suddenly noticed something changing. Breaking free from the abyssal mire, the monster rose into the air as a dense mass of blue energy gathered around it, signaling the start of its second phase and the imminent release of a devastating ultimate attack, and panic spread instantly as a hooded player shouted for everyone to deploy defensive barriers to survive the incoming area of effect strike, while a heavily armored teammate turned and fled in fear, yelling that barriers would be useless regardless. Yet just as the creature was about to unleash its attack, a hand cloaked in dark energy appeared, conjuring glowing purple chains that shot forward and bound the boss in an instant, interrupting the ultimate before it could be cast. Huang Huifan and the hooded player stood frozen in shock, unable to understand how such a powerful attack had been stopped so easily, until Huang Ziqing's voice echoed across the battlefield, cold and filled with contempt as he insulted the group and dismissed them as nothing more than useless trash, standing there with his eyes burning in a sinister purple glow. Hanging pointed straight at his mother and mocked her for bringing along cowards who only knew how to run, completely disregarding the fact that with him present, victory had already been assured. As he laughed wildly and the dark aura around him surged, Huang Ziqing declared that he would forcefully awaken their true potential and show them the terrifying reality of Feek Heavy Industries, then raised his hand high while engulfed in swirling purple energy and activated a sinister ability, causing ominous red flames to flicker into existence around the stunned party members in the very next moment, catching Huang Huifan and the others completely off guard. The skill, called Abyssal Sacrifice, took shape as a grotesque, demonic visage while corrupted power seized the players' bodies, wrenching anguished screams from them as their eyes flared with a sinister red glow. As a curse born of the abyss, it siphoned away their lifespans and converted that stolen vitality into a temporary 99% boost to all attributes, driving them into a frenzied berserker state as they rushed the boss without hesitation. Strengthened by the dark enhancement, the team held their ground and began chanting together, their voices forming a steady, rhythmic incantation that built toward a single destructive release, and in the next instant, their combined magic surged forward in a coordinated torrent as waves of elemental force crashed into the bound monster. The overwhelming barrage, culminating in a massive fiery explosion that shook the battlefield and reduced nearby structures to rubble. When the smoke cleared, the boss shattered into countless particles of golden light, and a system notification appeared announcing that Feek Heavy Industries had defeated their first Emerald Grade boss, prompting the surviving members to erupt into ecstatic cheers and wild shouts as they threw their heads back in celebration of the guild's achievement. Proclaiming Ziqing their undeniable hero, the jubilant players began chanting his name and tossing him into the air repeatedly, while not far away, his mother watched everything in silence. As the celebration gradually faded, Huang Huifan instructed the guild to begin distributing the loot before turning to Ziqing and firmly ordering him to come with her, her cousin standing quietly beside her. Without protest, Ziqing followed as the three of them moved away from the group and walked deeper into the quiet ruins of an abandoned building where no one else could overhear them. And once they were alone, Huang Huifan slowly faced her son, her eyes glowing with a sharp, suspicious purple light as she demanded in a serious tone that he explain where he had obtained such unusual abilities. Visibly annoyed by the interrogation, Ziqing complained that she was treating him as if he had made some grave mistake even after securing a major victory for the guild. But Huang Huifan remained unmoved and coldly insisted on an answer, and with a click of his tongue while avoiding her gaze, Ziqing finally claimed that he had acquired those dark powers as a reward for defeating a powerful boss. Huang Huifan locked him in a piercing stare and bluntly stated that he was lying, which made Ziqing turn his head aside and lapse into a guilty silence. Her gaze remained sharp and unyielding as she reminded him that he was a mage, pointing out that the dark techniques he had used bore no resemblance to any normal mage abilities, and she then revealed the severe consequence of his actions, explaining that although the guild had succeeded in killing the boss, the spell he cast had instantly drained 300 years from their combined lifespan. Pressing him further, she added that those years had been meant to repay their massive debt to Shadow, insisting that the cost of his reckless power was far too high and demanding a full explanation. Overwhelmed and visibly irritated, Ziqing covered his face with one hand and snapped at her to stop, his frustration quickly erupting into anger as he lashed out, arguing that he had just secured a major victory for the guild, yet she was treating him like a criminal, his voice thick with resentment as he accused her of being obsessed with Shadow, declaring that unlike her, he would never become a submissive dog bowing to someone stronger, and insisting that he was done tolerating her cowardice, and would no longer allow himself to be controlled. Turning his back, Ziqing arrogantly declared that he would personally kill Shadow one day and lead Feek Heavy Industries to become the strongest guild in all of Great Xia. And alarmed by this, Huang Huifan urgently shouted for him to stop, warning that he was still too young to understand the harsh rules needed to survive in that apocalyptic world. At that moment, the cousin stepped forward with tears streaming down her face, gently placing a hand on Ziqing's shoulder as she pleaded with him to calm down and insisted that his mother was only acting for his sake, prompting Ziqing to slowly turn his head toward her, his single eye burning with a sinister purple glow as he quietly repeated her words, "For my own good." The darkness in his gaze sharpened into pure, killing intent. In the very next instant, Ziqing erupted into sudden violence, spinning around and driving a brutal punch into the girl's face with such force that her neck twisted in a sickening way, and as she collapsed, he shouted in fury, demanding to know why his mother had forced him to be paired with such an ugly woman if she truly cared about what was best for him, while her body dropped lifelessly onto the dirt path. Huang Huifan stood rooted in place, overcome by shock and horror as she reached out helplessly, screaming Ziqing's name and demanding to know what he had just done, while Ziqing, standing over the still body without a trace of remorse, watched coldly as Xiao Hui's form broke apart into drifting particles of golden light. A system notification confirmed that he had killed her, and Ziqing let out a chilling sigh of satisfaction. His body slick with sweat, but his resolve unshaken as his eyes continued to burn with corrupt abyssal energy, and in a quiet whisper, meant only for himself, he justified the act by muttering that they had forced his hand. Without sparing a single glance behind him, he turned and walked away into the empty wasteland, while behind him, as Xiao Hui's fading light slowly disappeared into the air, Huang Huifan stretched out desperately toward his retreating figure, crying for him to stop and come back, her pleas completely ignored as he vanished into the desolate distance. Far away, the red-eyed leader of Country M stood in silence over the lifeless bodies of Chu and Zuma, his scarred hand crackling with dark red lightning as he extended it toward their corpses and activated the grim abilities of his class to extract the lingering skills within them. And as those stolen powers gathered into his grasp, he calmly praised the abilities he had obtained before coldly telling his fallen subordinates to rest in peace. 3 days later, at the Feek Heavy Industries base inside the Magic Leaning Tower hideout, an armor guard with a buzz cut stood lazily on watch, letting out a long yawn from sheer boredom. But that dull expression vanished at once, replaced by confusion and shock when a massive shadow suddenly engulfed the space above him. The enormous skeletal dragon Osirio descended rapidly from the sky, swirling purple energy coiling around its colossal frame as it landed, and the guard screamed in terror, immediately assuming that a gigantic dragon boss had come to attack the base, causing panic to spread instantly among the nearby guild members as chaos erupted, with one shouting for everyone to prepare for battle, while a cloaked player desperately yelled for the others to drop their weapons and run. Amid the swirling dark aura, his yellow eyes faintly glowing, Shadow stood calmly and addressed the panicking crowd, telling them to relax, then revealed who he was and ordered them to bring out their guild leader, Huang Huifan, declaring that he had come to collect the 800 years of lifespan they owed him. The instant the frightened cloaked player recognized that the one riding the skeletal dragon was the legendary Shadow himself, he dropped to his knees without hesitation, bowing in submission as he nervously apologized and explained that Shadow had arrived at an unfortunate time since the guild leader was not present, a statement that puzzled Shadow given that a meeting had already been arranged. Still kneeling and visibly shaking, the member quickly added that 2 days earlier Huang Huifan and her son had a serious argument, and ever since that dispute, neither of them had logged back into the game, leaving the entire guild without leadership. The shaken guild member explained again that a fierce clash had broken out between their guild leader and her son a few days ago, and since that incident, neither of them had logged into the game. Hearing this, Shadow grew quiet, turning the information over in his mind, aware that Huang Huifan was someone who never broke her word, which led him to conclude that something serious and unavoidable must have occurred in reality to prevent her from keeping their appointment. Just then, a system notification flashed before him, delivering a message from one of his contacts about an urgent bounty mission promising extremely high rewards, explaining that the surviving members of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had escaped to the southern lands of Manhua. The contact added that players in Manhua usually favored a peaceful, laid-back style and avoided large-scale conflict. Yet the fleeing remnants had regrouped with their main base there and suddenly erupted with overwhelming force. The resulting violence had completely shattered the region's calm, pushing local authorities to send out a distress call requesting Shadow's help against the destructive purple dragon magic tearing through their city. After a brief moment of thought, Shadow accepted the mission, noting to himself that he had never once set foot in Manhua, and drawing on knowledge from his past life. He recalled that Huang Huifan would eventually guide Feek Heavy Industries into becoming one of the top guilds, leading him to believe she was not in immediate mortal danger. Before departing, he instructed the guard to notify him the instant she logged back in, so he could return without delay. With everything decided, Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osirio, and took to the skies, and while flying, he sent a message to his contact stating he would reach Manhua within an hour, a claim that left the contact stunned as it implied the dragon could travel at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, relentless rain poured over the dim skyline of the magic capital, and on that storm-filled night, Huang Huifan walked alone along a muddy riverbank beneath a massive highway bridge, searching through the downpour until she finally located her son, Ziqing, crouched on the soaked ground with his back against a concrete support pillar. As she slowly drew closer, Ziqing lowered his head, and one of his eyes gave off a faint, unnatural blue glow laced with corrupting energy. Through the relentless rain, Huang Huifan spoke softly, urging Ziqing to come home with her, then revealed that she had already traced the origin of his dark abilities and discovered they stemmed from an abyssal item. Her voice hardened as she warned that while the power it granted was immense, It would gradually consume his sanity until he became nothing more than a puppet of the abyss. With tears forming in her eyes, she admitted she had ignored his feelings for far too long, finally realizing that her neglect had pushed him toward dangerous shortcuts in his desperation to prove himself, and she openly confessed that she had been wrong. Standing over him beneath the downpour, she continued with quiet sincerity, explaining that although she understood his desire to strengthen their guild, chasing rapid success would never work because the world followed a harsh rule where every gain demanded a cost. As she slowly reached out her hand, she promised that from this point on she would respect his decisions, swearing she would no longer treat him like a child or force him into unwanted relationships, and she asked him to return with her so they could rebuild their guild together as equals. Her words stirred him, and Ziqing slowly raised his head, tears slipping from his glowing purple eyes as he softly called out to his mother. At that precise moment, a radiant green portal opened behind them against the wall, and the red-eyed leader stepped through it, shattering the fragile scene as he warned Ziqing that going back with his mother would only trap him in the same past and keep him living under her control, existing in an intangible soul walker state that made him immune to all damage. He calmly asked Ziqing what he would choose if given the power to make every one of his dreams real. Shocked and on edge, Huang Huifan immediately demanded the intruder identify himself, yet the red-eyed leader ignored her completely, fixing his attention solely on Ziqing as he began to tempt him, claiming he could raise their guild to become the strongest force in the entire magic capital, turn Ziqing into the #1 mage, and even help him kill Shadow and dominate the global rankings. With a sinister smile spreading across his face, he assured him that achieving all of this would be effortless with his assistance. Acting on instinct, Huang Huifan shouted that she would never allow an outsider to deceive her son. Purple magic erupted around Huang Huifan as she summoned radiant phantom chains and ordered the intruder to freeze. Then with a sharp motion, she sent the glowing restraints shooting forward to bind the red-eyed leader in place. Yet he simply looked at her with cold indifference as the chains passed cleanly through his intangible body without any resistance, leaving Huang Huifan staring in stunned disbelief as her attack failed entirely. In the very next moment, the red-eyed leader moved. With terrifying speed, he lunged in and grabbed Huang Huifan by the head, then activated an epic tier warrior skill, most likely something taken from a fallen corpse, and unleashed a vicious heroic throw, smashing her head first into the ground with such force that the concrete beneath her cracked and shattered. Standing above her injured body, he looked down with clear contempt, ridiculing her strength and expressing disappointment that the leader of a top great Xia guild could be so weak, then coldly declared that with power as pitiful as hers, she would never achieve any of the ambition she dreamed of before shifting his gaze towards Ziqing. Addressing the boy in a calm tone, he admitted that Huang Huifan had spoken truthfully about one point. The abyssal vase did gradually corrupt the minds of its users, but then revealed what he claimed was a crucial detail she had intentionally hidden, stating that the abyss's corruption could, in fact, be purified. Ziqing froze the moment he heard that. Seizing the opportunity to deepen his influence, the red-eyed leader suggested that Huang Huifan had concealed this truth only to keep control over him, warning that as long as Ziqing remained under his mother's shadow, he would never gain true freedom or earn real respect. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, bleeding and barely able to move, Huang Huifan desperately pleaded with her son not to believe him, admitting that a purification method did exist, but insisting it required a rare hidden class, known as Exorcist, and declaring that the only person known to possess that class was already dead. At that instant, glowing red, star-shaped marks appeared along the red-eyed leader's arm, igniting his hand with intense crimson energy as he looked down at her with a sharp, cutting gaze and asked who had told her that he was dead. Without pausing for any reply, he extended the burning red energy towards Ziqing and activated the exorcism skill, and the effect took hold immediately, reducing the build-up rate of negative effects, including abyssal corruption, by half. As Ziqing checked his system interface, he saw the abyss gauge visibly drop, leaving him shocked and awed that the purification was truly real. Nearby, Huang Huifan could only stare, frozen in disbelief, her voice trembling as she muttered that such a thing should have been impossible, convinced the true exorcist was already dead as she demanded to know who the man really was. The red-eyed leader gave her no response. Instead, Ziqing's fist tightened as excitement surged through him, the realization taking hold that if the corruption could be purified, then he could safely draw even more power from the abyssal item. Seeing this, Huang Huifan desperately shouted that the real exorcist was a woman and that this man had to be a fraud. Calm and unmoved, the red-eyed leader told Ziqing to trust his own judgment in deciding what was true. Then, without drawing attention, he activated another ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, and began to influence Ziqing's emotions, leaning in close as he whispered that his mother's love was nothing more than a chain used to restrain him and suppress his true potential. Gently pushing him further, he told Ziqing to kill her, promising that once she was gone, no one would ever control him again. Gradually succumbing to the manipulation, Ziqing's face went blank as his eyes burned with a dark red glow. The red-eyed leader assured him that everything he desired would soon be his, then casually tossed a knife onto the ground between them, pointing at it as he instructed the boy to take the final step and promising that with his mother's death, true freedom would finally belong to him. Wrapped in a corrupting crimson aura, Ziqing slowly bent down and picked up the knife. From where she lay, injured and unable to rise, Huang Huifan desperately begged him to realize he was being controlled by magic. Yet as he stood over her, he tightened his grip on the glowing blade while she pleaded with him to wake up and break free from the stranger's influence, her voice shaking as she called his name again and again, trying to reach the sun she believed was still there. But Ziqing no longer listened. Ignoring her desperate cries, he raised the knife high, fully choosing to embrace the darkness consuming him. And as Huang Huifan weakly called his name one last time, the blade came down without hesitation. Ziqing struck with a brutal slash. Afterward, still holding the bloodstained knife, he slowly turned toward the red-eyed leader, his face completely devoid of remorse as he coldly asked if the man would truly help him obtain everything he wanted. The red-eyed leader calmly replied that he would, and as the corrupting energy around Ziqing intensified, twisting his expression into a deeply unsettling, almost manic smile, it became clear he was thrilled by the path he had chosen as he eagerly told the red-eyed leader to begin and asked what they should do next. Huang Ziqing burst into laughter as he stood over his mother's lifeless body, the bloodied knife still gripped in his hand, and when the laughter finally subsided, he turned toward the red-eyed leader and asked what they should do next. In response, the man activated one of his magical cards, summoning a new ability, then drew upon a stolen divination skill to project a glowing red portal high into the sky, where Ziqing looked up in shock as the spell unveiled a catastrophic prophecy. Within that vision, a massive burning meteor tore across a crimson sky, accompanied by a grim warning that the abyss would consume the heavens and that a red ominous star would rise to wipe out all darkness. Ziqing stared at the apocalyptic scene, unable to grasp its meaning, while the red-eyed leader calmly explained that the power shown in the prophecy would one day spread across all of Great Xia, leaving nowhere for anyone to flee, not even Shadow, and added that the darkness destined for destruction might refer to Shadow, or perhaps even Ziqing himself. A bead of sweat slid down Ziqing's face as he realized the terrifying implication that he too could die when that foretold disaster arrived, but the red-eyed leader reassured him that although the event could not be avoided, survival would ultimately depend on human effort, advising him to use his abyssal powers to grow the strength of his guild, so they would be prepared for the inevitable confrontation with Shadow. With that, the leader produced another glowing red card and handed it to Ziqing. Then, having successfully set his pawn in motion, he turned and stepped into the misty night, promising that he would seek Ziqing out again when the right time came. Left alone in the darkness, Ziqing fully surrendered to the corruption within him, his eyes burning with a crimson glow as he accepted the mission placed before him. Extending his hand over his mother's corpse, he began channeling dark magic, enveloping her body in swirling red energy as he activated the abyssal puppet spell. The sinister power invaded Huang Huifan's body, forcing a scream from her lips as her eyes suddenly flared with a glowing red light, and the skill revived her as an undead puppet completely bound to his will while preserving every ability she had possessed in life. Standing behind his newly reanimated mother, Ziqing watched as she calmly asked for her master's orders, and a twisted grin spread across his face as he declared that from this moment on, the two of them would build their guild together. Far away in the southern region of Manhua, a colossal tower loomed over the crumbling streets of a ruined city, while the local players, living up to their easygoing nature, chose comfort over constant combat, passing their time at a leisurely pace. Around a table filled with hot dim sum and fresh tea, one player happily declared it was time to stop working and enjoy a proper rest, while not far off, several others sat along the riverbank with fishing rods, quietly waiting for a catch and reminding each other to drink their tea before it cooled. The calm stretched on undisturbed until, without warning, a level 18 two-headed bull boss spawned directly behind them and unleashed a deafening roar that tore through the peaceful air. Instead of reacting with fear, one annoyed fisherman simply turned and yelled at the massive creature to be quiet, complaining that its noise was driving away the fish, while the rest let out frustrated sighs at having their break interrupted. With no choice left, they set down their tea, released their magical auras, and gave the command to engage. Instantly, the group moved in sync, forming a battle line, as one player fired a freezing beam at one of the bull's heads to stop it from coordinating its spells, while an armored warrior and a mage pushed forward, shouting for the armor-breaking squad to target its weak points as the main attackers readied their follow-up strikes, all with the shared goal of ending the fight as fast as possible. Their coordinated barrage landed cleanly, rapidly tearing chunks from the boss's health bar, prompting the beast's eyes to flare with intense rage as it neared its limit. Suddenly, It entered a berserk state and released a powerful shockwave that split the ground apart and sent one of the fishermen flying through the air. Seeing how much more dangerous the creature had become, the frontline fighters lost their nerve and began to fall back, shouting urgently as they retreated for their guild leader to handle the situation. Responding at once, a tan-skinned young woman with white hair calmly let her boba tea drop from her hand, her gaze turning sharp as she stepped forward with a fishing rod in her grip, and despite wearing only simple sandals, she launched herself forcefully into the air toward the rampaging bull. Irritated that their quiet break had been disturbed, she muttered a curse under her breath and skillfully cast a glowing green fishing line, which shot out and coiled around the monster's huge body, wrapping tighter and tighter until the giant beast was completely restrained. A self-assured smile spread across the guild leader's face as she readied her final attack, and with a sharp yank of the rod, she triggered her ultimate skill. The slender glowing line snapped taut and cut straight through the monster, delivering a fatal blow that wiped out the rest of its health. She touched down lightly as the system confirmed the bull's defeat, her ability having first restrained the target before releasing damage that scaled according to how much health it had already lost. The boss's body broke apart into floating golden loot orbs, and the nearby players erupted into cheers, loudly praising Sister Hai for calculating the damage so precisely as they began shouting their guild's fishing-themed slogan in celebration. Amused by their enthusiasm, Sister Hai laughed and remarked that guarding the Manhua region was simply part of her responsibility, and it was revealed that her role was a rare hidden class called Fishing Master, an assassin-type class that wielded a fishing rod as a ranged weapon, perfectly suited to the laid-back lifestyle her guild enjoyed. A guild member suddenly announced that the tea was ready, and the group immediately brightened with excitement, rushing back to their tables without a second thought and leaving the glowing loot orbs scattered across the grass so they would not miss tea time. Watching this, Sister Hai smiled, gave a small wave, and followed them toward the riverside gathering, temporarily leaving the rewards behind. While the Manhua players relaxed and sipped tea, the golden orbs remained untouched, but concealed nearby. Something shifted within the bushes as a bald, scarred man with sharp blue eyes slowly peeked out. One of the remaining members of the Black Dragon Guild. Scoffing in contempt, he ridiculed the Manhua Guild for discarding valuable loot over tea, then quietly gestured for his men to move in. The Black Dragon members activated a level 15 group stealth ability called Shadow Veil, forming a concealed dome around themselves as they advanced and greedily collected the abandoned orbs, while by the river, the Manhua players continued chatting casually about fishing, completely unaware. Hidden within their camouflage, the intruders exchanged mocking chuckles, noting that the moment was ideal to strike with their targets entirely off guard. Without warning, they dropped their stealth, and the Black Dragon leader, Quatir, activated a buff known as Boiling Blood Domain. A blazing aura burst from his body as the skill enhanced his allies' attributes, and with cold excitement, he gave the order to slaughter the fishermen. In a flash, the Black Dragon members exploded out of the tall grass with weapons ready, unleashing a brutal ambush on the unprepared Manhua players, catching Sister Hai and her guild completely off guard as Quatir raised his blade and slashed toward the stunned Sister Hai and the frightened guildmate beside her, while chaos erupted along the riverbank. The attackers stormed through the camp, shouting and laughing as their strikes tore through the once peaceful gathering, players crying out as debris flew in all directions, turning the quiet tea break into a full battlefield within seconds. Standing amid the stolen loot with a victorious grin, Quatir tightened his fists and loudly proclaimed that this was the proper way to hunt the pigs of Great Xia. His celebration was cut short when a subordinate suddenly yelled a warning, urgently telling him that something was racing toward them from the sky at terrifying speed. Quatir lifted his head, and his face instantly filled with panic. Realizing the danger at once, he understood that the reports from the Magic Capital survivors had been accurate. Shadow had arrived. Without hesitation, Quatir ordered his men to activate Shadow Veil again and retreat at once, while high above, Shadow's skeletal dragon, Osirio, descended like a blazing comet and smashed violently into the ruined city below. Standing atop the dragon with faintly glowing yellow eyes, Shadow scanned the oddly empty battlefield, questioning whether he had come too late, before his attention shifted to the untouched loot orbs scattered across the ground. And from that single clue, he quickly concluded that the enemy had fled in panic after somehow receiving advance warning of his arrival. What troubled him, however, was how they had sensed him at all, because he had made the journey here in complete stealth. The Eel-Mouth League reappeared at their guild base, shaken and unsteady, as one member immediately lashed out and blamed the War God Guild for the ambush, only for a bald teammate to cut him off and clarify that it was worse than a simple wipe. They had been jumped, and the boss loot they secured had been stolen right in front of them. Inside the base, Leader Warrior Hai burst into anger, denouncing the War God Guild as cowards who could not win in a direct fight and instead relied on ambush tactics, pointing out their consistent pattern of striking from the shadows and disappearing before anyone could retaliate. leaving their victims with no opportunity for revenge. A guild member then reported that the government had already dispatched Shadow to assist, describing his strength as beyond measure and stating that once he became involved, tracking down the attackers would only be a matter of time. Another added that Shadow had already reached the riverside where they had been drinking tea earlier, prompting Warrior High to show clear approval as he remarked on how quickly Shadow had responded. Without delay, Warrior High issued a firm order to move out at once, instructing the guild to head straight for the river and meet up with Shadow as quickly as possible. When they arrived, Leader Ahai witnessed Shadow descending from the sky atop an enormous black dragon, its presence overwhelming, dark, oppressive, and monstrous. While even the government official standing beside her was visibly struck, thinking that the creature appeared both magnificent and terrifying at the same time. The official stepped forward and introduced herself as Wisp of Smoke from southern Guangdong, after which Leader Ahai followed by presenting herself as Jigo, the head of the Upward Lips Alliance, and the official then turned toward Shadow, asking him to confirm whether it was true that the War God Guild had simply taken the loot and fled. Shadow confirmed that the War God Guild had indeed retreated without taking the loot because they already knew he was coming, meaning that his movements had been exposed. He then outlined two possibilities. Either there was a spy within the government ranks, or someone in the War God Guild possessed a rare hidden class capable of detecting him, before turning to Wisp of Smoke and demanding a complete report on the situation in Guangdong. Wisp of Smoke raised her head and began explaining that in southern Guangdong, the government held the greatest authority, with the Upward Lips Alliance ranking just behind them, and that the ones responsible for the recent incidents were members of the War God Guild, a smaller faction composed almost entirely of foreigners. She continued by stating that the War God Guild maintained an assassin unit capable of using high-level group stealth, which made them extremely difficult for the government to apprehend. But despite this advantage, they were not truly strong and mostly managed to survive by committing minor, opportunistic crimes. After being chased down by the Sky Dome Guild, what remained of the Black Dragon Society fled into this region and allied themselves with the War God Guild. And ever since that merger, they had been killing relentlessly like lunatics, with the Upward Lips Alliance now counted as their 7th group of victims. Shadow's eyes narrowed as he recognized that the surviving members of the Black Dragon Society were merely insignificant underlings who could never create this level of chaos on their own, which meant the War God Guild's sudden killing spree had a deeper, concealed purpose, and he began assembling the pieces in his mind. According to the investigation, the War God Guild's behavior was abnormally strange, targeting even the weakest players without any clear reason, and then fleeing without collecting any loot, while their indiscriminate slaughter kept driving their kill value higher and higher to a dangerous level, so high that it prevented them from leveling and ensured they would lose everything upon death. Yet even with this information, the true objective remained unclear, though as previously suggested, it was likely tied to some form of hidden class. Shadow's gaze tightened further as he considered that the higher the kill value climbed, the harsher the penalties and restrictions became, and most critically, once it passed a certain threshold, it would attract the Executor, a terrifying entity that would descend upon the target and pursue them without rest until they were completely dead. His thoughts sharpened. If their goal really was to summon the Executor, then what possible advantage could they gain from doing so? And beyond that, how were they able to predict his movements with such precision ahead of time? A bald man then spoke up, explaining that only diviners possessed the ability to foresee the future, which could account for how his movements were being anticipated, and he also revealed that Theodore had indeed been killed by his own hand. Shadow responded by clarifying that he had not used the blooming curse against the threaters, making it evident that something else was involved. He then turned toward Wisp of Smoke and Warrior High, asking whether the US server had any class or item capable of reviving someone like Theodore, before pressing further to find out if they knew the location of the War God Guild's hidden base. Wisp of Smoke answered that their hideout was known as the Crimson Slaughterhouse, situated within an underground factory, and then asked whether he intended to go there and track them down, while Warrior High added that they had already dispatched a team once, but the area was filled with traps and heavily fortified, and even if someone managed to force their way inside, the enemies would have already slipped away by the time they got through. Shadow cut the discussion short, stating that if they truly wanted the truth, there was no need to waste more words. Just lead the way, because all they had to do was seize someone from the War God Guild and force them to talk. The scene shifted as they moved out toward the War God Guild's hideout, known as the Crimson Slaughterhouse. At the hideout, a man addressed Quatir with a sly tone, asking whether the information he had provided had proven useful, and Quatir answered through clenched teeth that Shadow had indeed shown up, and if not for that warning, none of them would have survived. Another man then spoke in a calm, yet ominous voice, saying the Black Dragon Knight moves in silence, and those fortunate enough can follow the shadows back to their refuge, while the crimson deepens until the doom star descends at last to sever all darkness. As he narrowed his eyes, he declared that the first line of the prophecy given by their lord had already come true, and that if they kept working harder and accumulated enough kill level, they would eventually summon the Doomstar and use it to completely destroy Shadow. He continued, addressing them as comrades, insisting the prophecy would be fulfilled and Dark Shadow would die. And once he was gone, Great Xia would be left defenseless, easily wiped out when their master brought the U.S. elites to erase it in a single sweep. He went on to say that Dark Shadow, together with Modu, had already forced the Black Dragon Society to the borders of southern Guangdong and even killed Mr. Theodore, and now had tracked them here as well, hunting them down and cutting off every path of escape, leaving them with nowhere left to run. His eyes flared with anger as he clenched his jaw and swore to repay every debt in full, declaring that once Dark Shadow was dead, the first thing he would do would be to hunt down and kill Punk from the Sky Dome Guild without hesitation. He added that they had already cost him an arm and a leg, and vowed that when the time came, he would make the woman from Modu officialdom pay and tear out every strand of her hair, and that the woman from the Zhanghai officialdom would also pay, swearing he would make her suffer for everything. Quatir let out a chuckle and remarked that Comrade's words were getting everyone fired up, while the others beside him burst into laughter. Yet his expression soon tightened into a frown as he admitted there was still something he could not understand. If the diviner, Mr. Theodore, had already been killed by Dark Shadow, then why did the prophecy still remain? Adding that he needed confirmation the prophecy was real before he could continue cooperating with them. Quatir argued that for all they knew, this man could simply be using them and then fleeing back to the U.S., so he demanded at least some kind of proof. Comrade lowered his gaze briefly and replied that he understood those concerns, admitting that before meeting their master he had harbored the same doubts, then began activating the Star God Palm skill, stating that the truth would reveal itself once they opened their eyes and looked carefully. As the Star God Palm was unleashed, a violent surge of red energy erupted into the air, and he declared that when everything was finished, he would return to the U.S., leaving the others staring in stunned silence while crimson energy coiled around him. Quatir watched in disbelief and muttered that this was truly Theodore's skill, his body trembling as realization struck, and he finally understood, saying that this man was the master behind everything. At that moment, a cold voice echoed out, calling directly to him. Quatir, as a glowing screen materialized, displaying the Statue of Liberty, confirming that he had already returned to the U.S., leaving Quatir completely shaken. Tears welled in his eyes as he muttered in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible and whether he had truly gone back to the U.S. Then, overwhelmed, he called it nothing less than a miracle before dropping to his knees, swearing absolute loyalty and begging Shadow to take them along and grant them a way home. Gao Xiaoyi told them that if they could summon the ominous star and kill Dark Shadow, then they would be able to return home. Quatir's eyes burned with madness as he roared a single command, to kill. The scene shifted outside as they reached a hidden entrance, and one of them pointed forward, telling Shadow that this was where the War God Guild was hiding, the bloody slaughterhouse. The boy cautioned Shadow to stay alert, saying the hideout felt unusually foul and deeply unsettling. And as they charged inside, he explained that the protection barrier hadn't been left inactive by accident, but deliberately, because the real intention was to lure intruders inward, where the internal pathways twisted into a complex maze filled with mechanisms and lethal traps. He added that the last time their officials attempted to confront the War God Guild leader Quatir here, they had suffered heavy losses. He went on to clarify that it wasn't a case of the defense barrier being turned off. It had never existed in the first place, since the hideout depended entirely on internal mechanisms and traps for defense, which caused the others to stare at him in surprise and question his identity. The boy introduced himself as Agwang, saying that although his name sounded unlucky, his actual luck was quite good, even if his team frequently got wiped out by traps, berserk bosses, and sudden monster attacks. Then added that Wisp of Smoke had sent him to guide them, and once the task was complete, the government would reward him generously. The scene shifted to Warrior High. Her teeth clenched and eyes widened with anger as she said the War God Guild wasn't truly powerful, but their cunning hideout and cowardly hit-and-run tactics had made it impossible for the Southern U authorities to eliminate them completely. She further explained that the hideout's reconnaissance barrier was always active, meaning that the moment anyone stepped inside, they would be detected immediately, giving Quatir enough time to escape. Shadow responded that it didn't matter, explaining that a core crystal existed within the hideout, and once that crystal was taken, control of the entire place would shift, leaving those hiding inside like insects without a nest, forced to scatter in all directions. He then told the two of them to remain outside, but Agwang quickly called out for him to wait, warning that the interior was extremely dangerous, and that anyone entering for the first time would inevitably fall victim to the deadly traps hidden within. Warrior High insisted on guiding him, and Agwang immediately backed her up, explaining that she had been the captain of the previous investigation team and possessed ample experience, which made Shadow pause before admitting that allowing Warrior High to accompany him might be acceptable. However, he told Agwang that since he was supposedly the unlucky one, he didn't want him bringing bad luck along. But the boy quickly laughed it off, saying it was just a joke his friends liked to make, and that his luck wasn't bad at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived in the game for so long. Shadow gave a casual shrug and told them to do as they liked, but warned that if anything went wrong inside, they would have to handle it themselves, and Agwong immediately nodded, answering that he understood. Boss. Without warning, an alarm rang throughout the hideout as a system alert flashed. Intruders had been detected inside. Within the corridors, Quatir and his companion heard the warning echo, and they quickly realized that someone had recklessly forced their way in, prompting Quatir to mock the authorities for returning yet again while wondering if this intruder might actually be Shadow, and whether his traps would even be enough to stop him. Quatir turned to the diviner and asked if he could foresee the outcome, questioning whether they should retreat or stay and toy with the intruders. And Gao Xiaoyi quietly activated the skill omen of the star god, studying the signs as crimson energy flickered around him. Suddenly, a surge of star gold energy flared into the air, and the omen repeated the same prophecy. The Black Dragon Knight had arrived, the crimson would deepen, and the ominous star would ultimately descend to cut through all darkness, causing Quatir to lift his head toward the blazing light in confusion, wondering why the message was exactly the same as the one spoken by the villagers. Gao Xiaoyi explained that divination only reveals key nodes of fate and cannot be used again until the prophecy has been fulfilled, and since their prophecies were identical, it meant they all shared the same destiny. Quatir lowered his head and thought for a moment before finally realizing the truth, muttering that he understood now. The intruder this time was Shadow. Spreading his arms with confidence, Quatir declared that he was the Red Fiend Star, claiming the proof lay in how everything about him burned, and that Shadow would die painfully within the endless traps of his crimson slaughterhouse. Gao Xiaoyi stated that how they chose to interpret the prophecy was up to them, and that when the time came, he would return to find them again. At that moment, Comrade appeared once more, and Quatir stared in shock, recognizing him as the villager who had returned. Realizing the situation, Comrade let out a sigh and remarked that returning to the U.S. would not be so easy after all, while Quatir clenched his fist and declared that the moment had come to fulfill the prophecy, calling on everyone to join forces and kill Shadow together. Comrade, however, stood frozen in confusion, sweating as he heard himself being called the Red Fiend Star and speaking about killing Shadow, despite having no idea what he was even talking about. A red mist began to spread throughout the hideout, filling the vast hall, and Warrior High quickly warned Shadow to stay alert, saying this place was a trap and that their team had suffered heavy losses here the last time. Warrior High gestured toward the floor and explained that to pass safely, they had to follow a fixed route, pointing out 3 lit tiles and warning them to step only where she stepped without making a single mistake. Shadow and Agwong followed onto the marked blocks as she carefully guided their movements, reminding them to be precise. And after crossing the section, they reached her side, where she nodded and said they had passed perfectly, only for Shadow to ask what would happen if someone stepped on the wrong tile. Warrior High picked up a stone and tossed it onto an incorrect block, explaining that stepping there would trigger spikes shooting out from every direction, instantly turning a person into a human nest, just like what would happen to the stone. The stone hit the white tile and slid forward, yet nothing occurred, leaving all 3 staring in confusion. And when Shadow questioned whether it was really a trap, Warrior High grabbed her head in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape, insisting it was impossible because she had fallen into that exact trap 6 times before. Still confused, Warrior High tapped the tiles, saying it was strange there was no reaction and wondering if the trap could somehow be broken, which seemed impossible, while Agwong quickly apologized to the boss, explaining that Warrior High was simply very persistent, then urged them to keep moving since the path ahead was safe. Yet in the next instant, Agwong stepped onto a glowing circle and pressed it. Spikes burst upward without warning, violently launching Warrior High into the air as Shadow and Agwong stared in shock. Agwong panicked and shouted, asking why a spike trap trigger was there and how it had suddenly activated. And as the spikes retracted, 2 glowing orbs rose from the spot, prompting Agwong to lower his head and apologize again, saying they would wait there for her to revive. Shadow's gaze sharpened as he realized the trap Warrior High had described was real, concluding that the trigger must have changed this time because the mechanism had likely been reset. At that moment, a voice echoed through the hideout, declaring that the loser would leave with Warrior High's life while explaining that the traps here could be manually adjusted, rendering any prior experience useless, and urging them to hurry and leave, saying she alone was enough to handle this. Quatir grinned darkly and remarked that the boss had been right. It really was Shadow, and that after coming this far, escaping would not be so easy. Suddenly, someone slammed a fist onto the alarm button, and both Shadow and Agwong turned to look in that direction. Without warning, a trap triggers beneath their feet as the floor panel splits open, sending both of them dropping straight down into the void below. Shadow and Agwong plunge into the dark shaft together, with Agwong screaming as he falls, until Shadow lands lightly and steady on the ground while Agwong crashes down beside him with force. Shadow immediately surveys the surroundings, calm and observant, while Agwong remains seated on the ground, clutching his face, groaning about the pain from the fall. At that moment, a voice echoes out from a screen, remarking that Shadow himself has honored his humble abode with his presence, and that he has heard much about him. The screen lights up to reveal Quatir, his face hidden behind a horned mask, as he declares that he wants to play a game with Shadow. Shadow and Agwong stood facing the screen as Quatir spoke, saying he had heard much about Shadow and had been waiting for his arrival, then inviting him to play a game. He explained that the rules were simple and asked if they had noticed the chainsaw resting off to the side of the room, instructing them to stand inside the circle beside it. As Shadow stepped into the circle, a switch suddenly appeared before him, and Quatir explained that pressing it carried a 1 in 6 chance of activating the opponent's chainsaw and slicing them clean in half. Both sides would take turns pressing the switch until one triggered the other's electric chainsaw, and the moment one side died, the game would end immediately, but there was an added cruelty. Each press increased the probability, until the 6th attempt guaranteed activation, and in the end, the survivor would take all of the opponent's remaining lifespan and leave the room alive. Agwong raised a finger and laughed, saying he didn't understand the point of the game at all, since if he died he would leave anyway, joking that it would be fine if the survivor simply took his lifespan and gave it back afterward. He added that the one standing there was the invincible Shadow Boss, mocking the idea that such a broken chainsaw game could harm him. Quatir burst into laughter and called that way of thinking foolish, stating that inside the Crimson Slaughterhouse everyone must obey the game's rules, including himself, and if the rules dictated that the chainsaw could kill you, then death would come without exception regardless of who you were. Declaring this was the power of an emerald-level hideout. He further added that as the owner of the Crimson Slaughterhouse, he naturally possessed a small degree of authority within the game, and to make things more interesting, he decided to add a bit of extra flavor. The moment he said that, several nightmare blast bugs appeared throughout the room, surrounding Shadow and Agwong, and making the already deadly game even more dangerous. Agwong scoffed, and said creatures like these were nothing to them, but Shadow immediately warned him not to touch them, explaining they were nightmare blast bugs that would explode when damaged, releasing poisonous nightmare gas and causing a chain reaction. Agwong quickly pulled his hand back and thanked Shadow Boss, realizing he had almost triggered the trap and nearly fallen for it. Yet just as he withdrew his hand, one of the nightmare blast bugs suddenly detonated, erupting into a violent purple explosion and releasing poisonous gas that spread through the air. A nightmare blast bug suddenly detonated, the violent blast slamming into Agwong and sending him staggering as poisonous gas rapidly spread through the room. The initial explosion immediately set off the others, their squeaking rising as the chain reaction raced outward until the bugs erupted one after another, filling the space with violent purple blasts while Agwong realized he had entered a nightmare state, even as Shadow remained standing calmly amid the chaos. Quatir clenched his teeth and explained that once someone entered the nightmare state, they could neither revive nor log out, and if they died, their consciousness would be trapped there for 3 days, leaving their in-game body completely at the mercy of others. Agwong tightened his fists and insisted that as long as he didn't press the button, no one would die, saying that at worst they would simply remain there, while Quatir watched and let out a quiet, sinister laugh. With a cold voice, Quatir declared that the choice was simple. Either press the switch and choose one person to be cut in half, or let both of them be crushed into meat paste together, repeating that same ultimatum as the room began to tremble. Agwong then realized the walls were slowly closing in around them, and Quatir laughed as he announced that time was running out, reminding them that pressing the button would slow the wall's advance, as he declared the game had officially begun. As the walls continued to move inward, Agwong panicked and admitted he had no idea what to do, while Quatir mocked him with laughter, claiming that even Shadow was now trapped in the palm of his hand. Agwong nervously reached toward the button, but stopped himself, realizing that if the trap activated on the first attempt, Shadow could die. So he decided he could not press it first, and concluded that Shadow should be the one to do it instead. His thoughts spiraled as he hesitated, reasoning that if he pressed first and survived, Shadow would face greater danger on the next turn, while if it failed to trigger initially, the probability would only increase afterward. He kept convincing himself that the boss should go first, yet under mounting pressure, he began to realize he might still have to act himself, his mind tangling in conflict as he argued internally over who should press the switch, until Shadow suddenly cut through it all, calling out, "Hey loser," and telling Agwong to stand still and not do anything. Agwong panicked and protested, warning that the walls were about to crush them, but Shadow repeated his command, telling him to do exactly as instructed even as the walls kept closing in. From the screen, Quatir mocked them, wondering if they had already chosen to give up and simply wait for death, then scoffed in disappointment as the grinding walls drew nearer, ridiculing Shadow for standing calmly instead of fighting for his life. Inside the shrinking space, Agwong nervously called out, asking if the boss still wasn't going to move, while Quatir coldly added that if they wished to remain still, they could be crushed into meat paste, laughing as he said that once Shadow entered the nightmare, he would inspect his body and take everything, his lifespan, his treasures, all that he possessed. The walls continued pressing inward as Agwong called out again, his voice shaking with fear, until the narrowing gap forced his head between the walls, sending him in a panic as he cried that he was about to die, never imagining such an end. The pressure tightened around Agwang's head, squeezing him as he froze in terror, fully aware he was about to be crushed. Then, without warning, the walls stopped. Agwang slowly opened his eyes in shock and realized the mechanism had completely halted. And as he looked around, he saw that both the walls and the chainsaw had ceased moving, leaving him unable to understand what had just happened. A system message suddenly appeared, announcing that the Crimson Slaughterhouse hideout had been breached and its core crystal taken, causing Quatir to blurt out in shock. At that very moment, a nightmare blast bug flew straight in and slammed into his face, making him stumble back as he shouted in confusion, wondering if it was some kind of monster or even a dragon. Another system notification followed, declaring that the Crimson Slaughterhouse now belonged to Shadow, and Agwang stared at him in disbelief, barely processing what had happened as he asked if he had truly seized the entire hideout. Unable to comprehend how it was done, Shadow narrowed his eyes and questioned why it had been a minute slower than planned. The truth of his plan was revealed. While keeping Quatir distracted, Shadow had quietly summoned 12 spectral wyverns, ghostly dragon-like creatures that slipped past every trap unnoticed before storming the control room and catching the guild completely off guard. Outside, the giant Osiris lowered his head and admitted the delay, explaining that the maze's complexity and dense defenses had slowed the wyverns. Yet despite that, he confirmed the plan's success. The core crystal had been secured by one of the wyverns, and Quatir had been captured alive without triggering any alarms. Shadow calmly ordered the wyvern to shut down the traps and open a clear path, and the small dragon responded at once, gliding into motion as Agwang stood frozen, staring at the unreal scene before him. Following behind as the wyvern guided the way, Agwang gradually realized that Shadow had arranged the entire infiltration long before they had even set foot inside the bunker. Understanding that the deadly game had only been a distraction and that they themselves had been used as bait while the wyvern slipped in unnoticed to take over the hideout. Shadow confirmed this, though he remarked that the plan would have gone far more smoothly if Agwang's bad luck hadn't triggered the bugs to explode, which made Agwang give an embarrassed smile. Shadow then shifted his attention to their nightmare status and warned that dying now would be far too dangerous, ordering a wyvern to carry Agwang out and instructing him to hide somewhere far away so his bad luck wouldn't cause any further disasters. As Agwang protested while being carried off by the wyvern, Osiris contacted Shadow with troubling news, prompting Shadow to let out a quiet sigh as he asked what had gone wrong. Osiris explained that Quatir's group had used a self-destruct skill to escape capture and respawn safely, but that their mass suicide had left behind hundreds of years' worth of lifespan scattered across the ground as loot. Hearing this, Shadow realized that his perfectly arranged plan had been ruined at the very last moment, concluding that Agwang's bad luck was truly a terrifying force. Warrior High steps forward to confront the Shadows, demanding answers about what truly occurred during her resurrection, then immediately presses further, questioning how the Crimson Slaughterhouse ended up as their hideout, making it obvious she believes there is more being concealed beneath the surface. Without giving the moment a break, Warrior High asks about that loser Agwang and why he has not appeared here, but Shadow cuts her off coldly, telling her not to mention that name at all, warning it would only bring misfortune back again. Shadow then explains that his hideout has already reached its limit, so he is transferring ownership to Warrior High under the authority of the Manhwa officials. And at that exact moment, a system notification appears stating, "You have given the Crimson Slaughterhouse key to Warrior High." The message leaves Warrior High completely stunned. Her eyes widen, her mouth hangs open, and she blurts out in disbelief, asking if he is really handing over the keys, before excitement takes over, and she exclaims that he is too kind and promises she will treat him to tea. Shadow immediately clarifies that this is not a gift, stating the cost is 1,500 years of lifespan, and that she can repay him once she has accumulated that amount, causing Warrior High to react to the steep price by saying it is incredibly expensive, though she still expresses her thanks to Boss. In the next scene, Wisp of Smoke comes running from afar, lifting her hand high as she loudly calls out, "Boss." She rushes in with visible excitement, thanking them for helping secure the Crimson Slaughterhouse, then presents a book as a reward, introducing it as Nanua's most powerful assassin skill book, and goes on to explain that her original plan had been to send that loser Agwang over, but after learning Shadow disliked him, she had already exiled him to the frontier. Shadow takes the book and examines it closely, revealing the skill inside, Shadow Dance Shield, a gold-tier assassin ability whose description states that whenever the user or their teammates hit her stealth, they receive a damage reduction shield determined by their stealth level, with a passive cooldown set at 300 seconds. After studying it, Shadow remarks that it is not bad at all, noting that a damage reduction shield is essentially a form of temporary invincibility. Yet he also points out that although his lifesteal shield can now reach into the millions, many bosses in the late game have attacks that bypass shields entirely. A system notification suddenly appears, indicating that Shadow has used multiple evolution points, leaving 1272 remaining. And in an instant, the Shadow Dance shield upgrades repeatedly, rising from Gold tier all the way to Epic, while its passive cooldown sharply decreases from 300 seconds to just over 21 seconds, marking a dramatic improvement in both efficiency and strength. Shadow then activates the skill and observes that at his current level 21 stealth, he gains 21 layers of shielding, with each layer capable of negating a single attack, adding that this makes it particularly effective against bosses that strike slowly but deal heavy damage in single hits. In the following scene, Wisp of Smoke reflects that although they have successfully taken control of the Crimson Slaughterhouse, Quatir and his group still manage to slip away, and she quickly realizes that their actions have already stirred the grass and alerted the snake, meaning whatever follows will be more cautious and far more insidious. She continues by explaining that Manhwa is steeped in various folk customs, yet they have never cared to involve themselves in those tangled ideas of right and wrong. She goes on to say that because of the countless killings carried out by the war god guilds, their way of life is bound to be disrupted, pulling them into endless internal conflict. And in her mind, she pictures a bleak routine where Nanua's people wake at 9 in the morning just to grind monsters for levels, continuing without pause until 9 at night, 6 days a week, trapped in a draining, repetitive cycle. Warrior High immediately panics, clutching her head as she blurts out in disbelief, asking if that really means she has to grind monsters without stopping, then add dramatically that if she misses her 3 o'clock tea, she might actually die, while beside her Wisp of Smoke covers her eyes, growing emotional as she says this is something they cannot avoid because their peaceful life is about to shatter. Shadow remains silent as Warrior High drops to the ground in disbelief, shouting that she absolutely cannot accept this, while Wisp of Smoke explains that the reason Nanua has been able to maintain such a slow-paced life in a cruel, godforsaken game is because it conceals the greatest number of secret classes in all of Great Xia, adding that if not for internal strife, it would have already risen to become the most powerful region long ago. At last, Shadow speaks, telling them there is no need to worry because he will remain in Nanua until Quatir is captured, and during that time, he will help them grow stronger. The moment he says this, both Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke brighten instantly, declaring that everything is unfolding exactly according to plan, then teasing with playful grins that Shadow simply cannot stand to see a girl cry. Warrior High beams with excitement as she thanks Shadow and eagerly asks what they should do next, even suggesting they team up to challenge bosses, while at the same time Wisp of Smoke casually outlines a relaxed schedule, starting work at 9 in the morning, finishing at 6 in the evening, setting aside a full hour for tea, and keeping weekends and holidays strictly for rest. Shadow narrows his eyes and reminds them they are already teamed up with him, then states that he will personally take them out to train and improve immediately, while instructing the others to spread out and search for emerald-level bosses and above. Both of them raise their hands at once, agreeing without hesitation as they cheer that with Shadow carrying them, easier and happier days are finally on the way. Without warning, she mentions that they know of an emerald-level boss called the Venomous Black Carp King, explaining that she has already attempted to surround and capture it 3 separate times. Yet every attempt failed because it escapes by retreating into a layer of black water colloid that can resist most ranged attacks. Hearing this, Shadow tells her to lead the way at once and adds that if Quatir or anyone else is discovered, he must be informed immediately, to which Warrior High replies that it is no problem, and in the next moment the dragon lifts both Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke in its claws, preparing to depart. The scene shifts to a vast view of the sky, where dense clouds stretch endlessly across the horizon. They arrive by the water, and Warrior High casually sits down and begins fishing, prompting Shadow to ask what exactly she is doing, only for Warrior High to hush him and explain that the venomous Black Carp King will not reveal itself on its own, so they have to lure it out by fishing, and once its health drops below 30%, it will retreat back into the black water to recover, with no way to stop it. Wisp of Smoke turns toward Shadow and asks whether they should first clear the surrounding mobs and then build up energy for their ultimate skills, and Shadow nods in agreement, saying that some of his attacks do indeed require energy buildup beforehand. Growing excited, Wisp of Smoke tells Shadow that she is his loyal fan, explaining that there are many secretly uploaded videos of him fighting bosses online, and that she has watched them not just once but hundreds of times, even holding up her phone to show that his picture is displayed on the screen. Shadow glances at the phone and pauses, clearly caught off guard by seeing his own image there, leaving him momentarily speechless. As their conversation continues, monsters begin appearing one after another, and Wisp of Smoke quickly alerts Shadow, asking if they should start accumulating combo energy. In the next instant, monsters surge in from all directions, their glowing eyes fixed forward as they charge aggressively, shattering the calm and turning the area into an active battlefield. Shadow raises his hand and extends 2 fingers forward, unleashing his fire ability as the incoming monsters are instantly swallowed by flames, and Wisp of Smoke stares in shock, exclaiming that his damage is unbelievably high as the enemies are wiped out on the spot, while Shadow calmly remarks that his attack frequency is still too low and that his energy is building far too slowly. Watching in awe, Wisp of Smoke holds flickering flames in her hand and excitedly suggests that he try her great yang, invigorating technique. Shadow looks at her, clearly confused, and blurts out, "What the heck?" In the next scene, Wisp of Smoke stands motionless with her eyes closed as a swirling purple flame aura coils around her, then calmly reveals that she is a unique hidden class, an enchanting witch warlock, whose abilities revolve around debuffs and curses. She explains that her ultimate skill, Great Yang Invigorating Technique, can reduce a target's overall attributes by 80%, requires no energy buildup, but comes with a long casting time and a strict condition. It must be performed with only 2 people present, completely out of sight from anyone else. She lets a faint smile form and says she only wants to use this skill on him, asking if the big boss is willing to try it. But Shadow simply turns away and refuses in a flat tone, saying there is no need, while she quietly watches him from behind. The dragon rises into the air, climbing higher as Shadow states that he has his own method for building energy, then orders Osirio to gather all the monsters in the area. Osirio answers, "Yes, sir," and instantly a dark vortex erupts, spiraling violently as he moves at extreme speed, sweeping across the surroundings and pulling every nearby monster into the churning current, dragging them all toward a single point under Shadow's command. Wisp of Smoke looks up in shock as a massive spiral forms overhead, a glowing purple core at its center packed densely with countless monsters, and she can only whisper, "Wow." Without warning, the dark energy tightens and collapses inward, signaling an imminent explosive release, as Shadow hovers above within the enormous vortex filled with monsters, while Wisp of Smoke stands frozen below, staring upward in shock. In the next instant, the vortex compresses even further, the dark energy spinning faster as everything is crushed into a single point. Wisp of Smoke stares upward, stunned, and blurts out in disbelief that the damage is impossible to measure, saying there are so many zeros she cannot even count them, then grips her staff tightly as she shouts about the overwhelming scale of destruction pouring down from above. In the next moment, Shadow descends with blue flame energy blazing from his back, his eyes glowing as he asks Warrior High, "I am ready. Did you catch any fish yet?" Warrior High tightens her grip and groans, "Ugh, here it comes." Suddenly, a massive black fish erupts from the water, rising high into the air, and she declares that the upturned mouth alliance never fails. A system notification flashes, "Poisonous Black Fish King Nuriel, level 20, Emerald grade," and the moment she sees it, Warrior High immediately throws the fishing rod towards Shadow and retreats, leaving everything for him to handle. Shadow steps forward without the slightest hesitation, his eyes locking onto the Emerald grade boss as he prepares to take full control of the battle. He activates his Crimson Blade and immediately unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes, striking the Poisonous Black Fish King over and over without giving it even a moment to react. Mid-assault, Shadow's eyes snap wide open as he senses something off about the Poisonous Black Fish King, something he did not expect. Positioning himself directly in front of the creature, he observes that his Crimson Blade is only dealing 40,000 damage, barely making a dent in its strength, and quickly realizes the boss must have around 90% damage reduction. Questioning whether the black mud coating its body is the cause, he concludes that if they fail to kill it quickly, then once its health falls to 30%, it will escape back into the black water, and at that point, there will be no way to stop it. Without warning, the Blackfish King lets out a thunderous roar, jerking its head back before blasting forward a torrent of dark, poisonous liquid as it unleashes rotten mud, a massive wave of toxic sludge surging straight toward them, prompting Shadow to immediately shout for everyone to run while warning that anyone touched by will die unless they possess a detoxification skill. Golden spheres flicker into existence around Shadow, each containing a Shadow clone ready to strike, and in the next instant, a flash of blue light erupts as both he and the clones disappear, only to reappear just as quickly at the beast's throat, executing instant Shadow Slash and ripping through it with overwhelming force. He drops onto the muddy bank, having intended to end the boss in a single blow. Yet he halts mid-motion and decides this moment is better used to test something else instead. A deep purple glow ignites in his eyes as dark energy coils tightly around his body, and he recognizes that the timing is perfect to release his finishing move. Shadow activates Endless Nightmare, causing swirling violet flames to engulf the fish, while a nightmare gauge begins rising with every passing second, accelerating further as each of his attacks stacks onto it. Wrapped in a dense purple aura, he maintains control over the spell as it grants an 80% increase in damage. And once the nightmare gauge reaches 100, the target is forcibly dragged into a nightmare state. Under this effect, the monster collapses into a deep slumber, triggering the true effect. Eye-breaking strike, with the next blow that wakes it will inflict triple damage. With the boss locked inside the nightmare, the final strike is primed to hit with crushing power. Still within that state, Shadow vanishes again and reappears in a blink, driving another instant shadow slash into its throat, and the critical impact detonates into an icy blue explosion that forces him to dash backward at once to evade the blast. The system announces that the Emerald Grade boss has been slain, awarding Shadow experience, evolution points, additional lifespan, and increased nightmare resistance, while Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke burst into cheers, astonished that he defeated it without giving it any chance to escape. As Shadow reviews the drops, he notices evolution points and equipment among them. Yet one item immediately draws his attention, a glowing blue treasure map. The map displays a chest marked by a star, indicating the location of a legendary hidden treasure buried deep within the forest near Zhanghai City. Recognizing that Zhanghai City is too distant and that he lacks the time to travel there himself, Shadow decides against pursuing it, and instead sends the map to a trusted ally back home, confident that her natural luck makes her the ideal person to handle the treasure hunt. Shadow passes the remaining loot to his teammates, prompting Warrior High to cheer before reminding him it's nearly time to return, yet he brushes that aside and firmly insists they still have half an hour left, more than enough time to bring down 2 additional bosses. Meanwhile, deep within the forest near Zhanghai City, a horned demon beast lies asleep atop a thick tree branch, while below, a small group of riders moves cautiously through the woods until their progress is abruptly interrupted by a series of loud, persistent crunching sounds. Wang Ming checks the map, picks up on Shadow's scent, and confirms they are close to the treasure, while Captain cautions everyone to remain vigilant since the types of monsters hiding in the forest are completely unknown. The crunching noise continues without pause, steadily grating on both Wang Ming and Captain, and as irritation builds with every second it refuses to stop. Turning toward the disturbance, they discover Little Black sitting with her alpaca mount, casually munching on snacks and making the noise without the slightest concern. Wang Ming immediately snaps, scolding her in frustration and warning that such loud crunching will draw monsters, accusing her of treating a dangerous mission like a relaxed picnic. Completely oblivious to any danger, Little Black casually explains that her luck has been poor lately, so she's trying to fix it. While high above them, the persistent noise finally stirs the sleeping demon beast. She raises the crackers in her hand and tells them they are not ordinary snacks, explaining that she obtained them from a mysterious merchant found inside a clear dungeon. She goes on to say the merchant claimed these snacks were rare treasures from another world capable of bringing good luck, then eagerly offers them to everyone. Captain Anyu chuckles, finding her belief endearing, while Wang Ming, already chewing on one, tells him not to laugh and admits they actually taste really good. Irritated that no one takes her seriously, Little Black pouts and stuffs another cracker in her mouth, deliberately crunching even louder in defiance, and that final crack echoes just enough. Above them, the massive creature suddenly jolts awake and drops from the branch without warning. With a furious roar, the enormous demon beast crashes down toward the group from above. It slams both fists into the ground with overwhelming force, but the group manages to scatter at the last second, barely avoiding the impact. As the dust begins to settle, a system alert identifies it as a level 18 Emerald Grade boss, the ferocious ape, and the moment Wang Ming recognizes it, panic immediately sets in as he becomes convinced they are about to die. The ferocious ape releases another enraged roar, its red eyes locking onto the source of the noise. Ignoring everyone else entirely, the towering ape charges straight at Little Black, extending its massive hand as it reaches out to seize her. Before she has any chance to react, the beast lunges in and snatches up Little Black along with her alpaca in a single swift motion, then immediately hurls them deep into the forest with violent force, sending both flying far out of sight. Wang Ming and Captain Anyu can only stare in shock as their friend is flung high into the night sky and disappears into the distance. Yet to their surprise, the ferocious ape makes no move to attack them, and instead simply turns away, swinging off into the trees. Still stunned, Wang Ming questions why the boss spared them, only to realize it had been awakened solely by the noise, tossed Little Black aside, and then lost all interest. As Little Black and her alpaca continue soaring through the air, her friends finally shake off their shock and immediately rush out to search for her. The two plunge into a concealed dark pit, crashing through layers of thick vines as they fall deeper into the forest below. The alpaca becomes tangled in the vines above, but Little Black keeps dropping until she hits the hard dirt floor at the bottom. Pushing herself upright, she lets out a relieved sigh as the vines helped cushion her fall, though she still complains about her terrible luck, beginning to question whether those magical snacks actually do anything. At that moment, a sudden bright glow catches her attention, and when she turns toward it, she sees a purple treasure chest radiating light, marked clearly with a star. Her eyes immediately light up as she recognizes it from a map, and she bursts with excitement, convinced she has found the legendary treasure. She dashes straight toward the chest, focused entirely on opening it, leaving her alpaca hanging above without a second thought. Just as she reaches it, the alpaca's struggle finally causes its cracker necklace to snap. The crackers spill downward, bouncing off Little Black and scattering across the chest. The moment the snacks make contact, the star emblem flashes, a pair of eyes suddenly opens on the chest surface, and a low growl begins to rumble from within. The chest abruptly snaps open, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a massive tongue, while a system alert instantly identifies it as a level 20 emerald grade boss, the Greedy Devourer. Little Black screams and stumbles backward, realizing that the so-called legendary treasure is actually a deadly monster. Frozen where she is, she understands that if the snacks had not triggered it early, she would have opened the chest herself and been devoured instantly. Watching the creature happily chewing on the scattered crackers, she exhales in relief and realizes the merchant told the truth. The snacks really do bring good luck and have just saved her life. That relief quickly disappears as she recognizes she has no chance of defeating the boss alone, and without hesitating, she decides to call Shadow for backup. The fight along the riverbank finally ended when Shadow released a devastating blue slash that tore through the boss and finished it in a single strike. While high above on the cliff, Sister High and the female official called Wisp of Smoke watched in shock and openly cheered at the overwhelming display of strength as Shadow stood beside the glowing mountain of loot left behind by the fallen enemy. Not wasting a second, Shadow immediately ordered everyone to gather the drops so they could continue searching for the next boss. And although the two women were still staring in disbelief at the valuable rewards scattered across the ground, a timer suddenly showed that it was already 8 Siab, making both the exhausted official and High complain at once that work hours were over and there was no way they were staying for overtime. Remaining completely faithful to their laid-back Nanu playstyle, the two women happily waved goodbye, told Shadow they would meet again at 9 a.m., and then left him standing there by himself. That short moment alone disappeared almost immediately when Shadow received an urgent message from Little Black, who panicked as she explained that she had found what she thought was a legendary treasure, only to discover it was actually a terrifying mimic monster far beyond anything she could defeat alone, forcing her to desperately beg him to come save her. Shadow instantly demanded her coordinates, then mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and flew straight toward her location. Far inside the dark forest, Little Black sat nervously on the ground while eating a cracker and carefully keeping her eyes on the glowing purple Greedy Devourer chest boss nearby. And only moments later, Shadow descended from the sky with crushing force before swinging down his crimson blade in a massive attack that cut directly through the monster. The system instantly confirmed the kill and rewarded him with huge amounts of XP together with tradable lifespan, while his level rose to 25 at the same time. As glowing loot orbs drifted through the air around them, Little Black excitedly praised Shadow for arriving so quickly and defeating the boss in a single hit. But instead of responding to the compliment, Shadow immediately questioned how she had managed to discover the mimic without activating its trap first. Little Black explained that she had accidentally fallen into the pit and nearly touched the treasure chest herself. But before she could make contact, the cracker in her hand slipped away and hit the chest first, triggering the monster ahead of time and unintentionally saving her life. When Shadow asked about the strange cracker, she explained that she had bought it from a mysterious merchant who claimed the snack possessed the ability to turn bad luck into good fortune. Holding the cracker in his hand, Shadow stayed extremely doubtful because despite everything he knew from his previous life, he had never encountered a single item with the power to influence luck itself. Nearby, Little Black watched him with obvious anticipation, secretly hoping he would take off his mask to eat the cracker so she could finally see what he really looked like. But Shadow immediately sensed what she was trying to do and activated his stealth skill, vanishing into dark blue flames and leaving her confused as she looked around for him. A moment later, he reappeared with the mask still covering his face, casually gave her a thumbs up, and told her the cracker tasted good, making Little Black pout while joking that he was acting too shy. Shifting his focus toward the real blue treasure chest, Shadow explained just how dangerous mimic monsters actually were, warning that any player swallowed and trapped inside the creature's stomach would lose the ability to log out and could eventually die from starvation in the real world, while killing the mimic safely revealed the true hidden treasure concealed behind it. After opening the chest, Shadow obtained evolution points together with several pieces of equipment, but among all the rewards, 2 items immediately drew his complete attention: a map and the key to the city of unjust death. The instant Shadow recognized the key, his eyes widened because the artifact was unbelievably rare, and after seeing such an impossible reward appear, he could not help wondering whether Little Black's strange cracker had really boosted her luck after all. At the same time, memories connected to the city of unjust death resurfaced in his mind, a forbidden domain intended only for the dead where only one person had ever successfully entered, and although almost nothing about the place was known, one truth had always remained certain: the city held treasures powerful enough to shake the entire world. That lone survivor had once returned from the city, carrying unimaginable strength, slaughtering countless opponents before reaching the #1 rank on the leaderboards in only a month. But Shadow also remembered that the player had already been level 50 at the time. Realizing his current level 25 strength was nowhere near enough to survive a place like that, Shadow immediately decided to postpone entering the city of unjust death until later. After keeping the map and key for himself, he told Little Black to take the rest of the loot, then summon Osiris, and flew out of the forest with his next goal already set in mind. Now that a legendary dungeon awaited him in the future, Shadow concluded that his top priority was clearing his level 25 class trial and raising his strength as quickly as possible. Sometime later, Shadow arrived at a gigantic cathedral concealed within the second underground layer of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout, and after stepping inside the enormous hall, he approached the glowing spirit known as Successor before presenting the golden bell required to begin his level 25 trial. Successor solemnly asked whether he was truly ready, causing the system interface for the judge challenge to appear in front of him, but Shadow showed no hesitation at all and calmly confirmed that he would proceed. In the very next moment, a radiant golden magic circle spread outward beneath them, and as the initiation spell for the trial activated, both figures were instantly transported into a strange dimension overflowing with endless stars. Shadow appeared on top of a platform overlooking a massive labyrinth suspended within the void, and while he silently observed the enormous maze below, the system formally welcomed him to his exclusive trial ground. Without warning, pillars of blue light descended throughout the labyrinth as the system announced that additional players were now being loaded into the trial zone, including one person Shadow immediately recognized, Wisp of Smoke. More familiar names quickly followed in the notifications, as players like Wang Meng and the permanently unlucky Agwang were also transferred into the area. Inside the labyrinth itself, Unlucky Agwang and the other players materialized one after another, immediately scanning their surroundings in confusion while trying to understand where they had suddenly been brought. Shadow's younger sister, Xiao Yuya, also appeared within the maze, emerging inside the blue glow of the transfer spell while sweating nervously and struggling to comprehend the situation because only moments earlier she had still been inside her faction's hideout. After noticing one of her friends nearby, Xiao Yuya quickly called out to her, only to grow uneasy when the woman kept staring straight ahead without giving any response at all, almost like a lifeless phantom. Far above the labyrinth, the system announced the rules of the fair judgment trial. Among the 100 targets scattered throughout the maze, only one person was actually guilty, and Shadow's objective was to identify and execute that single individual. However, if he killed even one innocent target, the trial would instantly end in failure. After hearing the conditions, Shadow questioned how he was supposed to determine which target was truly guilty, and Successor responded with a cryptic answer, telling him to rely on his eyes to see the truth. In response, golden light flashed within Shadow's eyes as he confidently declared that the guilty party would never escape his sight. Successor then officially announced the start of the trial, and the stone platform beneath Shadow suddenly vanished, sending him plunging down through the endless star-filled void toward the labyrinth below. As Shadow fell through the endless void, the system restored all of his stats while simultaneously activating a 30-minute countdown timer. And although failure awaited him if he either killed the wrong target or allowed the time limit to expire, he merely smirked while preparing to hunt down the sinner. At the same time, another system announcement echoed throughout the labyrinth, informing every participant that the fair judgment trial had officially started and that the judge had already entered the maze to pursue the guilty target. Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and Jiang Yaoying immediately looked upward in shock as the announcement rang through the corridors, while the system continued explaining the trial rewards by stating that anyone who survived for 30 minutes would receive generous compensation, but whoever managed to kill the judge himself would instead obtain a god-level reward. Elsewhere inside the labyrinth, Xiao Yuya crouched fearfully against a wall while trembling uncontrollably, completely unable to understand why she had suddenly been teleported into this gigantic maze and forced into the role of prey inside a deadly hunt. As she nervously moved beside the towering blue walls, she muttered to herself about the mysterious judge chasing everyone through the labyrinth. And after cautiously peeking around a corner, her thoughts shifted toward the promised god-level reward as she wondered whether obtaining it could somehow heal her legs. Trying to encourage herself, Xiao Yuya resolved to survive no matter what. But the fragile determination she had just built instantly shattered into terror the moment she saw Shadow calmly walking through the corridor ahead while releasing an overwhelming dark aura. Shadow's glowing eyes scanned across the maze as he focused entirely on locating his target. In the instant Xiao Yuya realized that the terrifying judge was actually Shadow, she let out a shocked scream. Convinced she would die if he noticed her, she immediately spun around and fled in panic to search for a hiding place. At the same time, Shadow approached a female participant who had the glowing blue word woman floating above her head, making him question what the strange labels actually meant. A moment later, another woman suddenly sprinted past nearby, and Shadow immediately noticed with confusion that not every person inside the labyrinth possessed one of those floating words above them. Taking advantage of that brief distraction, a blonde assassin suddenly emerged from stealth directly behind him while preparing a dagger strike. then released a glowing green slash as she shouted for Shadow to die. However, Shadow instantly activated an evasion skill that blurred his body and allowed the attack to pass harmlessly through him without making contact at all. After missing the ambush, the assassin landed in complete shock, unable to understand how her surprise attack had entirely failed while angrily cursing his evasive ability. Shadow narrowed his eyes through the confusion caused by the sudden ambush and noticed blue text floating above the assassin that read "Woman, and 19 years old." In that instant, he realized the strange words represented personal traits connected to the people around him. As he coldly examined the identical figures surrounding him, he recognized the assassin from his previous life as one of Song Fei's obsessive followers, making her appearance inside the trial completely impossible because she should have already died long ago. Without any warning, a furious crowd filled with familiar faces suddenly rushed towards Shadow through the corridor while screaming for his death. And leading the mob was Song Fei himself, loudly declaring that he would personally kill Shadow. His followers immediately unleashed a barrage of magic attacks, triggering an enormous fiery explosion that swallowed the entire corridor in flames. However, when Shadow calmly stepped out from the smoke completely unharmed, he finally understood the true nature of the trial. None of the attackers were real. Every single one of them was simply an illusion produced by the trial's magic. He quickly realized that the glowing labels like "Woman, 19 years old," "Brainless Fan," and "Cleric Class" were actually clues scattered throughout the maze to reveal the identity of the sinner he was meant to execute. As Shadow connected all the clues together in his mind, a horrifying realization suddenly struck him. Only one person matched every single description perfectly: his own sister, Xiao Yuya. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, the real Xiao Yuya desperately crawled across the ground while struggling to survive, while Shadow, now irritated by the maze's enormous size and already tired of chasing individual phantoms one by one, chose a far more destructive solution instead. Dark purple flames suddenly burst from his body as he activated his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare, and in the next instant the violent flames exploded outward and rapidly spread through the countless pathways of the labyrinth. The illusions scattered throughout the maze, including the fake Song Fei, were instantly swallowed by the expanding nightmare flames, their bodies twisting and warping as Endless Nightmare completely erased them from existence. Wanting to speed up the search even further, Shadow immediately summoned multiple Shadow clones and ordered the dark duplicates to split apart and sweep through the labyrinth to locate his target. The clones shot through the corridors like bolts of lightning, effortlessly slaughtering every remaining phantom they encountered along the way. The ruthless strategy quickly delivered results. Shadow finally discovered his target and found Xiao Yuya lying on the ground while surrounded by the spreading purple magic, and above her head floated a glowing blue title that read "Sinner." Shadow fixed his sister with an icy stare as he forced himself to fully commit to the trial's objective, and without even a trace of hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a poison dart straight at her. The instant the attack struck, the system declared that the sinner had been executed and immediately congratulated Shadow for clearing the maze successfully. A beam of victorious light descended around him, and before he could react, another notification appeared, informing him that Xiao Yuya had received a tracking mark called the Shadow 3 Lives mark at the exact moment of her death. Startled, Shadow looked down at what she had left behind, only for the system to reveal Xiao Yuya's resurrection coordinates, confirming that she had revived in the real world inside Zhanghai City. When Shadow noticed lifespan orbs lying across the ground, he instantly understood the truth. Xiao Yuya had truly been pulled into the trial itself. Every other figure and event inside the maze had been an illusion, yet she alone had been real, leaving him unable to understand why she had been singled out and treated differently from everything else around him. As the dark maze slowly dissolved, the glowing spirit successor appeared before him once again and congratulated Shadow, calling him the inheritor who had completed the trial flawlessly. She then told him to receive his reward from a primordial-grade treasure chest, and in the very next moment, an enormous white chest appeared above the shattered remains of the labyrinth. The chest exploded open in a flood of dazzling light as countless sparkling stars and radiant streams poured outward, while Shadow stood in silence, watching the divine reward descend slowly from the star-filled sky. Soon afterward, the system revealed the item he had obtained, the Blade of Judgment, a primordial-grade weapon of extreme rarity. The sword, forged in white and gold, possessed terrifyingly high base attributes alongside powerful modifiers, and the moment Shadow took hold of the glowing blade, he immediately began inspecting its special abilities. The weapon consumed divine nature points and contained an independent pocket dimension called the Land of Judgment, a realm where slain targets could be teleported to face judgment from the blade itself. Any sinner successfully judged within that domain would permanently strengthen the weapon, increasing both its attributes and its upper limits even further. Shadow was left stunned by the blade's endless potential for growth. In his previous life, He had climbed into the global top 100 using only a mythic-grade weapon capable of granting damage immunity. Yet compared to this primordial sword, all of his former equipment now seemed completely insignificant. It became clear to him almost immediately that as long as he continued judging sinners, the weapon could evolve without limit, effectively transforming the real world into another extension of the trial itself. Successor confirmed that Shadow's deduction was correct and explained that, because of the game's strict rules, the trial had been the only lawful way to grant him possession of the Blade of Judgment, functioning as a tutorial meant to teach him how the weapon would be used in the future. Now that the sword belonged to him, Shadow immediately demanded to know why the trial had required his sister's real body instead of using an illusion like every other person inside the maze. At that moment, Successor's third eye began to glow, and she calmly informed him that Xiao Yuya was a blasphemer. Successor then revealed a dark vision of Xiao Yuya from the previous timeline, showing an older version of her that had already become corrupted. She explained that, in Shadow's former life, Xiao Yuya had touched the Eye of Judgment in an attempt to steal its power, and because of that act, Successor had branded her a sinner who was destined to face judgment. After learning the truth, Shadow coldly asked why a person already branded as a blasphemer had been permitted to remain alive until now. The woman explained that the authority of judgment was a primordial law that had existed since the birth of the universe itself, an absolute power capable of extending across every timeline, dimension, space, and moment with nothing more than a single thought. She further revealed that if Shadow were to judge Qin Xiaoyu as guilty, then every version of Qin Xiaoyu throughout all universes, timelines, dimensions, and across the past, present, and future would instantly fall beneath the authority of judgment as well. However, in this current life, Qin Xiaoyu had not yet committed the sin of blasphemy, nor did she possess any memories of her previous life. The woman then explained that passing judgment directly, without rules, trials, or rewards, would violate the fairness that formed the core nature of judgment itself, which was why Qin Xiaoyu had been granted a chance instead of being executed immediately. Only then did Shadow finally understand that the entire trial had been specially prepared as practical training meant to teach him how to properly wield the primordial blade and use the authority of judgment. She then revealed that the trial had awakened Qin Xiaoyu's mark of sin, causing the memories from her previous life to slowly return. And once those memories completely resurfaced, the blasphemy sleeping within her would fully awaken as well. The woman warned that the moment Qin Xiaoyu fully recovered her past memories, she would become a true blasphemer, and judging her at that point would dramatically raise the Blade of Judgment's divine point limit beyond 1,000. The instant Shadow heard that the divine point cap could surpass 1,000, he immediately realized that he would finally be able to unlock Blessed Judgment, a hidden ability belonging to the Blade of Judgment that required 1,000 divine points to activate. The woman then disclosed that Shadow's rebirth and his infinite evolution talent were both forms of Blessed Judgment personally granted by the authority of judgment itself, while the Blade of Judgment was merely a key, because if he truly wished to control the authority of judgment, he first needed to master the ancient god language. She explained that the ancient god language was the language used to write the laws governing the universe itself, the very foundation behind all authority, and only by mastering it could Shadow truly comprehend judgment and the laws that controlled existence. Once he fully understood it, he would even gain the ability to use the authority to bless himself and rewrite the rules of his own existence. Before vanishing, the woman revealed that she had erased Qin Xiaoyu's memories of the trial, allowing her previous memories to return naturally over time until she completely transformed into a blasphemer. With that, the woman instructed Shadow to continue forward as the chosen heir of judgment. After returning to his hiding place, Shadow saw the final notification appear before him, declaring that his journey toward mastering authority had only just begun, and at the same moment, he received a divine tome containing the complete knowledge of the ancient god language. Shadow silently stared at the glowing divine tome, while the system informed him that it held the combined understanding of more than 247,000 ancient god language teaching books collected from countless civilizations, enough to transform him into a true Grand Master once he fully mastered everything within it. As he looked at the overwhelming amount of knowledge stored inside the tome, Shadow could only feel speechless, wondering how he was ever supposed to finish reading all 247,000 books. Meanwhile, at the Jianghai City Ruins resurrection point, a strange light suddenly descended into the ruined city, signaling that someone was about to revive. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu emerged from the glowing portal at the resurrection point, her body reforming as the mysterious mark placed upon her quietly reacted. After reviving, Qin Xiaoyu sat there in confusion, stunned by the realization that she had actually died. Yet what disturbed her even more was the strange blank space in her memories, because the last thing she could remember was guarding the land of soul purification. As she desperately tried to piece together those missing memories, a strange distorted energy suddenly surged through her mind. Fragments from Qin Xiaoyu's previous life instantly began flashing through her consciousness one after another, showing blurry scenes of battles, death, and a mysterious man from her past existence, while the strange mark on her forehead slowly started awakening. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly cried out in pain as the memories pouring in her mind became increasingly clear, overwhelming her while the awakening mark reacted more and more violently. As those memories turned painfully vivid, Qin Xiaoyu finally realized the terrifying truth that the visions flooding her mind were not illusions at all, but genuine memories from her previous life. She then understood that the strange dreams she had been seeing all this time were actually fragments of those past life memories, and soon afterward, she remembered Qin Feng, the warrior who had constantly protected her, helped her level up, and repeatedly given her equipment in that previous life. Unable to stop crying, Qin Xiaoyu could not understand why Qin Feng treated her so differently in this life despite everything he had done for her in the past, while every memory after level 20 still remained completely blank. As Qin Xiaoyu carefully sorted through the memories gradually returning to her, she slowly began suspecting that Qin Feng and Shadow might actually be the same person, yet no clear memory existed that could truly confirm it. Driven by pure instinct, Qin Xiaoyu gradually became convinced that Qin Feng and Shadow were truly the same person, and as tears filled her eyes, she believed that something terrible must have happened during her previous life, something severe enough to make Qin Feng completely abandon her and stop caring about her altogether. Tears continued running down her face as Qin Xiaoyu tightly clenched her fist and finally understood the truth. Qin Feng also remembered his previous life, and with the knowledge and experience he carried over from the earlier timeline of God's rejection, he had managed to become the terrifying Shadow and rise to overwhelming power at an unbelievable speed. After realizing the truth, Qin Xiaoyu slowly wiped away her tears and made a firm decision. Since Qin Feng had used the memories of his past life to become Shadow and surpass everyone else, then she believed she could do exactly the same, and filled with determination, she swore that after becoming the strongest, she would personally settle everything with Shadow Qin Feng. Not long afterward, Qin Xiaoyu contacted her guild after discovering a bloodline monster perfectly suited for priests, causing the guild members to become instantly excited as they rushed toward her location the moment she sent them the coordinates. After hearing the news, the Qin Wuming praised her for making yet another major contribution to the guild and promised to reward her with 10 years of lifespan once they finished dealing with the monster. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a peaceful beach illuminated by sunlight, while clear blue ocean waves gently rolled against the shore. The Qin Wuming angrily demanded to know where the bloodline monster was, accusing Qin Xiaoyu of becoming bold enough to deceive even him. Yet with strange glowing words from an unknown language floating above her head, Qin Xiaoyu calmly assured him that the monster was hidden and could only appear after activating a special mechanism. Wearing a faint smile, Qin Xiaoyu explained that although the monster was merely platinum level, it only remained available for 2 hours and required a complicated process to summon it. Though fortunately, she already knew the method needed to defeat it. She then looked directly at the Qin Wuming and calmly expressed her hope that after killing the monster, he would reward her with its bloodline skill. After hearing that Qin Xiaoyu even possessed a guide for the hidden monster, the Qin Wuming stroked his chin and laughed loudly before immediately agreeing to hand over the bloodline skill to her, while also promising that any priest-class equipment dropped by the monster would belong to her as well, casually remarking that priest skills and equipment were not particularly valuable anyway. Qin Xiaoyu immediately thanked the Qin Wuming before gathering everyone together and carefully explaining the strategy for defeating the boss, telling them to listen closely, while deep inside, she secretly smiled to herself. In her previous life, Qin Xiaoyu had already fought this boss once before, meaning she knew exactly how to clear it, and more importantly, the monster's bloodline skill, Shaman's Healing, along with the priest equipment it could potentially drop, would greatly increase her own strength. Qin Xiaoyu carefully explained every mechanic of the boss fight to the entire team, warning them that the boss would eventually cast Bone Prison to trap the main tank, and the instant that happened, another tank needed to immediately seize aggro. She then instructed everyone else to completely ignore the Bone Prison itself, and continue focusing all their attacks directly on the boss. The Qin Wuming narrowed his eyes while rubbing his chin, clearly confused by Qin Xiaoyu's strategy, as he questioned why they would ignore the Bone Prison instead of rescuing the trapped tanks first. Remaining calm, Qin Xiaoyu explained that the Bone Prison possessed extremely high durability and would explode with devastating damage once destroyed, making it far too dangerous to attack directly. Instead, whenever the current tank became imprisoned, they simply needed to transfer aggro to another tank and continue rotating tanks throughout the entire battle. After finally understanding the strategy, the Qin Wuming suddenly grinned, realizing that the fight heavily favored bringing as many tanks as possible, ideally even an entire team made up of them. Though even while saying that, he still questioned whether sacrificing too many attackers would leave their damage output too low. Confidently raising one finger, Qin Xiaoyu told everyone not to doubt her professionalism. insisting that platinum-level bosses possessed very low health and could be defeated quickly as long as the strategy was correct. Although the plan still sounded strange, the Qin Wuming eventually raised his hand and decided to trust her after seeing her confidence, immediately ordering the guild members to recruit several additional tanks for the raid. Once the plan was settled, the Qin Wuming immediately asked how they were supposed to lure out the hidden boss, and Qin Xiaoyu explained that 3 hidden marks existed along the coastline, one located on the rocks beside the sea, another beneath the reef directly across from them, and the last hidden inside a cave along the shore. If 3 people activated all the marks simultaneously, the hidden boss would finally appear. The moment he heard that explanation, the Qin Wuming immediately ordered everyone to move into position and begin. One guild member quickly rushed toward the shoreline before placing his hand against a glowing triangular mechanism embedded within a massive rock. At the same time, another guild member reached deep into a narrow opening inside an enormous stone pillar and activated the glowing green mechanism concealed within it. The third guild member triggered the concealed mechanism hidden deep inside the rocky tunnel, and the instant all 3 devices activated at the same time, dark purple energy burst across the entire coastline while the hidden boss finally revealed itself. A horrifying level 20 platinum-grade monster, known as Shaman Bone, which slowly stepped forward. Its skeletal frame surrounded by a sinister black aura, as it carried a warped staff crowned with a ringing bell that radiated an ominous presence. A gigantic countdown instantly appeared above Bone Witch's head, showing that the hidden boss could remain in existence for less than 2 hours before vanishing completely. Yet the second the terrifying skeletal shaman emerged, the entire guild rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, shouting that the boss had finally appeared as the raid officially began. Seeing the battle unfold exactly the way she remembered, Qin Xiaoyu quietly smiled to herself and thought that this was the true advantage of possessing memories from a past life. Using knowledge of the future and previous experience to clear bosses quickly and seize precious loot before anyone else could reach it. Confidence slowly spread across Qin Xiaoyu's face as she proudly believed that aside from Shadow, she alone could use past life memories in this way. And in her mind, that alone was proof that fate itself had chosen her. Tightening her fist with determination, Qin Xiaoyu swore that starting now, she would wash away every humiliation she had once endured, refusing to die another meaningless death, as she vowed to grow stronger at a terrifying pace until she became the most powerful person standing directly behind Shadow himself. The fight exploded in emotion as Bone Witch lifted its twisted staff and immediately unleashed the terrifying skill known as Bone Prison. Dark magic rapidly spread across the battlefield, and jagged skeletal spikes violently erupted from the ground, while one warrior cried out in shock the moment the purple restraints completely wrapped around his body. One after another, the guild members were completely sealed inside the glowing purple bone prisons as the entire battle gradually spiraled into disaster. Chen Wuming gritted his teeth in frustration after realizing they had already survived the 6-bone prison and only had a single protection skill remaining. While more than an hour had already passed, less than 30 minutes remained before the boss disappeared, and Bone Witch still possessed nearly half of its health. Watching the raid collapse in front of him, Chen Wuming finally lost all patience and angrily shouted at Qin Xiaoyu, demanding to know whether her so-called guide had ever been correct in the first place. Qin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale as panic filled her eyes, yet she still desperately insisted that her strategy was right, shouting that she had defeated the boss exactly this way in her previous life. And in her panic, she shifted the blame onto the guild instead, claiming their damage output was simply too low. At that moment, one of the guild members suddenly screamed that something was wrong with the boss, causing Chen Wuming, who stood behind him, to immediately turn serious. The entire battlefield changed in an instant as the 6-bone prisons scattered throughout the area suddenly linked together, forming a massive glowing hexagonal barrier that completely sealed the entire raid team inside. Purple energy surged across the enclosed field while the stunned warriors froze in disbelief, and one of them cried out in shock after realizing every escape route had been completely blocked. Jagged skeletal branches rapidly spread across the barrier, glowing with violent purple energy. Before anyone had time to react, countless skeletal spikes violently erupted outward from the connected bone prisons, piercing through several guild members at the same time. Blood-curdling screams echoed across the battlefield as the purple energy tore straight through their bodies, instantly throwing the trapped raid into total chaos. In the very next moment, the entire glowing hexagonal prison erupted with deadly purple energy and completely annihilated the raid team trapped inside, while one guild member after another vanished into streams of light. Moments later, beams of resurrection light descended from the sky as the wiped guild members revived at the city's resurrection point, their faces filled with disbelief and shock while the furious Chen Wuming stared ahead with burning red eyes after realizing the entire raid had been destroyed. Chen Wuming suddenly grabbed Qin Xiaoyu by the collar and furiously demanded to know what kind of strategy she had given them after leading the entire raid to its destruction. Sweat mixed with tears as they streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's face, while she desperately tried to explain that the guild's damage output had to be too low, insisting that in her previous life, she had never once seen the boss use such a terrifying skill. Hearing that excuse, Chen Wuming completely lost control in rage and violently slammed Qin Xiaoyu onto the ground, roaring that she was the one who insisted on bringing 7 tanks into the raid from the start, making proper damage output impossible from the very beginning. At that moment, another guild member rushed over in panic and reported that Bone, which had already regenerated back to full health, while less than 20 minutes remained before the hidden boss disappeared. Furious and frustrated, Chen Wuming could only roar back and ask what they were even supposed to do now after the entire raid had already been wiped out once. Realizing the situation had become completely hopeless, Chen Wuming immediately ordered his subordinates to contact Shadow Senior as quickly as possible for help. Moments later, a flying skeletal beast shot across the sky while the guild members desperately tried to reach Shadow. After finally contacting him, the guild members hurriedly explained that they had discovered a hidden platinum-grade bloodline monster that would disappear in less than 15 minutes, desperately begging for his assistance. But after hearing that, Shadow merely looked at them coldly and questioned how they could possibly fail against nothing more than a platinum-grade boss. The guild member awkwardly admitted that the situation was a very long story. But before he could continue, Shadow calmly interrupted him and ordered them to add him to the raid team immediately because he was already on the way. As the terrifying purple aura surrounding Bone, which continued spreading across the coastline, the guild members nervously informed everyone that Shadow Senior was already coming, though barely 10 minutes remained before the hidden boss vanished. Suddenly, without any warning, a massive explosion of blue energy erupted across the coastline, instantly shaking the entire area and forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding shockwave. As the brilliant light faded away, Shadow calmly stood at the center of the battlefield surrounded by golden energy, while the system notification revealed that the hidden boss, Bone, which Dr. Wallander, had already been instantly killed the moment he arrived. The entire guild froze in disbelief after witnessing the hidden platinum-grade boss die in a single attack. One guild member could only stare blankly, while muttering in shock that everything had ended far too quickly, while Chen Wuming proudly declared that anyone who doubted Shadow Senior would eventually understand just how terrifying his true strength really was. Shadow suddenly called out to Chen Wuming, and the guild leader immediately straightened his posture before respectfully answering, "Yes, sir." Shadow glanced toward Chen Wuming and calmly pointed out that the Bone Witch Doctor was a hidden boss with an extremely secret trigger condition, then asked how their guild had managed to discover it in the first place. Chen Wuming immediately praised Shadow's sharp insight before honestly explaining that the hidden boss had actually been discovered by a junior sister from their guild. He then revealed that her name was Qin Xiaoyu, the same girl who had been guarding Shadow's gate earlier. Smiling casually, Chen Wuming called for Qin Xiaoyu to come greet Shadow Senior as well, but after receiving no response, his expression gradually shifted into confusion as he suddenly realized she had completely disappeared. Far away from the others, Qin Xiaoyu happily held the aggro in her hands while secretly laughing to herself. In her previous life, the guild had helped her defeat this boss, and had even handed over all the aggro and battlefield control so she could safely claim the rewards for herself. Shadow stood silently within the darkness as ominous purple energy surrounded him, and deep in his mind, he remembered the future waiting for her. The moment Qin Xiaoyu fully recalled that forgotten event from her previous life, her true judgment would finally begin. Shadow slowly lowered his gaze while purple energy twisted around his body, his glowing eyes turning cold and completely emotionless. Meanwhile, the guild members suddenly started searching for Qin Xiaoyu while calling out her name in confusion. Qin Xiaoyu froze the instant the guild members finally found her holding the aggro. The furious guild leader immediately began shouting at her again, accusing her of causing the entire team wipe and then daring to ignore him afterward, even threatening to expel her from the guild completely. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly clenched her teeth as memories from her previous life surfaced in her mind, recognizing the guild as Night Sanctuary, a group infamous for tricking people into becoming black slaves. She also remembered that in her previous life, she had once belonged to Jianghai's #1 guild, Godslayer, which made her look down on everyone standing before her now. Convinced they were trying to deceive her once again, she firmly declared that she would never fall for it a second time. Even while being thrown out of the guild, Qin Xiaoyu still gritted her teeth and swore revenge against Shadow and everyone from Glory of Martial Virtue, vowing that one day she would make them repay all the humiliation she had suffered there. Moments later, the system officially announced that she had been expelled from the Knight's Sanctuary Guild. As Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head in humiliation, several nearby players suddenly noticed the strange title floating above her name and immediately began laughing at her in public. Hearing them mockingly call her Shadow the Third and Shadow's grandson only caused her expression to darken even further. The surrounding players continued joking about the bizarre title above Qin Xiaoyu's name, saying that ordinary people were not even qualified to become Shadow's grandson, even if they wanted to, while some of them even sounded strangely jealous as they wondered how she had managed to obtain such a ridiculous title connected to someone as famous as Shadow. Shadow silently watched Osiris disappear into the sky, while calmly reflecting on the true purpose of the Blade of Judgment. If he wanted to continue strengthening its divine limits and abilities, then he needed to keep judging sinners and criminals. But even though Qin Xiaoyu could now grow rapidly using knowledge from her previous life, Shadow understood that it would still take time before she completely transformed into a true blasphemer. Shadow quietly recalled how crime rates throughout the real world had exploded ever since the godforsaken game descended, leaving behind countless unresolved criminal cases across the country. Thinking about that only made him tighten his grip on the Blade of Judgment, as he calmly decided that his next step would be requesting information from the authorities regarding those criminals. While flying toward Zhanghai City, on Osiris, Shadow received disturbing news from the authorities regarding a recent string of brutal murders. Many young women had mysteriously disappeared, and according to the ongoing investigation, the victims were likely assaulted before being killed. Even worse, the murderer possessed an ability capable of completely destroying all evidence, making the case nearly impossible to solve. Realizing the situation was far more serious than an ordinary crime, the investigators urgently asked whether Shadow would be willing to help hunt the killer down. After hearing the details of the case, Shadow agreed without the slightest hesitation. The investigators immediately became relieved and promised to send over every piece of information they had gathered as quickly as possible. The moment Shadow saw the investigation report, his expression instantly changed after recognizing the case at once. In his previous life, countless young women had mysteriously vanished throughout Zhanghai City, yet no bodies were ever discovered, leaving the authorities completely without any leads. Fear gradually spread across the entire city as the number of missing victims continued increasing year after year, and even long after Shadow was reborn, the true culprit behind the murders had never been identified, eventually turning the case into one of the most infamous unsolved mysteries of the Divine Abyss era. Shadow quickly realized that the killer had started committing murders much earlier than anyone expected, and after discovering that the murderer possessed a profession capable of wiping away every trace of evidence completely clean, even Shadow understood this case would be incredibly hard to deal with. As that realization settled in, his gaze turned sharp and cold because he knew there was only one option left. He would have to bring Guiling with him for the investigation. The scene shifted to Zhanghai City in the real world. Shadow arrived alongside Guiling at the exact place where one of the missing girls had last disappeared, then calmly explained that although a considerable amount of time had already passed, there was still a chance they could track the lingering aura left behind by the murderer. After hearing Shadow's instructions, Guiling immediately nodded with respect and answered that she understood. Without wasting another second, Guiling activated her tracking ability as waves of purple energy burst out around her body, while glowing talismans rapidly formed in midair, and moments later a piercing beam of spiritual light shot across the entire city, before instantly locking onto the hidden trail the murderer had left behind. Once she successfully located the direction, Guiling confidently informed Shadow that she had found a target and told him to follow her lead. Shadow and Guiling immediately soared into the night sky, moving at high speed while chasing the glowing hidden trail as it extended deeper and deeper through the city toward the murderer's location. The scene then shifted to the San Fran Club. Meanwhile, a terrified young girl suddenly went completely still after noticing a horrifying shadow slowly emerging from the darkness toward her. The frightened girl collapsed against the wall, her entire body trembling uncontrollably while tears streamed down her face, and she desperately cried and sobbed in fear. A horrifying man slowly stepped out from the darkness, his eyes glowing red while blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and he let out a twisted laugh as he mocked the terrified girl for being so frightened after going so long without seeing him. The girl could only sob helplessly through her tears, so terrified that she could not even speak properly, and after watching her panic, the man coldly asked what she was trying to say. Before she could answer him, the monster suddenly seized her face with a twisted black hand, making her scream in terror as she desperately demanded to know what he planned to do to her. Through her crying, the girl shouted that Uchibin was a monster and accused him of eating Wei Wei. Uchibin then slowly revealed the horrifying truth behind what he had become, explaining that the godforsaken game had granted him a hidden warrior class profession called Ghoul, and ever since obtaining it he had endured unbearable hunger every single day, to the point where normal food could no longer satisfy him at all. Worse still, he discovered that consuming other players permanently increased his attributes, gradually turning him into a monster that hunted humans to gain more power. Trying desperately to survive, the terrified girl begged Uchibin to spare her for the sake of the feelings he once shared with her. But the crazed ghoul only laughed bitterly as he lifted her into the air and ranted that he had always loved Yang Xiaoya and devoted himself entirely to her, yet she had never truly looked at him, even once. Hu Chi-bin completely lost control as he roared madly, screaming that Yang Xiaoya had never cared about him because her attention had always been fixed only on Qin Feng. And while his body continued mutating into something even more horrifying, the terrified girl cried helplessly beneath him, trapped within the ghoul's violent obsession and jealousy. Hu Chi-bin sinisterly declared that he normally never played with his food before eating it. But today would be different, because Yang Xiaoya had angered him too much. While nearby, the terrified girl trembled on the ground with tears filling her eyes as she desperately declared that she would rather die than submit to him. Suddenly, both Hu Chi-bin and Yang Xiaoya froze after hearing movement nearby, and alarmed by the unexpected presence. Hu Chi-bin instantly turned toward the darkness and demanded to know who was there, while the terrified girl used the last of her strength to cry out for help. Before Yang Xiaoya could continue screaming, Hu Chi-bin violently kicked her across the ground and furiously ordered her to shut up. At that exact moment, Shadow and Guiling finally stepped out from the darkness. After sensing the murderer's aura, Guiling immediately confirmed that Hu Chi-bin was the culprit, and disgusted by the sight before her, she coldly mocked him for targeting helpless girls before noticing that the corpse of one of his earlier victims was still lying nearby. She then asked Shadow whether they should capture him alive and hand him over to the authorities, but Shadow answered without the slightest hesitation that there was no need for that, because they would kill him right there on the spot. Hu Chi-bin instantly flew into a rage and loudly demanded that they stop hiding in the dark and come out instead of playing games with him. Before he could properly react, Guiling immediately granted his wish and launched an attack straight toward him. Hu Chi-bin's expression twisted with murderous intent as violent red energy erupted around his body, and roaring for Guiling to die. The crazed ghoul unleashed a brutal, crushing blow attack before smashing downward with terrifying force. Guiling calmly slipped past the attack at the very last moment, his glowing eyes fixed coldly on Hu Chi-bin. At that instant, Shadow suddenly appeared behind Hu Chi-bin and calmly remarked that such high attributes could only mean he had already devoured quite a few people. Hu Chi-bin's eyes widened in complete shock, and staring at Shadow in disbelief, he immediately demanded to know how someone like him could possibly know his name. Before Hu Chi-bin had any chance to react, Shadow instantly slashed him with a blade of judgment, and in the next moment his soul was forcibly dragged into the judgment space for trial. As Hu Chi-bin's soul struggled desperately in terror, Shadow coldly gave the order to detain him, and dark divine chains instantly wrapped around the ghoul before dragging him completely into the judgment space. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly with disbelief after realizing that the murderer had actually turned out to be Hu Chi-bin, because even he had never expected such coincidence. He quietly recalled that Hu Chi-bin had once been his boss in real life, an arrogant and loud man who constantly stole credit from others while pushing the blame on everyone else whenever problems appeared. Back when the godforsaken game had first launched, Hu Chi-bin had even threatened him over the phone by relying on his superior position, and Shadow originally believed someone like him would have died long ago. Instead, fate unexpectedly allowed Hu Chi-bin to obtain the hidden ghoul class and become a serial killer, making Shadow realize that if he had not intervened tonight, the monster would have continued slaughtering innocent people just like in the previous timeline. After the battle ended, Guiling apologized to Shadow for briefly being deceived by Hu Chi-bin's tricks, but Shadow calmly replied that her safety was more important because the ghoul class possessed extremely dangerous growth potential. When Guiling asked where Hu Chi-bin's body had gone, Shadow simply replied that he had already taken care of it before instructing her to untie Yang Xiaoya. Meanwhile, the terrified girl remained sitting there silently in shock, still unable to fully process everything that had just happened. After freeing Yang Xiaoya, Guiling gently reassured her that she was safe now and warned her to be more careful in the future. The shaken girl tearfully thanked both of them, while at the same time Shadow quietly contacted the authorities and informed them that the culprit had already been dealt with, leaving behind one survivor and a corpse at the scene. After hearing the report, the investigators were left stunned that Shadow had solved such a horrifying case so quickly. Yang Xiaoya tearfully thanked Shadow once again for saving her life, but he calmly answered that it was nothing. Afterward, Shadow instructed Guiling to remain behind with the survivor until the authorities arrived, while he himself left first and disappeared moments later through a dark blue flame portal. As Shadow vanished, Yang Xiaoya silently stared at his departing figure with trembling eyes, because the way he waved before leaving felt strangely identical to someone she once knew, causing her heart to tremble as she softly whispered Qin Feng's name and thanked him once again. Yang Xiaoya quietly remarked that Guiling's master seemed like a very gentle person, and hearing that, Guiling looked at her curiously before asking how she could possibly tell something like that after meeting him only once. At the same time, deep inside the mysterious judgment space, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly descended from the endless star-filled sky onto the floating platform below, signaling the arrival of Hu Chi-bin's soul for divine judgment. After appearing within the strange judgment space, Hu Chi-bin looked around in confusion before suddenly realizing that he was still conscious and believing he had somehow survived. The ghoul immediately burst into laughter, while viciously swearing that after devouring enough more people, he would eventually return and kill Shadow for revenge. Shadow slowly lowered his gaze toward Hu Qibin and coldly declared that the trial would now begin. At that moment, Hu Qibin suddenly trembled as a massive divine gate slowly materialized before him, instantly making the ghoul realize that something was terribly wrong. Countless glowing chains abruptly wrapped around his body and violently dragged him toward the enormous gate against his will. As Hu Qibin was pulled before the divine gate, the judgment space immediately began extracting and reading through his memories, and one horrifying crime after another surfaced before Shadow's eyes. While those memories continued flashing past, Shadow suddenly narrowed his eyes after noticing something unexpected. As Shadow sifted through Hu Qibin's memories one scene after another, he witnessed a horrifying moment in which a short-haired blonde woman was mercilessly murdered, and immediately afterward a cloaked stranger approached Hu Qibin with complete calm, proposing a disturbing arrangement by instructing the killer to preserve the bodies of anyone he murdered in the future and contact him before disposing of them, because every corpse the man was permitted to touch would earn Hu Qibin an additional 10 years of lifespan, after which the body could finally be discarded. The instant those words were spoken, a greedy smile spread across Hu Qibin's blood-covered face as he accepted the deal without the slightest hesitation, prompting the mysterious stranger to raise the stakes even further while warning him to stay alive, promising that if Hu Qibin succeeded in increasing his kill level to 10, he would receive another 100 years added to his life. Once their agreement was complete, the cloaked figure activated a spatial ability and disappeared in a flash of cyan light, leaving behind nothing but a casual wish of good luck for the self-assured murderer. Within the endless star-filled void, Shadow carefully examined every clue tied to the stranger's identity. Yet one detail stood above all the others, because when the man had touched the corpse, a star-shaped mark briefly appeared on his arm. Shadow instantly suspected it was connected to a hidden class related to dead bodies, and only moments later the scattered pieces abruptly came together, making his eyes widen in realization as he immediately recognized the cyan teleportation magic. It was Soul Walker, an ability that had once belonged to a player named Zuma. Shadow remembered clearly that Zuma was already dead, and because Soul Walker was a completely unique class skill, he reached a terrifying conclusion almost immediately. The cloaked stranger possessed the power to steal unique abilities simply by touching the corpses of dead players. Shadow then remembered the stranger's instruction for Hu Qibin to raise his kill level to 10, and the instant he connected that demand to the recent chaos spreading through Nanyu, he realized the War God Guild's seemingly meaningless slaughter of players had been driven by the exact same goal. Everything linked together at once, from the death of Zuma to Zentil, the leader of the War God Guild, along with the surviving members of the Black Dragon Guild, all of them being manipulated by someone operating from the shadows. Soon after, a chilling realization struck him completely. The mastermind behind the entire scheme, the one stealing abilities from corpses while controlling guilds from behind the scenes, was Theodore, the diviner Shadow had believed he killed for good. Shadow instantly realized where he had made his mistake, because he had never used his permanent death curse on Theodore, which allowed Theodore's corpse to respawn in Country M. After that, the hidden mastermind must have come into contact with the body, stolen the diviner class from it, and then traveled to Great Xia, where he secretly started gathering different factions together for the sole purpose of targeting both Great Xia and Shadow himself. Even so, Shadow felt no fear toward any of them, because with the overwhelming strength he possessed, none of those forces could defeat him in direct combat. What truly troubled him instead was the trap they were preparing behind the scenes. Thinking back to their obsession with raising kill values, Shadow quickly suspected that their real goal was to summon a terrifying creature known as the Slaughter Executioner. From his previous life, Shadow knew this monster existed as part of the game's punishment system, specifically designed to hunt down mass murderers, and once summoned, the Slaughter Executioner would instantly kill its target while also slaughtering anyone nearby whose kill value exceeded 100. After opening his own status panel, Shadow confirmed that his current kill value was still 0. As long as his kill value remained below 100, the Slaughter Executioner would not attack him, which meant his enemies most likely understood that restriction and were planning to throw endless lives at him in order to force his kill count past the limit. Now that he understood their strategy, Shadow decided to continue observing them carefully before shifting his attention back to the trial, just as the system announced that the memory extraction process had finished. With enough evidence now confirming every crime, Hu Qibin was officially declared guilty, and the verdict immediately strengthened the Blade of Judgment stats. Gripping the glowing weapon firmly, Shadow then received one final system notification asking whether he wished to execute the sinner. Overwhelmed by terror, Hu Qibin frantically begged for mercy, crying out that there was no personal hatred between them, while offering all of his lifespan and equipment in exchange for his life. Yet Shadow remained completely unmoved by the desperate pleading and coldly ordered the execution to begin. The surrounding space distorted instantly as the endless starry void disappeared. And in the next moment, Hu Chi-bin found himself strapped to a metal chair inside the filthy basement hideout he once used himself. Soon afterward, a heavy knock echoed through the room, and the door slowly creaked open as 3 young women stepped inside, cheerfully greeting him, as though everything were perfectly normal. The color immediately drained from Hu Chi-bin's face as overwhelming terror consumed him, and while trembling violently and sweating in panic, he called out their names and demanded to know how they could still be alive when he had already eaten them. The girls answered with twisted smiles and faintly flushed cheeks, happily saying that he still remembered them. But only moments later their appearances distorted into horrifying demonic faces with glowing red eyes as they declared that now it was their turn to eat. The vengeful spirits instantly pounced on Hu Chi-bin and violently tore his body apart while his agonized screams echoed throughout the basement, reducing him to nothing but a bloody skeleton still tied to the chair before the system finally confirmed his death. Only a few seconds later, a green light enveloped the scattered bones and forcibly restored Hu Chi-bin's body to perfect condition, leaving him gasping in disbelief as he stared at himself in total confusion. Yet before he could even process what had happened, the same heavy knocking sounded through the room once again. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the same 3 girls already staring at him with glowing red eyes, while repeating the exact same cheerful greeting from before. Realizing he had been trapped inside an endless nightmare, Hu Chi-bin completely broke down and screamed for them to stay away from him. But the monsters ignored every plea and mercilessly tore him apart again. As Hu Chi-bin's endless screams continued echoing throughout the judgment space, the system delivered its final verdict, declaring that he would remain imprisoned there forever and be forced to suffer the same gruesome death over and over in an infinite cycle with no end. Shadow silently nodded, satisfied that this eternal torment represented true justice. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from the leader of the Knights Templar Guild, whose voice sounded completely panicked as he desperately asked Shadow for help with a major emergency. The guild leader quickly explained that after defeating the Bone Witch Dr. Boss, they had obtained a strange key as loot, but while examining it, the key suddenly exploded and transformed into a massive purple portal directly in front of the guild headquarters. Intrigued by the unbelievable luck required to trigger such a rare event, Shadow instructed them to stay where they were and promised that he would head there immediately. Riding atop his skeletal dragon, Shadow descended beside the massive purple portal, and the instant he landed, the leader of the Knights Templar Guild let out a relieved breath before quickly asking what the strange gateway actually was. Shadow explained that the Bone Witch Doctor could rarely drop an item called the Bone Bishop's Tomb Key, and if 2 different players obtained the exact same key at the same time, both keys would activate together and forcibly create a connected 2-way portal. Once the portal formed, the 2 groups linked by the keys would enter the tomb simultaneously and compete against each other inside it. The guild leader immediately realized that meant they would have to battle another team, and although Shadow nodded, he calmly explained that the situation might not involve a straightforward fight because the tomb itself could contain special rules. No matter what form the competition took, however, only the winning side would earn the qualification to challenge the boss hidden within the tomb. Hearing that, the guild leader quickly asked how strong the boss was, and Shadow casually replied that it was only an average diamond-grade enemy. The answer nearly made the guild leader lose his composure as he shouted that even if they somehow managed to win the competition, they still had no chance of defeating a monster at that level. But Shadow ignored the panicked reaction entirely and calmly stated that this was exactly why he had personally come. Before the confused guild leader could say anything else, Shadow kicked him directly into the portal, then slowly walked toward the swirling purple vortex himself while warning the remaining guild members to stay back and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, inside the tomb on the opposite side, a muscular man with a thick beard and a light blue cape stepped out from another portal. This man was Lu Zhufeng, the leader of Lu Zhufeng Pavilion and the strongest guild master in the Basha region. His subordinates immediately burst into arrogant laughter, boasting about their unbelievable luck after discovering a bonus portal following their boss fight, and with complete confidence they loudly declared that nobody in the game could compare to them, while demanding that their hidden opponents show themselves. One of the men enthusiastically praised Lu Zhufeng, claiming that enemies would tremble in fear before Brother Lu, and boldly announced that even a famous Shadow would die if he dared to appear. At that moment, Lu Zhufeng revealed his hidden class, the Wind-Treading Swordsman, and began sprinting across the area while telling his men to stop bragging before they destroyed their good fortune. His class ability granted him 1 layer of damage immunity for every 10 meters he ran, and the effect could stack all the way up to 99 layers, while reaching the full 99 stacks would also grant him an additional 30% damage increase. His followers immediately erupted into cheers as Lu Zhufeng rapidly built up his defensive layers, and once 99 glowing shields surrounded his body, the entire group proudly declared that he had become completely invincible. Enjoying the constant praise, Lu Zhufeng smugly agreed, saying that aside from Shadow, Anyone else in the game would be nothing more than dead meat in front of him. At that exact moment, a system announcement echoed throughout the tomb, declaring that the player Shadow had entered the Bone Bishop's tomb. Instantly, all 99 layers of Lu Zhufeng's armor shattered apart. The system immediately confirmed that both teams had entered and sealed the portal behind them. Covered in cold sweat and visibly shaken, Lu Zhufeng nervously turned toward his subordinates and asked whether he had really heard Shadow's name correctly. At the same time, Shadow calmly stepped through the swirling vortex and appeared directly behind the kneeling leader of the Knights Templar Guild on the opposite side of the arena, instantly recognizing the opposing force as Lu Zhufeng Pavilion, led by his longtime rival Lu Zhufeng. The moment Shadow appeared in person, the entire enemy team panicked, because the number 1 ranked player, the man famous for solo-killing high-tier bosses, was someone completely beyond their level. Several members cried out in despair, saying that even their entire guild combined would not be enough to count as a proper warm-up for him. Shadow quietly observed Lu Zhufeng and recalled that although the man appeared to be a huge, foolish bear on the surface, he was actually intelligent, direct, and extremely adaptable. In Shadow's previous life, the two of them had already fought inside this exact tomb once before, and that battle ultimately ended in a perfect draw after the timer expired. Showing proper respect, Lu Zhufeng politely greeted Shadow and admitted that he never expected the holder of the second key to be him. He calmly added that there was no personal grudge between them, but since the game itself had placed them on opposing sides inside the tomb, they had no choice except to fight. Shadow stayed silent briefly before bluntly pointing out that Lu Zhufeng already knew his guild had no possibility of winning. He asked why the man did not simply surrender immediately, warning him that any lifespan lost through death inside this place could never be recovered afterward. Lu Zhufeng chuckled as he rubbed the back of his neck, admitting that walking away now would definitely spare everyone a lot of trouble. But his face soon grew firm when he proudly stated that the people of his region only knew how to fight to the death and had never learned how to flee. He then declared that there was no chance he would let such a rare opportunity to fight Shadow pass by without turning it into a true grudge in the real world. Shadow answered with a faint smile, knowing perfectly well that this fearless attitude was the reason Lu Zhufeng Pavilion had risen to become the strongest guild in the Southwest, and he calmly warned Lu Zhufeng that once the fight started, he would show absolutely no mercy. Right then, the system completed the event setup and officially began announcing the tomb's rules. The first rule established one-on-one duels, meaning nobody who received a challenge could refuse it. Once combat started, both fighters were locked inside the battlefield, unable to attack anyone outside the duel or leave the area until one side's health reached 0, and the loser would then be permanently expelled from the tomb. After hearing those conditions, Shadow let out a slight smirk, already ready to collect all the lifespan his opponents would leave behind. The system soon revealed the second rule, explaining that only a single duel could happen at any one time. To win overall, a team either needed to wipe out every enemy player or steal the opposing flag and successfully bring it back to their own base. If neither side completed those objectives within 5 hours, the event would automatically end in a draw, and everyone inside the tomb would be forcibly removed. Finally, the system announced the greatest reward of all, declaring that the victorious side would gain the qualification to challenge the tomb master himself, the diamond-grade boss known as Bone Bishop Nabich. A confident grin immediately spread across Lu Zhufeng's face because he instantly understood that these rules greatly benefited his guild and allowed them to make full use of their overwhelming numerical advantage. Without hesitating, he quickly began issuing commands, ordering the first squad to keep Shadow trapped in an endless chain of duels, while explaining that they did not need to defeat him and only had to buy time, since the instant one player died, another person would immediately challenge him again. At the same time, he instructed the second squad to secretly move around the battlefield and steal the enemy flag. His subordinates roared in response and rushed forward together, just as the system announcement echoed throughout the tomb, declaring that Mountain City Bear King had officially challenged Shadow to a duel. The huge man charged ahead with a savage roar, yet Shadow merely flicked a poison dart directly into his face, as though dealing with a minor inconvenience. The player barely had enough time to register Shadow's terrifying speed before the system instantly declared his defeat. The moment that first fighter fell, the next duel was announced without delay, but Shadow showed no concern toward the endless chain of challengers and simply told Chen Wuming to guard their flag. Before Chen Wuming could fully react to the order, one of the infiltrators suddenly jumped at him. Surrounded by floating pink hearts, the bizarre enemy tried to lock the guild leader into an absurdly tight and deeply disturbing hug, causing Chen Wuming to scream in horror while desperately begging the man to stop touching him. While nearby, Shadow quietly stepped aside and watched the strange scene in silence. At the same time, Shadow's newest opponent rushed toward him while angrily yelling for Shadow to focus on their duel instead of ignoring them. Shadow effortlessly avoided the reckless attack with a casual sidestep before instantly killing the man with yet another poison dart. As the defeated player rolled away after his armor vanished and revealed heart-patterned underwear underneath, Shadow coldly remarked that the entire attempt was pathetic while the system once again announced his victory. Right after that, the system declared the next challenger, Chuan Yu Dual Realm Walker. The new opponent aggressively warned Shadow to stay away from his struggling teammate, but by then several of Lu Zhufeng's subordinates had already surrounded Chen Wuming. His face was now covered with humiliating lipstick marks left behind from the earlier embrace, and after suffering enough embarrassment, the enraged guild leader finally snapped. Yelling at the enemies to start taking him seriously, he activated Holy Shield Art and covered his body in golden light that made him completely invincible for 8 seconds. Using that temporary invulnerability to his advantage, Chen Wuming swung his weapon with all his strength and unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding enemies flying backward. Then he struck an excessively dramatic pose and loudly proclaimed that he would defend Shadow's base and prevent anyone from passing through. The enemies he had knocked down, however, showed no fear at all and simply sat there laughing instead of launching another attack. One of them mockingly told the glowing guild leader that he should probably look behind him first. Chen Wuming instantly stiffened as panic spread across his face, and when he slowly turned around, he discovered another enemy already sprinting far into the distance while carrying their red flag. The thief happily waved goodbye while laughing, leaving the sweating guild leader to realize he had been completely tricked. The enemy team successfully captured the red flag, and one of Lu Zhufeng's subordinates immediately sprinted off in excitement while shouting that they had secured it. From behind him, the others loudly praised the thief and declared that once the flag was returned to base, victory would belong to them. Carrying the flag, the man leaped forward confidently and proudly announced that they were about to become the first team ever to defeat Shadow. But the moment he landed, he stepped directly onto a hidden trap beneath his feet, instantly setting off a massive green explosion that consumed the entire area. When the poisonous smoke finally cleared, the shocked enemies saw that the flag carrier had been killed on the spot, leaving both the flag and all his dropped loot scattered across the ground. Shadow calmly informed the stunned Chen Wuming that the blast had come from a poison trap, then turned toward Lu Zhufeng and revealed that before the battle even started, he had secretly planted invisible poison traps all across the battlefield by relying on his incredibly high stealth stat. After realizing they had been completely outplayed, Lu Zhufeng furiously shouted at Shadow and demanded to know why the system had not disqualified him for attacking players outside his duel. Summoning a glowing trap into his palm, Shadow smugly explained the loophole in the rules, pointing out that while the system forbade participants from directly attacking targets outside an active duel, the enemies had triggered the traps by themselves, so the explosions did not count as attacks initiated by him. Once he calmly finished explaining, he casually struck his current opponent in the head and instantly ended the duel. As the system announced yet another victory, Shadow coldly called for the next challenger to step forward. Unable to believe that Shadow could kill every opponent in a single strike, a player named Lu rushed forward and immediately started a duel. Yet before the man even had time to properly react, Shadow smashed him in the face and defeated him instantly. After that, the system began rapidly announcing duel after duel as the battle started and ended almost the moment they began, with player after player charging and only to die immediately. Watching the entire situation spiral beyond control, Lu Zhufeng suddenly activated a sprint skill and bolted away at full speed. His confused subordinates shouted after him and demanded to know where he was going. But while running, Lu Zhufeng intentionally stomped onto the ground and triggered another hidden poison trap, causing a huge toxic explosion to engulf his body completely. Even so, he emerged from the blast unharmed because multiple layers of damage immunity were protecting him. His subordinates quickly realized that Lu Zhufeng was deliberately acting as a human minesweeper to clear a safe path across the battlefield. As more hidden traps exploded beneath his feet, the others finally understood that all they had to do was carefully follow the exact route he opened for them. When one person asked why Lu Zhufeng was not simply carrying the flag himself, another immediately replied that he clearly did not understand their leader's true purpose. Looking at the fierce determination written across Lu Zhufeng's face, they concluded that his real objective was to earn an honorable duel against Shadow in person. Moved by the thought of two legendary fighters clashing head-on, the group became completely fired up and rushed forward with renewed determination to steal the flag so their leader could fight without distraction. But before they could advance any farther, Chen Wuming stepped directly into their path and firmly declared while staring them down that he would protect everything that belonged to Shadow. The enemies sneered at him and admitted that while his level and equipment were certainly impressive, there was no way he could stop all of them alone. Chen Wuming only smirked in response and asked who said he planned to fight the entire group by himself. Then, while Shadow casually defeated another challenger in the distance, Chen Wuming finally revealed his real strategy and directly initiated a duel against Lu Zhufeng. The fleeing guild leader was instantly forced to stop as blue energy wrapped around his body and dragged him into combat with Chen Wuming. Lu Zhufeng glared at him in frustration, and because Chen Wuming had entered a duel, the stolen flag was immediately teleported to a random nearby location. Chen Wuming mockingly revealed that he had already figured out Lu Zhufeng's strategy and had intentionally locked him into a duel to neutralize those annoying damage reduction shields. With Lu Zhufeng trapped and unable to interfere, Shadow was finally free to act without restraint. A terrifying crimson aura suddenly erupted from Shadow's body and swept across the battlefield, instantly causing the remaining enemies to freeze in fear. Shadow calmly praised Chen Wuming for handling things well, while the abandoned subordinates looked at each other in complete despair after losing the protection of their leader. Before any of them could even react, Shadow exploded forward in a blur of crimson energy, and his attacks effortlessly cut through the remaining enemies one after another, instantly sending every one of them back to their respawn points. When the slaughter finally ended, Shadow stood silently in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by piles of dropped loot, after completely wiping out the entire group. Then, a voice suddenly shouted from behind that the battle was not over yet. Shadow turned around and saw a heavily bruised, unconscious Chen Wuming being held up by the collar. The instant the system announced Chen Wuming's defeat, Lu Zhufeng immediately challenged Shadow to a duel, then casually threw the unconscious Chen Wuming aside before fiercely declaring that Shadow still had to face him. At long last, the two finally stood directly against one another. Lu Zhufeng instantly leaped into the air and brought his blade crashing downward with overwhelming force toward the calmly waiting Shadow. Many years later, Lu Zhufeng would still remember that exact moment with a nostalgic smile because, in his eyes, that battle represented the absolute peak of the wind-treading swordsman class. Using the wind itself as a sword and drifting clouds as a shield, he perfectly fused offense and defense together while unleashing a relentless storm of attacks, advancing and retreating with flawless rhythm and smooth precision. For that brief stretch of time, he truly believed he had reached the realm of a genuine sword saint. His blade tore across the battlefield like a raging cutting gale, each strike becoming faster and sharper than the last as the deadly dance continued without pause. Violent winds howled throughout the tomb, and every burst of air transformed into razor-like blades that carved deep trenches into the surrounding stone walls while Lu Zhufeng moved through the battlefield in a blur. Eventually, he no longer knew how long his assault had lasted before exhaustion finally started creeping into his body, and through the hazy storm surrounding them, he at last noticed Shadow move slightly for the very first time while calmly speaking a single sentence. In the years to come, remembering those words would always make Lu Zhufeng laugh at how unbelievably absurd the entire situation had been. After standing there completely unharmed and utterly unfazed through the endless barrage, Shadow politely thanked him and casually commented that the cool breeze created by his attacks actually felt quite comfortable before finally launching his counterattack. When the violent winds and clouds of dust finally died down, Shadow remained standing with his clones at his side while the defeated Lu Zhufeng dropped to the ground before him. Shadow calmly thanked the fallen guild leader again, then even joked that the wind generated by those attacks had actually felt pretty comfortable. As Lu Zhufeng's body slowly began fading away, Shadow admitted that the wind-treading swordsman class truly was terrifyingly strong, because no normal player could possibly overcome its absurd speed and defensive power, yet he himself had still forced his way through those defenses by unleashing more than 200 consecutive strikes while avoiding every attack aimed at him. Not long afterward, the system declared Shadow the winner and immediately warned him that the tomb boss was about to emerge. Outside the tomb, Chen Wuming quickly contacted Shadow and asked what was happening inside. Shadow casually answered that the fight had already ended and he was about to handle the boss. But Chen Wuming instantly became alarmed and explained that nobody outside could enter to assist him because massive blue chains had completely sealed the purple portal. A moment later, a gigantic bone bishop with multiple arms appeared within the tomb. The second Chen Wuming saw the level 20 diamond grade boss, he nearly went crazy and hurriedly asked if Shadow could seriously deal with something like that by himself, pointing out that enemies at this level normally required an entire party to bring down. He frantically demanded to know what they could do to help, but his non-stop yelling only annoyed Shadow, making him coldly tell Chen Wuming to shut up. At the same time, Shadow realized he was walking into this battle completely blind. In his previous life, his fight against Lu Zhufeng had dragged on so long that the event timer expired before the boss ever appeared, which meant he had absolutely no knowledge of this monster's abilities or combat patterns. The bone bishop suddenly lifted its staff, and a massive burst of flames exploded around its body. Wanting to probe the monster's defenses first, Shadow casually flicked a dagger through the fire and hit the boss directly in the head, only for a glowing orange barrier to appear instantly and block the attack completely. That first strike had only been a test to check for hidden damage reflection, but after seeing the result, Shadow immediately understood that the boss was entirely immune to direct attacks. Without hesitating, he changed tactics, jumped into the air, and used instant Shadow Slash against one of the glowing metal bracelets wrapped around the creature's arm instead of attacking the body itself. The attack instantly shattered the bracelet, confirming Shadow's suspicion that the Bone Bishop's weak points were the metal restraints around its arms. But before he even had time to react, crimson energy gathered around the broken wrist and restored the bracelet in an instant. Shadow immediately realized the boss could rapidly regenerate its weak points. Before he could think any further, the Bone Bishop brought its enormous spear crashing down and slammed Shadow straight into the stone floor, though fortunately the shield of black light absorbed the damage completely. At that moment, Shadow fully understood the mechanic. Destroying a single bracelet was meaningless. If he wanted to stop the regeneration and permanently remove the shield, all 4 bracelets had to be broken at the exact same moment. Without wasting a second, Shadow summoned his shadow clones and surrounded the boss from every direction. Then, with flawless coordination, Shadow and every clone activated instant shadow slash simultaneously, launching 4 attacks toward the Bone Bishop's arms at the same time. All 4 bracelets shattered together. The Bone Bishop let out a scream as its health bar finally appeared, proving the shield had vanished. But Shadow's face immediately darkened when he realized the bracelets had never been protecting the boss in the first place. They had been suppressing its true power. Blue flames erupted around the Bone Bishop as it entered its second phase, and the system finally revealed its real name, Incarnation of the Bone God. Shadow recognized that terrifying title immediately. The colossal skeletal god unleashed its chaos demon domain, flooding the entire area with dark crimson energy that completely engulfed Shadow. A chaos status bar appeared before his eyes and rapidly began filling up, and once it reached its limit, the effect would force players into a berserk state that massively increased their damage while making them attack everyone around them until only one person remained alive, a skill specifically designed to turn raid teams against each other. Shadow's chaos meter filled instantly, yet instead of panicking, he smiled. Since he was fighting alone, the friendly fire effect meant absolutely nothing to him. For Shadow, chaos was nothing more than a massive damage increase handed to him for free. He accepted the berserk state willingly. The Bone God hesitated in visible confusion, and Shadow immediately charged forward at maximum speed. Empowered by chaos, he unleashed every skill continuously and overwhelmed the boss with a barrage of attacks that inflicted 35 million damage within a single second. Before the second phase could even properly begin, the enormous Bone God exploded into piles of loot. The system confirmed the kill and rewarded Shadow with more than 500,000 experience points, 400 evolution points, a massive amount of tradable lifespan, 14 items, and 7 skill books. Standing in the middle of the scattered loot, Shadow was honestly surprised that the second phase had ended so quickly. A portal suddenly materializes in front of our hero, and the moment he turns around, a second portal opens directly behind him. A system notification appears, declaring that the tomb has been cleared. Both portals are now active, and our hero is free to choose either path. Our hero tells his companion that he will keep the assassin-class loot along with the lifespan, while everything else can go to him. His companion immediately replies that our hero defeated the boss by himself, and that he contributed nothing during the battle. Our hero explains that without his companion protecting the flag, they might never have won a match at all. He insists that his companion earned the reward and should take the lifespan as well, especially since he suffered a loss. After thanking our hero, his companion asks whether he is not coming back. Our hero answers that he still has matters to deal with in Bashu and will be heading there. As our hero steps through the gate leading to Bashu, his companion bids him farewell. The scene then shifts to another building, where a portal suddenly tears open and blue lightning crackles from within. A fat man named Lou steps out of the gate, where 2 junior members are already waiting, and the instant they see him, they realize that Brother Lou has returned. Just as one junior is about to ask who won between Brother Lou and Shadow, the other quickly cuts him off and tells him to look at Brother Lou's face, wondering why anyone would even need to ask. Brother Lou is shown crying like a child, completely ignoring every question his juniors try to throw at him. The 2 juniors attempt to console him, saying there is no shame in losing to the best player in the world and that, even in the worst case, all they can do is get back up and challenge him again next time. Brother Lou finally responds, only to say, "Challenge my ass." Elder Lou then shouts angrily that he did not even manage to take away a single point of Shadow's health. Both juniors are left speechless as Brother Lou explains that he went all out, used every skill at his disposal, and tried every trick he could think of, including feints, blitzes, and tempo shifts. Yet Brother Lou says it was all useless. Absolutely useless, because he could not even touch a single strand of Shadow's hair. Completely drained, Elder Lou collapses onto the ground and says that he did not even have time to see what Shadow did. His 99 layers of shield shattered instantly, and his health bar disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then a third junior steps forward and confidently declares that he has figured everything out. Shadow must have been cheating. The accusation shocks everyone, and they immediately ask what he means by cheating. The junior explains that Shadow's accomplishments simply make no sense. No player should be capable of soloing a diamond rank boss, instantly destroying all of Brother Lou's shields, and maintaining flawless evasion at the same time. In his mind, there is only one possible explanation. Shadow is cheating. The other two juniors gradually begin nodding in agreement, feeling that this explanation makes far more sense. Before long, they work themselves into a rage and completely convince themselves that Shadow cheated. They insist there is no shame in losing to someone so shameless and start demanding to know where the report button is because they want to report him. The more they talk, the more furious they become. While they are busy losing their minds over our hero, a knock suddenly echoes from the door. Still angry, the juniors immediately shout, demanding to know who is knocking. When the door is opened, they find a cloaked man standing outside. One junior remarks that the visitor certainly knows how to pick his timing and warns that if he does not have a good reason for showing up, he is going to be taught a lesson. As they finally take a proper look at the figure in the doorway, they realize he is a towering man, none other than Shadow himself. The junior instantly panics and asks how Shadow managed to find them. He immediately starts yelling for everyone to come over, announcing that Shadow has arrived. One of them becomes so flustered that he jumps to the conclusion that Shadow has come to drive them all out. At once, everyone gathers together and begins shouting that Shadow is trying to seize their hideout. They declare that they are no longer afraid of him and are prepared to fight, insisting that the Windchaser Pavilion will never become subordinate to someone like him. As weapons are drawn and they ready themselves to attack, our hero raises a single palm. A brilliant glowing circle immediately forms above it, shocking the enraged juniors and stopping them in their tracks. Our hero tells them that this is the lifespan they lost inside the tomb. The total amount is 2,333 years, and he has brought it back for them. At that moment, Elder Lu steps forward and asks whether Shadow is not here to kill them. Looking slightly surprised, our hero replies that the conflict has already ended. He defeated the boss, so there is no reason for him to kill anyone. The revelation catches every member of the Windchaser Pavilion completely off guard, leaving them stunned and speechless. One of them asks whether Shadow is serious, because they still find it difficult to believe that he truly defeated a diamond rank boss alone and is now returning the lifespan as well. Completely overwhelmed, they drop to their knees. Although Shadow was once someone they feared, they now feel that he is far more honorable than the rumors and reputation surrounding him would suggest. The group expresses its respect toward our hero, apologizing for being narrow-minded and for misjudging him. They declare that, from this moment forward, anything involving Shadow will also be a matter concerning the Windchaser Pavilion. Our hero is caught off guard by the sudden change in attitude and wonders why they surrendered so easily all at once. More than anyone else, Elder Lu steps forward, addresses our hero as master, and says they are willing to do whatever he wants, even that weird thing. Our hero immediately stops him and says there is no need for anything like that. The only thing he wants is their assistance in gathering the coordinates of emerald rank or higher bosses throughout the Bashu region. Hearing the request, Lu repeats it in surprise, prompting our hero to ask whether he has a problem with it. Lu explains that the task is actually quite difficult. The emerald rank bosses on the surface of Bashu were cleared out by the major guilds long ago. He adds that they have not even discovered a diamond rank boss yet, and if our hero wants to find one, he will need to venture into the underground dungeon. According to Lu, the place is complicated, extremely dangerous, and, most importantly, packed with monsters. Our hero asks what exactly he means by saying it is filled with monsters. Lu explains that people who return from there are often found completely naked. Whenever anyone asks them what happened, they ramble like lunatics and usually require several days before recovering. After hearing that description, Lu's eyes suddenly widen as a realization strikes him. He immediately thinks it could be someone he knows. Without hesitation, our hero turns back and tells them to get moving and take him there. Elder Lu tries to object, but our hero cuts him off, saying there is no need for further discussion because they are leaving immediately. The scene then shifts to the Wraith Underground Dungeon, but the person arriving is not our hero. Instead, Gyur appears alongside his guild members. As they make their way deeper inside, Gyur finds it hard to believe that the place is actually haunted. He even starts a live broadcast, turning the expedition into a fun event for his guild, and tells his audience that today he intends to find out exactly what is happening inside this dungeon. The girls accompanying Gyur do not believe the rumors either, insisting that the people involved in those incidents were probably just troubled by guilty consciences. Gyur agrees and proudly proclaims that true men of Shadaishan walk with confidence, and that ghosts, spirits, and evil ghouls should all stay far away from them. At that moment, a monster suddenly drops from the ceiling directly in front of the group, instantly stopping their advance. The creature is none other than the Dragon King of the Jalan River, a level 18 platinum rank boss that radiates overwhelming power and possesses an incredibly intimidating presence. Gyur grips his sword and laughs when he sees the platinum rank boss, commenting that a dragon of that size is guaranteed to drop incredible loot. He immediately summons additional flying swords and prepares to fight, telling the girls to get ready as well. To further strengthen his attack, he also summons a small panda to assist in the battle. Meanwhile, A strange entity watches the group from a distance and silently casts a spell on Gyur, hidden within the dungeon walls. The creature quietly chuckles to itself as it continues observing him. When the dragon briefly turns away, Gyur spots what looks like the perfect opening to attack. He commands all of his swords to strike the monster at once, intending to end the fight immediately. He then leaps into the air and swings his own blade, but something bizarre suddenly occurs. The sword dissolves in his hand and breaks apart into fading particles of light. The dragon has not even moved, yet Gyur is left completely bewildered as he wonders where his weapon disappeared to. Before he can process what happened, the dragon lashes out with a powerful slap that sends him flying like a wooden plank. While he is still airborne and struggling to recover from the blow, another strange spell takes effect. In an instant, all of his equipment vanishes, leaving him wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. When he finally crashes to the ground, even those remaining shorts disappear. For the first time, the girls become genuinely alarmed by the strange stories they have been hearing all along. Despite their shock, they cannot help finding the situation amusing, as their guild master's equipment has completely vanished. Unable to hold it in, they burst into laughter at his embarrassing predicament. However, while their attention is elsewhere, their own equipment disappears without warning as well. Gyur sits up and watches as every one of the girls loses her gear too, and at that point the entire group begins to fear that the dungeon might actually be haunted. Rather than thinking about a backup plan, Gyur keeps staring at the girls, prompting them to complain that even in a situation like this, he is still getting distracted. Now they have no option but to run for their lives, because without their equipment, they have absolutely no chance of surviving if the boss manages to catch them. The dungeon truly does seem haunted, and at this point escaping has become the group's highest priority. Gyur reassures the girls that he is a man of honor and will not look back, telling them to focus on getting out alive instead of worrying about anything else. One of the girls immediately replies that she does not believe him in the slightest. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the spirit vendor dungeon, a portal suddenly opens. A system notification announces that our hero has entered the area. The location is a berserk zone where lifespan is consumed at 100 times the normal rate. Elder Lu accompanies him and nervously addresses our hero as Big Brother, warning him to be careful because the place is supposedly haunted. He openly admits that ghosts terrify him. Our hero tells him there's nothing to worry about, but Lu continues arguing and asks how else all the strange events occurring there could possibly be explained. As they move deeper into the dungeon, Gyur and the girls suddenly come sprinting toward them with a monster relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Our hero is just about to explain to Lu that there are no ghosts in the dungeon when the source of all the chaos abruptly appears before them. The moment Gyur sees the pair, he immediately thanks the heavens for sending help. The girls, on the other hand, are furious because they do not want anyone seeing them in such an embarrassing condition. After noticing that the girls are without any equipment, our hero gives them a thumbs up and remarks that they are remarkably open-minded. Lu quickly corrects him, explaining that Basha players are not like that at all. According to him, it is actually their rivals from the Shu Road Mountain Guild who have a reputation for being that open-minded. Suddenly, a system notification appears before our hero, warning him that an unknown theft attempt has been detected. The protection effect immediately activates, ensuring that no items are lost. Using one of his abilities, our hero instantly reduces the cooldown to 30 seconds. As he listens carefully, he can hear the strange spell echoing from somewhere nearby. A moment later, the mysterious spell activates again and strips away Lu's shirt. Lu immediately panics and tells our hero that his clothes have vanished, insisting that a ghost must be hiding somewhere close. Activating his phantom eyes, our hero spots a red aura surrounding the hidden culprit. The red energy, linked to our hero's own power, allows him to track the ghost-like presence directly to its location. Then, with a single yellow slash, he cuts the creature down. A system announcement suddenly rings out, declaring that the Dragon King has been killed, and Gyur freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how a platinum-rank boss could possibly be brought down in a single strike. Completely baffled, he starts wondering if Shadow was the one who saved him. Yet no matter how carefully he searches the surroundings, there is no trace of Shadow anywhere. At the same time, our hero turns his attention to the person responsible for the strange spells and quickly discovers that the target successfully avoided his attack. After spotting blood on the ground, our hero immediately determines that the real mastermind behind everything possesses exceptionally powerful stealth, along with incredible agility and remarkable movement speed. He soon realizes that the creature wandering this area in search of valuable treasures is close by, and that individual is none other than William, the epic rank NPC known as the Saint of Thieves. William quietly observes our hero and is surprised that someone actually managed to wound him. His attempt to steal had been stopped by our hero's protection, leaving him unable to take anything at all. Considering that our hero is practically loaded with treasures, especially the valuable dagger he carries, the outcome is particularly unexpected. Without wasting time, our hero tells everyone to leave immediately, explaining that the so-called ghost is actually an epic rank NPC called the Saint of Thieves, whose stealth abilities are extraordinarily high, and anyone who stays risks having everything they possess stolen. Lu becomes interested in hearing about this character, while Gyur asks our hero to handle him, pointing out that his own stats are only around 1/10 of those of an epic boss. Lu immediately expresses his disappointment in Gyur, saying he never imagined he would end up leaving alongside such trash. Gyur loses his temper on the spot and fires back, calling Lu nothing more than a fat pig. Lu refuses to yield and responds that he never wanted to be with him in the first place. The argument escalates at once into a fierce exchange, with Lu ridiculing Baldy as a group of pumpkins completely lacking class, while Baldy counters by calling him a spineless gender blender and a walking catastrophe. Lu strikes back again, warning Baldy not to go poking around with that toothpick of his. Irritated, Baldy suggests settling the matter according to the old rules. Whoever loses must publicly announce all of their glorious deeds, kneel before the victor, and offer a sincere apology. Lu agrees without a moment of hesitation and reminds Baldy that those rules never included chasing the wind pavilion, bullying him. Baldy then announces the challenge. They will compete to see who can offer greater help to Shadow in defeating the Saint of Thieves. Lu immediately bursts into laughter and asks whether Baldy even owns a decent pair of underwear, mocking him by saying that a person like him would only be rushing toward his own death. Baldy fires back without hesitation, calling Lu a narrow-minded fool and telling him to keep his eyes open. He then takes out a skill book called Son of Turtle. Look at my sword. Opens a trade with our hero and respectfully presents the item, saying that he has brought a gift and hopes it will be accepted. After receiving the skill book, our hero wonders whether it might be capable of evolving execution mark. At once, system notifications appear, announcing that 231 evolution points have been consumed and that the skill's quality has been upgraded to mythic rank. The second notification follows, explaining that execution mark, originally an assassin class skill, has now advanced into a mythic tier ability. Once activated, the user's next attack places a mark on the target and tracks that enemy's location for 30 seconds. During those 30 seconds, all damage dealt to the marked target is increased by 20%, while the skill's cooldown remains fixed at 60 seconds. After reading the details, our hero comments that Baldy's skill is actually very impressive. Overjoyed by the compliment, Baldy quickly thanks him and explains that this skill means even the Saint of Thieves will be unable to remain hidden, because landing a single hit will expose his location. Lu immediately calls Baldy an idiot and points out that saying something like that out loud is only going to warn the target. The moment he hears this, Baldy regrets revealing the information, while Lu calls him an idiot again and declares that now nobody will ever manage to catch that sneaky thief. Meanwhile, the thief himself is quietly watching the entire scene from afar. As he observes the group, he concludes that they no longer possess anything worth stealing, and since taking unnecessary risks could easily expose him, he decides the effort is not worthwhile and prepares to withdraw. At that very moment, Lu suddenly shouts for him to look over here, completely catching him by surprise. With obvious confidence, Lu reveals an item and announces that he still possesses an extremely valuable treasure. He then openly provokes the thief, asking whether he can really resist coming over to take it. The treasure he is displaying is none other than the epic accessory, Heart of Bashu. Baldy is left completely shocked when he discovers that the legendary treasure is actually in Lu's possession. Keeping a serious expression, Lu continues explaining that merely equipping the item reduces damage received from behind by 90%, and beyond its effects, it represents the highest symbol of Bashu's glory. Hidden nearby, the thief's eyes widen in astonishment when he hears that only the owner of this treasure is qualified to become the king of Bashu. He begins imagining what it would feel like resting against its owner's body warmth. The crafty thief can barely believe what he is hearing. In his eyes, the treasure remains as magnificent as a blazing sun, its brilliance shining with the same splendor as the stars, and no genuine collector could witness such a masterpiece without being profoundly moved. At last, he can no longer resist and reveals himself. Multiple limbs extend outward as he launches himself toward Lu, determined to take the treasure. He understands that it may very well be a trap, yet if there is even the slightest possibility that they are telling the truth, he cannot simply walk away. The instant he reaches Lu from behind and stretches out his hand toward the item, he tells himself that even if the chance is only 1 in 10,000, he still has to obtain it. Then his fingers finally close around the treasure. At that exact moment, Lu shouts for Shadow. Despite sweating heavily, he declares that every sacrifice is worth making. The light shining behind Lu grows even brighter as the thief successfully pulls out the pearl. In the same instant, our hero releases Dark Night Ring blades, sending razor-sharp waves of black mana cutting toward the thief from every direction. The force of the attack is so tremendous that Lu is slammed face-first on the ground, his head buried down while his backside sticks up in the air. Only then does Lu realize that the heart of Bashu has genuinely been stolen, causing him to break into tears. The others can tell that the attack seemed to strike the thief, yet no one actually witnessed the hit connect, leaving them uncertain whether he escaped without injury. In truth, the thief slipped through the assault and is now fleeing at a terrifying speed, but our hero has already fixed his lock onto the target. As he speeds away, the thief laughs in triumph, celebrating both the successful theft of the pearl and his escape. Charging through a narrow corridor, he excitedly shouts that he finally possesses the heart of Bashu. He continues racing forward at incredible speed, yet our hero's lock remains firmly attached to him. The thief realizes that although obtaining the treasure cost him Shadow's attack and a significant portion of his health, it also left him carrying a tracking debuff. However, the dungeon's maze-like passages are extremely complex, making any pursuit far from simple, and at the same time, only 23 seconds remain before the tracking effect expires. As he runs, the thief tells himself that if he can survive for just 20 more seconds, Shadow will never be able to find him again. Then, without warning, he notices movement beside him and immediately freezes in shock. Our hero suddenly appears right in front of him, and the thief can hardly believe that Shadow has caught up so quickly. Dark energy surges from every part of our hero's body, while his eyes shine with an intense glow. Without wasting a moment, our hero bursts forward at astonishing speed and rushes directly at the thief. The thief can only beg him to stop, unable to believe that such a body could possibly be real. Our hero follows with an unrelenting series of attacks, forcing the thief to alter his route and leap onto the ceiling to avoid being struck head-on. The thief mocks him, claiming that it is foolish to think attacks of that level could ever hit him. Meanwhile, the tracking timer drops to 16 seconds. As he continues fleeing, the thief spots Shadow elsewhere and realizes that multiple clones are present. He successfully avoids them and takes a different path. Although our hero continues attacking, every strike misses, passing by with only the slightest graze. Entering another corridor, the thief laughs loudly and ridicules our hero, insisting that all of those attacks are completely pointless. Now only 10 seconds remain, and the thief is convinced that delaying for that long will be effortless. Then, while moving through a narrow hallway, he suddenly finds our hero standing directly ahead of him. To his surprise, another Shadow has appeared yet again. Our hero immediately rushes straight at him. The cunning thief quickly turns left, dismissing the attack as entirely meaningless. At that point, only 5 seconds remain. As the countdown reaches its final second, the tracking mark floating above the thief's head finally vanishes. Relieved, the thief laughs and happily announces that he is safe. He believes the treasure should be worth a tremendous amount of lifespan, and that obtaining it brings him one step closer to breaking the seal. But in the very next moment, his eyes widen in absolute shock. Our hero stands before him, surrounded by numerous lifespan forged bows, spreading outward in every direction. This is neither a clone nor a shadow. The real body has arrived. The thief stares in confusion, wondering whether clones are present here as well. But then he realizes that the figure standing before him appears to be the genuine Shadow. He examines the situation more carefully and wonders why Shadow is standing here. When he looks down at the ground, he notices the corpses of monsters that have already been killed. Reassuring himself, he concludes that there is no need to panic because the tracking mark has already disappeared. He had been certain that once the mark was gone, Shadow would have no way of finding him. Yet at that moment, our hero suddenly locks onto him with a terrifying glare filled with killing intent. The thief's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets from sheer shock. Fear instantly takes over, and he turns to flee, unable to erase that horrifying look from his mind. From that moment on, escaping this place becomes his only priority. As he races through the area, he notices countless clones gathered all around him and begins to feel as though he has been completely surrounded. Then a dreadful realization suddenly dawns on him. Could it be that Shadow had planned from the start to lure him into this location? The entire region is saturated with dark aura and packed with endless nightmare demons. Under the oppressive darkness, the thief's mana begins to weaken, and even his vision starts deteriorating. Veins bulge across his body as the nightmare energy reaches its peak and closes in on him from every direction. The immense pressure generated by our hero's nightmare faces spreads throughout the area, filling the thief with overwhelming terror. Unable to endure the crushing dark energy any longer, the thief twists in agony before desperately admitting defeat. He declares that he was wrong and completely surrenders. Our hero calmly remarks that this is what the Saint of Thieves truly looks like. At last, the thief's real body is forced out of hiding, and as he collapses to the ground, he desperately begs our hero to spare his life, promising that he is willing to become a loyal servant. As the defeated thief's aura faded, the disguise covering his body disappeared, revealing that the terrifying enemy everyone had been fighting was nothing more than a small thief boy. The system instantly identified him as an epic-grade NPC with a thief designation and displayed his name as William. Because William had willingly surrendered, the system asked whether our hero wanted to recruit him as a subordinate guild NPC, and without hesitation, Our boy accepted the request and allowed the little thief to join him. The moment the recruitment succeeded, William jolted upright in disbelief as a glowing magic circle appeared behind him, while the system announced that he now officially belonged to Guild Shadow. Before William could process what had happened, a completely naked man came charging toward our hero from nearby, furiously demanding an explanation. Our hero casually answered that nothing serious had happened because he had only recruited the thief, but the bald man nearly lost his mind after hearing those words. Together with the rest of the naked party, he pointed accusingly at William and declared that the boy was an ugly, terrifying menace, while everyone else called him a shameless pickpocket and demanded the immediate return of their belongings, with even the girls preparing to beat him up. Our hero stopped them before they could attack and explained that William was now a friendly NPC, meaning they could spend their lifespan purchasing items from him whenever they wished. The muscular man finally understood the situation, yet he still angrily ordered William to reveal his inventory. William calmly asked for more politeness before opening his coat, exposing countless valuable items he had stolen. The system displayed the first product, the Thief Saint Talisman, priced at 20 years of lifespan, which could be used on any player within 3 meters to randomly steal one item from that player's storage inventory, though the talisman would be consumed after use. The second product was the Sacred Hand of Thief Skill Book, priced at 500 years of lifespan, which permanently stole 2 random 4-dimensional attributes from one target monster, although each target could only be robbed once, and its current progress showed 0 out of 100 attributes gained. The naked party immediately tried to reclaim their belongings, but William calmly informed them that every item on display was for viewing only. They threatened to kill him unless he returned everything immediately. Even so, the bald man admitted that 2 of William's products were surprisingly useful, especially the Thief Saint Talisman, because although it seemed unimpressive now, once players obtained high-tier equipment, stealing even one valuable item could create an enormous profit. The muscular man added that the Sacred Hand of Thief was even more impressive because, once fully upgraded, it could grant an additional 100 attribute points, and although the skill cost 500 years of lifespan, the permanent boost still made it worth the investment. He then remembered all the strange people they had encountered earlier and realized that those unfortunate individuals had probably been robbed of too much intelligence by this NPC, temporarily reducing them to complete idiots. Even so, he decided to learn the Sacred Hand of Thief first, though spending so much lifespan still felt painful when they were only trying to recover the belongings William had stolen from them. A system notification immediately appeared, announcing that Gear had spent 500 years of lifespan to learn the Sacred Hand of Thief, while the bald man Lou also paid 500 years of lifespan to acquire the same skill. At that moment, another notification reached our hero, informing him that his NPC subordinate had earned 1,000 years of lifespan through skillbook sales, and because the guild tax rate was set at 50%, 500 years had automatically been deposited into the guild's lifespan pool. Our hero quickly understood that the guild would receive half of everything William earned, meaning he could eventually send the little thief wandering through major ruins and allow him to continuously farm lifespan for the guild. The arrangement was perfect because spending 500 years of lifespan while immediately receiving half of it back effectively reduced the actual cost to only 250 years. Another system message followed, announcing that our hero had consumed a total of 88 evolution points. He continued examining the details of the Sacred Hand of Thief and discovered that his version was actually a mythical grade skill capable of permanently stealing 5 random 4-dimensional attributes from a single target. The same target could only be robbed once. The skill required level 10, and its cooldown lasted roughly 6 hours, while the total attributes currently gained remained at 0 out of 3,000. Unlike the weaker version William had sold to the others, this enhanced skill could be used against any target. Our hero examined his glowing hand after obtaining the new ability and realized that percentage-based attribute increases would only become more powerful as the game continued and his overall stats grew higher. While he was still reviewing his enhanced attributes, William suddenly called out to him. With his face blushing and his voice trembling, William asked whether he was truly sensing that particular aura, claiming that our hero possessed a skill originating from the legendary myths of the Steady Sky Thief clan and wondering how such an impossible thing could have happened. William immediately dropped to the ground and bowed deeply before swearing that he would follow our hero for the rest of his life, promising to cross mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation whenever his new master commanded it. In return, William asked for only one thing, that our hero would someday pass the skill down to him. Our hero told him to stand and promised that if William proved his value, he would teach him the technique, causing the little thief to agree instantly and swear that he would work harder than ever to demonstrate his worth. At that exact moment, violent cracks suddenly spread across the dungeon walls and ceiling, leaving the 2 minions staring in shock. From one of the fractures, a massive octopus-like tentacle wrapped in dark energy forced its way inside. The naked party immediately panicked, fearing that another boss had appeared. Moments later, A gigantic purple eye emerged and demanded that William be released, declaring that she would protect him before ordering him to escape immediately. William desperately begged her not to act recklessly, but the giant had already made her decision. Blood began pouring from her body, and every drop transformed into a glowing eye that unleashed powerful petrification rays. The beams shot forward like lasers, attempting to freeze everyone in place. But our hero quickly summoned a magic resistance shield and completely resisted the attack. The eye stared at him in disbelief, shocked that he remained unharmed, and demanded to know what kind of shield he possessed. Before anyone could answer, she activated another skill, causing flames to erupt across her body as glowing chains burst outward in every direction. Delia screamed at her to stop using that power because she could not afford its cost, but the eye ignored the warning and continued releasing more chains. Her condition rapidly deteriorated as the technique consumed her strength, and her entire form began to wither away. William rushed toward her in panic and begged her not to die. Our hero approached William, who was clinging to the giant eye while crying uncontrollably, and explained that there were actually 2 epic raid NPCs hidden within this dungeon before asking what was truly happening. William struggled to control his emotions before revealing that the eye was named Aristotle and that she was his closest friend. He then began recounting their past, admitting that he could no longer remember how many years they had spent together, only that they had first met when he was still a young thief and had quickly formed a deep friendship. Aristotle possessed immense knowledge and could locate valuable treasures from incredible distances, while William had extraordinary thieving abilities that allowed him to obtain almost any treasure they discovered. Together, they traveled across countless lands, gathered endless riches, and eventually rose from ordinary thieves to become legendary thief saints. Then, one day, Aristotle discovered an incredible treasure hidden inside a wandering spirit dungeon, radiating a pure white light and surpassing everything they had ever encountered before. Overwhelmed with excitement, the two immediately rushed toward it. Inside the dungeon, they discovered a glowing box surrounded by an intensely ominous aura. William excitedly told Aristotle that they had finally found the treasure and urged her to open the box immediately. The moment she lifted the lid, a blinding flash filled the chamber as glowing chains erupted outward in every direction. Before either of them could react, the chains pierced straight through Aristotle from every angle, revealing that the treasure chest had contained a primordial grade trap neither of them had anticipated. Because of that trap, Aristotle became permanently sealed inside the dungeon. The only way to break the seal was to provide an unimaginable 1 billion years of lifespan. Determined to save her, William remained there for countless years, gathering lifespan without rest until the day he finally encountered our hero's party. Returning to the present, William explained that Aristotle had forcibly used her sealed powers to protect him, and by doing so, she had triggered the punishment attached to the seal. Now, her life was rapidly fading, and she stood on the brink of death. William continued through his tears, admitting that after becoming our hero's subordinate, he would never again be able to gather enough lifespan to break the seal. The terrible day they had always feared had finally arrived. Crying uncontrollably, William said farewell to Aristotle, the person he loved most, while our hero quietly drew his sword behind him. William repeatedly apologized as he clung to her weakening body, completely consumed by despair because he believed he had permanently lost his final chance to save her. Little William breaks down in tears and repeatedly apologizes to the Great Eye, devastated that after all his efforts, he still failed to save her. While crying uncontrollably, he suddenly notices our boy approaching and stares at him in confusion as our hero grips his dagger, allows a powerful aura to gather around his body, and steadily walks toward Aristotle. William quickly asks what he intends to do, but the moment he notices the dagger in his hand, he realizes what appears to be happening and immediately jumps in front of him, demanding to know whether he plans to kill the Great Eye. He desperately warns our boy that killing Aristotle would be pointless, because she would not even drop anything valuable. Yet our hero ignores him and continues moving forward. William begins begging him not to do anything, and terror spreads across his face as our boy raises the dagger and prepares to strike the weakened eye. William shouts and tries to stop him, but our hero refuses to hesitate, charges straight ahead, and swings the dagger with all his strength. In a single slash, the blade cuts through every chain, piercing Aristotle's body. William freezes in disbelief, his crying stopping instantly as he watches the chains crack, shatter, and disappear one after another. When he looks again, he realizes that every chain has completely vanished and the seal imprisoning Aristotle has finally been broken. Unable to understand what he witnessed, William asks how our boy accomplished such an impossible feat, and our hero casually explains that he simply attacked the chains with the original beginner weapon, never expecting the method to actually work. With the seal destroyed, he tells William that Aristotle should now recover, and almost immediately, the Great Eye regains consciousness and softly calls his name. Overwhelmed with joy, William embraces Aristotle, relieved that his closest friend is finally safe. But after recovering, she immediately asks how he ended up becoming the servant of an Earthling. William explains that the man before them is no ordinary Earthling because he destroyed the unbreakable seal and saved her life. He even suggests that they should join forces with him, claiming that with our hero and a shadow master working together, they would undoubtedly discover every kind of treasure imaginable. Aristotle tells William to remain silent and decides to judge the Earthling herself. After carefully examining our boy, she discovers that he possesses the finest equipment any human on Earth could possibly obtain, while nearly all his abilities have already reached the mythical grade. However, when Aristotle notices one particular skill, she is left completely stunned. The instant she realizes that this Earthling possesses the power of the ancient gods, her composure completely collapses. A system window immediately announces that the epic grade NPC Aristotle, known as the Eye of Knowledge, has willingly submitted and asks whether she should be accepted as an exclusive NPC of Guild Shadow. Our hero accepts without hesitation, and just like that, Aristotle, the Eye of Knowledge, officially becomes affiliated with Guild Shadow. As a reward, our boy receives 2 years of lifespan along with a 100% increase in monster collection experience. Aristotle also unlocks advanced abilities, including a counterattack barrier and a special function that allows her to sacrifice lifespan in exchange for searching out valuable information. Grateful for being saved, Aristotle thanks our boy and tells him that whenever he needs her assistance, he only has to ask. Our boy answers that both she and William are exceptionally capable, then immediately asks them to grant him an experience buff before instructing them to teleport back to the guild and use it as a base while traveling around to collect more lifespans. He then orders them to release every victim from petrification and commands William to return everything they stole, and without wasting a second, both of them begin carrying out his instructions. Before long, every stolen lifespan is restored to the owner, while all of the petrified victims finally return to normal. Brother Lu suddenly shouted, wondering what had happened. The Shidaishan guild master, who was standing beside him, also looked around in confusion and wondered where the big-eyed monster had disappeared. Shadow then emerged from behind and calmly explained that he had already subdued all of them and teleported them directly into his guild. Everyone standing there was completely stunned. The guild master immediately exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if the big-eyed monster had also been an epic-level monster. Lu was equally shocked, realizing that recruiting 2 epic-level NPCs at the same time was truly unbelievable. Shadow then informed them that all of their equipment was lying on the ground and that they could simply pick it up themselves. Hearing this, the guild master and Lu immediately rushed toward the loot. The guild master happily thanked him, while Lu excitedly celebrated after recovering his limited edition lingerie. They quickly equipped all of their recovered gear. Afterward, Lu happily picked up the heart of Sichuan and walked directly toward Shadow. Everyone present appeared to have silently reached the same decision. Smiling without the slightest hesitation, they respectfully offered the heart of Sichuan to him. Seeing this, Shadow was left completely speechless. Looking at them with obvious disgust, he wondered what they were trying to do. Lu explained that he had already discussed it with Guayer, and they all believed that the heart of Sichuan rightfully belonged to Shadow. The guild master nodded in agreement, stating that only someone as powerful as their boss deserved to possess such a divine artifact. They respectfully presented the heart of Sichuan and Chongqing before him, bowed deeply, and sincerely requested that he accept and wear it. The guild master added that only Shadow deserved their greatest respect, while Lu pleaded that although Shadow had not been born in Sichuan, he should still become the king of Sichuan. At that moment, Shadow's anger finally reached its limit. With a deafening explosion, his fury erupted, sending everyone flying backward with a powerful shockwave. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the area as he ordered everyone to leave immediately. After that day, the heart of Bashu disappeared from the world forever. From that moment onward, Bashu would no longer have a king. Instead, every single person in Bashu would become a king in their own right. The scene then shifted to a ruined region located more than 200 kilometers south of Shanghai. Within the desolate holy city of the godforsaken game, someone moved at incredible speed while relentlessly chasing a target and unleashing multiple strikes of the monster. The monster attempted to evade every attack with graceful movements, but it could not avoid them all. It was soon revealed that the attacker was none other than Ghost Spirit. Her appearance had become so terrifying that she no longer resembled a human and instead looked like a true demon. With her sword in hand, she instantly appeared behind the monster. Although the monster noticed her presence, it was already too late to defend itself. Ghost Spirit delivered a devastating slash directly to its head, inflicting 18,767 points of damage. The monster quickly regained its balance and responded with a powerful spinning attack, releasing an enormous sword slash toward Ghost Spirit. At first glance, it appeared impossible for her to evade the attack. The slash passed completely through her body, but it was immediately revealed that it had only struck an afterimage created by one of her skills. More than half of the monster's health had already been depleted. It desperately searched the surrounding area for Ghost Spirit, but thick clouds of dust covered everything, leaving no trace of her. Unbeknownst to the monster, Ghost Spirit had already entered stealth mode and was quietly circling behind it. While carefully observing her opponent, Ghost Spirit reflected that she had been fighting for more than 20 minutes. After all of her relentless efforts, the monster's health had finally been reduced to only 1/3. She focused intently on her target and resolved that once she defeated it, she would finally be able to kill a Jade-level boss entirely on her own. Although there was still an enormous gap between herself and her master, she had finally begun to see a glimmer of hope. At that moment, several people were silently watching the battle unfold from the rooftop of a nearby building overlooking the battlefield. They were completely smitten, and their eyes were filled with admiration. The man standing at the front praised Ghost Spirit's skill, observing that she consistently remained just outside the boss's attack range, while flawlessly dodging every attack and continuously dealing damage. However, based on everything he had observed, he concluded that her profession was best suited for fighting a single opponent. The group appeared completely captivated by her. One of them suggested that if they all attacked her together, she would have no way to stop them. Another pointed out that the boss's health had already fallen to 1/3. Meanwhile, a beautiful blonde woman sat comfortably atop another smitten man, carrying herself with the dignity of an empress. A man respectfully addressed her as queen and informed her that they were ready to seize the boss at any moment and were only waiting for her command. However, the group remains under the control of a woman sitting on top of a man, and she calmly asks whether they are prepared to eliminate the boss when the right moment arrives. Everyone agrees and waits for her command. The double-chin girl tells them there is no need to rush and orders them to remain patient until she appears again. She understands that the demon girl is an elite hunter whose every strike is precise, decisive, and delivered without the slightest hesitation, while her constant awareness of the surroundings means she will retreat instantly at even the smallest sign of danger. Their only chance is to catch her at the perfect moment, and just then, the demon girl suddenly appears directly behind the monster. The blonde girl watches as the demon girl delivers a devastating blow to the beast, then activates the magic ball in her hand, causing a glowing magic circle to form beneath the demon girl's feet. The magic circle continues spreading until it becomes enormous, while one woman remains standing and the other stays seated on top of one of her minions. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the demoness moves into position and prepares to strike the monster from behind. However, just before her attack lands, an enormous magic formation suddenly appears high above the battlefield and rapidly expands across the sky. The instant the demoness notices it, she realizes that someone is about to arrive through the formation. She lunges forward, intending to finish her attack before anything happens, but immediately realizes she has no idea who the newcomer is, what their intentions are, or what the enormous magic circle will do. Refusing to risk facing an unknown threat, she abandons the attack and retreats to a safer distance. The blonde realizes that the demoness gave up her chance to strike and escaped without hesitation, proving why those rats belong to the Shadow Guild. She orders her minions to move in and take control of the boss, and the moment they hear her command, they charge forward without a second thought. Watching the minions pour out of the nearby building, the demoness recognizes them as members of the Misty Mountains Guild. Rather than pursuing her, they rush straight toward the wounded beast, whose remaining health is dangerously close to zero. Observing from a secure distance, the demoness realizes that the people from Cloud Mountains and Misty Mountains intend to steal the boss and seize its rewards. Although she has personally dealt nearly 2/3 of its total health, she knows that even if they deliver the final blow, the dropped loot will remain reserved for her for a limited time. She watches them overwhelm the monster and finally bring it down, then decides she only needs to slip past them unnoticed and collect the loot herself. Meanwhile, the calculating blonde remains seated on top of the building, laughing because the demoness still has not appeared and concluding that she must be planning something suspicious. At that moment, a system notification announces that Cloudy Mountain and Misty Mountain have defeated the unyielding Blade King. However, because their guild combat contribution is only 27.5%, they cannot collect the loot for another 43.5 minutes. With the glowing lifespans lying before them, one minion orders everyone to guard the rewards until the lockout period expires, warning them not to disappoint their master. While the group remains distracted by the discussion, the demoness slips past them. Activating her hero skill, she moves directly in front of the minions without revealing her presence. Not a single one notices her as she reaches the glowing lifespans. Watching from above, the blonde smiles with satisfaction, knowing her prey has finally taken the bait. She immediately activates her spell, and just as the demoness reaches toward the glowing lifespans, a magic circle suddenly appears beneath her feet. In an instant, the circle transforms into the Desire Prison formation, completely restricting the demoness from moving, activating any skills, or even receiving damage. and the prison will remain active until the caster personally removes its effect. The surrounding minions burst into laughter, celebrating because their master has finally captured the demoness. Their master confidently strikes a victorious pose and declares that once anyone enters the range of her magical formation, even the most powerful invisibility ability cannot prevent her from detecting them. It is then revealed that she possesses the unique hidden class known as the Magic Array Master, meaning every aspect of her combat style, including offense and defense, depends entirely on magical formations created through her own magic power. She activates the Wind-Seeking Formation, which harnesses the surrounding wind to detect every target within a 50-meter diameter. With the demoness completely trapped, the blonde begins extracting her lifespan. The moment the process starts, the demoness feels her life being drained away, while the prison leaves her completely unable to resist. As the number of remaining days in her lifespan rapidly falls, regret fills her mind, and she finally realizes that this guild has deceived her from the beginning. She quickly activates her communication device, contacts our hero, and reports that she has been ambushed by the Cloudy Mountains and Misty Peaks guilds, prompting him to immediately demand her exact coordinates. Meanwhile, the blonde knows that her ability can only steal a maximum of 5 years, but the demoness believes her entire lifespan is being drained, which is exactly the fear and panic the blonde intends to create. The blonde is then revealed to be Xiao Yu, the younger sister of Song Fei, and because their relationship supposedly went far beyond the bond shared by ordinary siblings, she has come here to avenge her brother's death. Suddenly, a strange disturbance tears through the sky and causes her magical formation to tremble violently. Xiao Yu instantly senses that someone powerful is approaching. A tornado of dark red energy abruptly engulfs the demoness, and within a single moment, every nearby minion is killed as their lifespans are completely drained away. Realizing that the entire group was eliminated before anyone could react, Xiao Yu understands that the newcomer possesses terrifying speed. Our hero emerges in stealth shadow mode, yet Xiao Yu still recognizes him as the man who killed her brother, while the demoness is finally released from the Desire prison and gratefully thanks him for arriving in time to save her. At the same moment, our boy tries to remember this guild, but cannot even recall who they are, so he dismisses them as nothing more than low-class scum who survive by exploiting others. Our hero disappears into the mist, telling the demoness that the guild leader is waiting upstairs and that he will deal with her first. In the blink of an eye, he reappears directly above the blonde's head. However, she has already been waiting for him, wearing a cold, confident smirk. She immediately revives her fallen minions from the ground, and instead of respawning at the usual resurrection point, every defeated teammate is restored directly inside her magical formation. Without hesitation, they rush toward our boy even though he remains hidden in stealth shadow mode. Their sudden attack forces him to abandon his strike on the blonde, who proudly declares that he has walked straight into her trap. As the minions charge directly toward him, our hero becomes surprised that they can somehow see through his stealth. What he does not realize is that every minion has a magical talisman attached to their back, and those talismans have been controlling them from the very beginning as they continue flying straight toward him. Meanwhile, the blonde grows even more excited because the talismans are meant for far more than simple control. They are actually suicide bombs, and the instant the minions reach our boy, every one of them detonates at once, triggering a massive explosion whose overwhelming force sends cracks spreading through the nearby buildings. Down on the ground, the demoness desperately cries out for her master, as he remains trapped at the center of the blast. Enormous clouds of dark smoke rise into the air, while the blonde celebrates, convinced that Shadow has finally been killed and that she has at last avenged her brother. Then our hero is revealed standing completely unharmed inside the smoke, calmly asking whether she had been targeting him from the very beginning. His HP remains completely full, and the explosion has only consumed a single layer of his blacklight shield. He reveals that her attack managed to destroy just one protective layer, though he admits that the explosion was still quite impressive. The blonde immediately casts another enchanting skill, calls him a fool, and confidently declares that the game is already over, telling him to check his status bar because she has placed him in checkmate. This time, her spell truly takes effect, causing our hero's pupils to transform into hearts as she commands him to become her loyal servant. At that exact moment, a system notification appears, warning our boy that he has fallen under the spell and curse of the goddess of love. Our hero struggles against the spell, while the blonde watches proudly, declaring that she came fully prepared and that it already lost from the very beginning. With a sinister smile, she reveals that she possesses the ancient divine stone tablet devoted to the goddess of love. Anyone struck by her attacks gradually fills a charm gauge, and once that gauge reaches its limit, the victim becomes her slave forever. She explains that the blessing of the goddess of extreme love carries the authority of divine rules, leaving ordinary mortals unable to resist. In her eyes, the instant one of her attacks lands, the battle is already decided, so she repeatedly mocks our hero by calling him nothing more than her loyal dog. Even under the spell's control, our hero manages to summon his golden dagger, and a system notification explains that an effect empowered by the power of rules can only be removed through another power of rules. It also reminds him that he possesses the original divine weapon known as the Blade of Judgment. Our hero turns the blade toward himself as another notification reveals that resisting the curse will consume 10 points of divinity, while he currently has 16. The system asks whether he wishes to resist. Without hesitation, our hero chooses resistance and drives the blade into his own body. Brilliant golden lightning erupts around him as the system confirms that 10 points of divinity have been consumed, leaving him with only 6. At that instant, a massive eye appears before him, and its overwhelming authority allows our hero to break free from the spell. Another system notification confirms that the curse of the goddess of love has been successfully cleansed. The blonde is left speechless with shock, but she quickly strengthens her magic and desperately attempts to cast the spell again, unable to understand how such a thing could be possible. Staring at our hero, who now stands unaffected, she asks whether he truly possesses a power greater than her divine strength, then demands to know what kind of dagger he is holding. Our boy remains perfectly calm and simply tells her die. Before she has any chance to react, he instantly closes the distance and drives the same dagger straight into her neck. The strike is so fast that the blonde cannot respond, and immediately afterward, our hero identifies his next targets. He rushes toward the summoned minions standing behind her, cutting through every one of them in a single smooth motion as he passes. At that moment, the blonde's body begins flickering before slowly fading away, and our hero realizes that he has already severed her summoned servants. Looking back, our hero sees the woman activate an escape skill that consumes her lifespan as a magic circle forms beneath her and pulls her away, and he immediately identifies the ability as Soul Walker. He recognizes it as the same mysterious technique used by the figure within Huchibin's memories, the person who once appeared to save her, but Soul Walker requires an enormous amount of lifespan, far more than she could possess on her own. Moments later, the demoness reaches his side and asks whether he managed to kill the woman, only for our hero to answer that she escaped at the final moment. The demoness is stunned that anyone could slip from her master's grasp, but he explains that someone has been gathering forces against him, and the attack involving who is likely only one part of a larger plan unfolding in the shadows. She cannot understand who would still be foolish enough to challenge her master, but our hero dismisses the matter and turns his attention toward her instead. He tells her that although she is talented, she still lacks experience, making her vulnerable to enemies who hide and wait for the chance to strike. So from now on, she must remain far more cautious. She obediently agrees while silently blaming her weakness for causing trouble for her master. Our hero then hands her the bloodline dropped by the bloodline master and tells her to fuse with it, before giving her a dual-edge mastery skill book that allows a second weapon to be equipped in the offhand. She immediately refuses, arguing that her master is also an assassin and that both rewards could strengthen him as well. Our boy explains that the bloodline mainly gives every attack an instant death attribute, which offers little benefit to someone with his overwhelming power, while the skill book is useless because he has already mastered dual-edge mastery. The demoness understands, admitting that his enemies die long before any instant death gauge could reach its limit, and she sincerely thanks him for rescuing her. The moment she activates the bloodline, power surges through her body as a system notification explains that every attack now inflicts 5 points of instant death damage, and once the effect reaches 100 points, the target dies instantly. However, boss monsters possess resistance that can reduce the chance of triggering the instant death effect. Our hero tells her that the bloodline will greatly increase her damage output, then informs her that 2 NPCs have arrived at the guild hideout and advises her visit them because they provide useful functions. Amazed, she asks whether NPCs have appeared there as well, while our hero says he is heading to Bashu to raise his level to 30. He calmly orders her to keep constant watch over the foreign girls and to monitor every movement of the Cloudy Mountain and Misty Peaks Guild, making it clear that the moment she notices anything even slightly suspicious, she is to report it to him without delay or hesitation. She gives a silent nod, offering no questions, no resistance, and no curiosity beyond simple obedience. Without pause, the scene cuts away, shifting into the depths of a shadowed cave hidden somewhere in southern Guangdong. The blonde woman who escaped through the magic circle suddenly reappears inside that cave, her arrival abrupt and unstable as she stumbles forward. She drops to her knees, frustration weighing down every movement, and before she can gather herself, a voice emerges from behind her. The man standing there, unmistakably the true villain, speaks with cold authority as he demands to know who allowed her to act on her own, his tone sharpening as he questions whether she genuinely believed the small fragment of goddess power he granted her could ever be enough to kill Shadow. She turns to face him, refusing to back down, insisting that she came dangerously close to victory, and immediately shifts the blame onto him, claiming that his interference was the only reason she failed. Her composure breaks as tears begin to fall, her voice trembling with anger, while she confesses that every night she relives the same nightmare of her brother lying in blood, reaching out and begging for help, and she insists that he never once harbored hatred toward Shadow. Even as she accuses the villain of ridiculing emotions he cannot begin to understand. The villain responds with complete indifference, dismissing her outright as nothing more than a foolish woman. From the darkness behind her, figures begin to emerge one after another, their presence heavy and suffocating, as the villain asks a simple question: who among them does not carry a blood feud against Shadow? A bald man steps forward first, followed by several others, each of them bound by their own hatred toward the same target. The villain warns her without restraint that if her personal revenge threatens the greater plan, his followers will not hesitate to tear her apart, and even the woman seated nearby remains silent, listening without objection. While he adds that with Shadow's current rate of growth, there is not a single player within the entire God-abandoned game capable of defeating him alone. He then delivers his condition with finality, telling her that if she truly seeks to avenge her brother, she will obey every command he gives without exception. Still trembling, still crying, she lowers her head and quietly admits that she had already expected this outcome. Surrounded on all sides by countless men, she hears the villain issue a single command for everyone to begin. Dark energy starts to gather within his arm, thick and violent, as he slowly raises it upward. In the next moment, his power explodes outward, a dark red aura engulfing his entire body as the cave itself seems to tremble under the pressure. Then, almost instantly, every person present undergoes a change, their blue eyes burning into a vivid red as streams of that dark energy surge directly into them. Those streams are not simple power, but concentrated killing intent that the villain forcibly implants into his followers, allowing them to absorb the kill points of other players and convert that accumulation into raw attributes based on their total gains. At that exact moment, a system notification appears, revealing that the current floor count has reached 450, and with that threshold crossed, the villain's attributes surge to an overwhelming 900%. The villain exhales in disappointment, saying it is unfortunate that the kill points from the Cloudy Mountain and Misty Peaks Guild were lost, because adding them would have pushed the total all the way to 500. But now, because of her failure, the entire operation must be delayed. The blonde lowers her head and offers a sincere apology, accepting full responsibility for what happened and declaring that she will endure whatever punishment he chooses. The villain answers without emotion that if she truly wishes to apologize, she should direct those words toward someone else, then coldly gives his followers permission to punish her however they desire. The men immediately erupt into cruel laughter, thanking their boss while making it clear that they intend to enjoy what comes next. The blonde's face turns pale as her body begins to tremble, because she understands exactly what his order means. Without hesitation, they surround her, seize her by force, and begin tearing at her clothes while she struggles helplessly beneath them. The villain turns away from the scene and announces that he is leaving to gather the remaining 50 kill points, ordering everyone to stay inside the cave and wait for further instructions until he returns. As he walks away, his eyes narrow with calculation, because only one final piece of his plan is still missing. Behind him, his followers continue their brutal assault on the blonde, while another female teammate watches in complete horror, frozen by the cruelty unfolding before her. At that exact moment, a new command reaches her from the villain, ordering her to eliminate Shadow. The system immediately identifies several high-level bosses scattered throughout the haunted dungeon, revealing their exact locations and coordinates one after another. Our hero studies the notification and realizes that countless powerful bosses have been hiding across the dungeon's unexplored depths, making him understand that the legendary thief was likely the reason nobody from the city had ever succeeded in fully investigating the place. Thinking back to the skeletal dragon, he calculates that defeating several dozen bosses should provide enough experience to push him all the way to level 30. But just as the idea excites him, another important detail suddenly enters his mind. After completing the 4th advancement, experience can no longer be accumulated in one massive amount, meaning he must continue progressing according to the system's restrictions. With that settled, he enters the caravan positioned beside the entrance of the Bending Spirit Dungeon, where his 2 minions immediately welcome him with visible excitement. The moment he steps inside, both men begin speaking over each other, with one claiming that the Shadow Knight on the 3rd basement floor is an emerald-grade boss, while the bald man insists that the enormous decaying bone lizard on the 4th basement floor would be a far better target. Neither of them is willing to give in, and they continue arguing over which monster would provide the fastest and most efficient path for leveling. Our hero walks straight past them without slowing down and tells them to stop wasting time, explaining that every boss must be cleared in order, layer by layer, beginning from the highest floor and continuing toward the bottom, while whoever discovered each boss will be responsible for leading the group there. The bald man quickly steps forward and declares that the soul eating, which they previously discovered in the mountains, should be their first target, But the muscular man immediately dismisses his claim as nonsense, reminding him that they found the creature together and were nearly wiped out because its battle mechanics were far too complicated. Before long, the group reaches the soul-eating witch, whose twisted body radiates a strange green aura as she waits within the darkness. The muscular man carefully explains that the boss possesses 4 separate faces along with a soul fire shield capable of blocking incoming damage. And during the first stage of the battle, she releases cursed spirits that inflict wide-ranging area damage. The system identifies the creature as the soul-eating witch, a level 2 emerald grade boss. The bald man begins boasting confidently, but before he can finish speaking, our hero's body instantly fades into stealth. In the very next moment, he activates instant shadow, flashes across the battlefield, and kills the witch before anyone else can even react. A system notification immediately confirms that the soul-eating witch has been defeated, rewarding him with 180,000 experience points, several attribute increases, and multiple newly unlocked skills. The bald man remains completely frozen as he watches the witch's remaining lifespan fall directly to 0, unable to believe what he has witnessed, because the last time they challenged her alongside several other warriors, the battle lasted for half an hour, and even then, they never managed to break through her soul fire shield. The muscle guy argues that their last battle would never have been so difficult if the baldy had not remained hidden, waiting for the perfect chance to launch a sneak attack, but the baldy quickly defends himself, insisting that he only stayed back to watch for the legendary thief. Meanwhile, our hero absorbs every trace of lifespan and announces that he has already taken the Assassin Creed along with all the lifespan connected to it, so the two of them are free to divide everything else between themselves before the group continues deeper into the next area. The moment he gives permission, both men dive toward the remaining lifespan and begin gathering it with the excitement of little children. Not long afterward, they encounter a massive skeleton war elephant, a level 20 platinum grade beast that releases a furious roar before charging directly toward them. But our hero activates instant shadow strike, and countless attacks slice through the enormous creature from every direction. As its body collapses, the system informs him that he has gained 120,000 experience points, 64 evolution points, and 55 years of lifespan, while his guild members eagerly rush forward to collect the remaining lifespan just as they did before. Their next opponent is the emerald grade boss Shadow Knight Karen, but it is carved apart with the same effortless attack, and when they later encounter the platinum grade boss Molten Giant Ball, another shadow strike instantly cleaves through it as well, allowing our hero to keep slaughtering every boss without the slightest difficulty. Afterward, he eliminates the emerald grade boss Death Rattle Pre-Sauron, then kills another unfortunate boss that merely opens its door to see who is outside, only to be sliced apart before it can react. That unlucky victim is Gatekeeper Nightfall, another emerald grade boss. Falcon Davi falls next, followed by Destroyer of Nations and the Knowledge Demon Child, until our hero finally reaches the giant skeletal ruler Dr. Ghost and cuts it apart exactly like all the others. A system notification announces that he has defeated the emerald grade boss son of Skeleton King and earned 170,000 experience points from that battle alone, before congratulating him for reaching level 30. Our hero calculates that he needs only another 400,000 experience points to advance to the 4th career level, meaning 3 more bosses should be enough, but something suddenly catches his attention. He asks whether that was the final boss or if more is still hiding, yet both assistants can only stare at him in stunned silence. The muscle guy explains that they spent days searching for those bosses, while the baldy admits he still cannot believe their master wiped them all out within a single hour. The muscle guy adds that they have already eliminated every boss on the 1st floor of the Wandering Spirit Dungeon, and although another boss should be hiding on the 5th floor, they were never able to open the entrance no matter how many methods they tried. Our hero asks why the door refuses to open, then calmly tells them to look toward the entrance again. When they turn around, they discover that the door has already opened, while dense streams of dark energy pour from the passage beyond it. Both men stare in disbelief because during their previous visit, they tested every possible method they could think of, yet nothing had been able to unlock that entrance. Our boy explains that the path leading to the 5th floor only becomes accessible after every boss within the Wandering Spirit Dungeon has been defeated, and with that revelation, everything finally begins to make sense. The baldy immediately wonders whether an unimaginably powerful boss is waiting beyond the entrance to the 5th floor, but when our hero tells him to lead the way inside, he quickly asks him to wait. The baldy admits that before today, he never believed any of the legendary stories surrounding Shadow, including titles such as the Black Justice Messenger, Trace's Dude, and the most handsome man in the world, and as he continues listing one exaggerated nickname after another, he confesses that he used to laugh whenever he heard them. After meeting Shadow in person, however, he can no longer doubt any of those claims. Our hero nearly blushes upon hearing those ridiculously overpowered titles and silently wonders whether people truly call him by such names, while the baldy firmly declares that he is now completely convinced. He explains that within a single hour, Their master has strengthened both him and his entire guild more than they could have achieved through an entire month of effort. And since Shadow has treated them with such generosity, he refuses to allow the people of Sichuan to lose face. He immediately brings out several ingredients and begins preparing a dish known as Yang Hot Pot, explaining that anyone who eats it will receive a 10% increase to every attribute. After placing the finished meal on the table, he proudly reveals that it is a top-tier item their guild only serves during a final boss rush, while also claiming that its taste is incredible. Our hero takes a bite and discovers that it truly is delicious, with each ingredient quickly cooked in chili-infused butter before being finished with sesame oil and freshly chopped scallions, revealing that he also possesses remarkable knowledge of cooking. Meanwhile, the muscle guy becomes furious after realizing that his turtle friend has already impressed their master before him, and unwilling to fall behind, he summons an enormous dish of his own. He invites our hero to taste the signature delicacy of the wind-chasing pavilion, explaining that the dish is called Bobo Chicken, and that eating it increases resistance to every abnormal status by 50% while completely removing all death effects. Despite its simple name, the dish contains countless delicacies gathered from both land and sea. When our hero tastes the dish, he finds its flavor fresh, spicy, and wonderfully fragrant, with every bite containing tender pieces of meat, quail eggs, fish, and several other varieties of seafood. Meanwhile, the two guild leaders begin competing head-to-head, each loudly insisting that their master clearly prefers his cooking over the others. Our hero offers both of them some food, but they immediately turn their faces away, with each refusing to touch what he dismissively calls the other man's trash. The muscle guy declares that he would never eat hot pot because it is far too oily and salty, and after several more insults toward each other's dishes, the two of them are nearly ready to start fighting. After enjoying both dishes, our hero feels their effects take hold as every attribute rises by 10% and his abnormal status resistance increases by 50%, and when the strengthened aura begins flowing through his body, he realizes the combined buff is far more impressive than expected. The group continues deeper into the dungeon, while his two minions celebrate because their special dishes have finally proven useful, and each eagerly praises the benefits of his own cooking. Before long, they discover an enormous statue of a giant woman standing directly in their path, but without warning, its glowing eyes slowly open. The terrifying sight causes both minions to break into a cold sweat as they wonder whether the statue itself is a boss monster, and moments later, cracks spread across its rocky surface until the face of a woman appears beneath the stone. Our hero and his companions watch in surprise as larger pieces continue falling away, and in the next instant, the entire outer shell collapses, revealing a gigantic Titan woman hidden inside. She is plump Glalina, a devoted believer of the goddess of extreme love, and the minions immediately panic when they discover that she is a diamond-grade boss. Our boy warns everyone to remain alert because this enemy possesses a special battle mechanic, but before either of them can ask what he means, he activates Graceful Release and combines Slaughtering Shadow with Instant Shadow Slash, landing a devastating attack that tears away an enormous portion of the boss's HP. Both minions stare in disbelief, unable to understand how even a diamond-grade boss can lose so much health in a single attack. Suddenly, Plump Galena opens her mouth wide and releases a horrifying laugh before unleashing Charm Roar, a hidden spell that spreads throughout the cave and affects everyone inside it. The muscle guy successfully resists the charm gauge, but the Baldy fails, causing his gauge to fill to the maximum instantly, while our hero remains unaffected because his magic resistance protects him from the spell. He already understands that reaching maximum charm causes the victim to become the boss's servant, and the moment the Baldy's gauge fills, he loses control of himself, making strange noises and bizarre expressions. The Baldy rushes beneath the boss, while the muscle guy calls his turtle friend an idiot and declares that he could have resisted the attack if he had eaten the Bobo chicken. He then notices a countdown floating above the Baldy's head and asks what it means. Our hero explains that when the countdown reaches 0, the affected person will become a permanent slave of the goddess of extreme love, causing the Baldy to desperately ask how someone trapped under that effect can be saved. Our hero explains that the only way to stop the countdown and save the victim is to defeat the boss before time runs out. Before the muscle guy can respond, the Baldy suddenly draws his sword and bursts into manic laughter, his face twisting with murderous excitement as he prepares to attack. He immediately charges toward our hero while screaming that he will kill every man, forcing the muscle guy to warn their master that the Baldy has completely lost his mind. Without wasting a second, the muscle guy leaps forward and drives a powerful kick into the Baldy, then traps him in a firm arm hold and tells our hero to focus on defeating the boss while he keeps his crazed friend under control. Meanwhile, the boss begins laughing because she has already started casting another spell, and as the magic spreads across the battlefield, several new minions rise from beneath the ground while repeating the exact same chant spoken by their master. Our hero is shocked to realize that these creatures are actually humans, making him wonder whether everyone placed under the boss's charm eventually transforms into a monster like them. The servants appear harmless and gentle as they beg him to stop fighting. But our hero knows he should be the first person ever to reach this hidden area, so he cannot understand how the boss already controls such a large number of human followers. Before he can investigate further, every charmed victim suddenly rushes straight toward him, confirming that some hidden reason must explain how the boss managed to gather such a massive army. His eyes sharpen as he enters stealth mode and activates the Dark Knight Ring blade skill, slicing through every human body with a single overwhelming slash and wiping out the entire group at once. The boss immediately opens the book in her hands and casts the same spell again, causing another wave of servants to appear before our hero. He quickly realizes that these minions can be summoned endlessly, and after narrowing his eyes, he identifies the magic book as the source because it continues calling forth new servants every time the previous group is destroyed, pushing his strength to its limit. He remembers that eliminating the last wave completely filled his finisher gauge, which means he can unleash a finisher now and use the next wave to refill it once again. Without hesitation, he activates Endless Nightmares. Every second, all enemies within 80 meters receive 40 stacks of Nightmare gauge, while damage dealt to targets trapped in the Nightmare state increases by 80%. Within moments, every summoned servant disappears, leaving the boss helplessly watching as all her followers perish in the most pitiful way imaginable. After eliminating the final servant, our hero launches Instant Shadow Slash directly toward the boss and strikes the magic book clutched in her hands. The book shatters instantly, filling her face with uncontrollable fury. She releases a thunderous Titan roar, and our hero immediately realizes that the second phase of the battle has officially begun. The boss woman suddenly clenches her fist, and dark energy surges around her until her body is engulfed. Without warning, she launches herself high into the air, rising directly above the minions she summoned only moments earlier, before plummeting back toward the battlefield with tremendous force. Her body crashes into the ground like a falling boulder, shattering the earth beneath her and crushing every one of her own summoned creatures in the impact. Our hero has already dodged aside, and he mocks her for being so slow that she even destroyed her own summons. But the moment he looks closer, he realizes that their destruction was never an accident. Although the summoned creatures have already been converted into lifespans, the devastating leap has activated a special effect that greatly strengthens every one of the boss's enchanting abilities. A concentrated surge of enchanted energy immediately shoots toward the Baldy while the muscle guy is still holding him back. And as the aura enters his body, the timer above him continues displaying 4 minutes and 25 seconds. A strange mark begins glowing above the Baldy's head, while the muscle guy silently hopes he can restrain him for just a little longer. However, an overwhelming explosion of energy suddenly erupts from the Baldy's body, and the pressure alone blasts the muscle guy backward before the countdown begins glitching and instantly falls to 1 minute. The muscle guy quickly warns our hero about the sudden change, but the Baldy has already activated his ultimate trump card and summoned countless swords. A glowing ring of floating blades forms around him as his body rises into the air, leaving the muscle guy cursing under his breath with a hint of jealousy as he realizes the Baldy secretly became far stronger and even mastered a finishing move. Our hero explains that the boss must have enhanced him by temporarily granting him complete mastery over his class. Without another word, the muscle guy steps forward and declares that every martial artist claims the land of Sichuan possesses the strongest attack, while his own defense remains unmatched. Today, he intends to discover whether the Baldy's offense is truly stronger than his defense. The Baldy immediately points every floating sword at him, and the entire ring of blades launches forward at once as the muscle guy raises a powerful mana barrier. The endless barrage slams into the barrier and spreads cracks across its surface, but the muscle guy stubbornly refuses to yield, and while enduring every strike, he tells our hero that he will keep the Baldy restrained, so our hero must defeat the boss. Tears gather in the muscle guy's eyes as he desperately begs our boy to save his Baldy friend, no matter what it takes. Our hero calmly promises that he will bring him back. He charges straight toward the boss and checks her remaining health, only to discover that it has fallen to 20 million, an unexpectedly low amount for a diamond-grade boss. Before he can land his next strike, the boss swings her arm toward him, while he notices that only 20 seconds remain before the Baldy turtle becomes permanently enslaved. Using Instant Shadow, our hero vanishes and reappears directly behind her, where he drives a devastating blow into her back. The boss screams in agony and begins thrashing wildly across the battlefield. But our boy quickly realizes that without her magic book, every one of her attacks is easy to avoid, including the techniques enhanced by charm attributes. A brilliant light suddenly erupts from her back, revealing that her damage reduction has fallen from 90% to 50%. At the same moment, our hero's strength gauge reaches its maximum again, and although only 30 seconds remain, he knows that is still more than enough time. He unleashes his finishing move, Endless Nightmare, engulfing the entire battlefield in dark energy, overflowing with resentment as the boss screams beneath its crushing power. A violent burst of lightning explodes from her neck, and before she can recover, our hero follows with Dark Knight Ringblade, carving through her body before delivering precise strikes directly into her vital points. He then launches himself high into the air to finish the battle, and gripping his crimson blade, he swings with all his strength and drives the weapon straight through the boss's heart. The system instantly announces that the Diamond Grade boss has been defeated. Her body dissolves into lifespans, rewarding our hero with 580,000 experience points, 276 evolution points, and another 324 years of lifespan. Only 8 seconds remained before the Baldy fell completely under the spell, but the curse disappears at the final moment. His unconscious body drops from the air, yet the muscle guy rushes forward and catches him before he strikes the ground. With tears still filling his eyes, the muscle guy thanks fate that his friend did not become a slave, while the Baldy slowly wakes and asks what happened. The muscle guy tells him that he nearly transformed into a turtle man and explains that he survived only because our hero saved him. At that moment, the cursed slab of the goddess of extreme love appears, carrying a faint trace of the goddess's power, and the system immediately identifies it. Looking at the slab, our hero remarks that the cursed stone tablet somehow fell from the sky and even comes with a gender restriction. The muscle guy suddenly blushes and awkwardly asks whether he can take it if our hero has no use for it. Our hero turns toward him and asks if he is actually a woman. With a shy expression, the muscle guy admits that although his biological sex is male, he has always felt like a girl deep inside. Our hero silently stares at his heavily muscular companion for several seconds before finally allowing him to try. The muscle guy immediately strikes an exaggerated feminine pose and thanks our boy. But the instant he grabs the slab, the system reports a gender mismatch and declares that the equipment attempt has failed. Since no eligible player in the party is qualified to claim it, the stone tablet begins fading away. As it disappears, the muscle guy loudly protests, demanding to know what gives it the right to vanish in front of him before angrily accusing it of outright discrimination. Shadow studied Grelina's charm and tried to understand how it worked, quickly realizing that its power was supported by absolute rules so overwhelming that no mortal could resist them. Yet this only made him wonder how Song Xiaoyu had obtained a similar stone tablet without becoming a slave herself. Before he could think further, a system notification appeared and revealed that his experience bar was completely full, so Shadow immediately began his 4th class advancement. The moment the process started, a massive vortex of dark energy erupted around him as the Shadow class officially advanced to Tier 4, instantly doubling all of his main attributes. The terrifying surge sent Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader into a panic because they believed another boss was spawning, while the system informed Shadow that his stealth level had also doubled. He then received a new passive skill that allowed his attacks to remain hidden without breaking his invisibility, meaning every bonus attached to striking from concealment could stay active after he attacked. Even better, any attack effect he released while invisible would remain completely unseen and receive an additional bonus equal to half of his total stealth level. After watching the transformation, Lu Jianfeng finally understood that Shadow had only been advancing his class, but the spectacle was so incredible that he nearly lost his mind over how powerful it looked. Shadow ignored his reaction and recalculated his attributes, combining his equipment, skills, and class passives until his base stealth reached level 21, which was then doubled into a massive level 42. Despite that increase, he refused to become careless because certain rare items and unusual classes could still ignore stealth levels entirely. He also knew that powerful high-level bosses could see through ordinary invisibility with ease, making raw stealth far less dependable during the later stages of the game. According to legend, the highest form of stealth for a true master assassin was not achieved by simply raising a number, but by forcing the surrounding world to disregard the assassin's presence and erasing every memory that they had ever existed. However, that perfect state remained nothing more than a myth, since no player had ever succeeded in unlocking it. Shadow pushed those thoughts aside and ordered the bald leader to post a bounty on his behalf, remembering that players could merge with a second bloodline after reaching level 30. Determined to strengthen himself one step at a time, he offered a reward of 1,000 years of lifespan to anyone who could provide the exact location of the epic grade boss known as the Death-Winged Angel. The moment Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader heard the amount, both of them completely lost control and shouted in disbelief over such an enormous bounty for a legendary epic grade boss. Shadow calmly ordered them to contact him the moment they uncovered any genuine clue, then vanished into thin air without another word. Drawing on the memories of his previous life, he recalled that the mysterious Death-Winged Angel had appeared only once, when it was secretly defeated by the player ranked 45th in the world. Since every detail of that battle had been concealed, the public never learned what truly happened. Yet they did discover that merging with the boss's bloodline had instantly launched that player from rank 45 to global rank 6, proving that the creature possessed the ultimate bloodline upgrade for an assassin. This time, Shadow had no intention of letting anyone else claim it. because he was determined to secure the legendary first kill for himself. He immediately broadcast his reward of 1,000 years of lifespan across the global server, while warning that anyone who submitted false coordinates will be personally hunted down and killed. The announcement caused the world chat to erupt, with some players praising Shadow as the strongest man alive while others declared that challenging an epic grade boss alone was nothing more than a suicide mission. Meanwhile, deep inside their hidden cave, Xantl reported the global bounty to the red-eyed leader, only for the man to calmly reply that he was already following the situation. Watching Shadow's terrifying rate of growth, the leader quickly concluded that he intended to face the death-winged angel alone, while Xiaoyu remained in the background, visibly frightened by the thought of such a monster. Suddenly, a buried memory surfaced in her mind, causing her to leap to her feet and announce before the entire guild that she had seen the death-winged angel before. The red-eyed leader immediately turned toward her, his crimson eyes glowing as he demanded the exact location. Xiaoyu explained that during her previous life, she and her brother, Song Fei, had encountered the creature inside the forbidden city of unjust death, leaving everyone around her stunned. The local thugs soon burst into laughter, mocking her claims of reincarnation and ridiculing her weak attributes, while Xiaoyu trembled with fury at their insults. Before their laughter could continue, a terrifying red aura erupted from the leader's body as he roared for everyone to shut up, then turned back to Xiaoyu and demanded to know what the city of unjust death was and where it could be found. Opening her system map, Xiaoyu revealed that the legendary city stood near Jinling and was known as a domain where only the dead were permitted to enter. Deeply interested by this revelation, the red-eyed leader immediately ordered Xantl to assemble their strongest squad members so they could depart for the coordinates without delay. The other guild members began whispering among themselves, confused about why their leader was taking such a low-level girl so seriously and quietly speculating about the true nature of their relationship. After overhearing them, the red-eyed leader released another crushing wave of pressure and coldly warned that he would personally kill anyone who dared disrespect Xiaoyu again. Xantl immediately shouted to the men to stop provoking their boss, forcing the terrified subordinates to apologize and promise they would never cross the line again. Now confident that the leader was protecting her, Xiaoyu smugly ordered everyone who had mocked her to kneel, and the frightened thugs instantly dropped down and bowed in submission. Crossing her arms with satisfaction, Xiaoyu enjoyed her small victory, while thinking that only complete fools could ever dislike a girl as perfect as her. As the group crossed the desolate Jinling wasteland, Xantl finally decided to ask the question that had been troubling him for a long time, demanding to know why their leader placed so much value on Song Xiaoyu, when anyone else would have already been executed for making mistakes of that magnitude. The red-eyed leader explained that Song Xiaoyu possessed a unique class capable of ignoring stealth levels entirely, making her tracking ability absolutely vital if they ever hoped to locate and hunt down Shadow. He then revealed an even greater secret, telling Xantl that Xiaoyu was Shadow's younger sister, and therefore the most important key to bringing him down. Stunned by the revelation, Xantl asked whether the information was truly reliable, but the leader calmly reminded him that he never acted on rumors he had not personally confirmed. He had even uncovered Shadow's identity in the real world, discovering that his actual name was Qin Feng, and that he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary salaryman. After hearing this, Xantl immediately suggested kidnapping Xiaoyu and using her as a hostage, only for the red-eyed leader to call him an idiot for thinking so simply. He explained that Qin Feng and Xiaoyu were not related by blood because Qin Feng had been adopted, while their relationship had already fallen apart following a bitter dispute within the family. Xantl then proposed exposing Shadow's real identity to the public, but the leader coldly warned that he would personally snap his neck if he attempted anything so foolish. Revealing the name would accomplish nothing, because no one would dare challenge Shadow regardless, and it would only alert him that someone was investigating his life. Once suspicious, Shadow could easily trace everything back to them and mercilessly slaughter every member of their organization. Xiaoyu's real value was not her relationship with Shadow, but her rare ability to remember events from her previous life. Although Xantl laughed at the idea of past life memories, the red-eyed leader insisted that those memories represented their only genuine opportunity to assassinate Shadow. He emphasized that they would receive only one chance, because if their first strike failed to kill Shadow instantly, every one of them would be doomed. Every strategy, resource, and preparation they had gathered until now had been leading toward that single decisive moment, since in their profession, one split second was often enough to determine who survived and who died. Not long afterward, the group reached the exact coordinates Xiaoyu had provided and found themselves standing before the entrance to the legendary city of unjust death. Staring down into the terrifying darkness of the seemingly bottomless abyss, Xantl nervously asked whether they were truly expected to leap over the edge, and the red-eyed leader confirmed that jumping was the only way inside. Although Xantl hesitated at the thought of throwing himself into the seemingly bottomless abyss, the red-eyed leader ordered everyone to jump and calmly assured them that they would survive the fall. Smiling without fear, the leader leapt first, and his loyal followers immediately plunged after him, willing to risk their lives to complete the mission. Even Xantel shouted that he was prepared to sacrifice himself if it meant they could finally eliminate Shadow once and for all. As the group fell deeper into the darkness, the red-eyed leader's descent suddenly slowed until he was gently hovering in midair, and his astonished followers soon realized that their own bodies had also stopped falling. Surrounded by absolute darkness, the men searched their surroundings in amazement and wondered whether they had truly entered the city of unjust death, only to notice that their lifespans were rapidly disappearing. Panic spread through the squad when the system revealed that the decay rate had increased by 100 million times, leaving every one of them with less than a minute to live. Before the terrified men could lose control, the red-eyed leader activated the Soul Walker class he had stolen and surrounded the entire group with a protective green barrier. Xantel immediately praised his boss after realizing that the skill had made them completely immune to the deadly lifespan drain, but the leader ordered him to remain focused and look ahead. Turning toward the distance, the squad stared in disbelief at a colossal green fortress glowing silently within the endless dark void. With a satisfied smile, the red-eyed leader confirmed that the legendary structure before them was the city of unjust death. Thrilled that Xiaoyu's coordinates had been completely accurate, Xantel mocked Shadow's plan to challenge the area alone, boasting that even the world's strongest player would have withered into dust under such an extreme lifespan drain. The group advanced toward the entrance, but a system notification suddenly appeared and warned them that the enormous gate was completely sealed. Thanks to the Soul Walker class, however, the red-eyed leader easily phased through the solid barrier and led his followers inside. Once they entered, the squad felt immediate relief when another notification confirmed that the terrifying lifespan decay had finally returned to normal. Without warning, the level 35 epic grade boss known as the Death-Winged Angel descended from above and demanded to know how they had entered without possessing the key. Xantel panicked the moment he heard her speak and reminded the others that epic grade bosses possessed advanced intelligence comparable to humans. Remaining completely unfazed, the red-eyed leader stepped forward and confidently told the Death-Winged Angel that they had come to rescue her. The boss burst into laughter at the ridiculous claim, called them completely insane, and coldly sentenced every member of the group to death. The Death-Winged Angel had no intention of making friends, and after mocking them as foolish humans from Blue Star who had dared to intrude upon her domain, she raised her voice and declared that their pathetic invasion would end right there, screaming for every one of them to die. Summoning an enormous sword into her hands, the boss swung the massive weapon across the group with enough force to tear them apart. Yet the red-eyed leader and Xantel remained completely unfazed as the blade passed harmlessly through their bodies. Enraged that her first strike had failed, the angel folded her wings and plunged downward at terrifying speed, driving her glowing blade directly toward the red-eyed leader's chest in a lethal thrust, only for the weapon to pass through him once again without leaving a single wound. Wearing a smug expression, the leader told her that every attack she attempted was useless because she had no way to harm him, then stared directly into her glowing eyes and calmly repeated what he had already said. He had not entered the city of unjust death to fight her, but to rescue her. The city's guardian was completely baffled by the claim, and after scoffing at his arrogance, she demanded to know why a powerful existence like herself would ever require help from insignificant mortals. The leader explained that a terrifying monster named Shadow, the undisputed strongest player on Blue Star, was already searching for her. The angel immediately burst into laughter, finding it ridiculous that a human from a newly launched game believed he could defeat her, and confidently declared that she would take Shadow's head regardless of whatever title he carried. However, the leader warned her that every boss Shadow chose to hunt had been utterly destroyed, and this time, his goal was to kill her and steal her overwhelmingly powerful bloodline. If Shadow succeeded in obtaining it, no one would be capable of stopping him. Interested by the leader's blunt honesty, the Death-Winged Angel finally calmed down and admitted that his transparency was unusual, but she reminded him that any alliance between them would require genuine sincerity. When the leader asked what proof she wanted, the angel revealed her price. She wanted their lifespan, but far more importantly, she wanted their souls. The leader could not understand why she valued souls so highly, causing the angel to laugh wickedly as she realized his current level was still too low to comprehend soul-based mechanics. She explained that players normally lost only lifespan when they died because their souls remained protected, meaning lifespan was nothing more than a shield placed around the soul. If that soul itself was destroyed, however, the player would die permanently inside the game and in the real world. With a sinister grin, she added that weak monsters were satisfied by consuming lifespan, while high-tier beings like her desired actual souls, and if they could provide one powerful enough to satisfy her hunger, she would agree to cooperate. The entire squad instantly went pale as the horrifying truth settled over them, because they now understood that if the angel devoured even one of their souls, that person would not simply die, but be erased from existence forever. Before fear could spread through the group, Harvey stepped forward without the slightest trace of hesitation and calmly offered his own soul to the monster. Xantil immediately tried to stop him, but Harvey insisted that he had already made his decision and fully understood what surrendering his soul would mean. He explained that he had accepted this mission, knowing he might be forced to make the ultimate sacrifice, and if destroying Shadow required him to give up his very existence, then he was prepared to pay that price. His only request was that Xantil take care of his mother after he was gone, and although shaken by the burden, Xantil solemnly promised that he would. The angel mockingly described Harvey's sacrifice as touching, but then coldly revealed that a single soul would never be enough to satisfy her hunger. Seeing their comrade prepare to die alone, the remaining guild members exchanged determined looks, stepped forward beside Harvey, and shouted together that she could take their souls as well. Xantil could only whisper the names, or Kumi, and Halen, as the reality struck him that all three of them had chosen to sacrifice themselves. The red-eyed leader then deactivated the Soul Walker barrier, leaving the men completely exposed to the deadly abyss surrounding them. Impressed by the loyalty they had displayed, the angel declared that she had finally witnessed their sincerity, and enormous tendrils of black energy burst from her back before stretching downward like monstrous claws. The razor-sharp tendrils drove straight through the three subordinates, lifting their screaming bodies high into the darkness as the angel secured her prize. With the men trapped, she spread her wings and soared upward into the crimson sky, dragging them behind her. The moment the protective shield disappeared, the system detected that they had been exposed to the abyss's extreme environment, causing their remaining lifespans to drain at an impossible rate. Within only a few seconds, their bodies withered, shriveled, and collapsed into skeletal husks as every remaining moment of their lives was instantly vaporized. Their glowing blue souls were then torn from the remains and pulled through the air toward the waiting angel. She greedily swallowed the floating souls one after another, releasing a moan of pure pleasure as she savored the feast. Once her hunger had been satisfied, the angel descended toward the surviving leaders with a pleased smirk, finally prepared to discuss how they would cooperate to destroy Shadow. The leader immediately explained his strategy, telling her that he wanted her to leave the city of unjust death with him and secretly enter the human world. Once there, they could search for powerful allies, remain hidden while their strength continued to grow, and eventually eliminate Shadow with one overwhelming attack before he had any chance to respond. However, the angel only mocked his proposal and told him that he was dreaming. The angel explained that, as an epic boss, she was bound to the city of unjust death by the system's rules, which made it completely impossible for her to leave that territory. However, the red-eyed leader had already anticipated this obstacle, and because he was an expert at exploiting hidden loopholes, he calmly told her that there was still a way to bypass the restriction. Without warning, he struck her and immediately triggered a duel, leaving the angel confused as she demanded to know what he was planning. The leader then revealed the exploit. As long as they remained in a continuous battle state and stayed close to one another, the system would allow her to ignore the city's boundaries and follow him wherever he went. Impressed by how thoroughly he had prepared, the angel realized that he had already accounted for every possible problem. Smiling with growing excitement, she accepted the plan, eager to discover just how powerful Shadow truly was.